Chapter 1, Did I Transmigrate into a Book? Lu Si had never encountered anything as absurd as this in his entire life. All he did was eat a bowl of instant noodles, and then, fucking hell, he choked to death. The next thing he knew, he woke up in a completely different place. Was it really so hard to die just because he'd grown tired of old pickle beef flavor and switched to braised beef? Lu Si sat idly in his seat, half listening to the teacher's lecture while turning his head toward the window. The sky, once clear and bright, gradually turned gray under his gaze. The darkened heavens cast a pall of death over everything. It unsettled him. He couldn't make sense of what was happening or why he was here at all. Just as the atmosphere grew suffocating, someone suddenly stood up and told the teacher they needed to use the restroom. Go ahead, the teacher said kindly, letting the student out. No sooner had the boy opened the classroom door and stepped outside. Ah! A piercing scream tore through the air, sharp and chilling, sending shivers down everyone's spines. Many students looked up toward the window, eyes wide with curiosity. The commotion forced the male teacher to pause. Everyone, quiet down. I'll go check outside. You all stay focused on your studies. And don't talk, the teacher added, walking toward the back door, keeping an eye on the class as he pulled it open. Grower. A gaping maw lunged in and tore the teacher's neck clean off. His headless body collapsed onto the floor, blood spraying wildly, splattering across the faces of girls sitting nearby. The students were stunned for a moment. Then, realization hit, and screams erupted. Aw! The door flew open. Students at the back saw a monster chewing on human flesh, blood dripping from the corners of its mouth. It had already swallowed its meal, yet now it grinned at the fresh prey before it, revealing a horrifying smile. As a pair of pale gray hands reached inside, bang, the door slammed shut. What are you standing around for? Close the front doors and windows, quickly. One boy shouted, snapping everyone else back into action. They scrambled to help. Hurry, come help. Lu Si sat in the farthest corner of the classroom. He didn't understand what was going on. As soon as he snapped out of his daze, he rushed to close the window near him. After securing that one, he noticed the window beside the podium was still open. He left his seat and ran over, pushing the window shut. Just then, a pale hand shot in, blocking his movement. Then the creature pressed its entire body against the outside of the window, opening its massive jaws wide, staring directly at Lu Si. Fuck. Does this thing even do rock climbing? Why are there so many of them? Gritting his teeth, Lu Si strained with all his might. Seeing the monster about to climb in, and with no iron bars installed on the school building, he turned to a girl nearby and shouted, Hey! Come help me. I can't hold it alone. Several girls sat in the front rows. They were terrified, their faces drained of color, too panicked to think straight, frozen in place. And no. I can't. The girl frantically refused, shaking her head like a sieve. Another one crouched down, hugging her head, trembling uncontrollably. Given how sudden this horror was, he could understand their reactions. He hoped they'd snap out of it soon. Sighing helplessly, Lu Si said, Then you come lock the window. I'll smash it. But the girl didn't move an inch, too afraid to even look. The monster shoved hard, flinging the window wide open. Lu Si was thrown aside, his arms numb, gasping for breath as he watched the creature stand atop the windowsill. Its mouth stretched wide, before it could make another move. Suddenly, a chair came flying, striking the monster square in the torso. Since only half its body had come through, the impact sent it tumbling back down. Lu Si seized the moment to slam and lock the window shut. Only after confirming every possible entrance in the classroom was secured did he finally let out a breath. He turned to see who threw the chair. It was that tall guy who had reacted first earlier. Don't be scared. Get up. The boy approached the girls. Hearing his voice, the two girls slowly lifted their heads. Class monitor, what's happening? I want to go home. The young man helped them up gently. It'll be okay. We need to stay calm. So this guy's the class monitor. Unshakable under pressure, impressive. Lu Si scanned the room. There were roughly equal numbers of boys and girls. A flicker of doubt passed through his eyes. Could it be that he transmigrated into some kind of deadly game? Roar. Thump, thump, thump. Outside the classroom, pounding against the door grew louder, the metal frame clanging noisily. More boys and girls huddled together, seeking comfort in each other's presence. Lu Si looked around the classroom, listening to the sounds outside, a flicker of doubt crossing his mind. What exactly is happening here? Chapter 2 Blocking the zombies from getting in. Jiang Wanhen, hurry over here. This door can't hold much longer. The boy standing at the doorway shouted toward them. Hearing his classmates cry, the boy named Jiang Wanhen stood up and ran over, saying as he approached, use the desks to block it first. Got it. Jiang Wanhen. Lu Si's heart skipped a beat. He quickly rushed to the teacher's podium and grabbed the seating chart. Upon seeing that name confirmed on the list, he froze in shock. Then, recalling the flesh-eating monsters outside, everything suddenly made sense. His name was Lucy, a white-collar worker who had choked on instant noodles and died. Now, upon waking up, he found himself right here. Jiang Wanhen was one of the protagonists from a post-apocalyptic novel titled Dawn of the Apocalypse that Lucy had followed before being transmigrated into this world. The story revolved around two male leads surviving the apocalypse, growing stronger, eventually challenging the zombie emperor, and ultimately saving the world. At first, he hadn't been interested in pure romance. After all, he considered himself a thoroughly straight guy. But the author's writing style was excellent, with fast pacing and smooth storytelling that made reading incredibly thrilling, so he ended up following it religiously. But enjoying the novel enough to become a loyal fan didn't mean he wanted to get transmigrated into it. If he'd known this would happen, he wouldn't have eaten braised beef ramen, he'd have stuck with his usual old pickle beef flavor. Recalling how the original novel had ended just a few chapters short of completion, but the author never finished it, claiming to have run out of inspiration. So Lucy reread it entirely once more, committing nearly every plot detail to memory. In the original storyline, there was no character named Lucy. That was because, on the very first day of the apocalypse, everyone in their class, except the main characters, was eaten by zombies. In the original plot, the window that Lucy had just closed remained open, allowing a crawling zombie to climb in through it, which led directly to the subsequent tragedy. But now, he had prevented that accident. As long as he stuck close to the protagonists going forward, he should be able to survive. Lucy silently made up his mind. "Lucy, what are you spacing out for? Get over here and help." A grumbling voice from one of the boys snapped him back to reality. He snapped out of it and ran over. Coming. Though the window had already been locked, they could still clearly see through the glass several monsters wandering in the hallway, slapping at the windows, drool dripping from their mouths as they stared hungrily at the people inside the classroom. A mischievous boy stood right in front of the window, leaning closer to examine the monster just inches away. He burst into laughter. "See? This thing can't get in." Then, reaching out curiously, he touched the glass. "What kind of monster is this? Looks so disgusting." Frowning at the boy's actions, Lucy suddenly had an epiphany and shouted, "Quick! Pull the curtains shut. Don't let them see us." The moment the words left his mouth, the zombie outside punched through the glass, reached in, seized the boy by the neck, and yanked him violently outward. The suddenness of it left them all stunned once again. "Hurry!" Lucy yelled, rushing forward to pull down the curtains, blocking the outside view, then stacking desks to cover the broken opening. "Wang Menghua, snap out of it and move." Jiang Wanhen came to his senses and called out to his buddy. With coordinated effort from both boys and girls, the classroom's curtains were all drawn shut, cutting off the outside light. The room sank into darkness. Lucy and another boy pushed tables and chairs against the breach to prevent the monster from reaching back in. Hearing some of the more sensitive girls sobbing softly, and surrounded by the heavy stench of blood, Lucy felt a wave of irritation rise within him. "Hey, don't cry, alright? The monsters get more excited when they hear crying." As soon as he said that, the weeping immediately diminished to barely a whisper. As silence settled over the classroom, the roars and pounding from outside gradually weakened, then faded completely. From the floor above, however, louder screams now echoed down. Suddenly, a beam of light cut through the dark. It was Jiang Wanhen, who had turned on the flashlight from his phone. Standing atop the teacher's platform, calm and composed, the light illuminated the faces below. "Move the desks in the center to the other side," he instructed. As class monitor of Class 1, Jiang Wanhen was well liked and had become their de facto leader in this crisis. At his command, everyone sprang into action, shifting the central desks aside, causing textbooks to tumble onto the floor. "Monitor, what about our books?" one student asked Jiang Wanhen. Another snapped, "Are you seriously worrying about your books right now?" Jiang Wanhen raised his phone, his voice cool and steady. "Forget the textbooks for now. Our priority is creating usable space." Under Jiang Wanhen's orderly guidance, they cleared out the center of the classroom and neatly rearranged the furniture. "Let's start taking attendance." "Hey, Lucy, aren't we going over?" the boy beside Lucy asked. "No." In the dim space, aside from the light on the podium, everything around was dark. Even though there was no more noise outside, at this moment, Lucy's heart still felt uneasy, deeply uneasy. The boy beside him, seeing that Lucy didn't respond, idly turned his head to look around, when suddenly, a dark shadow lunged at him. Chapter 3, Doubt. Pfft. Lucy turned his head just in time to see warm liquid splash onto his face. At that moment, a million curse words raced through Lucy's mind. Jiang Wanhen shone the phone light over, catching the monster's bloody, razor-sharp teeth as it turned toward them. The beam swept to another spot, revealing a pair of glowing red eyes shining in the dark, especially terrifying. "Ah! Ah!" The classroom, which had just quieted down, erupted into chaos once again. Creak. The lights flickered on. Lucy lifted his chair and hurled it at the creature, wiping the liquid off his face. "Why aren't you helping yet? Seriously, have you wanted to sit back and win effortlessly?" Now he was forced to fight for survival himself, otherwise, he'd be next to die. Hurry, hurry. The first boys and girls to react grabbed chairs and began smashing them at the monster. A girl suddenly shrieked from within the crowd. She clutched her face, eyes wide with disbelief. It's Shusher. That monster is Shusher. Only then did they notice the uniform on the creature's body, the school uniform. Roar. Roar. The zombies snarled, easily breaking through their attacks, growling directly at Lucy. Who cares if it's Shusher or not, just subdue it first. Gritting his teeth, Lucy lifted a desk and charged straight at the zombie, slamming it against the wall. Don't just stand there. Find something to tie it up with, or we're all dead. Hearing this, a girl stepped forward, shoved Lucy aside, and whirled around to confront him. Lucy, how could you suddenly become so cold-hearted? She pointed at the creature. She's our classmate. Lucy fell silent, instinctively stepping backward. Seeing she had moved him, the girl exhaled in relief. But as she turned around again, her eyes met that hideous face. Before she could say anything, sharp teeth sank into her neck, snapping it clean. Fuck. Another boy grabbed a desk, repeating what Lucy had done, shoving the monster against the wall. Find something to bind it with. Find rope. Who has rope? A jump rope would work too. Finally, they found a jump rope in a drawer. They tightened it around the creature, covered its grotesque face with a jacket, lifted it up, opened the window, and tossed it out, quickly shutting the window afterward. After finishing this, Lucy and the other boy were both gasping for breath. Jiang Wanhen walked over, handing Lucy a bottle of water and some tissues. There's blood on your face. Wipe it. Blood? On my face? Lucy recalled the liquid that had sprayed him earlier. His thoughts drifted somewhere far away as he took Jiang Wanhen's offerings, wiping himself while sinking into thought. Hey, did anyone else think the clothes on that thing looked familiar? It looked like the gardening staff's work uniform. Another boy adjusted his glasses, feigning deep contemplation. You don't think there's a chance this creature used to be a person? As soon as those words left his mouth, the entire class fell deathly silent. You don't think the end of the world is coming, do you? Someone else whispered. The boy sighed. I think it's possible. A few classmates with weaker mental fortitude burst into tears again. Wah, I want to go home. Home. Who didn't want to go home? But was it even possible? Jiang Wanhen stood up and faced the remaining students. Quiet down, please. We started with 30 classmates. 4 have died. Now there are 26 of us left. What we need right now isn't crying, it's preparation. I checked my phone. He raised it, showing them the screen. News about monsters eating people is popping up everywhere. He paused. Maybe, just maybe, the end of the world really has come, like some of you said. But what we should do now is wait for the school announcement. The school won't abandon us. The government won't abandon us. And our country certainly won't abandon us. So we must stay calm and keep hope. Hearing this, most of the classmates immediately voiced their agreement. Yeah. Let's follow the class monitor, we must stay hopeful. Many felt newfound courage after his speech. Heh. Amidst all the encouraging words, a single mocking laugh stood out jarringly. They glanced over, only to find it was Lucy. Lucy, how can you act like this? A girl challenged him, unable to understand his attitude. Lucy scratched his cheek, offering an awkward smile. Sorry. I just thought of something funny. If only the government really came to save them. Well, not exactly not saving, but powerless, overwhelmed by how many were already infected. That's in novels, though, everyone has different wills. To highlight the protagonist's righteousness, authors naturally give the government only a narrow role. Thankfully it was just fiction. Lucy was actually quite satisfied with modern life, receiving his 3K monthly salary, paying this and that, surviving on instant noodles before payday. Didn't Li Shusher faint earlier? That monster didn't even touch her, someone suddenly spoke up. Then they began discussing, recalling the moment. I remember Shusher got splattered all over by that monster's blood, then fainted from shock. You don't think there's a chance Li Shusher got infected through the blood? A boy glanced at Lucy and whispered, just now, Lucy also had blood on his face, same as Li Shusher's. Chapter 4 Questioning. A chill ran through Lucy's heart. Why are you all looking at me? The blood on my face is that guy's from earlier. But the blood on Li Shusher's face is teacher's, someone pointed out. As they regained their senses, they began analyzing rationally. Lucy fell silent. That was true enough. Once infected by zombie blood, a person would transform into one of two types, either a zombie, or someone who could resist zombies, an esper. After a second infection, zombie blood became ineffective against espers, no longer triggering zombification. He couldn't be sure whether the original body he now inhabited had become an esper or a zombie. That came down to luck, and his own luck had never been good. Recalling the original owner's memories, his luck had been even worse, both parents dead, living with a grandmother in her 80s. Just days ago, the old woman had passed away. Now he was completely alone. He'd planned to finish this semester and then drop out to work. Never expected something like this to happen, just died prematurely instead. Well, Lucy could only accept fate. Fine. Then tell me, what do we do now? Let's tie him up first. If Lucy really turns, we'll throw him out, someone suggested. Jiang Wanhen nodded. That's all we can do for now. He looked at Lucy, who still appeared normal. Sorry. After all, during the incident earlier, if Lucy hadn't reacted quickly, most of their class would have been finished. Lucy tilted his head back and drained the rest of the water. Go ahead. Time to take a gamble. Either way, there was no other choice. They fetched a jump rope, pulled Lucy's hands behind his back, tightly bound his wrists, and made him squat in the corner, assigning 2 male students to keep watch. Only then did they begin to relax, starting to murmur among themselves about the current situation. Outside, screams rose and fell without end. Jiang Wanhen's previously calm expression turned grim. Ah! Gu Zi, help me! A shrill voice came from outside the window. At the sound of that name, Jiang Wanhen's face changed. He rushed over to the door and window. Gu Zi, are you okay? Jiang Wanhen shouted loudly. From above came a male voice. I'm fine. How's it inside? Jiang Wanhen faintly heard sounds of fighting and his expression darkened with worry. We're still relatively safe here, we've stopped those monsters from getting in. Before Jiang Wanhen could say more, a sudden monstrous roar came from above, jolting him awake. Are monsters already inside up there? Yeah, yes, no time to explain. Wanhen, stay put for now. I'll come find you later. Stay safe. Alright. You too. Stay safe. Jiang Wanhen waited a while, but received no further reply from Gu Zi before turning back around. He noticed his classmates watching him with strange, knowing looks. Puzzled, he asked, why are you all staring at me like that? Nothing, they said, shaking their heads. Some even sighed quietly. Everyone who knew Jiang Wanhen was aware of his close bond with Gu Zi, childhood friends, inseparable brothers. Both exceptionally handsome, coming from families of military lineage and wealth, naturally popular among girls. Landing either one would be impressive, but no one had expected that kind of relationship between them. Anyone who'd been in love before could detect the undertones in their conversation. Yet some only realized it just now. Girls who'd secretly liked Jiang Wanhen immediately abandoned their hopes, understanding dawning in silence. Amid this delicate atmosphere, Lucy suddenly stood up. The 2 students guarding him panicked at once, lifting chairs defensively toward him. What do you think you're doing? Nothing. Just been crouching too long, my legs went numb, Lucy explained calmly, shaking his head. Students nearby immediately distanced themselves from him, moving closer to the front platform. Lucy noted their reactions, lips twitching slightly before suppressing the motion. He was thinking about what came next. In the quiet, a soft voice suddenly whispered. I'm kinda sleepy. Go ahead and sleep, nearby classmate replied dismissively. Lucy glanced toward the pair, eyes filled with quiet scrutiny. Knock knock. Instead of Lucy transforming, the sound came from outside, the knocking on the door. Wanhen, it's me. Gu Zi's voice came through. Jiang Wanhen immediately walked over, pulled back half the curtain, and seeing Gu Zi's face, finally relaxed. Gu Zi, our classroom's back door is blocked by desks. Come to the front. Alright. Gu Zi nodded. The moment Jiang Wanhen opened the door, the other threw himself into his arms. Missed you, said the tall, handsome boy. Gu Zi has blood on his face, someone with sharp eyes noticed. Chapter 5 Choosing to Leave. Jiang Wanhen poked his head out from the other's embrace and, sure enough, saw bloodstains on his face. He lifted his hand and wiped the blood off Gu Zi's face with his sleeve. What happened? Is something wrong? Gu Zi couldn't quite understand their behavior. He grabbed Jiang Wanheng's hand while holding a wooden rod in the other, dismantled from a desk or chair. Jiang Wanheng's lips trembled as he explained, getting blood from the monster on you can cause infection and turn you into one. That was exactly how everyone in their class had become monsters. Listening, Gu Zi grew solemn. He looked up at their classmates who were eyeing him warily. Has anyone here turned into a monster because they got splashed with monster blood? Yes. So Gu Zi was dangerous, but Jiang Wanhen didn't want it that way. After a tense silence, he spoke up. I'm leaving with Gu Zi. This. The classmates hesitated. Jiang Wanhen was their backbone. If he left, wouldn't everything collapse? Just go already. We're not stopping you. Yeah, seriously, get going. Some of the guys who'd always resented Jiang Wanhen jeered along. Others simply stared at Jiang Wanhen in silence. Jiang Wanheng tightened his grip on Gu Ziyi's hand and said firmly, let's go. Fine. It's not safe here anyway, I came looking for you just to leave together. Gu Ziyi smiled at Jiang Wanheng. Big bro Jiang, take me with you. Wang Menghua slammed a chair onto the ground, shattering it instantly. Picking up 2 broken legs as clubs, he walked over and handed one to Jiang Wanheng with a grin. I'm tagging along too. Alright, Jiang Wanheng nodded. Then he turned toward the others inside. Anyone else wants to come? They hesitated. In this world, besides zombies, the scariest thing was human nature. Me. Me. I want to go with you. Lu Si seized the moment and shouted. He shoved past those surrounding him and rushed to join Jiang Wanheng's group. Seeing Lu Si showed no symptoms, Jiang Wanheng nodded. Fine. Could you untie these ropes for me? Lu Si asked. Gu Ziyi pulled a handmade knife from his pocket and cut the rope binding Lu Si's wrists. Once freed, Lu Si dashed straight back to where Wang Menghua had broken the chair, grabbed 2 more wooden rods, ran back to Jiang Wanheng's side, and urged them, let's go quickly. Jiang Wanheng nodded again and looked toward the rest. Is there anyone else who wants to come with us? Jiang Wanheng sighed. Then we'll leave first. Make sure to lock the door tightly and wait for rescue from the school. Just then, a zombie's growl echoed through the air. Their classmates' faces changed instantly, and they scrambled to shut the door. With a loud snap, the door closed. Gu Ziyi took Jiang Wanheng's hand without caring about anyone else watching. Hung, let's go. A smile appeared on Jiang Wanheng's face. Okay. Come on, Lu Si chimed in beside them, ruining the moment. Breathing in the fresh air, he couldn't help but exclaim, he was finally out. Inside the former classroom, after shutting the door, they immediately piled several desks against it, fearing zombies might arrive. Click. The classroom plunged into darkness. Why did the lights go out? Darn it, someone accidentally pressed the switch with the desk. Seriously? An annoyed voice rang out. Well, then go turn it back on. At that moment, a hand landed on someone's shoulder. The person cursed angrily, who's touching my shoulder? He shrugged it off, but the hand returned immediately. Who is it? Want to die? He whipped around. In the dark, a pair of glowing red eyes stood out starkly. Ah! Crack! Screams erupted. Fresh blood splattered everywhere. I need to get out. I want out. In the darkness and panic, they lost all sense of direction, running blindly. Some were trampled. Cries filled the room, but nobody could find the way. Roar! A zombie's delighted growl echoed. Meanwhile, Lu Si and the others had already reached the bottom of the building. Hearing the screams from above, they could only think, one word, serves you right. You should have left when you had the chance. They could have gotten far away by now. Jiang Wanheng hesitated and stopped. Gu Ziyi, should we go save them? Gu Ziyi frowned. No. It's too dangerous up there. Let's find a place to settle down first. Ah. Jiang Wanheng thought of Gu Ziyi's condition and, after a moment, finally nodded. Lu Si found their interaction a bit painful to watch. He hadn't felt this way when reading novels before, but now that he was experiencing it firsthand, their behavior was painfully rubbing salt in the wound of his single status. Who could blame them? They were the protagonists, after all. Gloomy, Lu Si silently followed Jiang Wanheng and the others. Chapter 6 Awakening of Spatial Ability. That night. Heat, overwhelming, suffocating heat, rushed over him. Lu Si clenched his fists, curling up on a white bed, his pale face flushed red as cold sweat beaded on his forehead. This was a motel outside. Lu Si had split up with the others after another argument, they disagreed again. Jiang Wanheng hesitated, conscience-stricken, and insisted on going back to save people. Gu Ziyi had no choice but to accompany him. Of course, Lu Si refused. He'd barely escaped with his life, and now they wanted him to go back. He wasn't some hero, just an ordinary, insignificant young man without grand ideals. Naturally, he declined. And so, they parted ways. Using only 2 wooden sticks and his own legs, Lu Si fled from the campus and checked into a nearby motel for the night. The university was right next door, so motels like this were abundant around here. But the moment he stepped inside, he felt terribly unwell, excruciating pain shot through his body. His face twisted in agony, muttering under his breath, "Please don't turn me into a zombie. Don't let me become one of those disgusting monsters." The mere thought made him even more determined, he had to survive. He gritted his teeth until they clicked. How long passed, he didn't know. By now, his back was drenched in sweat, soaking through his faded light blue shirt. Lu Si felt even his toes clenched tight. Then, after a while, he slowly opened his eyes. The world shifted from blurry to clear. Lu Si couldn't believe it, was he alive? He lifted his hand. No visible changes, except for some grime on his fingers. He brought it close to his nose and sniffed. A pungent stench of sweat filled his nostrils. He sniffed again. And again. Delicious. Then he got off the bed and walked into the bathroom to shower, rinsing away every trace of that foul odor, scrubbing his hair and body thoroughly with body wash. Only when he felt completely clean did he stop. He looked down at his hands, noticing his skin felt softer, smoother than before. To cater to student guests, this motel usually provided disposable clothing in each room. His old clothes were beyond saving. He put on the bathrobe and stepped out of the bathroom. There was a mirror above the sink. Standing before it, he saw the reflection of a fair-skinned, rosy-lipped youth. Lucy couldn't believe it. He pinched his cheek, it hurt. This face wasn't just similar to his, it was exactly his. When he was young, this was how handsome he'd looked. He let his damp hair hang down, strands falling over his forehead, almost covering his eyes, giving him a somewhat gloomy aura. Definitely not the type of bright, cheerful guy anyone would like. He grabbed a pair of scissors and snipped the front lock short, cutting it just above his eyebrows. A few more trims here and there, then he blew a puff of air at the mirror. Damn, I'm hot. The more he looked, the more satisfied he became. Holding the scissors, he thought to himself, I wish I could carry this thing around with me, Suddenly, a flash of light, and the scissors vanished from his hand. His eyes widened. Then excitement surged through him. He was a spatial type esper. The realization thrilled him. Rubbing his hands together, he silently focused, scissors. And just like that, the scissors reappeared in his palm. Lucy nearly kissed them. Mama, I've grown up, I'm actually a weak little spatial esper. In this world's hierarchy, spatial espers were rare and valued, but among all the abilities, theirs was still seen as supplementary. Weak in direct combat, unable to defeat zombies, they'd die just as easily. So if he wanted to survive the zombie apocalypse, he'd better find a powerful patron first. This single thought clarified his goal. But then his stomach growled loudly. Right, he needed food. When he first arrived, his mind had already been foggy, concerned only with finding shelter, not supplies. Knock knock knock. A sound came from the door. His door. Lucy instantly tensed, grabbing the blood-stained wooden stick lying on the floor, tiptoeing toward the entrance, raising the stick high. Suddenly, the knocking stopped. Then footsteps echoed away into the distance. He exhaled, lowering the stick. Good thing he'd locked the door from the inside earlier. About 5 or 6 minutes later, he finally opened the door. Before he could even peek out, a leg suddenly stepped across the threshold. A chill ran down Lucy's forehead. In that instant, he understood. He raised his hand instinctively, stepping back, staring at the strikingly handsome man standing before him, radiating cold, deadly aura. He flinched. He faltered. Sorry. I didn't realize this was your room, Lucy stammered. But the man didn't budge. As Lucy retreated, the man advanced, stepping inside, then kicking the door shut behind him. He backed Lucy all the way onto the bed, where he collapsed into a sitting position. Hey man, I'm sorry, can you please put that thing down? Lucy pulled a miserable face, tears welling up. Facing this for the first time, he feared the man might pull the trigger out of reflex, and if that happened, he'd really be dead for good. The man lowered his head, inhaling the scent of Lucy's shower gel, the exact fragrance he liked. He flicked his tongue against the delicate white column of Lucy's exposed neck and smirked coldly. A little thing who offered himself so willingly. Sitting on the bed with his legs tightly pressed together, Lucy watched the man draw closer. Gritting his teeth, he suddenly reached back, snatched the gun from the man's hand, twisted it around, and pinned him to the mattress, with the barrel now pressed to the man's temple. Don't move. The man's smile deepened. His icy eyes locked onto Lucy's without blinking. Lucy stared back, his hand began to tremble. Oh, even his legs were shaking. He lowered the gun. Sorry, bro, I was just scared, that's why I defended myself. He didn't know why, seeing Jiang Wanhang or Gu Zi hadn't scared him at all, but this man made him instantly cower. Now the man lifted his gaze to the youth straddling him, throat bobbing. In one swift motion, he flipped them over, pinning Lucy beneath him. Lucy froze, unable to move, only able to stare up at him. Adult yet? 23. The number slipped out before he could stop himself, his real age in the original world. Clearly, the man didn't believe him. Lucy quickly corrected himself, giving a number smaller than his actual age. Combined with his boyish face, it was hard not to find the lie convincing. Oh. A flicker of impatience crossed the man's eyes as he stood up. Puzzled, Lucy got up too and sat to the side, afraid to make another move. Can I go now? The man's tone sharpened slightly, and Lucy dared not repeat the question. Name. The man spoke. Lucy. Man, oh. Silence settled between them. Outside, everything was eerily quiet. Lucy grew increasingly restless, unable to guess what the man intended. The man noticed bloodstains on the white sheets and frowned. "You did this?" Lucy turned and saw them. He lunged forward, laughing awkwardly. "I didn't know this was your room. If I had, I would have never dirted your stuff. Please, sir, don't hold it against me, let me go. 10 seconds. Clean it up." The man's words were brief and final. "Yes, right away." Lucy jumped into action. As he worked, the loose bathrobe, untied to begin with and further loosened during their struggle, slid open, revealing almost everything there was to see. Deep, shadowed eyes flashed with a hint of gold. "Bro, could you stand up?" Only after changing the sheets did Lucy finally relax. He turned toward the man, and something suddenly flew at him. He caught it instinctively and looked down. Clothes. The man stared at him with an inscrutable expression. Lucy blinked, confused, then glanced down and realized the belt of his bathrobe had come undone. So focused on whether the man would shoot him, he hadn't noticed his own state at all. Total social death. Well, it's not like it matters, we're both guys. Lucy comforted himself internally, forcing a nervous smile while screaming curses inside. After dressing, Lucy poked his head out. Seeing the man still seated motionless on the bed, he assumed he'd fallen asleep from fatigue. Treading carefully, step by silent step, he tiptoed forward, determined not to disturb him. "Are you leaving?" The man spoke, the clear, crisp voice laced with a dangerously alluring tone. Chapter 7 Following Boss Sue. I guess there's nothing left for me to do here. I should go now, Lucy said awkwardly. "Come here." The man beckoned him. Lucy had no choice but to force himself forward. Immediately, he was pulled into the man's arms. The man's breath brushed against his face. "Stay with me tonight." Lucy didn't dare to move. "Isn't that inappropriate?" "Oh okay. Lucy suffered inwardly. "You can leave if you really want to," the man said, sensing the youth's reluctance. Lucy instantly lifted his head from the man's chest. "Really?" Then he quickly tucked himself back in, muttering weakly, "I was just joking." The man released him. "Go look out the window yourself. If you're determined to leave, I won't shoot you." He voiced Lucy's innermost thoughts. "Really?" Lucy couldn't quite believe it. "Heh." The man let out a light chuckle but said nothing. Afraid the man might change his mind, Lucy quickly slipped off the bed and scurried to the window. Peering through the gap in the curtains, he saw the road outside swarming with wandering zombies. In the darkness, their glowing red eyes were especially terrifying. Suddenly, one zombie sensed someone above and looked up. Lucy immediately ducked down, nearly scared to death. He hastily pulled the curtain shut, just barely avoiding being seen. If he stepped outside now, he'd become food for one of those monsters in less than a second. Better stay put here obediently. Thinking this, Lucy hurried back onto the man's bed. "Bro, I'll sleep with you." "Wait, why did that sound so weird?" Hearing, "bro," the man frowned. "Don't call me bro. My name is Sue Jean." "Got it, Brother Sue." Lucy smiled. Though still slightly displeased, Sue Jean found this title acceptable compared to before. Sue Jean buried his entire face against Lucy's chest. Lucy didn't dare to budge, stiff as a board. Later, his eyes grew heavy. Ignoring his hunger, he fell asleep right there. After falling asleep, his hand rested on the man's hair, he wasn't even aware of it. But the man remained deep in thought, his eyes shadowed and unreadable, pondering who knows what. Outside, the zombies wandered endlessly, yet made no noise and never attempted to enter this inn. They feared the man inside. The night passed dreamlessly. The next morning, Lucy woke to the sound of running water. Dazed, he moved his arm, numbness shot through it. "Awake?" The man's voice snapped Lucy back to reality. He dropped to his knees before him. I am awake." Sue Jean had just stepped out of the bathroom. Water droplets dripped steadily from his damp hair. Soon, Sue Jean sat on the edge of the bed and ordered, "Come dry my hair." "Sure thing." Lucy crawled over like an eager puppy, took the towel handed to him, and got to work. His movements were gentle and careful. Sue Jean relaxed noticeably and praised, "Good job." Hee. Lucy grinned silently. Thank goodness he'd worked at a barber shop during school days, otherwise, where would he have gotten such skill? Finally, once the hair was mostly dry, the man allowed him to use the restroom, telling him briefly that disposable toothpaste and toothbrushes were available by the sink. Lucy thanked him profusely. When he came out, Sue Jean was already dressed, black trench coat, jet black hair, long legs, shiny black leather shoes. He sat on the edge of the bed, quietly wiping his handgun with a white cloth. Lucy gulped. Should he approach? Or just stand where he was? "Come here." The man's voice came like a whisper of death. Clenching his teeth, Lu Si had no choice but to step forward. The moment he drew near, he lunged and hugged Su Jin's leg, his face twisted in despair. "Brother Su, please don't kill me. I'm a psychic, I can do small favors for you." He nearly wiped his snot onto Su Jin's pants. "Oh. A psychic?" Su Jin's tone stayed flat. He paused, wiping the gun. Thinking he'd caught the man's interest, Lu Si nodded eagerly. "Yes. I'm a psychic, spatial type. I can store anything into my space. I just awakened not long ago." He even demonstrated his ability to Su Jin. Su Jin watched, his expression unchanged. Instead of questioning the boy about his powers, he reached up and touched Lu Si's hair, then asked, "Can you cook?" Was this guy actually planning to take him in? This man seemed intimidating, but actually wasn't too hard to get along with. Lu Si broke into a wide grin and nodded. Of course, of course. Instant noodles, he was an expert at those. And what about warming the bed? Su Jin wore a faint, inscrutable smile. Of course, that's easy. Lu Si nodded. Wasn't it just about warming the blankets? Su Jin stood up, slipped the handgun into his trench coat pocket, and patted his head. Alright, let's go. Lu Si quickly got up and followed him. At the door, he noticed the wooden stick from last night lying on the floor, picked it up, and asked, "Where are we going?" "Supermarket." Su Jin only said 2 words. Lu Si immediately understood, they were going to collect supplies. Time to show off his skills. Got it. He had only been to the 2nd floor of the inn when they arrived, not paying much attention to the layout back then. Now, glancing around, he saw bloodstains everywhere, on the floor, on the stairs, but no bodies. The place felt unnaturally cold. Goosebumps rose as he walked through. He couldn't remember why he thought it was a good idea to come here in the first place. Keep up. Su Jin's voice came from ahead. Lu Si snapped out of his thoughts and hurried after him. Right, Su Gu. This place is really creepy. And why did it feel oddly familiar? Probably his mind playing tricks on him. Stepping outside, the zombies from earlier were gone. Lu Si stayed close to Su Jin, watching as he shot dead every approaching zombie with a single headshot. The movements were clean, efficient, impressively swift. Lu Si watched with envy. If it were him, he believed he could shoot just as well. Feeling suddenly discouraged, Lu Si frowned at the wooden stick in his hand, it didn't seem so useful anymore. Want a gun? Su Jin spoke suddenly. Lu Si's pupils widened. He bit his lip, nodding and shaking his head at once, feigning innocence. No way, the stick's fine. No, actually, he really wanted a gun. Guns were amazing. 1 shot, 1 head explosion. Oh. Su Jin gave a disinterested reply. Afraid Su Jin didn't believe him, Lu Si rushed forward. Su Gu, I'm completely loyal to you. I don't have any ulterior motives. Su Jin tilted his chin up with the barrel of the gun. Then follow me. Yes, I'll definitely follow you. Lu Si nodded rapidly, inwardly nervous. Pointing a gun at someone's chin was dangerous, if it went off accidentally. Su Jin lowered the weapon, gazing idly at the gray sky above. The air reeked of decay. Do you know what kind of world this is now? No idea. Lu Si pretended ignorance. The apocalypse. The old order has collapsed. A new one will be forged. Oh. Lu Si nodded as if understanding, though clearly not entirely. Inwardly, he scoffed, please, I already know. A pair of ink-black eyes glanced at the seemingly naive youth, a cold smile forming. So you can kill. You can steal. Openly. Without shame. Hearing that, Lu Si felt a jolt inside. He knew it, the law of the jungle ruled now. In the apocalypse, only the strong survived. When people read stories like this, their eyes followed the protagonist. They felt thrilled when the protagonist grew stronger. Whatever the protagonist did felt justified, they imagined themselves in that role. Lu Si had loved reading this novel, mostly because aside from focusing on the main character, the author had also given side characters depth. Everyone was different. The world was painted dark, human hearts just as rotten as the zombies. But ironically, by giving too many characters spotlight, the story eventually fell apart. It stopped updating weeks ago, with no sign of continuation. Lu Si smiled sweetly. I'll do whatever you say, Su Gu. To Lu Si, all smiles were just smiles. But in the man's eyes, the boy's every move was temptation. Su Jin's smile deepened. Good. Listen to me. Lu Si shivered involuntarily, something feels off all of a sudden. Chapter 8, Looting the Supermarket with Su Jin. On the 2nd day after the outbreak of the apocalypse virus, few people were out and about. Except for a few wandering zombies encountered inside the supermarket, the vast store was empty and eerily silent. After shooting down a zombie that had suddenly lunged at them, Su Jin glanced over at Lu Si, who was busy stuffing piles of clothes into his space in the apparel section. Just take what you need, he said. How much can your space actually hold? Meanwhile, Lu Si was gathering all kinds of clothing, pants, underwear, shirts, anything suitable for himself. In the later stages of the apocalypse, there would be a sub-zero 60-degree cold wave, cotton-padded coats were essential. He should also remember to grab a furnace later. Hearing Su Jin's words, Lu Si turned his head. My space looks pretty spacious. By the way, Brother Su, what size do you wear for close-fitting underwear? As he packed up what he needed, it suddenly occurred to him, he was supposed to be Su Jin's junior. A good junior should prioritize his big brother's needs. Large, came Su Jin's voice. Oh. Okay. Large? Lu Si stole a quick glance downward, couldn't quite estimate, so decided to grab something slightly bigger than his own size just in case. After securing clothes and shoes, Lu Si immediately changed into a pair of men's straight-cut flat boots. With these on, he could run incredibly fast. Then they moved to the food section. Su Jin watched as Lu Si emptied box after box of instant noodles into his storage. You really love instant noodles, huh? It's convenient to cook, Lu Si explained, though the truth was, he only knew how to cook instant noodles. Su Jin nodded, but noticing that Lu Si didn't pick up another type of instant noodles, he grew curious. Why aren't you taking this kind? Lu Si turned and looked at the brand Su Jin pointed to, then replied flatly, that kind doesn't taste good. It wasn't true, but Lu Si simply refused to eat it. He had sworn he'd never touch braised flavor again. If he did, he'd turn into a dog and start barking. Oh. Really? Su Jin seemed intrigued now. Yeah, bro, Lu Si flattered with a smile. While Lu Si headed off to loot other sections, Su Jin casually waved his hand, the stack of unwanted instant noodles instantly vanished from sight. Though H City was only a third-tier city in Z country and not particularly prosperous, the mall supermarket still carried a dazzling array of goods. With Su Jin taking care of killing zombies and Lu Si storing products into his space, Lu Si felt immeasurably delighted, grabbing, everything was his. So satisfying. When they passed by an adult boutique, Lu Si instinctively tried to avoid it. But Su Jin pushed him inside, lips pressed thin, eyes unreadable, as if pondering something deeply. Lu Si took a closer look, and instantly understood. Ah, so Su Jin needed to deal with some physical urges. Roar. The moment the door opened, an evolved zombie lunged toward them. Lu Si calmly raised his wooden stick and swung straight through the air. Right as the zombie opened its bloody mouth wide, Lu Si brought the stick directly into its gaping jaws. This weakened the zombie's frenzy, then with a strong thrust aimed at the neck, he sent the creature flying like a hurled object across the room, crashing heavily into the wall with such force that the tiles cracked. The zombie slid slowly down the wall. Thud, it landed hard on the counter. Click. Su Jin flipped on the lights, brightening the previously dim interior. Lu Si scanned the surroundings. Many displayed items had fallen due to what must have been a fierce struggle. Splatters of deep red blood stained the floor, counters, and walls. Walking forward, Lu Si focused only on the surroundings, not paying attention to where he stepped, until he felt something underfoot. Looking down, he saw a blood-soaked boot, inside which lay half a severed foot. The scene was too intense, he nearly vomited last night's leftovers. Oh wait, he hadn't even eaten last night. Expressionless, Lu Si swiftly walked past and ran toward Su Jin, peering curiously. Brother Su, are you going to take this stuff? For disguise, Lu Si wore a large backpack used to carry things. Upon hearing him, Su Jin turned. Do you like it? Like it or not? Lu Si found Su Jin's question odd. Was he actually shy? Embarrassed to say what he wanted? Only then did Lu Si carefully examine the contents of the shop. Though lacking first-hand experience, he did possess some knowledge. Brother Su, shouldn't you be the one choosing? Me picking feels inappropriate. Su Jin raised an eyebrow. After they finished selecting items, Lu Si thought they were done, but Su Jin turned and walked deeper into the store, heading into a small back room the shop owner used to store inventory shipments, where countless boxes were neatly stacked. Put all of them into your space, Su Jin commanded. Okay. As Lu Si stored them, he glanced at the box labels and couldn't help but think, this should last for several years, right? After leaving the adult boutique where the atmosphere had been somewhat awkward, Su Jin took Lu Si to other stores, filling every inch of his storage space before finally stopping. By now, the sky was gradually darkening, and the day was coming to an end. The surroundings alternated between silence and the piercing, shrieking cries of zombies echoing one after another. This was only Yangguang district in H City, the starting location of the protagonist's story. But they weren't him, he only wanted to stay far away from those protagonists and find some place to temporarily settle down. Thus, Lu Si looked up at that man. Sticking close to this powerful guy should be safe, right? Su Jin casually commandeered a car by the roadside. After Lu Si got in, Su Jin started the engine and drove off. Lu Si lifted his gaze toward the skyline ahead. The fading light deepened his unease. Brother Su, where are we going? The city's central hospital, Su Jin said. Lu Si felt as though Su Jin was heading straight to his death. In the apocalypse, hospitals were the most dangerous places. In the novel, the virus that turned people into zombies originated from a private laboratory affiliated with the hospital. They conducted experiments using corpses and various drugs. Eventually, the test subjects mutated due to experimental medication developed by researchers, causing a lab uprising. The zombies broke out, devouring humans and spreading infection through blood transmission, turning ordinary people into infected individuals. Depending on their constitution and luck, the infected were divided into two categories. And it wasn't just one laboratory. When the apocalypse broke out, every single research facility working on this resurrection drug simultaneously experienced breaches, leading to the end of the world. Lu Si knew some of the plot. The reason behind the uprising would only become clear later. It was incited by the zombie emperor, the successful creation of the scientists and a monstrous being that nearly destroyed the world. Although not as powerful yet in these early days of the apocalypse, the zombie emperor was still an extremely formidable existence. Wherever the zombie emperor went, cities inevitably fell completely under zombie control. Since it didn't appear until later in the story, Lu Si didn't know which city it was currently in, but one thing was certain: the zombie emperor emerged from one of those laboratories, among dozens scattered across the region. Why did private labs even exist? Well, this was a fictional world, shaped by the author's will. The rules here naturally differed, whatever the author decided became reality. And so, in this setting, the private labs were established through secret collusion between national billionaires and government officials, who granted them access to conduct covert, classified projects away from public scrutiny. H City's central hospital housed one such affiliated lab. Without even needing to check, Lu Si knew the entire hospital building must now be swarming with zombies, a hive of activity, or perhaps even a base. Going there could only mean walking into death. Brother Su, the central hospital is really dangerous. What if we wait until daytime? At night, they'd probably get bitten to death before even stepping inside. Oh. Are you scared? Su Jin replied calmly as he steadily drove. Lu Si immediately denied it. No way, how could I possibly be scared? Oh. Then shut up. Okay. Lu Si quickly closed his mouth, though his eyes still carried worry. Sure, this big shot might survive, but what about him, a no-name weakling? If Su Jin couldn't protect him, he'd probably get turned around and bitten to death in an instant. He needed to think of a good way to die. How should he go out to make his death a bit more graceful? Chapter 9, Breaking into H City Hospital. As Lu Si was lost in thought, Su Jin pulled the car to a stop and looked through the window at the cluster of buildings beside them. The sky had darkened, and an aura of death hung heavily in the air. We're here, Su Jin said, reading the sign on the building. Everything around was silent. And the quietest places were often the most dangerous. After stepping out of the car, Su Jin glanced back at Lu Si, who was still sitting inside, his legs visibly trembling. A faint smirk flashed across Su Jin's face. Such a coward. Aren't you coming out? Clutching his wooden stick tightly, Lu Si looked up at Su Jin with pleading eyes. Su Gu, can I just wait in the car? If you're in trouble, I'll come get you right away. Su Jin didn't believe him for a second. He crossed his arms and sneered coldly. What do you think? You've got 5 seconds. Lu Si jolted upright. Ah, no need for 5. 3 is enough. He scrambled out of the car and hurried over to stand in front of Su Jin, practically bouncing. Wearing a long coat, gun in his right hand, Su Jin flared his presence as he turned, striding confidently toward the hospital entrance. Let's go. Right. Lu Si's eyes flickered nervously. He glanced around, no one in sight. For a moment, though, he'd felt like someone was watching him. Must have been his imagination. Seeing that Su Jin was already far ahead, Lu Si quickly caught up, whispering urgently, Su Gu, wait for me. Screech. With a kick, the heavy iron gate flew open, the result of blood-splattered chemical corrosion turning it rusty. As it swung outward, the grating sound pierced the eerie silence, grotesquely loud in the stillness. Lu Si followed close behind Su Jin. Moments after they disappeared inside, several dark shadows emerged from the very spot Lu Si had scanned. Glowing red eyes flickered in the darkness before vanishing again without a trace. Meanwhile, Su Jin led Lu Si toward a separate building at the rear of the hospital compound. Inside, the hall was pitch black, no lights illuminated the space. Lu Si gripped his wooden stick and crept behind Su Jin, so close he was nearly clinging to him. Stay back, Su Jin snapped, pushing Lu Si away to create some distance between them. Oh okay. Frowning in the darkness, Su Jin sensed something off about the surroundings. Don't turn on any lights, he warned. Okay, but I already did. The moment the words left his mouth, the lights flared on, illuminating the corridor ahead, only to reveal a group of figures dressed in white, long hair hanging loose, their blank eyes rolled upward, all staring directly at Lu Si. Click. The flashlight shut off. Then, a slightly cool hand reached out, clasping Lu Si's and tightening its grip instantly. Run. Roar. A guttural zombie growl erupted, followed by waves of heavy footsteps rushing toward them. Sujin fired a few shots in the opposite direction, then grabbed Lucy and sprinted down another corridor. This hospital's first-floor service area was divided into multiple pathways, like a maze. In the dark, Lucy couldn't see where he was going, he could only let Sujin drag him along. Weaving through the corridors, Sujin suddenly spotted a door. A small smirk tugged at his lips, too easy. He pulled Lucy into the room, swiftly locked the door behind them, then shoved Lucy against it, pressing his entire body against him while clamping a hand over Lucy's mouth. The silence returned, thick and heavy. Now, they could hear each other's breathing. Roar! 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 Zombie growls echoed in the hallway outside, followed by rapid footsteps moving forward until fading away. In the darkness, Lucy barely dared to breathe. Then, a damp warmth brushed against his earlobe, he froze, heart pounding wildly. Sujin probably didn't mean to do that, right? Lucy tried to reassure himself. After all, the original author had stated that aside from the protagonist, everyone else in this world had normal sexual orientations. He should trust the author. Therefore, he should also trust Sujin. As the footsteps receded completely and silence returned. Lucy, still feeling the weight of the man pressed against him, whispered, "Su-gu. I can't feel your heartbeat." A brief silence. "Can't you? Listen again." Sujin pressed even closer. Lucy nodded quickly. I can now. It's just, really slow. Did you have a heart condition or something?" Not that I'm judging. Just asking." He realized he might have overstepped and hastily corrected himself. Congenital myocardial infarction." "Oh." Lucy nodded, suddenly feeling more at ease. Then he added, can you let me go now?" Only then did Sujin release him. Taking the flashlight from Lucy's hand, he switched it on and swept the beam around the room. This was a surveillance room. Lucy gasped for breath, watching Sujin tapping and knocking on the floor. He pulled out another flashlight and walked toward the desks and chairs, dozens of computers, all black screens. As he wiped his hand across the table and lifted it again, thick layers of dust were clearly visible. This place hadn't been touched in a long time. Tap. 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 The sound of fingers rapping against the floor echoed. "It's here." The flashlight beam shone down at the floor. Between two tiles, Sujin spotted a port. "Come here," he called to Lucy. Lucy snapped back to reality and stepped forward. "What is it?" "Take the flashlight. Shine it on me," Sujin instructed. "Okay." Lucy didn't dare ask more questions. The beam lit up Sujin as darkness surrounded them, leaving only that single ray of light illuminating the man. Standing taller and more commanding than even the two main characters, who exactly was Sujin? No such character had ever appeared in the original text. Just as Lucy's thoughts began to drift, a sudden click snapped him back to attention. Looking down, he saw Sujin had already pried up one of the floor tiles. Because of the dry air, a thick cloud of dust burst out the moment it opened, choking both of them. "Flashlight." Right." Lucy quickly handed it over. Sujin aimed the beam into the cavity. Pitch black inside, the light revealed only a small portion, but what they could see was an empty basement beneath. Due to the angle and limited lighting, visibility was poor. The distance from top to bottom was considerable, some tool would be needed to get down. Sujin turned to look at Lucy. At just that frightening moment, with his sudden gaze, Lucy nearly jumped out of his skin. "What is it?" Boom. The noise caused zombies wandering outside to immediately lift their heads, seemingly trying to locate where the sound came from. After a while, when no further noises followed, they lowered their heads again and continued aimlessly shuffling. Here, Sujin tossed Lucy down first, then leapt in after him. Landing with a thud, he immediately raised the flashlight. Lucy was curious how Sujin had found this place. Curious as he was, the air down here felt chilly, it was best to keep up with Sujin first. Sujin swept the beam around until it finally settled on a door. He walked up to inspect it. The door was made of ordinary wood planks with a simple handle mechanism attached. Lucy noticed that Sujin had somehow put on black leather gloves. He watched as the man placed his hand on the handle, gripped it firmly, and turned. Click. The door swung open. Driven by cat-like curiosity, Lucy leaned forward with the flashlight. What lay ahead was a pitch-black, bottomless passageway. A cold breeze blew directly into his face, giving off the eerie vibe of a death tunnel straight out of a horror movie. "Let's go," Sujin said. Suddenly, a hand grabbed his arm, it was Lucy. In the other hand, Lucy still held the wooden stick. Sensing Sujin's gaze, he chuckled nervously. Su-gu, you don't mind, right?" He refused to admit he was feeling anxious. Sujin stared at him, then curled his lips slightly. "Don't mind." Lucy immediately grinned. "You're truly the best, Su-gu." The ground was paved with cement. After entering, Su-jin closed the door behind them. The passage wasn't large, but wide enough for two people to walk side by side. As they went deeper, the space gradually narrowed. They turned a corner and walked for about 5 or 6 minutes before faint rustling sounds began to emerge, as if coming from all around. Su-jin didn't stop, so Lu-si didn't dare either. But with each step, the noise grew louder. Su-gu, can you hear something? Lu-si asked cautiously. Su-jin halted. He pulled his gun from his pocket and glanced at the stick in Lu-si's hand. Throw that away. Then he passed the gun over. Can you shoot? I've seen movies. I know the basics. Is this really for me? Lu-si dropped the stick, rubbed his palms together, and reached out to take it. As soon as he held it, running his hands over the weapon, he felt its excellent weight and grip. On impulse, he pressed the barrel against Su-jin's temple. The other man met his eyes with utterly calm, unfazed eyes. Lu-si instantly pulled it down, smiling awkwardly, making sure to stay polite. Just testing. Chapter 10, Breaking into H City Central Hospital. Oh. Seeing this, Lu-si quickly changed the subject. Su-gu, if you give me your gun, what will you use then? Reach out your hand, Su-jin replied, ignoring his question. Obediently, Lu-si stretched out his hand. Su-jin pulled out about a dozen or so bullets from his pocket. Lu-si caught sight of the engraved markings on the bullets, military-grade ammunition, top quality. Don't waste them, Su-jin said, pulling another handgun from his pocket. Lu-si nodded firmly. Yeah. I won't waste any. As the two advanced further, the closer they got to the exit, the louder the noises became, not just one or two, but possibly a whole horde of zombies. Tap tap tap, the sound of footsteps. Bang bang bang, the pounding against doors. Su-jin spotted an iron door ahead and spoke up, there might be danger up ahead. Stick close to me. Don't fall behind, if you get lost, good luck to you. Lu-si tightened his grip on the handgun. Su-gu, outside, it's not like how I imagined, right? It's exactly as you imagined. Can I maybe? No. The iron door was secured with a metal rod, no lock in sight, simply needed to be pushed open. Lu-si grabbed Su-jin's hand. Su-gu, don't you think something feels strange? What's strange? This place, the person who set up this secret room. The moment we entered, we found a door with the handle facing outward. And now this one's also facing outward too. Normally, if this is the case, then why wasn't there a ladder at our entrance? Just a sealed opening. So how did whoever designed this place get out after sealing it? The more Lu-si talked, the more excited he became. Su-jin looked at him with mild exasperation. In the corner of the surveillance room, there's an iron-made ladder. Huh. Then why did you push me down earlier? Lu-si asked, confused, overthinking always messed with his head. Who's the older brother here, you or me? You are, Lu-si mumbled quietly. Then shut up. Do as I say. With a swift motion, Su-jin removed the bar blocking the door. Lu-si followed closely behind. As the door opened, eerie greenish fluorescent light streamed in, followed by a sleeve-clad arm reaching through, the door swung fully inward. Su-jin kicked the door wide open and immediately fired several shots at the mutated zombie. Move. The loud gunfire would attract even more zombies. Stepping inside, Lu-si realized the area was filled with massive liquid containment tanks, their glow emanating from within. Goo goo goo. The zombies, catching the scent of living flesh, instantly grew frenzied and lunged toward Lu-si. Move. Su-jin fired a few rounds in the direction of the approaching zombies before dashing off in another direction, with Lu-si right behind. There were numerous pathways here. While running, Lu-si glanced back at the pursuing zombies, truly hideous. All wore identical hospital gowns, and near the vats of liquid reagent, trails of mysterious fluid pooled on the ground. Was this a lab? Roar. Zombies poured in from all directions. Lu-si raised his gun, recalled how to shoot, aimed at the oncoming creature, and pulled the trigger. Boom. The hit zombie exploded in the head, black blood splattering everywhere. Immediately, some of the zombies stopped to devour their fallen comrade, while others continued chasing Lu-si. Su-gu. Lu-si turned to look for Su-jin, but found no trace of him. Damn damn damn. Seeing the zombies about to pounce, Lu-si spun around and bolted. Meanwhile, Su-jin stopped midway along the path, turning his head to both sides, but saw no one. No zombies were following behind either. Must have gotten separated, Su-jin thought with a hint of regret, he hadn't even gotten to claim his prize yet. Without hesitation, he pressed forward, navigating through the maze-like corridors until he came to a halt in front of a door with a sign, Research Laboratory. Did it require a fingerprint to open? He placed his finger against the scanner. A surge of powerful purple electricity pulsed from his fingertip, enveloping the entire door in intense current. Beep beep. The fingerprint sensor flashed a bright red light, then abruptly went dark. Click. The biometric lock disengaged automatically. Coldly, he surveyed the scene inside. Besides the green viscous liquid within the LCD bottles, each glass tube contained a naked corpse, eyes tightly shut, seemingly asleep. Yet they appeared to await awakening, eager to be released, longing to get out. Tubes were inserted into the bottles, with liquid slowly flowing through them. Su-jin walked past these objects and approached a door. Archives room. He opened the door effortlessly and stepped inside. The floor and tables were splattered with red liquid, likely blood, which had darkened over time into a blackish red hue, now dried and left behind. Papers were scattered everywhere. Perhaps when the incident occurred, everything happened too quickly, no one had time to gather the documents before they were attacked by the very monsters they had created. In the end, not even their bodies remained, only large pools of dried blood served as proof that they had once existed. Spotting a briefcase not far away, he walked over, picked it up, and pulled out several pages, experimental reports. Su-jin narrowed his eyes. Suddenly, the documents in his hand caught fire, dropping onto the ground. The contents of the briefcase ignited rapidly, soon bursting into flames and eventually burning down to a pile of ash. His left hand remained tucked in the pocket of his trench coat as he took out a timed bomb with the other, setting the countdown. Exiting the archive room, he glanced back at the corpses suspended in the liquid, and tossed several more explosives. After he left, one of the bodies inside the tank slowly lifted its eyelids, revealing green eyes that silently stared after him. As he emerged from the research lab, the door automatically closed shut behind him. Su-gu. Finally found you. Lu-si came rushing from another direction, darting around corners until he spotted Su-jin standing there. He sprinted forward, finally finding him, completely exhausted. Su-jin looked up at Lu-si. Surviving the zombie assault inside the lab meant the kid had some ability after all. Lu-si had thrown every ounce of strength into his run, then immediately flung himself at Su-jin. Su-jin smoothly placed a hand on his shoulders, pulling him close in a firm hold. Feeling the youth's soft frame against him, a flicker of satisfaction passed through his eyes. Not bad, this one willingly threw himself into his arms. Sorry, Lu-si chuckled awkwardly, quickly stepping back from Su-jin's embrace and retreating a few paces. Roar! 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 Zombies trailed closely behind. Lu-si fired several shots at the approaching creatures, his voice urgent, Su-gu, let's get out of here. Su-jin casually ran a hand along Lu-si's waist, drawing him close again, his expression calm as he faced the horde of zombies. The zombies sensed an overwhelming pressure and involuntarily slowed, but driven by the scent of living flesh, they stubbornly pressed forward. Lu-si watched in shock as Su-jin conjured a large orb of purple electrical current from thin air and hurled it at the swarm. Soon, the stench of burnt flesh filled the air. Lu-si was stunned. Su-jin was a lightning element evolver, a rare and immensely powerful type among all evolvers. This ability belonged to the special class category, making it extremely scarce. Even Gu-zi probably awakened this ability by now, but certainly couldn't wield such potent lightning so effortlessly at an early stage, especially not purple lightning, the highest grade. Most wouldn't reach this level until reaching 5th or 6th tier. Roar! Wave after wave of zombies surged forward. Su-jin turned and led Lu-si away. Following closely behind Su-jin, Lu-si didn't know how long they'd been running when they finally spotted stairs. After emerging from the stairwell, he turned and saw the firelight chasing them from behind. The man pulled him aside just in time to avoid being consumed by the blaze. With a thunderous boom, the entire auxiliary laboratory collapsed into ruins, burying everything within. Night fell, dusk spreading across the land. Lu-si collapsed onto the grass, gasping for breath, watching the towering flames rise. The wails of zombies cut sharply through the silent night. H-City Hospital had been burned and bombed, the destruction previously mentioned only in passing through the protagonist's hearsay. Now, he himself had become part of that event. With the lab destroyed, whatever secrets it held were likely gone forever. He turned to look at Su-jin beside him. Su-gu. Lu-si crawled closer, his gaze resolute, voice serious. From now on, I'm sticking with you. Big bro, please protect me. Heh, he knew how to be sycophantic when it counted. Su-jin raised an eyebrow. Were you thinking of running off? Lu-si shook his head, grinning widely, showing 2 little fangs. Of course not. I was just scared, that's all. Sticking with a lightning-type powerhouse like Su-gu guaranteed survival, after all. Su-jin glanced beyond Lu-si, at the several pairs of glowing red eyes peering from nearby buildings in the darkness, then looked down at Lu-si, who was still quietly pleased with himself. Amused, he patted the boy's shoulder. Let's go. After they left, from the opening where the lab had exploded, flames still rose, and from within the fire, a hand slowly stretched outward. Chapter 11, Breaking into H-City Central Hospital. Lu-si was well protected, but the risks were high. After leaving the hospital with Lucy, Soo-jin avoided drawing zombies by finding a nearby hotel to stay overnight, where they dealt with any zombies that approached. Before a formal order could be established, water and electricity supplies relied entirely on the efforts of those with special abilities. Fortunately, the room still had power and running water. He boiled a kettle, took out 2 instant noodle cups, added 2 ham sausages and some vegetable leaves to Soo-jin's, while giving himself 3 sausages plus a raw egg. He sneaked the egg in while Soo-jin was showering in the bathroom. Once the water boiled, he poured it into the noodle cups up to the fill line, sealed them, inserted plastic forks, then sat on the sofa waiting. Click. Soo-jin stepped out of the bathroom, walking over bare-chested and sat beside Lucy. Go take your shower. Okay. Worried Soo-jin might confuse their meals, Lucy quickly pushed the one meant for him closer. Soo-gu, the noodles are ready whenever you smell them. Soo-jin glanced at the cup slid toward him and raised an eyebrow. Dinner's just this? Lucy had just entered the bathroom when he heard the question. He turned his head toward Soo-jin's back. There aren't any pots or pans in the room. We'll have to make do for now, Soo-gu. Soo-jin didn't press further. Lucy exhaled in relief and stepped inside to shower. During the first week after the apocalypse, water and electricity were still manageable. But after 7 days, supply became severely limited. Factory workers got infected, panic swept society, and every institution ground to a halt. Nothing functioned normally anymore. As the door shut, Soo-jin turned his gaze toward the bathroom. His sharp eyes clearly saw the figure inside undressing and showering. Pale, slender skin flickered in view, delicate and soft to touch, especially that taut, elastic backside. The more he thought about it, the darker Soo-jin's obsidian eyes grew. A short while later, steam filled the bathroom, blurring everything inside. Inside, Lucy scrubbed his hair, feeling like someone was watching him. Was it just his imagination? The glass door allowed visibility from outside, but not from within. Only when Lucy emerged did Soo-jin finally look away. Lucy changed into clothes found at a store, a light yellow crewneck t-shirt and loose black drawstring pants. He gathered his own clothes into a basin and noticed Soo-jin's clothes placed in another. He called out, Soo-gu, can I wash your clothes too? With Soo-jin's permission, Lucy plugged in the washing machine, turned on the tap, loaded the clothes, poured in detergent, closed the lid, and set the timer. He walked over with a dry towel draped over his shoulder, sat beside Soo-jin, picked up his own noodles, opened the lid, inhaled the aroma, and slurped them down quickly until only broth remained. Noticing Soo-jin hadn't touched his meal, the seal still unbroken, Lucy put down his cup and leaned over to open it for him. Here you go, Soo-gu. Soo-jin glanced at the opened cup, the soggy noodles already bloated. He had no appetite. Pressing his lips together, he said quietly, you eat it. Just give me a bottle of water. Oh, right. Lucy nodded, pulled out a bottle from his space, twisted the cap off, and handed it over. Then he finished Soo-jin's untouched portion as well, finally filling his stomach. Rubbing his belly, he sprawled lazily on the sofa, completely at ease. Soo-jin sipped his water elegantly, glancing sideways. That good? Lucy turned his head. Not exactly delicious, really. Just hungry, gotta eat something to fill the stomach. Truthfully, he was just too lazy. Instant noodles were convenient. What else was there to eat? Soo-jin frowned slightly. Doesn't look healthy. Then his peripheral vision caught Lucy's exposed stomach and narrow waist. His gaze shifted instantly, voice dropping low and husky. Come here. What is it? Lucy was puzzled but immediately scooted closer. Soo-jin wrapped an arm around his waist, pulled him onto his lap, lowered his head to sniff at Lucy's neck, and whispered, Lucy. Lucy barely responded before a sudden surge of sensation jolted through his nerves. Before he could process anything, his eyes slowly fluttered shut, consciousness fading. Only after holding him long enough did Soo-jin lift Lucy from the sofa and lay him down gently, then loomed over him, lowering his head to softly inhale the delicate, tender, fragrant skin of his neck. Moving to the collarbone, he bit gently at the spot just above Lucy's clavicle. His eyes, once deep black, gradually shifted to glowing golden. Soon, a few drops of blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. Soo-jin reached up and touched his lips, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. The taste was truly exquisite. Looks like he now had a mobile blood supply. He lowered his head once more, continuing until Lucy's lips turned pale. Only then did he stop, reluctant to pull away. He licked the spot where his teeth had pierced, then gently pressed his fingers against the wound. A soft light glowed faintly, and the injury vanished instantly, the skin healing seamlessly as his lips regained their delicate pink hue. Click. The room lights went out. Soo-jin comfortably cradled Lucy in his arms and closed his eyes. Silence filled the room. Chapter 12 Leaving H City Center. In his dream, he couldn't see who it was, something wrapped tightly around his entire body, suffocating him, immobilizing him. Even more terrifying was that he found himself in a thick fog, unable to see the path ahead or locate Su-jin. He was walking alone. Suddenly, a zombie emerged from the mist and lunged straight at him. He couldn't fight back at all. The zombie opened its mouth and bit directly into his neck. Lu-si was completely helpless. His blood drained rapidly. He felt himself dying, really dying, devoured by a zombie. Then, suddenly, a warm current flowed into his body, restoring his strength. Blearily opening his eyes, he saw Su-jin's face. Was it Su-gu saving him? The next morning, Lu-si woke up abruptly, his back drenched in cold sweat. The dream had been too horrifying, being eaten alive by a zombie, bite after bite. It was worse than death. Half sitting up, he glanced at Su-jin sleeping beside him. His hand instinctively touched his hair, confused. What exactly had happened yesterday? Hadn't he just finished eating? Why was he in bed now? His mind momentarily short-circuited. He looked down at his chest, no marks. Then turned to check Su-jin, who was still asleep, one hand resting on Lu-si's stomach. Su-gu probably didn't do it on purpose. Carefully, Lu-si moved the hand to the other side, then got out of bed and walked toward the bathroom. Shortly after Lu-si left, Su-jin immediately opened his eyes, turned his head toward the bathroom door, and faintly smiled. By the time Lu-si came out, Su-jin had already woken up. They washed up quickly and ate 2 bread rolls with a bottle of water for breakfast. During the meal, neither mentioned what had happened the night before. Lu-si initiated conversation. Su-gu, where are we heading today? W City. Su-jin took a small bite of bread, sipped some water, and uttered that single place name with a blank expression. W City. As soon as he heard it, Lu-si instantly recalled related background details from the book. The story mentioned this region. It was originally home to a small base established by local authorities, the Guanming base. After people began developing various special abilities, the base leadership quickly adopted a recruitment system, inviting individuals with powers to join and offering them and their families special privileges. The news quickly spread across the country. Many ability users brought their families to Guanming base. The protagonists group also learned about it and planned to go, but on their way discovered the base had already been overrun and destroyed by zombies, forcing them to change course to another new base. Right now, the news about Guanming base hadn't yet surfaced. Lu-si didn't jump to conclusions, he could only hope they wouldn't run into any zombie hordes along the way. You're coming with me, Su-jin stated firmly. Of course. I have no parents now, I'm all alone. I can only follow you, Su-gu. Lu-si played the sympathy card deliberately, hoping Su-jin might feel even a sliver of pity for him. All he received in return was Su-jin's flat, emotionless reply, oh. Oh my ass, oh. After a simple breakfast, they put on their coats, slung backpacks over their shoulders, and each grabbed a gun. A few zombies were wandering near the entrance. They dealt with them using their guns, then found a car nearby and set off toward W City. Grr. Grr. Zombies preferred nighttime activity, but daylight remained their primary hunting ground, active non-stop 24 hours a day, true role models of the new era work ethic. At the slightest sound, they would immediately swarm together, target locked. The area Lu-si was in was a severely infected zombie zone. The moment the engine roared to life, surrounding zombies perked up instantly. Soon, they began charging at full force, determined not to let go until their prey was consumed. Despite possible obstacles, nothing could shake their resolve. Right now, they were starving, only food could satisfy their hunger. Left side, aim your gun at the approaching zombies, blow their heads off. Su-jin drove calmly, running over every zombie that leapt at the car, while instructing Lu-si through the rearview mirror. At this moment, all Lu-si wanted to say was, of course I want to blow heads off too, but with the car swerving unpredictably, he hadn't even managed to fire a single shot before they'd already left those zombies far behind. But in no time, other zombies caught up again, giving Lu-si actual work to do. To avoid being surrounded from all sides by zombies in dense urban areas, Su-jin steered onto wider roads, specifically choosing routes with fewer buildings. Half an hour later, Lu-si checked the rearview mirror. The zombies had stopped chasing. Their car was now on the highway, far away from the center of H City. He finally lowered his gun, breathing heavily, and pulled out a bottle of water to quench his thirst. Chapter 13, a gas station along the way. Glancing back once more at the central city of H, the area seemed to be covered by black clouds, as if it were about to be swallowed whole. Lu-si stared without focus. The central district of H had been the first to fall into zombie hands from within. He turned his head forward again, eyes fixed straight ahead. What awaited them up ahead? No other vehicles appeared on the road, only Su-jin's car steadily moving along the asphalt. After exiting the highway, the roads began to branch in all directions. Su-jin stopped at an intersection, turning to Lu-si and asking, "You're from H City?" "Yeah, what is it, Su-gu?" Su-jin frowned, staring at the crossroads. "Which way to W City?" As soon as he spoke, silence fell inside the car. Lu-si sat in the passenger seat, looking at the liquid screen display in front of him. Careful to keep his tone polite and respectful, he said, Su-gu, why not just use the car's built-in navigation? An awkward atmosphere instantly settled over them. Oh. Su-jin glanced briefly at the screen and typed in the name of W-City. It was the first time he'd realized such a function existed. Back then, his subordinates always did the driving, he only needed to sit and be driven. Lu-si never expected that his big brother didn't even know about navigation systems. He probably doesn't drive often. Yeah, definitely that. I won't laugh. Telling himself this helped suppress the urge to burst out laughing. Honestly, Su-jin was kind of adorable. What are you smiling at? Su-jin's cold voice cut through the air. Lu-si slapped his own cheeks a few times, forcing his face into seriousness. Not laughing. Ahaha. While Su-jin entered the destination, Lu-si casually glanced at the name on the screen, immediately understanding. Jingyang City in W, the heart of the metropolis. The bright base was located in Jinfei City. Jingyang didn't appear much in the plot, Lu-si hadn't studied it in detail, but guessed it wouldn't be too close. The car drove onto a concrete road. Far from the city center, both sides of the road had long been neglected, overgrown with weeds. The stretch from H City to W City would take 5 or 6 hours. Some routes were tangled and confusing, at critical moments, they'd have to rely on road signs. After several hours of driving, the car slowed briefly before accelerating again. Then the wheel hit a stone. The sudden jolt jolted Lu-si awake, he had just dozed off. Yawning, he turned groggily toward Su-jin. What happened? We're running out of fuel. Su-jin eyed a red overhead structure ahead, built with light steel and reinforced concrete frames, supported by pillars, with red fuel tanks below and several parked vehicles. Following Su-jin's gaze, Lu-si spotted several burly men holding guns standing guard beside their cars, faces grim. After a moment, most of them walked away, leaving just one behind. Lu-si gripped his own weapon and signaled to Su-jin. Su-gu. Su-jin saw them too, but didn't seem concerned. When I pass by, you shoot. The gas station lay on their left side. Lu-si hesitated, it meant killing someone. I don't dare. Turn around, face me, lie over me, and shoot from my side. Su-jin scoffed. Scared? Then just wait for them to kill you. Bang, bang, bang. Gunfire erupted ahead. Lu-si looked toward the source. A dispute had broken out. There, an older man knelt before a muscular brute, clutching a child in his arms. The muscle-bound man wore sunglasses, lips tightly pressed, a long rifle aimed directly at the older man's forehead. Please, we just need some fuel. We're all human, why make things so hard on each other? I'll even give you my wife. The middle-aged man sobbed, snot streaming down his face, desperately trying to stir pity in the robber. The child in his arms, unaware of the danger, wailed uncontrollably. The sounds of pleading and crying irritated the brute. He pulled the trigger, several shots rang out in quick succession. Before the older man could react, crimson blood gushed forth. The child in his arms went silent. Noisy. The man muttered 2 words. Several companions emerged from inside, leashes in hand. Seeing the scene, they remained indifferent, grinning crudely as they slapped the gunman on the shoulder. We already had our fun. Come on, let's go in. The gunman holstered his weapon. Hearing his comrade's words, his mood lifted slightly as he stepped inside. 2 other armed men glanced at the corpses on the ground, spat a few times, kicked the bodies aside like garbage, then sat down nearby. The tall thug lit a cigarette, still savoring the moment. That woman wasn't bad. Got me worked up. Shame the boss didn't let me go another round. We'll be lucky just to get an eyeful, said the other companion. Might as well let us have our turn once they're done, the man muttered with a smirk. At that moment, a weak, desperate scream from a woman came from inside the convenience store. The man, puffing on his dry cigarette, looked idly around, then noticed a car approaching ahead. His eyes narrowed slightly. Lu-si, looks like we've got some work to do. Chapter 14 Gas Station on the way. Lu-si crouched over Su-jin, gripping the gun in his hand as 2 more figures appeared. His palms began to sweat slightly. Su-gu, I can't do it. He could handle zombies just fine, but shooting people. That was breaking the law. Can't. Then you'll be the one getting shot next, Su-jin replied coldly, glancing at the 2 men approaching with guns raised toward them. Inside the car came a clattering sound, and the vehicle gradually slowed down. I'll try, Lu-si exhaled deeply, his finger tightening on the trigger. He kept the gun beneath the window, ready to lift it when they drew closer. Seeing that he was prepared, Su-jin immediately pressed the accelerator. Move faster. Okay. On the other side, the 2 men stared at the approaching car. Aside from the driver, they could vaguely see someone lying on top of him. One man stroked his chin. There's actually someone on the passenger seat, how thrilling. Let's go stop them. He waved to his companion, signaling to move forward together. As the car neared them, Su-jin whispered, full auto. Lu Si stayed low, his body stiff with tension, shifting uncomfortably for a moment. Hey! Stop the car! The burly man waved aggressively, waving his machine gun to show he meant business. Su Jin brought the car to a halt in the middle of the road, hands still firmly on the steering wheel. They've stopped. Let's go check it out. The two approached cautiously, their faces wary. Shoot, Su Jin said quietly. Lu Si instantly raised his gun and opened fire at the two men outside. Shit! They've got guns. The two men hadn't even managed to pull their triggers before silver bullets tore into them. A loud bang echoed. Their skulls were blown open, blood gushing down like water, splattering heavily onto the ground. Their guns slipped from their hands as they collapsed lifelessly. They're dead, Lu Si said, lifting his head to look. Su Jin looked at the person still leaning over him. Get up. Right. Inside, the others heard the gunshots and agonized screams. Pulling up his pants and kicking aside the woman beneath him, a man cursed loudly, go check what the hell is happening. Yes, sir. Two men beside him immediately tensed, grabbed their guns, and followed closely behind. Put the backpack into your space, Su Jin said, seeing that Lu Si was about to shoulder the bag again. Oh, right. Lu Si quickly stored the backpack away, picked up his gun, and followed Su Jin. They hid behind a car. When they come out, shoot. Su Jin spoke and acted without hesitation. Damn it. Why are you two shooting like crazy again? The man stormed out, shouting furiously. Shoot, Su Jin said, stepping out from behind the car. He raised his weapon and fired. The bullet flew straight and true, piercing the man's forehead. The man dropped instantly, eyes wide with shock even in death, never realizing what had happened. Boss! The other two shouted, cursing. Damn it! They have guns. They quickly ducked behind the glass door, raising their weapons and firing at Su Jin. Gunfire erupted, bang, bang, bang. Su Jin pulled Lu Si back as both took cover behind the car. Bullets struck the ground and car body, making sharp clattering noises. Spent shell casings bounced near Lu Si. When the gunfire paused, Su Jin peeked out and fired at the glass door where they were hiding, stirring panic. Then he dashed forward. Seeing Su Jin moving, Lu Si opened fire toward the entrance, disrupting their rhythm, and quickly ran to join Su Jin. Both hid inside, listening. When no more shots came, they held their guns ready. One silently pointed at his empty chamber and shook his head. Out of ammo. The other muscular man frowned, then glanced sideways at the woman slumped in the corner of the shelf. An idea sparked. He pointed at her. I'll use her as a shield. You keep him busy. As he stepped forward, the other man squatted down, pulling a dagger from his long leather boot. He looked up. Bang. The man grabbed the woman's hair only to find she didn't react at all. Her tongue hung out. Gritting his teeth, he cursed, damn it. She's already dead. Hearing the gunshot, he reacted swiftly, yanking the corpse in front of him as a shield. But a throwing knife flew through the air and slammed directly into the arm holding the woman. Ah! He flung the body away, staring in despair at the figure across from him. Bang! He fell, dead. Lu Si caught up, breathing hard. Su Gu, did you finish them all? Su Jin holstered his gun. Yeah. All cleared. Now let's refill the gas. Lu Si lifted his eyes toward the spot and saw a woman lying on the ground, her disheveled hair covering her face, eyes tightly shut, expressionless. She was probably at peace. Pressing his lips together, he said nothing more and turned to leave. Chapter 15 Gas station along the way. Drain all the gasoline from the pumps, Su Jin said to Lu Si. Got it. There were 4 fuel pumps at this station, 2 of which had already been emptied. Before leaving, Lu Si had glanced inside the convenience store. Aside from things too bulky to carry, everything on the shelves had been looted. The floor was a mess, proof that someone else had arrived before them, already understanding the rules of survival in this apocalypse. Take by force, that's how you survive. After refueling their original vehicle, they filled up large jerrycans with the remaining gas from the pumps. They managed to extract fuel from 2 machines, filling 2 huge containers. Once finished, they immediately got back into the car and drove off. Lu Si sat in the front passenger seat, gazing at the scenery ahead. The inside of the car remained silent. I didn't kill her, Su Jin broke the silence. Huh. Oh. Lu Si snapped out of his thoughts and nodded. Yeah. A moment of quiet passed before Lu Si spoke again. Su Gu, I saw the bodies of the man and the child on the ground. So I understand. I just didn't expect you'd personally explain it to me, I'm actually quite flattered. I just don't want misunderstandings. Su Jin replied, as if deliberately avoiding further conversation. Lu Si thought this big shot was somewhat aloof. But then again. His heart sank. He lifted his gaze forward. Killing or not, it was all about surviving in this chaotic world. Since he wasn't the protagonist, why worry so much? He was Su Jin's man. Whatever Su Jin decided, he had no right to interfere. The car drove smoothly into an area lined with houses on both sides, a small town within City H. During daytime, this place used to be bustling with street vendors selling various goods. Now, as Lu Si looked outside, the streets were empty. Some doors were tightly shut, others swung open, abandoned. As the car advanced, distant groans of zombies echoed faintly in their ears. Ah! A scream pierced the air. Then, bang, something heavy slammed onto the roof. Lu Si looked up and saw blood trickling down the window. There's a car. Hurry, we have to stop them. Save us. Cries for help came in waves. They were trapped upstairs, with zombies below, unable to escape. Seeing the car about to leave, one elderly face twisted in panic. They're leaving. If they won't save us, then screw being decent. Grab stuff and smash their car, huh? People inside the building began grabbing whatever they could and hurling objects without hesitation, eyes burning with rage. Why should they get to leave while we're stuck here to die? No way. If we die, we all die together. Hold on tight. Su Jin said calmly, stomping the accelerator to full throttle. The car roared forward like a bullet. Su Gu, watch out for roadblocks. Lu Si gripped his seatbelt tightly. The car made repeated thudding sounds as debris struck it, but luckily, its thick frame held strong. Su Jin turned the wheel steadily, his expression unchanged. Seeing another vehicle blocking the middle of the road ahead, he accelerated even harder and rammed straight through. The obstructing car was sent flying, crashing into a tent beneath a balcony. The tent collapsed instantly with a loud crash, poles snapping under the weight. They'd thought that was the last obstacle, until more appeared. Su Jin spotted a narrow side alley to the right and swerved sharply into it. The GPS navigation let out persistent beeping. Beep, route deviation detected, route deviation detected. Recalculating route, go straight for 500 meters, turn left after 700 meters. The path narrowed considerably, the chaotic noise fading behind. But something lay ahead. The sound of the engine stirred them. They turned their heads, no hesitation, immediately lunged forward, arms clawing. Roar! A faint smile crossed Su Jin's face as he floored the accelerator, driving straight into the horde. Several zombies flew onto the hood. One raised a fist and smashed the front panel, the windshield instantly cracked wide open. It struck again. Lu Si grabbed his gun, forcing himself to stay calm, and fired, blowing the zombie's head apart. He aimed again at the second zombie clinging near the broken panel. Another shot. 2 corpses slumped lifelessly onto the hood. When the car hit a speed bump, it jolted violently, tossing the bodies off onto the ground. By now, they'd reached the main road. No zombies chasing behind, no obstacles ahead. Lu Si exhaled, clutching his rifle, relief washing over him. The car's almost totaled, Su Jin said, glancing at the gaping hole in the front. So what? Accelerate. After speeding away, they later intercepted a new vehicle halfway and continued their journey until reaching the W City area. Chapter 16, Cooking Instant Noodles. A sudden snap. Followed by a loud boom. Lu Si sat on the ground, staring at the burning vehicle beside him. He wiped sweat from his brow and turned his head to survey the surroundings, nothing but wilderness stretching into the distance. It was dusk, the sky rapidly darkening. Su Jin had been driving non-stop since morning. Lu Si stood up, brushing dust off his clothes. The moment he rose, his stomach churned violently, followed by an overwhelming urge to vomit. He couldn't hold it in, he needed to throw up. Su Jin approached from the other side just in time to see Lu Si retching. Frowning, he turned away without looking, focusing instead on scanning the area. Wild forest, no signs of civilization. The navigation system had malfunctioned earlier. To reach W City now, they'd need to find someone who could guide them. TCH. What a hassle. Only when silence returned did Su Jin glance over. Feeling better? Why yeah. I'm okay, Lu Si replied weakly, clutching his left index finger tightly, as if that alone could steady him. After rinsing his mouth with water, he finally felt more comfortable. Catching up to Su Jin, he asked, Brother Su, what do we do next? Find some branches. Except for that brief moment of concern, Su Jin's tone remained flat, emotionless as ever. They searched around but found no structures, just endless stretches of grassland and forest. With no choice, they decided to stay put and spend the night right there. Night fell. A ring of stones surrounded their campfire, its flickering flame the only light in the vast darkness. As small twigs burned out, sparks flew like faint stars. Lu Si set up a pot, brought the water to a boil, then dropped in 2 noodle cakes, several sausages, and seasoning powder. Stirring briefly, within minutes the rich aroma of instant noodles filled the air. Lu Si lifted the bowl, chopsticks in hand, lifting a strand of noodles before turning to Su Jin sitting across from him. Brother Sue, do you want some? Su Jin glanced up, took one look, then turned away. No. Oh. Lu Si lowered his head and began eating. The sound of slurping echoed through the stillness. Su Jin stood and walked over, sitting down beside Lu Si. Noticing Su Jin suddenly seated so close, their eyes met, and Lu Si choked. Cough, cough. Seeing the boy's face turn red, Su Jin reached out and lightly patted his back. Eat slowly. I'm not going to steal your food. The way Su Jin said it made Lu Si feel strangely flustered, and he nearly started coughing again. Why did that sound so odd? Drinking a few sips of water eased his throat, and he continued eating. But then. He bit into a sausage, looked up at Su Jin. Brother Su, why are you staring at me? And why sit so close? It that good? Su Jin fixed his gaze on the sausage piece between Lu Si's chopsticks. It's alright. Suddenly, realization dawned on him. Lu Si quickly went back to the pot and fished out another sausage. Here, Brother Su, try it. Su Jin didn't move. Lu Si instantly understood, he brought the sausage to Su Jin's lips with a smile. This time, Su Jin finally opened his mouth, taking a small bite. After chewing, he offered his verdict, not bad. So, want to try the noodles too? Lu Si asked casually. Su Jin raised an eyebrow. Without a word, Lu Si handed over the bowl and chopsticks. Nah. The sausage is better. That was all Su Jin said. And so, every last remaining sausage ended up in Su Jin's stomach. What could Lu Si do? He finished the noodles and broth all by himself. After eating, Lu Si sat by the fire, propping his chin on both hands, gazing into the flames. He made a mental note, next time, go to a store and buy a tent. Sleeping outside like this was uncomfortable, sitting upright all night wasn't sustainable. Lost in thought, drowsiness crept over him. His head dipped, eyes fluttered shut. As the campfire dwindled, Lu Si's head slumped gently onto Su Jin's shoulder. Su Jin pulled a lit branch from the fire, studied it briefly, then tossed it back. He wrapped an arm around Lu Si's shoulders, keeping him from toppling into the embers. His index finger brushed against Lu Si's slightly oily lips. Wordlessly, he took out a tissue, dampened it, and gently wiped the boy's face clean. Then, lowering his head, he softly bit Lu Si's cheek, once, twice, leaving faint red marks before finally stopping. He unfolded an outer jacket and draped it over Lu Si, then stood, lifting his gaze toward the darkness beyond. Suddenly, his eyes narrowed. There, a shadow. And within the dark, a pair of green eyes stood out starkly. Sensing Su Jin's attention, the shadow vanished instantly, as if it had never been there at all, perhaps just an illusion. Since it showed no hostility, its escape mattered little. Su Jin turned his head, looking at Lu Si lying asleep on the ground. He leaned closer, studying the boy's sleeping face, his hand brushing against Lu Si's cheek, his eyes growing ever more intent. Chapter 17, The Village. It wasn't yet light when Lu Si woke, stirred by the cool morning air. Opening his eyes, he reached a hand to the ground, damp with dew, and sat up. Rubbing his hair, he wondered why he had fallen asleep on the ground. His face stung slightly. Frowning, Lu Si rubbed it and realized, he'd been bitten by mosquitoes. He scanned the surroundings and spotted Su Jin's back. Lu Si stood, squinting. So he's up even earlier than me. After brushing some dust off his clothes, Lu Si walked toward him, waving at Su Jin's silhouette. Su Gu. Su Jin, hands tucked in his pockets, turned his head at the call and gave a small nod. Lu Si chewed on a dry piece of bread as he walked. They followed the dirt path for hours before finally spotting buildings ahead. Tile-roofed brick houses lined both sides of the muddy road, arranged neatly along the hills and beside streams. Above the village, rising into the sky, stretched a tall, continuous mountain ridge that resembled a crouching lion. Below, green fields flourished under the spring sun. Fruit trees grew along the edges of the dirt road too. This was a rural area. Lu Si glanced at Su Jin, licked his dry lips, and asked in as calm a voice as he could manage, Su Gu, where exactly are we now? Don't know, Su Jin replied, arms crossed, still wearing that cool, impassive expression. Lu Si pointed down the road ahead, swallowing hard. Do we keep going forward? Yeah. With that, Su Jin stepped forward, long legs striding steadily along the dirt path. Lu Si hesitated briefly, then followed. The silence around them was unnerving, no noise, no signs of life. It felt like a deserted village. But then Lu Si noticed a pool of blood near the roadside. As they kept walking, he saw a raw chicken placed neatly on a plate, sitting right there on the dirt road. The scene was undeniably strange. Without another thought, Lu Si raised his gun, tensing every muscle. Better safe than sorry. Clang, the sound of a stone hitting the ground. Lu Si instinctively turned toward the noise, but Su Jin stopped him. Su Jin stared coldly upward. Don't look up. The figure above hadn't expected to be spotted. He spread his hands helplessly and offered Su Jin a wry smile. Then he raised a slingshot, aiming it directly at Su-jin, grinning maliciously. Su-jin drew his handgun without hesitation, fixed a cold gaze on the man, and fired. Blood splattered violently. The attacker clearly hadn't expected a real gun. The loud gunshot echoed through the silent valley, rebounding rhythmically across the hills. Roar! A zombie shriek erupted from nearby. Hurry, hide! The monsters are coming! Panicked voices spilled from within a house. Then came hurried rustling from inside. Su-gu! Lu-si looked at Su-jin. The zombie's cry had come from ahead. Keep moving, Su-jin said, unfazed. They pressed forward until reaching near the village entrance, where an old temple stood. Someone emerged from within, a figure wearing a fanged mask and a traditional opera costume. Slowly stepping out, he raised his arms, the loose sleeves dropped, revealing pale, bloodless hands and long, slender fingernails. When he saw Lu-si and Su-jin, he paused, startled, then silently turned back, closing the temple door behind him with a solid thud. Bang! Lu-si looked at Su-jin. Wordlessly, they both drew their weapons, one a gun, the other a wooden club. Lu-si gripped his club tightly. He figured blunt force worked better against zombies, save bullets for emergencies. Besides, who knew how many rounds Su-jin actually had left? They approached the door. Lu-si kicked hard, the door swung open by itself. In an instant, a dark shadow lunged straight at him. Su-jin reacted instantly, yanking Lu-si aside and firing one shot into the attacker's leg. The assailant, failing to take them down and now wounded, collapsed onto the ground. Su-jin stomped his foot onto the man's head, pinning him face down into the dirt. Defeated, the figure beneath let out a guttural roar. Roar! But muffled by the earth, the cry came out weak. Its hands suddenly sprouted longer, sharper claws, swiping backward toward them. Lu-si swung his club hard. Su-jin pressed the barrel to its forehead. Don't move. The body below froze, letting out only low growls. Su-jin fired several shots. The body went limp. He holstered his gun. Let's go. That's it. Over just like that. Lu-si couldn't quite believe it, but followed anyway. Shortly after they left, the person who had been lying on the ground moved their fingers, stood up, and after glancing at the traces left behind, began thinking rapidly. Province S. Chapter 18 W City, Baisha Town. After leaving that village, they hadn't seen any traces of zombies along the way, just wild forests, overgrown grass, and muddy ground. To an outsider, it might have looked as though Lu-si was here for some rural cultural experience. But he was certain, that wasn't the case at all. Although the zombie outbreak had only begun spreading nationwide a few days ago, isolated cases had already appeared 1 or 2 months prior. However, local authorities had suppressed the news, preventing it from spreading across the country. Due to differences in human physiology, the virus had varying incubation periods. Some people might not show symptoms for 5 or 6 days. This delay had contributed directly to the current chaos sweeping the entire nation. The large-scale spread of the zombie virus marked the beginning of the apocalypse. After walking a long stretch of road, when they saw towering buildings rising ahead, Lu-si instinctively let out a breath of relief. Where there were buildings, there might also be cars. Gua-gua. Suddenly, several zombies lunged out from the tall shrubbery by the roadside. Without hesitation, Lu-si grabbed his stick and charged toward them, swinging hard. One zombie opened its mouth, and the blow knocked nearly all its teeth loose. It extended sharp claws and attacked Lu-si directly. Lu-si swung his wooden rod backward, retreating just in time, the back of his hand still scratched by its claws. Bang! Several drops of black blood splattered onto his face. The zombie in front of him collapsed. Lu-si turned his head to look behind him, at Su-jin. Su-jin holstered his gun and muttered, troublesome. Under the sound of gunfire, the remaining zombies' heads exploded instantly. Lu-si glanced at Su-jin's gun, envious despite himself. Why couldn't he handle a weapon so smoothly? Yet with Su-jin, a single casual shot always found its mark. He awkwardly scratched his head. Su-jin walked up to him, catching sight of the scratches on the back of Lu-si's hand, already oozing blood. Doesn't hurt? Huh. And no, not much. Just a scratch, nothing serious. Lu-si snapped back to reality, looked down at the hand holding the stick, then quickly hid it behind his back with a smile. Oh. Su-jin responded flatly, we'll reach the car soon. Just a little farther. With that, Su-jin continued forward on his own. Lu-si brought his hand back to the front, eyeing the bloody marks. He sucked in a sharp breath, it stung more than he'd admitted. Fortunately, he was now an evolved being, immune to the zombie virus. Shaking his head inwardly, he hurried to catch up. As soon as they entered the city, a broken voice crackled from a nearby loudspeaker. This is Baisha Town, of W City. Evacuees, please head to Shin Lake Square. Police, protection. Please come, before tomorrow, evacuation. After finishing the sentence, the broadcast emitted a series of buzzing noises, followed by faint rustling sounds. Then came the guttural growls of zombies. Finally, silence returned, so complete it felt as if the entire message had been imagined. Zombie sounds coming through the broadcast meant those at the source were likely already dead. It seemed the zombie uprising in W City had started even earlier than in H City. Lu Si silently offered 3 sticks of incense in their memory. With a backpack on his back, Lu Si leaned casually against a bus stop sign, arms crossed over his chest, glancing sideways at the words printed on the board, Baisha Town, W City, followed by bus routes serving various destinations in Baisha. He noticed Su Jin pointing toward Shin Lake Square, then lowering his hand. Stepping closer, Lu Si asked, Su Gu, are we heading to Shin Lake Square? His face barely reached Su Jin's shoulder, standing unusually close. When Su Jin turned to look, his lips lightly brushed against the youth's strands of hair. Lu Si began to tilt his head up, but Su Jin simply pressed down on the top of his head, softly replying, Lu Si couldn't read the senior's mind, so he restrained himself patiently, thinking internally, this is a senior I can't mess with, damn it, tonight if I find water, I'm definitely washing my hair, me, brother Lu, has now been patted on the head twice. Still. Looking at the distance between Shin Lake Square and their current location, 35 bus stops apart, he said, Su Gu, that's kind of far, huh? Beep beep beep. The bus arrival chime sounded. Su Jin released Lu Si and turned toward the vehicle approaching on the road. It was a public bus. An aggressive, loud voice called out, hey. You two gonna get on or not? We're heading to Shin Lake Square. Other passengers inside began muttering among themselves, complaining, the bus is already packed, why are we still picking people up? Yeah, seriously. Hearing this, the middle-aged driver grew even more irritable, jerking his neck around to yell, shut the hell up. Keep whining and you're all getting off. The few people who had been chattering immediately fell silent, though their eyes carried varying degrees of discontent. Still, no one dared to speak up again. Lu Si tugged gently at Su Jin's sleeve and looked up at him with those bright, expressive eyes. Su Gu, it'll take us a while to walk to Shin Lake Square. Now that there's a bus, it'd be a waste not to take it. So, can we ride? Su Jin frowned slightly, then gave a brief nod. By then, the driver had grown impatient and shouted toward them, what are you two dawdling for? Are you getting on or not? After catching Su Jin's signal, Lu Si grabbed his hand, turned his head, and called out to the driver, we're getting on, we're getting on. Chapter 19. When the bus doors opened, Lu Si looked inside at the crowd packed with people carrying bags. They glared at Lu Si and his companion with disdain. Hurry up and get on, one snapped. Su Jin froze in place, lips tightly pressed together, clearly angered by their tone. Lu Si gave an apologetic smile, tugged Su Jin's arm to stop him from drawing his gun, and whispered, Brother Su, let's just stand for a bit. It'll be over soon. Anyway, there was no way he was walking again. Su Jin reluctantly gave in. Still, curiosity piqued, he glanced toward the driver. The doors shut. The bus started moving. Inside, it immediately grew more cramped. An auntie got stepped on several times and wailed, stop pushing me. Then she shoved back aggressively with her body. Lu Si and Su Jin were standing near the entrance. When the auntie jerked backward, the person behind Lu Si was knocked into him. A stifled groan. He stumbled forward, landing against Su Jin, who braced himself against the door with one hand while catching Lu Si with the other. Hearing the pain sound, Lu Si quickly pulled himself upright, looking worriedly at Su Jin. Brother Su, are you okay? I'm fine, Su Jin said. What's wrong with a big man like you, sneered a woman standing next to Lu Si, her tone dripping with sarcasm. Lu Si. Well, technically true, but that didn't mean it wasn't polite to check. To avoid accidentally bumping into Su Jin again, Lu Si moved slightly so they both stood on the step by the door, leaving more space for others and reducing the chance of conflict. The bus sped forward, rolling over a speed bump with a jolt. Everyone's upper bodies instinctively lurched ahead. This time, Su Jin ended up colliding into Lu Si. Before Su Jin could speak, Lu Si quickly grinned and said, I'm fine. Su Jin. A woman sitting nearby, her face covered in acne, watched the two men's intimate interaction with disgust. Clutching her backpack, she rolled her eyes dramatically. Wow, gay lovers. Freakin' fags. If not for public decency, she'd have spat right at them. Disgusting. Hearing this, Su Jin's eyes darkened instantly. He fixed his gaze on the woman, cold and murderous. Say that again. What? Offended now? Of course you're mad, I knew it. No man has any decency these days. The woman sneered as the man looked up at her. Then she paused, his face was actually pretty good looking. Shame he was gay. She puckered her lips, clucking her tongue twice. Damn it, Lu Si thought. I wanna smack her. So what if someone's gay? Not that it's a crime, but more importantly, how dare she assume they were gay? Can't she see straight? How could his brother Su possibly be gay? She was literally stepping on landmines. Lu Si shot back, sister, what year do you think this is? Can't you open your mind a little? The woman exploded. You calling me old, punk? Kid, don't you know you gotta learn respect before you learn how to be a person? Oh. And since you understand that principle so well, did you remember it a second ago when you chose to disrespect others? Su-jin pulled out his gun and pointed it at her, voice icy. Unfazed, the woman laughed mockingly, turning to the person beside her. Wow, pulling out a fake gun now? Buddy, you must be crazy. Who do you think you're scaring? Haha. As she laughed, 8 large yellow teeth showed. In this apocalypse, water had been contaminated by zombie corpses. Clean water was extremely scarce. Bang. Her laughter died instantly. Blood trickled slowly down her forehead. She reached up, touched it, stared at the blood on her palm, then turned to Su-jin with wide-eyed terror. Her head dropped, forward, directly into her lap. She went completely still. The people around her witnessed everything. Without a word, they silently turned away, saying nothing. The driver, cigarette dangling from his lips, twisted his head upon hearing the gunshot and cursed, "What the hell's going on back there?" By then, Su-jin had already holstered his gun. The driver saw a group waiting at the next stop, each carrying a bag. His eyes lit up. He glanced back at Su-jin and Lucy. "Move in. Make some room." Su-jin pulled Lucy forward. The passengers ahead automatically shifted down, making space without complaint or protest. Su-jin dragged the dead woman off the seat. A corpse thudded onto the floor, and those nearby immediately backed away. He took the seat, then beckoned to Lucy. "Sit on my lap." Lucy hesitated. "Isn't that inappropriate?" In the end, Lucy obediently sat down, though the way those people looked at him became even more strange. Not that he cared. When the bus stopped, the driver shouted to a few people outside, "Hey, you getting on or what? We're heading to Shinhu Square, hurry up if you're coming." The men and women outside hesitated briefly, then started walking toward the bus door. Seeing this, the driver opened the doors. "Hurry up and carry her out." Lucy turned his head at the sound, watching as those people dragged the corpse out through the back door and tossed it onto the ground. A pool of blood on the pavement was all that remained to prove what had just happened. Chapter 20, Car. 4 people boarded the bus, making the already crowded interior even more cramped. Learning from the earlier incident, they didn't dare make loud noises. Instead, they muttered curses under their breaths, so quietly that anyone unfamiliar might have thought they were merely bickering with neighbors. A metallic stench of blood wafted through the air. The young girl who had just boarded wore a black mask, revealing only her bright, almond-shaped eyes. Her hair was tied into a high ponytail with bangs cut straight across her forehead. Dressed in a pink trench coat, jeans, and leather shoes, she stood with both hands buried deep in her pockets. Behind her, 3 young men maintained stern expressions, surrounding and shielding the girl like bodyguards. Each carried only a backpack, but the bulges in their outer coat pockets were unmistakable. Guns. Sensing someone's gaze upon them, the 3 men shot sharp, piercing glances at the onlooker. Caught staring, Lucy quickly lowered his head, avoiding eye contact. He focused instead on his own thighs. His waist itched slightly, but he didn't dare move. Su-jin, ensuring he wouldn't fall, kept one arm firmly around Lucy's waist, pulling him fully onto his lap. Every time Lucy tilted his head down, his chin brushed against the boy's shoulder. Noticing the subtle tremor in Su-jin's body, Lucy suppressed a smile, lips curling faintly upward beneath his feigned slumber. This sensation wasn't half bad. As the bus entered the city center, the growls of zombies could occasionally be heard from outside. At those sounds, the driver floored the accelerator, pushing the vehicle to its maximum speed. "Help me. Please, help me." A figure on the road spotted the approaching vehicle and waved frantically. The driver glanced outside, a lone elderly woman, empty-handed, wearing ragged clothes. Without hesitation or second thought, he sped past. Grara. Hearing the noise, zombies immediately poured out from side alleys. Seeing the horde behind her, the fleeing survivor nearly froze in terror. She scrambled desperately toward the only moving vehicle, waving wildly at the driver. "Open the door. Let me in. Driver, save me." But the louder she screamed, the farther the bus drove away. The woman collapsed to her knees, gasping for breath as she watched the taillights shrink into the distance, despair filling her eyes. Then, clenching her teeth, she turned and sprinted toward a nearby building. The bus accelerated forward once more. Once the driver confirmed he'd shaken off the zombies, everyone aboard let out an unconscious sigh of relief. But this was only the beginning. As the bus plunged deeper into the urban core, zombie activity intensified. Ahead, figures began converging from all sides. The driver, sweat now dotting his brow and palms damp with moisture, gripped the steering wheel tightly. He spat angrily, "Damn it. So what if they're zombies? It's my last run anyway, might as well go all out." With that, he aimed straight for the crowd. The wheels crushed bodies beneath them, producing crisp, crunching snaps with every rotation. He carved a path through, but the zombies weren't about to let go. They pursued relentlessly, swarming after the moving bus. No matter how fast he drove, they clung on like vengeful spirits. Lu Si let out a quiet sigh and turned to look at Su Jin, only to find the boy had closed his eyes, breathing steadily. Completely unfazed by the chaos outside. Truly, a top-tier expert. Su Jin's other hand still rested lightly on Lu Si's left shoulder. So lightly, yet Lu Si dared not even breathe deeply. Using years of driving experience, the veteran driver finally managed to the chasing horde. Just then, the bus's automated station announcement sounded, New Lake Plaza arrived. Passengers, please prepare to disembark. Seeing the iron gate ahead, the driver furiously pounded the doorbell. Guards on the other side quickly swung it open. As the bus rolled into the secured zone, passengers collectively exhaled, tension melting away. Finally made it. Yeah. That part with the zombies chasing us, I was so scared I almost died. Huh. Why hasn't the door opened? Confusion spread among them. Lu Si looked up, peering outside. Dozens of armed police officers in uniform were rushing toward the bus, quickly surrounding it with weapons raised. Seeing the scene unfold, one middle-aged ant couldn't help but exclaim, wow, didn't expect we'd get such a grand reception. This is actually kinda awesome. Chapter 21, The Tyrant's Ride. With a click, both the front and back doors opened. Lu Si looked toward the driver's seat, already empty. The driver had slipped out through the window and vanished. Go, get out quickly. People from inside the station pushed and shoved those ahead, waving their belongings. Outside, a rough male voice boomed, don't move. The man stepped down cheerfully with his luggage, only to find every gun barrel pointed directly at him. Instinctively raising his hands, he stammered, that officer. I'm not a zombie, and I haven't been infected or mutated. The one in charge, wearing a police uniform, twisted his neck. His suit didn't fit well, the top button couldn't be fastened, and his plump body stretched the fabric grotesquely, making him look awkward. He cleared his throat. We know you're not mutated. But I assume you want to stay at Shinhu Plaza until tomorrow before leaving this place. Why yes, the man nodded sheepishly. Alright then. Since you intend to stay, you'll need to hand over all the food supplies you have. It'll serve as a reward for us frontline staff who've been working hard. All of it. He picked his nose briefly, glancing sideways at the man. Hearing that, the man instinctively clutched his bag, his face darkening. Brother, if we give up all our food, what are we supposed to eat? The fat man waved dismissively. Don't worry. As survivors within the Shinhu Plaza district, we'll provide 2 meals a day, enough so you won't starve. And once we reach the new base, there'll be jobs available where you can earn extra rations. Even wages. Hearing that, the man's eyes lit up. He promptly handed over his dry provisions to the chubby officer. The fat man waved again. Immediately, someone caught on and brought out a large burlap sack. Seeing this, the man placed his items inside. After finishing, he hugged his coat and looked up pleadingly at them. Brother, now can I go? Yeah, get going. The fat man remained rooted, scanning those still peering out from the bus. You've all heard what I just said, right? If you want entry into Shinhu Plaza and our protection, you must willingly surrender all edible supplies. What if we refuse? Amidst the murmurs, there was always someone bold enough to challenge. The fat man shot a sharp glare. Refuse to hand over food? Then either walk back out there and become zombie bait now, or... He wagged the gun in his hand. Want to taste a bullet instead? This is outrageous. Exactly. What nerve? How shameless. The fat man clicked his tongue repeatedly, pointing at his own face. Shameless? Our driver braved countless dangers to bring you here, should he do it for free like some labor mule? We're merely charging a little interest. No payment. Then die. Frankly, death would be your liberation anyway. But what if we don't have any food? A soft feminine voice piped up. The fat man immediately clicked his teeth. If a woman is fairly pretty, we'll assign her a job to ensure her livelihood. Brother, really? Thank you so much. May you have good fortune all your life. Hearing this, the woman immediately stepped down from the bus. The fat man eyed her appreciatively, a sly smile forming. Of course. He directed her to stand on the other side. Inside the bus, Lu Si watched their actions silently, inwardly sneering. There was no such thing as a free lunch. Su Gu, we've arrived. No response came, only silence. Lu Si couldn't exactly slap him awake. Su Jin's chin rested against his shoulder, unconscious, he couldn't get off, forced to remain seated, waiting quietly. He watched as the girl wearing the black mask descended, followed by her 3 bodyguards. The moment the fat man saw her shapely figure, curvy and toned, his eyes widened. Hey there, beautiful, what's your case? Handing over food. The girl lifted her cold gaze, sparing him only a glance. One of the men beside her immediately unslung a backpack and tossed it into the sack. Then they turned to leave. But the fat man eyed the bag slung across the other 2 men, giving a subtle signal. Instantly, someone blocked their path. Isn't that? Oh. The man speaking slowly revealed half of a black rigid object from his pocket. Let them through. That's enough. More than enough. The fat man, seeing it, didn't need it fully drawn, he knew exactly what it was. He quickly ordered them released. In this apocalypse, anyone carrying a gun wasn't someone to trifle with. TCH. The girl scoffed coldly, then walked into the plaza. Once they were gone, the fat man wiped sweat from his brow and shouted at those still disembarking from the bus, hurry up. Our vehicle still needs to pick up more people. The bus emptied out, leaving only the two of them behind. Lu Si looked at Su Jin, who was still asleep. Su Gu. Su Jin opened his eyes and lifted his head. Feeling the weight on his shoulder gone, Lu Si quickly stepped down and grabbed his backpack. Outside the bus now stood only those in police uniforms, busy counting supplies. The fat man noticed two people emerging from the vehicle and hurried over, blocking their path. His eyes landed on the large backpack in Lu Si's hand. Trying to leave? Take out all the dried food in your bag. No dried food, Lu Si answered truthfully, it was just some water and bread. Save your excuses. Hand over everything edible, right now. Su Jin stepped forward, pulling Lu Si behind him. Without a word, he drew his gun and pressed it against the man's forehead. What if we don't? Chapter 22 New Lake Plaza 1. The fat man immediately raised his hands and gave an awkward laugh. Well, if you don't have it, then fine, no pressure at all. Oh. Su Jin lowered her gun and said to Lu Si, let's go. Lu Si nodded, slung his backpack over his shoulder, and walked beside Su Jin. At that moment, seeing them turn away, the fat man grabbed his gun and shot directly at Su Jin's back. When the bullet reached Su Jin, a current flashed before him, intercepting the projectile. With a crack, the bullet split apart and fell to the ground. It landed with a metallic clink, the shell rolling right under Su Jin's feet. Su Jin turned his head and stared at the fat man. The man was terrified by that gaze. He quickly tossed the gun to his partner and rubbed his head nervously. Have a safe trip, take care. Only after Su Jin and Lu Si disappeared from sight did he finally sigh in relief. What he'd just seen, those currents surrounding the man, was undoubtedly a sign of an esper. On only the second day of the apocalypse, people had already begun awakening various supernatural abilities. Esper were meant to be protected as humanity's frontline force against zombies, while the elderly, weak, sick, and disabled were to be saved if possible, but if not, well, so be it. Strange. Weren't all Espers supposed to have been evacuated already? How could he still see one here? And those two didn't even look like locals. He'd better report this to higher-ups. New Lake Plaza was a large open square surrounded by iron fencing. Located in a remote area just outside the city proper, its isolation made it one of the safest places in the region, for now. But safety was temporary, they couldn't stay here forever. Visually, the entire space resembled post-earthquake refugee camps, packed with green tents stretching endlessly across the ground. During the daytime, scattered individuals stood beneath the few trees planted around the plaza. A closer look would reveal that those who grouped together belonged to the same gang. Due to the dense population, the air carried a faint stench, blood, and something rotten. Perhaps because Su Jin and Lu Si looked relatively clean and both happened to be handsome, the moment they stepped in, many eyes turned toward them with curiosity. Especially when they noticed Lu Si carrying a backpack, their gazes grew hotter. They watched as the pair walked to a corner, stopped, and did nothing else. Only then did they lose interest and look away. TCH, show-offs. Thought they had something good. Lu Si wasn't paranoid by nature, but he knew how to stay alert. He was, after all, someone who'd read enough novels to recognize danger signs. He remained cautious. They sat down on a set of steps partially shaded by a few leaves. Fortunately, the sky remained overcast, not a trace of sun visible, making any spot comfortable enough. Nearby, a stream of angry muttering drifted over. Lu Si turned his head to look. He caught the exact moment a sleazy-looking man reached out toward the chin of a girl wearing a mask, only for the man standing beside her to instantly grab his wrist, twist sharply, and slam him face-first onto the ground. A sharp cry followed, the creep yelling in pain as his arm twisted unnaturally behind him. This scene felt familiar, it had appeared countless times in novels, always Jiang Wanheng being harassed, Guzi stepping in to punish the offender. Every time Lu Si came across such a scene, he'd feel a chill run down his spine, quickly skipping ahead to other parts. But now, with different characters, creep versus girl, hero intervening, it was actually kind of entertaining. Definitely worth watching. Seeing their big brother being treated like this, the creep's underlings rushed forward to defend him, shouting loudly as if to make the conflict bigger. What gives you the right to touch our big brother? He didn't even do anything. Are people really this cold-blooded these days? Humph. The man beside the masked girl chuckled lightly, then pulled out a gun, aimed it at the scrawny youth who spoke up, and fired. Bang! The youth's head exploded. Blood sprayed in all directions. The man casually blew a puff of smoke from the barrel. Yeah, people are indeed cold-blooded. Aw. Murder. He killed someone. Someone who had been standing near the youth got splattered with blood, screamed wildly, fearing the man might shoot again, and scrambled away immediately. Seeing this, the rest of the thugs, desperate to save their own skins, fled in disarray without another word. Left alone on the ground, the sleazy man roared in fury, "I treated you all so well, and this is how you repay me? Ungrateful bastards. Damn it. You should worry about yourself right now." A cold gun barrel pressed firmly against the creep's forehead. He lifted his eyes, fear filling his gaze as he stared at the masked girl. "Ah, wait, beautiful. I didn't mean it. Ah, senior sister, please, you're far too magnanimous, just let me go." "Spare you? Then who will spare those you've tormented?" A fragile yet emotionless voice rang out. "This." The sleazy man, exposed by the masked girl's gaze, had a shifty look in his eyes and stammered, "They were willing, like I forced them or something." "Humph, really now?" The frail voice spoke again. Bang! Another gunshot. The sleazy man died still shocked. Why had she pulled the trigger so fast? After the man dropped dead, the masked girl lowered her gun and let out a quiet sigh before turning to the man who'd subdued him and softly called, "Brother Wen." The man shook his hands casually, then pulled the girl into an embrace, whispering gently, "Lishu, don't be afraid. I'm here." The other two remained silent, watching the girl with faint looks of sympathy. A moment later, still wrapped up in each other, the bespectacled youth coughed lightly. "We're in public, you know. Enough already." "Nge, don't tease me," Lishu said as she stepped out from the man's arms. The youth adjusted his glasses, turned his head toward the pair ahead, especially at the tall man's back, and recalled the profile he'd seen on the bus earlier. His lenses glinted with a curved reflection as his narrow eyes narrowed slightly. "Let's go sit over there first." Lishu glanced in that direction and nodded. "All right." Lu Si never expected that just by being a bystander, one of the parties involved would come straight up to him. For a moment, all he could do was press close to Su Jin, utterly flustered. "What is it?" Su Jin asked, observing his behavior and responding with forced patience. Lu Si forced a smile. "Nothing." "Yeah right, nothing my ass." Just then, they approached. Tang Enjian stood directly in front of Su Jin. "Hello, may I get to know you?" A soft-spoken male voice sounded. Su Jin lifted his eyes and gave the man a cold glance, replying bluntly, "No." Heh. They couldn't help but chuckle at such a direct rejection. Lishu squatted down beside Lu Si. "Hi there, I'm Lishu. Can I get to know you?" "Fuck. Lishu." Jiang Wanhang's rival, the novel's White Lotus, Yandere a female side character. If she really was Lishu, then weren't the three young men beside her none other than the rulers of the most powerful base in the mid to late apocalypse era? Lu Si was stunned. "Holy shit, what kind of insane luck did I step in? Big brother, what's wrong? Don't you want to be friends with me?" Seeing Lu Si didn't respond, her eyes welled with. Her voice was soft, sure, but her personality was kinda terrifying. Lu Si immediately leaned against Su Ji's shoulder. "Sorry, I follow what my brother Su says. Whimper whimper, I only have brother Su left, I hope he's strong enough." At least these people hadn't fully powered up yet. Hearing the boys speak, their expressions showed surprise at first. Lishu looked thoughtful. "Oh, I see." She turned to Tang Enjian and shrugged helplessly. Tang Enjian kept his eyes fixed on Su Jin for a moment, then shifted his gaze to Lu Si. "Judging by how you're sticking together, you two are a couple, right?" Lu Si. Su Jin. "Definitely not." He continued, "You're not locals, are you?" "Neither are we came from City N. We're heading to Jingyang District." "Where are you headed?" "Jingyang District." That's exactly where they were going. Lu Si lifted his head and stole a glance at this clean-featured youth, only to lock eyes with him instantly. He quickly looked down. It's not like it was his idea, why were they all talking to him? Su Jin remained silent, seemingly lost in thought. Lu Si had no choice but to speak up, silence counted as refusal. "Sorry, we're actually going to Guangming base to stay with relatives." "Oh, I see." Tang Enjian nodded. Suddenly, Su Jin stood up, gripping Lu Si's wrist tightly, his voice cold. "Let's move somewhere else." "Eh? Oh okay." Lu Si nodded, got up, and followed closely behind Su Jin. "Sorry, we're leaving first." Lishu said, "Nge, they seem quite wary of us." Chapter 23 Xinhu Square 2. Tang En. Su Jin led Lu Si to an open space on the other side, not far from where a chain-link fence marked the boundary with the outside world. As they walked, Su Jin exuded a killing intent. Lu Si couldn't tell if it was directed at those four perverts earlier, or someone else. Seeing no one paying attention, Lu Si pulled 2 bottles of mineral water from his bag. He didn't have any real food, only instant noodles and canned ham along with the water. "Go, have some water," Lu Si handed one over. Su Jin took it. After taking several sips, the oppressive atmosphere around them began to lighten slightly. Su Jin sat down beside Lu Si. He turned his head, gazing at him for a moment before suddenly lifting Lu Si's chin with his fingers. Lu Si. Startled, Lu Si froze. His heart skipped a beat. What is it? Su Jin raised the bottle he'd been drinking from, pressing the mouth of it toward Lu Si's lips. His voice was low, almost teasing. Drink all of this. Huh. That's all. For a second he thought something serious was going on. Relieved, Lu Si took the bottle and drank every drop in front of Su Jin. After finishing, he made sure to call out, "Goo." Water dripped from the corner of his mouth due to drinking too fast, trickling down his pale neck. Su Jin watched him, his eyes growing even darker. A soft thud. Suddenly, Su Jin pulled him into an embrace. Huh. Lu Si couldn't process what was happening. What had gotten into his goo? Did he miss family so much that he mistook him for someone close? Eventually, Lu Si placed his hands on Su Jin's back. Well, hugging wasn't bad either. But then he felt a dampness on his neck, and stiffened. Goo. The sound of licking echoed faintly. Finally, Su Jin lifted his head, gently stroking Lu Si's stunned face as he whispered, "Lu Si, once you're with me, you have to listen to me, understand? I always listen to you, haha. Goo, you definitely don't like guys, right? Don't like guys. Oh, good then. Hey Goo, I suddenly need to pee." Saying that, Lu Si pushed himself away, quickly stood up, and bolted. Su Jin watched Lu Si flee in flustered panic, a deeper amusement glowing in his eyes. He didn't like men, but he did like boys. Lu Si sprinted wildly through the area, his face still frozen in shock. Running until he reached a large lake, he stopped, panting heavily. When the silence returned, Lu Si finally came to his senses. Why was he running blindly? Su Jin didn't like men, so why had he licked his neck? Even now, he could still feel the wet trace left behind. Damn. A gentle breeze brushed against the boy's slightly flushed cheeks. Lu Si shook his head. Roar. A zombie's growl echoed from the distance. Lu Si looked up toward the source. Rows of buildings stood not far away. Hearing zombies meant that area had already been overrun, and they weren't far from here. A simple iron fence couldn't stop the undead forever. His current location hadn't been mentioned before. At this rate, this entire region would fall either today or tomorrow. No wonder evacuation was scheduled for the next day. Lost in thought, Lu Si realized he'd better return to Su Jin. Earlier, he hadn't paid attention to the path while running. Now he had no idea where Su Jin was. The place wasn't that big, though. Just keep moving forward. Stop. Ahead, a lone figure walked along the road, clearly separated from their group, carrying a bulging backpack. Immediately, he became a target. Hearing the shout, Lu Si turned and ran. He'd seen this scene too many times before. If he didn't run now, when? Chase him down. Seeing Lu Si fleeing, the burly man didn't hesitate, he charged after him, followed by two underlings. Lu Si dashed into a tent, gasping for breath. When he turned and saw they were still pursuing, he immediately bolted deeper inside. As he turned into a narrow path, someone suddenly grabbed him and yanked him into a tent. The three pursuers halted, scanning the surroundings. Where'd he go? Keep searching, he can't be far. Once all noise faded outside, Lu Si looked up at the person who had pulled him into the embrace. Su. Before he could finish, the man pressed a finger to his lips, shaking his head silently. Ah, brothers are in a good mood today, huh? Well, did you get everything done I asked? Another voice answered, it's settled. They'll transport the goods tonight. Then, after a pause, a hesitant tone, boss, is what we're doing really okay? I mean, not okay. It's more than okay. When those people sent away the metahumans, did they ever consider our safety? Hypocrites. Don't worry about it, just do as I say. Brother won't treat you poorly. A soft, coquettish voice chimed in, the boss must have his reasons. Second brother, don't think too much. Sigh, my woman truly understands me. Alright then, big brother, I'll take care of things first. Seeing the two getting intimate, he wisely chose to leave. Babe, let's go inside, the man chuckled. Footsteps approached their direction. The two exchanged glances, then positioned themselves on either side, one with a club in hand, the other with electric currents dancing on his index finger. The man wrapped an arm around the woman's waist and lifted the thick tent flap to enter. Su Jin released a surge of electricity at him. Before either could react, they were struck by the powerful current. Immediately after came Lu Si's swing, one blow per person. Thud. Both collapsed onto the ground. Lu Si dragged them deeper into the tent, making sure their bodies were no longer visible from outside. He let out a quiet breath and turned to Su Jin standing nearby, whispering, Su, how did you end up here? Su Jin pulled him out while saying, had some business to handle. Didn't expect to run into you. Took you long enough to pee just now. Yeah, took some time finding a toilet, Lu Si replied, feigning exasperation. Humph. Seeing Su Jin continue leading him forward, Lu Si froze. Wait, where are we going? Su Jin, to get things done. Lu Si immediately shut up, asking no further questions. They moved deeper in, dodging patrolling officers, reaching the very back where a dark green greenhouse stood. 2 guards paced outside, and muffled noises came from within, unclear what was happening inside. Su Jin pulled Lu Si aside and hid. Chapter 24 New Lake Plaza 3. The moment they ducked to the other side, footsteps passed by immediately. After a while, Su Jin cautiously peeked out, observing the people coming and going. The policeman guarding the tent entrance was holding a gun, but his head was lowered, occasionally looking up with a yawn. Just then, someone walked past wearing the same uniform as the guards at the gate. Gon Ci formed an idea in his mind. 2 men dressed in police uniforms, each carrying a gun, were walking close together, chatting about what to eat for lunch. As they reached the corner, sudden pain shot through their necks, they lost consciousness in an instant. Their bodies were dragged into a tent, and their clothes swiftly changed. When they emerged again, the 2 had completely transformed. Lu Si held a gun in one hand, pushed down his cap, and gave Su Jin a thumb up. "You're brilliant, bro." He whispered, "What are we supposed to do now?" Su Jin looked toward the group of standing figures and said, "Not sure yet. Let's get inside first." At that moment, another patrol team approached. The 2 quickly lowered their heads and walked past. "Hey, you 2 are moving fast today," the gate guard remarked upon seeing them. He didn't question them further. After exchanging a brief sentence, the 2 comrades slipped away quickly. Whether or not they were the original men didn't matter, maybe those 2 slackers had found substitutes. As long as they wore the uniform, it was fine. With ease, Lu Si and Su Jin had swapped places. The moment the patrol team moved on, they slipped inside immediately. Though the exterior was covered by large tents, nothing inside could be seen from outside. Upon entering, Lu Si took in everything at a glance. Heavy-duty trucks filled the space. "Who's there?" A voice rang out. Su Jin instantly pulled Lu Si behind a truck. A figure approached, scanning the area, but saw no one. For a moment, he thought he'd imagined it. An older man walked over. "What is it, Lao Er?" "Just saw a shadow move," replied the man, similar in build to the other, with a beard around his mouth. That voice, it was exactly the same one they'd heard inside the tent earlier. Lu Si turned to look at Su Jin, who kept his eyes down, listening intently. Lu Si forced himself to stay quiet and listen too. "Must have been your eyes playing tricks. We've got guards outside. No time for nonsense, we still need to inspect these supplies before shipping them off to Jinfei City." "Yeah, you go ahead. I'll check this side." Heavy footsteps followed. After a while, another voice spoke up. "Deputy officer. Tell Wang Dan and the others to reroute the last 6 trucks to Jinyang City at the intersection between Jinfei and Jinyang during transport." "This." The voice hesitated slightly. "Mr. Zhang's orders. We have no choice but to follow." A sigh escaped the man. "Understood." The other didn't ask further, simply obeying. As their footsteps faded into the distance, Su Jin finally led Lu Si to another location. Some of the truck rear doors were locked, while others were unlocked. Inside the tent, numerous police officers patrolled. Since Su Jin and Lu Si wore matching uniforms, they no longer crept in secrecy, they walked openly, guns in hand, pretending to be part of the patrol. Deeper inside, they saw workers carrying crates wrapped in military green packaging, the contents unknown. The man in charge of inspection spotted Su Jin and Lu Si and shouted. "You 2, come help over here." At first, neither thought he meant them. Then the man added, "The tall one and the short one, don't look around, I'm talking to you 2. Lu Si looked up at Su Jin, awaiting his signal. Su Jin walked forward. Reluctantly, Lu Si followed. When they arrived, the man began scolding. "Why so slow? When I call, you come immediately. You carry the crates over, you get on the truck and receive them." He pointed at Su Jin, then at Lu Si. Each man assigned to one vehicle. Lu Si climbed up and leaned against the truck, watching Su Jin approach with a calm expression, carrying a crate steadily. Once finished giving orders, the man moved to another section. Lu Si took the crate, whispering, "It's pretty heavy." Su Jin grunted, continuing to carry more. After Lu Si loaded the crate, he was alone in the truck. He opened it, his eyes lit up. Medical kits. Below, Su Jin was lifting another box when suddenly he sensed someone nearby. He shifted slightly, glancing up sideways. Oh. What a coincidence. Chapter 25 Leaving. The man stared blankly when he saw Su Jin, momentarily stunned. Then someone beside him stepped forward. Quite a coincidence, another voice rang out. Lu Si quickly stored the items inside his space, shut the crate, rearranged it properly, and walked toward the truck's opening. He saw Su Jin confronting 2 police officers in uniform, and an uneasy feeling surged in his chest. At that moment, the man turned and waved at Lu Si. When Lu Si caught sight of the man's face, his heart sank. Why were they here? They hadn't been around earlier. He glanced sideways. Sure enough, the people who had just been bowing their heads were now gone. Just then, Su Jin carried over the supplies. As Lu Si took them from him, Su leaned close to Lu Si's ear and whispered, "Stow these away soon. There's a vehicle outside." Lu Si looked at Su Jin, hesitating. "Su Ji, what about them?" Su Jin remained calm. "Temporarily. They have spatial abilities too. We split everything 50-50. The 50-50 referred to all the supplies stored in this greenhouse, divided evenly between the two groups. What are you whispering about? Get back to work." The officer returned on patrol, another person trailing behind him. Lu Si made a discreet K gesture at Su Jin and began lifting crates half-heartedly. Su Jin casually glanced up at the officer, whose standing position aligned perfectly with Tang Enjian and the other man nearby. Before the officer could turn around, he was struck sharply at the neck and instantly collapsed. His subordinate fell just as quickly. As they dragged the bodies away, another group stumbled upon the scene. "What are you doing?" A sharp, stern voice cut through the air. The officer suddenly fainted. "We're just helping him up," Tang Enjian explained calmly. "Oh. Is that so?" The middle-aged man narrowed his eyes, clearly unconvinced. He took a step back, hand slipping into his pocket as if reaching for something. "Deputy Chief, bad news." An urgent cry interrupted. A policeman in uniform rushed up, panting heavily in front of the middle-aged man. "What is it?" "Boss Zhang and his mistress were attacked and found unconscious in their tent. They need you immediately." The middle-aged man turned his gaze toward them, then nodded. "Let's go." He paused, adding to Su Jin's group, "You keep watch over Wang Dan." "Understood." Tang Enjian nodded obediently. The moment the man turned away, Su Jin pulled out his gun and fired at the middle-aged man and the other individual. Bang! Bang! With his last breath, the middle-aged man twisted his head toward his shooter, shocked by their brazen move. Thud, he dropped lifelessly to the ground. "Why did you shoot so quickly?" Li Shu jumped down from the truck, storming toward Su Jin with fury. Su Jin remained expressionless, lifting Lu Si down from the vehicle. "Put all these supplies into your space." "How come you won't answer me?" Li Shu choked on her anger. Tang Enjian pulled her aside. "Forget it. Don't say any more. Hurry up and store the supplies." As he spoke, he glanced subtly at Su Jin and Lu Si. So it wasn't really 50-50 after all. Just one truckload would suffice. In mere seconds, Lu Si absorbed all the items into his space. "Let's go." "Hey, little brother, want to team up?" Tang Enjian called to Lu Si. "No thanks. Su Ji and I are fine on our own," Lu Si declined without hesitation. "Humph. Want to join us?" More people means less mobility. Not to mention the extra expenses, for people eating off their supplies, 2 meals a day would burn through 12 packs of instant noodles, finishing a whole box every 2 days. They really had some nerve. "Not bad," Su Jin reached over and ruffled Lu Si's hair, clearly approving of his decision. "Fine then." Tang Enjian gave a dry laugh, shrugging helplessly. Su Jin pulled Lu Si deeper into the warehouse. "What are you?" The guard watching the vehicle barely managed to speak before Su Jin shot him dead with a single gunshot. The two entered a brand new car. Lu Si noticed the LR emblem and immediately recognized it, a Land Rover. "Fasten your seatbelt." After getting in, Su Jin started the engine and drove straight ahead. This path led outside, the exit gate had been opened because shipments were scheduled for tonight. With ease, Su Jin drove right out. Gunshots echoed. Outside, the police sensed trouble and raised their weapons, rushing toward the greenhouse. "Damn it, we can't carry it all." They fired shots, covering Li Shu, who possessed spatial abilities. As a beginner-level meta, her storage capacity was limited. "Alright, never mind. Let's just go," Tang Enjian said, spotting another vehicle. "Alright. Lu He, you cover us." "Got it." With the coordination of the three of them, the four managed to escape successfully. As for Xinhua Square, when they saw the place trashed, survivors drawn by the gunshots, and the approaching horde of zombies, things looked grim. On the road here. Lu Si sat in the front passenger seat, gazing at the passing scenery ahead, lost deep in thought. Li Shu, Tang Enjian, Wen Yang, Li Lihe, the leaders of one of the strongest bases in the latter half of the novel. The story described how they established that base because one among them could control zombies, and that very person would later become the zombie emperor. Eventually, the four somehow fell out with the zombie emperor, leading to their powerful base being seized and turned into a zombie stronghold. The author didn't elaborate much on their detailed backgrounds, only a light, passing mention. In the author's own words, since villains were all meant to die anyway, they only needed brief appearances, no need for extensive development. But as for the protagonist side, even minor characters had their roles fleshed out. Li Shu was the most prominent female supporting character, mainly because in the story she rose to become a dominant force among numerous post-apocalyptic bases. The other three, Wen Yang and the rest, followed her orders without question. As for the zombie emperor, the ultimate antagonist of the entire story, he only appeared in the later stages, entering the plot only after seizing the strong base. His past was briefly touched upon. He was an experimental subject who once traveled with Li Shu's group, but eventually went insane. That a zombie emperor could blend in with humans, living among them undetected for 2 or 3 years, spoke volumes. What did that mean? It meant he was terrifyingly perfect, an experiment gone too well. To any metahuman, the zombie emperor was a nightmare. If he could pass as human so seamlessly, then infiltrating their ranks and tearing them apart from within would be effortless. Then, rallying the zombie hordes to attack, pushing both metahumans and ordinary people to the brink of extinction, such a threat was unbearable. And with his unpredictable temper, if someone annoyed him, he'd eliminate them without hesitation. Better not run into him at all. Since it was Li Shu's team who encountered him, as long as he and Su Jin stayed away from them, the matter of meeting the zombie emperor wouldn't concern either of them. Fewer encounters meant higher chances of survival. But, could they really avoid it? Lu Si turned his head and looked at Su Jin. Chapter 26 Lu Si's careless move. Noticing Lu Si's gaze, he turned to look at him. What? Su Gu, which city do you live in? Lu Si asked. Why do you ask? Just curious. Oh. Su Jin let out a faint sound, seemingly uninterested in elaborating. Is it H city? Lu Si ventured half guessing. Asking about me, could it be that you're concerned about me? Su Jin smiled lightly, finding Lu Si's question odd and deciding to tease him a little. Lu Si chuckled awkwardly. Just asking. If you don't want to say, it's fine. They fell silent one after the other. Lu Si turned his head toward the window and pulled a bottle of water from his space, habitually asking, Su Gu, do you want some water? Yes. But I'm driving, so could you help me? Oh, no trouble. Lu Si leaned over, positioning the bottle to Su Jin's lips and carefully tilting it. Ahead, a sharp turn came up. Su Jin rotated the steering wheel, the car door swinging left. Whoa! The water in Lu Si's hand suddenly splashed straight onto Su Jin's face, and his body lurched forward. Su Jin quickly wrapped one arm around Lu Si, yanking him forcefully into his embrace, then continued driving with just one hand. Lu Si's face slammed directly into Su Jin's firm chest. Water droplets from Su Jin's face trickled down into Lu Si's neck, brushing past his, leaving behind a cold trail. At that moment, a flurry of expletives raced through Lu Si's mind. Su Jin held him tightly without letting go. With no choice, Lu Si stayed put, his face damp from the spilled mineral water, reaping what he'd sown. Only when the car reached a smooth stretch of road did Su Jin finally release him, then stared intently at Lu Si's face. Did you hit your nose? No, I'm fine. Lu Si quickly scrambled back to his passenger seat, inwardly cringing. This was beyond embarrassing. My face is a bit wet, so. Su Jin began. Lu Si snapped back to attention, hurriedly pulling out tissues and wiping Su Jin's face without a word. Seeing this, Su Jin shut up. He had meant to just ask for tissues, not expecting Lu Si to be this considerate. Su Jin wore the same police uniform as before, the fabric non-absorbent. It was easy for Lu Si to wipe it clean with tissues, moving slowly downward, until his hands suddenly stilled. Staring at Su Jin's, Lu Si mentally clicked his tongue repeatedly. In his estimation, it was impressively well endowed. Truly a man who outshines other men, enough to make them envious. Thinking about his own age, Lu Si comforted himself, it's okay, his still has room to grow. Noticing the sudden stillness, Su Jin looked down, his lips accidentally grazing Lu Si's cheek, causing the other's body to shiver slightly before freezing completely. He smirked faintly, his voice low and captivating. Why'd you stop? Glancing at the damp spot on his pants, Lu Si gritted his teeth, snatched another tissue, and hastily wiped it, though things took an unexpected turn midway. Rasping sound. Back in the passenger seat, sitting upright with a flustered smile, Lu Si joked, haha, Su Gu, with that being so impressive, wonder which woman will end up lucky. Su Jin stared at him silently for a while, eyes deep with subtle meaning. An awkward tension instantly spread through the car. Su Jin glanced at Lu Si's hand. The wound on your back from the zombie scratch, it's turning black. Oh, yeah. Lu Si lifted his hand to examine it. Indeed, it had darkened. So he joked, Su Gu, do you think I might get infected again? Hard to say. We picked up medical supplies earlier, right? Clean it several times with alcohol, apply anti-inflammatory ointment, then wrap it with bandages a few times around, Su Jin explained in detail. Lu Si was deeply moved in an instant. His Su Gu was truly amazing, bothering to explain everything so thoroughly. He vowed to stay loyal and never leave Su Jin's side. While Lu Si dressed his wound, the car steadily advanced at a stable pace. After driving past roads thick with jungle, they finally saw rows of buildings. A passing station sign flashed by, Pingyang District arrived. To reach Jingyang City, they needed to pass through Pingyang District. And going straight from Pingyang to Jingyang would take time. Rather than push forward directly, it was better to rest first. W City placed greater emphasis on citizens' quality of life compared to H City, hence public areas were equipped with broadcast speakers. In this post-apocalyptic world, using loudspeakers was the fastest way to deliver information. Su Jin drove into the urban area. As soon as they entered the district, voices from the speaker echoed out. Attention all citizens, please be advised. Due to the appearance of several high-level zombies with unknown attributes in the western part of the city, to prevent casualties, residents living in the western district are advised to evacuate immediately. Safety comes first, please take care of yourselves. ZZZZT good news, good news. Jianfei City has established the light base. To protect your lives, all surviving citizens are urged to head there. Additionally, the light base is urgently recruiting awakened individuals. Citizens possessing abilities are encouraged to come and assist. The light base offers excellent living conditions and food supplies. Then repeated those two announcements over and over again. Lu Si looked at Su Jin, his heart stirring. Level 2 mutated zombies meant they carried cores. Obtaining those cores allowed absorption, which greatly boosted one's ability advancement. Later on, cores would also serve as a common medium for trade. Right now, nobody had settled on this yet. If he didn't go after it, who would? Thus, he turned to Su Jin. Su Gu, where are we heading? To the west side of the city, Su Jin replied, eyes fixed ahead on the road. Exactly as he thought. But he was curious, what was Su Jin's purpose in going to the west side? Did he also plan to hunt those advanced zombies to strengthen his own abilities? Su Jin entered the urban area via the outer roads, thereby avoiding the risk of being surrounded by hordes of zombies. The car stopped on one of the streets. After stepping out, Su Jin glanced at the Land Rover and asked Lu Si, can your space still fit this vehicle? Lu Si checked his spatial ability, it was already packed full. He shook his head. No, the space inside is nearly full. Oh. Su Jin simply responded. As they continued forward, Su Jin's hand rested lightly against his clothes. His index finger twitched slightly, the car that had been parked on the ground instantly vanished. To avoid drawing zombies, Su Jin chose to rely on his abilities instead of using a handgun. Lu Si had replaced his original wooden stick with a long knife. With one slash, even if a zombie's head was severed and hit the ground, could it still move? Anyway, he was an awakened now. He no longer worried about the effects of zombie blood. Chapter 27, The Inn in the West District. After the two of them quietly eliminated a few scattered zombies, they arrived at an inn and decided to temporarily use it as a resting place. Inns during the apocalypse were among the places with the least zombie activity. Especially here in the western part of the city, most citizens had either stayed home or fled early, leaving little human movement. Entering the first floor, they found the surroundings chaotic. A refrigerator plugged into the socket stood wide open, its contents long spoiled, the stench of rotten vegetables drifted through the air. Combined with the dim lighting indoors, Lu Si instinctively covered his nose and pulled out a flashlight, shining it around. When he turned to call Su Jin, his eyes met a pair of eerie green ones, startling him so much he blurted out a curse. What's wrong? Su Jin's voice came. In the blink of an eye, the thing disappeared right before Lu Si's eyes. Su Jin walked over. Seeing Lu Si trembling with fear, he asked, what happened? Lu Si grabbed Su Jin's sleeve, deadly serious, his body inching toward the door as he whispered, Brother Su, there's a zombie here. Su Jin gently rubbed his hair. You're seeing things from lack of sleep last night. Let's just go upstairs and rest on the second floor. If even Su Jin couldn't sense the zombie, did that mean it was extremely dangerous? Lu Si began doubting himself. As if trying to confirm it, he flashed the light around but found no trace of anything unusual. Maybe I really was just seeing things, he thought to himself. After the two climbed the stairs, a pair of green eyes flickered into existence in the corner of the doorway behind them, then vanished once more. They found a room suitable for sleeping and entered. Lu Si immediately locked the door from the inside. Once certain the room was safe, he watched as Su Jin took off his blood-stained police uniform, revealing only a black undershirt beneath. He also removed the loose outer pants and changed back into his original clothes. Noticing Lu Si's gaze, Su Jin curved his lips slightly. Aren't you changing too? I will, Lu Si nodded. If Su Jin's clothes bore only a few bloodstains, Lu Si's were thoroughly splattered. Stripping off his clothes, Lu Si's frail frame became visible, pale and thin like a plucked chicken. Years of malnutrition from his previous life had left him underdeveloped, pale-skinned, and barely having any shape, except perhaps a slight roundness in the buttocks. Not much to speak of otherwise. After dressing in his own clean clothes, he roughly wiped his face with a damp towel. It was already mid-afternoon. Having spent the entire morning traveling, his stomach growled relentlessly. Lu Si deftly pulled out a hot water kettle, filled it with water, and plugged it in, only to realize there was no electricity. He looked up at Su Jin, who was sitting on the bed. Feeling his gaze, Su Jin turned. What is it? Lu Si shuffled over, holding both the kettle and its base. Su Jin, can you, zap some electricity into this? Su Jin lifted a corner of his mouth, amusement dancing in his eyes. Are you joking? There's no power here. But since you're a lightning-type esper, can't you just heat the water? Su-jin pointed at the kettle. Where did you get this water? Is something wrong? He sniffed it. Strong stench of rot. This water's likely contaminated by corpses. Hearing that, Lu-si nearly dropped the kettle. So the kettle's unusable now? If you don't mind it, then use it, Su-jin said flatly. Never mind, I definitely mind. Lu-si set the kettle aside and pulled out compressed biscuits and bottled water from his space storage instead, offering one bottle to Su-jin. After filling their stomachs, Lu-si immediately flopped onto the bed. Gazing at Su-jin, who remained seated, drowsiness tugged at his eyelids. He mumbled faintly, Brother Su, I'm going to sleep first. Sleep well. Su-jin replied. When Lu-si's steady breathing signaled he had fallen asleep, Su-jin leaned closer, lying down beside the boy. His eyes fixed intently on the youth's face. Slowly, he reached out, stroking his skin for a moment, his gaze lingering on the soft, pink lips. He recalled the series of events in the car earlier. Especially the boy's innocent words, Brother Su, your girlfriend must be really happy, huh? Happy? You want to find out for yourself? Su-jin let out a low chuckle. Completely disregarding whether the boy was truly asleep, he suddenly gripped the back of Lu-si's head, pressing his mouth against the boy's lips, licking, sucking, claiming them hungrily. A cool hand slipped beneath the boy's shirt, caressing the smooth, delicate skin beneath. But Lu-si dared not open his eyes. Convinced it was sleep paralysis, he whispered weakly, Brother Su, save me. Then fell silent again. Su-jin found it deeply amusing, the fact that the boy murmured his name in his sleep. Save you? With me here, who dares harm you? In his dream, Lu-si was being chased by that green-eyed zombie again. In the dream, he was so foolish, only thinking about running away. As the zombie hunted and beat him, he saw Su-jin standing, watching coldly from a distance. He shouted desperately, hoping Su-jin would just shoot the zombie dead with one bullet. Then the scene suddenly shifted, he was pinned down tightly by the creature, suffocating, unable to breathe. It licked his neck, sending waves of disgust through him, yet he couldn't resist at all. Su-gu. I'm here. Su-jin looked at the genuine tears welling up in Lu-si's eyes, then gave a light lick. Salty. Lu-si pressed himself harder into Su-jin's arms, craving nothing more than a sliver of warmth. Su-jin could only comfort his little Lu-si, holding him close, gently stroking the boy's hair now and then. Several hours passed. Knock knock. A tapping sound came from outside. Su-jin opened his eyes, brow furrowed. He carefully shifted the person in his arms to the side, got up, slipped on his shoes, and walked out. When Lu-si woke again, it felt as if a long time had passed. He lifted his eyelids, staring at the dim surroundings. For a moment, he was still disoriented. Where was he? This wasn't his bedroom, was it? Instinctively, he reached toward the bedside for the light switch. Click. The dark room remained completely dark. Oh right, there was no electricity. Lu-si turned on his flashlight, placing it on the nearby table with the beam pointing upward, casting light around the room. He rubbed his eyes, and then caught sight of the blood-stained, glistening long knife not far away. That's when it hit him, oh, he had already transmigrated into the book. Su-gu, Lu-si called out. After a long pause, no answer came. Had Su-jin left? Lu-si got out of bed and noticed his top had ridden up, exposing his stomach. Must have flipped over while sleeping. He pulled it back down, put on his shoes, yawned, then searched every corner of the room, no sign of Su-jin. Grabbing the long knife, he walked to the door and found that the previously locked door was now open. He twisted the doorknob. Click. The door immediately swung open, though not all the way. He quickly shut it again and turned the lock. Leaning against the door, one thought filled his mind, had Su-jin really left? He didn't have time to dwell on it. Thumping sounds came from outside. Followed by the low, guttural growls of a zombie. Lu-si gripped the long knife tightly, ready at any moment. It's me, Su-jin's voice came. Lu-si immediately opened the door and saw Su-jin standing at the entrance, rubbing something with a piece of tissue. Chapter 28 Su-jin, stronger than it. Lu-si secretly clenched his sweaty palms. Brother Su, I thought you'd left alone. No. After Su-jin stepped in, Lu-si immediately shut the door and locked it from the inside. When he turned around, he noticed that Su-jin had gone out wearing nothing but a tight black undershirt. Now, seeing the lean muscles on the man's arms, the kind of physique people dreamed of, he couldn't help but swallow hard. As Lu-si walked up beside him, Su-jin suddenly tossed something toward him. Lu-si caught it and saw a small, round, greenish bead with a slightly foul smell. Unwrapping it with a tissue, he spotted dark, stinking bloodstains. What is this? It was taken from a zombie's brain, Su-jin said, wiping his hand again. Stunned, Lu-si stepped closer to Su-jin, tongue-tied yet asking anyway, Brother Su, what's this for? Green cores came from level 3 zombies, while red cores were from level 2 zombies. Some people got infected and became level 2 zombies right away, which created a common misconception, that red-eyed zombies were level 1. That wasn't true. According to the original setting, red cores could be absorbed, but they had little effect. Only by using green cores could one upgrade their abilities. Su-jin glanced at him. Come here. A bit closer. Oh. Lu-si moved nearer. Stretch out your hand. Lu-si obediently held out his hand. Su-jin placed the green core into his palm, eyes fixed on Lu-si. Watch me carefully. First, look at my usual purple lightning, then pay attention to any changes afterward. As he spoke, a streak of purple lightning appeared in Su-jin's hand. Lu-si nodded. Yeah. Then he watched as Su-jin placed the core onto his palm, clenched his fist tightly, and when he opened it again, only some dust remained. He snapped his fingers, and instantly, a bolt of lightning crackled to life. Compare my previous purple lightning with this new one, what's different? Su-jin asked. Lu-si answered seriously, it's a bit darker in color now. So, that's the power of the zombie core. As he spoke, Su-jin tossed the now empty dust to the ground. Oh. Now I get it. Lu-si nodded with apparent enlightenment, though inwardly he felt miserable and full of regret, not for any particular reason, except that his own core was gone. Ugh, how stupid could he be? He should have just absorbed it earlier instead of asking so many questions. Now he deeply regretted it, whimpering silently in despair. Perhaps noticing how forced Lu-si's smile looked, Su-jin gave a slight smile and reached out to ruffle Lu-si's hair. There are plenty of zombies around. We'll have chances to find more for you. Hearing that, Lu-si lifted his head, his expression shifting. His mouth opened slightly, words tumbling out incoherently, Brother Su, that's not what I meant at all. Oh. If that's not what you meant, then why make such an adorable face that makes someone want to pinch your cheeks? Su-jin pulled him into an embrace. Say whatever you want. Your brother Su isn't going to scold you. Lu-si tried to push him away, but couldn't. With no choice, he let Su-jin hold him, attributing this strange behavior to whatever had happened outside during Su-jin's fight with the zombies. So he simply accepted it. Seeing the boy didn't resist, Su-jin held him for a long time before finally letting go, gently smoothing Lu-si's silky hair. Alright. Any hot water left? I'll heat some for you. Your frame's too thin, you need to eat well. We gathered so much food last time. Don't be stingy. If it's not enough, there are plenty of places where supplies haven't been scavenged yet. He added at the end, got it? Got it. Lu-si nodded, then suddenly wrapped his arms around Su-jin. Brother Su, you're so good to me. You're like my second parent. Sometimes flattery was necessary, to highlight the other's superiority. Though come to think of it, Su-jin had been talking unusually much today. Su-jin chuckled lowly. Heh, not quite a second parent. By the time Lu-si woke up from his afternoon nap, it was already night. Pulling open the curtains, he saw nothing but pitch-black darkness outside. All the surrounding houses were dark and lifeless, no lights anywhere, just an endless expanse of black silence, a haunting, eerie stillness blanketing the entire area. Quickly drawing the curtains shut, Lu-si turned and walked over to Su-jin. By now, the instant noodles were ready, filling the air with their savory aroma, mingled faintly with the scent of sausage. Only one pack was prepared, because Su-jin didn't eat. They sat facing each other, and for a moment, neither knew what to say. Lu-si took a bite of his noodles. Brother Su, I want to discuss with you how we can kill zombies with green cores and extract them. Simple. What method? Lu-si stopped chewing, staring directly at Su-jin, his eyes filled with eager, thirsty curiosity. Be stronger than it. Happy Chinese New Year. Chapter 29 Lu-si is injured. Lu-si could still what you just said is completely unnecessary. Alright, I'm kidding, Su-jin said lightly, smiling. Lu-si muttered inwardly, you're definitely not joking. Only someone stronger than the zombie would stand a chance of defeating it and obtaining the crystal core. But on the surface, he didn't dare say that. Su-gu, besides being stronger than it, is there any other way to get a blue crystal core? Sure. For example, follow me. I'll kill the zombies, and you handle collecting the cores. Lu-si gave a thumbs up, looking at him with genuine admiration. Su-gu, that's actually a pretty good idea. Su-jin picked up the coat lying on the bed, put it on, stepped down, then turned his head toward Lu-si, who was standing dazed nearby. Let's go now. I'll take you to find some zombies. Lu-si pointed at the dark sky outside. Su-gu, it's already night. Is it too risky for just the two of us to walk out like this so openly searching? Su-jin raised an eyebrow. What? You doubting your Su-ji's abilities? Of course not, I trust you completely. Then stop talking and keep up. By now, Su-jin had zipped up his coat. Got it. Lu-si nodded, grabbed his long knife, and followed behind Su-jin. They left the room. A flickering light from the staircase illuminated their path. Lu-si locked the door behind them. Su-jin shone his flashlight upward, just in time to see a dark shadow dart past the stairs. Up to the 3rd floor. As Su-jin spoke, a blade formed in his hand from crackling purple lightning. The glowing purple blade shimmered with power, leaving Lu Si stunned. Just how high must one's level be to manifest electricity so effortlessly? Lu Si. Su-jin's voice came from upstairs. Snapping back to reality, Lu Si realized Su-jin had already reached the 3rd floor, leaving him alone on the 2nd. He quickly flashed his flashlight downward, seeing nothing unusual, and hurried up. Yeah, coming. The inn had 6 floors, each with 4 rooms. Except for the dim light at the staircase, the building was pitch black. Su-jin swept his flashlight around until it stopped at a half-open door. He walked over. Su-gu. Lu Si followed close behind. Move aside. With that, Su-jin kicked the door open hard. As the door burst open, a dark figure shot out rapidly, landing right behind Lu Si. Su-jin glanced briefly, then stepped into the room, completely ignoring what happened behind him. A thick, foul stench rose from behind. Lu Si spun around and swung his blade backward. But the shadow was fast, already leaping into another room. It looked up. Its green eyes glowed unnaturally bright in the darkness. Roar. It extended sharp claws and lunged at Lu Si. Lu Si dodged, stuffing the end of his flashlight into his mouth. The moment the door Su-jin entered slammed shut, he began evading the zombie's attacks, dodging left and right. His mind remained crystal clear. As the zombie charged again, he stepped back, then rushed forward with his knife aimed straight at its throat. This zombie showed signs of human awareness. When Lu Si struck, it swiftly retreated behind a nearby door. But Lu Si wasn't easy to fool. When it followed him, he darted quickly either left or right. Though in his previous world he'd only been an ordinary office worker, he'd still maintained basic physical training. His boss was a retired soldier who started a company, not great at management, but top tier when it came to team-building activities. When the zombie appeared behind him again, Lu Si immediately lashed out with his leg, sweeping it off balance. The creature crashed onto the ground, and Lu Si seized the moment, plunging his knife straight into its chest. The zombie clawed at Lu Si's arm, then with surprising strength hurled him violently backward. Thud. Lu Si slammed into the wall, a sharp pain exploding in his back. The blue-eyed zombie slowly stood, pulling the knife from its chest. Gripping the blade tightly, its eyes fixed on Lu Si, it bared its teeth into a grotesque grin and charged. Crack. A surge of powerful electric current slammed through its body. Even as its head separated from its body, it still couldn't comprehend what had just happened. On the floor, the corpse sizzled with residual electricity. Su-jin approached the severed head, pulled out a small dagger, and dug it straight into the brain. Under the flashlight's glow, after gray matter spilled out, a small blue sphere rolled out. He wrapped it carefully in tissue paper, then walked over to Lu Si. How are you holding up? Lu Si gasped for breath, clutching his chest as he leaned against the wall, slowly getting to his feet. Still, okay. Remember not to make such a low-level mistake next time, go straight for the zombie's neck, got it? Su-jin said, supporting Lu Si's shoulder. Lu Si replied quietly, not daring to say more. He felt a bit embarrassed. Open your hand, Su-jin told him. Obediently, Lu Si stretched out his uninjured left hand. Su-jin placed the 3 blue crystal cores he had collected into Lu Si's palm, then tightly closed Lu Si's fingers around them. Soon, Lu Si felt a steady flow of warmth spreading from his palm throughout his body. When he opened his hand again, the 3 intact crystal cores were gone, only remained. Su-jin touched Lu Si's shoulder and patted it a few times. How's your body feeling now? Lu Si hesitated before answering, I feel much better, just a little thirsty. An awkward silence suddenly fell. That's good. Does your back still hurt? As Su-jin spoke, he forcefully slapped Lu Si's back. Lu Si immediately winced in pain and cried out, it hurts. His voice sounded so childish, so pitiful. Realizing his tone was off, Lu Si quickly corrected himself. Su-gu, I'm fine, it doesn't hurt at all. Enough with the nonsense. Since you've absorbed the crystal cores, your body will still need some time to adjust, Su-jin said, then without warning scooped Lu Si up in a princess carry. He noticed how light the boy was, barely any effort needed to lift him. No wonder he'd been thrown so easily earlier. Lu Si quickly wrapped his arms around Su-jin's neck to avoid bumping into the walls. Seeing Su-jin carrying him downstairs, Lu Si hurriedly protested, Su-gu, I can walk by myself. You don't have to carry me. Su-jin ignored him completely, continuing down with Lu Si in his arms. Oh. You can walk on your own. Yeah, I'm fine. Just a bit sore, it's nothing serious, Lu Si nodded vigorously, nearly hitting Su-jin in the process. Su-gu, could you please put me down? No, Su-jin flatly refused. With no choice, Lu Si fell silent, resting his chin on Su-jin's shoulder. He ran his tongue over his teeth, they were still sore from being jabbed by the flashlight earlier. Hearing a noise from behind, Lu Si lifted his eyes, and met a pair of glowing red ones. Had the zombie come back? Or was it just him going crazy? But it didn't dare approach. It just stood there, staring intently and silently. Uncomfortable, Lu Si lowered his head and buried his face against Su Jin's chest, whispering, "Su Gu, there's another zombie behind us." Su Jin reached the last step of the second floor. Hearing Lu Si's words, he freed one hand and sent the electric blade forming in his palm flying upward. Roar! A cry of agony echoed, then everything went quiet again. Su Jin opened the door, walked inside, and locked it behind him. He placed Lu Si gently on the bed. "Take off your clothes. I need to check your injuries." Chapter 30, Boss Su applies ointment for ACI. Lu Si grabbed his hand. "Su Gu, you don't need to trouble yourself. It's nothing serious." "Oh. Doesn't hurt?" Su Jin paused, lifted his head, and stared straight into the boy's eyes, as if trying to see through his thoughts. "And no, it's fine." Lu Si nodded quickly. "All right then." Su Jin released him and sat aside. He took off his jacket, slipped off his shoes, and climbed onto the bed. After Su Jin let go, Lu Si exhaled in relief. He unzipped his jacket and took it off, revealing a plain white t-shirt underneath. Sitting at the edge of the bed with his head lowered, he stole a glance out of the corner of his eye. Su Jin had closed his eyes, but his expression twisted with pain. His mouth opened slightly, silently performing a scene of agony. Perhaps due to the chill in the room, his skin felt cool after shedding the outer layer. He picked up the flashlight, shining it on his arm where the elbow was slightly scraped from brushing against the wall earlier. From his storage space, he pulled out a first aid kit and dabbed antiseptic liquid onto the abrasion. As for the wounds on his back, he removed his top, twisted to check behind himself, carefully applied medicine, but the view was limited. Lu Si eventually gave up and simply smeared ointment across his entire back. When he was reapplying it, a cool, warm hand suddenly gripped his wrist. Lu Si looked up, startled, his face showing flustered panic. "You said you were fine," Su Jin murmured, his deep voice low. "Then why are you applying medicine?" He lowered his gaze to the boy's pale skin, his eyes growing even darker. "TSK, this kid really wanted him to sin, didn't he?" "Su Gu, I'm okay, really." Lu Si offered a weak explanation. "Give me the medicine." The tone left no room for refusal. Lu Si reluctantly handed it over. "Sorry to trouble you, Su Gu." The cold medicinal liquid touched his bruised back. Having someone else apply it brought an odd tingling sensation, less painful, more soothing. Whether intentional or not, the tip of Su Jin's finger brushed against his skin, sending a ripple of numbness through him. Lu Si clenched his palms tightly and whispered hesitantly, "Su Gu, are you done yet?" "I'm done." Su Jin withdrew his gaze with reluctance, then a sudden idea struck him. "Turn around." Lu Si stiffened, hastily refusing, "There aren't any injuries on the front." "No need." "Don't make me say it twice." Lu Si found Su Jin's behavior strange, though he couldn't quite put his finger on why. Maybe the other man was just concerned about him. Gritting his teeth, he slowly turned to face Su Jin. "See? No injuries. Come here." Su Jin's voice carried a coaxing tone. Lu Si had no choice but to sit on the bed, cross-legged, facing Su Jin. Su Jin moved closer, holding the flashlight and directing its beam over Lu Si's body. Seeing the smooth, pale skin before him, his eyes grew even darker. "I can't tell if you're injured or not. Only touch will reveal that." He reached out, then paused before making contact, his gaze locked on the boy's face. In a flat, emotionless voice, he asked, "Can I touch here? Tell me if it hurts." Noticing Lu Si's reluctant expression, he chuckled. "What? Not willing? Worried I'll take advantage of you?" Hearing that, Lu Si shook his head rapidly. "And no, that's not what I meant." "Then what do you mean?" Lu Si stammered, I am just a little embarrassed. You've got such a great build, and look at me, no abs, nothing. Feeling pretty inadequate being looked at like this. It's hitting my male pride." "Ah. So that was it." This excuse made sense. "Heh. Doesn't matter. You'll get there." Su Jin ran his hand along Lu Si's waist. "Yeah, nice texture." "Su Gu, it doesn't hurt here." It didn't hurt at all, in fact, he was trying hard not to laugh. Hold it in, hold it in." Su Jin let go with mild regret and moved his hands elsewhere. "And here?" "Fine." After that, Su Jin thoroughly checked every part of his body, applying medicinal liquid wherever needed. Lu Si put his clothes back on, eyes faintly glistening, not from pain, but entirely due to Su Jin's actions. In Su Jin's eyes, the sight was truly unbearable. "Give me a bottle of water," Su Jin said. "Oh, right." Lu Si took out 2 bottles, he was thirsty too. "One is enough." Just as Lu Si was about to twist open the cap, Su Jin stated plainly. Lu Si froze, turning to look at the man. He watched as Su Jin took a few sips, then passed the half-empty bottle back to him. Lu Si immediately understood, downing the rest of Su Jin's water. After drinking, they lay down on the bed, backs facing each other, drifting into sleep. Scraping sounds came from upstairs, jolting Lu Si awake. He rolled over and stared at Su Jin's broad back. "Su Gu, did you hear that noise above?" "It's nothing. Just rats." As if to confirm Su Jin's words, there was no further sound from above. Whether due to the absorption of crystal cores or sheer exhaustion, Lu Si gradually drifted into sleep. Even if he couldn't fall asleep, he had to. Deep down, he sensed his days of peace were over. Midnight. Steady breathing came from beside him. Su Jin, who had been lying with closed eyes, slowly opened them. He turned over and pulled Lu Si close, nuzzling against the boy's neck. It carried a faint scent of antiseptic, and then he bit down. In the stillness of the night, the gulping sounds were strikingly abrupt. After drinking his fill, he smiled in satisfaction. His palm covered the bite mark, emitting a faint white glow. The imprint vanished instantly. He lifted the wound on Lu Si's arm, scratched by a zombie claw, and ran his hand over it. A soft white light seeped through the gauze, purifying the injured flesh beneath. The same treatment followed for his elbow and back. If Lu Si had woken at that moment, he would have been utterly shocked. Su Jin was using a healing ability. After finishing the healing, he tucked Lu Si under his coat and quietly stepped off the bed. A faint click. The door opened. Su Jin closed it behind him, his expression completely blank as he glanced at the pairs of pale green eyes emerging from the darkness around him. His knuckles cracked. A blade materialized in his palm. Lu Si had been right, the inn was strange. The surrounding silence wasn't just coincidence, there were no more living humans nearby. This place had long been claimed by the undead. And this inn, in particular, was known as a haven for what people called high-tier zombies. Su Jin had come here simply for the convenience of harvesting crystal cores up close. These zombies had begun developing a sliver of awareness, they understood the advantages of gathering together. But they never expected someone like an evolved being, or even worse, a being who resembled them yet felt so terrifyingly superior, would walk among them. They sensed the oppressive aura radiating from the man, freezing their instincts to howl. They could do nothing but watch silently from the shadows. The moment the man laid eyes on them, their fate was sealed. Before he even moved, the crushing pressure washed over them, forcing submission. Yet a few defiant ones attacked anyway, charging at Su Jin only to be swiftly cut down by crackling electric blades. After gathering the crystal cores, he placed them into a plastic bag, rinsed them under water several times, then dried each one meticulously with a towel. Half asleep, Lu Si lifted his drowsy eyes toward the dark figure sitting at the edge of the bed and murmured weakly, "Su Gu." The deep voice answered quietly. Unable to fight the drowsiness any longer, Lu Si sank back into sleep. Chapter 31 Lu Si fights a zombie. Lu Si woke up the next day. He touched his neck, still carrying a faint soreness. Looking up, he saw that Su Jin had already woken. Hearing the movement, Su Jin turned to look at him, his voice laced with cold detachment. "Brush your teeth and wash your face, then head out." Okay. Lu Si nodded, as if yesterday's rare moment of kindness from Su Jin had merely been a dream. Pouring out some mineral water, he hastily washed up and stepped out of the bathroom. The bed was empty, and Su Jin was nowhere in sight inside the room. He must have gone out first, Lu Si figured. He stretched lazily, feeling refreshed, his body felt amazing. He raised his arm and noticed the on his elbow no longer hurt, and his sore back had improved significantly too. The space within his body, previously packed full, now held slightly more room. He suspected the crystals absorbed into his body were at work. Though the original text never mentioned this, it might be a common phenomenon. After dressing, Lu Si walked out. Su Jin stood leaning against the wall nearby, waiting for him. Seeing Lu Si emerge, he straightened up immediately. "Let's go." The stairwell reeked with a thick, pungent stench. Lu Si pinched his nose upon smelling it. But seeing Su Jin walk ahead without flinching, he dropped his hand, forcing himself to remain composed. What was a little stink anyway? He should aspire to match Su Ji's demeanor. They exited the motel. Under the shadow of tall buildings, only a narrow strip of sky was visible, a uniform, murky gray. During the first 2 weeks after the apocalypse, the entire country had experienced consistently dry overcast weather, no rain, no sun. Later on, the climate began shifting unpredictably. This constant low-pressure atmosphere brought suffocating despair, extinguishing hope entirely and leaving people defeated, disillusioned by their circumstances. Is there really no salvation? Maybe not. Due to the eerie silence during daytime, the rhythmic tapping of their footsteps echoed clearly around them. "Su Gu, where are we headed now?" Following behind Su Jin and noticing he was walking toward the city center, Lu Si felt compelled to break the silence. "Don't know. Just wandering," Su Jin replied, continuing forward. "Oh." Lu Si fell quiet again. As they reached the corner of the street, a fleeting shadow darted past nearby. Su Jin's eyes narrowed slightly. "Follow." They changed direction toward where the shadow had passed. Although the broadcast had warned of numerous unidentified zombies active in the West District, it wasn't like there should be absolutely no human presence here. That suggested something stronger existed here, an entity powerful enough to threaten the other zombies, one they obeyed like a leader. Green-eyed zombies could move rapidly, that was a zombie's special ability. This apocalyptic world didn't exist in extremes. Just as awakened humans possessed abilities, so did zombies. However, zombies only gained powers once conscious, making them 2 tiers slower than human ability users. Besides, since zombies also carried cores in their brains, just as ability users carried cores in their hearts, there was a fundamental similarity. Low-level zombies came in various types, some were limbless or missing feet, transformed mid-bite, others had gaping jaws capable of swallowing heads whole, the ones directly infected at once. Regardless of level or type, all zombies were determined by the host's original physical condition. Lucy carefully recalled the original text's explanation about zombies. They weren't exactly ranked by levels. Any core besides white ones could serve as nourishment to replenish an ability user's power. Different colors replenished different tiers. At this stage, zombies with green cores were quite rare. But later in the original story, they'd become the most common variant. Now, Lucy felt conflicted. Even though he knew most of the plot, none of it had truly happened to him. His journey was rewriting events, seemingly unrelated to the original narrative, yet still intertwined with its characters. Gazing at Su Jin's back ahead of him, Lucy wondered, if that was the case, then what role would Su Jin ultimately play? Aside from Gu Ziyi and Jian Wanhen, the protagonist teamed up with several other experts to form a group. Due to the large number involved, plus betrayals and schemes along the way, the team gradually fragmented until finally solidifying into a firm, tightly bonded quintet. He knew who those 5 were, but throughout that entire arc, he couldn't remember every single name, only the frequently appearing ones from the original text. Using his ability with such fluency, shouldn't he be at the level of a powerhouse? That's what Lucy thought. Standing beneath a utility pole, Lucy looked up at the mounted loudspeaker, split cleanly in 2 by some tool. If there were still survivors here, unless they came out themselves, there'd be no way for them to know what was happening outside. If the damage wasn't done intentionally by a person, then it must have been a conscious zombie causing destruction. Snapping back to reality, he realized Su Jin had already walked far ahead, turning the corner and disappearing from sight. A pang of unease struck Lucy's chest, he hurried forward to catch up. As he reached the corner, Lucy sensed something was off. Just as he prepared to step back, a long, jagged claw lunged straight at him. He raised his knife instantly to block it. The stinking green-eyed zombie snapped its sharp teeth toward Lucy. Lucy kicked out hard, but the pain-insensitive zombie grabbed the blade with both hands and shoved forcefully against him. Seeing this, Lucy sharply kicked it away, simultaneously releasing the knife, quickly pulling a wooden rod from his space, and swinging it down several times in quick succession. After being struck repeatedly, the zombie staggered, its mind momentarily dulled. Taking advantage of its dazed state, Lucy swung again and again, until finally knocking it unconscious to the ground. He picked up the long knife the zombie had seized, recalling how Su Jin had acted last night. Gritting his teeth against the nausea, he hacked open the zombie's skull and found, among the white gore, a tiny bluish bead. Cupping it in his palm, feeling its faint warmth, he thought, not that hard after all. Holding it tightly, he immediately stood up and sprinted in the direction Su Jin had gone. Up ahead, he spotted Su Jin's silhouette. A smile lit up his face as he ran toward him. Su Gu. Su Jin stood with arms crossed, leaning against the wall, one foot slightly propped up, eyes impassive. Hearing Lucy call out, he turned his head toward the boy running toward him. He lowered his arms, waiting quietly for the youth to approach. Not without reason had he placed his expectations on him. Lucy arrived before Su Jin, hands braced on his knees, breathing slightly hard, a faint flush across his cheeks. Seeing him winded after just a short run, a subtle smirk tugged at Su Jin's lips. This wouldn't do. Tired already? Just from running a bit? Your physical condition is terrible. A bit? Lucy had just sprinted a full 100 meters. But he didn't dare talk back, Su Jin's words were true. Straightening up, he pressed his lips together. I'll exercise more from now on. Su Jin slung an arm around Lucy's shoulders, patting gently as he gave a soft acknowledgement, Chapter 32, Meeting that team again. They had only stayed for a short while when suddenly, gunshots echoed from the distance. Lucy raised his head to look at Su Jin. Su Jin had heard it too. His gaze grew distant. Without hesitation, he let go of his hand and said, let's go. The direction he walked toward was exactly where the gunfire came from. In Lucy's palm, the crystal core had already been fully absorbed, leaving only white fragments. He turned his hand downward, letting the residue scatter to the ground. Clutching his wooden staff, he walked over to Su Jin. At the source of the gunfire, a dense swarm of dismembered, limping zombies were moving in unison toward a single direction. Lucy peeked out and saw the massive horde, so vast and shocking it left him stunned. Were these zombies on a rampage through the streets? Yet as he looked closer, something felt off. These zombies moved slowly, their motions eerily synchronized, almost as if controlled. And why did the people being chased by the zombies seem so familiar? Before he could ponder further, a hand suddenly grabbed the back of his collar, yanking him backward. Su-jin leaned against Lu Si's shoulder, pressing his leg against the boy, pinning him against the wall. He asked, "What? So eager to die?" Pulled by the collar with extra weight on his shoulders, Lu Si opened his mouth, then shook his head. "No," at the end, he added, "I just wanted to check the situation." Su-jin raised an eyebrow. "Oh. And what did you see?" "They're coming toward us," Lu Si said, tugging at Su-jin's sleeve. "We should run." Dashing footsteps rang out, followed by more orderly strides. Lu Si and Su-jin were currently behind a building. One glance forward revealed the street flooded with approaching zombies. "And where would we run?" Su-jin asked with a faint smile, amusement dancing in his eyes. Lu Si glanced around and spotted an open back door ahead. He pointed, "Before the zombies get here, let's hide in there first." Su-jin looked up in the direction he pointed and nodded. "All right." Just as they approached, the fleeing people arrived right behind them. Sensing movement, one of them alerted their companion, "Go. Over there." Running straight ahead wouldn't work forever. The man fired at nearby zombies, dropped a smoke grenade into the horde to create chaos, then activated his ability. Vines burst from the concrete ground before quickly wilting and collapsing. The other person slammed his hand onto the ground, causing earthen walls to rise, but barely a moment after emerging, they crumbled entirely. His power spent, the young man stomped his foot, frustration evident on his face. He said to his partner, "Let's go," then dashed toward the same spot Lu Si had entered earlier. Kicking the door open, they rushed in and immediately locked it shut, gasping for breath. One of them leaned against the door and said, "Brother Tang, finally escaped." His companion agreed fervently, "Yeah." Suddenly, something cold pressed against their foreheads. Instantly, both fell silent. They turned their heads cautiously, watching the figure. The vines that had briefly formed in his hand vanished. A faint light flickered in his eyes. "It's you." When Lu Si heard their voices, he already sensed something familiar. He raised his gun, pointing it at the young man at the door. It was definitely Li Lihi. He glanced at Su-jin, who had lowered his weapon, so Lu Si followed suit. Walking a few steps deeper into the room, lit faintly by the window, the faces of the four became clearly visible. Indeed, these two were Tang Enjian and Li Lihi. "Right," Lu Si said, "we've temporarily separated from Li Shu and the others." After a pause, he added, "Never thought we'd meet again in Pingyang district. Seems fate still connects us." The place they had entered turned out to be a small restaurant. Aside from wooden tables and a few heavy items, most things had already been looted or removed. Lu Si took out a kettle, turned on the tap, checked that the water wasn't cloudy or foul-smelling, filled it, and plugged it in directly. While waiting for the water to boil, Lu Si moved beside Su-jin, sitting down next to him. Listening as Tang Enjian continued recounting their story. A look of boredom crossed Su-jin's face. Just as Lu Si sat down, Su-jin casually wrapped an arm around him, pulling the boy into his chest. He inhaled the scent from Lu Si's body, pleasant. Then, glancing at the youth seated across from him, he asked indifferently, "So? Anything else you want to say?" Throughout the entire scene, Lu Si remained completely frozen. So sudden, just like that. Still, he managed to endure it. It was fine. It wasn't such a big deal. Tang Enjian, seeing how close the two were, showed a look of surprise on his face before quickly regaining his composure. He cleared his throat lightly. "Never mind. I just wanted to know, are you heading to Jinfei City? What's it got to do with you?" Su-jin's tone was indifferent, his gaze emotionless, as if he couldn't be bothered dealing with someone like him. Tang Enjian adjusted his glasses and smiled faintly. "It's none of our business, really. I only thought you were taking the wrong direction. This path leads to Jingyang City." He received a flat reply, "Oh." Seeing this, Tang Enjian realized that at the beginning they had clearly been unwilling to tell them the truth and instead lied about their destination. Still, he didn't take offense. He continued smoothly, "We'd like to be friends, travel together to Jingyang City. I've heard there are many zombies appearing in Jingyang now. In the apocalypse, moving in a group is safer." He spoke convincingly, then glanced directly at Su-jin, revealing his intention quite clearly. Upon hearing this, a flicker of disdain passed through Su-jin's eyes. "Oh. Are you qualified? So blunt, turns out he's rather forward." That diminished any anticipation. Being openly mocked, Tang Enjian's smile froze, his expression turning sour. Nevertheless, he still tried to explain, "I'm a plant-type metahuman. Li Lihi is an earth-type metahuman." Clearly, he was extremely eager to join forces with Su-jin. Lu Si glanced briefly at the man, then quietly looked back at Su-jin. Though the man dressed modestly, his whole presence constantly screamed, "I'm a powerhouse, come cling to me." Internally, Lu Si sighed with sorrow. What exactly did the mid-stage antagonist quartet go through during their development? Why did they want to get to know Su-jin so badly, and why was Su-jin nowhere to be seen later on? Did the four simply fail to latch onto him? Plant-type metas controlled the green origin of all living things, which later became critically important. They could accelerate plant growth, produce seeds, and grow fresh vegetables. Some extreme cases even utilized vines offensively, binding zombies together and crushing them into pulp. Tang Enjian fell more toward this latter type, though he hadn't yet reached that level. Earth-type ability allowed one to manipulate soil. The higher the level, the more crucial it became for constructing shelters in the mid to late apocalypse. Early on, it could create earthen shields to block zombie swarms. Oh, Su Jin responded expressionlessly, seemingly indifferent to his abilities. An awkward atmosphere began to settle. Lu Si grabbed the arm Su Jin had wrapped around him and leaned out from his embrace. Hey, Su, I'll go check if the water's boiled. Go ahead. He released him. Lu Si immediately slipped out of Su Jin's arms, his face slightly flushed. He offered an apologetic smile to the two future powerhouses sitting across from them. Su's just like this, he doesn't mean anything by it. Don't take it personally, alright? Though he had hoped not to meet them, since they already had, and meeting inevitably brought disaster, he figured he should treat them a bit better now, just in case they held grudges later. After Lu Si said this, Su Jin sounded displeased. What? What kind of personality do I have? But his tone wasn't as cold as before. It resembled nothing less than a quarrel between lovers. This made the two opposite them feel even worse, being shown affection right in front of them. Damn it. Lu Si wanted to slap himself twice. Why did he open his mouth? Su, what kind of instant noodles would you like to eat? Whatever you want. Su Jin replied. Good, topic changed. Li Lihi, who had remained silent and nearly invisible until now, raised his hand. He had a sturdy build, shaved head, and a bright, cheerful appearance. Lu Si turned to look at him. Li Lihi scratched his scalp, propped his elbow on the table, and said, during our escape, we had to throw away our backpacks. All our food was stored in Li Su's storage space. He paused, then lowered his hand and looked straight at Lu Si. Could you spare us some food? We haven't eaten for a whole day. Chapter 33, The Onslaught of the Zombie Horde. This. I do feel for you, really. But it's not up to me. Lu Si glanced toward Su Jin beside him. Tang Enjian caught their fleeting eye contact. He looked from Lu Si to Su Jin and back again. There was no trace of romantic affection in Lu Si's gaze, only deep respect. Su Jin, on the other hand, was different. When his eyes fell on Lu Si, there flickered an almost imperceptible possessiveness, even he himself didn't realize it. Tang Enjian pushed up his glasses, eyes sharpening as he studied Lu Si's face. He seemed younger than both of them. Whatever, Su Jin said elegantly, uttering just 2 words. Alright then. Whatever meant it was up to him. Though he wasn't particularly eager to hand anything over, these two were clearly important figures later on, he might as well treat them to a meal now, so that in the future, they'd owe him one. Lu Si's mental calculations clattered like dice in his head. While waiting for the instant noodles to cook, taking advantage of this moment of goodwill brought by food, Lu Si began asking questions about what puzzled him. What exactly happened to you? Why were so many zombies chasing you? Li Lihi twirled his plastic fork, untangling the noodles inside the styrofoam cup, trying to help the hot water soften the noodle cake faster. Upon hearing Lu Si's question, his previously relaxed expression instantly shifted, flashing a look of panic, but only for a second. He turned to Tang Enjian. Should we tell them? Tang Enjian nodded. In the end, Tang Enjian recounted everything truthfully. After leaving Baisha district, we were hunted down by the temporary base at Xinhu. Then we drove somewhere. I can't quite explain the place, it was just bizarre. And those zombies chasing us through the streets earlier came from that very location. They pursued us relentlessly, forcing us to split up. But even then, they divided into 2 groups to chase after each of us. The rich aroma of instant noodles wafted through the air. Su Jin lifted the lid, stirred the noodles with his fork, then speared a piece of ham sausage and popped it into his mouth, biting down. Did you take something from them? Something. Lu Si grew curious. He studied the 2 people across from him closely. Indeed, as soon as Su Jin asked that, their expressions changed slightly. Tang Enjian lowered his gaze, then reached into his pocket and pulled out a small object tightly wrapped in bandages, its contents hidden from view. We took this off that thing's body. If we'd known it would be this cursed, we never would have touched it. Slowly, he began unwinding the bandages, gradually revealing what lay beneath. It was a soft piece of pale green jade, streaked with dried blood droplets embedded deep within. About the size of a regular pendant, teardrop-shaped, without a hole for threading, resembling, oddly, a fragment of a tooth. The moment the jade was fully exposed, the leader among the horde of zombies far away seemed to sense it. His pale lips twitched. His neck contorted unnaturally, twisting completely around as if it were a limb, turning hollow eyes toward a distant direction. At once, the mass of zombies beneath him stiffened and began moving, all shambling toward that same point. Su Jin reached over and took the jade, weighing it thoughtfully in his palm. What are you doing? Tang Enjian hesitated when he saw it being taken, half reaching out as if to retrieve it, but finally decided against it. Su Jin set it down. Where did you get this? Give me the place name. At an intersection where the road veers left-right before Pingyang District. It's deep in the mountainside. Why? Su Jin cast a sidelong glance at Lu Si, who was currently slurping noodles. Noticing Su Jin's stare, Lu Si immediately looked up, racking his brain to recall whether there had been another road along the way. Then he remembered, the bus stop sign near that fork. There was such a road. But isn't that route leading straight to the cemetery district? He added, there was a signpost. Tang Enjian explained, by the time we shook off those Xinhu people, it was already dark. We weren't paying much attention, we just drove in blindly. Lu Si couldn't help thinking these guys were something else, real pros at snatching things on the fly. Were they grave robbers in their past lives? The more he looked at them, the more convinced he became. Of course, if they wouldn't say, he wouldn't pry. But aren't we in the apocalypse now? Why do you still care about stuff like this? Just grabbed it out of habit, Tang Enjian scratched his cheek. Lu Si continued, so your other teammates, did any of them have something like this on them? No. Only this item. Then we got chased, Tang Enjian replied. Bang bang. Pounding at the door from outside. And not just one pair of hands, many hands. The small door had already been locked from the inside. What's going on? Li Lihi's unease deepened. The zombies are here, Su Jin said coolly, casting a glance at them. He raised the jade in his hand and looked straight at Tang Enjian. Do you still need to keep this? No. Do you have any way to deal with it? Seeing Su Jin so calm, Tang Enjian felt certain they must have a solution. No way, Su Jin said, wrapping up the jade and handing it to Lu Si. Put it into your space. Su Ji, Lu Si took it, his eyes carrying a hint of worry. Could this piece of jade possibly be some kind of cursed object? Though fearful, he still accepted it and stored it inside his space. You'll be fine. Let's eat first, Su Jin said, sliding his own portion over to Lu Si, the sausage already finished. Seeing how composed Su Jin was, there must be a method behind it. Tang Enjian and Li Lihi exchanged glances, their unease slightly eased, then began eating the soaked instant noodles. Bang bang. The back door had been discovered, and now heavy pounding echoed as they started slamming their bodies against it. Being a metal door, the noise it produced was even louder. Under such tense circumstances, no one dared to eat slowly. Lu Si gulped down one cup in a few bites, then finished Su Jin's share as well before drinking the broth. After finishing his meal, he let out a belch, only to notice everyone staring at him in confusion. What? Tang Enjian looked toward Su Jin. So how do we get out now? Going outside would surely mean death. Isn't there a staircase? Su Jin moved aside the table and chairs and stood up. Lu Si followed, looking in the direction Su Jin faced. Indeed, there was a staircase leading upward to the second floor. Then let's go quickly, Tang Enjian said, standing up and picking up the gun on the table, stuffing it into his pocket. His gun had long run out of bullets. For once, Su Jin actually responded. Then he said to Lu Si, lend them a few wooden sticks from your space. Note, he said lend. Tang Enjian forced a weak smile. No need. He picked up the wooden chair he'd been sitting on and slammed it against the wall. The chair shattered instantly. He walked over, grabbed two broken table legs, handing one to Li Lihi. The commotion from inside made the zombies outside move even faster. Bang bang. The corner of the wall cracked under the zombies' assault, sending dust drifting down. This door wouldn't hold much longer. We'll go first, Tang Enjian stepped ahead of Su Jin and Lu Si, his attitude no longer as polite as before. Whatever, Su Jin replied. Tang Enjian and Li Lihi ascended the stairs first, with Su Jin and Lu Si following behind. Just as they reached the top of the staircase. A tremendous crash. The main door was smashed open. Footsteps echoed from below. Lu Si, walking at the rear, glanced down through the stair railing and saw a pale, bloodless face. A glance at the hospital gown the creature wore sent a jolt through his heart. Seriously? In this apocalyptic world, were even corpses coming out to party? Noticing someone watching it, the creature lifted its head toward Lu Si, hollow eyes meeting his, pale lips parting into a grotesque grin. Lu Si immediately hurled a wooden rod straight at its gaping mouth. Su Ji. Su Ji. Move, move, move. Seeing Lu Si panic like that, Su Jin looked down. After a clear look, he realized that Lu Si's throw had struck the creature's face, distorting its features even further. A flicker of interest appeared in his eyes. Oh. So it was one of those. Chapter 34 Lu Si's ankle is sprained. Roar. The alpha zombie, having been struck in the face and sensing a strong force, roared furiously in rage. Upon hearing the command, the other zombies obediently climbed up the stairs toward Lu Si and his group. Su, hurry up. Lu Si called out to him. Bang. The wooden door on the second floor slammed shut. This shop used to be a restaurant, the second floor served as living quarters, with another staircase leading upward beyond. After pulling Su Jin inside, Lu Si quickly closed and locked the door. Where are they? Su Jin stood behind Lu Si. They've gone upstairs to the third floor. Recalling that horrifying face from earlier, Lu Si still felt his heart pounding. It was bad enough surviving inside the hospital, but now they were out on the streets. What terrible luck. Thud. Thud. The zombies began banging against the nearly broken wooden door. The two of them started climbing the staircase to the third floor. But there was no sign of Tang Enjian or the others, only a tightly closed door. Lu Si rushed up the last few steps, tugging at the doorknob, but it wouldn't budge. It must have been locked from the outside. Worry flashed across his face. Su, what should we do? The door's locked. Damn it, those two really aren't human. Meanwhile, the two people outside had already jumped onto another building, with Li Lihi following behind, panting, Brother Tang, are we just leaving them behind like this? He couldn't help but feel uneasy. Tang Enjian rolled up his sleeves, grabbed a wooden stick, and leapt toward an adjacent building. Hearing Li's words, he sneered, muttering angrily, leave them? Hell yes. They refused my kindness, why should I care? Let them end up in zombie stomachs instead. Heartless bastards like that deserve to die. He'd originally admired the aura around Su Jin, thinking he could ally with him for something big. But since the other party ignored him completely, why should he waste any more effort groveling? Damn it. Brother Tang has a point, Li Lihi agreed wholeheartedly. After jumping across several buildings, they began descending. Tang Enjian glanced back at that sealed door. Let's go find Li Shu and the others. Alright. Roar. Because it was only a flimsy wooden door, the zombies broke through without hesitation and advanced toward the source of human scent. Su Jin conjured an electric blade and immediately cut through the metal latch holding the iron door shut. The lock became useless, and the door easily swung open. The third floor opened directly onto a balcony. Lu Si looked around and pointed to the left, where another building had a matching balcony. Su, let's jump over there. Su Jin used a concentrated ball of electricity to temporarily seal the doorway. But when they stepped onto the railing and looked down, Lu Si froze. Below were countless walking zombies, the entire building was surrounded. He swallowed hard. The distance to the opposite balcony was within jumping range, he could probably make it, but doubt gripped him. Su Jin walked over. What's wrong? Not going. Lu Si took a deep breath and rubbed his hands together. No way. I'm totally fine. How could he possibly be scared? Gripping the stone balustrade, he jumped up, swung his arms, and launched himself across. He landed perfectly, though the impact sent sharp jolts through his legs, twisting one ankle slightly. It still worked, though, just sore. I made it, Su. After landing, Lu Si stepped back quickly, clearing space for Su Jin. Su Jin grabbed the railing and lightly vaulted over, landing neatly beside Lu Si. Let's go. Got it. Lu Si nodded. They entered the apartment from the balcony. Exiting through another building, they hurried into the alley. When they reached the main road, buildings grew sparse. Ahead, all they saw was a vast expanse of wild forest stretching across rolling hills. Lu Si stopped suddenly, then winced as a sharp pain shot through his ankle joint. Hiss. Oh God. Noticing how awkwardly Lu Si was limping, sucking in breath with each step, Su Jin approached. What's wrong? Twisted my ankle, Lu Si replied, tears almost springing to his eyes. Su Jin frowned. Crouch down. Lu Si placed a hand on Su Jin's shoulder. When the boy crouched, Su Jin lifted his injured foot. One hand firmly grasped his pale, soft ankle, then slowly pulled off his sneaker, revealing white socks beneath. Su Jin moved to remove the sock as well. Lu Si quickly pressed his hand down, cheeks flushing slightly. Su, you don't need to go that far. It's fine. It's okay, Su Jin said calmly, pulling the sock off anyway to reveal a fair foot threaded with faint blue veins. As his fingers touched the skin, Lu Si shivered sharply, trembling for a moment. Apologetically, he looked at Su Jin, sorry, Su. I didn't mean to react like that. It's just, your hand is kind of cold. Chapter 35, There's a laboratory in the graveyard 1. After resetting Lu Si's foot, Lu Si quickly pulled on his socks, slipped into his shoes, and stood up. He took a few steps, yes, his ankle didn't hurt anymore. He looked at Su Jin with a hint of gratitude, thanks, Brother Su. Glancing at Su Jin's hands, he suggested, Brother Su, wanna wash your hands? As he spoke, he handed him a bottle of mineral water. Yes. Su Jin replied tersely, lips pressed together. After washing their hands, they continued walking. As for where to go, Lu Si glanced at Su Jin. Su Jin surveyed the surroundings, wasn't this the direction they had entered from? If they kept going up, they should be able to reach it. Head to the graveyard, Su Jin said. Lu Si froze, unsure, so he asked again, to that place Tang Enjian mentioned? Su Jin grunted, then kept walking forward. Lu Si followed, curiously asking Su Jin about the origin of that piece of jade. In response, Su Jin gave a chilling answer, I took it from a corpse. That unsettled Lu Si immediately. Recalling the zombie's face, neither fully human nor typical undead, yet capable of controlling low-level zombies, it was truly terrifying. Worse, this type of zombie hadn't even appeared in the original story. Brother Sue, if we put that jade into my space, will it affect what's inside? Lucy asked, curious. No, Sue Jean said. Oh, okay. Shortly after they left, the horde of zombies caught up. The boss, carried by his underlings, stared emptily toward the mountain before slowly advancing in that direction. After some walking, the two finally reached a concrete road leading uphill. At the hilltop hung a sign, Graveyard. Sue Jean crouched slightly, examining the tire tracks on the road. They were smeared with noticeable bloodstains, extending inward. Follow them, he said. Yeah, got it. Lucy gripped his wooden stick and walked shoulder to shoulder with Sue Jean. He noticed the bloodstains too, fell silent, expression turning serious. He glanced at Sue Jin's profile, then quickly looked away. Noticing the boy's gaze, Sue Jin's lips curved slightly. He turned to Lucy and asked, what is it? Lucy shook his head. Nothing. Halfway along the path, the bloodstains ended. They looked up toward the mountain. Up ahead, grave mounds scattered densely across the slope, weeds overgrown, pine trees shooting wildly upward into the sky. Even in daylight, passing through here sent an inexplicable chill down one's spine. A narrow trail paved with gravel snaked up the hillside. Sue Jean stepped onto it. Lucy followed closely behind. As they climbed higher, they noticed increasing amounts of human-made trash. Further up, on the left, stood a small house made of piled stones. The wooden door stood open. From their vantage point, the interior was pitch black. Without hesitation, Sue Jean moved toward it. Lucy quickly grabbed his hand. Brother Sue, are you really going in? What if there's a reanimated corpse inside? Not that he wanted to complain, but this world had way too many unknown bugs. He was scared. Sue Jean chuckled lightly. Who said it was reanimation? Didn't you see the hospital gown it was wearing? So. This corpse must have come from a hospital. But why would a hospital patient end up here in the graveyard? Aren't you curious? The corpse was likely mutated due to artificially injected substances. Not curious at all. Lucy shook his head vigorously. Nobody wanted to die out of curiosity. But I am curious. Sue Jean placed a hand on Lucy's shoulder. After a pause, he sighed softly. My parents were researchers studying this field. I have to find them. So that was why he went to the hospital lab earlier. But why tell him this? It made Lucy extremely uneasy. Brother Sue. Didn't I already say you'd be my little brother? What, getting cold feet now? Of course Lucy denied it, and no way, definitely not. Sue Jean ruffled his hair, voice softening slightly, don't worry. As long as I'm here, I'll protect you. Then suddenly, his tone shifted, or, you can leave right now, if you want. Lucy shook his head. I won't leave. I'm staying with you. Who knew, maybe the moment he turned around, the man would shoot him dead. Sue Jean lowered his hand, glancing briefly downward. Fine. Let's go in. Before that thing catches up to us. Hearing that, Lucy also looked down, and nearly jumped in fright. They're back. How did they return? Could it be because of the jade? But I stored it in my space, how can it still sense it? Sue Jean turned and strode inside. No idea. Lucy hurried to follow. Brother Sue, maybe we should just give the jade back to them. Impossible. Sue Jean flatly rejected Lucy's suggestion. He raised his flashlight and shone it inside. In this small house, several coffins were placed on the ground. Seeing them, Lucy immediately grabbed the corner of Sue Jin's clothes. Sue Jean turned to look at him, a hint of amusement in his eyes. Lucy let go right away and quickly stepped behind him. As the beam swept across, they spotted an underground opening at the edge of one coffin. Sue Jean squatted down, the soil around was smeared with blood. Shining the light inward, he discovered stone steps leading down below. Lucy stood by the door keeping watch when he suddenly saw the zombie's figure appear, followed closely by its underlings. He turned and whispered urgently, Brother Sue, they're here. Sue Jean stood up and walked over, quietly closing the wooden door of the hut. With only the flashlight's glow cutting through the dark room, everything else sank into pitch blackness. He took Lucy's hand and moved toward the opening they had found. Lucy hesitated. Brother Sue, shouldn't we kill that zombie? Then we could get its crystal core. One capable of controlling lower-level zombies must possess a highly potent core. No need. It doesn't have a core anymore. As he spoke, Sue Jean stepped into the passage. After both entered the tunnel, Sue Jean closed a heavy gate behind them. He continued calmly, without a core, it won't survive more than a few days anyway. Rather than killing it now, better to let it strut around for a while longer. The flashlight pierced the darkness. The place was silent except for the sound of their footsteps descending the stairs. The deeper they went, the stronger the stench of rot became. Lucy pinched his nose, frowning. Brother Sue, can you smell that heavy stench? Like rotting corpses? Hold my hand, Su-jin said. His large, slightly cool palm firmly enveloped the boy's smaller one. With his other hand, Su-jin held the flashlight forward, illuminating the stone steps. After walking for a while, their feet finally touched solid ground. Lu-si clung tightly to Su-jin's hand, following him deeper, silently reminding himself, this is the apocalypse, not some tomb-raiding horror story. Click. Suddenly, light flickered around them, then flooded the vast chamber, illuminating everything in bright, artificial glow. Lu-si could now clearly see the interior layout, glass shards scattered across the floor, and liquid-filled bottles just like those he'd seen in the hospital lab back in the city. Bang! 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 Noises came from the entrance above. Chapter 36. There's a laboratory in the cemetery too. The outer door wouldn't hold for long. Su-jin pulled Lu-si down and walked inward. On the ground here, apart from some obstacles, shards of glass, and patches of bloodstains, there wasn't anything particularly unusual. The contents inside the liquid-filled bottles had already burst out through broken glass. Those zombies who previously followed the lead zombie were originally contained within these very bottles. Scattered bullet casings lay on the floor, along with several shattered corpses. The foul stench emanated directly from those rotting bodies. Before them, Tang Yan had passed through here, and even carried out acts of destruction. After bypassing over a dozen liquid tanks, they reached a wooden door below. The door was tightly locked, but upon approaching, Su-jin effortlessly pried open the lock using his knife's handle. Along the wall stood a long table, seemingly designed to hold human bodies, while dusty black plastic bags gathered in one corner. Click. A crisp sound rang out, sharply jarring within the silent space. Pushing open the wooden door, the flashlight beam shone inside, revealing yet another dark concrete passage built from cement. Perhaps due to the underground area being somewhat stifling, when the light penetrated in, it illuminated drifting streaks of dust floating in the air. Without hesitation, Su-jin stepped forward. Lu-si hesitated slightly, but ultimately followed behind. The truth about the secret laboratory beneath the hospital had been exposed by Gu Zi and others during the late stages of the apocalypse. This disaster was never natural, it was man-made. Driven by their own delusional fantasies, people had abusively commanded scientists to conduct such experiments using human test subjects. Initially, rats were used, then cadavers. After repeated failures, they began transferring experiments onto living humans. Possibly because so many experimental subjects were required, the temporary lab was constructed right here, for easier burial and reduced costs. The sight of those black plastic bags and the mutated corpses earlier already hinted at this fact. Yet Lu-si felt curious, since all the experimental subjects in the lab mutated uniformly, did that mean every zombie had been injected with the same serum, or triggered by a certain common component? The original text doesn't elaborate much on this point. The author mentions that the epilogue will provide a detailed explanation, so whether that's truly the case, and how it was resolved, remains uncertain. Flashlight beams cut through the darkness as they slowly advanced deeper. Outside, the entrance still echoed with occasional pat-pat noises, though gradually fading into silence as they moved farther away. Turning around a bend, they finally arrived at another chamber. Kicking open the wooden door, they entered, and instantly realized this place dwarfed the previous one by far. The lights here were still on, allowing them to clearly see the interior layout. This laboratory featured dozens more liquid tanks than the last room, along with various medical operating devices. Just like outside, broken glass littered the ground everywhere, mingled with splatters of dried blood. Lu-si turned his head toward the door behind them. The door panel bore several handprints, ancient marks now hardened into dry traces. After a brief pause, he pulled out his handgun, keeping alert vigilance beside Su-jin, fearful that a zombie might suddenly spring out from somewhere. Su-jin glanced around. Aside from shattered glass, nothing else caught his attention. However, on the surrounding walls, he spotted a sealed iron door marked Temporary Research Lab. Since it couldn't be opened, he lost interest quickly. Standing at another open exit large enough for someone 1.8 meters tall to walk through upright, he swept his gaze around. The doorframe was smeared with bloodstains, countless bloody handprints plastered across its surface. Shining the flashlight inside, he saw only a collapsed door slab covered entirely in spattered blood. But why had they exited here? Was it because something here frightened them, or perhaps they responded to some kind of call? A flicker of doubt flashed across Su-jin's eyes. Su-ji, there's something here, said Lu-si, whose curiosity could truly get him killed. Noticing no zombies around, he approached a nearby table, found a drawer, and yanked it open, then immediately let go and jumped backward. The drawer was filled with countless wriggling white worms. Once exposed, they started crawling out rapidly. Soon, a faint rustling noise arose throughout the space, followed by tiny black specks appearing at every corner. Even from under the pedestals of the liquid bottles, things began emerging. All simultaneously spread outward in every direction. It was repulsive. And utterly disgusting. Yet strangely, they seemed wary of something. None dared approach Su-jin and Lu-si. Su-jin watched with mild interest, grabbed Lu-si by the arm, pulled him back into the entranceway, then fired a single shot into the pile of worms. Blood instantly splattered violently all around. The other insect splattered with blood writhed in agony. Gasoline, Su-jin said. Yeah, got it. Lu-si quickly pulled it out. Su-jin poured some gasoline nearby, took out a sheet of paper, lit it with a lighter, and tossed it onto the gasoline. It ignited swiftly. The two then sprinted deeper inside, where the stench of blood grew increasingly stronger. Lu-si had no choice but to cover his nose. As they ran, Lu-si heard a dull thud behind them. Before he could turn around, Su-jin was already pulling him forward. Everywhere the flashlight beam touched was smeared with blood, a trial for patience. They didn't know how long they'd been running when at last they saw a ray of light ahead. When they emerged, Lu-si gasped for air. His build was weak, lacking any athletic coordination. No matter how hard he tried to run, his body couldn't withstand the strain. Su-ji, I can't go on. Let me rest a bit, he panted, squatting down. Su-jin replied, eyes fixed on the surroundings. Before him stretched a spacious metal shed, illuminated by glaring white lights overhead. Several cargo trucks were parked beside it. Approaching one, even from outside the rear door, a heavy stench of rot wafted through. What was inside? Get up, Su-jin's voice came. Lu-si looked up immediately, but didn't see Su-jin. Instead, a cargo truck pulled right up in front of him. Get in, Su-jin said. Yeah, okay. Lu-si stood up, opened the side door, and climbed in. Su-ji, we're just leaving like this. What else? Su-jin replied, turning the steering wheel and driving toward the exit. So, did you find anything in there? Just a temporary lab. What could there possibly be? Besides, why are you more curious than me now? I was just asking, Lu-si muttered. At least there weren't any zombies in there. That would have been tough to handle. Su-jin grunted in reply. After exiting the metal shed, they arrived at a concrete road. A few small buildings stood nearby, marked as belonging to Pingyang district. The truck drove onto the main road, heading toward Jingyang City. Back at the entrance, a deep groan echoed, followed by a tremendous boom, burying all secrets beneath layers of earth and rubble. Chapter 37. Arriving at Jingyang City. The truck continued traveling along the main road before turning onto a smaller side path. Lu-si noticed a sticker on the dashboard in front of Su-jin, clearly marked with a simple route, a red cross indicating the starting point and a triangular symbol for the destination, probably representing that mountain they had just left. He gulped unconsciously. Brother Su, where are we headed next? Jingyang City Central Hospital. But before that, we'll stop by a nearby store, Su-jin said, turning to look at the youth. How do you feel after absorbing the crystal core? Not too bad. My storage space seems to have expanded a bit, Lu-si replied, resting his chin in his hand. At first, his storage capacity hadn't been large, enough to hold clothes, several boxes of instant noodles, and some preserved meat, sufficient perhaps for a few years. But if he wanted long-term survival, he needed to upgrade his spatial ability. The higher the ability level, the greater the storage volume. The truck came to a smooth stop at an intersection. After getting off, Lu-si scanned the surrounding environment. Among W City's administrative tiers, Jingyang City was classified as a second-tier city, while Jianfei City served as W City's capital. Both cities, however, belonged to the central region of W City. The bright light base had been established in Jianfei City precisely because of its military presence. Su-jin headed straight to loot the convenience store, something Lu-si cared deeply about. Food was food, nothing mattered more. In this region of W City, zombies were rarely seen during daylight hours. They preferred nighttime activities, when they could harass people sheltering indoors, wearing down their defenses until they finally collapsed. During the day, escapees had a better chance if protected by someone with abilities, but transportation remained the key factor. Those with vehicles stood a much higher chance of escaping the city. Crunch, crunch. A faint chewing sound caught his attention. Lu-si peered over cautiously. In a dark corner crouched a figure dressed in tattered clothes, hair disheveled, gnawing something with obvious relish, producing soft crunching noises. Curious, he tried moving closer. Suddenly, */*. A hand landed on his shoulder. Lu-si turned to see Su-jin. What are you looking at? Su-jin asked. The abrupt noise silenced the chewing. Slowly, joints cracking, the figure twisted its neck toward the new targets. Its mouth was smeared with blood and bits of flesh. Pale-faced, hollow eyes leaking trails of bloody tears, it stared directly at Lu-si and Su-jin. In one hand clutched a severed leg. Bearing decayed teeth, it let out a hoarse growl, grr. The scene was revolting. But what caught Lu-si's attention most was the short length of the severed leg the female zombie held. Beside her lay a small bloodied piece of clothing, likely belonging to a child. Grr. The female zombie growled again, not daring to approach. Whether from fear or instinct, she simply snarled at them without advancing. Su-jin gripped Lu-si's shoulder. Enough. Let's go. The apocalypse was brutal, cruel and heartless alike. Brother Su, if one day I really turn into a zombie, just shoot me dead. Lu-si said suddenly as they walked. When Su Jin didn't respond, he figured, of course, he was probably just another insignificant person in Su Jin's past. Never mind. If I become one, then so be it. Better to give himself a quick end when it came to that. Su Jin grunted. That single response made Lu Si even sadder. Hadn't they promised to be each other's reliable partners? Why did he just agree like that? They walked along a back street. This area was still under construction, surrounded by walls. Aside from a few low-level zombies dashing out unexpectedly, they saw no others. It was actually quite a relaxed walk. Lu Si, if I became a zombie, what would you do? After walking silently for a while, Su Jin suddenly spoke up. Lu Si's heart skipped. His smile felt forced. Brother Su, someone as strong as you? How could you ever turn into a zombie? Su Jin stopped and turned sideways, bangs partially covering his eyes, voice carrying a note of seriousness. I said, if star dot. Lu Si. If Su Jin became a zombie, could he run? No. Given the man's current terrifying abilities, he'd be the first morsel devoured, nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. Was this question now a test of loyalty? A flicker of confusion passed through Lu Si's eyes, then it dawned on him. He quickly replied, if Brother Su turned into a zombie, I'd definitely stay by your side and protect you. After all, in life I'm your little follower, and in death I'll still be your little follower. Even he thought it sounded overly dramatic as soon as he said it, but he hoped this man might feel moved. After speaking, he couldn't resist stealing a glance at Su Jin to observe his expression. Oh, not bad, Su Jin said with plain tone, giving him a compliment. Of course, Lu Si quickly agreed. See that convenience store ahead? Su Jin pointed toward the distant shop. Yeah, what about it? Lu Si asked, following his gaze. Su Jin's lips curled up slightly. Weren't you just saying you're my little follower? Then go check it out alone, see if there's anything inside, and report back to me. Lu Si immediately opened his mouth in protest, but quickly shut it. Because Su Jin was right, he was the underling here, meant to protect Su Jin. Even if his actual abilities didn't really allow for that. He nodded reluctantly. Fine. Leave it to me. Su Jin waved his hand. Then why are you still standing here? Lu Si headed off immediately. Well, he did have some ability after all. He took a sip of water, gripped his wooden stick tightly, and walked forward. This was a residential area, and the convenience store was nearby. When he reached the entrance, the glass door stood open, the two halves left slightly ajar, facing the light so everything inside was clearly visible. The refrigerator had tipped over, water from inside seeping across the floor. The edible goods on the shelves had all been cleared out, racks toppled and scattered everywhere, leaving only a few daily necessities behind. Lu Si pushed the door and stepped inside, walking steadily toward the shelves on the right. There was an indescribable stench in the air. He stopped in front of a wall where a mirror hung. Suddenly, a dark shadow flashed in the reflection. Lu Si froze, slowly lowered his head, and saw in the mirror a zombie approaching him from behind. In one swift motion, he spun around, raised the wooden stick, and swung hard, smacking the zombie straight into a shelf with a loud crack. The zombie collapsed against it. Still not satisfied, Lu Si grabbed a nearby shelf and slammed it down onto the creature, pinning it firmly beneath. Only then did he relax slightly and turn toward the other side of the store. He spotted several pools of dried blood in the corner, along with scattered bones. He averted his gaze and noticed plastic buckets inside a cardboard box. Aside from a thin layer of dust, they were untouched by bloodstains. He stored 5 or 6 of them in his space, they could hold water later. It'd be even better if he found a large bathtub. Edible food was obviously long gone, but Lu Si gathered a few useful items, some toothpaste, body wash, and stored those too. More was always better than less. Unaware, as he packed up his loot, the zombie he'd knocked down had already risen again, gripping a broken piece of shelf, staring silently at the human not far away. Chapter 38 City Hospital 1. Bang. Clang. Lu Si turned his head toward the door and saw Su Jin holding a gun. Following the direction of the barrel, he saw a zombie lying on the ground, its head blown open, brain matter splattered all around. At this moment it was still twitching on the floor, pinned beneath a collapsed shelf. Such carelessness. Su Jin pushed the door open, stepped inside, and fixed his gaze straight on Lu Si as he spoke. Lu Si gave an awkward laugh and said, "Thank goodness you saved me, or I'd be the one getting crushed." "Thanks, Brother Su." Only then did he realize what he'd said, crushed. Wait, crushed to death by a shelf. Hearing this, Su Jin's lips curled into a faint, inscrutable smile. He walked closer, pressing Lu Si firmly against the nearby shelf. Palms flat against the rack behind him, Lu Si stared up at Su Jin with slight panic. Thinking Su must be upset about how slow he had been, he quickly explained, "I was just looking for something useful, I was picking carefully, so that took some time." Su Jin didn't let go, instead, he pressed even closer. Lu Si began to grow uneasy. I'll be faster next time," he stammered. "From now on, no more hesitation, grab everything and stash it in the space." Lucy, Su-jin lowered his head, breathing softly by the youth's ear, do you know how delicious you look? Lucy looked utterly bewildered. What are you talking about? Delicious? Now what crude thing was this? TSK, never mind. Su-jin clicked his tongue lightly, finally releasing him, then turned to survey the convenience store. Put whatever we need into your space. We've still got other places to check later. Got it. With Su-jin letting go, Lucy quickly moved to the other side, completely baffled by what had just happened. Thinking it over, he figured maybe Su-jin hadn't seen a woman in too long, seeing his own handsome face might have triggered some hunger makes one eat sour grapes mentality. He definitely needed to find a woman for his big brother soon, otherwise who knew what could happen. Once all necessary items were stored away, they left the convenience store and headed toward the city center. They passed small snack shops, but the food there wouldn't last long, so checking them wasn't worth the effort. Stores had already been looted clean. They kept moving cautiously until they finally reached the city hospital. After walking such a long distance, standing before the glaring red and white hospital sign and feeling the numb ache in his feet, Lucy mentally groaned, I love exercise. I really do. Ugh. He glanced sideways at Su-jin, who seemed completely unaffected. Noticing Lucy's stare, Su-jin turned to look at him, one hand shoved casually into his pocket, his expression cold. Let's go. Unwilling as he was, he still forced a smile. But this time, luck wasn't on their side. The hospital's main entrance was blocked by a large freight truck. From inside came guttural snarls of zombies and the sound of fists pounding on metal doors. Outside, heavy chains wrapped tightly around the truck, pinning it firmly in place. No matter how violently the zombies thrashed against it, the barrier wouldn't budge. There was no one outside. Suddenly, a car drove past. Both Su-jin and Lucy quickly ducked back. Lucy felt a sense of relief. Brother Su, if the front gate is blocked and the zombies inside are roaring like that, it means it's dangerous in there. Shouldn't we just give up? Scared? Scared? How could I possibly be scared? I was just suggesting. Oh, then let's go. With that, Su-jin stepped forward. Lucy followed behind. If the front entrance was blocked, they'd take the back. Circling around the hospital's outer wall, the sounds of the zombies' growls gradually faded. Next to the hospital lay a quiet side street, surrounded by residential buildings. Su-jin stopped, eyeing the wall before them, a low, aging structure. Along the top edge were shards of broken glass embedded upright, clearly meant to deter intruders from climbing over. Brother Su, I'll go first. Lucy rubbed his hands together, sizing up the over 1.7-meter high wall, ready to put his skills to work. Su-jin stopped him. Wait. Don't move. His eyes remained fixed on the wall. Lucy looked too. What caught attention was a piece of paper taped visibly to the wall, a friendly reminder. Beneath it was a drawing of a river. Please do not jump across. If drowning occurs, this hospital assumes no responsibility. Damn it, then how are we supposed to get in? Su-jin's expression remained calm. It's fine. Then he kicked the wall hard with one foot. He stepped back, pulling Lucy along with him. A moment later. Boom. The wall collapsed. Chapter 39, City Hospital 2. Lucy stepped forward and looked down, just flat ground below. Where was the stream? This hospital had no sense of decency. Let's go. The wall had collapsed, making it easier for them to enter. Though the outer appeared low from outside, there was still a significant drop to the ground. After jumping down, they looked around. This was the back of the hospital grounds. Wild weeds of all kinds grew densely here, flourishing wildly. Scattered trees dotted the area, along with a small path paved with pebbles mixed into concrete. Stepping onto the stone path, Lucy followed Su-jin, noticing that he wasn't heading toward the main hospital building but instead walking toward a red brick building nearby. Su-gu, wasn't the last passage inside the hospital. Before he could finish his question, a figure in a pink nurse's uniform appeared from around the corner of the hospital building, its movement stiff and unnatural. Apparently not expecting prey, it let out a roar directly at Lucy before charging toward him. Gra! Clang! Without hesitation, Lucy raised his gun, time to show off his shooting skills. Don't shoot. That'll attract more zombies, Su-jin stopped him, voice calm. Oh. Then what do we do now? Lucy lowered the gun obediently as the zombie slowly approached. Su-jin picked up a stone. When he threw it, an electric current surged through it, striking the zombie square in its gaping mouth. Instantly, the creature convulsed violently, electrified, then collapsed to the ground, twitching once before going still. Lucy stared wide-eyed at Su-jin. Wait, you can do that? Red brick building. They stood hidden behind a tree, watching a few scattered zombies emerge from the structure. They moved slowly, steps stiff, blank eyes scanning emptily around. Pale faces, sunken features, it was undeniably unsettling. Lucy whispered, Su-gu, why do their eyes look exactly like those in Pingyang District's graveyard? Su-jin gave them a cold glance. Not exactly like. They're identical. Let's just walk over and kill them. At this pace, who knows when they'll clear out. With that, Su Jin yanked Lu Si forward, gesturing toward the zombies. You deal with them, my little follower. There was a faint teasing tone in his voice. All right. Lu Si nodded, drawing his large blade and charging straight at the group. A few mere zombies weren't going to be any trouble for him. The zombies, who'd been aimlessly circling the red brick building moments ago, caught the scent of fresh meat. Their lethargic demeanor vanished instantly, they perked up like they'd been injected with adrenaline, claws flailing as they rushed toward Lu Si one after another. Seeing 5 or 6 of them sprinting toward him at full speed, Lu Si froze in shock. Weren't these things supposed to move slowly? Now each one looked like an Olympic sprinter. Still, he had taken down a green-eyed zombie alone before. These ordinary ones wouldn't beat him. As they lunged, he met them with his long blade. Despite his clumsy form, he managed to decapitate every single one with sharp swings. Su Gu, see. I've got skills too, Lu Si said proudly, turning to Su Jin, only to realize the man who had stood beneath the tree was gone. Snap. A hand landed heavily on his shoulder. Lu Si stiffened instantly, gripping his blade tightly as he whirled around. Not leaving yet. It was Su Jin's voice. Realizing it was only Su Jin standing behind him, Lu Si exhaled sharply, heart pounding, what a fright. Su Jin let go. Waiting until Lu Si regained his composure, he then walked toward the red brick building. The entrance featured frosted glass doors. Right now, the door hung fully open, propped aside by something wedged against its edge. Wear this. Su Jin handed him an item. Lu Si took it, a cotton face mask. Su Jin put on his own mask with deliberate slowness, fastening the elastic bands behind his ears. He shook out his hair from under his collar, letting dark strands fall loosely. Now wearing the mask, only his cold, indifferent eyes remained visible. His high nose bridge stood out sharply beneath the fabric. Dressed entirely in black, he radiated an aura of mystery, undoubtedly handsome, damn it, with that maddening charisma. Sensing Lu Si staring, Su Jin smirked, why, are you stunned again? Snapping back to reality, Lu Si turned beet red, hastily putting on his mask as he sputtered, of course not. It's fine. Being stunned is understandable. But only stunned when I wear a mask. Don't tell me I'm not handsome without it. His tone dipped slightly at the end, low, dangerous. We're both men. Who gives a damn about your looks? Lu Si rolled his eyes inwardly, then flashed a playful grin. Su Gu is way too handsome, how could I possibly dare to gaze upon your face? You wearing a mask is just unbelievably cool. That's what makes me jealous. If only I could grow up to be as good-looking as you someday. Truth was, he was mostly envious of Su Jin's muscles. Just how many months of hard work did it take to build those? Of course he admired them. TSK. Su Jin reached out and patted his head, then grabbed a handful of his hair, releasing it with a light tug. I permit you to look. Why bother wanting to look like me? Your current face is already great, I'm very satisfied with it. At the end, he pinched Lu Si's cheek through the mask. The pinch through the fabric didn't hurt much, just a faint tingle. Chapter 40 Hospital in the City 3. Aside from a few zombies lingering outside the gate, they didn't see any more inside. The walls within the red brick building were finished directly with cement, giving the impression that the structure had been recently constructed. On both sides of the entrance stood 2 large planters with greenery. Before them was a small platform, and on the wall hung a clearly posted sign with several large characters. Rest area. They spotted an elevator. Lu Si walked up and pressed the elevator buttons a few times, but the buttons didn't light up. No power. Yeah, Su Jin replied, also pressing the buttons beside the elevator. Lu Si felt puzzled, this main red brick building only had 3 floors, there was no real need for an elevator, which must have cost extra money. Su Gu, Lu Si began to share his thought, but noticed Su Jin standing still by the elevator door, head slightly raised, eyes fixed on the panel above the elevator. Lu Si moved closer, following Su Jin's gaze, and saw a red sheet of paper stuck at the upper left corner of the elevator door, a floor directory. Up to F3, down to F4. Lu Si's heart immediately sank. So there were 4 underground levels, that explained why an elevator had been installed. Since the elevator wasn't working, they'd have to find another way down. Following Su Jin toward the stairwell, as they walked inward, even with their masks on, wave after wave of nauseating stench hit their noses. Rest area? More like a morgue. Where else would such a smell come from? Lu Si silently mocked in his mind. At the foot of the stairs on the first floor was a small door, where Su Jin stopped. The door was wide open, and the foul odor was coming from within. It had originally been locked, but someone had pried it open. The metal padlock was lying on the ground, smeared with dried blood. A label was pasted above the door, emergency exit. Someone must have been fleeing from something and used a tool to break the lock open just before escaping. Su Jin turned and looked at Lu Si. Wait outside. You don't want me to go in? Lu Si couldn't help but feel surprised. Su Jin sighed. Never mind. You can come in too. Lu Si was just pretending to decline, he actually really didn't want to go in. Waiting outside would have been much better. What if Su Jin suddenly used him as a human shield again? That would be terrible, like walking straight into death. Inside, there was already light, so they didn't need to turn on their flashlights. As they stepped in, they realized it was a staircase leading deeper into the building. After entering, Lu Si glanced back. The door was covered with numerous patches of dried blood, and the stairs themselves bore visible traces as well. Judging from this, the previous escape must have been intense. Su Jin said, use the wooden rod to protect yourself when you go in. Okay. Lu Si nodded quickly like a chick pecking grain. Su Jin grabbed the collar of Lu Si's jacket and pulled him forward, placing him ahead. You walk in front. Lu Si remained silent for a long moment, then said, all right. Of course, he was being used as bait. The rhythmic tapping of footsteps echoed sharply in the quiet space, sounding unusually abrupt. Before they even reached the first landing, suddenly a head appeared from around the corner, slowly turning with stiff movements. Its hollow eyes locked directly onto Lu Si, then its entire body emerged as it rushed at him ferociously. Why was it coming for him? Oh, right, he was walking in front. Without hesitation, Lu Si lifted his wooden rod and started wildly striking the oncoming zombie. Using a knife felt too bloody, he preferred the wooden rod that had been with him since the beginning. Besides, Su Jin had specifically instructed, use only the wooden rod. The rod slammed hard into the zombie's face, then cracked against its neck, sending it flying into the wall. The zombie crashed against the wall, fell to the ground, but immediately crawled back up and lunged at Lu Si again. This was just the first, one after another, more zombies came out, spotting Lu Si instantly and joining the attack, surrounding him completely so he had nowhere to run, then charging all at once. Lu Si had no choice but to apply his breakthrough tactic. As they lunged, he picked out the one he'd hit hardest earlier, the easiest to knock aside, and struck it directly, sending it flying. With that zombie knocked aside, Lu Si slipped through the gap. The remaining zombies immediately crashed into each other. Then came a sizzling sound, followed by the scent of burning. Lu Si looked up at Su Jin and gave him a relaxed smile, his eyes crinkling at the corners, even though the mask hid the grin itself. After the intense fight, already frail from his weak constitution, Lu Si was now completely drained. As they continued descending, they had assumed they would soon reach the underground laboratory, but to their surprise, the staircase seemed endless, plunging into darkness with no sign of a bottom. Su Gu, what should we do? Should we keep going? Lu Si asked. Su Jin pulled out his flashlight and shone it downward for a moment, but the beam couldn't penetrate the depths. He then said simply, keep going. Lu Si gritted his teeth and stepped forward again. A hand suddenly pressed down on his shoulder, and a deep, low voice murmured, stay behind me. With that, the man lifted Lu Si like a chick, holding the flashlight in one hand while hauling the boy along with the other. Huh? Lu Si was still dazed and confused. In no time, they vanished into the darkness. Su Jin didn't bother with inconvenience, he just scooped Lu Si up into his arms, letting the boy wrap his arms around his neck. Sensing what the youth was about to say, he warned sternly, close your eyes. Don't speak. Listen to me. Lu Si didn't quite understand, but he obediently did as told, lying in Su Jin's embrace and breathing in the man's scent. This was the second time he'd been treated like this. So this was what it felt like to be a big shot's little sidekick. He thought silently, noticing a faint odd smell coming from Su Jin. I'm so tired. Su Jin probably wouldn't mind, right? Lu Si's eyelids grew heavy, then slowly fell shut, drifting into a quiet, silent sleep. The deeper they went, the darker it became, the flashlight could only illuminate a small area around them. Telling him to close his eyes had only been to shield the boy from the horrifying sight before them. In the darkness, within the circle of light, figures dressed in patient gowns hunched motionless along both sides of the stairs. All the way down, they stood there, layer upon layer of these creatures. But these zombies on this level were relatively docile. As Su Jin walked past, they silently stepped aside, allowing him through. Yet their hollow eyes flickered with confusion, why could they smell living flesh? But fear held them back, they merely stared blankly at the person cradled in Su Jin's arms. After 2 more levels, finally, there were no more corpses lining the path. They had reached the lowest floor. A faint glow came from inside the corridor, bringing a sliver of light to the dark corner. Su Jin tucked the flashlight back into his pocket and gently patted Lu Si's face. Hey, good boy, wake up. No response. He adjusted his grip, one hand supporting Lu Si's backside as he glanced at a long wooden bench placed near the corridor entrance. He carried Lu Si over and sat down, setting the boy in his lap as he waited for him to awaken. It wasn't like he'd passed out severely, why wasn't he waking up yet? At that moment, Su Jin absent-mindedly gave Lu Si's backside a few light touches, assessing with a blank expression, quite firm. Nice texture. Lu Si, startled by the touch, shivered slightly and slowly opened his eyes. Sorry. My hand slipped, Su Jin explained calmly. Oh. It's fine, no problem, Lu Si replied quickly, not daring to say much. Just a touch, couldn't have been intentional anyway. After waking up, Lu Si quickly scrambled off Su Jin's lap. Su Gu, what happened to me earlier? You used too much energy. You temporarily passed out, Su Jin said, standing up to explain. Oh. I see. Chapter 41 Hospital in the City 4. Lu Si believed him easily. Because he thought Su Dala wouldn't deceive someone as unrelated as himself. Human ideal Su Jinor, the hottest man Su Jinor, best leader Su Jinor. He had never seen a leader who would actually care about his underlings. Lu Si mentally filled in details of how kind Su Jin was to him, automatically increasing his goodwill toward Su Jin. Right, since Su Jin treated him so well, he really ought to find the man a woman. Su Jin looked down at Lu Si and noticed that the other's eyes were gleaming when they gazed at him. An indescribable emotion welled up inside him. No, this won't do. His body is still weak. Su Jin lowered his eyes, hiding the look in them. Each lost in their own thoughts, both gripping their guns, they stepped forward into the facility. This was only the front section of the laboratory, just a wide corridor without the massive liquid tanks they'd seen before. The interior decor was excessive, pale orange-yellow lighting cast downward. Lu Si glanced up at the white ceiling. Besides the lights, there were surveillance cameras hanging down, though they weren't currently operational. A clicking sound. Lu Si turned to Su Jin beside him and saw him morphing his electroblade into a flying blade, slashing upward at the camera on the ceiling. In an instant, the device dropped. The blade immediately targeted another camera, quickly destroying the one mounted across. In the otherwise silent space, the camera hit the floor with a sharp clack, echoing crisply. Brother Su, wasn't that camera already broken? Lu Si asked, walking close to Su Jin. Just in case, Su Jin replied. They proceeded down the right corridor. A faint, pungent stench lingered in the air. There were several pools of blood on the ground, some splattered onto the walls. Owing to time, the blood had dried into dark clots. Corners always brought unexpected surprises. Roar. A hulking zombie suddenly lunged at them, stretching out its blackened, long claws, gaping open its repulsive mouth and baring jagged teeth. Brother Su, hurry, do something. This zombie seemed to have consumed some kind of hormone. It stood 2 meters tall, massively built, its clothes torn apart by swollen muscles. Lu Si anxiously looked at Su Jin, only to hear the latter say, "You deal with it. I'll wait for you at the next spot." As he spoke, Su Jin pushed Lu Si straight toward the zombie. Fine. You go ahead. Clenching his teeth, Lu Si pulled out a wooden rod and swung it at the creature, momentarily halting its movement to let Su Jin pass. Roar. Enraged by the blow, the zombie turned completely on Lu Si. Lu Si drew his gun and fired a single shot, but due to his trembling hands, the bullet went off target, merely grazing its neck. The thick-set zombie didn't seem to feel any pain at all, charging relentlessly at Lu Si. With such a massive body coming at him, Lu Si knew he'd be crushed. He swiftly sidestepped, sliding aside just as the zombie lunged past. Thankfully, the floor was tiled. The zombie slammed heavily onto the ground. After skidding, Lu Si used the tip of his shoe against the opposite wall to pivot back, turning sharply, raising his gun, and firing a shot directly at the zombie's head. This time, perfect aim, the zombie's skull burst, brains scattering. Seeing this, Lu Si squeezed off several more rounds until the creature lay motionless. Only then did he release a sigh of relief. Leaning back against the wall, he looked down, and sensed a dark shadow above. Looking up, another zombie. Roar. Bang. 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 Panicked, he fired blindly at its chest. The bullets had no effect. The zombie grabbed Lu Si's foot and hurled him violently against the wall. SRK. At that moment, Lu Si felt excruciating pain. He felt like his body was falling apart. Why must he endure this agony again? Lu Si leaned on the wall, watching the approaching zombie inch closer. He truly had no strength left, might as well just close his eyes. Cursing inwardly, go ahead, destroy me. Bang! Before the zombie could reach him, it collapsed onto the floor with a dull groan. A cool hand gently touched his neck. A low voice whispered, sorry. I was careless. Earlier, Su Jin had walked ahead and hidden. He made Lu Si face the zombie alone because he wanted to train him. After all, the path ahead would be even harder. He didn't want threats to control them, and he didn't want Lu Si to suffer at others' hands if he wasn't around. But after hearing multiple gunshots in succession, he still hadn't seen Lu Si coming his way. So slow. Su Jin stepped forward, glancing in the original direction, only to see a zombie approaching Lu Si, who was slumped against the wall with his head down. A flash of light crossed Su Jin's eyes. He pulled out his gun and fired without hesitation. Bang! Bang! The gunshots echoed. The zombie collapsed. Su Jin walked over, looking at the boy with his head lowered. A quiet sigh welled up inside him, perhaps he had pushed too hard. Lu Si, are you okay now? Su Jin's voice broke the silence. It was Su Jin. Lu Si lifted his head. His chest heaved as he suppressed a cough. He grabbed Su Jin's clothes, forcing a smile as he replied, I'm fine. If you're fine, then stand up. Leaning on Su Jin, Lu Si struggled to his feet. As he took a step forward, his shoe sole stomped onto the corpse of the fallen zombie. He muttered under his breath, damn it, fuck. As if uttering those words eased his frustration. Having vented all the curses he wanted to say, he finally felt a little better. He glanced at Su Jin beside him and noticed the other was watching him with a faint smile. His face flushed slightly as he explained to Su Jin, just venting a bit. You don't mind, right, brother Su? Not at all, Su Jin answered. Oh. After a moment, they returned to the matter at hand. Su Jin asked, how did that other zombie appear just now? Lu Si shook his head, indicating he didn't know either. After dealing with the first one, I sat down, and when I looked up, a zombie was suddenly right in front of me. Su Jin listened thoughtfully. The spot where he had stood earlier hadn't seen any zombies, nor were there visible alternative passages, but here, one had appeared. So where had it come from? The place you were just at. Lu Si pointed toward the nearby opposite corner. There. Can you still walk? Su Jin asked. Lu Si nodded. Yeah, just my chest and the back of my head hurt a bit. That's good. They searched around the area where Lu Si had been. Soon, they easily discovered something, an unremarkable corner where one wall met another, built with tiles under pale orange-yellow lighting. The white tiles created a subtle visual illusion. Since the zombie had emerged from within, the research lab must be inside. Stay behind me. Then again, Su Jin simply reached out and firmly grasped Lu Si's hand, the other holding his gun. Lu Si tried to pull his hand away, saying, Brother Su, I'm fine, I don't need you to hold my hand. I can walk on my own. Do you want to end up like last time? Last time was luck. This time could be dangerous, Su Jin said. Danger? If Su Jin said it was dangerous, then it definitely was. Lu Si tightened his grip on Su Jin's hand, slightly embarrassed. Then, Brother Su, please hold my hand well. When it came to shamelessness, Lu Si wasn't lacking. What good was pride? Life mattered most. Su Jin let out a soft chuckle. Only then did they move deeper. Upon entering, they immediately encountered several hulking Taipan brute zombies. Smelling fresh life, the creatures turned and charged toward Lu Si and Su Jin. Su Jin effortlessly put bullets through each of their heads. But the gunfire attracted more zombies from deeper inside, increasing numbers, while their ammunition was limited. They had no choice but to run. As Su Jin pulled Lu Si along, he carefully noted the markings on the laboratories beside them. Passing an open laboratory door, he quickly dragged Lu Si inside and swiftly locked the door shut behind them. Pulled along like this, Lu Si was already gasping for breath. He slumped directly onto the floor, leaning against the door, watching Su Jin eliminate the two zombies inside and begin searching through the room. He muttered weakly. Brother Su, let me say something harsh, but don't take offense, I think there probably aren't any signs of living people left in here. Seeing Su Jin wasn't angry, he continued, if your parents had a chance, they'd have made it out alive. If not, they've likely become one of the mindless zombies in this lab. Su Jin stood up, his voice calm and cold. Regardless of whether they did or didn't, I have to see it with my own eyes. Chapter 42 City Hospital 5. But when we came in just now, apart from the zombies, we didn't see anyone else, Lu Si continued stubbornly. Su Jin paused from rummaging through documents and walked over to Lu Si, gently patting his head. Wait here for a moment. I'll go check by myself. If there's nothing out there, I'll come back and get you. Did Lu Si believe him? No, he didn't trust that after Su Gan put him down, he would ever come back for him. Leaning against the door, he slowly stood up. If you're going, I'm coming with you. Su Jin nodded and released him. All right. Drink some water first, rest right here. I'll keep looking around to see if there's other information. After a brief pause, he added carefully, remember to wear your mask once you take it off. With that, he stood up and turned back toward where he had been searching, as if looking for something specific. Lu Si removed his mask, breathing heavily. The mask had nearly suffocated him. He pulled a bottle of water from his storage space and took several sips before finally feeling relieved. He then put the mask back on and stood quietly for a while. Walking toward Su Jin, he asked, Su Gu, what are you looking for? Do you need my help? Su Jin kept opening each drawer in the room one by one. His head was lowered, strands of bangs covering his eyes, making his expression unreadable. He seemed not to have found what he was searching for, still persisting. Hearing Lu Si's words, Su Jin paused without lifting his head. Just find a stool and sit down to rest. The implication was clear, he didn't want Lu Si helping, he'd handle it himself. It probably wasn't anything crucial anyway. Oh, okay. Lu Si nodded, going off to find a chair. Placing his hand on it, he withdrew quickly, the surface had already acquired a thin layer of light yellow dust. So this place had been abandoned for quite some time. He glanced around at the surrounding setup. Standing near the doorway and looking inward, one side held white bookshelves, the other a long table cluttered with glassware and chemical instruments. Could this have been a pharmaceutical lab? Thinking to himself, Lu Si stepped forward, closely examining these toppled instruments. Due to the passage of time, the green liquid spilled across the table had solidified into a fixed residue. This must have happened quite a while ago. Extending his index finger, he reached out to touch it. Suddenly, someone grabbed his hand, voice serious. "What are you doing?" It was Su Jin. Lu Si stuttered slightly. "I was just curious, wanted to touch it." Su Jin glanced at the objects on the table and let go of his hand. "Don't touch things randomly. Haven't you learned your lesson from last time?" He was referring to the incident at the graveyard laboratory, when Lu Si couldn't resist opening a drawer and ended up releasing a swarm of those grotesque little bugs. Now reminded, Lu Si remembered instantly and nodded hurriedly. "Yeah, I've learned my lesson." Then, quickly adding, "But this time I was touching something on the table." Fine, he wouldn't open drawers carelessly anymore, so could he at least look at things lying on the surface? Apparently, the boy hadn't changed a bit. Su Jin gave him a sidelong glance, voice laced with mild mockery. "Sure, go ahead and touch. Just don't blame me later if your hand gets corroded." That shut Lu Si up immediately. He sheepishly pulled his hand back, speaking earnestly. "Fine, I won't touch anything." Why provoke Su De Lao over such a trivial matter? Only then did Su Jin resume his search for materials. Lu Si glanced briefly at the nearby instruments before walking over to where Su Jin was. The drawer Su Jin had originally opened remained ajar, papers inside scattered messily. A few sheets had even fluttered onto the floor. He crouched down, picked up one of the sheets, and caught sight of bold text and a small photo sticker in the upper right corner. It was a personal information form. This was a lab studying human subjects, but why would they need personal information? At that moment, a growing suspicion formed in Lu Si's mind. He returned the paper to the drawer and moved on to inspect another. Inside were stacks upon stacks of personal information forms and logbooks. His face showed shock. He quickly controlled his expression and flipped through sheet after sheet. After a while. "Done reading?" A voice came from behind. Lu Si jolted upright, body stiffening, gripping the documents tightly. "I was just." Su Jin slipped an arm around his waist, resting his chin on Lu Si's left shoulder, voice calm. "It's fine. You can look if you want. This is just where we store personal information." Hearing that, the papers in Lu Si's hands suddenly felt like scalding yams. Hastily, he shoved them back into the drawer and began explaining to the man, "I only picked them up because they'd fallen on the ground. I was just a little curious, I looked for a moment. That's all. No other intentions." Su Jin released him, pulled out one sheet of paper, looked at the handwriting, and said, "I remember my parents once told me that bodies, whether dead or alive, used in a laboratory were all recorded with personal information, supposedly to make follow-up research easier. Whether that's true or not, I can't say for sure." Lu Si listened intently, nodding vigorously like a bobblehead, his expression suddenly enlightened. "Oh, so that's how it is." Su Jin slipped the paper back into the drawer and glanced at the boy. Lu Si averted his gaze, then cautiously met the man's eyes with a weak smile. Silence settled between them. Seeing that Su Jin had no intention of moving, Lu Si shifted uncomfortably to the side. Su Go, aren't you going to keep looking?" "No." "Then, what should we do now?" Lu Si asked. "Help me take out all the documents inside and burn them." "Oh, okay." Lu Si obeyed without question. Working together, they removed every single sheet from the 5 drawers, piling them up on the floor. Su Jin took out a lighter, lit one page, and tossed it into the heap. The flames quickly spread, engulfing everything. Staring at the roaring fire, Lu Si turned his head toward Su Jin. The man was also watching the blaze, his eyes reflecting an unreadable emotion, deep, distant, impossible to interpret. After the papers had completely burned away, they rested a while before preparing to leave. Outside the room, there was no sound. Su Jin pushed open the door and looked out. The zombie that had chased them earlier was nowhere to be seen. Holding Lu Si's hand, he stepped out and continued down an unexplored corridor. No sooner had they emerged than several zombies, as if detecting the scent of living flesh, suddenly darted out from a nearby hallway and lunged straight at Lu Si. Su Jin fired a few shots, then yanked Lu Si toward the left passageway. Lu Si glanced back, zombies hot on their heels. He raised his gun and fired several rounds behind him, mimicking Su Jin's movements. Dashing swiftly, they managed to escape the pursuers and arrived at the real laboratory. The massive liquid-filled tanks capable of holding human bodies had been shattered, glass shards scattered across the floor. Everything was silent. The deeper the silence, the more something felt off. Su Jin led Lu Si toward one of the adjacent research rooms, but before they could enter, he sensed danger and immediately pulled Lu Si backward. Creak. Lu Si turned his head just in time to see a thick, massive hand reaching out from within, followed by the entire figure. A zombie towering over an average adult male now stood before them. Its grotesque, hideous face twisted in horror, muscles bulging unnaturally, exuding a putrid stench. F***CK, was this lab specifically dedicated to experimenting on giant zombies? Lucy could only feel numb disbelief, again and again. Roar. The giant zombie let out a deep, guttural roar. What had been an empty area moments ago suddenly began filling up. From hidden corners and crevices, zombies emerged one after another, not rushing forward immediately. Instead, they formed a tight circle around Lucy and Sujin, standing at a distance but cutting off every escape route. Lucy tightened his grip on Sujin's hand, eyes flickering with unease. Was this what Sugu meant by, a bit of danger? Sugu, what do we do? Chapter 43 Hospital in the City 6. What should they do? Sujin looked at the zombie, a flash of determination in his eyes. An electric blade instantly appeared in his hand. He let go of Lucy's hand and pushed him toward a nearby corner. I'll deal with this zombie. Protect yourself. With that, he lunged at the massive creature, aiming for close combat. Its size meant nothing if he could get inside its guard. Lucy leaned against the wall, watching as Sujin dashed swiftly to the zombie's front and struck at its lower body. The moment the electric blade made contact, it extended into a 1-meter-long arc of crackling energy, slicing through the zombie like a hot knife through butter, sharper even than steel. Using momentum, Sujin severed one of the zombie's legs clean off. He used the tip of his shoe to spring off the corpse and regained his footing in one fluid motion. He gave the monster no chance to retaliate, continuing his assault without pause. His movements blurred into afterimages, too fast for the human eye to follow, let alone a slow-witted zombie, to recover or react. Before the creature could even twitch, its body was torn apart. A loud thud echoed. Black blood splattered everywhere. And there stood the man wielding the electric blade, delivering the final blow from behind, cleaving the zombie neatly in half. Brain matter sprayed across the floor. The entire process had taken less than 30 seconds. Lucy stood agape, mouth wide enough to fit an egg, though thanks to his mask, it now looked comically deformed, like a small black hole. Holy shit. Is Sujin's ability some kind of overpowered glitch straight out of the novel? Didn't even give the bulky zombie a second to show off. Stunned? Sujin asked, already retracting his blade and walking back toward Lucy. Seeing the boy still frozen in shock, he smiled faintly. Yeah, a bit surprised, Lucy managed, snapping out of it. When he looked at Sujin again, his eyes sparkled. Author, I'm reporting you, this guy's clearly cheating with a god-tier buff. He glanced up and realized the surrounding zombies had silently vanished once more. If not for the dismembered remains on the ground, he might have believed the whole thing was just a hallucination. But the pain in his palm told him otherwise, this was real. Sugu, did you grab the crystal core from that zombie? Sujin handed it over wrapped in tissue. The core was sliced in half, less effective than a whole one, but still absorbable. Lucy found it oddly fascinating that it hadn't shattered completely. Pretty resilient, huh? Keep it safe. Don't absorb it yet, Sujin said. Oh, right. Thanks, Sugu. Lucy quickly tucked it away. They stepped past the corpse and entered the research room. As Lucy passed by, the previously dismembered arm suddenly shot out and grabbed his ankle. He froze, unable to move forward, a sharp pain shooting up from below. Up ahead, Sujin had already walked in. Lucy stomped hard a few times, but the grip held tight. He pulled out his gun and fired several rounds into the arm, it still wouldn't let go. Fucking hell. What's wrong? Noticing Lucy stuck at the doorway, Sujin glanced back, placed a few timed explosives inside, then strode out. Nothing serious, just a small issue, Lucy said, crouching down and trying to pry the fingers off with his knife. It didn't budge, the zombie skin was too thick. This made Lucy seriously question reality. Suddenly, cool fingers stopped his wrist. Lucy stiffened, turning to see Sujin. Let me handle it. With one hand, Sujin summoned a surge of electricity and sent it jolting into the arm. The blackened, rough hand immediately loosened its grip. Free at last, Lucy rubbed his sore ankle and complained, Sugu, didn't you already kill it? Why is it still moving? Damn, it hurt like hell. Sujin glanced briefly at the severed parts. Just a reflex. Dying spark. He reached down and helped Lucy to his feet. How's your ankle? Lucy shook his leg, testing his weight on it, then nodded. Still walkable. Good. Let's go. Go outside. Yeah. But Sugu, didn't you say you were looking for your parents? Lucy asked, glancing at the partially closed door behind them. There's no one. Sujin clearly didn't want to explain further. He took Lucy's hand and started walking back. After a few steps, a wave of pain flared in Lucy's ankle, but he gritted his teeth and kept going, figure it out after they got out. They ran out of the facility smoothly, only encountering a few stray zombies along the way, all swiftly dealt with by Sujin. By the time they reached the stairwell entrance, Sujin slammed the door shut and locked it. He turned to see Lucy still catching his breath, his hand instinctively touching his ankle again. He squatted down and swiftly rolled up the right leg of Lu Si's pants, revealing a large dark patch spreading across skin that had once been fair, clearly infected. Su Gu, what's wrong? Lu Si asked, puzzled as Su Jin lifted his pant leg. He was about to look down at his own foot when Su Jin suddenly spoke. Close your eyes. Oh. Lu Si obediently shut his eyes, and instantly, a sharp throb pierced his skull before everything went black. Su Jin scooped him up and carried him upward. After exiting the red brick building, he leapt effortlessly back through the same wall opening they'd used upon entering the hospital, then stepped out. Moments after he left, the old red brick structure let out a thunderous boom, collapsing entirely into dust and rubble. Everything inside the laboratory was buried beneath the ruins. While still semi-conscious, Lu Si felt excruciating pain and an intense itch crawling through his body, as if thousands of ants were gnawing at his flesh. The worst was around his ankle, searing and maddening. His body curled instinctively, seeking even minor relief. Not done yet. A deep voice cut through, offering no comfort to Lu Si's suffering. He lay on the bed, eyes closed, face twisted in pain. His hands were restrained, sweat already glistening on his forehead. Cool fingers touched his ankle, and wave after wave of soothing warmth flowed into his body, bringing unexpected comfort. Precisely because of this relief, his previously purplish-black lips gradually returned to their normal color, though his body still ached fiercely. A pair of cool hands brushed against Lu Si's flushed cheek, fingers gently gripping the boy's chin. A moment later. Cough, cough, cough. Lu Si choked, then finally swallowed. Su Jin. Dazed, Lu Si slowly opened his eyes, meeting the man's ink-dark gaze. Su Jin cursed under his breath. Lu Si didn't catch it, the haze of his mind scattered again, and he slipped back into unconsciousness. When he awoke once more, his head felt heavy. Reaching behind him, he suddenly touched the hard ridges of a man's abs. Instantly, Lu Si froze. The man caught his hand, voice low. Why'd you stop? He turned, seeing the man behind him. With a jolt, he scrambled off the bed, only to realize he was wearing nothing but a pair of pants. At that very moment, Lu Si was utterly mortified. Su Gu. He called out in shock. Seeing Lu Si get up, Su Jin glanced at the boy and gave a low hum. Did we, just? Lu Si pointed at himself, then at the man, his words stumbling over each other. Come here. Su Jin didn't hurry to answer. Instead, he beckoned him closer. And no. Of course, Lu Si refused. Su Jin frowned slightly, displeased by the boy's defiance. Oh. Lu Si reluctantly walked over, grabbed the bedsheet, wrapped it around himself, took a few steps back, his tone firm. Su Jin pressed his fingers to his forehead, faintly exasperated. Ankle doesn't hurt anymore. Why would it hurt? Lu Si tried to recall. Before losing consciousness, they just exited the lab and reached the stairwell when sudden pain shot through his right foot. Then everything went dark. When he woke up, he was already lying in bed. He looked up at Su Jin, who sat on the edge of the bed. The thin sheet was now in Lu Si's possession, leaving Su Jin clad only in a loose pair of shorts. Glancing down at his own chest, he found no unusual marks. What are you thinking? Why aren't you answering me? Su Jin's voice snapped him back. He wiggled his foot, then shook his head. It doesn't hurt. Since you're fine, go take a shower in the bathroom. With that, Su Jin stood from the bed. Huh? Lu Si was stunned, rooted in place, staring straight at Su Jin. Didn't you hear? Su Jin asked in return. Lu Si tugged at his lips. I heard. But Su Gu, did we just? Go take your shower first. Oh, right, okay. Lu Si shuffled backward, then bolted toward the bathroom like a startled rabbit. Watching the boy's flustered retreat, Su Jin's lips curved upward, amused. Chapter 44 Eating. Lu Si rubbed his hair, lifted the bucket filled with water, and poured it straight down over himself. How refreshing. The cool water rushed over him, washing away the fatigue he carried. Another day climbing upward. He lowered his head to wipe his body, then dressed. As he pulled up his pants, lifting one foot, he caught sight of some bruising around his ankle. Lu Si raised his leg, examining it carefully. Recalling yesterday's events, he remembered that his right foot had been grabbed by the severed arm of that zombie. Was this swelling a result? Since when had he become so fragile? After finishing dressing, Lu Si firmly pinched his pale forearm. Pain shot through, but the spot only turned slightly red, nothing serious. Then he tested by stomping his foot. Though the ankle looked bruised, it didn't affect his ability to walk. What exactly happened while he was unconscious, he'd never know unless Su Jin told him. Placing his clothes into the bucket, Lu Si stepped out of the bathroom, rubbing his damp hair with a dry towel. Done so quickly? Su Jin heard the noise, saw him emerge, and asked. Lu Si looked up to see Su Jin already seated on a chair, idly playing with his compact, sleek black handgun. Lu Si didn't know much about gun models, nor did he care. After all, it was just a weapon. He paused for a moment, then walked over and sat on another stool. The towel hung over his shoulders, his hands were intertwined on his knees. His eyes flickered toward Su-jin occasionally, then dropped downward. Each time he glanced at Su-jin, he seemed on the verge of speaking, but remained silent. Su-jin loaded bullet after bullet into the magazine, pressing them in methodically, all while noticing Lu Si's gaze. After inserting the clip, he clicked the trigger once. Only then did he speak slowly, "You want to ask something?" "Not anymore." Lu Si stared at the gun in his hand, swallowing hard. "Really not asking?" Su-jin holstered the gun, giving the youth a half-smile, almost teasing. Lu Si waved his hands hastily, "No, I won't ask." "Oh." Su-jin stood up. Wearing a trench coat, he appeared somewhat lethargic, tall, broad-shouldered. For a second, Lu Si thought he was approaching him, instinctively shifting backward. But instead, the man walked directly past him and into the bathroom. Creak. The door closed shut. Lu Si let out a breath, even twisting his neck to glance at the door, only for the man to suddenly peek his head back out and say, "I'm hungry." "Oh, right. I'll get started." Noticing Lu Si's still wet hair, he added, "Dry your hair first before cooking." "Okay, got it." Lu Si nodded, reaching for the towel on his shoulder. The atmosphere between them had felt awkward a moment ago. Su-jin hadn't done anything threatening, yet Lu Si felt an inexplicable fear. That wouldn't do. He'd faced far worse storms, how could he be scared just because the man had undressed him? He should trust Su-jin. Thinking this, Lu Si slapped himself lightly a few times, then vigorously rubbed his hair, and began preparing today's meal. Assuming it was still today. Lu Si glanced toward the dark scene partially visible beneath the deep blue curtains. The place Su-jin found was a long-term stay motel, equipped with a small kitchen. There was still some gas left in the tank. Unwilling to waste resources, Lu Si took out a pot. For the sake of his health, he decided not to eat instant noodles tonight, he'd have dried hanging noodles instead. First, add water and bring to a boil. Then, based on his appetite, drop in the noodles. Once boiling, add 4 eggs and 6 sausage links. Season with oil, salt, and soy sauce. After everything cooked through, pour it all into a large bowl, sprinkle chopped scallions and cilantro on top, and perfect. Chapter 45 So good. After finishing cooking, Lu Si carried the 2 bowls of noodles to the only small table in the room. He moved a stool over, sat down, and quietly waited for Su-jin to come out. "Lu Si." Su-jin's voice came from inside. Hearing his name, Lu Si stood up immediately. "What is it, Brother Su?" "Clothes." Su-jin was brief and to the point. "Oh, right." Lu Si quickly pulled out Su-jin's clothes from his storage space, hesitated for a moment, then handed them over anyway. Standing in front of the bathroom door, which was just a plain white panel, Lu Si said, "Brother Su, I've brought your clothes." "Open the door." The door opened, revealing Su-jin completely. Lu Si had the rare chance to see Su-jin's full body for the first time. His skin was dry and fair, but he had well-defined six-pack abs. Below wasn't something easy to describe, but this was undoubtedly a physique any man would envy. Lu Si couldn't help but shed envious tears. "Brother Su, you've got a great build." Thanks for the compliment." Su-jin accepted Lu Si's praise without the slightest humility. "Here, your clothes." Lu Si held them out. Su-jin looked at Lu Si standing before him, then suddenly wrapped an arm around the boy's waist, pulling him into the bathroom. The two pressed tightly together, especially lower down. Lu Si clutched the clothes in his hands, struggling with all his strength, yet unable to break free. As strange sensations stirred below again, he hurriedly explained, "Brother Su, I'm not selling myself." "I'm down here now, I'll just hug you and let go, okay?" The man spoke in a deep, incredibly alluring voice. Men of his age naturally had strong desires. After days of constant running around, he desperately needed release. Lu Si understood that. But why did it have to be him? Lu Si felt utterly miserable. Noticing that Lu Si stopped resisting, Su-jin smiled slightly. His hand reached up to touch the boy's slightly damp hair and murmured, "So good." He wasn't good at all. He was just scared to death. Only after Su-jin finished did he finally release Lu Si, allowing the boy to leave so he could continue rinsing off. Back on the stool, Lu Si sat dazed, hands clenched tightly on his knees, cheeks faintly flushed, a numb tingling spreading across his thighs. The bathroom had no soundproofing. Sitting outside, he could still hear everything clearly. It was quite some time before Su-jin finally emerged. He saw Lu Si sitting there, 2 bowls of noodles still steaming faintly on the table, though they'd been left far too long already. "Why haven't you eaten?" At the sound, Lu Si turned to look at Su-jin, released his fists, and straightened his posture. "Waiting for you." Su-jin sat on the adjacent chair. Seeing that his own bowl was piled high with sausage slices while Lu Si's had barely any, he picked up his chopsticks, lifted one piece, and placed it into Lu Si's bowl. His left hand rested casually on the boy's shoulder. "Eat more meat. Put on some weight." When the man's hand landed on his shoulder, Lu Si froze mid-bite, forcing a smile as he nodded. The man rubbed his back gently for a moment, then let go. Only then did Lu Si relax enough to continue eating. After hastily finishing, Lu Si drained the last of his soup, looked up at Su Jin beside him, and noticed the other hadn't even finished half the noodles, though the sausages and egg were already gone. So he cautiously asked, "Is the noodle bad?" "You don't know." Lu Si scratched his cheek, recalling the taste, a bit hard, but not bad flavor-wise. Truthfully, he wasn't picky about food, as long as it filled his stomach, it was fine. Su Jin put down his chopsticks, bluntly saying, "A little hard to swallow." "Then, do you still want to eat? I can make you another." "No need. I'm full." Su Jin said expressionlessly, pushing his untouched bowl toward Lu Si. "Finish it. Don't waste food." This made Lu Si feel awkward. He dryly explained, "Brother Su, I actually am still hungry." Then he picked up his chopsticks and began eating the bowl Su Jin had pushed over. Apparently, the boy had already forgotten what happened earlier in the bathroom. "So good. Take your time." "No rush," Su Jin said softly, a quiet smile tugging at his lips. Chapter 46. He is tired. After finishing their meal, they tidied up a little. Lu Si walked to the window, pulled aside the curtain, and looked outside. Apart from the solar-powered lights illuminating the road below, everything else was pitch black. His eyes stared straight ahead into the darkness. In the distance came the hoarse screams of zombies, sometimes near, sometimes far, hollow and lonesome. He drew the curtains shut, turned around, and looked up at Su Jin, who was sitting on the bed. Their eyes met, and Lu Si saw in the man's gaze an indescribable emotion that made him uneasy. He quickly looked away, pulling out a bedsheet from his storage space. "Su Gu, I'll sleep on the floor." "Get up here," Su Jin beckoned. "Isn't that inappropriate?" Lu Si hesitated. Su Jin crossed his arms, raised an eyebrow at the youth. "Oh. Wasn't it you who readily agreed to warm my bed before? Why back out now?" "Warming the bed is fine, but it's not cold right now, so there's no need to warm your bed anymore, right?" Lu Si thought innocently. "I'm sorry, but what I mean is clearly different from what you're thinking. Let me say it again, get up here. Otherwise." Okay. Lu Si interrupted, walking to the bed, kicking off his shoes, and climbing on. He grabbed the thin blanket he'd brought and covered himself with it. "Is this good enough?" There was still some space between them. Su Jin wasn't satisfied. "Closer." Lu Si slowly edged toward the man, stopping after a short crawl. "Like this? What do you think?" Su Jin shot back. Lu Si reluctantly shifted a bit more. Suddenly, Su Jin pulled him close, wrapping him tightly in his arms. He lowered his head, inhaled the boy's scent, then whispered teasingly by his ear, "Now this is better." Lu Si nearly teared up, clutching the blanket with both hands as he tried to appeal to Su Jin's sympathy with his expression. "Su Gu, I'm a guy too, you know." "So?" Su Jin slid his hand into Lu Si's blanket. Since the blanket wasn't fully wrapped, it was easy for him to slip inside, fingers tracing along the youth's waist. Nice texture. I should have just held him openly from the start." Touched by the man, Lu Si froze again. "So, can you let go of me now?" "No." Su Jin tightened his hold, trapping the boy's legs beneath his own. At that moment, Lu Si felt utterly defeated. One thought echoed in his mind, Su Jin has gone mad. I must find him a woman ASAP. If I don't, my virtue won't survive much longer. Feeling the youth's inner turmoil, Su Jin chuckled softly. "Relax. I'm just holding you. I won't do anything to you. Though if you want something, I could satisfy you too." "Su Gu, what we're doing isn't right." Lu Si exhaled deeply, trying to reason his way out. Only silence answered him. Lu Si waited patiently for a while, but the man remained silent. He turned his head, and Su Jin's lips accidentally brushed against his cheek. The soft touch sent a jolt through Lu Si's heart. "Su." Just as he began to speak, he noticed the man's tightly closed eyes, dark circles beneath them. He probably hasn't been sleeping well these past few days. Lu Si's heart instantly softened. He bit his lip gently. "I'm tired. Don't talk." Feeling the boy still squirming in his arms, Su Jin hugged him tighter and murmured. Lu Si fell silent. The man's steady breathing filled his ears. Staring at the man's face, drowsiness crept over him, and soon, lying in Su Jin's embrace, he drifted into deep sleep. Truthfully, he didn't really mind. With no clear destination yet, Lu Si slept soundly, deep and unshakable. Su Jin hadn't rested properly in a long time either. Every time he did manage to lie down, something always disturbed him, or else he simply couldn't fall asleep. And stamina had its limits. Now, smelling the youth's scent and holding his soft body close, Su Jin too slipped into slumber quickly. Lu Si felt a slight dizziness in his head, whether it was a side effect of absorbing so many green cores or something else, he didn't know. His eyes remained shut, unable to open no matter how hard he tried. In his dream, he saw himself returning home, tidying up the instant noodle cup, shutting down the computer, preparing materials for Monday's work. He lay down on a comfortable bed, his mind drifting to some mature-rated Japanese actress in an action-packed movie. But as he daydreamed, the woman's face gradually morphed into Soo-jin's, those ink-dark eyes staring directly at him. Oh my god. Chapter 47, Next Stop, Guanming Base. The two of them slept for a day and 2 nights. Lu Si was woken by Soo-jin. Drowsy-eyed, he looked up at the man and murmured, Su-gu. After sleeping for over 2 days, Soo-jin seemed perfectly refreshed. He ruffled Lu Si's hair. Good. Can you loosen your grip around my waist now? Being held so tightly by the boy brought mixed feelings, delight, yes, but also discomfort. So it was happiness laced with pain. Huh. Oh. Oh no. Lu Si suddenly realized his arms were wrapped tightly around Soo-jin's waist, pulling him close into his embrace. His face flushed instantly as he quickly let go. I didn't mean to, he apologized hastily. It's fine, Soo-jin said with a small smile, giving his hair another few rubs before getting out of bed and walking toward the bathroom. Lu Si lay there on the bed for a while longer, slowly coming back to his senses. He glanced at the light seeping in through the window, his limbs feeling stiff, as though he'd been asleep much longer than just one night. Just how long had they slept? It felt good. He stretched lazily and got up. At that moment, a sound came from the bathroom, one usually heard only when someone was alone, or with a lover. Ahem, ahem, ahem. Lu Si coughed deliberately a few times, then walked over to the tiny kitchen. He picked up the pot left over from yesterday, rinsed it with water, filled it with fresh water, turned on the gas stove, and began boiling instant noodles. When everything was ready, instead of eating immediately like yesterday, he covered the pot and poked his head out, only to find the bed empty, but the sound of running water echoing from the bathroom. Well then, he couldn't help but mutter to himself, Soo-jin sure is taking his time. Just as he thought that, a creak came from the door. Soo-jin stepped out of the bathroom, wrapped in a towel around his waist. Seeing Lu Si, he said, why aren't you going in to wash up yet? Oh. Right. Lu Si nodded quickly and rushed inside. As soon as he entered, the lingering scent hit him. He looked down at himself, sighed deeply, ah, youth, where desire and joy are inseparable. He splashed cold water onto his face. The coolness struck the flushed skin, bringing an instant wave of refreshment. When Lu Si came out of the bathroom, he saw Soo-jin sitting upright on a chair, legs crossed, eyes fixed on him. Unconsciously, Lu Si reached up and touched his own face. Su-gu, is there something on my face? No, Soo-jin replied, turning his gaze aside, but not before glancing briefly at the boy's slender legs. Oh. Lu Si took out the pot of cooked noodles, placed it on the table, and fetched 2 bowls and 2 pairs of chopsticks. Help yourself, he figured, he who wants more can take more. Soo-jin picked up his bowl and chopsticks, calmly picking out a sausage and placing it in his bowl. An odd silence settled between them. After swallowing a mouthful of noodles, Lu Si asked, Su-gu, where are we heading next? Jianfei City, Guanming Base. Lu Si couldn't resist adding, oh. Aren't you going to look for your parents? At that, Soo-jin paused, lifting his eyes to meet Lu Si's. Maybe they're already at Guanming Base. Oh. That's true. Lu Si nodded. Since Soo-jin's parents were researchers, it made sense they might be stationed in a temporary lab within the base. What would they be researching? A serum capable of controlling zombies. In the original text, the author once described, when zombies overrun the land, shattering the long-standing social order of humanity, some of the scientists involved in such projects recognized their past mistakes. They banded together, forming new research teams dedicated solely to studying zombies, extracting serums, preserving human society, confronting the terrifying possibility of total zombification. Others focused on enhancing evolved humans' abilities to stand against the undead. But Guanming Base didn't have such a laboratory. Those facilities were mostly clustered in 3 major regions, Province S, City B, and Province A. The protagonists' movements and all subsequent plots revolved entirely around these areas. There had been successful cases in research aimed at boosting evolved human levels, but those came with serious side effects, and the projects were eventually abandoned. Later, it was Li Shu's base that developed a serum capable of increasing ability levels. But they monopolized the formula, refusing to share it with other bases. Eventually, Gu Zi used charm, the classic, pretty boy tactic, on Li Shu to extract some crucial information. The serum was developed using blood from conscious zombies. But Li Shu never revealed the full details. Later, her base was overrun by zombies, and naturally, that laboratory ceased to exist. And the protagonists gradually pieced things together from that fragmentary knowledge, just enough to gain a foothold, allowing them to progress further in their fight against the undead. While washing the dishes, Lu Si sorted through these thoughts, clarifying them in his mind. It would be useful later, if he ever got the chance to leave. He shouldn't keep following Soo-jin. His sixth sense told him the further he followed, the more dangerous things would become. He was just an ordinary person. Better to run off alone and stay alive. Thinking about how Su Jin had held him in his arms, a pained expression crossed Lu Si's face, and his hand tightened slightly. A cracking sound rang out. Lu Si looked down and saw the large porcelain bowl in his hand had split. Ah geez, how the hell did I get so strong? Unwilling to believe it, he took the cracked half and squeezed it tightly. After a series of crunching sounds, he stared at the shards in his palm, crushed into powder. Wahaha. Lu Si froze for a moment, then burst into laughter. The sound was somewhat eerie, reaching Su Jin's ears. He frowned. What the hell are you cackling about? Nothing, nothing. Just thought of something funny, Lu Si said, though silently. His face broke into a wide grin. He was barely holding himself back from jumping up and down. He had a new ability again. A strength-based power. Amazing, incredible. Good God, what dumb luck was this? He was actually dual attribute. Lu Si exhaled slowly, turned his head to glance at Su Jin sitting on the chair, clenched his palm tight, and already had a plan forming in his mind. He wouldn't tell Su Jin about this ability, no one else would know. This secret was his alone. Chapter 48, Jade. Washing dishes for so long. Su Jin's voice came from the doorway. Lu Si looked up and saw him standing there, eyes sharp with quiet scrutiny. He quickly put the bowl aside. Done, done. Su Jin lowered his hand, turned to face him, and said, come here. Oh. Lu Si followed behind, and they returned to their seats from dinner. Take out that piece of jade, Su Jin said. Lu Si obeyed, placing it on the table. He watched as Su Jin picked up the jade, wrapped tightly in bandages, and slowly unraveled the strips with deliberate care, revealing the stone beneath. Curious, he asked, Brother Su, what are you going to do? Get me a bottle of water. Su Jin poured water over the jade. In moments, the clear liquid turned murky. After wiping it clean with the remaining bandage, Su Jin pulled out a short electric blade from his pocket, thick like a needle. Holding it steadily against one corner of the jade, he activated it. The blade buzzed like a saw, cutting steadily until a small hole was drilled through the stone. From his pocket, he retrieved a red string, threaded it through the hole, and tied the jade securely. Lift your foot, the injured one. Huh. Oh. Lu Si was wearing cropped pants since coming out of the bathroom, so he easily raised his leg. Brother Su, you don't have to go through all this trouble. Watching Su Jin's actions again sent an eerie shiver down Lu Si's spine. Those pale, slender fingers pressed against his calf, fastening the red string with the jade onto the boy's ankle. The cool warmth of those fingertips brushing his skin sent a jolt, trembling, through him. This man had touched him like this twice now. At this, a faint blush crept across Lu Si's face. He kept his head low, trying to hide his expression. Once finished, Su Jin spoke, you cannot take this jade off until the bruising on your leg is completely gone. And after it heals. Up to you. Su Jin let Lu Si lower his leg. Lu Si lifted his foot, inspecting the jade now tied around his ankle from every angle. Brother Su, can you at least tell me what this jade does? It helps regulate the body's balance. But never ingest it. At this, Su Jin slightly frowned. Why not? Why? Su Jin glanced at him, his voice cool. It would poison you to death. No antidote exists. Lu Si stiffened, then nodded quickly. Oh. I see. Still, he hesitated, then asked, Brother Su, why are you being so good to me? Hearing this, Su Jin's lips curved into a faint smile. What do you think? He countered, reaching to ruffle Lu Si's hair. Lu Si's heart skipped. Brother Su, we can't keep doing this. I don't want to owe you anything. If it's about repayment, I'll just give everything back. With that, he moved to take off his shoe and untie the jade. But Su Jin gripped the back of the boy's head, pulling him forward until they were nose to nose, so close a breath apart could have bridged the gap. I never do anything without reason. So, if you insist on repaying me, can you really pay it all back? Lu Si bit his lip, instinctively trying to pull away, but he was firmly held in place. Right now, staying calm was priority, one step at a time. Deal with Su Jin first. Worry about consequences later. Maybe compromising his dignity a little wouldn't be so bad. And so, Lu Si leaned in first, pressing a soft kiss onto the man's lips. Is this enough? That single kiss was as gentle as a feather brushing skin. Su Jin had only meant to intimidate him, to keep the boy obedient and focused. But this bold move caught him off guard. With a growl, he tightened his grip on the boy's nape and kissed back fiercely, deepening it without mercy. Then, in one motion, he pulled Lu Si onto his lap and kept kissing him. When he finally pulled back, studying the boy's flushed face, a satisfied smirk tugged at his lips. Good initiative. Do that again next time. Next time. There won't be a next time. Lu Si fumed inwardly, his reddened cheeks now fueled more by indignation than embarrassment. Yet, looking at Su Jin's striking features, he realized, he wasn't entirely resisting. In fact, something inside him fluttered oddly. What was this feeling? Lu Si realized his former reverence for Su Jin had vanished. Now, all he wanted was to stay far away, and live in peace. Chapter 49 on the shuttle bus. After getting dressed and preparing everything, Lu Si slung a backpack over his shoulder and followed Su Jin out. Lu Si held a wooden stick in his hand, staring at the back of Su Jin's head, wondering if one solid hit would knock the man out, then he could escape. Su Jin wore a brown coat that enhanced his masculine charm. As long as someone was good-looking, anything they wore would look good. Even his back view was damn pleasing to the eye. Su Jin turned his head to glance at Lu Si behind him, pulled the younger man forward, grabbed his hand, and said, "Stay close." As soon as the two stepped out of the house, several zombies lunged toward them. Su Jin easily killed them and immediately sprinted down the road. Lu Si looked at the fallen zombies, all wearing hospital gowns, then lifted his gaze around and realized they were still within this area. There was no time now to be petty with Su Jin. "Su Gu, are we still in the hospital zone?" Gunshots rang out, and soon more and more zombies emerged from houses and dark corners, drawn toward the noise. Su Jin replied, shooting down another zombie that rushed at them. The two ran onto the main road, with an increasing number of zombies chasing behind. Lu Si spotted a car parked by the roadside, ran over, but found the window smashed, the door broken into two pieces, and a thick, nauseating stench pouring from inside. He turned to Su Jin. "Su Gu, what should we do?" Su Jin shot down another attacking zombie, then glanced back at the growing horde. "Run first." But they didn't have to run for long. When they reached the intersection, a shuttle bus drove toward them. A woman standing at the door waved at Su Jin and Lu Si. "Hey. Do you want a ride?" Lu Si waved eagerly back. "Yes, yes." Su Jin frowned. "Didn't you learn your lesson last time?" "I think they're good people," Lu Si said, glancing at the beautiful girl on the bus. When the vehicle stopped, the woman quickly yanked Lu Si aboard. When she reached her hand out to the other man, he didn't take it, he leapt up instead. This man. When Su Jinjin saw his face, her heart skipped a beat, then began pounding wildly. After both were inside, the door shut tight. The bus was already full. Su Jin and Lu Si had no choice but to stand. As Su Jin and Lu Si boarded, the entire bus fell silent. Su Jinjin stood facing them. When she looked at Su Jin, a slight blush appeared on her face. "Hi, I'm Su Jinjin." She wore a white dress with a soft pink cardigan draped over her shoulders, her hair tied into two braids. Pale skin, delicate features, innocent looking, a clean pair of eyes made her especially stunning. A truly beautiful girl. It wasn't just Lu Si whose gaze lingered on her. Almost every man on the bus was staring at her. Even the other girls watched her, though their eyes carried hints of jealousy. Lu Si grinned. "Hi, I'm Lu Si." Su Jinjin nodded, glanced briefly at the boy, then turned to Su Jin. "Are you heading to Guangming base?" "Yeah," Lu Si tugged at Su Jin's sleeve as he answered. Seeing that Su Jin ignored her, a flash of disappointment flickered in Su Jinjin's eyes. Since the boy responded so readily, they must be brothers. She nodded. "What a coincidence, this shuttle is headed to Guangming base too. Earlier, when I saw those zombies behind you too, I nearly died of fright. Jinyang district really isn't livable anymore." She chatted with Lu Si casually, subtly probing about Su Jin. Although Lu Si had plans to eventually leave Su Jin, he still didn't reveal the man's name, only briefly mentioning they came from City H. Noisy, another female voice spoke up from inside the bus. Lu Si turned. The man in the front seat was wiping a long rifle with a cloth. He had a burly build, wore a tight undershirt exposing bulging muscles, and had a rugged face. Beside him sat a slim girl wearing a baseball cap. Right now, the girl looked visibly irritated. Su Jinjin looked at them, appearing uneasy and somewhat hurt. "We're just chatting, trying to lighten the mood." She looked so pitiful it tugged at one's heartstrings. "Little sister, come chat with me for a bit, hee." A middle-aged man's voice came from somewhere in the bus. Su Jinjin turned toward the speaker, an overweight man resembling a fat pig. His short, thick neck had completely disappeared into his rolls of fat, and his round head, like a small watermelon, seemed planted directly onto his broad shoulders. Noticing the beautiful girl looking at him, he gave her a lewd grin, his facial fat bunching up in thick, wobbling layers. Su Jinjin shuddered in disgust, quickly stepping backward, wanting to lean on Su Jin for support, but he shoved her away with one hand, then pulled Lu Si along and stood in the corner opposite the door. Su Jinjin's face flushed with embarrassment. She spotted someone standing not far ahead outside the bus and immediately called out to the driver, "Uncle Wang, there's someone at the next intersection, please stop." Uncle Wang, driving, glanced at the rearview mirror and saw the bus was nearly full. He sighed deeply. "Miss Su, it's not that I don't want to help, but the bus is almost packed already." She cut him off, indignant and scolding his lack of morality. "How can we not save them? They're human too. We can't be cold-hearted. There's still space, we can fit them in." "Exactly, exactly. The beauty is right," the fat man from earlier chimed in enthusiastically. Hearing someone support her, Su Jinjin flashed the chubby man a grateful smile. Chapter 50 on the shuttle bus. Uncle Wang turned to look at the man beside him, trying to get his approval. Brother Yang, what do you think about this? Su Jinjin understood Uncle Wang's intention. She walked over to the man sitting in the front seat of the bus, her hand gently touching the young man's arm patterned with black markings, and spoke in a soft, sweet voice, Brother Yang, please save the people outside. As the saying goes, saving a life is better than building a 7-level pagoda. Come on, won't you? The burly man called Brother Yang, his yellowish skin visibly stiffening for a moment, was finally moved by her tender words and gave a reluctant nod. Fine. Su Jinjin let go of him and smiled sweetly. Brother Yang, you're so kind. She then asked Uncle Wang to stop the bus, continuing what she had just told Lu Si and the others, bring the people from outside in. Lu Si looked at Su Jinjin. Truly beautiful and kind-hearted. It was precisely because of people like her that in this apocalyptic world, those with ill intentions and those who were lazy and greedy still managed to survive. Sometimes, excessive kindness could become a burden. Still mesmerized. Su Jin wrapped an arm around Lu Si's waist, leaned against the window frame, and with a swift turn, blocked Lu Si's view, pulling him tightly into his embrace. He didn't care one bit about the eyes watching them. Lu Si shifted slightly, edging toward the window. Just a little. Su Jin pressed down on the boy's legs, pinning him in place. No. But, Su Gu, what do you think of that girl? Su Jin lowered his head, resting his chin on the boy's shoulder, whispering into his ear, not as good as you. Lu Si's pupils widened instantly. His mind screamed holy shit holy shit holy shit holy shit. Su Jin absolutely loved Lu Si's expression. How come he never realized before how fun it was to tease him? Cough, cough. You two handsome boys, we're still watching, you know. The girl sitting beside them cleared her throat lightly. Her voice interrupted their intimate moment. Lu Si's face burned even redder. He quickly tried to explain to the girl, sorry, we're not that kind of relationship. It's okay, it's okay. I totally understand. Go ahead, I'll pretend I don't see anything. The girl nodded sympathetically. Su Jin tilted Lu Si's chin up, forcing him to meet his gaze. Oh. Not that kind of relationship. Then tell me, what kind are you? Su Gu, this is a public place. Let go of me first. Su Jin stared straight into Lu Si's eyes, his tone firm. No. Answer me first. You were chatting so happily with that girl just now, why are you stuttering when talking to me? Lu Si could only tug lightly at his sleeve and whisper, nothing like that. Su Gu is someone I deeply respect. Please, Su Jin, stop talking. He wasn't the one who'd be embarrassed, but Lu Si himself had social anxiety. TCH. Su Jin released him, then casually draped his arm around the boy's waist. Lu Si forced a smile and glanced at the girl beside him, only to find her covering her mouth, her eyes crinkled with amusement. He lowered his head, feeling utterly humiliated. What are you two doing? Su Jinjin had just helped bring the newcomers aboard when she saw the two of them huddled so close together, looking just like lovers. A flicker of confusion passed through her. Finally made it. This batch consisted of 4 people, 3 guys and 1 woman. The 3 men were quite handsome. When they looked at her, their gazes lingered a few seconds longer, inflating her vanity. 2 rosy patches bloomed on her cheeks, making her appear especially alluring. What they're doing has nothing to do with you, snapped the girl beside Lu Si, her tone sharp, before Lu Si could even answer. The young man seated beside her wrapped an arm around her shoulders. Don't bother with her. Su Jinjin's face paled. She turned to Brother Yang in the front seat, her voice trembling with grievance. Brother Yang, look how harshly your sister speaks to me. Hearing this, the man stood up from the front seat, a long rifle in hand. He glared at the woman wearing a baseball cap. Go sit in front. Yes, boss. The woman nodded and moved forward, while the man took her seat. Brother Yang beckoned to Su Jinjin. Come here. Su Jinjin clenched her teeth, hesitating. Only when the man's expression began to darken did she finally walk over. He pulled her into his arms, the gun barrel pressing against her temple, his face slack. Be good, okay? Why Yang? Brother Yang, Su Jinjin stammered, suddenly frozen as a cold sensation touched her forehead. Then, slowly, she wrapped her arms around the brute's arm, tears streaming down her cheeks. I've always been good. When Lu Si saw the man press the gun to Su Jinjin's temple, he was struck with a sudden chill, a chilling reflection of how Su Jin had once treated him. The bus bumped along the cracked cement road, and as it climbed a steep slope, everyone leaned forward. Lu Si tumbled straight into Su Jin's arms, his head bumping against the man's chest. Sorry, Su Gu. It's fine. Su Jin pulled him closer, holding him in place. After traveling for a while, the girl who had originally been sitting on the seat suddenly stood up and tapped Lu Si on the shoulder. Why don't you two take our seats? She added quickly, sensing awkwardness, it'll take several hours from Jinyang district to Jinfei city. Su Jin glanced at her, his eyes cold and unreadable. He couldn't tell what she was really up to. The girl, seeing no reaction, simply sat down on the lap of the young man beside her. The windowside seat was now free. Thanks. Without hesitation, Su Jin got up and moved over, settling into the seat and placing Lu Si on his lap, resting his chin lightly on the boy's shoulder. Uncomfortable, Lu Si squirmed slightly and gave the girl an awkward smile. Thank you. No problem, the girl said cheerfully, clearly pleased. Lu Si let out a quiet breath and lifted his head toward the door, only to freeze when he saw 4 familiar faces. Clearly, they had spotted him too. Shock flashed across their expressions before quickly smoothing into neutrality. How could such a coincidence happen in this world? He tugged gently at Su Jin's sleeve and whispered, Su Gu, it's Li Shu and them. Su Jin barely lifted his eyelids, took one glance, and murmured, oh. Don't know them. Li Shu had also noticed Lu Si and Su Jin. He waved casually. Long time no see. Long time no see. It had only been a few days. But Lu Si and Su Jin had no intention of acknowledging her. Su Jin kept her hand resting on Di's abdomen, intimately close. Li Shu noticed that Lu Si wasn't responding, but she didn't seem offended. She simply smiled, then turned to speak with Wen Yang. So she already knew about what Tang Enjian had done. Lu Si watched their interaction with quiet contemplation. Still, he couldn't help but wonder, would Su Jin really let go of what Tang Enjian and the others had done to them without retaliation? Was she just going to let it slide? When the bus reached the main road and moved farther away from the city, zombie sightings became rare. The vehicle cruised steadily forward, seemingly out of danger. After sleeping through nearly the entire previous day, Lu Si now felt fully rested and unable to fall asleep again. He lifted his head to gaze outside, watching the passing scenery, the gray sky above. He was thinking. Would they encounter a zombie siege when they arrived at Guangming Base? Some plotlines were so vague it drove him crazy. He couldn't be entirely sure what awaited them. And it wouldn't do to tell Su Jin that there would be no laboratory at Guangming Base, that going there meant only temporary shelter before fleeing again, chasing base after base like refugees. They'd reach Guangming Base, but where would they go after that? Staring at the ashen sky beyond the window, Lu Si fell into brief silence. As the bus rounded a curve, it jolted abruptly, clank. And Lu Si nearly flew forward. Only Su Jin's legs locking around his calves and her arm tightening around his waist kept him from crashing into the seat ahead. The vehicle came to a halt right after. Uncle Wang, what happened? The man called Brother Yang cracked one eye open and asked. Wang, sitting in the driver's seat, pressed the ignition button. The engine made a grinding, caw-caw sound but didn't start. He muttered a curse under his breath, then said, must be something wrong with the engine. I'll get down and check. With that, he grabbed tools from beside the windshield, opened the driver's door, and stepped out. The woman in front followed, adjusting her baseball cap before saying to the man, boss, I'll go help Uncle Wang inspect it. Yang nodded. So you're the boss of this bus? Li Shu listened in with mild interest, stepping closer. She stood right beside the man now. Yang glanced at the small, slender girl wearing a black mask and gave a short nod. Yeah. Hi, I'm Li Shu, the girl said, extending her hand as if expecting a handshake. Yang tightened his arms around the petite figure cradled in his embrace and shot her a sharp look. He didn't reach for her hand, instead asking coldly, purpose. Li Shu hesitated briefly, then chuckled softly. What purpose could I possibly have? Just thought we could be friends. Oh. I don't make friends with useless people. Yang didn't bother hiding his disdain. What did you say? When Yang, standing beside Li Shu, instantly flared up, reaching into his pocket as if to pull something out. Li Shu quickly held him back with a subtle gesture, signaling him not to act rashly. Then, calm and composed, she addressed the man before her, I apologize. I'm a spatial-type metahuman. I'm not what you'd call useless. At that, Yang finally looked at her properly. In his rough voice, he replied, Yang Yunhe. Wind element ability. Yang Yunhe. Wind ability. Sitting aside and half unwilling yet unable not to overhear, Lu Si froze momentarily, then inwardly exploded in exasperation. No way. Yang Yunhe, wasn't he supposed to be the leader of one of the major bases later on? Originally, he hadn't built his own base, instead, he'd taken over by killing the previous leader and seizing power. Granted, his base eventually got absorbed by the protagonist's alliance later in the story, but that didn't erase his notorious reputation. The original novel's resident playboy, one night with 7 women, who could forget that? As for all the women surrounding Yang Yunhe now, who had the energy to remember each one individually? No wonder the name Su Jinjin sounded vaguely familiar earlier. That explained it. But why was everyone he encountered straight out of the novel's cast of antagonists? Lu Si sank into deep thought. Chapter 52 on the shuttle bus. Lu Si stared out the window at a nearby signpost bearing the name Jianfei City. Judging by the distance, they would arrive soon. Yet, as he looked around at the towering bamboo grass planted densely along the roadside, an uneasy premonition crept over him. What are you thinking about? Su Jin's voice snapped him back to reality. Feeling the weight on his shoulder, Lu Si pressed his lips together. Nothing. Su Jin tightened his arm around Lu Si's waist, opened his eyes, and gazed thoughtfully outside. Below, the woman in the baseball cap stood alert outside, watching as the middle-aged man climbed into the vehicle to inspect the situation. Old Wang, what happened inside the bus? A muffled groan came from beneath, followed by the clinking of tools. It's a bit tricky, the machine's damaged. It'll take some time to fix. Oh. She didn't press further. She stood still for a while. Suddenly, a zombie's guttural screech echoed from afar. Sensing something wrong, she swiftly turned her head, raising the gun in her hand and scanning her surroundings carefully, taking in the environment. Both sides of the road were lined with tall, thick bamboo grass, clearly grown here for years. SSH. A faint rustling emerged from within the underbrush. Instantly alert, the woman spotted a dark shadow flickering through the lush greenery. She raised her gun, aimed it toward the movement, and pulled the trigger. Bang! Bang! The shadow remained motionless. Puzzled, she barked sharply, "Who's there?" No answer came, only eerie silence. It hadn't flinched. No blood smell either. Could it just be an illusion? Was she seeing things? Curious despite herself, she used the barrel of her gun to push aside the long grass and cautiously stepped in, calling out, "Who's there? Stop playing games." As she entered, she failed to notice how the grass blade she had parted slowly closed back together behind her. When she finally saw what lay inside, her pupils dilated in horror. Before she could even scream, thick, spiny leaves coiled tightly around her neck, then snaked up her head and body, wrapping her like a mummy until she suffocated. She struggled briefly, then went completely still. Immediately after, a thin vine slithered out from within the foliage, crawling under the bus. Inside, Old Wang was tightening a screw, lying flat on the ground, fully focused on his work. Suddenly, he felt something sharp against his leg. He froze, then slowly reached into his pocket and pulled out a gun. At that moment, the creature wriggled through the wide opening of his trouser leg. He dropped his hand, bent forward, and reached down toward it. Ah! An ear-piercing scream pierced through the bus. What? What happened? The cry instantly sent the passengers into chaos. They all shot up from their seats, craning their necks to look outside. Something's wrong. Old Wang is in danger. Su Jinjin heard the scream and immediately leapt from Yang Yunha's embrace. She turned to him urgently. "Yang Gu, let's go help them now." "What's going on? What happened? It can't be zombies, can it?" The bus filled with panicked voices, overlapping and grating. Frustrated, Yang Yunha fired a warning shot at the door and bellowed, "Shut the hell up." The gunshot silenced them instantly. They clamped their mouths shut, eyes now wider with terror. When the bus fell silent, Yang Yunha straightened. He turned to the man sitting beside him. "Lao Air, let's go check." Li Shu spoke up, "Do you need our help?" Yang Yunha studied her for a moment, then nodded. "Yeah. Brother, I'm coming too." The girl sitting next to Lu Si slid off the young man's lap and brandished a small dagger. "No. Stay here and watch the people on the bus." "Wang Han, you come down," Yang Yunha said firmly. The young man nodded and stepped off the seat. Seeing this, Su Jinjin added, "Yang Gu, I want to help too. Stay in the bus." With that, Yang Yunha jumped down. Li Shu glanced over at Lu Si and the others. "Do you want to come help as well?" Silence answered her. So much for willingness. She shrugged helplessly and stepped down. As soon as they left, the interior erupted again into noise and panic. Lu Si accidentally brushed Su Jin's thigh with his hand. Feeling the other man still clinging tightly around him, he muttered, "Su Gu, my butt's gone numb." A dismissive, half-hearted response. "I really want to get mad." Lu Si smiled, gritting his teeth as he said, "So I want to get down." "Let go of your hand." "Oh. Such an irritable tone. Are you angry?" "Yes. Angry." After stroking him for a while, Su Jin finally let him go. Lu Si stood up, but the moment his body came under the man's palm again, he instantly stiffened. "Numb. Let me rub it for you." Chapter 53 on the shuttle bus. "WOC, are they this open?" The girl watching the scene laughed, cupping her mouth with her hands. "Ah. What are you doing?" Su Jinjin's shrill scream rang out. She rushed over, grabbed the other girl's hand, tears in her eyes and a guarded expression as she glared at the two men emerging from behind the seats. Seeing this, the girl stopped laughing. She yanked Su Jinjin away, her tone turning sharp. "Didn't we agree not to cause trouble? Why do you keep dragging us into messes?" Su Jinjin was taken aback by her harsh words. Her lips trembled, hurt and indignant. "It's not like I wanted to. That big brother said he was hurting down there and needed help, I just went over." She paused, then added defensively, "I'm a healing type meta, how could I not go when I heard that?" At the end, she even talked back slightly. Her words left the other girl speechless. Holding her dagger, she faced the two advancing men and snapped, "Back off." One of them was a short, fat man, the other tall and thin, with beady eyes and a sly face. Seeing two seemingly defenseless girls, they grew bolder. The fat man, clearly the ringleader, rubbed his hands together, his oily face twisted into a lewd grin. "Hey beauty, my thing hurts real bad, come fix it for me." "How disgusting. Go f***ck yourself and get lost." The girl pulled Su Jinjin aside. Though anger flashed across her face, she hesitated to stab, she wasn't ready to kill. "Don't come any closer. My brother won't let you off." "Brother," she cried out. A man lunged forward, clamping a hand over her mouth while signaling the other. The second man quickly rushed to the front of the bus and hit the door close button. The doors snapped shut instantly. His eyes locked onto Su Jinjin's face, drooling. "Doesn't matter, we get the beauty, and dying beneath a peony would still make me a happy ghost." The other passengers watched emotionlessly. One even called out, "Brothers, after you're done, pass her around for the rest of us too." Su Jinjin backed away instinctively as the groping hands neared, tears mixing with disgust in her eyes. "Don't come near me. Don't come near me." "Ah!" A pig-like shriek tore through the air. The girl looked down at her dagger, blood dripping from the blade where she'd slashed the tall, thin man's hand. Her expression froze. It was her first time injuring someone. But only for a moment, the shock quickly gave way to resolve. People like this deserve to be hurt. Su Jinjin stared at the blood pouring from the man's hand, then at the dagger in the girl's grip. She screamed accusingly, "Yang Tian Tian. How could you wound someone?" "Huh." The girl froze, for just an instant. In that split second, the man wrenched the dagger from her hand and slapped her hard across the face, cursing, "Little bitch. Dare lay a hand on me?" The man was strong, he overpowered her fast, pinning her to the floor, pressing the dagger toward her neck. Struggling desperately, she kicked him off and roared, "Get off me." But the man wasn't letting go. His eyes burned with murderous intent, staring down at the girl beneath him, he would kill her. The dagger's tip slowly crept toward her throat. "Get away from me." Meanwhile, Su Jinjin was trapped in the fat man's grip. The fat man savored the smoothness of her skin, muttering, "Damn, soft hands, heh, here I come, beauty." The women inside watched blankly, the men wore eager grins. Hurry up, hurry up." Then, two loud bangs. Silence fell over the bus once more. The dagger clattered to the floor with a dull thud. The weight on top of her collapsed, lifeless. The girl shoved the body off with all her strength, and it rolled limply down the bus steps. She gasped heavily, chest rising and falling. Lifting her eyes toward Lucy, she whispered softly, "Thank you." "Ah. Get off me." After the fat man stopped moving, his full weight crashed down onto Su Jinjin. Weakly trying to push him off, she suddenly felt something sticky in her hands. She looked, and screamed again. "Ah. Blood. Murder. You've killed him." At that moment, Yang Yunha's voice came from outside the bus, "Tian Tian, what's going on?" So they wouldn't lose focus, the girl wiped away the tear that had accidentally slipped from her eye. "Nothing," she said quietly. "Oh. Outside now." After stepping off the bus, Yang Yunha narrowed his eyes, scanning the surroundings. Dense bamboo thickets lined both sides, growing taller and thicker than usual. "Second brother, check under the vehicle," he ordered. Li Shu glanced around, then abruptly caught sight of a dark shadow within the bamboo grove. His eyes narrowed. He signaled silently to the other three. "Let's check the area nearby." He made a gesture toward them, and the other three immediately understood. "Help." As if. Yang Yunha stewed from the second brother, gun in hand, scanning the area for anything suspicious. The young man beside him gazed at the thick bamboo grove and murmured, "I've got this bad feeling about all this." "Let's check the surrounding area," Yang Yunha said, clenching a dry cigarette between his lips. The young man turned around and spotted 4 figures dashing away in the distance. "Boss, those 4 are running off." Yang Yunha glanced over, unconcerned. "Let them run. Cowards, the lot of them." The second brother crouched down to peer under the vehicle. What he saw, a bloody scene, made even his usually composed face pale. He looked up, shaken, his complexion ashen. "Boss. Uncle Wang's dead. He's under the bus." F***ck. Hearing that, Yang Yunha dropped his cigarette, strode over, braced a hand on the tire, and looked down. His pupils widened. He stood back up, furious. "God damn it. Which son of a bitch did this? What's under the bus?" The young man stepped forward, following their horrified gaze. When he looked up again, his expression was one of sheer horror, as if he'd seen something unspeakable. Curious, he bent down to look, and the sight would haunt him for life. A pool of blood stained the ground. Uncle Wang's body was riddled with mysterious holes, flesh torn and mangled beyond recognition. His eye sockets were empty, blood oozing out. His mouth hung open, his tongue gone. The young man froze, stunned, unable to react, until someone yanked him up. Seeing his blank, dazed face, as if his soul had fled, Yang Yunha slapped him hard across the face, snapping him back to reality. I told you to look, not lose your mind. Stunned by the slap, the young man touched his numbing cheek. Pain and tingling surged through him, his thoughts still foggy. Uncle Wang's here, but where's Sister Na? Prompted by the youth's words, they snapped out of it. Right, where is Nana? Let's search around. Maybe Xiao Na just went to the restroom, the second brother suggested. Yeah, possible. But are Tian and the others really safe? The young man asked, worry lining his face. Don't worry. If they try anything, I'll put a bullet in them, Yang Yunha growled. All right. The three of them began to move outward, searching the vicinity. Chapter 54 on the shuttle bus. Inside the vehicle. The girl had rested for a while, then walked over to Su Jinjin, pulled aside the fat man, and looked down at Su Jinjin lying on the floor. The latter stared back in terror, still dazed and not fully aware of what was happening. Aren't you getting up yet? She rolled her eyes inwardly and said. Su Jinjin snapped back to reality. Seeing blood stains on the girl's clothes and hands, she wore an expression of disbelief. Yang Tian, did you kill someone? Why did you kill them? They were still human beings. How can you be so cold? The girl took a deep breath and gazed at Su Jinjin's delicate face. Yes. I killed them. Hearing this, Su Jinjin looked at her as if staring at a complete stranger. How could you become like this? How can you take lives? Don't make things hard for me. I don't want your brother to lose his sister. Once we reach the base, you should turn yourself in. Don't worry, I'll plead with the police for leniency. Su Jinjin was about to continue, clearly determined not to stop. Bang! Another hole appeared in the fat man's body. Su Jinjin froze, her face blank as she turned toward the source of the gunshot. Su Jin aimed the gun directly at her forehead, his expression cold and indifferent as he stared at the noisy woman. His voice was icy, speak again, and I'll execute you. How can you do this? How can you kill people? Killing is against the law. Su Jinjin said, incredulity written across her face. The people inside the vehicle began to stir, voicing condemnation toward Su Jin's actions. Yeah, how could you just kill them? They didn't even do anything wrong. There's no justice anymore, no conscience. The world has changed. Encouraged by the support from others, Su Jinjin grew bolder. She slowly approached Su Jin, unafraid of the gun pointed at her, saying, see? Everyone agrees. How can you kill people like that? Seeing that Su Jin remained silent, she assumed her words had touched him. Her tone became even more sincere, softening as if soothing a child, just put the gun down. When we get to the base, surrender quietly. Trust the police officers, they won't treat you harshly. Wanna die? Su Jin held Lu Si close, glanced at the woman sideways, and a flash of killing intent flickered in his eyes. She still didn't believe him. Su Jinjin shook her head, her beautiful eyes brimming with tears, making her look even more pitiful. I don't want to die, but I must persuade you. Noticing Su Jin's movement, the girl quickly shoved Su Jinjin aside. Su Jinjin couldn't dodge in time and fell straight to the ground. Anger flashed across her face as she glared at Su Jin. How could you do this? If it weren't for me saving you two earlier, would you even be alive now? Ungrateful wretch. The girl looked at Su Jin hastily and apologized, sorry, Su Jinjin's mind isn't quite right. I hope you can forgive her. Inside, she felt annoyed. If not for her healing ability, who would even speak up for this Su Jinjin? She'd had enough of her. TCH, healing type. Su Jin's voice dripped with disdain. Seeing Su Jinjin fall to the ground, a man nearby rushed forward to help her up and angrily confronted Su Jin, you fucking monster. What kind of person are you? Before he could say more, bang, a bullet pierced his forehead. Blood streamed down as he collapsed directly onto Su Jinjin, staining her white dress with splatters of red, blooming like vivid flowers in competition for beauty. Silence fell instantly throughout the bus. Even the girl was stunned by the gunshot. Su Jin gently set Lu Si down. He stood up, turned around, and scanned the passengers seated on the shuttle. Any more comments? Complete silence. Just now, Su Jin swept his gaze across everyone, his voice chilling, who was talking about me? The old woman trembled, terrified by Su Jin's words. This person killed without hesitation, his threats were undoubtedly real. I know. She rose shakily, raised her index finger, pointed at several people nearby, and said, it was them. The men she pointed at turned pale. Damn it, old hag, are you asking for death? One man growled, lunging forward to grab her collar and throw a punch. Before the fist could land, blood splattered, spraying onto the middle-aged woman's face and the people nearby. Ah! A scream rang out. They stared at Su Jin as if he were a demon. The stench of blood filled the vehicle. Unable to bear it, someone yanked open a window and began gasping violently for air. At that moment, a thorny vine crawled up from the wheel. Spotting a gap, it shot straight inside. Ah, a crunching sound followed, but in the chaos, it was quickly ignored. No one else noticed, but Su-jin did. He lowered his gun, turned around, and walked toward the front of the bus. Many were confused by his actions. Su-jin shoved the corpse off her body, stood up, rushed to the steps of the bus, grabbed her dagger, and lunged at Su-jin, shouting angrily, "How can you be so cold? Die!" Lu-si caught her wrist, effortlessly pinned her down onto a flat seat, struck her neck with his elbow, snatched the dagger from her hand, and said softly, "Can't you just stay quiet?" Then he handed the dagger back to the girl beside him. The door opened. Seeing that Lu-si had knocked the person out, Su-jin took his hand. "Let's go." But he still glanced back at the passengers inside. "If you don't leave now, well then." After Su-jin and the others exited, the people on the bus hadn't even had time to process his words when they turned to look at their companions, and screams erupted again, faces filled with terror. "Hurry! Hurry! We need to get off. I want down." The girl looked at them, puzzled. Tian, a young man's voice called from outside the bus. He rushed up, flustered, saw Su-jin lying unconscious, lifted her up, and said urgently, "Get down now." "What's wrong with Wang Han?" Young Tian watched as the people behind scrambled past each other toward her. She quickly ran down after them. The vine that had plunged into a person's mouth split into two, rapidly darting toward the nearest prey. Chapter 55, Driving an Electric Vehicle to Jinfei City. As the scent of blood spread and passengers screamed inside the vehicle, the once quiet bamboo grass began to stir restlessly, rustling with a faint, eerie sound. After Su-jin pulled Lu-si down from the bus, he immediately dragged him forward into a run. Lu-si turned his head in confusion and saw large patches of broad leaves slowly emerging from the thicket, creeping toward their bus. The people who had gotten off were scattering in panic. Suddenly, a vine shot out and wrapped tightly around someone's ankle. Before they could react, they were swiftly yanked deep into the bamboo field. Chaos broke loose among the fleeing crowd. Lu-si watched, fascinated. "These are mutated plants, right?" Su-jin responded. He hadn't realized he'd spoken aloud. Lu-si pursed his lips and kept running after Su-jin. The reason for these mutations lay in the fertilizers used in that region, components derived from lab-developed substances. After absorbing such compounds, given the right trigger, the plants underwent mutation. However, these mutated plants didn't spread uncontrollably. Their range was limited, extending no more than 400 meters outward from their center, within which the area became highly dangerous. Only when they had safely crossed the bamboo field and reached a sparsely wooded roadside did Su-jin finally release his grip. Bending over with hands on his knees, Lu-si panted, "Su-ji, why did we run? Wouldn't it have been better to just kill that mutated plant?" As far as he knew, each mutated plant contained a core crystal. If obtained and absorbed, it could definitely help elevate one's level. Since you're so strong, if we don't take it now, later when those plants grow stronger, it'll be even riskier." Lu-si straightened up and looked at Su-jin. Noticing the other man staring at him intently, he grew slightly flustered. I was just saying." Su-jin reached up, ruffled his hair gently, then laughed softly, "Why should I take it now? If they're going to become stronger later, isn't it better to let them grow first? Then I can collect them all at once, wouldn't that be ideal?" He paused, then pinched Lu-si's cheek. "What? Do you want me to go save them?" Lu-si shook his head quickly. He certainly wasn't that kind-hearted. Grasping Su-jin's hand, he said, "That's not what I meant at all. If Su-ji thinks the time isn't right yet, then coming back later is perfectly fine. You're truly far-sighted." He added a few more compliments just to be safe. The man's expression softened. As long as the boy's heart belonged to him, everything was all right. He gave Lu-si's backside a light squeeze and asked, "Still numb back there?" Lu-si smiled and swatted his hand away. "No, not anymore, really. Tisk. I mean it." They continued walking toward the city ahead. Jinfei City had a well-connected highway network, and the road they'd taken was merely one of many routes. As they walked along the roadside, they noticed numerous refugees fleeing toward the city. Some carried heavy loads, others traveled light, while a few drove various vehicles. No matter their means, their destination remained the same. Light base. This base offered hope to people from surrounding regions, providing an end to their desperate flight. But due to the constant flow of refugees, bandits had begun to appear at unguarded intersections, especially where no military presence existed, ambushing isolated travelers. Walking together through the crowd, Lu-si and Su-jin caught snatches of conversation. "Did you hear? They say you need to turn in a red-eyed zombie's core crystal just to enter the base." "What? Red-eyed zombies?" "Yeah. And you gotta kill 5 zombies to get one." "Ugh, how are ordinary people like us supposed to do that?" Another voice cut in, "Wait, isn't it true that you only need to bring food?" "Not even much, either. We came to Light Base hoping for government relief rations. Why else would we flee from our compound all the way here?" Clearly too many people went there already. Supplies ran out, so now they're resorting to this nonsense. Still, can we even trust these rumors? We've no way of knowing what's real. But seriously, where are we supposed to find zombies? A young man with an overly stretched neck chimed in. How hard can it be? A man lifted his index finger, pointing toward distant buildings. They're everywhere inside the city. Sigh, what a cursed world, someone lamented. From their conversations, Lucy gathered some practical information. Thirsty, Su-jin said suddenly. Lucy quickly fetched a bottle of water from his backpack and handed it over. Here, Su-ji, drink. Su-jin twisted open the cap, took a sip, then passed it back to Lucy. Lucy was truly thirsty. He finished every drop of water in the bottle and asked while walking, are we heading there directly now? First, let's prepare something for passage, Su-jin murmured. Oh, okay. Lucy nodded. On the road crowded with people, several motorcycles suddenly approached from a distance and stopped in front of Lucy and Su-jin. Hey, want to team up? Hey. Lucy looked up at her, his pupils shrank instantly. It was that girl from earlier. He quickly glanced at Su-jin beside him. Yang Yunha rode forward on his motorcycle, gave them both a quick look, then stepped off. His face bore several scars, and in his arms he carried the unconscious Su-jin. Lucy thought he had come to settle scores and instinctively hid behind Su-jin. Yang Yunha twitched his lips, then turned to the man on the other electric bike. Old two, get off. Give them your ride. The man nodded, stepped down, and tossed the keys to Lucy. Lucy caught them swiftly. Yang Tian looked at Lucy, who still hesitated to step forward, and said, we're still quite far from Jianfei City. Walking all the way isn't practical. You're better off driving. But you do know how to ride an e-bike, right? Of course. Though, wouldn't it be too awkward? Lucy grinned sheepishly. How awkward. Consider it us repaying a favor, Yang Tian replied, wrapping her arms around the young man's waist, a large backpack strapped behind her. Then thank you so much. Lucy smiled at her. This girl wasn't bad at all. Su-jin whispered, you can drive? Yeah, Su-ji, I'm great at this. I'll drive this time, I've got you covered. It's basic daily transport after all. Su-jin lifted his eyes toward them. Thanks. After Lucy climbed onto the bike, Su-jin sat behind him and naturally wrapped his arms around Lucy's waist, pressing his body close. Why aren't we moving? Su-jin asked, noticing Yang Yunha and the others had already driven off while they remained stationary. Su-ji, could you lean back a little? My waist tickles, Lucy said awkwardly. Oh, no, I can't. Hurry up, you two. Yang Tiantian's voice came from ahead. Lucy had no choice but to start driving. It wasn't that carrying Su-jin was a problem, it was that he was clinging too closely, and there were so many passers-by watching. But Su-jin didn't care about any of that. He did what pleased him, as long as he was happy, that was all that mattered. Electric bikes and motorcycles weren't uncommon on the road. As for would-be robbers, seeing how formidable Yang Yunha looked and noticing the gun one of his teammates held, who'd dare intercept them? Lucy sped up, the electric bike zipping forward like the wind, a cool breeze brushing against his face. He recalled back in the modern world he'd also owned a vehicle, an e-bike, and lived alone quite comfortably, content with his simple routine. If he hadn't been brought here, he might still be living that mundane three-point life. Sigh. A bit more excitement in life wasn't so bad. Soon, he got more excitement than he bargained for. So much, in fact, that he nearly veered off the road. Luckily, he was an experienced rider, he quickly corrected the path, drove one-handed, and firmly grabbed Su-jin's wandering hand, speaking in a calm yet strained voice, Su-ji, stop messing around. I'm driving. A muffled voice came from behind. I'm not messing around. Lucy refused to believe that nonsense. If we crash, don't blame me. Tisk. Su-jin pulled his hand out from under Lucy's clothes and placed it just below the boy's abdomen. Fine. I won't bother you anymore. Only then did Lucy feel safe enough to focus on driving. He watched the two vehicles ahead, drove steadily, and asked, Su-ji, should we stick with them? This bike is theirs, we can't just take it and leave, can we? It doesn't matter. Follow them, Su-jin said, gazing ahead. They were all headed to the same place anyway. Whether they parted ways upon arrival was another question entirely. Hearing that, Lucy perked up. Okay. Even though they hadn't helped save these people earlier and had fled instead, now these strangers were lending them a vehicle. Did what happened in the car count as helping? Well, fine, let's say it did. They drove quickly, soon leaving the walking refugees far behind. Buildings began appearing along both sides of the road, and ahead lay Jianfei City. Up ahead, Yang Yunha and the others came to a halt at an intersection. Lucy drove up and stopped beside them. What's wrong? Yang Tian pointed at the loudspeaker mounted on a power pole with her index finger and said, we're listening to the broadcast, little brother. You two should wait too. Stop and listen before going on. At that moment, the broadcast from the speaker mounted on the power pole began to play. Hello, fellow survivors. This is Jianfei City. The current time is a little past 3 in the afternoon on times month times day. The Guangming base is located in the northern district of Jianfei City. If you're unsure of where to go, follow the signs. Additionally, due to the recent sharp increase in population, supplies at the base have become severely limited. To help alleviate this shortage, everyone entering Guangming base must contribute some food. Survivors without food may instead offer zombie crimson cores obtained by killing red-eyed zombies. Each person must submit 5 cores. We apologize for the inconvenience, and thank you for your understanding. Finally, Guangming base warmly welcomes all awakened individuals with special abilities. We need your strength to enhance the safety and security of our people. We are in urgent need of individuals like you, please come join us. A minute later, the announcement repeated once again. After listening, they exchanged glances. Yang Tian wore a slightly worried expression. Right now, I'm the only one here without any ability, and honestly, we don't have much food left either. It's okay, we can hunt zombies and collect cores to get in, the young man beside her comforted. Yang Tian nodded, then turned to look at Lu Si. Little brother, what are your abilities? Caught off guard, Lu Si hesitated briefly, then shook his head sheepishly. I don't have any abilities. He couldn't reveal his strength-based power, let alone mention his spatial ability. I'm lightning type, Su Jin said straightforwardly, not hiding his ability at all. Oh, then should we team up first and take out some zombies together? Yang Tian suggested, then glanced toward Yang Yunhe. Brother, what do you think? Yang Yunhe frowned. Whatever. Fine with me, Su Jin nodded. If Su Ji agrees, then I'm in too, Lu Si replied with a smile. Chapter 56, Jianfei City, South District 1. Yang Yunhe put an arm around Hao Shuzhen and began, alright, before we set off, let's introduce ourselves so communication later will be easier. After a brief pause, he continued, I'll go first. I'm Yang Yunhe, wind element. The person I'm holding is Su Jinjin, healing element. Yang Tian, ordinary person, Yang Tian said, patting her chest proudly. The young man carrying her spoke up, Jiang Wanghan, fire element. The quieter-looking man said, Jiang Dezhuang, earth element. Su Jin, lightning element. Su Jin wrapped his arms around Lu Si's waist, resting his chin on Di's shoulder as he spoke. My name is Lu Si. Just like Tian, I'm an ordinary person. As Lu Si spoke, he playfully winked at Yang Tian beside him. Why do you love smiling at others so much? Why don't you smile at me, Su Jin gently turned Di's head straight, whispering into his ear. His voice wasn't loud, but everyone present could hear it clearly. Even the stoic second-in-command Jiang Dezhuang glanced over at Lu Si. Lu Si's ears turned red. He feigned nonchalance with a light cough. Su Gu, mind your manners. We're in public. Tisk. He'd do whatever he liked, why should he care? He especially loved seeing Lu Si flustered like this. At that moment, Lu Si was extremely worried about his dignity. He absolutely had to find a woman for Su Jin, otherwise he would end up being toyed with. Just endure it for now. Once they reached the base, surely there would be plenty of beautiful women around. Yang Tian covered her mouth, watching their interaction with eyes crinkled in amusement. We aren't that kind of relationship. Don't misunderstand, Lu Si explained hurriedly to the group. Yang Tian waved her hand. It's fine. But she gave Lu Si a knowing look, I get it, I totally get it. Lu Si, why did it feel like they still didn't understand? Ahem, well then, since introductions are done, let's head into the city, Yang Yunhe said, stepping on the pedal. The vehicle started moving forward. Lu Si followed closely behind them, chatting with Yang Tian as they went. Through casual conversation, he learned that Yang Tian came from a small town in W City. She and Yang Yunhe were biological siblings. Su Jinjin was Yang Yunhe's girlfriend. Jiang Dezhuang and Jiang Wanghan were Yang Yunhe's sworn brothers. The two who had died earlier were also members of their original team. Yang Yunhe had dealings with the Black Zone, underhanded transactions, smuggling weapons to clients and profiting from the markup. He hadn't anticipated the zombie virus outbreak. Those guns, however, now belonged to them, and thanks to those firearms, they'd managed to survive the chaos. Yang Tian had wanted to keep talking, but after Jiang Wanghan coughed a few times, she dropped the subject. They moved on to talking about Su Jinjin. Yang Tian said she used to think Su Jinjin was very innocent and had actually taken quite a liking to her at first. But after certain incidents where she felt betrayed, that fondness had gradually faded. Still, that was just her personal opinion. Yang Yunhe remained devoted to Su Jinjin, spoiling her constantly. At this point, Yang Tian shrugged helplessly. The fact that their team had survived with such a white lotus among them only proved how strong their team truly was. Lu Si couldn't help but feel admiration. Still, he was curious. How did you guys manage to escape just now? Oh, we had our vehicles. Earlier, we pretended to ride the bus because the journey was long, we wanted to save fuel, and bringing motorcycles inside the bus cabin made travel more convenient. It was precisely because of these vehicles that we managed to get away. Recalling what had happened, Yang Tian still felt a chill run down her spine. She touched the scratch on her cheek, and Lu Si's sharp eyes caught several red marks on her exposed neck. Of course. Escaping from those mutated plants and over 20 passengers, it must have been incredibly difficult. There was no way one could make it out completely unscathed. Still staring. Pay attention to driving, Su Jin pinched Lu Si's waist, saying. Got it. To avoid further mischief from the man, he could only comply. Once they entered the urban area, many groups of zombies wandered along the roads. To avoid drawing attention, they took narrow side streets. Yet even side streets weren't safe. If they weren't careful, swarms of zombies would quickly surround them. The sheer number of zombies here made them feel deeply unsafe. But the Guangming base was located within the city. To reach it, they had to approach via nearby routes, otherwise, they risked being overwhelmed by zombies, either eaten or turned into one of them. Clearly, the direction Lu Si's group was coming from placed them at the farthest edge of the base, the South District. People coming from the South District without knowing the truth, while the broadcast didn't even mention this place was a heavily affected area, wasn't that just leading them straight into the jaws of the zombies? Chapter 57 Jinfei City South District 2. After blasting a few low-level zombies at the street corner, they stopped moving in this area. Sometimes, in certain zones, the eye color of zombies was merely symbolic and didn't necessarily indicate their strength. Some of these zombies were actually far more dangerous. For instance, the white-eyed zombies they had just encountered. Fortunately, their team was well coordinated, and through cooperation, they eliminated the zombies with relative ease. Once the scattered zombies were dealt with, the area grew eerily quiet. No zombie roars echoed around them. Surrounded by buildings of varying heights, it appeared the residents here had already evacuated. What should we do with these cars, boss? Jiang Dazhuang's voice came out. Yang Yunhe carried down Su Jinjin, who was still unconscious. Park the cars first. Right now, our priority is finding weapons. During the intense fight earlier, they had used up all their ammunition. Without bullets, their guns were useless. Now they'd have to rely on brute force and abilities to fight off any approaching zombies. Su, you can get down now, Lu Si said after parking the car, feeling the heavy weight still pressing against his back. It was really uncomfortable, especially with the other man's hair brushing against his neck, sending ticklish shivers down his spine. Su Jin stepped off the vehicle, carrying a large backpack behind him. After getting down, Lu Si walked behind him and took the backpack, slinging it over his own shoulder. Since he'd been driving, Su Jin had helped hold the bag during the ride. What tools do you guys have on hand right now? Yang Yunhe asked. A dagger. Yang Tian pulled out a blade from one of the outer pockets on her backpack. A wooden stick. Lu Si reached into the backpack and pulled out a sturdy rod. Fortunately, the bag was oversized enough to fit the long item inside. A gun, Su Jin said simply. Alright, that's good. While we were driving over, I noticed a shop across the street. We should check inside for anything useful. Yang Yunhe said, adjusting Su Jinjin onto his back again. Brother, are you really going to carry her along too? Yang Tian watched his movements, her eyes showing a hint of displeasure. Her opinion of Su Jinjin had already plummeted into negative territory after what happened in the car. It was even worse than before. Sometimes she seriously wanted to crack open the girl's skull to see if something was clogged up inside. Even before the apocalypse, she'd acted clueless, now it was unbearable. Otherwise, do you want to stay behind and watch her? Yang Yunhe turned his head slightly, glancing at his sister as he carried Su Jinjin. No, you know that's not what I meant. She stammered, unable to explain herself clearly. Lu Si observed their argument unfolding, sensing they wouldn't stop until one side claimed victory. He silently mused to himself, definitely better when there were fewer people around. He turned to look at Su Jin, only to find the man watching the sibling quarrel with noticeable interest flickering in his eyes. Huh? Interest? Could it be that Su Jin has feelings for Yang Tian? Or maybe Jiang Wanghan standing beside her? Or could it possibly be Yang Yunhe? The moment he imagined Su Jin locking tender gazes with the rough, burly Yang Yunhe, goosebumps broke out all over Lu Si's arms. Well then, he might as well enjoy the show. So he joined the ranks of the spectators. Noticing Lu Si's odd behavior, Su Jin casually slung an arm over his shoulder, subtly signaling him to stay still. Su Jin glanced toward where Yang Yunhe stood. The second floor of a store across the street had something watching them. Though separated by a pane of glass that blocked outside view into the room, Su Jin's angle allowed him a clear look inside. The thing inside seemed to sense Su Jin's gaze, immediately locking eyes with him. Upon making eye contact, it sensed danger and swiftly drew the curtains shut. Humph. A faint smirk tugged at the corner of Su Jin's lips. Yanga. Su Jinjin opened her eyes, stirred awake by the surrounding chatter. You're awake. Hearing her voice, Yang Yunhe immediately ceased arguing with Yang Tian and turned to look at the person on his shoulder. Yeah, let me down first. Once on her feet, Su Jinjin realized she was only wearing socks. Where are my shoes? Yang Yunhe replied, back when we were running, someone grabbed you. To move faster, we had to ditch the shoes. I'll go find you a new pair inside the shop soon. Oh. She nodded absently, then suddenly snapped back into awareness, realizing only their small group remained. Stunned, she grabbed Yang Tiantian's collar and shouted angrily, "What happened to everyone from the shuttle bus? Did you order your brother to kill them all?" Jiang Wanghan seized Su Jinjin's wrist and forcefully yanked it away, pulling Yang Tiantian protectively into his embrace. His eyes darkened as he warned coldly, "Lay another hand on Tiantian, and I won't be so polite next time." You, Su Jinjin stared, shocked that he would threaten her, for her. Was she not beautiful enough? Couldn't she earn affection like others? She immediately looked hurt and turned to Yang Yunhe, tattling, "Yanga, your sister is bullying me." Damn. Lu Si crossed his arms and stood aside watching the drama unfold, muttering, "WC," to express exactly how he felt at that moment. Is this girl oblivious to what's going on around her? Seriously, not that he was one to judge, but people like her usually don't survive past 3 chapters in novels. That she'd managed to keep stirring trouble for 5 or 8 days straight. He honestly had to give her credit. Hearing Lu Si's muttered, "Damn," Su Jinjin turned her head toward him, then shifted her gaze to the man standing beside Lu Si. Her already pale face grew even paler. She pressed her lips together tightly. It really is you two." "Yeah, it's us." Lu Si responded bluntly, without any attempt to hide it. She pointed at Lu Si and appealed to Yang Yunhe, "Yanga, they were the ones who knocked me out in the car. You have to stand up for me and get justice." As she spoke, she made sure to lock eyes with Yang Yunhe using her clear, innocent-looking gaze. Yang Yunhe massaged his forehead wearily, his voice tinged with fatigue. "We're partners now." The unspoken meaning was obvious, there would be no taking sides. Su Jinjin let go of him, her small face falling into an expression of disappointment. "So you're saying you won't help me? Yanga, how could you be like this? You used to obey me so easily before." As she spoke, 2 clean trails of tears streamed down her cheeks, emphasizing the man's betrayal and ingratitude. "Brother, you can't keep spoiling her like this," Yang Tiantian said. Listening, Su Jinjin cried harder. "What did you say, Yang Tiantian? I haven't settled accounts with you yet. Here we go again." Yang Tiantian shrugged helplessly. A sudden pain shot through Su Jinjin's neck. She turned, eyes wide with disbelief, staring at the man behind her. Yang Yunhe picked her up, frowning. "You talk too much. Better stay quiet." With her on his back, they headed across the street. Lu Si and Su Jin followed close behind. Passing by Yang Tiantian, Lu Si joked, "Your brother and Su Jinjin must be true soulmates." He even gave a thumbs up toward Yang Yunhe's retreating figure. Up ahead, Yang Yunhe heard Lu Si's remark, paused briefly in his steps, then broke into a silent smile. Soulmates? Is that what it was? They reached the street. They stopped in front of a general store. The wooden door had been kicked through in several places, leaving only the sturdiest part still standing upright. The broken latch hung crookedly, half obscuring the entrance. Looking inside from outside, the interior appeared pitch black due to the building's poor lighting. Above the storefront hung a sign, "Long Family General Store." "Go in?" Lu Si asked. "You, second bro, go up," Yang Yunhe signaled Jiang Dezhuang. Jiang Dezhuang, holding a large clump of hardened earth created by his ability, stepped forward and kicked open the remaining wooden frame. With a loud crash, the double doors collapsed, and immediately a dark shadow lunged at him. Jiang Dezhuang hurled the chunk of earth, but still got tackled to the ground. A stifled grunt. Now they could clearly see what had attacked, a zombie. Jiang Dezhuang grabbed the zombie by the neck with his large hand and flung it into the air. It crashed onto the floor. But moments later, it stood back up, baring its teeth, extending sharp claws, and sprinting directly toward them, aiming right for the weakest link. Exactly where Su Jinjin sat on Yang Yunhe's back. Yang Yunhe spun around and kicked out, but burdened by the weight on his back, his movement was slightly delayed. That brief delay was enough, the zombie seized his leg and opened its jaws, biting down hard. This wasn't the only zombie inside. After Jiang Dezhuang threw one aside, 4 more emerged one after another. One lunged at Jiang Dezhuang, another at Jiang Wanghan and Yang Tiantian, and the last 2 charged straight at Lu Si and Su Jin. They moved with clear coordination, targeting specific individuals without hesitation. "Brother Su, you took my stick, then what am I supposed to do?" Lu Si lamented, close to tears. "Fight bare-handed," Su Jin replied, pulling Lu Si backward. He snatched the wooden rod and swung it at the approaching zombie, but the impact barely registered. It was as if they'd struck feathers, causing no real harm. The struck zombie merely twisted its neck, bared its teeth, then lunged straight at Lu Si. Shit. It was Su Jin who hit it. Why the hell was it coming after him? Chapter 58 South District of Jinfei City 3. After being shoved by Su Jin, Lu Si was separated from him by a considerable distance. The zombie that had been struck lunged toward him, while the other followed closely behind. When Lu Si turned to look at Su Jin, he found the person was gone. No way. But he wasn't panicked, space he had, weapons in hand. To avoid suspicion, he still pulled out a wooden stick similar to the one before. Fortunately, earlier he had cleverly smashed a few wooden chairs apart. Lu Si raised the wooden rod, feeling an overwhelming surge of strength coursing through his body. He faced head-on the seemingly unintelligent yet unnervingly sharp creature and swung hard at it. As it charged toward him, he squatted down and first struck both its legs with the stick. Ever since obtaining his power-based ability, everything felt different, his strength channeled directly into the wood, knocking the zombie temporarily to the ground. Immediately, he turned to strike the second zombie. He jumped up and swung sideways at its neck, sending it flying violently onto the roadside. That sequence left Lu Si slightly out of breath. This power-type ability could only be used for a few minutes before requiring about an hour of rest to recover. It was the same with other abilities, the higher the ability level, the longer it could last. Gasping, he stood beside the fallen zombie when suddenly his ankle tightened. Lu Si immediately lifted the wooden stick and wildly swung it around. Foul-smelling black blood splattered across his face, and finally, the grasping hand loosened. But it wasn't over, the zombie that had been thrown earlier was now rushing back again. Here we go again. Meanwhile, on the other side, this shadow darted forward rapidly. It periodically turned its head to snarl at the person closely chasing behind, then sped up further ahead. When it glanced back again, the person was gone. Before it could even sigh in relief, upon turning forward once more, that person stood right in front of it. Startled, it failed to adjust its momentum in time and charged straight ahead, only to be kicked aside by Su Jin, flung hard against the nearby wall. Realizing escape was impossible, it instead cried out desperately, "Ah, ah, ah. Do you want to become a normal person?" The moment Su Jin spoke, the previously growling zombie abruptly froze, twisted its neck, its deep green eyes spinning rapidly. Finally, its neck jerked stiffly. "Yes. Hand me the stick." Yang Yunha's voice came. Having just finished off the zombies surrounding him, Lu Si tossed the wooden stick over to Yang Yunha not far away. He turned his head to scan around, but saw no trace of Su Jin. Roar. The hoarse cry of a zombie sounded. No time for further thought, he rushed forward to assist the person in danger. A moment later, Jiang Wanghan killed the zombie beneath him, plunging his dagger straight into its skull. Now armed with the stick, Yang Yunha wrapped one arm around Su Jinjin and swung the rod fiercely with the other. It didn't matter how many zombies there were, the real fear was if they couldn't be killed. "Boss, hit its head." Jiang Wanghan panted. Once the technique was mastered, things became easier. The final zombie, struck repeatedly by Lu Si's hammer-like fists and then slashed several times in the head, finally went completely still. He let go and brushed his hands together, then looked up, only to meet the astonished gazes of the others staring at him. He felt a little uneasy inside. "What's wrong?" Yang Tian gave a big thumbs up, her eyes filled with admiration as she looked at the young man who was almost her age, differing by just a few months. "Big brother, you're amazing. I definitely couldn't have done that." Lu Si rubbed his scratched hand. Praise from a girl like that made him rather shy. Well, it was nothing special. Hearing that, everyone else was even more stunned. So Lu Si quickly added, "It was all thanks to my Su Ji, he taught me. It's really his credit." "What credit?" Su Jin stepped out from around the corner, having just overheard Lu Si's last sentence. Chapter 59 Jinfei City, South District 4. Lu Si turned his head and saw Su Jin walking toward him. Yang Yunha looked into the grocery store. "Let's go in first." With that, he hoisted Su Jinjin onto his back again and walked inside, with Jiang Dazhuang and the others quickly following behind. Su Gu, where did you just go?" Lu Si asked softly as he walked behind with Su Jin. Su Jin explained, "I had to pee, went to the restroom." He slung an arm over Lu Si's shoulder, a faint smile playing on his lips. "So what, did you miss me the moment I was gone?" Inside, Lu Si thought, better disappear for good and never come back, but on his face, he smiled and said, "Yeah, I really missed you, Su Gu. When you're not around, I feel uneasy." Hearing this, Su Jin looked thoroughly pleased. His cool fingers slid down the boy's neck, sending a shiver through him. "Remember what you just said." Entering the store, they looked around. The floor was scattered with debris, everything in disarray. As they stepped in, a sharp, pungent odor hung in the air. Jiang Dazhuang circled the already small shop, holding a fruit knife. "No edible food left, but I did find this fruit knife on the ground." Yang Yunha had already found a pair of shoes for Su Jinjin. Glancing up at the knife in Jiang Dazhuang's hand, he said, "That'll do. Better than nothing." "Boss is right," Jiang Dazhuang nodded. They searched the store thoroughly and eventually gathered several useful items, a metal clothesline rod, the fruit knife, a cleaver, a flashlight, and even took the iron frame from the door they'd broken earlier. Once everyone had picked out suitable tools, they stepped outside. After the fight with the zombies earlier, they'd used up a lot of energy, so they decided to rest for a while and tend to their wounds. They stopped at a nearby breakfast shop. The door was wide open, the interior containing only a few tables. Across from them was a plaza, and beyond that, a residential area. They cleared the scattered white-eyed zombies nearby and settled down to rest. Yang Tian pulled out a bottle of alcohol, some cotton swabs, and medicinal powder from her bag. She handed them first to Jiang Dezhuang and Yang Yunhe to clean their own wounds. Then she glanced hesitantly at the two sitting by the entrance, paused, and instead went to treat Jiang Wanghan. Self-treatment first, followed by healing via her restoration ability, this way recovery was quicker. Lu Si and Su Jin sat by the doorway, a bottle of opened mineral water between them. Lu Si pulled out two individually plastic-wrapped red bean bun snacks from his backpack. Su Gu, want a bun? He placed both packets, same flavor, in front of Su Jin. Su Jin glanced briefly at the colorful packaging and pursed his lips. No thanks. Oh, okay. That's exactly what I was hoping for. Since Su Jin didn't want it, Lu Si wasted no time helping himself. He tore open both packages, pressed the two buns together, stacked one on top of the other, and took a big bite. Chewing slowly, then swallowing. The sweet red bean flavor filled his mouth, so delicious. One more bite. Su Jin took a few sips from the shared water bottle, then passed it over. As Lu Si reached for a bun, his eyes caught sight of a fresh wound on the back of Su Jin's hand. You got hurt? He asked. Lu Si lifted his own hand and noticed blood too. The old scrape had already scabbed over, but from all the commotion earlier, the scab had cracked open, letting thin trails of blood seep out. It hadn't hurt much when he wasn't paying attention, but now that he noticed, the pain flared up slightly. Does it hurt? Su Jin asked. Not bad. He finished the last bite of the bun, chewed, swallowed, then took a few sips from the water bottle Su Jin offered. Once the food settled, he exhaled deeply, grabbed his injured right hand, and groaned, Oi, Mom, this hurts like hell. TSK. Su Jin leaned forward, placing his hand over the boy's, the exact spot where Lu Si's hand had been resting just moments ago. Lu Si blinked in surprise and looked at him. Su Gu, what's wrong? You carrying antiseptic with you? Su Jin lifted Lu Si's palm. Yeah, I've got some. As he spoke, Lu Si reached into his pocket with his left hand and pulled out a bottle of iodine. Su Jin took it, then fixed him with a steady gaze. Cotton swabs. The intensity in the other man's eyes caught him off guard. He hesitated for a second before answering, and no. Need alcohol and cotton swabs. Yang Tiantian's voice came from behind. Lu Si turned to see her approaching, holding a small bottle of alcohol and a pack of cotton swabs. Thanks, Su Jin said, taking them without waiting for Lu Si to respond. Seeing that they had what they needed, Yang Tian turned back to let Jiang Wanghan clean her own wounds. Noticing Lu Si still glancing over, Su Jin added sharply, still looking. What are you? He watched as Su Jin dipped two cotton swabs into the poured-out alcohol. Lu Si grabbed the man's wrist. Su Gu, I can do it myself. No need to trouble you. With that, he reached to take the swabs from Su Jin's hand, pulling his injured hand away from the older man's grasp. TSK. At this, Su Jin relaxed his fingers. Lu Si took the swabs and began cleaning the wound himself. The atmosphere turned subtly awkward. Beside him, the man sat silently, eyes fixed intently on his actions, as if trying to see straight through him. Under Su Jin's unwavering gaze, Lu Si disinfected the cut alone, then retrieved a bandage from his pocket. He used one hand and his teeth to tightly wrap the injury. Only when he sensed the weight of that stare ease did he glance up at Su Jin, only to find the man was now looking elsewhere. He exhaled quietly in relief, then caught sight of the half-finished bottle of mineral water. Su Gu. Su Jin didn't reply. Without a word, he picked up the bottle and drained it completely. Su Jin kept staring ahead. Lu Si followed his gaze, just rows of buildings, nothing unusual. Could it be that the man was upset about being refused earlier? The thought flashed through his mind, then he quickly shook it off. No way. Su Jin didn't seem like that kind of person at all. So he tugged lightly at the man's sleeve and whispered, Su Gu? Su Jin turned, dark eyes coolly sweeping over the boy. Lu Si met his gaze with bright, wide eyes. You're my big brother. How could I possibly make you help me? I can manage on my own. After a pause, he added softly, how could a little follower ask his big bro to apply ointment for him? At that, the coldness in Su Jin's eyes softened slightly. His palm returned to rest on top of Lu Si's head, fingers slipping gently into his hair. Oh. Then why did you let me last time? Because I learned my lesson last time, damn it. Lu Si forced a sheepish smile. That was an exception. Seeing the look in the man's eyes shift again, he hurried to add, if you really wanted to treat my wound, of course I'd be incredibly grateful. But it's just a minor scratch, wouldn't dream of troubling you. See? He'd even used respectful terms, surely Su Jin would take the hint. Su Jin studied the boy's face, then let out a quiet chuckle. Shouldn't a little brother obey his big brother? Yes, of course. Lu Si nodded vigorously. Su Jin lowered his voice. Then if I say so, you have no right to refuse. Lu Si managed a weak smile. As long as it's nothing too serious, I'll definitely listen to you, Su Gu. Su Jin grunted in response, then fell silent again, though his hand remained atop Lu Si's head. They sat wordlessly for several long minutes, side by side on the doorstep, gazing at the buildings across the street. Lu Si stole a few glances at the man beside him. He couldn't read his thoughts. Was the guy feeling unfulfilled or something, that he kept getting so close? But then again. Lu Si looked down, strands of bangs falling over his eyes as he lowered his gaze. Never mind. No use overthinking. One step at a time. Just then, Yang Tiantian's voice floated over. Little brother, do you want some hot food? We've made a bit. Chapter 61 Jinfei City South District 6. After resting for a while, they began searching for red-eyed zombies, aiming to collect crystal cores before tonight and find a place to stay overnight. They planned to head to Guangming Base first thing in the morning. On the surface, this city appeared calm, but beneath it churned great turbulence. In Jinfei City, low-level zombies were relatively common, whereas red-eyed ones were rare. At times like this, teamwork became essential, someone with good eyesight and quick reflexes was needed. Lu Si recalled his initial encounters with zombies back in City H, where many had red eyes. Whether newly infected or long-turned, their eyes were uniformly red, a standard trait, and only later did he encounter a few lower-tier zombies. Yet those red-eyed ones were even weaker than the white-eyed zombie that had just suddenly lunged at them. Could it be that eye color wasn't the true indicator, but rather the strength of the creature? Or perhaps each eye color category had its own leader, with a hierarchy progressing from boss to great boss. According to the original storyline, zombie pupils came in various colors: white, red, cyan, green, purple, and golden. Aside from the zombie emperor, who existed as a singular entity, all other ranks had numerous individuals. Only from cyan eyes onward did the crystal cores begin to show real value. Even among red-eyed zombies, the usefulness of their cores depended on how much they'd elevated their level through devouring others. The prevalence of white-pupiled zombies here suggested they'd arrived early. These zombies hadn't yet evolved into later stages, which explained the scarcity of red-eyed ones. This is really making things hard for ordinary people like us, Yang Tiantian complained. They circled around after exiting, but found no sign of any red-eyed zombies. Instead, they encountered several swarms of regular zombies. If not for their speed, they would have become zombie food. Since their car remained parked at the original spot, they limited their search to nearby areas. Not only had they failed to meet their target quota, but they'd also been chased relentlessly, leaving them completely exhausted. Were it not for concerns over fuel, they wouldn't have considered walking at all. After hours of searching, they'd managed to collect only 5 crystal cores, 3 of which were taken by Lu Si and Su Jin. Talk about being overshadowed by others. Yang Tiantian thought bitterly, glancing back at the two following behind. She turned to Yang Yunhe. Brother, what do we do next? Yang Yunhe looked up at the increasingly dark sky. Nightfall was approaching. Let's go back, get on the bikes, find somewhere to stay, and continue tomorrow. Okay, fine, Yang Tiantian agreed readily. She stood hands on hips, gripping her club tightly. If another wave came now, they were done for. Lu Si walked beside Su Jin, exchanging combat tips. It had to be said, men could patch things up more easily. Earlier, they'd stumbled upon a group of red-eyed zombies huddled in a corner, feasting on something. It was just around a blind turn when they finally encountered the very zombies they'd been hunting. Without waiting for Su Jin to shove him aside again, Lu Si immediately swung his wooden club at them. Red-eyed zombies? Why wait? Yang Yunhe tossed the unconscious Su Jinjin to Yang Tiantian, then drew his dagger and joined the hunt. Jiang Dezhuang and Jiang Wanghan followed suit. The zombies, catching the scent of living humans, grew frenzied and charged at these foolish humans daring to challenge them. Even when 2 red-eyed zombies attacked him simultaneously, Lu Si handled them without much difficulty. It was pure muscle memory. After all, he'd fought cyanide zombies before and had been repeatedly pushed out by Su Jin to solo battle zombies. One could say Su Jin's training had been quite effective. There had originally been 5 zombies, evenly divided among them. But Jiang Wanghan, a frail young man, faced a particularly strong one that overwhelmed him and bit his arm. So Yang Tiantian urged Su Jin to step in. Naturally, the core went to Su Jin. Lu Si effortlessly knocked down his zombie, though a sharp pain shot through the back of his right hand, King Hell. He used his left hand to dig the red crystal core from the skull. The core resembled a small bead. Su Jin took out a tissue, wiped it clean, and handed it to Lu Si. Thanks, Gusu, Lu Si said, taking it. And now, on their way back, they continued discussing tactics. Chapter 62 Jinfei City, South District 7. Brother Su, you probably don't know, those few zombies we fought at that department store earlier looked like weak ones, but they still took us some time to deal with. Lu Si chattered on while recounting what had just happened. We can go back later and check for differences between them and other zombies, Su Jin replied calmly, as if nothing could ever ruffle his composure. They hadn't traveled far from their previous location, so they returned quickly. Yang Tian was walking toward the opposite side when she turned her head and saw Lu Si and the others heading back toward the original store. She called out, "Big brother, where are you two going?" Lu Si glanced back at her. "Nowhere special. We'll be right back." When they approached, they discovered something bizarre. The several zombie corpses that had lain on the ground earlier were gone, leaving only bloodstains behind. It sent a chill down Lu Si's spine. They had only been away for a few hours. He was certain he'd confirmed the bodies before leaving. So why were they gone? Had another zombie come by to clean up its companions and then left? That seemed to be the only possible explanation. Su Jin observed the scene, a faint smile flickering in his eyes. So this city still held some interesting things after all. After gathering his thoughts, Lu Si looked up at Su Jin. Noticing the man was still staring intently at the ground, he instinctively tugged at Su Jin's sleeve. "Su Gu, shall we go?" At that moment, Yang Tiantian's voice drifted over from across the way. After Yang Tian finished speaking, Yang Yunha murmured lowly, "You should be careful about how friendly you act toward them. After all, we've only known them for less than half a day, and we don't even know who they really are yet." Jiang Dezhuang wiped his fruit knife with a piece of cloth, keeping his voice low. "I agree with boss." Chastised, Yang Tian immediately grew nervous. Her fingers touched her lips as she lowered her gaze. "I just thought we could be friends. Besides, shouldn't we forget about our past identities now? And I know my limits. That kid seems fine, but the man beside him feels dangerous. Better keep our distance," Jiang Wanghan added softly. "We won't need to cooperate once we reach Guangming base," Yang Yunha said. "People with different goals would inevitably part ways eventually." Though slightly puzzled, Yang Tian understood, though not without a tinge of regret. When Lu Si and the others returned, they sensed a heavy atmosphere within the group. Thinking it might be due to the earlier zombie fight, Lu Si cheerfully said, "Once me and Su Gu collect 5 crystal cores, we'll definitely help you guys too." Yang Yunha gently placed Su Jinjin in front of the car, remaining silent. Yang Tian quickly jumped in, eager to ease the tension. "That'd be great. That'd be amazing." She flashed a bright smile at them. Lu Si smiled back, but inwardly felt confused. Didn't she already have someone? Why was she smiling at him so brightly? Could it be that he was just naturally charming, and Yang Tian had actually taken a liking to him? That thought made him a little embarrassed. Lu Si mused, his lips curling upward. "What are you thinking about?" Su Jin's voice broke through his thoughts. Shaking his head, he handed his backpack to Su Jin and straightened his expression. "Nothing." Su Jin took the bag but didn't believe the boy for a second. Still, he didn't press further. It wasn't like they wouldn't have plenty of time later. They needed to find a place nearby to stay before nightfall. Chapter 63 Apartment Building. They stopped at the apartment building, a swarm of zombies trailing behind them. There really were a lot of zombies in the southern district of the city. Before they could even properly park the car, they quickly got out and rushed toward the building, shutting the door behind them. "Hurry, hurry." Lu Si pulled Su Jin inside. With a loud bang, the anti-theft door slammed shut. A faint noise came from outside before they secured the lock. They turned on their flashlights to illuminate the surroundings. The first floor wasn't used for living, it was just a lobby. Fumbling around for the light switch, someone flipped it, but nothing happened. "No electricity," Jiang Dezhuang's voice echoed. "Let's go up to the second floor." They headed upstairs. Bloodstains streaked the ground, and due to the length of time since the outbreak, the air felt heavy and stifling. Nervously, they climbed their way up to the second floor. At this moment, everything around them was deathly silent, only their footsteps and shallow breathing could be heard. Past the staircase entrance stretched a corridor leading inward, with doors on both sides. They checked each one. Some had already been locked, but one stood half open. In this dim, eerie space, no one could tell whether something lurked inside. Jiang Dezhuang swallowed hard, then stepped forward alone. Gripping his weapon, he kicked the door wide open with his foot and immediately backed against the wall. The door creaked open, then there was silence. Nothing happened. They entered safely. Shining the flashlight upward toward the ceiling helped brighten the small living room slightly. Once everyone had gone in, they shut and locked the door behind them. Lu Si swept the flashlight around. To the left upon entry was a tiny kitchen. He peeked inside, scanning briefly. The cutting board was covered with rotting vegetable leaves, all other utensils and food supplies had been cleared out. Looking elsewhere, to the right led to a balcony. Yang Yunha laid Su Jinjin down on the sofa in the living room, while Jiang Dezhuang and Jiang Wanghan began checking the surroundings. Su Jin leaned quietly against the wall. When Lu Si glanced at him, their eyes met. Then Su Jin silently looked away. Lu Si pursed his lips, walked over, and asked softly, "Brother Su, are you okay?" "I'm fine," Su Jin replied. "Oh." Lu Si stayed beside him, standing shoulder to shoulder. Seeing Lu Si standing next to him, Su Jin's lips curled up slightly. "Why don't you go join them?" Lu Si answered, "I'll stay with you." Just then, Yang Tian and the others came down the hallway. There are 3 small rooms and a small bathroom. I just found out, the bathroom still has water, Yang Tian said. The 3 rooms only have wooden beds. Everything else must have been taken by the original owners, Jiang Wanghan added. Yang Yunhe stood up and looked at Su Jin. You two can share one room. The other 2 will take. He spoke directly to Su Jin. Su Jin nodded, letting his hands drop. Fine. All right. We'll rest here tonight. Yeah. I'll room with brother Wang Han. Yang Tian chirped happily. But Yang Yunhe immediately shot her down. You'll stay with Su Jinjin. Upon hearing that, Yang Tiantian's cheerful expression instantly deflated. Stay with Su Jinjin. Brother, are you trying to get me killed? Shut up. Yang Yunhe's tone was firm and uncompromising. Though Yang Tian inwardly protested, she had no choice but to obey. After assigning rooms, Lu Si followed Su Jin into one of them. Shining the flashlight inside, they saw an empty room. Aside from immovable fixtures, everything else had been removed. Lu Si looked around at the barren space, then stepped in and sat on the wooden bed. Su Jin closed and locked the door. From outside, they could still hear muffled voices from Yang Yunhe and the others. After sitting for a while, Lu Si reached into his storage space and pulled out a sealed bedding set wrapped in plastic. Standing up, he placed the flashlight upside down on the floor and began making the bed. Su Jin dragged over a chair in the corner and sat down, watching Lu Si. The boy bent over, head lowered as he worked. From Su Jin's angle, the sight was undeniably beautiful, so beautiful that he almost wanted to reach out and touch him. Staring longer, his gaze grew darker. A while later, a knock came from outside the door. Su Jin stood up, opened it slightly, and blocked the doorway with his body. What is it? Yang Tian, seeing it was Su Jin, looked uneasy, avoiding direct eye contact. She muttered, there's still water in the bathroom. If you and your partner need it later, you can go take a shower. Thanks. Why yeah. With that, Yang Tian quickly scurried away. Chapter 64 Apartment Building 2. After the others left, Su Jin closed the door. Turning around, he saw Lu Si already spreading the bedsheets over the 4 corners of the bed. Brother Su, what did Yang Tian say just now? Lu Si took off his jacket, revealing a thin undershirt underneath. Shower, Su Jin replied, returning to his original seat, crossing one leg over the other, interlacing his fingers and lifting them up, eyes fixed directly on Lu Si. Lu Si retrieved their clothes from his space, his own and Su Jin's. After placing the clothes neatly into a bag, he sensed someone staring at his back and turned his head toward Su Jin. Brother Su, you go first or should I go first? Together. Su Jin uncrossed his legs, stood up without hesitation, and said flatly. Upon hearing this, Lu Si shook his head immediately, recalling what had happened last time, he refused outright. No way. You're not listening to me. Su Jin instantly darkened at the rejection, his expression turning cold and blank. The atmosphere froze. He stepped forward until he stood directly before Lu Si, locking eyes with him while placing a hand firmly on the boy's shoulder. Lu Si sank down onto the bed, lowering his head in fear, on the verge of tears. Brother Su, you're my senior. You go ahead first, I'll follow after. How could I possibly dare taint your perfect body? Hearing this, a slight smile appeared on Su Jin's face. It's fine. I don't mind if you see my body. But I mind. In the end, what else could Lu Si do? He picked up his clothes and followed Su Jin out. Thankfully, when they stepped into the hallway, no one was there, everyone had returned to their rooms for rest. Lu Si quietly breathed a sigh of relief. Nearly an hour later, they emerged from the bathroom. Lu Si's face was flushed bright red, while Su Jin walked behind him wearing a satisfied smile. Lu Si glanced back at Su Jin, feeling utterly defeated. Should I wash the clothes now? Good boy, Su Jin nodded approvingly. Like releasing pent-up frustration, Lu Si pounded the clothes in the bucket several times with his hands, scrubbed them vigorously, ignoring the stinging pain whenever his injured hand made contact. Tears of physical strain welled up at the corners of his eyes, rolling silently down his cheeks and dripping straight into the bucket. Damn it, maybe he wasn't straight anymore. Maybe he was actually developing feelings for Su Jin. F***ck. Could it be because he'd been single for too long? Recalling his more than 20 years in modern society, back during university at that second-tier school, he'd spent all his time on games, never having time for girls. And after working for over a year, even less possible. Always busy running around, when would he ever think about romance? Besides, girls didn't like him, and truthfully, he didn't like many of them either. In the end, he remained a lonely dog. Just thinking about it made his chest tighten inexplicably. Life was too hard. Way too hard. But now that he developed feelings toward Su Jin, did that mean he was actually normal? Perhaps it was only because the person involved was male, but the emotional response should be fundamentally similar, right? With that thought, his heart settled somewhat. Lu Si twisted the water from both garments, hung them over his arm, emptied the bucket, then placed the damp clothes inside. As he stood up, a numb tingling between his legs nearly caused him to slip. Unintentionally catching the lingering scent still drifting from the bathroom, Lu Si paused, sinking into deep thought. Should he try finding himself a girl next time? Then he remembered Su Jin's dark expression and quickly shook his head in distress. Never mind, forget it. Maybe he should find another woman for Su Jin instead. Only he had no idea what Su Jin truly desired, maybe he'd probe a little when the opportunity arose. For now, Lu Si sank once again into silent contemplation. Chapter 65 Apartment Building 3. Fortunately, the clothes hanger on the balcony hadn't been taken away. Lu Si hung up his clothes, and once finished, he felt the cool evening breeze brushing against him. He rested his elbows on the iron railing and gazed out at the night sky, nothing but darkness greeted him. The stinging pain on the back of his hand brought him sharply back to reality. Thinking about the person waiting inside the room, he hesitated, should he go back? What are you doing out here? A faint voice came from behind. Lu Si froze, then involuntarily turned his shoulders and neck toward the sound. Seeing it was actually him, he explained. I was just looking at the night. Anything special about it? Su Jin stepped forward, placing his hand again on Lu Si's shoulder. As Su Jin drew near, the already cramped space became even tighter. Unconsciously, Lu Si shifted sideways. Nothing special. If there's nothing special, then why aren't you going back to the room? Su Jin tightened his arm around him, his tone pressuring. I was hanging up the laundry just now, Lu Si said, turning his head away as he pushed Su Jin's hand off. This movement caught Su Jin's attention. He grabbed Lu Si's wrist and asked, haven't you bandaged it yet? Not yet. Hearing this, Su Jin frowned. I'm fine, Lu Si quickly said upon seeing the look. What did I tell you not long ago? Lu Si blurted out, to listen to you. Since you finished hanging the clothes, let's go back to the room. Without waiting for a response, Su Jin pulled Lu Si along as he turned back. Okay. What could Lu Si do? He could only obediently follow. Back inside the room, the door shut behind them. Su Jin guided him onto the bed. Watching Su Jin sit beside him and lift his hand. First aid kit. Oh. When Su Jin applied the antiseptic, Lu Si nearly cried out, the pain sent shivers through his body, his face contorting briefly in agony. Was this really treatment and not punishment? Don't move. Noticing Lu Si's unsteady motion, Su Jin glanced up at the boy. What's wrong? Lu Si's expression immediately returned to normal. Nothing. After that, Su Jin continued slowly, applying the medicine, then wrapping the bandage carefully as he murmured, it's my first time treating someone else's wound. Lu Si smiled shyly. Then I feel honored. Then another sharp sting flared across the back of his hand. So I'm still a bit clumsy. Last time when he treated Lu Si, he had directly used his fingertip to apply ointment. Su Jin finished securing the wrapped bandage. Lu Si nodded with a smile. Oh, it's okay. Thanks, Brother Su, for your help. Indeed very clumsy. Once the medicine was applied, it was time to sleep. They lay together on the bed, Lu Si on one side, his right arm dangling off the edge, his back turned to Su Jin, staring blankly at the wall beside him. What had happened earlier in the bathroom, this now made 2 times. Supposedly just showering together, but after stripping naked, facing each other openly, the other man's gaze suddenly changed. Then he pulled Lu Si into his arms, saying he wanted him. Could Lu Si refuse? Before he could even respond, the man was faster, his hand already covering Lu Si's mouth. After that, half resisting, half giving in. True, they hadn't gone all the way, but wasn't their relationship already crossing basic boundaries? What is it? The man behind him grew restless, moving closer to Lu Si, sliding a hand onto his waist, pressing his entire body against him. Lu Si didn't dare turn around. He tried his best to keep his voice calm. Brother Su, can I ask you a question? Go ahead. Su Jin nuzzled lightly at the nape of the boy's neck. Do you like women? Chapter 66, Lu Si begins to doubt himself. Su Jin paused his movements. Why are you asking this? I was just curious. If you don't want to answer, then forget I said anything, Lu Si replied, letting out a quiet breath, though something inside him felt slightly off. Hearing this, Su Jin's lips curled upward slightly. He pulled the into his arms and drawled slowly, I don't like women, nor do I like men. The moment those words left his mouth, Lu Si's heart skipped a beat. Then you. Su Jin lowered his head, whispering softly into the boy's ear, but I'm rather interested in you. Oh no. Lu Si was convinced he must have misheard, there was no way that could be real. What? I made my interest in you clear from the beginning. You either weren't listening carefully or deliberately misunderstood me, Su Jin said, abruptly turning Lu Si to face him squarely. Seeing the boy's stunned expression, he pressed a finger against his lips. What should I do? The more I look at you, the more I want to, you know. Lu Si grabbed the man's wandering hand. Brother Su, this isn't right. A soft chuckle escaped Su Jin, who allowed the boy to hold his hand without resistance. With an unashamed smile, he answered, "I'm gay." In that instant, Lu Si was utterly shocked. He had never imagined, not even in his wildest dreams, that Su Jin would openly admit his sexual orientation. The author truly deceived me. It was supposed to be only the protagonist. How come others have it too? Su Jin slipped free from Lu Si's grip, lifted the boy's chin, and kissed him lightly. "What's wrong? Don't you like it?" Seeing the boy merely dazed but not repulsed, he grew bolder, pressing closer, tightening his embrace, pulling the youth fully into his arms. At this point, Lu Si was on the verge of tears. "Brother Su, I'm not, I'll change whatever you don't like about me." "I like your face," Su Jin said, staring intently at Lu Si's features. Lu Si shivered. "Then, should I disfigure myself?" "Not really, he'd never actually destroy such a handsome face." Su Jin held the boy tighter, his voice now laced with unusual seriousness and a hint of obsession. "You belong to me. I don't need your acknowledgement. Are you still thinking of running away?" The last sentence carried a subtle threat. Lu Si was genuinely afraid. His hands went limp against the man's chest as tears welled up. "Brother Su, I won't run." Only then did Su Jin appear satisfied. "Better not say anything at all. You must obey me, understand?" Su Jin murmured, stroking the boy's skin. "Yes, yes." Lu Si nodded. At this point, it was clear, the man truly harbored such feelings for him. He'd originally assumed Su Jin only showed interest because he couldn't find a woman, but now he realized, he'd completely misplaced his trust in the author. If he could go back, he'd leave a 1-star review with 1,000 characters of complaints. Good boy," Su Jin said, his expression finally softening. "Brother Su. Just now, when we were doing that, did you feel disgusted?" Su Jin coaxed gently. Without thinking, Lu Si blurted, "No." "There you go. That does make sense." "Wait, no." Su Jin covered his mouth, silencing him. "Be quiet now. You promised to listen to me. Don't make me angry." What could Lu Si do? He could only give in, nodding reluctantly. Once he saw the boy had stopped resisting, Su Jin released him, brushing his fingers over the youth's flushed cheeks. He drew close again, pulling him back into his arms, resting his chin atop the boy's head. With no further movement, Lu Si finally relaxed, though his head remained firmly pressed down, unable to lift. He recalled Su Jin's earlier words. Thinking carefully, perhaps the man had only said he was interested in him specifically. Maybe it was just his appearance. Sure, he was a bit handsome, but if he found another boy even better looking, could he simply be replaced? The idea sounded plausible, yet the mere thought stirred an uncomfortable ache in his chest. Su Jin was indeed quite handsome. If he were a girl, Lu Si would have fallen for him long ago. But even more troubling was the fact that he hadn't rejected what Su Jin did. In fact, it somehow felt natural. Could it be that I'm actually gay? Lu Si, who had always believed himself straight, fell into deep thought. Got busy early in the morning, so I'm updating late. There are still several chapters today. Chapter 67 Apartment Building 4. Fearing that Su Jin might make a move while he was asleep, Lu Si stayed awake the entire night. The next morning, he got up with 2 dark circles under his eyes, his mind groggy and hazy. He yawned several times in a row, glancing sideways to see Su Jin sleeping comfortably, making him suddenly feel a bit self-conscious. Why overthink it? There's still plenty of time. Su Jin put on his shoes, stepped down from the bed, then turned to observe what Lu Si was doing. Lu Si half opened his eyes, gathering the blanket but hadn't folded it yet. The man caught his hand, stopping his movement, then used his free hand to lift Lu Si's chin, examining the dark shadows beneath his eyes. "You look so worn out, didn't sleep well last night." Lu Si pulled his hand away, denying it. "It's nothing." Then he yawned again. "Tsk." Su Jin clicked his tongue, but didn't press further, walking out alone instead. Lu Si crumpled the blanket into a ball and stored it in his space, put on his shoes and coat, picked up his backpack, and walked out. In the bathroom, he splashed cold water on his face several times before feeling slightly better. There was a mirror inside. Lu Si stared at the youth reflected within. He hadn't taken proper notice these past few days. His jawline had become fuller than when he first arrived. He unzipped his coat and saw faint red marks near his collarbone. He reached out to touch them, no pain, no itch. Were these left by Su Jin? The realization made him splash more cold water onto his face. "Calm down. Stay calm." Walking into the small living room, he found Yang Yunhe and the others already there, even Su Jinjin, who had woken up. She was quietly and obediently staying close to Yang Yunhe. When she saw Lu Si, her expression flickered slightly, but she said nothing. After a quick glance, she leaned back into Yang Yunhe's arms. Voices came from the tiny kitchen, Yang Tian and Jian Wanghan talking. Su Jin was also in the living room, now sitting on a chair with one leg crossed over the other. When Lu Si emerged, Su Jin kept his eyes fixed on him without looking away. Lu Si went to the balcony, collected the clothes dried overnight, and stuffed them into his backpack. This building had a good orientation, the balcony faced south with direct sunlight, and there were no tall buildings across. After finishing up, he walked back inside, stood beside Su Jin, holding several bread rolls and 2 bottles of water, which he handed over. Big brother Su. You guys are just eating bread? Yang Tian appeared from the kitchen just then. Lu Si looked up. She was carrying a large pot, from which the scent of noodles drifted out. Yeah. Yang Tian brought the pot over and placed it on a table in front of the sofa. Then don't eat that, come share my noodles. Jiang Wanghan also carried out another pot. I cooked mine using my ability. It's not great, but it'll do. How can we accept this? Lu Si said. What's to be shy about? Come on, let's eat together. As she spoke, Yang Tian glanced at Yang Yunhe, then gestured warmly for everyone to join. Since they didn't have bowls, they used disposable cups. And chopsticks weren't a problem, as long as there was wood, tools could be made easily. I have some ham sausage, should I add them in? Lu Si asked, pulling a few from his backpack. Yang Tian waved her hand. There's already meat bits in the noodles, it's fine, no need. Thank you. But under her warm urging, Lu Si still added his sausages in anyway. No problem if Su Jin felt awkward taking food himself. Fine, he'd pass it directly to him. Lu Si took a bite of the noodles and instantly felt like he was tasting real noodles for the first time. Honestly, a girl's cooking was simply far better than what they rough men could manage. Nothing fancy was added, yet it tasted fresh, delicious. Recalling the meals he'd eaten these past few days, what even were those? So naturally, he started asking Yang Tian for tips. Together, 5 of them polished off both pots of noodles. Lu Si didn't want to take too much from others, so he ate slowly. Even after finishing several cups, he was still craving more. Noticing Su Jin hadn't touched anything, he asked, Brother Su, aren't you going to eat? Su Jin pressed his lips together, letting out a quiet humph. Finally paying attention to me now? I don't like eating noodles. Oh, is that so? Lu Si pulled his backpack forward and took out 2 corn sausages, placing them in front of Su Jin. Brother Su, maybe you can eat this? Su Jin took them, then casually passed his cup of noodles back to him. Lu Si accepted it and finished the cup of noodles on Su Jin's behalf, finally feeling full. After tidying up, they set off. Everyone had rested well the previous night and looked refreshed, except Lu Si, who still seemed somewhat drained. That day, the city's previously gloomy sky cleared away, and bright, pleasant sunlight finally shone down upon it. Lu Si looked somewhat off in terms of mental state, but his movements were still fierce when killing zombies. After effortlessly taking down a few zombies and collecting their cores, he immediately went to help Yang Tian and the others. By the end of the morning, they had gathered a large number of zombie cores, some needed to be turned in, while others would be absorbed gradually to advance their ability levels. Chapter 68, City South District Park. It was Lu Si who had casually, almost unintentionally, taught them that crystal cores could be absorbed to enhance their supernatural abilities. After a busy morning, they began leaving the southern district for the northern one. Along the way, Yang Tian had already started gazing at Lu Si with admiration. Lu Si was just an ordinary person like her, yet he was even more capable than Yang Wenyi, killing zombies not only through his abilities but also by skill. Techniques were truly necessary when fighting zombies without relying solely on powers. Feeling Yang Tian's admiring gaze, Lu Si felt secretly pleased. So he, too, could have someone looking up to him. On the road to the northern district, their motorcycle ran out of fuel and the electric scooter lost its charge. They had no choice but to continue on foot. All the while, they had to fend off frenzied waves of zombie attacks. By late morning, Lu Si had nearly exhausted all his energy. He was panting heavily, completely drained of strength. When Lu Si tumbled from the vehicle, Su Jin immediately caught him in his arms. Thank you. Brother Su, Lu Si stuttered between breaths. Don't speak. Seeing Lu Si in such a state, none of the others were faring much better. At this moment, Su Jinjin's healing ability came into play. But she could only heal 2 people at a time. First, she helped Yang Wenyi, then Jiang Dezhuang. After treating both, her power was spent. Brother, I can't go on. Let's find a place to rest, Yang Tian complained, leaning against Jiang Wanghan. The closer they got to the northern district, the fiercer the zombies became. Among the entire group, only Su Jin remained calm, mostly because during most zombie fights, he hadn't joined in, Lu Si had handled them alone. As for Yang Tian, she was simply exhausted from running. Without any abilities of her only role had been collecting crystal cores. After being healed by Su Jinjin's restorative power, Yang Wenyi gradually returned to normal. Surveying their surroundings, he said, let's find somewhere to rest first. Yeah. Yang Tian nodded. The place they stopped at was a park. Walking deeper into it, they spotted a small pavilion. In this apocalypse, few people remained anywhere, and the park looked deserted and seemingly safe from the outside. They entered quietly and sat down on the benches installed beside the pavilion. There were 3, just enough for everyone. Lu Si leaned against Su Jin's shoulder, eyes closed. After staying awake all night, the toll finally hit him. He fell into a faint slumber the moment his eyes shut. Su Jin gently lifted him into his arms, adjusting his posture so the boy could sleep more comfortably. Yang Tian half opened her eyes and glanced toward them. What she saw made her freeze. Lu Si was seated on Su Jin's lap, his head resting against the man's chest. One of Su Jin's arms encircled the youth's waist, the other resting on his shoulder. She stared, stunned, until a cold glance from Su Jin snapped her back to reality. Mamma mia, was she really seeing this? Tian, your hand is scratched. Su Jinjin asked, peering at her with curiosity. Startled, Yang Tian raised her hand. 3 claw marks ran across the back of it, apparently from earlier, when she was gathering a core. A supposedly dead zombie had suddenly moved, slashing her hand with sharp claws. She'd been too busy since then to notice. Her face gradually paled. Wang Han, what should I do? Jiang Wang Han, sitting beside her, pulled her close. It's okay. Maybe, just like me, you'll turn out to be a supernatural, Tian. Brother, Yang Tian turned her eyes to Yang Wenyi nearby. Yang Wenyi pressed his lips together, then said to Su Jinjin, once your ability recovers, heal Tian. Brother Yang, don't forget, when an ordinary person gets scratched by a zombie, they're bound to mutate, Su Jinjin said seriously. If Tian turns into a zombie suddenly, we're all finished. But Yang Wenyi's expression didn't waver. If Tian does mutate into a zombie, I'll deal with it. He paused, then looked at Yang Tian nestled in Jiang Wang Han's arms. But she hasn't yet. So don't jump to conclusions now. That's right. And don't you forget how we treated you when you were infected, Su Jinjin, and how Tian cared for you, Jiang Wang Han shot back, voice edged with anger. If it weren't for her bringing in too many strangers back then, causing the car to slow down, old man Da and Nana wouldn't have died. I agree, said Jiang Dazhuang, breaking his usual silence. We can't be certain now. Right. For now, let's spend some time absorbing crystal cores, Yang Wenyi said, pulling out the cores they'd collected and distributing them among the group. So what if she is? We still can't change the fact that Yang Tian is infected right now. I'm just stating the truth, Su Jinjin shot back, a flicker of anger in her eyes. At the end of the day, she had to protect her own sister. Fine, then. She glanced at Yang Tian, her gaze tinged with resentment. Why did so many people insist on defending her? Self-righteous fool, better off turning into a zombie and dying already. Chapter 69, on the big truck 1. When Lu Si woke up and looked up to see Su Jin's face before him, he froze. Woke up? Su Jin looked at him with mild amusement. Lu Si nodded, quickly coming to his senses, then climbed off Su Jin without saying a word. After waking, Lu Si sensed something was off in the atmosphere around them. Yang Tian was leaning against Jiang Wang Han, her eyes red. Jiang Wang Han had taken out some bandages and carefully dressed her wounds while whispering comfort to her. Finding it strange, Lu Si leaned slightly toward Su Jin and whispered, Su Ji, what happened while I was asleep? Su Jin placed his hand on Lu Si's shoulder and pulled him closer. Nothing much. Why? You seem really concerned. Uncomfortable, Lu Si just nodded vaguely. Su Jin released him. Oh, then go ask them yourself. Lu Si, if I could just go ask, why would I be asking you? Since everyone's awake now, let's get going. Yang Yunhe stepped down from the bench. Jiang Wang Han helped Yang Tian down. You'll be fine. Yang Tian looked at him and pressed her lips together. Tian, what's wrong? Lu Si couldn't help but ask. Standing beside Yang Yunhe, Su Jinjin crossed her arms and said coolly, infected, obviously. Yeah, infected, Yang Tian replied, forcing a smile. Maybe I'll become a metahuman. Don't think too much about it. Jinjin already treated you, Yang Yunhe turned and said to her. Tian got infected? The news hit Lu Si hard, his heart sank. Recalling the original novel, Yang Yunhe's group hadn't included someone named Yang Tian. Su Jinjin had appeared once, and so had Jiang Dazhuang. Everyone else was merely listed as part of his squad without specific names. Could it be possible? No, impossible. Lu Si shook his head. This girl has a good heart. I hope she pulls through this infection. Tian, you'll definitely turn out to be a metahuman, Lu Si encouraged her. Yang Tian brightened into a genuine smile. Thanks, big brother. After exiting the park, they continued toward the northern district following the road signs. They had just reached a corner when a large truck came rumbling toward them, heading straight for the northern district. Seeing it, they immediately ran over and waved frantically. Hey! The driver poked his head out of the window. Spotting the swarm of zombies approaching from behind them in the rearview mirror, he hesitated only briefly before pulling over. He's military, one of them noted, seeing the man's collar and olive green uniform. They all breathed a sigh of relief. The big truck stopped right in front of them. The people inside motioned urgently to Yang Yunhe's group. Hurry up, get on. As they approached the back, they saw a wave of zombies charging toward them from the distance, horrifying to look at. Hurry, hurry. The tailgate wasn't installed, so the men already inside extended their arms, pulling Yang Yunha's group up one by one. Only two could board at once. Yang Yunha first pushed Yang Tian and Su Jinjin up, followed by Jiang Dezhuang and Jiang Wanghan. By the time it was Lu Si and Su Jin's turn, the zombies were nearly upon them. Quick! The passenger in the front seat urged. Su Jin grabbed Lu Si's legs and hoisted him upward. Those on the truck pulled him in swiftly. Once aboard, Lu Si gripped the side railing and reached down. Su Ji, hurry up. Roar. A zombie suddenly sprinted forward, lunging at the truck. Su Jin leapt up at the last moment. Everyone exhaled in unison as he made it. PLA comrade, everyone's on. Drive, someone shouted to the driver. Drive now. The soldier floored the gas pedal. The engine roared as the truck shot forward. The horde of zombies closed in just moments ago were rapidly left behind. As people started to relax, breathing again, the overcrowded truck inevitably became cramped and chaotic. Chapter 70 Big Truck 2. The vehicle drove onto a road with speed bumps. Thud. People inside jostled outward, and Lu Si and the others standing at the outer edge were nearly shoved off completely. He grabbed hold of a protrusion along the truck's edge and caught Su Jin's wrist, but the man pushed him sideways, pinning him firmly in place. Uncomfortable, Lu Si shifted slightly, just enough to peek his head out. Yang Tian had originally been inside, but due to the crush, she was forced to the very edge. Luckily, Jiang Wanghan held her hand tightly. With no room to shift positions amidst the packed bodies, the young man could only clench her hand tighter. For convenience, Yang Tian had been holding a backpack in her injured hand, and now the infected wound flared with sharp pain. Just as the truck hit another speed bump, another jolt, she was shoved outward again, her feet scraping the edge, the backpack dangling midair. Someone's falling off. Move inward. Lu Si shouted urgently. Hearing this, people in the truck instinctively pressed inward. Su, shift over a bit, Lu Si said. Su Jin turned to see the girl about to be pushed out. It's fine. I'll handle it. He freed one arm and pulled her back safely. Seeing Yang Tian brought to safety by Su Jin, Lu Si finally relaxed, but only for a moment. As another wave of pain shot through her hand, Yang Tian loosened her grip. The backpack tilted and dropped straight to the ground. My bag fell. She broke free from their grasp and jumped down without hesitation. Tian. Jiang Wanghan squeezed out from inside and saw Yang Tian fall to the ground. Ahead, several zombies were approaching. He jumped down without thinking and ran toward her. The truck sped farther away. Lu Si pushed Su Jin aside. No, I have to save them. Without another word, he jumped down too. What could Su Jin do? He jumped after him. Boss. Jiang Dezhuang hesitated. You stay on the truck with Su Jinjin, Yang Yunha said, pushing Su Jinjin toward him before jumping down himself. Seeing this, people inside the truck shouted at the soldier driving, Soldier. Someone fell off, stop the truck. Jiang Wanghan reached her quickly, helped her up, snatched the backpack from her hand, then glanced at the approaching zombies. Let's go. Hurry. I'm sorry. I've dragged you all down, Yang Tian whispered, tears welling in her eyes. Don't say that. It's not your fault. Ah. What's wrong? It's nothing. Yang Tian gritted her teeth and followed Jiang Wanghan forward. But Jiang Wanghan noticed something was off. Slung the backpack over his arm, he swept her into a bridal carry without another word. Rar. The zombies' growls grew louder, closing in fast. Lu Si sprinted toward them, swinging a baton sideways into the first zombie that lunged. Little brother. Yang Tian couldn't believe her eyes when she saw Lu Si catching up. You two go ahead. Now. Lu Si shouted, rushing forward to fight the horde. Seeing this, Yang Tian pushed against Jiang Wanghan. Wangheng, put me down, go help little brother. No. Jiang Wanghan tightened his hold and quickened his pace toward the truck. Just this once, he'd be selfish, he would protect his girl. Surrounded by 5 zombies, Lu Si found his wooden stick ineffective, the creatures knocked him aside. He scrambled back up and charged in again. Now, he drew his dagger and thrust it at their heads. But while he defended the front, his back remained dangerously exposed. One zombie opened its jaws wide and lunged straight at Lu Si's neck. Bang! A bullet whizzed past Lu Si's side, piercing directly through the zombie's skull. Chapter 71 Safe Zone Area 1. With Su Jin's help, the two of them managed to kill the surrounding zombies. Lu Si's face was splattered with blood. He panted heavily and wiped it away with his sleeve. He glanced at Su Jin beside him, surprised and slightly embarrassed. Su Ji, why are you here? Su Jin retracted his electric blade and shot him a sidelong glance. What do you think? Lu-Si hesitated, but seeing the zombies rushing toward them again, he had no time to think further. Su-Ji, let's go quick, or if another wave comes, we're done for. Well, I'm done for. He ran a few steps only to see Su-Jin still standing in place, staring straight at him. Helpless, Lu-Si ran back, grabbed Su-Jin's wrist, and pulled him along. Seeing this, Su-Jin reluctantly started running with him. Old 3. Yang Yunha ran up. Boss, take this backpack first, Jian Wanghan said, setting Yang Tian down and handing the bag to Yang Yunha before lifting Yang Tian onto his back. Yang Yunha took the bag, eyes glaring at Yang Tian as he snapped angrily, getting bold now, huh? Jumping off the car like that, Yang Tian, do you want to die? Head lowered, Yang Tian murmured weakly, brother, the backpack has our rations. We can't leave it behind. Hearing her words, Yang Yunha sighed helplessly. We can find other supplies, but you didn't say a word, you just jumped. If anything happened to you, who'd be responsible? I was wrong, Yang Tian whispered. The tears she had held back spilled down her cheeks instantly. She buried her face into Jian Wanghan's back, trying to hide her embarrassment. After a moment of silence, she mumbled, Lu-Si and the others are being surrounded by zombies. They came to save me. You should go help. She wasn't being selflessly kind, rather, since they had helped her, she felt compelled to return the favor. This was mutual aid, not blind compassion. People were emotional beings, not endlessly cold and indifferent. Yang Yunha looked back toward the approaching pair, met their gazes, and pursed his lips. No need. They've already made it. Yang Tian lifted her head and saw Lu-Si and Su-Jin just a short distance away. Only then did she relax. Alright, enough talking. Let's move, Jian Wanghan said, carrying Yang Tian toward the truck. Yang Yunha hefted the backpack, glanced briefly at Su-Jin and Lu-Si, then followed after Jian Wanghan. Su-Jin stopped, tugging Lu-Si back. Lu-Si couldn't pull the man forward, so he stopped too, panting as he asked, Su-Ji, what's wrong? Su-Jin's voice carried impatience. Still planning to follow them? At those words, Lu-Si's smile faded. Studying Su-Jin's expression carefully, he sensed the man was actually upset. Cautiously, he asked, aren't we heading to the base with them? The truck's crowded. You really want to tag along with them and ditch me? Su-Jin said, his face darkening. No way. My heart's always been with you, Lu-Si quickly denied. Su-Jin stared at him for a moment, then tossed the backpack at him. Let's go. Then he turned and walked to the right. Lu-Si caught the bag, lifted his head, and watched the fading figures of Yang Tian and the others. A flicker passed through his eyes. He hurried after Su-Jin. Their paths had never truly aligned anyway. Saving Yang Tian had merely balanced a debt owed because of her actions and attitude. Now, the score was settled. As for what happened to them afterward, that was their problem. As for Su-Jin, Lu-Si glanced up at the man ahead and sighed inwardly. For now, he couldn't afford to leave, still fearing that one day, Su-Jin might bake him under the sun. Just thinking about it made the lower part of his back throb in phantom pain. Snapping back to reality, he looked ahead and saw Su-Jin already some distance away. Lu-Si hoisted the backpack and sprinted after him, shouting, Su-Ji, wait for me. Chapter 72 Safe Zone Area 2. Leaning on the road signs, the two moved toward the northern district of the city. With Su-Jin by his side, Lu-Si simply let him deal with any zombies they encountered, meaning Lu-Si could just coast along and didn't have to play protector for this man anymore. They eventually arrived at the city's northern district. The bold letters before him jumped into view, and as Lu-Si read them, it felt like seeing his long-lost parents. After such exhaustion and effort, he'd finally made it. Entering the northern district immediately brought change. Soldiers patrolled the area, heading to various locations to rescue survivors. Before reaching the base itself lay a surrounding safe zone. This area had few zombies and appeared secure, but compared to the base, it would be the first line of defense should an attack occur. Of course, as time passed, the safe perimeter was slowly expanding. As the safe zone grew, more manpower was needed. Anyone could easily enter the zone, but it wasn't entirely safe. Zombies still appeared, though far less frequently than outside. Only after entering the safe zone did Lu-Si finally feel a sense of safety. His mind relaxed slightly. There were loudspeakers here, though their broadcasts carried different messages. Attention all survivors, due to numerous cases of high fever within the base, in order to ensure internal safety, individuals with high fevers are currently not permitted to enter. They will be collectively quarantined until fully recovered. Next came announcements recruiting evolved humans, offering housing in exchange for service. As the base sought to expand, evolved individuals were needed to clear entire areas of zombies, thus creating conditions for growth. In truth, evolved humans were effectively hired hands, protecting what was supposed to be their own home. Nothing in life was free. Listening to the broadcast, Lu-Si looked up at Su-Jin. Su-Jin had come to Guangming base in search of a laboratory. If the lab wasn't here, they would leave and move to another city, searching hospitals for the next facility. Sensing the boy's gaze, Su-Jin turned his head. What? Lu Si pointed at the darkening sky. Su Gu, maybe we should rest here in the zone for tonight. At that, Su Jin glanced over Lu Si's body, the stench radiating off him, blood-stained hair, and dirt-smeared face. Yet the boy smiled innocently at him. Disgusted, Su Jin stepped away. Then he continued forward. It wasn't like it mattered much whether they entered now or later, it had only been a short while since they'd started, after all. Lu Si hurried after him, puzzled. What was that expression Su Jin just made? So strange. After they walked on and turned a corner, someone stepped out from the shadows, eyes fixed on the bulging backpack behind the boy. A moment later, the figure retreated. Su Jin seemed to sense something. He stopped and glanced back, but saw no one. Seeing Su Jin pause, Lu Si turned too, following his line of sight. Su Gu, what are you looking at? Nothing. Su Jin shoved his hands into his coat pockets and resumed walking. Lu Si scratched his head, confused by the action, but followed anyway. The safe zone was relative, referring mainly to zombie presence, not human threats. After crossing into this world for so long, this was the first time Lu Si encountered a robbery, and worse, the assailants had guns. His heart stirred uneasily. 3 men surrounded Lu Si and Su Jin, raising their guns aggressively. Lu Si tightened his grip on the stick in his hand, eyes wary on the trio. The tallest man, wearing sunglasses and chewing on a cigarette, aimed his gun and sneered at the 2 youths. Trying to pass. Drop the backpack. But before he could say more, Su Jin activated his ability. Thin strands of purple lightning coiled around their hands. Their arms twitched, the guns clattered to the ground. The electric current surged across their bodies, and before Lu Si could even react, all 3 collapsed, foaming at the mouth, eyes rolled back, motionless. So this is how the lightning ability can be used. Chapter 73 Safe Zone Area 3. Seeing Lu Si's stunned expression, Su Jin found it strangely amusing. What? Dazed? Yeah, dazed. Lu Si twisted his stiff neck, trying to snap himself back to normal. Snap out of it already. Let's go. Okay. Lu Si nodded, secretly wondering whether resisting Su Jin would result in him being silently electrocuted on the spot. The thought sent a jolt through him, no way. Better behave for now and follow Su Jin's orders. They passed many people along the way, but since none were familiar, there was little interaction. They easily dealt with the zombies attacking them. The wooden stick in Lu Si's hand was now splattered with red stains. Swinging it had become difficult, he barely avoided being bitten when one slash missed. Fortunately, Su Jin was there. Now twilight descended, and night approached. The zombies grew increasingly frenzied in the darkness. They safely reached a small roadside inn. Su Jin killed the zombies swarming toward them, then, flashlight in hand, the 2 climbed to the 2nd floor and chose a relatively clean room before locking the door behind them. Electricity and water were long gone. Aiming the flashlight upward, its beam illuminated the ceiling, brightening the spacious room. Lu Si walked to the window and drew the curtains shut. Then he took off his jacket. After a full day of travel, he was drenched in sweat, reeking of sour stench so strong it nearly knocked him out. He glanced over at Su Jin just as the man began stripping off his clothes, revealing a lean, well-toned physique. Noticing Lu Si's stare, Su Jin spoke, "Come take a shower together." Okay. Lu Si smiled weakly. He pulled out their spare clothes from his bag and entered the room's bathroom with Su Jin. Knowing how precious water was in this apocalypse, Lu Si had filled a bucket he'd taken from a convenience store earlier, storing it within his space ability. His space had a unique property, anything placed inside remained unchanged, never decaying or spoiling. Commonly known as a static space, this was precisely how spatial abilities functioned in this world. Inside the cramped bathroom, Lu Si kept his distance from Su Jin, leaving a bucket between them. Come here. Su Jin gestured. Lu Si hesitated. When Lu Si didn't move, Su Jin stepped forward instead, grabbing his hand. Crouch down. Lu Si flinched, lips pressed tightly. And no. Oh okay. Meek and obedient, Lu Si crouched down and submitted to Su Jin's scrubbing. Close your eyes. Su Jin lifted a wooden ladle, poured water over Lu Si's head, then squeezed some shampoo into his palm and worked it into Lu Si's hair. Cool water trickled down his scalp, accompanied by the gentle, rhythmic sensation of fingers massaging through his locks. Lu Si froze, stunned, disbelieving, utterly shocked. Was Su Jin washing his hair? As if confirming his thoughts, the scent of shampoo wafted up. The technique was clumsy, yet oddly familiar, reminiscent of Lu Si's own personal method. Must be an illusion. Those hands carefully touched every part of his scalp, lather sliding down onto his nape, then gently rubbed away by the same warm palms. The tiny bathroom fell silent, save for the soft sound of rubbing skin. Bend your head lower. Su Jin's voice broke the quiet. Lu Si obeyed without hesitation. Su Jin rinsed away the foam from Lu Si's hair. He inspected the dark, clean strands, gave a light sniff, his nose filling with the fragrance of shampoo, then finally let go. He wiped Lu Si's face gently with a damp towel until it was spotless before stepping back. Feeling the presence above him vanish, Lu Si opened his eyes, and found himself staring straight into Su Jin's gaze. "Suji, let me wash your hair too," Lu Si said softly. Chapter 74, Safe Zone Area 4. Su Jin grunted, but seeing the person so close to him, he leaned in first, forcing Lu Si to step backward. Su Jin reached out and pulled the boy into his arms, capturing his lips in a kiss. The other opened his eyes, staring straight into his, a faint smile flickering in them. After a while, he let go. "Alright, wash my hair now." Lu Si gasped for breath, pressing his palm against his left chest where his heart pounded wildly. He looked down at the man crouched before him, tears glistening at the corners of his eyes, his lips still held the warmth of that man's touch. Now with his back turned, Su Jin sat quietly. Lu Si took several deep breaths, then stood up, reached into the bucket, scooped water with the wooden ladle, and briefly considered dumping it all over Su Jin. But he didn't dare. Resigned, he carefully wetted the man's hair, then lathered it with shampoo. Before he was transmigrated into this book, he had been an orphan, raised in an orphanage. He worked part-time through school and owed nothing to anyone, no parents to support. After graduation, he landed a simple job in a fourth-tier city, rented a small room, and lived a dull, routine life, work, home, repeat. When bored, he read novels. Suddenly, this accident happened, he woke up here. The only people who might worry about him now were probably his landlord and boss. Thinking of that, Lu Si felt unbearably sad. "What are you thinking about?" Su Jin's voice brought him back. He realized he'd been tugging too hard on the man's scalp and quickly loosened his grip. "Just, nothing," Lu Si mumbled. Su Jin gave a calm, indifferent reply. Staring at the man beneath his hands, Lu Si lingered on the memory of that kiss. It wasn't as repulsive as he'd imagined. And truthfully, Su Jin had treated him well, especially when he jumped off the car earlier. That man had followed right after him, and pulled him out from the horde of zombies. How could someone be this good? Once he finished washing Su Jin's hair, the latter didn't trouble him further. They each washed themselves on opposite sides. There was only one ladle though, so their fingers inevitably brushed against each other now and then. Lu Si glanced at Su Jin, only to find the man watching him with a half-smile, eyes fixed downward. He looked down too, nearly bursting into tears. How could they even compare? After rinsing off completely, Lu Si dressed and hurried out of the bathroom. Su Jin watched the fleeing figure with amusement, put on his clothes, and stepped out as well. The in-room just happened to have disposable bed sheets. Lu Si laid them out neatly and sat on the large, pristine white bed. Su Jin walked over and plopped down beside him, casually slinging an arm around Lu Si's shoulder and pulling him down onto the bed. "Suji, aren't you tired?" Su Jin suddenly asked. "Exhausted. Dead tired," Lu Si replied. "Then let's sleep together." Saying that, he tugged Lu Si down. "Suji, stop pulling. I can get up myself." Lu Si protested urgently. Seeing how compliant Lu Si was, Su Jin stopped forcing him. Su Jin lay on the bed, arms spread open, silently inviting Lu Si to come closer. Lu Si looked at that damn handsome face, the guy was unfairly hot. Gritting his teeth, he finally moved forward and slipped into Su Jin's embrace. Su Jin wrapped his arms around the boy contentedly, just about to do something more. "Ow, pain." Lu Si sucked in a sharp breath. Su Jin grabbed his hand and examined it. Ah. The wound had reopened. During the wash, the bandage had long soaked through. Helplessly, Su Jin redressed the injury, this time applying ointment, better for healing. Lu Si sat cross-legged on the bed as Su Jin carefully applied the medicine. Watching the man's serious expression in the dim light, something inside him quietly cracked. Chapter 75 Relationships. The cool medicinal ointment spread across the wound sent waves of numb tingling through his skin. Lu Si immediately pulled a pained face, his brows knitted together, eyes squeezed shut, teeth clenched with an audible click. Su Jin heard it. He gripped the boy's palm and carefully applied the medicine as he spoke. "When you were whacking zombies with that stick today, why didn't your hand hurt then?" "I forgot the pain when I was busy hitting them," Lu Si answered truthfully. Pain wasn't anything compared to staying alive. Being tough again. Lu Si. A few drops of water dripped from his still damp hair onto Su Jin's hand. Drip. Su Jin looked up, accidentally brushing against the boy's jawline. A faint smirk curled his lips, his voice laced with quiet suggestiveness. "Getting this close to me on purpose?" Startled, Lu Si jerked backward, stammering, "And no. I wasn't." Su Jin's ink-dark eyes locked onto him, low and smooth as velvet. "It's fine. I like it when you're near me." "Lu Si, I'm done for." "Use a dry towel to dry your hair first," Su Jin instructed. "Oh okay." After finishing the treatment, Su Jin pulled Lu Si into his arms. Feeling the gesture, Lu Si hesitated before slowly raising his hands and placing them against the man's back. Suddenly so obedient. Su Jin lowered his head, inhaling the boy's scent, savoring the warmth behind him. I've always been obedient, Lu Si replied, and immediately flushed red. Why did I say that out loud? Su Jin shifted out of the embrace, lifted his head, reached out and gently traced the boy's chin, then without hesitation, kissed him deeply, knocking the boy flat onto the bed. Some time later. Lu Si lay with a light flush on his cheeks, tear glistens at the corners of his eyes, silently staring at the man beside him. Good boy, go to sleep, Su Jin murmured, sweeping him into his arms again, one large hand resting gently on the boy's shoulder blade. Feeling Su Jin's warmth, Lu Si placed his hand on the man's chest and whispered softly, good night, Gu. Good night. Finally overcome by the exhaustion of the day, Lu Si closed his eyes and drifted off to sleep in the man's embrace. At midnight. Soft, quiet snores came from the sleeping boy. Su Jin opened his eyes, gently shifted the body aside, and sat up. He leaned down and bit lightly at the nape of Lu Si's neck. A faint metallic tang of blood filled the air. The sleeping Lu Si stirred slightly, mumbling indistinctly in his sleep before settling again. The night was long indeed. The next morning. Lu Si blinked awake, groggy and disoriented. Sensing the weight over him, he startled and looked toward the source. Awoke? Su Jin asked with mild amusement, watching the boy under him. Awoke. After Su Jin moved aside, Lu Si scrambled upright, eyeing the man warily. His leg felt numb, probably from being pressed all night. But he quickly realized his assumption was wrong. Gu. Lu Si looked at him, utterly exasperated. Su Jin saw his expression and barely suppressed a smirk. I only touched you, why so unwilling? But, what about us? Lu Si stuttered, pale and flustered. Su Jin caught his hand, calm and collected, speaking as if coaxing a naive child, it's normal. If Lu Si hadn't been mentally an adult deep down, he might have actually believed Su Jin's nonsense. He took a deep breath and eyed the man cautiously. Gu, what are we now, exactly? What are we? A flicker of confusion passed through Su Jin's eyes before he replied, not sure. But I feel something for you, I just want you. So blunt. In that moment, 100,000 expletives stampeded through Lu Si's mind. Something touched his head. He looked up, Su Jin was ruffling his hair. Lu Si. Su Jin called his name. You're only mine. Chapter 76 Safe Zone Area 5. Facing the man's intensely serious expression, Lu Si felt a sudden lurch in his chest. The man exuded an innate dangerous aura, and before his mind could catch up, his body had already nodded. Good boy, Su Jin finally smiled slightly, releasing him. Only then was Lu Si able to get off the bed and rush to the bathroom to change pants. Then a startled, was sure, from the teenager echoed inside the bathroom, quickly followed by silence. When Lu Si came out of the bathroom, he took out 2 bread packs and a bottle of water, instinctively checking with Su Jin first as always. Su Jin looked at the 2 plastic-wrapped packages and chose the corn sausage instead. After Su Jin's earlier words, sharing the same bottle of water now made Lu Si feel somewhat awkward. Awkward or not, drinking was still necessary. If Su Jin didn't mind, he certainly wouldn't either. After finishing both breads and taking a sip, he noticed Su Jin had only eaten a small portion of the second sausage. Brother Su, are you really full after just 2 corn sausages? And eating so slowly, too. The latter part Lu Si kept to himself. Su Jin replied indifferently. Lu Si found it strange. Then aren't you hungry? The man stopped moving. The surrounding silence grew heavy before he spoke. Be good. You're asking too much. Lu Si. After eating, they began preparing to leave. The black coat Su Jin had worn yesterday was now stained with dried blood, coagulated and unsalvageable. There was no way he could wear it again. Lu Si retrieved several coats suitable for Su Jin from his space. Su Jin glanced over them briefly, finally selecting a thin dark blue jacket. He chose it simply because it had 2 vertical pockets deep enough to conceal a small firearm. Lu Si also changed into another coat, sticking to his preferred dry gray tone. Standing in front of the bathroom mirror, he looked at his reflection. Damn, I'm actually pretty handsome. He adjusted the bangs in front of his forehead and walked out. Su Jin was already dressed, sitting on the edge of the bed, eyes fixed directly on Lu Si's direction. Lu Si approached. Seeing Su Jin in that outfit, he couldn't help but think, as long as you have the build, anything looks good. What about the crystal core we got from the lab earlier? Su Jin asked. Lu Si hesitated for a moment, then sat beside him, retrieving the crystal core from his space and handing it over. The core was about the size of a baby's fist. Su Jin took it, placing it in his palm. Another hand materialized an electric blade, slicing it horizontally and vertically until it split into 4 small pieces. He handed one piece to Lu Si and wrapped the remaining 3 in tissues. Lu Si took his piece, clenching it in his hand. When he opened it again, it remained unchanged. Why can't I absorb it? Give me your hand. Su Jin said, grabbing Lu Si's injured hand. He picked up the small fragment of crystal, clenched it in his fist, and when he reopened it, it had turned into fine powder, but the color hadn't changed. Su-jin sprinkled the crushed crystal directly onto the back of Lu Si's wounded hand. The powder settled on the bandages and instantly disappeared, dissolving into them. Lu Si immediately felt waves of warmth spreading from the back of his hand. A moment later. Su-jin let go. Does your hand still hurt? No, Lu Si answered truthfully. So this is how crystal cores can be used. Su-jin handed him the 3 wrapped pieces. Use them externally if you get injured in the future. With that remark, Lu Si suddenly recalled something mentioned in the original novel: crystal cores from high-level zombies could heal wounds inflicted by zombies. Generally, only laboratory-created zombies produced such cores. Did that mean he'd gotten extremely lucky? Oh, thanks Brother Su. You're the best, Brother Su. Lu Si stored the items away and started fawning. But doubt stirred in his heart. Still, how did Su-jin know all this? Su-jin stood up, holding a gun. Let's go. Got it. During zombie fights, his wooden chair staff had already been used up. For safety, Lu Si now carried a large cleaver, probably once used for slaughtering pigs, but that didn't stop it from being effective against zombies. After leaving the inn, they searched a nearby shop and spotted several plastic buckets placed outside the door. Lu Si stopped. This was convenient. Plastic buckets, he urgently needed these. In the early days of the apocalypse, food was far more valuable than other items. Heavy physical goods left in stores had remained abandoned ever since, gathering spiderwebs and dust. He kicked the wooden door open, and immediately a dark shadow lunged toward them. Su-jin pulled Lu Si aside just in time. Chapter 77 Safe Zone Area 6. The shadow was now exposed to sunlight, revealing the zombie's true form. It resembled a human in shape, but its head was covered with strands of bulging veins, and its white eyes stood out unnaturally. Note, low-level zombies are all bald, their hair has rotted away. And yet, those eyes could still move. It hesitated for a moment, then extended its claws toward Lu Si. Since they were already close, Lu Si didn't say a word, he simply grabbed his large knife and lunged into combat. Drawing from prior experience, Lu Si managed to hold his own against the zombie for a short while. But due to the difference in raw strength, he quickly found himself at a disadvantage. When he swung another strike, the zombie reached out barehanded and caught the blade mid-swing, attempting to wrench it away. Lu Si immediately released the handle. A wooden staff materialized in his hand as he struck sideways at the zombie's grip. The large knife clattered to the ground. Before the creature could react, Lu Si leapt forward and brought a downward slash directly at its head. Letting go of the staff, he pulled out a kitchen knife and slashed at the zombie's head again. The blade struck home. Dark blood instantly gushed out in all directions. After landing, Lu Si snatched up another wooden rod and swung it hard against the zombie's side, an instant critical hit. Activating his ability, he hurled the zombie violently to the ground. It crashed heavily onto a small wooden stake lying nearby. Lu Si thought this flashy maneuver would finish it off, but after a brief twitching, the creature stirred again and slowly rose back up, the gleaming kitchen knife still embedded in its skull. Su-gu. This time, Lu Si truly felt overwhelmed. Hitting it in the head and smashing it aside hadn't worked, it just kept getting back up. He was out of options. Grabbing objects from space, that trick was good. Next time, do it faster, Su-jin murmured in approval, producing a dagger-sized electric blade in his hand, ready to act. Before he even moved, however, the zombie suddenly collapsed with a loud thud. Without expression, Su-jin flicked his wrist. The electric blade shot through the air and accurately pierced the zombie's thigh. As soon as the blade vanished, a powerful surge of electricity followed, coursing through the zombie's entire body until it convulsed and fell completely still. Soon, a burnt smell wafted through the air. Without waiting for instructions, Lu Si rushed over, drew a dagger, stabbed it into the zombie's head, and dug out a pure white crystal core. Having a crystal core inside a zombie's brain wasn't something that happened overnight. It required time. The formation of such a core meant the zombie had absorbed excessive nutrients, either from humans or other zombies. Otherwise, it would have been just another mindless monster filled only with brain matter. As for why these cores formed, it was originally because lab-created zombies had been injected with a certain drug. Anyone infected by failed experimental subjects would carry that substance upon turning, which, over an extended period, gradually solidified into a crystalline structure. Once formed, these cores became essential for enhancing a metahuman's power level. Why such a mechanism existed, he'd seen it written in the original text. He had no idea what that damn author was thinking. What exactly made up the drug's composition was left for the scientists to figure out. Holding the thumb-sized spherical core wrapped in tissue paper, Lu Si stood up and walked over to Su-jin, handing it to him. Su-jin didn't even glance at it. Absorb it with your right hand. Got it. One zombie had emerged. That meant any mindless ones nearby should have appeared too. Only then did Lu Si feel confident declaring the area safe. But what if there was an exception? Still wary, Lu Si waited for Su-jin before proceeding. Together, they entered the previous shop. With their flashlight beams cutting through the dark, they spotted numerous plastic buckets inside. Without hesitation, Lu Si began stuffing every size of plastic bucket into his storage space. Not having a water-type ability was really troublesome, storing water had to be done manually. After leaving the store, Su Jin led him to the next shop. Chapter 78 Water Tower Water Collection 1. Not bad, really. Though there weren't many zombies in this area, the ones that did appear were incredibly strong. When Lu Si found himself unable to handle one, Su Jin stepped in to help. This made Lu Si feel that without Su Jin by his side, he truly wouldn't stand a chance alone. Yet he grew uneasy, only a few days into the apocalypse, and zombies were already leveling up at an alarming rate. Every single one they encountered was abnormally powerful. Could it be that they've targeted Su Jin's ability? Then why the hell keep attacking him? So exhausting. Bang! Bang! Gunfire shattered the silence, jarringly loud in the quiet surroundings. Everyone nearby heading toward the base instinctively turned toward the sound. Only the military or some street thugs used guns, and aside from the military, neither group meant anything good. Su Jin pulled out his gun and shot the zombie rushing toward them. He grabbed Lu Si and dashed into a narrow alleyway, running deeper inside. The alley was pitch black, covered overhead with dark cloth. In the darkness, Su Jin pinned Lu Si against the wall, his hand clamped firmly over Lu Si's mouth, silencing any possible sound. They stood pressed tightly together, close enough to feel each other's breath and heartbeat. Suddenly, Lu Si's eyes widened as he stared up at the man pinning him. In the dark, he couldn't see the man's eyes clearly. He tugged slightly at the man's clothes, only for the man to take even greater advantage. Su Ji. Lu Si whispered through gritted teeth. I'm just, Su Jin murmured, lowering his head to gently stroke Lu Si's soft hair. No. Lu Si feigned resistance, trying to push him away. Su Jin would have none of it, only pressing closer instead. After a short while, Lu Si stopped struggling altogether. Su Jin stroked the boy's neck, chuckling softly. You too, huh? Once the shuffling footsteps of the zombie faded away, silence returned to the surroundings. For over an hour, faint sounds emerged from within the dark alley, before fading back into stillness. Su Jin didn't exit from the original entrance. Instead, he led Lu Si further into the alley. Lu Si staggered as he walked, but luckily Su Jin held him tight. A faint blush lingered at the corners of his eyes. His fingers brushed his lips, still warm from that man's touch moments ago. Suddenly remembering something, he slapped himself lightly. Just now, his hand had been all over. But, wasn't it actually kind of nice? Why'd you hit yourself? Su Jin heard the sound. Killing a mosquito, Lu Si replied. TCH. Su Jin clicked his tongue, then said nothing more. Following silently behind the man, Lu Si remained quiet, though his mind spun wildly. Am I actually gay? Right now, his role was Su Jin's follower, and also, well, whatever that relationship was. Forget it. Doesn't matter. One step at a time, just go with it, Lu Si thought inwardly. Feeling Su Jin's hand holding his own, fingers intertwined, his smaller hand firmly enclosed by that strong, capable grip, he felt strangely safe. On they walked, until they reached a patch of light. Stepping out. The scenery changed entirely. A concrete road lay ahead, across from it a 2-meter-high wall. Looking up at the building in front, Lu Si noticed the Red Cross sign standing starkly out, an image that left a deep impression on him. Staring at the emblem, he realized they'd have to investigate this hospital again, searching for that so-called laboratory. With that thought, he glanced sideways at Su Jin. But Su Jin wasn't looking at the hospital. Instead, his gaze was fixed upward, to the tall tower on the left. Lu Si followed his line of sight. It was the water tower. Chapter 79 Knife Shop 1. Su Jin let go of his hand, slipped both hands into his pockets, and strode forward with long legs toward the water tower. Let's go. Okay. Lu Si followed close behind, estimating that Su Jin must be over 180 centimeters tall, while he himself was probably around 175 centimeters. It didn't matter, he could still grow a bit more. But then, after being prompted by Su Jin just now, Lu Si suddenly remembered that the original body had been only 3 weeks away from turning 18. Back then, when he first met Su Jin, his mouth had moved faster than his brain, exaggerating his age by 3 months. Good thing he'd lied about it, otherwise, who would have been able to handle that giant man? Even thinking about it now sent chills down his spine. The already distant Su Jin turned back, glancing at Lu Si who was still far behind. A hint of impatience flickered in his eyes. Aren't you coming? I'm coming. Hearing Su Jin's voice, Lu Si immediately ran up to him. Lu Si walked beside Su Jin, holding a long knife in his hand. To reach the water tower, they had to pass through 3 roads. Before arriving at the water tower, they passed down this street, its ground full of potholes, each low spot littered with shattered vehicles. At a glance, everything looked almost identical. This was an old district. Everything around was eerily quiet now. Lu Si had seen similar streets in his own city before. No matter what time of day, that forgotten stretch always remained so silent, a remnant left behind by urban development, silently witnessing the city's evolution. These were mostly old shops selling antiques, CDs, and such things. The owners were usually elderly people, perhaps bored, they might as well keep running the shop for entertainment. As they ventured deeper, no sooner had they passed one store than a zombie suddenly lunged out, attacking Lu Si. This kind of weak zombie wasn't much of a threat, dealing with one or two of them was effortless for Lu Si. After completely killing the zombie, Lu Si looked down at the corpse beneath his feet. Ugly looking and gory, yes, but having gone through countless such scenes, he was already immune. He could even casually drink a bottle of water right in front of the dead body. Su Jin walked along the street, scanning the shops on both sides. Suddenly, he stopped in front of a mud brick house with tiled roofing. Lu Si moved closer, craning his neck to read the signboard above, Yojia Dao, a home of knives. However, the door was secured by a rusty padlock, the wooden door tightly shut. You open it. Okay. Confused, Lu Si pulled out a kitchen knife from somewhere and used its hilt to strike the lock with a sharp clack. Immediately, the lock snapped open. He kicked the door wide open and swiftly jumped aside, fearing another dark shadow might lunge at him again. Why do you like hiding behind me? Su Jin's voice came. Slightly embarrassed, Lu Si loosened up and quickly added flatteringly, this place is the safest. If any shadow did pounce, it'd go straight for Su Jin. Perfect. Su Jin didn't deny it, tacitly accepting Lu Si's remark. Once the wooden door swung fully open, no zombie emerged as expected. Su Jin stepped forward and entered, flashlight in hand. Its beam illuminated the interior, and Lu Si stared in awe. True to the shop's name, all around, left, right, and center, were shelves filled with dazzling displays of knives, most of them small blades. Under the white light, they gleamed sharply. Lu Si walked up beside Su Jin and randomly picked up one blade, testing its weight and motion with sweeping gestures. Even to the naked eye, the sharpness of these tools was evident. He pulled an empty bottle from his storage space and sliced it clean through with one effortless stroke. Su Gu, this knife is awesome. Lu Si happily shared his excitement with him. Su Jin glanced briefly at the dagger in Lu Si's hand and asked, can you throw knives? Not really. But I can fight up close. It's good to learn more skills. Su Jin ruffled Lu Si's hair as he spoke. Chapter 80, Knife Shop 2. After rubbing it for a while, Su Jin put it down and said, put all these knives into your space. You can use your spatial ability to quickly retrieve them if danger arises later. But what if someone attacks me? How do I fight back then? If others are able to lay a hand on you, perhaps only at that point. He didn't finish the sentence, instead continuing. Most current espers are useless. Just use a gun or a knife directly. Later, when your spatial ability upgrades, you can even dodge their attacks using space itself. At higher levels, there will be even more advanced methods, so don't worry about it. It can be like that. Listening to Su Jin casually listing so many things, Lu Si was slightly shocked. Mainly because in the novel he'd read, that trash author had only given Jian Wanheng, the protagonist's pet son, the best possible settings for his spatial ability. Things like spatial rifts, spatial blades, Jian Wanheng had it all. But other side characters with spatial abilities didn't have any of those features at all. So from the beginning, once Lu Si realized his own status, he'd always believed this spatial ability was merely a storage closet for items. Yes, it's possible, Su Jin said calmly, as if it were the simplest thing in the world. It just requires a larger number of high-grade zombie cores. For Lu Si, however, that hope felt distant. Although he deeply desired such power, right now he was more curious about something else. Su Gu, how do you know so much about the capabilities of spatial abilities? From the very start, Su Jin had seemed like an exceptionally powerful figure, one who knew far more than even him, a transmigrator. You want to know? Su Jin lowered his head, leaning closer. Their eyes locked, noses nearly touching. A flashlight stood nearby, casting light over both of them. There was an intense dominance in the man's gaze, and a barely noticeable killing intent. Once locked onto you, it pinned you in place, motionless, suffocating, like being stared down by a venomous snake. He might have touched on a forbidden topic. Instinctively, Lu Si tried to retreat backward, but the man pressed a hand against the back of his head. He pursed his lips and shook his head, terrified that Su Jin might kill him to keep secrets, survival instinct kicking in full force. I don't. Su Gu, I don't want to know. I won't ask again. If not for the man holding him still, he'd have knelt and begged just to save his life. Seeing the fear flicker in the boy's eyes, Su Jin paused for a moment, then released him. It's fine. I won't kill you. Oh, okay. Lu Si nodded quickly. An awkward silence fell. Carefully, Lu Si said, Su Gu, should I go collect all these knives now? Then silence again. After a while, Su Jin suddenly spoke, I'm sorry. I can't tell you yet. He paused, then added, but everything I do is for your benefit. Lu Si was flustered, oh, okay. He absolutely wouldn't ask why Su Jin treated him so well, because the answer might be something like, I have a crush on you, or worse, some dirty secret. Other than the sun, Su Jin said slowly, I don't want to see fear in your eyes when you look at me. Why add romantic tension to a simple statement? Lu Si stiffened for a moment, then forced a grin, how could I ever be afraid of you? That's better. Seeing no more fear in Lu Si's gaze, Su Jin finally relaxed into a small smile. They left the knife shop and continued walking forward. As they neared the water tower, they noticed several dead zombies scattered haphazardly across the ground, along with splashes of blood, all leading in the direction they intended to go. Further ahead, among the zombies, lay several human corpses. Seemed like plenty of people had their eyes on this water tower. Lu Si glanced at Su Jin, unsure what the man was thinking. Let's go, Su Jin said. Chapter 81 Water Tower 2. Lu Si crouched down, staring at the fresh bloodstains on the ground. The blood hadn't coagulated yet, it must have happened recently. The further they advanced toward the water tower, the more zombie corpses they found scattered on the ground. Some had their heads pried open, large gashes carved into their skulls, with brains pulled out and dangling. Then, gunshots rang out. It was coming from the direction of the water tower. Brother Su, should we still go? Lu Si asked, since Su Jin hadn't spoken. How should he put it? Although Su Jin was incredibly powerful, if they were facing 5 or 6 armed men who started shooting at them directly, Su Jin might be able to dodge, but Lu Si himself wasn't so sure he could escape unharmed. Of course we go. Why wouldn't we? Su Jin replied, his gaze fixed on the towering water tower ahead. Oh. The two continued forward. The water tower was surrounded by a wall, and its steel gate stood wide open. From where they stood, they could see several people gathered around the base of the tower, while someone climbed up above, followed closely by others, about 7 or 8 in total. There was roughly 200 meters between the outer wall and the water tower itself. Without hesitation, Su Jin stepped inside. Lu Si hesitated for a moment, then clenched his teeth and followed, gripping a gun tightly in his hand. As soon as they entered, they became fully exposed to the group. There's someone. The men instantly raised their weapons and opened fire at Su Jin. Bang! Bang! The sound of gunfire echoed. Bullets flew toward Su Jin. Su Jin remained calm. 2 electric blades materialized in his hands. Before the bullets even reached him, he flung the blades outward, each rotating rapidly, slicing every incoming bullet apart with precision. The electric blades then darted toward the gunmen, cleanly cutting their rifles in half. Immediately after, each blade split into smaller versions of itself. These mini-blades struck the enemy's bodies, sending them convulsing violently to the ground. The one climbing the tower was also hit mid-ascent, his grip failed, and he dropped heavily with a dull groan, collapsing onto the earth below. The entire sequence took no more than 11 seconds. Lu Si, having caught up, now stood behind Su Jin, watching the astonishing scene unfold. His heart pounded with shock. Su Jin was unbelievably powerful. He really hadn't made the wrong choice latching onto this guy. One electric blade splitting into multiple smaller ones, and each still packed such intense power. That kind of ability must be at least 7th rank. And Su Jin used it so effortlessly. Clearly, he'd been wielding it for a long time. Plus, he knew so much about special abilities. Could it be possible that he was reborn? A wave of suspicion surged in Lu Si's mind. The more he thought about it, the more plausible it seemed. He himself had transmigrated into a novel, so why couldn't Su Jin be a reincarnator? This idea excited Lu Si immensely, though he couldn't voice it aloud. Sure, Su Jin would keep things safe, for now. But that safety was only temporary. Still. Another question arose. If Su Jin was already this strong, why didn't he use his unique advantages to establish a base of his own and become one of the dominant figures in this apocalypse? Instead, he kept going to laboratories, familiarizing himself with each one, going inside specifically to search for documents. He'd even mentioned his parents being researchers. Could it be that Su Jin was searching for the serum used to successfully create the Zombie King? Although that serum was rumored to exist in one of those 8 or 9 labs, it certainly wasn't safe. The risks within those laboratories were unknown, some might harbor threats far deadlier than the boss-level zombie he'd encountered back in Jinyang City's lab. That time, even though the creature was already dismembered, just being grabbed by the ankle caused immediate swelling and poisoning that knocked him unconscious. Only Su Jin's mysterious jade stone saved his life. Lifting his pant leg, Lu Si saw that all traces of the swelling had vanished. And Su Jin knew so much about crystal cores, was he possibly a researcher himself? The more he pondered, the more likely it seemed. What are you thinking about? Su Jin suddenly lifted Lu Si up close, bending his head down. His handsome face loomed right before Lu Si's eyes. Lu Si snapped back to reality and chuckled awkwardly, nothing much. Just wondering whether we should eat instant noodles or dried noodles later. Chapter 82 Water Tower 3. Lu Si didn't flinch, meeting the man's gaze directly as he answered. Oh. Su Jin let go of him. He walked toward the water tower. Seeing the other person move away, Lucy finally exhaled in relief and followed behind. No matter what, his priority now was sticking close to Sujin to improve his ability. Maybe later, by staying with Sujin, he could even land a better position. At this thought, he felt smug again. As they approached the water tower, several people lay scattered on the ground. Some were those Sujin had electrocuted earlier, while others bore gunshot wounds. Who are you? A man lying on the ground clutched his chest, his face twisted in rage as he glared at the two newcomers. Damn it. He'd assumed they were the hidden predators, but clearly, there were one or two more still lurking behind them. Hearing his voice, Sujin turned slightly and gave the man a calm, indifferent glance, which made the man instinctively scoot backward. Lucy raised his gun, aiming straight at the man, his tone fierce and threatening. Say another word, I'll shoot you dead. After that, the man's eyes flickered with both fear and fury. That all his subordinates had been knocked unconscious while he remained awake indicated that he wasn't ordinary. Lucy looked at him with a hint of admiration. The man said nothing more, only fixed Lucy with a sharp glare, a mere kid daring to challenge him. Sujin slipped both hands into his pockets and stared at the chain fixed along the tower wall, leading upward. Brother Su, what should we do with this guy? Lucy turned to ask. Seizing this brief moment of distraction, the man suddenly lashed out with his legs, grabbed Lucy's leg, yanked him off balance, then swiftly snatched the gun from his hand and seized him, pressing the muzzle against Lucy's head. It happened so fast that Lucy had no time to react. A speed-type metahuman. Sujin turned to look at Lucy, now tightly held hostage, then lifted his gaze to the man. The man, staring down the dangerous figure before him, tightened his arm around Lucy's neck and began backing away, shouting, "Don't come closer, or I'll kill him." Sujin remained silent. But in his hand, an electric blade materialized, its glow reflecting in his eyes as he locked onto the man. Choked and tingling with residual electricity, Lucy pulled out a wooden rod from somewhere. Sensing the slight tremor in the man's body, he pressed his lips together and suddenly kicked hard at the man's crotch. Before the man could recover, Lucy thrust the rod straight into his abdomen. Fuck. The man howled in pain, stunned by the kid's strength. The gun flew from his grip. His other hand instinctively covered his groin as he doubled over, face contorted with agony. Seeing his chance, Lucy lunged forward and delivered another kick, sending the man crashing to the ground. The man writhed in pain, curling into himself. But it wasn't over yet. The wooden rod vanished from Lucy's hand, replaced by a short dagger that he hurled directly at the man's chest. It missed its mark, but buried deep into the man's arm. Even so, fresh pain shot through his lower abdomen. What the hell kind of freak is this kid? Had he underestimated him so badly? When another knife came flying, the man was pierced and instantly knocked unconscious. Even as he blacked out, he couldn't understand how this kid had been so brutal. Seeing the man finally down, Lucy sighed in relief. He picked up the fallen gun, wiped it clean, and strode over to Sujin. Brother Su, how was my move just now? The electric blade in Sujin's hand faded away. He nodded simply. Good. Heh heh. Of course. Just who did he think he was? Lucy beamed with pride. The two climbed the metal ladder. The tower was even taller than it had appeared from below. The ascent took considerable time and effort. At the top was a circular walkway surrounded by vertical iron bars. Standing on the path, they gazed into the distance as a cool, refreshing breeze blew across their faces. There was an opening in the tower. Shining a flashlight inside, they discovered another staircase descending within, and at the very bottom, a pool of clear, clean water. Just then, a thin vine emerged from beside the opening. Chapter 83 Water Tower 4. Lucy looked down and saw its sudden appearance. He patted Sujin's shoulder and pointed there. Sujin glanced over, a small electric blade appearing in his hand. He immediately slashed at the thin vine extending toward them. The vine hadn't retreated yet when it was struck by the blade, instantly electrocuted. Upon contact, the electric blade transformed into a surge of current that surged directly into the vine, which immediately recoiled along with the current. Ah! A shrill male scream came from inside. There was someone else. Lucy turned to look at Sujin. Sujin held the flashlight and stepped forward first. Since the interior was used for water storage, the descending staircase was damp, and as they entered, cold air brushed against them in waves. The stairs were thick, circular cement steps. Their rough texture was palpable underfoot. Descending further, they reached the water reservoir ahead. The flashlight beam swept across the surroundings, illuminating the layout within. But the earlier scream had ceased the moment they came down, the area was now silent except for the sound of running water. Su-gu, Lucy said, looking at Sujin. Sujin scanned the area, then noticed a faint light in one corner and walked toward it. Lucy followed close behind. The flashlight beam revealed a person wearing a white work shirt and black capri pants reaching to the knees. His skin was very pale. He was trembling all over, clutching his stomach, head lowered. When the flashlight shone on him, he instinctively raised his arm to shield his face, stammering, "D, don't kill me." His voice trembled. Hearing this, Lu Si thought the voice sounded like a teenager's. He glanced at Su Jin, but the man showed no expression. Why are you here? Lu Si asked him. As if to confirm his suspicion, the boy slowly opened his hands, revealing his entire face. With careful, fearful eyes, he looked at the two strangers, lips trembling, not daring to meet their gaze. I came to collect water. Lu Si continued, was that scream earlier your ability? Internally, he couldn't help but think, the boy was rather delicate looking. Maybe Su Jin liked this type. The boy paused for a moment, then nodded slightly before shaking his head. I don't know why it happened. I really didn't mean to. Lu Si stepped closer, placing a hand on the other's shoulder. Even through the fabric, he could feel how soft the boy's skin was. It'd be perfect if she were actually a girl. At that thought, he felt a twinge of regret. Su Jin stepped forward, pulled Lu Si's hand off the stranger's shoulder, and gripped Lu Si's wrist tightly. His voice was icy. Finished touching. Lu Si jolted in surprise, quickly explaining, I wasn't touching him. Then why did you linger so long? Su Jin challenged again. Don't think he hadn't noticed the look on Lu Si's face. The boy crouched on the ground, looked up at the man and the teenage-looking boy talking, and instinctively began to inch sideways. Did this mean he could escape? But before he'd moved halfway, a dagger plunged into the wall exactly where he intended to move. He froze instantly, too terrified to make another move. Su Jin pinned the boy against the wall, his eyes carrying a dangerous glint as he stared straight at Lu Si. Want to get me off right here? Su Gu, I didn't touch him. I was wrong. Startled by Su Jin's reaction, Lu Si panicked and quickly apologized. Something below was stirring. He was scared. Chapter 84, Water Tower 5. I don't believe you, Su Jin said, unmoved. Lu Si had no choice but to lean in and kiss him. Is that enough now? If it weren't for the others present, Su Jin would have really lost control. But seeing that Lu Si had taken the initiative to kiss him, the corner of his mouth lifted slightly. He kissed back once, then pulled away. Don't blame me next time if you do this again. Why yes, I won't do it like this again. Lu Si nodded vigorously in response. Finally having his hands freed, Lu Si let out a quiet sigh of relief. Su Jin was just too intimidating. He turned his head toward the boy still crouching on the ground. What should we do about him? Su Jin glanced over. Weren't we here to collect water? Let him help. Oh, right. After his previous experience, Lu Si didn't dare touch the guy again. Instead, he stood beside him, flashlight in hand, shining it directly onto the blonde-haired youth. Hey man, do you want to live? The punk looked up cautiously and nodded. Yes. You heard what we said just now, right? The blonde hesitated. Which part, the earlier or the later? Lu Si's smile froze, then his expression turned cold as he stared at the boy. What do you think? Oh. Yes, I heard everything. Sensing the threat, the punk quickly nodded with exaggerated awareness. Then he asked, how can I help? Lu Si glanced at Su Jin before answering, that thin vine earlier, that was you, wasn't it? Can you summon it again and use it to wrap around the bucket? Like drawing water from a well, lift it up. As he spoke, he pulled a bucket from his space and handed it over. Got it. The punk took it. Meanwhile, they noticed a pressurized steel pipe running upward nearby, with water spraying out from a leak. It must have been broken. Lu Si looked at Su Jin. Su Gu, can your electroblade cut through this? He pointed at the pipe. I'll try. Without hesitation, Su Jin activated his blade and sliced through the pipe. Water immediately gushed out. With a few more precise cuts, a steady stream began flowing freely. Lu Si placed a large bucket underneath to catch the water. Once full, he stored it instantly in his space and moved on to the next. With this new method, their water collection became much faster. Seeing Lu Si pull out so many buckets seemingly from nowhere, the punk couldn't help but ask in amazement, is that some kind of magic? Lu Si looked at the naive-looking youth. Not magic, it's an ability. An evolved power. Mine too, the boy asked, scratching his cheek. Yes. You didn't know. By now, information about abilities should have been publicly announced across the country. I didn't. From his story, they learned that after being scratched by a monster during the apocalypse, his companions abandoned him and fled. For survival, he ran alone until collapsing near this tower. When he woke up alive but parched with thirst, he crawled into the water tower to drink. Terrified, he never left, remaining inside ever since. When hungry, he drank water and ate the occasional thin vines that appeared. Only today, upon hearing gunshots outside, did he grow worried and send a vine out to investigate. Lu Si wasn't particularly interested in the boy's past, he cared more about one thing. Did you jump into the pool to bathe? The punk paused. No, I can't swim. And this was a water tower, so deep that jumping in would mean certain death. Better safe than sorry. Alright, Lu Si nodded. The punk studied Lu Si for a moment, then spoke. What are your names? I'm Ma Qingye. I came here to study in Jianfei City. Never thought something like this would happen. Are you an adult? Lu Si asked. Yeah, he nodded, then frowned. Any problem with that? Hearing this, Lu Si thought this kid might actually stand a chance with Su Jin. He glanced at Su Jin. Su Gu, he's an adult, so. He couldn't bring himself to finish, because the man was already staring at him coldly. You want him? Su Jin asked Lu Si. Chapter 85 Exchange. As he spoke, he kept staring at Lu Si with that intense gaze. Lu Si shivered and quickly waved his hands. No, no. Ha. Ma Qingyao also found their interaction strange. When he fixed his eyes on the handsome boy, the man beside him seemed to sense it and shot a sidelong glare in his direction. Recalling the dagger that had nearly plunged into his neck moments ago, Ma Qingyao flinched, then lowered his head meekly, no longer daring to look toward Lu Si. Yet inside, his thoughts raced. How could this boy stay so close to such a dangerous man? Didn't he realize just how perilous this man was? After filling up what needed to be stored, Lu Si felt delighted as he sensed buckets upon buckets of water now filled his space. No more worries about water shortages now. Ma Qingyao hesitated for a moment as he watched the two. Hey brother, do you mind if you leave now? Lu Si looked at him. Dude, aren't you coming out too? Staying here will starve you to death. Seriously, surviving 7 or 8 days using only one's ability, this guy was tough. Ma Qingyao wavered. I don't know. Lu Si studied him carefully, recalling what Ma Qingyao had said earlier. Plant-type abilities came in various forms. Ma Qingyao's was the vegetable type, his summon vines could be eaten raw when tender and crisp, while the harder sections served as weapons to fight enemies and defend himself. At the thought of vegetables, Lu Si suddenly craved them. After eating so much instant noodles and dried wheat noodles, he longed for some fresh organic greens. His view of Ma Qingyao subtly shifted. Still, mindful of his beloved Su Gu, he kept an amiable and friendly smile. If you stay here, you'll die in a few days. There are survival bases outside now. You could go there, you might even find classmates you know. Ma Qingyao looked at the boy who appeared roughly his age, puzzled. Why are you telling me all this? After all, his former companions had abandoned him. True, they'd feared he might turn into a monster, but abandonment was still abandonment. Could you give me some edible tender vines? That's why. Lu Si added hastily. Ma Qingyao stared for a while, but when the man beside the boy sent him a deadly glare, he immediately turned his face away. All right. He decided to trust this boy after all. The boy's eyes were clear and honest, showing no sign of deceit. And judging from their previous exchange, these two men clearly had a certain kind of bond. The conversation between them had left a deep impression on him. Using his ability, Ma Qingyao produced a large bucket full of crisp vine strips for Lu Si. Just as Lu Si snapped off a piece to eat, Su Jin grabbed his hand, stopping him. Give this to him to eat first, he ordered. Ma Qingyao felt intimidated by the man's stern demeanor and immediately panicked. I'm not trying to harm anyone. He stammered, grabbing a piece and chewing it down quickly. A moment passed. Nothing happened. Su Jin took it, tasted cautiously, and made a face as if swallowing stiff paper, so obviously forced. Seeing this, Ma Qingyao assumed it genuinely tasted awful, and began to worry deeply. Was he going to be killed next? A little later. Su Jin handed back the half-chewed piece in his hand to Lu Si and simply said, it's okay. Hearing this, Ma Qingyao instinctively relaxed. He had begun to think his own taste buds were broken. Lu Si took a few bites. Indeed, it was crisp and juicy. The young leaves were delicious too. After swallowing, a fresh, leafy aroma lingered around his mouth, perfect paired with instant noodles. In exchange, Lu Si gave Ma Qingyao a knife, some bread, 2 sets of clothes, and a backpack. Watching Su Jin and Lu Si walk ahead, Ma Qingyao hesitated briefly, then followed closely behind. He asked, where exactly are you two headed? Hearing the question, Lu Si paused, first glancing at Su Jin for guidance. Seeing the other man remain silent with tightly pressed lips, Lu Si asked instead, Su Gu, where should we go next? Guangming Base. Then is it alright? Su Jin, having already guessed Lu Si's intention, muttered, whatever, then walked forward. We're going to Guangming Base, Lu Si replied to Ma Qingyao. Ma Qingyao grew excited. Can I tag along? Why not? But bring another bucket of vegetables. Lu Si calculated silently, vegetables that even Su Jin could stomach weren't easy to come by. Better stock up. No problem. Ma Qingyao agreed readily, hurrying to keep pace with Lu Si and the others. Chapter 86, Bright Base 1. The water tower's original location had already strayed beyond the safe zone. After returning to the safety area unharmed, they noticed that the surrounding zombies were significantly fewer. On the way to the base, Lu Si briefly explained the current survival rules of the post-apocalyptic world to Ma Qingyao, helping the naive young man gradually come to terms with reality. After being abandoned by his companions, Ma Qingyao had finally grasped how cruel this world had become. In an era overrun by zombies, self-preservation was the highest priority. Before the apocalypse, Ma Qingye had just started his freshman year at university. Due to certain circumstances, he had been studying away from home, never imagining he would end up facing such a catastrophe. Infected by zombies, life and death hung in the balance. No matter how terrified or frightened he was of the undead, he now had to kill in order to survive, otherwise, he would be the one to die. Out of gratitude, Ma Qingye gave Lu Si 2 more cans of vegetables. After pushing his abilities to the limit, Lu Si felt utterly drained. When they arrived at Bright Base, Lu Si took a moment to observe the surroundings. This was one of the earliest bases established. Its outer perimeter consisted of a 2-meter-tall steel fence embedded with electrified wire. As one approached, a surge of electric current could clearly be felt rippling through the air. Inside stood row after row of buildings. The reason Bright Base had chosen this location was because these structures, though fully renovated before the apocalypse, had never been occupied. Surrounded by scenic areas, the region naturally had the lowest zombie density. Behind the base stretched a large lake, which provided initial support for water supply. However, later on, they forgot that aquatic creatures in the river had also undergone mutations. Once land-based zombies teamed up with mutated aquatic creatures, even this first established base was quickly overwhelmed. There were several entrances to the base. Those arriving here either had faces caked with grime or walked with a stench trailing behind them. These were people who had fled from afar. Locals nearby appeared somewhat better dressed. Ma Qingye stared at the entrance before him, a look of pure joy spreading across his face. Suddenly, he spotted a familiar figure. He immediately bid farewell to Lu Si and ran toward the person he recognized. When Lu Si and Su Jin mingled into the crowd, they were met with angry shouts. Damn it! I came all the way from H City, and you're telling me there's no water anywhere here. Are you kidding me? A man with a hoarse voice cursed loudly. A soldier wearing military green, used to such scenes, remained expressionless. Due to the large number of people at the base, water shortage is severe. If you don't wish to enter, you may choose to leave. The man choked on his words, then slammed his fist hard onto the ground, instantly cracking the surface where the soldier stood. The soldier swiftly dodged aside, glancing at the small crater left behind. For a brief moment, surprise flickered across his face. A strength-type ability user. Humph. The man snorted but said nothing. Please proceed to registration, the soldier said, suddenly changing his previously indifferent attitude. Having made his threat, and seeing their stance soften, the man snorted again and strode inside. Abilities users were different from ordinary people, so Lu Si and Su Jin could only temporarily separate. Ordinary civilians had a separate line for handing over food and crystal cores, divided into 2 different entry points. Seeing the line for turning in crystal cores wasn't long, Lu Si breathed a sigh of relief. After entering, the man noticed the person handling registration was a beautiful woman. Instantly, his darker impulses flared. While receiving the form, he took the opportunity to grope her hand, but she immediately slapped it away. Still, he tried flirting. Hey, beautiful, got a man. Want to, oof. Before he could finish, sharp pain erupted in his lower abdomen. Clutching himself, his face twisted in agony. Just as rage began to rise, he saw the woman now held a gun. The barrel pointed straight at his face, her eyes cold and indifferent. Want to try? Even early-stage ability users still harbored fear toward guns. The commotion drew other soldiers immediately. Forced to get into the base, the man could only bite his tongue, fill out the form in frustration, then toss it onto the table and storm off. Body temperature checked, crystal core handed in, once everything was confirmed clear, Lu Si was finally allowed entry. Su Jin went through the ability user's gate. A faint white current flickered across his hand. The officer in charge nodded and stepped aside. Su Jin entered. When it came to registration, handwriting felt awkward, he remained still. The clerk managing registrations was a female soldier. Seeing this handsome face, this tall man emanating quiet authority, the slight impatience on her face instantly flushed into redness. This man was simply too good-looking. Noticing he hadn't moved, she stuttered nervously, why haven't you filled out the form yet? Her eyes met his, those calm, emotionless eyes glanced at her for just a second, making her heart skip a beat, then everything returned to normal. Su Jin remained silent, lips slightly pressed together. Is your hand unable to write now? She asked cautiously. Su Jin grunted, inwardly growing somewhat irritated, why hadn't Lu Si arrived yet? Meanwhile, after finishing his registration, Lu Si turned and walked toward Su Jin, just in time to see a beautiful woman in military uniform gazing directly at Su Jin. The two seemed to be getting along rather well. Chapter 87, Light Base 2. This made Lu Si feel somewhat uncomfortable. Wasn't it agreed that he didn't like women? Why did it seem like this man was having a better time than when they were together? When Lu Si's gaze swept over Su Jin's face, the man seemed to sense it and lifted his head, looking straight in Lu Si's direction, eyes locking onto him. Su E, male, age 26, lightning-type esper, the woman muttered under her breath, writing it down on paper. Then she looked up and noticed the man was staring off toward another direction. She followed his line of sight. There were quite a few people there, but only one boy who looked unusually young stared back at them. She assumed the boy must be someone familiar or perhaps a companion to the man named Su-yi. Can I go now? Su-jin retracted his gaze, glanced at the woman, and asked. The woman nodded, then took out a card from the drawer. After glancing at it briefly, she filled in some information with her pen while saying, "This is your room key card. The floor number is marked on it. You may stay for 3 days free of charge. If you contribute to the base afterward, your stay will be extended. If you decide to leave, simply return the card to the commander on the first floor." Su-jin took it, gave it a quick look, and slipped it into his pocket. Watching the man leave without hesitation, walking directly toward that boy, both appeared close. They were too far away to hear their conversation clearly, but soon after, Su-jin grabbed the boy's wrist and left with him. After they disappeared from sight, she still hadn't snapped out of her daze. A touch of melancholy lingered inside her chest. She wondered if she'd ever encounter such an exceptional man again. "Hey! I need to fill out my form." A rough male voice pulled her back to reality. She handed the form to the burly man expressionlessly, yet her eyes drifted again toward where Su-jin had vanished. But recalling the depth in Su-jin's eyes just now, she shivered involuntarily. That man was dangerous. "I'm done filling it out. Here's your room card." Lu-si had just begun feeling a little wistful when suddenly Su-jin turned and spotted him immediately, locking gazes and staring fixedly. Smiling faintly, he waved at Lu-si, who began walking toward them. Before Lu-si got close, he couldn't see clearly what object Su-jin had just tucked quickly into his pocket, but now the man was heading straight toward him. "Why didn't you come find me? Just standing here all this time." The man walked fast, quickly closing the distance until he stood right before Lu-si, grabbing his hand. Fearing misunderstanding, Lu-si hurriedly explained, "Our line was just really crowded earlier, so it took longer." Then, lowering his voice slightly, he added, "You seemed to be chatting pretty well with that beautiful woman, didn't you?" Quiet as it was, Su-jin still heard it. His face, which had grown momentarily dark, instantly returned to normal. He let out a low humph and said quietly, "When did I ever chat well with that woman? All this time, I've only been thinking about you. I didn't even notice what that woman looked like." Too direct. Seeing Lu-si speechless, he pulled a card from his pocket and handed it to him. Lu-si took it and examined it briefly. It was a room key card. The same kind the beautiful woman had given him earlier. Su-jin ruffled Lu-si's hair gently. "I'm glad you said that. But don't forget, I only have feelings for you." As he finished speaking, passers-by nearby cast complicated glances at Lu-si and Su-jin. Their hands were still intertwined. People clearly hadn't expected these two men to be in a relationship. "Brother Su, let's get going quickly," Lu-si urged, wanting to avoid drawing further attention. Su-jin agreed, taking Lu-si's hand again and leading him deeper into the base. Lu-si glanced down at their joined hands, already numb to it. Whatever, let them hold hands. If Su-jin didn't care about others' stares, why should he? Being the center of attention somehow felt, not bad at all. Walking further into the base, there were many people around. Suddenly, Su-jin sensed someone watching him. He turned his head toward that direction, and upon recognizing the face, a faint smile tugged at the corner of his lips. The person froze momentarily, seemingly surprised that Su-jin had noticed her. "What's wrong, Jinjin?" The woman beside her followed her gaze and saw the man too. "Oh. What a handsome guy." Su-jin clenched her fists tightly. After hesitating briefly, she stepped forward resolutely toward Su-jin, telling the woman beside her, "I'm going to find the soldier." Chapter 88, Bright Base 3. Before the woman could even ask anything, she saw Su-jin walking straight toward that handsome guy from earlier. "Su bro, what are you looking at?" Lu-si noticed that Su-jin had stopped, so he stopped too and followed his gaze. And what he saw made him blurt out 2 words. "Holy shit. Isn't that Su-jin?" Hearing Lu-si's exclamation, Su-jin turned to look at him. Lu-si immediately covered his mouth, then sheepishly let go and explained, "Just slipped out." "Hn." By now, Su-jin and her group were already approaching them. As they drew closer and saw clearly that Lu-si was standing beside Su-jin, and their hands were still tightly clasped, she instantly understood there was something going on between them. She wore her hair in a high ponytail, a light white jacket, tight-fitting pants outlining her figure, and carried a medical kit as she walked toward them. Her face flushed red with rage, her free hand pointing fiercely at Su-jin and Lu-si as she shouted, "You two murderers." She shouted loudly, but due to her naturally sharp voice, it came across shrill. Passers-by hearing this immediately turned their attention toward Lu-si. Seeing people begin to gather around, Su-jin felt immensely satisfied. "Yes, exactly, let everyone see. Let everyone know. Only then will justice subdue these killers. If not for your killings, those people wouldn't have died. Now that I've found you, I told you I'd bring you to the police. Just wait, the cops will be here soon." After speaking, Su-jin saw no panic or shock on Su-jin and Lu-si's faces. Instead, they just stared at her like she was an idiot. She froze inside. Lu Si thought it was hilarious. If back then Su Jin hadn't shot that fat kid who was pinning her down, she'd have been executed right then and there. And yet the situation was ironically one-sided. Yang Yunha's group held guns but only killed zombies, never humans. Who would believe that? Plus, judging by the bloodstains clinging to them, they must have killed more than just a few people. So why didn't Su Shanjiao report them to the police? Back at the bus stop, under attack by mutated vines, did those dozens of passengers really stay behind selflessly to protect them so Yang Yunha's crew could escape on their bikes? Pfft. Yeah, right. Lu Si sure as hell wouldn't buy it. Why aren't you saying anything? Did I hit the truth? You emotionless freak, you psycho. Seeing Su Jin's expression remain unchanged, the same blank stare he'd given her back on the bus, Su Jinjin flared up again, blurting it out like it eased her frustration. Wanna die? Before Su Jin could move, Lu Si broke away from his grip. A knife appeared in his hand. The distance between Su Jinjin and them was barely over 2 meters. Lu Si moved fast, too fast for Su Jinjin to react. When she finally realized what happened, Lu Si stood behind her, elbow locked tightly around her neck, holding her in a chokehold, the tip of his blade pressing against her throat. Within moments, blood began seeping from where the blade touched. It was real blood. Su Jinjin felt it. Her face twisted in fear, her body trembled. The arm constricting her was unyielding, no matter how desperately she clawed at Lu Si, she couldn't loosen his grip. Why you, let me go. You want me to let you go, so I should. Then what about my dignity, Su Shanjiao? Insult me all you want, but who gave you the right to insult my Su Gu? Emotionless face. That's called composure. Psycho. Where's the madness, damn it? If it weren't because he respected being Su Jin's junior and wanted his senior to take the lead first, he'd have punched her long ago. So kind-hearted. Let me send you to a mental ward to get checked out. With that, Lu Si pressed the knife deeper into her neck. Chapter 89 Light Base 4. Su Jinjin struggled helplessly and began casting desperate pleas for help toward the passers-by. Her lips trembling, she whispered, help, save me. Ha ha ha, what a rare beauty this is. The bystanders found it hilariously amusing, the funniest thing they'd heard all day. One even grinned lewdly and said, want me to save you? Sure, but play with us a bit first, and I'll rescue you. His predatory gaze roamed shamelessly over Su Jinjin's body. Still, they dared not make a move, after all, there was still that dangerous man nearby. Gritting her teeth, Su Jinjin grabbed the medical kit in her hand and swung it at Lu Si, who was choking her. Before she could land the blow, a sharp numbness shot through her palm and the kit dropped to the ground. Feeling the cold sting against her neck, tears streamed freely down her face without restraint. She trembled in fear, terrified that Lu Si would kill her. Wasn't it just one insult? Why was he being so relentless, and actually willing to hurt her? Then she remembered having told that woman earlier to go find soldiers. Emboldened by that thought, she shouted sharply, if you kill me, you're a murderer. The police will definitely arrest you. Lu Si laughed bitterly, seriously. He glanced at Su Jin, who had been silently staring at him, then called out, Su Gu, should we deal with her? Before Su Jin could answer, Su Jinjin writhed in panic. No. You can't do this. And just like that, the blade pierced halfway into her neck. Ah! Su Jinjin screamed in agony. Just as utter despair engulfed her, she finally spotted a familiar figure. Stop. Don't touch her, she's a healer. The woman had been watching from the edge of the crowd. Earlier, when Su Jinjin had told her to go get soldiers, why would she comply? She'd rather see Su Jinjin dead. This scheming White Lotus had flirted with her man, that debt remained unpaid. Yet now, hearing that Su Jinjin was a healer, the woman hesitated. Then, upon hearing the girl's agonized cry, she finally stepped forward and shouted, I'm serious, she's a healing type. TCH. A healer? At the woman's words, the onlookers suddenly grew restless. Healing abilities were extremely rare nowadays, so rare that most people had never seen one in person. And yet this seemingly innocent girl possessed such a power. Immediately, murmurs spread among the crowd. Su Jinjin sensed a glimmer of hope and cried out, yes. I'm a healing type Esper. So why aren't you saving me already? The woman approached Lu Si, eyeing this seemingly frail but terrifyingly formidable young man. Su Jinjin is one of the base's official healing workers. Please let her go. If you kill her, the military won't let you live. Damn it, knew she was part of the base, muttered a bystander, suddenly feeling bitter and resentful, but also inwardly relieved he hadn't tried to intervene earlier. Oh, Lu Si nodded briefly at the woman, then released his grip. Once freed, Su Jinjin collapsed onto the ground, clutching her wounded neck and gasping shallow breaths. Lu Si walked back to Su Jin. Can we go now? Su Jin nodded. His hand emerged from his pocket, reached over, ruffled Lu Si's hair lightly, then the two turned and left. The woman helped Su Jinjin up, watching the pair disappear into the distance. Through gritted teeth, she spat, I won't let you two get away with this. Su Jin heard it. He turned his head and shot Su Jinjin a cold, piercing glare. Su Jinjin instantly fell silent, frozen in fear. Only then did Su Jin continue walking away. Seeing that the intimidating man was gone, several men quickly surrounded Su Jinjin and the woman. "Hey beautiful, wanna play a game? Get lost." The woman shivered as their hands brushed her shoulders, goosebumps breaking out across her skin. She cursed Su Jinjin inwardly. Every time she followed this girl, nothing good ever happened. What's going on here? Patrol soldiers arrived and swiftly moved in to restore order. The men who had been eager to have some fun scattered immediately at the sight of the military, though not without regret. "Brother! Someone just tried to kill me, you must uphold justice for me." The moment she saw the soldiers, Su Jinjin wrenched herself from the woman's hold and threw herself into the lead soldier's arms. The officer welcomed the woman willingly, stroking her back soothingly while faking a look of deep concern. "What happened?" "Someone attacked me, they're murderers. You have to catch them." "TSK, murder? Who hasn't killed a few people these days?" The soldier's eyes flickered with understanding, yet he kept up his worried act. "We'll handle this properly. Come to the guard station, we'll discuss everything thoroughly." Chapter 90, Light Base 5. Here, Lu Si and Su Jin walked out from the crowd. Following the address noted on their room card and the signs along the corridor, they made their way to where they were supposed to stay. The two remained silent throughout the walk. Lu Si began doubting whether he had acted too rashly. Maybe it should have been Su Jin who dealt with Su Jinjin. If she wasn't dead, her showing up again would only bring more trouble. Too hasty. He glanced sideways at the man beside him, his left hand still firmly held by the other. Su Jin seemed to enjoy holding his hand. Suddenly remembering something, Lu Si stopped. "Brother Su, back when we checked in, did you use your real name?" Su Jin turned to look at him. "No." "Oh. Good. After all, they were here for something big, using their real names would have caused complications. Better to stay cautious." They continued walking ahead. The room cards had been assigned randomly. Su Jin's card led to a room on the 5th floor. After filling out the necessary information with the staff on the 1st floor and collecting some emergency rations, they took the elevator straight up. But as the elevator doors opened, they encountered a group that looked slightly familiar. 3 men and 1 woman, the typical antagonist squad. Li Shu caught sight of Lu Si standing next to Su Jin, their hands still intertwined. A flicker of shock passed through her eyes, but she quickly smiled warmly. "Huh, never thought we'd run into each other like this. Seems like we're quite destined, huh?" Clearly, however, Su Jin had no intention of engaging them. He simply pulled Lu Si forward and walked past without a word. As they distanced themselves, they could still hear Wen Yang's voice. "With attitudes like that, why bother with them, Ashu?" Being repeatedly ignored after making the effort to greet them was indeed frustrating. Li Shu smiled, her eyes crinkling at the corners. "It's fine. Isn't this more challenging? We're on the same floor anyway, we'll definitely cross paths again." The more indifferent a man was toward her, the more intrigued she became. "Don't go looking for trouble," Tang En said flatly. He added, "That guy isn't simple." Li Shu acknowledged it, though she didn't take it seriously. Sliding the room card against the sensor, a beep sounded as the door unlocked. Lu Si pushed it open and stepped inside, a bright, spacious single apartment, complete with bedding and all necessary amenities. He flicked a switch, the ceiling light instantly brightened the room. Su Jin let go of Lu Si's hand and moved toward the window. Lu Si headed for the bathroom and then the small kitchen. Running water, electricity, everything worked. After a long day of exertion, it was time to cook something decent to treat themselves. "Brother Su, I'll get dinner ready." Lu Si dropped his backpack onto the little sofa and rolled up his sleeves, ready to showcase his culinary skills. Su Jin stood by the window, pulled back the curtains. Harsh sunlight streamed in, but he didn't flinch, his gaze fixed on the large lake beyond the low-rise buildings in front. The surface was calm, undisturbed, the distant mountains shielding it from strong winds. He stood there for a long while before drawing the curtains shut and turning toward where Lu Si was. Back at the supermarket, Lu Si had gathered plenty of good supplies, compressed biscuits, energy candies, snacks from shelves, canned goods, rice, flour, and so on, all stored in his space. The best stuff was saved for later, of course. For now, convenience mattered. Instant noodles would have sufficed, but eating too many wasn't healthy. With such proper facilities available, they deserved a hot, home-cooked meal. Lu Si rinsed the rice and poured it into the electric pot, adding water collected from the water tower. Using his index finger to measure, the height of rice dictated the water level. Then he tossed in a few sausages, covered the pot, plugged it in, and pressed the power button. With the rice cooking, he moved on to washing vegetables. Just thinking about tonight's hearty meal made his mouth water. He was washing vegetables peacefully. When suddenly, his waist tightened. A body leaned against his back as Su Jin rested his chin on Lu Si's shoulder. "Lu Si," came the man's deep voice by his ear. Chapter 91, Light Base 6. Lu Si stopped moving. Su Jin was pressed close against him, so close that he could feel the pulse beneath the man's body. He stiffened and whispered, "Su gu." At once, the man picked him up. Reluctantly, Lu Si wrapped his arms around his neck. "Don't do this, Su gu. We had an agreement." Humph. All he got in return was a soft chuckle. Su Jin carried him over to the bed, gently laid him down, then pinned him within his embrace. "I want you," he said without restraint, and immediately leaned in for a kiss. Lu Si blinked, not even calling him Su gu anymore. "Su Jin, we can't do this now." He tried to reason, hoping to stop the man's actions. "Do you have protection?" Su Jin's lips curved into a faint smile as he looked at Lu Si, then began undoing buttons. "Lu Si. So cute," Su Jin murmured. Lu Si bit his lip, his face quickly flushing red as he quietly muttered, "This is normal." Humph. Su Jin chuckled again, capturing Lu Si's hand in his. Lu Si turned even redder, finally turning his head away, refusing to look at Su Jin. "Lu Si." The man's voice dropped low, rough with lingering affection. Lu Si lifted his eyes slightly, glancing at the man above him. When their eyes met, an inexplicable flutter stirred in his chest. Su Jin kissed the face nestled in his arms. "Be good. Take it out." Lu Si hesitated. "Doing this with you, Su gu, we shouldn't." But meeting the other's gaze, he fell silent, only managing one word, "It hurts." "It won't." Perhaps because the man sounded so sincere, Lu Si believed him. Still, after a moment of thought, Lu Si asked, "Did Su Jin have any prior experience?" Su Jin froze, then firmly shook his head. "Then how are you?" "Don't worry." In truth, only practice could tell. Time. Lu Si lay on the bed like a salted fish, staring blankly at the ceiling. He had absolutely no desire to try that again. But it wasn't about what he wanted. Su Jin had pulled him onto his lap, gently kissing him. Some time passed. Lu Si fell asleep, or rather, passed out. Su Jin carried him into the bathroom. When he woke again, the vast room was lit by harsh white light. The curtains were slightly drawn, revealing the deep black night outside. His entire body felt like it had been beaten by several fists, especially the area between his legs. It hurt like hell. Su Jin had already dressed him. He touched his forehead, eyes vacant as he stared at the ceiling. He turned his head, looking around, but saw no trace of Su Jin. "Su." He tried to call out, but found he couldn't speak, his voice was hoarse. He coughed weakly and lay back still. After a long while, using his ability, he pressed a hand to his aching waist and slowly sat up. After sitting for a moment, he glanced down and noticed marks beneath the oversized clothes. F***ck. He wanted to curse. But couldn't utter a sound. He took out a pair of slippers from his storage space, placed them on the floor, put them on, and shuffled toward the small kitchen. He wanted to eat. Despite his condition, Lu Si dragged himself into the kitchen and opened the rice cooker. A warm, sticky aroma rose from the pot, mingled with the rich scent of sausage. He felt like he could devour several bowls. Su Jin must have gone out. Anyway, the man never liked eating much. He could eat first, shouldn't be a problem. With that, Lu Si grabbed a can of beef, popped it open, the savory meat fragrance filling the air, then took a spoon and started eating straight away, no words needed, just food. Outside. The world remained pitch black. Su Jinjin stepped out of a room. Inside, all was quiet. Her clothes were stained with blood, droplets dotted her face as well. She looked utterly exhausted, her eyes hollow and lifeless. She looked up at the dark sky, expression still vacant. No sooner had she stepped out than a man appeared, though he didn't approach her. Chapter 92 Light Base 7. Su Jinjin stood still for a moment, then turned around and glared at the man behind her, her voice sharp, "Yang Yunha, what do you mean by this?" Hearing her accusation, Yang Yunha finished wiping the blood off his dagger, its blade stained crimson, and sheathed it. He lifted his gaze to the woman before him, his rugged face utterly cold. "You brought this on yourself." "Yeah, I did it to myself." "But then why did you still come save me?" Su Jinjin stared at his face, unable to hold back the tears welling in her eyes, they finally spilled over. This time, the man didn't gently comfort her as he might have before. Instead, he watched her cry with indifference. "Because I need your ability." At those words, her tears abruptly stopped. It sounded like an absurd joke, yet cruelly real. Staggering backward, she let out a bitter laugh. "Ha, so that's how it is. I already warned you from the beginning, but you never listened. You kept challenging him why, and now are you satisfied?" Seeing the marks on Su Jinjin's neck, a flash of disgust flickered in Yang Yunha's eyes. Shameless wretch. She raised a trembling finger at him, tears brimming once more. "So are you saying you're going to abandon me?" She paused, then added bitterly, "Because Yang Tian has gained spatial abilities, so you think my healing power is useless now, is that it?" She lunged at him, beating her fists against his chest. Yang Yunha effortlessly pulled her away. "I never said I'd abandon you. Reflect on yourself. I'll wait for you at the apartment building." With that, he turned and walked off without hesitation. Once he was gone, Su Jinjin slumped down, stomped her foot in frustration, then crouched low, letting out shrill sobs. After a long while, she staggered away from that place. To reach the apartment building, she had to pass through a narrow path. As she walked along, she noticed a man standing by the wall. The light above the path was dim, making his face indistinct, a mere shadow. When she got closer and saw who it was, she instinctively turned to run. But the man had been watching her all along. A muffled grunt. Her back slammed hard against the wall, her throat gripped tightly by one hand. Ah, ah. She couldn't scream. As the man tightened his grip, terror flooded her eyes. She struggled desperately, but couldn't break free. You weren't so proud of being a healer just now, the man spoke at last. Before Su Jinjin could make sense of his words, suddenly she felt warm currents within her body slowly fading away. In that instant, fear surged, she knew exactly what was happening. Frantically shaking her head, she only felt the warmth vanish completely. After using it for so many days, she recognized it immediately, it was her ability. Then let it disappear, the man said coldly. He released his grip, and in his palm appeared a faint glowing orb. Su Jinjin reached out desperately to reclaim it, but found herself paralyzed, forced to watch helplessly as the man clenched his fist around the orb. When he opened his hand again, it was gone. Without her ability, waves of pain crashed over her entire body. But it wasn't over. The man stood up and said, "Your mouth is filthy. Better keep it shut forever." Su Jinjin felt a sudden jolt in her head. She opened her mouth to scream, to speak, but no sound came out. Ah! No! Staring at the devilish man, she gaped soundlessly, screaming in silence. A silent smile curled at the corner of the man's lips as he turned and walked away. Lu Si poured 2 cans of beef into the electric rice cooker, mixing them with rice and vine greens until every grain was coated with rich, savory flavor and dark brown hues. He ate 2 large bowls before finally feeling full. After finishing his meal, leaning on a wooden stick, he slowly made his way toward the bed, collapsing onto it with a deep sigh. He hadn't lain there long when drowsiness returned. Closing his eyes, he drifted into sleep, his mind grumbling curses at Su Jin. Some time later, Lu Si was fast asleep. Beep. The door slid open, and Su Jin stepped inside. Chapter 93 Light Base 8. He took off his jacket and walked toward the bed. Seeing Lu Si had already closed his eyes, an elbow resting over his forehead, body curled up tightly. He picked him up. Su Jin. Lu Si woke from the movement, mainly because as soon as he was lifted, the injured muscles were tugged sharply, causing pain. Su Jin acknowledged softly. He placed the boy in the center of the bed, then removed his shoes, climbed in, and pulled the thin blanket over them. Lu Si clutched the sheet, turning his head to watch Su Jin crawl onto the bed before immediately wrapping his arms around him. "Did you eat?" Su Jin lowered his head, catching a faint meaty aroma lingering on Lu Si's skin. Lu Si nodded. I ate. There's still food in the pot if you want some." Su Jin stroked Lu Si's face, pulled out a tissue, wiped a smudge from the corner of the boy's lips, kissed him gently, then lay down on his side, gazing steadily at him. Lu Si pressed his lips together. When Su Jin wiped his mouth, a wave of shyness surged through him. The other just kissed him and now stared without blinking. What exactly was Su Jin trying to do? They locked eyes, neither willing to look away. "Does it still hurt?" Lu Si rolled his eyes. "What do you think? Why don't you try it next time?" Tisk. Su Jin chuckled lightly, slid an arm around Lu Si's waist, and pulled him closer. "Let me touch, tell me if it hurts anywhere." His voice softened now, movement slower as he gently massaged across Lu Si's body. Lu Si caught the scent of Su Jin's shower gel when suddenly the man's restless hand slipped under the fabric. He blinked, catching the hand. "Don't mess around, Su Jin. Why aren't you calling me Gu anymore?" "I see." The man's voice carried its natural huskiness. "Don't feel like it." Lu Si paused, then buried his face against the man's chest, whispering, "I'm not talking to you anymore. I'm going to sleep, don't do anything weird." But Su Jin had already found the spot, gave it a light squeeze. A warm current seeped into Lu Si's body. Before he could analyze it, the hand moved elsewhere, yet still gave a few extra fondles before retreating. "So cute." Lu Si flushed crimson, wriggling slightly. Wait, he suddenly noticed something. The pain was gone. And that warmth. If he wasn't mistaken. "Gu, do you have a healing ability?" He pushed himself up from the man's chest, staring straight at him. This time Su Jin didn't deny it. He simply admitted it, his palm resting gently over Lu Si's scars. Soon, Lu Si could feel the ache vanishing completely. Confirming this made Lu Si excited. "Then you're also, no, wait, you're dual elemental, right?" "You guess." Su Jin teased, deliberately keeping it vague. Oh. Lu Si didn't want to play along, but his mind raced. Such a serious question, and Su Jin made him guess. That must mean there were even more abilities he didn't know about. Su Jin was so powerful, could it be related to the lab? Or had he taken some special drug to unlock multiple abilities? But the original novel never mentioned such drugs. Was this another plot hole? Was Su Jin ever listed among the researchers in the original records? To learn more, he'd need to follow Su Jin deeper into the other labs. The man pulled him back into his arms, gently ruffling his hair. Rest now. Good night, Gu. Not yet the time to uncover everything. Unraveling the truth step by step was part of the fun. Good night. Su Jin replied patiently. After all, they'd shared a meal, and much more. Their relationship had naturally deepened. Lu Si kept replaying scenes from the original story in his mind, but after all that had happened, he drifted off within minutes. Only the man remained awake, watching the boy in his arms, lost in thought. Chapter 94, Bright Base 9. When Lu Si woke up the next day, he found that Su Jin was no longer in bed. He pushed himself up from the mattress, shook his hands, lifted his clothes, and saw that the marks on his body had completely disappeared. His expression turned stunned as he blurted out, "Whoa. The healing ability is way too effective. Had it erased all traces?" Even his body didn't hurt nearly as much as last night. It was more powerful than any miraculous medicine. After splashing some water on his face, Lu Si put on his clothes and walked into the kitchen, adding water and vegetables to the leftover rice from last night to make porridge. Then he went back to lie flat on the bed like a corpse. How come Su Jin left without telling him? Just as his mind wandered, the door opened. Su Jin had returned. The moment he stepped in, his eyes landed on Lu Si, half-propped on the bed. He shut the door behind him, walked over, wrapped an arm around Lu Si's waist, pinned him down beneath him, and kissed his lips. Lu Si felt the weight pressing onto him, gently pushed Su Jin's head away, and turned his face aside. Su Jin, stop fooling around. Su Jin let go reluctantly, stood up, and sat on the other side of the bed. Lu Si took a breath. After hesitating for a moment, he reached out and grabbed Su Jin's arm, sitting up as he asked, "Where did you go just now?" "Just walked around outside for a while," Su Jin said. "Oh." Lu Si replied softly. "I'm hungry." Lu Si pulled out a corn sausage and handed it to him. Su Jin didn't move. His eyes continued scanning over Lu Si's body as he said, "I want to eat you." "Lu Si, if I stay silent, let's see how far you'll take this." "Just kidding." Seeing Lu Si's dazed expression, Su Jin found it incredibly adorable and finally took the sausage from the boy's hand. "By the way, how long are we staying at Bright Base?" Lu Si asked. 3 days. Su Jin answered, then added, "Even though this base seems safe on the surface, it's actually quite chaotic. If I'm not with you, don't leave this room alone for these 3 days, stay here quietly." "Huh, so what you're saying is you'll be going out by yourself?" "Yes, probably gone all day tomorrow, won't be back until evening." "Can't I come with you?" Lu Si asked. Su Jin reached up, stroked Lu Si's hair, and ruffled it gently. Facing the hopeful look in the boy's eyes, he coldly refused, "No." "Oh." Lu Si lowered his gaze, looking somewhat dejected. Su Jin couldn't bear seeing him like this, so he added, "It's genuinely dangerous. Don't even think about sneaking off. If I come back and find you're not in the room, on the last night, don't expect to get out of bed at all." I wouldn't dare leave. There's only one room key anyway." Lu Si was frightened by Su Jin's last sentence. Outwardly, he nodded in agreement, but inwardly, something stirred. He wanted to try breaking the rules. Su Jin watched the subtle shift in the boy's expression and slightly curled the corner of his lips. How amusing. Though they sat together, both drifted into their own thoughts. Until Su Jin caught a strange smell and asked, "Did you cook something?" "Yeah." "Ah. My porridge." Lu Si snapped back to reality and rushed toward the tiny kitchen. He lifted the pot lid, a burnt stench rose instantly. The bottom layer had stuck and burned, but the top part was still edible. From his storage space, he pulled out 2 large enameled mugs, each holding 16 centimeters in capacity, and poured the porridge inside, filling them to the brim. He added 2 servings along with a can of minced meat, then brought them out, handing 1 mug to Su Jin. "Su Gu, give it a try. Why not call me Su Jin anymore?" Su Jin took the cup and asked. Lu Si chuckled awkwardly. "Calling you Su Gu just rolls off the tongue easier." Su Jin stared at him and said, "Isn't calling me husband even smoother?" Chapter 95, Light Base 10. Upon hearing that, Lu Si immediately stood up and exclaimed, "Su Jin, don't push your luck." Yet his ears gradually turned red. Damn it, why has Su Jin become so slick with his words lately? There's no way he could ever say the word husband, especially not to another man. Sure, they had already crossed that line, but calling a guy husband? No way. Never in this lifetime. "I'm actually looking forward to the day you call me that, wife," Su Jin said, the last 2 words dripping with desire as he fixed his gaze directly on Lu Si. Lu Si quickly backed away, his expression twisted. You just eat here slowly. I'll go eat in the kitchen." With that, he rushed into the small kitchen and shut the little door behind him, making sure to keep Su-jin out. Once the door closed and blocked the view, Su-jin's previously smiling face instantly turned cold. The porcelain cup in his hand emitted a rich aroma of meat. He took out a spoon and scooped some. The taste wasn't bad at all. But if Lu-si kept being this afraid of him, things wouldn't work out in the long run. Su-jin stared at the tightly shut door, eyes narrowing slightly. Then came a soft click. Lu-si poked his head out from the kitchen, dark eyes staring straight at Su-jin. "Su-gu, you should eat more if you want to have strength for big deeds," he said, pausing briefly before adding, "It wouldn't be good if you were physically weak, right?" Hearing that, Su-jin curled his lips into a smirk, put down his cup, and beckoned, "Come here." No way was Lu-si falling for that. "Finish your cup first, then I'll come over." Su-jin stood up and walked toward him. "Then I'll come to you myself." Seeing him approaching, Lu-si quickly shut the door and locked it, then fell silent. Leaning against the door to confirm there was no movement outside, he finally let out a breath of relief. Picking up his own meal, he began eating while muttering inwardly, what he said was true, so why did it make him angry? Well, yesterday's experience had been pretty good, but he still needed to think long-term. Ugh. Why was he even thinking like this? Shaking his head to clear his thoughts, Lu-si straightened his posture and continued eating porridge, all the while cautiously listening for any sound beyond the door. After finishing every last drop of porridge, there was still no noise. Assuming Su-jin had left, Lu-si washed his porcelain cup, stored it in his space, and carefully opened the door. But before it was fully open, a leg slipped through, blocking the gap, pushing the door wide open, and there stood Su-jin in front of him. Startled, Lu-si scrambled backward until he hit the countertop. Su-jin effortlessly pulled him close, trapping him in his arms, then lowered his head to gently kiss the youth's forehead. "Full yet?" "No," Lu-si lied. "Tisk." Su-jin clearly didn't believe him. "Since you're full, it's my turn to eat now, let me give you a first-hand experience of whether I'm physically weak or not." Wait, Su-gu, what I meant earlier wasn't, MMPH. Before Lu-si could explain, his mouth was silenced. His hands were seized, then entwined, fingers tightly interlocked. And thus, throughout that bright morning, the room echoed with sounds that would make anyone blush. Outside. A group of ordinary people gathered around a villa, some holding stones, others wielding a large knife. Their clothes and faces were filthy, swarmed by flies buzzing around them constantly. One man at the forefront shouted aggressively, "We demand to see the commander. We want justice." The soldiers guarding the villa raised their guns at these reckless individuals. The squad leader in charge stepped out. Catching the stench emanating from the man, he immediately lifted his weapon, glaring harshly at the troublemakers. "What do you think you're doing? Do you really think the commander is someone you can just demand to see? What are we doing? Ha, don't you already know?" The man sneered, one hand on his hip. "Spit it out quickly if you've got anything to say." Chapter 96 Light Base 11. The squad leader clearly looked somewhat impatient. "We want water. Why can't ordinary people have access to water? Thousands of us are crammed around a single faucet, and even then the water gets cut off every day. We demand to speak with your leadership about this, we're demanding justice for ordinary people." The man argued fiercely. "The base is suffering from severe water shortages. What do you expect us to do? Just being able to provide you with free food every day is already an enormous act of kindness. Now you want to disturb our leadership over this? Are you all just full of idle energy?" As the squad leader spoke, his eyes grew increasingly filled with contempt. "There are too many people, can't you just give us a few more faucets? Is that really so difficult?" The man retorted, confident in his reasoning. He was determined. "If you don't solve this problem for us, we'll just stay right here and not leave." This gave the squad leader a headache. "Can't you figure out something with just one faucet? But what about when the water cuts off completely? Today, we demand an explanation." These people were stubborn. At that moment, behind the crowd of ordinary civilians, a black Rolls-Royce Phantom approached, followed by several BMWs. "There's a mob of refugees blocking the way, Mr. Ma. Are you still going out?" the driver asked. The middle-aged man sitting in the back seat peered outside through the window and replied calmly, "Of course. After all, refugees are still human beings." "Yes, sir." As a subordinate opened the door, the middle-aged man stepped out. He had slicked back hair and a slight paunch, giving off an air of calm authority. Frowning slightly, he observed the scene before him. "What's going on here?" The squad leader had already noticed the car earlier. "Move aside. We're trying to do our job." As he spoke, he pointed his gun directly at the hard-looking man's forehead. Other soldiers aimed their weapons at the rest of the civilians. "Boss." The man hadn't come to die, he raised his hand immediately. "Clear a path." The other civilians quickly parted ways down the middle. This allowed the squad leader to pass through. Approaching the middle-aged man, he bowed slightly and said, "Hello, Mr. Ma." Mr. Ma nodded in return. "Tell me what's happening now." "It's like this." After listening, Mr. Ma frowned. This issue indeed needs to be resolved. The squad leader glanced cautiously at the fierce group of ordinary people, then added hesitantly, but headquarters hasn't approved anything yet. Seeing how subservient the squad leader was, the man realized Mr. Ma was someone important. He gestured discreetly to his companions. Immediately, they surrounded both the man and the vehicles. Even that bastard just admitted it, we just want an answer. The bodyguards protecting Mr. Ma raised their guns and prepared to attack. Unfazed by the intimidating formation, Mr. Ma remained calm. Here's what I'll do, I'll go speak with the commander-in-chief myself. But please, don't block the way like this anymore. The old man is extremely busy. Fine. If this matter gets resolved, we'll leave. But if nothing's changed in 3 days, don't blame us for coming back to disturb you again. Don't worry. You'll definitely get your answer. Mr. Ma expressed his understanding. Good. We're leaving. The man agreed readily, leading his gang away quickly, almost running, afraid one stray bullet might end them. Once the ordinary people had dispersed, Mr. Ma asked, is the old gentleman inside? He is. It's just that right now, he's. The squad leader hesitated before answering, his expression clearly troubled. A seasoned man of the world, Mr. Ma instantly grasped the implication. He nodded. I see. I came too early. I'll come back later. But what should we do about that incident just now? The squad leader asked urgently as Mr. Ma turned to leave. Mr. Ma paused briefly, then motioned to his assistant nearby. The assistant promptly stepped forward. Mr. Huang, do you have any instructions? Assistant Huang, assist the squad leader. Handle this matter together. Understood. Though both harbored reservations, neither dared voice them openly. This Mr. Ma was the second most powerful person in the base, someone even the commander-in-chief treated with caution. As subordinates, how could they possibly defy him? Only after the car drove away did silence return. The squad leader began to reveal his true feelings, muttering curses, damn it, expecting us to set up more free water stations for these lazy freeloaders is nothing short of delusional. Assistant Huang stroked his chin in agreement. Exactly. Even the areas designated for evolved humans are now facing water shortages. Cursing aside, the issue still needed resolving. The squad leader turned to the clever assistant Huang and asked, so what should we do about this now? Let me think. After a moment of contemplation, assistant Huang suddenly slapped his palm against his fist, as if struck by inspiration. Isn't there a large body of water behind the base? We could pump water from there and supply it to the ordinary people. The squad leader nodded at first, then hesitated. But, there's something in that lake. Don't worry. We can purify the lake water with a few additives. Anyway, we don't have any other choice now. What about the evolved humans? We'll assign a team to extract groundwater. The feng shui here is decent, the underground water resources should be abundant. And if that fails, aren't there water manipulating evolved humans? You're right. Right now, this is all we can do. A black Rolls-Royce Phantom drove steadily down the road. In the back seat, Boss Ma sat with his eyes closed, seemingly dozing off, fingers idly turning a string of Buddhist prayer beads. He spoke softly, how's the construction of the new base coming along? The man sitting in the front passenger seat held a file in hand and turned slightly toward the back. Still under construction. It will take some time before it's completed. Silence filled the car for a while. Only the low murmur of the boss reached the air, I wonder how my third brother's lost son is doing now. With you caring so much for ordinary people, I'm sure the young master will be safe and sound. I hope so. Now, the benefits of having a healing type ability became apparent for Su Jin. Lu Si was in pain, Su Jin healed him, then continued on. Until the afternoon, sounds that made one blush continued to echo from inside the room. Afterward, Su Jin pulled the other into his arms and whispered, I really like you. The other remained with eyes shut, only his eyelashes quivered slightly. Whether he was truly asleep or merely pretending, no one could tell. Chapter 97, Light Base 12. After seeing that Lu Si had fallen asleep, Su Jin cleaned Thup and dressed him. The room was filled with the scent of styrax flowers. He frowned, then walked to the window, pulled open the curtains, and pushed the window wide. Fresh air from outside rushed in immediately, washing away the heavy styrax fragrance indoors and bringing a hint of crisp clarity. It was nearly dusk now, after an entire day spent in daze and haze. The light had softened just enough, no longer intense, its dimness perfect so as not to disturb the sleeper on the bed. Su Jin stood quietly by the window for a while, his expression calm and blank, then turned and headed into the bathroom, where the sound of dripping water soon echoed out. He emerged shortly after, completely changed into fresh clothes, sat down beside the bed, gently stroked the sleeping boy's face, leaned down to kiss him softly, nuzzling slightly. Then, with reluctance, he let go, put on an outer jacket, slipped into his shoes, and walked out. The door clicked shut behind him. The one who had seemed deeply asleep instantly snapped his eyes open. Seeing no one in the room, Lu Si patted his chest. Damn it, that scared him half to death. Faking sleep was tough work. He raised a finger to his lips, there was still the lingering trace of that man's touch, a faint coolness remaining. Lu Si lay there a moment, then tried to get up. The first attempt failed. The second time, he slowly pushed himself upright with his arms. After such chaos all day, his heart was still racing. Sure, Su Jin had healing abilities, but going at it non-stop all day, who could handle that? Damn it, tonight he'd go out and check out this first light base. He stepped off the bed, but as both feet touched the floor, his legs wobbled and his backside dropped straight back onto the mattress. He sat there stunned for a second. Looking around at the messy room and the faint remnant styrax smell that hadn't fully dissipated, Lu Si silently crawled back into bed. Better stay here and play corpse for now. Whatever needed doing could wait till tomorrow. But he didn't fall asleep. Instead, he pulled out a pack of biscuits from his space, drank a bottle of water to fill his stomach. Finally, he took out the crystal cores Su Jin had given him, one small, smooth green orb. Before, he'd absorbed them one at a time. But if he took two at once, he could gain power from both abilities simultaneously. Gu Zi and the others had tried absorbing two together, dual-element abilities were rare in the original text. He wasn't sure what would happen to other side characters if they tried it, might they explode? Damn it, side character. Thinking about it made Lu Si uneasy. He placed both crystal cores into his palm and clenched his fist tightly, whispering inwardly, *, even a side character wants to grow strong, *. Ever since acquiring dual-element ability, Lu Si's mindset had shifted. He knew he wasn't a natural leader, but as long as he stayed with Su Jin, sharing even a small piece of that strength would be enough. As he gripped the cores, their energy began flowing steadily into his body. In his left hand were two green crystal cores. With his right, he pulled out one of the small pieces Su Jin had sliced earlier, from that zombie. That thing had been so fierce, so its core must be powerful. He was going to try 3 cores at once. Lu Si closed his eyes, legs spread apart. Within moments, he felt heat churning violently inside him. When he opened his eyes again, everything was pitch black. He turned on his flashlight. The beam revealed the same familiar surroundings, it wasn't blindness. Night had fully fallen, and the scent within the room had vanished. Lu Si flexed his shins, the bones and joints cracked audibly. Strength surged through his body. Sweat soaked through his shirt, leaving it sticky and damp. His mouth and throat felt painfully dry. Only after gulping down another bottle of water did the thirst subside. He stepped off the bed, lifted his head to gaze at the sky outside, utterly dark and void. He drew the curtains shut, flicked on the lights, then entered the bathroom to scrub himself clean. Too fragrant. Better wash it all off. Chapter 98, Bright Base 13. As soon as Lu Si entered, he saw clothes on Su Jin that he had never seen him wear before. He'd had suspicions in the past, but hadn't expected them to be confirmed like this. Lowering his eyes, he stood still for a moment, picked up Su Jin's clothes, and then tossed them back. No matter what, there wasn't much he could say. Unless Su Jin admitted it himself, he wouldn't ask, this was personal. He should have realized it from the beginning. Damn it, the author screwed him over, creating this misconception. Now that he thought about it, the other party had initially been attracted to his face alone. Lu Si touched his chin thoughtfully, silently musing, I must be pretty handsome. Well, if Su Jin wasn't straight, so be it. At least looking at Su Jin's face was pleasing. Right now, they were probably just fuck buddies, which wasn't bad at all. If Su Jin wanted him, he enjoyed it too. For now, they could make do. Maybe after some time, Su Jin would grow tired of it. Yet the idea of Su Jin being with some other boy later on stirred an inexplicable unpleasantness inside him. Probably just overthinking. Lu Si shook his head, turned on the shower, and found not a single drop of water came out. Cursing under his breath, he pulled water from his space and rinsed himself off. After washing up, he walked out of the bathroom. Seeing the messy room, he hesitated for a moment before tidying it up simply, placing the half-finished congee Su Jin had left into the pot to reheat, and finally drinking it all. Couldn't waste food. Once full and satisfied, Lu Si began doing the 8th set of radio calisthenics. Indoor exercise had to keep up. He bounced around for a while. Immediately, loud shouting rose from downstairs, hey, upstairs. Exercise has limits, you know. It's late, don't disturb our rest. The voice boomed. Lu Si's first thought was, is the sound insulation in this apartment building really this terrible? Then, could they have heard the noises from when he and Su Jin were fooling around? After apologizing to the person downstairs, he finally settled quietly onto the bed. Brilliant white light flooded the room. Lu Si sat cross-legged on the bed, staring at the tightly closed door. After pondering for a moment, he mentally recited something, and a stack of paper appeared in his hand. The first page bore enlarged black letters, Personal Research and Investigation Manual, which he'd collected from that lab in Jingyang District. Back then, Su Jin had almost seen it, but luckily, he acted quickly and slipped one copy into his space. With such a curiosity-inducing topic as corpse or human body experiments resulting in mutated creatures, how could he not have kept one for himself? Staring at the slightly dusty cover, his eyes shone with the light of discovery. Filled with excitement, he slowly reached to flip open the first page, just as a sharp beep came from the door. He immediately scrambled, stashing everything back into his space, pulling the blanket over himself, and shutting his eyes tight. Muttering a curse in his mind, how come Su-jin came back so quickly? Su-jin pushed open the door, stepped in, saw the brightly lit room, and noticed the person on the bed apparently asleep. A slight smile tugged at his lips as he closed the door. He took off his coat and headed toward the bed. Before he even lowered himself onto the sleeping figure, Lu-si opened his eyes, fatigue flickering in his gaze, feigning ignorance as he spoke. "Brother Su, you're back." Su-jin stroked Lu-si's face, quickly sensing something amiss. "Why does your skin feel smoother than before?" "Huh?" Lu-si rubbed his own skin in confusion, then paused. He really was smoother than earlier. Did that crystal core have this kind of function? "Your eyes are even more beautiful than before," Su-jin said, gazing directly into Lu-si's eyes. Really?" Lu-si felt uneasy and averted his gaze. The crystal core he'd used was one Su-jin had obtained by killing zombies, different from the ones he'd earned himself. "How many crystal cores have you absorbed altogether?" Chapter 99 Light Base 14. Lu-si. Had he been found out? Seeing that he didn't speak, seeing the guilty look on his face, Su-jin gently ruffled the youth's hair and said in a calm, indifferent tone, "Do you know what happens when you absorb several cores at once? Your body can't handle it, you could explode. Are you trying to get yourself killed?" Damn, even this Su-jin knew about. Lu-si lowered his gaze, his voice slightly defiant. "It's just faster this way." Su-jin sat by the bed and pulled him into his arms, whispering softly, "What would I do if something actually happened to you?" Lu-si pushed him away. "If something really did happen to me, Su-ji, you could just go find another handsome young guy like me. You've got no shortage of charm, after all." Hearing that, Su-jin's eyes darkened. "So you're saying we're continuing tonight?" "No." Lu-si answered sharply. The two fell silent for a while. Lu-si pulled the blanket over himself, covering his head as he mumbled, Su-ji, I'm going to sleep now." The person outside the blanket didn't respond. Buried completely under the covers, Lu-si began to feel short of breath. After waiting a moment with no movement from Su-jin, he cautiously peeked out, only to find himself staring directly into the man's eyes. He jolted upright, nearly swearing aloud. Su-jin heard it and frowned. He didn't say anything, but his displeasure was palpable. Lu-si asked timidly, "Su-ji, why didn't you say anything?" Su-jin nodded, his expression returning to normal, then randomly remarked, "I was too absorbed watching you." Really?" Ugh, his dear Su-ji was getting less and less proper. They stared at each other wordlessly. "Hold on." Su-jin looked up, took off his shoes, slipped on slippers, and walked into the bathroom. As Lu-si watched the bathroom door, Su-jin suddenly poked his head out and looked at him. "There's no water left." "Oh, right, I'll give you some right away." Lu-si nodded, pulled back the blanket, got off the bed, and headed toward the bathroom. Lu-si drew a bucket of water from his space and handed it to Su-jin. As soon as the man took it, he immediately let go and dashed back to the bed, afraid the other might drag him into the bathroom to bathe together. Watching the swift little figure, a faint smile flickered in Su-jin's eyes. Then came the sound of running water. Su-jin really loved being clean. It would be great if they could find a companion with water element abilities later. Though there were other ways to produce water, having an actual water-type ability user meant unlimited supply whenever needed. It'd be even better if this world had something like spirit stones or spatial springs. But that was just wishful thinking. Lu-si clicked his tongue, shaking his head slightly in regret. It wasn't long before Su-jin came out. He climbed onto the bed and without a word wrapped his arms around Lu-si like a body pillow. "Now that your spatial ability has leveled up, any changes?" "Tell me about it," Su-jin asked. Only now did Lu-si remember he even had a spatial ability. Just moments ago, he'd been entirely focused on his strength-based powers, feeling brimming with energy and vitality. He tried to examine his spatial ability, and the moment he did, he froze in shock. It used to be a cube confined by boundaries in all directions, up, down, front, back, left, and right. Now one side had vanished, leaving behind only a grayish haze, while the other 5 sides were still framed by white lines. The supplies he'd stored remained exactly where they'd always been, unmoving. If the limiting surfaces kept disappearing, just how vast would this space become? Lu-si fell into deep thought. He couldn't quite recall if the original novel had ever described such a detail. Novels couldn't possibly cover every single aspect. Su-jin snapped him back. "Felt something?" he asked. Though reluctant to tell Su-jin, Lu-si knew this man understood him best. With slight reluctance, he admitted, one side of the space turned gray. After hearing his description, Su-jin paused for a second, then said, good. He hadn't expected absorbing dual cores would result in this. "Will there be any problems?" Lu-si asked uneasily. "No. You'll understand in time. But from now on, try not to absorb multiple cores again," Su-jin warned. Okay, Lu Si nodded, though in reality, he had absorbed 3 at once. Go to sleep. Don't overthink it, Su Jin whispered. Clearly, he didn't want to tell Lu Si too much for now. Okay. Good night, Su Ji. Good night. Chapter 100 Guangming Base 15. After Lu Si finally drifted into deep sleep, Su Jin held the person in his arms, feeling the warmth of his body, staring blankly at the glowing light bulb above. Nighttime. A small minivan sped past, leaving behind a trail of fast-moving, white-glowing monsters sprinting relentlessly in pursuit. The driver caught sight of them through the rearview mirror and immediately cursed aloud, shouting obscenities before slamming the accelerator, racing faster toward the distant glow ahead. With a whoosh, the van vanished like an afterimage. The undead behind gradually slowed, then scattered around in all directions. Once the vehicle entered the so-called safe zone and confirmed no more zombies were following, they collectively exhaled in relief, finally safe. Let's find a place to rest for now. They looked out from inside the car at this eerily quiet area. Only dim lights flickered along the roads, the high-rise buildings stood pitch black, as if no one lived here, unsettling and chilling. Hey second brother, did we come to the right place? This is the Southern District. Still some distance to the base. But it feels way too quiet. Hearing that, the man glanced outside again at the silent darkness surrounding them. Damn it, stop being so jumpy. He turned to the woman sitting in the front passenger seat. Boss, should we get out? The woman briefly looked outside, closed her eyes, and just as quickly snapped them open, her voice suddenly laced with panic, keep driving straight to the base. Oh, right. The man floored the gas pedal, rushing forward down the road once more. Tap. Tap. A knocking sound came from the window. The 3 people sitting in the back instantly tensed, alert. There's something on our car, watch out. Before the woman could finish, bang. The rear window shattered. A hand reached in from outside, clawing into the vehicle. Ah. A tragic scream pierced through the silent zone. What lurked within those dark houses? Wandering zombies nearby, upon hearing a certain signal, abruptly stopped moving, all lifting their heads simultaneously to stare at the sky with blank white eyes, momentarily confused, then resumed their endless search for food. Hungry, 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 hungry. By the lakeside, several volunteers were assembling parts, constructing a large-scale water supply machine, connecting pipes into the system. Under the dim, glaring lamps illuminating the night, one man wiped sweat off his face, exhausted. His gaze wandered to the lake nearby, he gulped. Seeing his partner still laboring hard, he leaned over and slapped the other's shoulder. After we finish this, wanna go wash up? He gestured with his elbow toward the lake behind them. Upon hearing that, his companion instinctively looked over, grimacing at the stench of his own sweat. But I heard someone drowned in that lake before. So what? We'll just wash by the shore. Won't go in deep. Still, the temptation proved too great. After a pause, he nodded. Fine. Once the others had left, the lamp that had lit the area was extinguished, plunging everything into total darkness. The 2 men slipped away from the soldiers' line of sight, sneaking to the lakeside behind the machine, using it as cover. They pulled off their pants and slowly stepped into the water. The coolness soaked into their skin, evoking an involuntary sigh of comfort. One of them dove fully beneath the surface, and never resurfaced. The other swam around for a moment, then suddenly felt a hand clamp onto his ankle, then let go just as fast. Thinking it was a prank by his friend, he shouted a curse and kicked toward the spot, but heard no response. Then he felt it, a presence behind him. He turned his head. Chapter 101 Light Base 16. In a moment, before the man could even scream, a tentacle pierced straight through his throat, then coiled tightly around its prey and dragged it beneath the water. Beside the machine was a small lamp, clearly illuminating the blood seeping across the lake's surface, only for it to be quickly absorbed by a dark mass, vanishing without a trace. The next morning, when Lu Si woke up, Su Jin was no longer in bed. Recalling what the man had said yesterday, he guessed that Su Jin had probably already left. He quickly got up, dressed himself, put on his shoes, washed his face in the bathroom, then stepped out. Finally, he slung a backpack over his shoulder, reached for the door handle, paused briefly, put on a mask, adjusted his bangs to partially cover his eyes, then tousled his hair until it looked deliberately messy. Su Jin told him not to go out, but how could he possibly listen? He had to go out. As long as he came back early, everything would be fine. With this thought, Lu Si felt increasingly justified. Opening the door and stepping out, he had just entered the elevator when a group of people walked in right behind him. Lu Si glanced up briefly, then lowered his head, thinking to himself, encountered these 4 again. The elevator was rather small. After 5 people got in, several more squeezed in afterward. Lu Si subtly shifted toward the corner. Where are we heading today? Wen Yang spoke up. To the lakeside area, Li Shu replied. A soft ding. First floor. After they exited, Lu Si finally stepped out too, breathing inwardly in relief. He didn't want any trouble. But, the lakeside? Could it be that lake? Coincidentally, that's exactly where he'd been planning to go. Walking further away. Tang An turned his head slightly and noticed someone walking the same path behind them. Staring at the figure for a while, he said, that person's silhouette looks somewhat familiar. That's probably Su Yi's underling, Wen Yang remarked. Since there was a registration form, they naturally knew the names of both individuals. Why aren't those two sticking together? And look at him, sneaking off all alone like that, Li Li, he mused, her curiosity piqued. Who knows, Li Shu added, glancing back a few times, but the figure was already gone. Let's go. Yeah. Wen Yang looked at Li Shu with a faint tenderness in his eyes, but quickly lowered his gaze, concealing it as he followed after her. After leaving the residential zone, Lu Si casually turned into a narrow alley, a dagger held in his hand. Though he shared the same destination, he wasn't intending to tail the villain group, he hadn't forgotten his own purpose. Taking side alleys helped avoid crowds, but he hadn't expected to run into this kind of situation. MMP, let me go. Damn. A man's voice. Lu Si froze, listening from behind the wall corner. This path won't work, need to take another. Just as he was about to turn back, someone suddenly dashed in front of him. They stared blankly at each other. It was Ma Qingye, someone he'd only recently met. But the upper half of his clothes were torn, revealing pale skin, and his face carried a flushed tint. The man behind him quickly approached and grabbed hold of Ma Qingye, a man who looked surprisingly well-mannered. Wasn't he supposed to be Ma Qingye's friend earlier? The man cursed under his breath. Help, Ma Qingye hadn't even finished speaking when the man clamped a hand over his mouth from behind. You refuse to give it to me. Today you will. Little slut. As he spoke, the man lifted his gaze toward Lu Si, eyes narrowing slightly as he scanned him up and down. Not bad looking, he thought, but then snapped, what the hell are you staring at? Get lost. With that, he dragged Ma Qingye back toward the spot they came from. MMPH. Lu Si stood frozen, weighing whether or not he should intervene. The man had Ma Qingye pinned against the wall, staring at him with hunger. He desired this person for far too long. Chapter 102, Light Base 17. When the man tried to move closer, a sharp pain struck the back of his neck. He stiffly turned his head toward the person behind him. Lu Si held a stick in hand and glanced at him coolly. Oh, you're still conscious. Without any effort, he struck again. The man collapsed directly onto Ma Qingye. Could you help me push him off? Ma Qingye asked the masked teenager hesitantly. Lu Si looked him over, noting how red-faced the boy was, soft-looking and delicate. Any guy seeing such a scene would struggle to hold back. Don't you have an ability? Can't you just use vines to pull this guy away? Oh right. But I've been drugged. I can't summon any strength now. After a pause, he studied Lu Si curiously. Your voice sounds familiar. Are you, Brother Lu? Although Ma Qingye was actually older than Lu Si by quite a bit, Lu Si had no intention of admitting that. He'd previously lied about being a year older, so now Ma Qingye called him Brother Lu. Frankly, hearing someone address him as Brother Lu made Lu Si feel strangely pleased. So this is what it feels like to be called Big Brother. Seeing Lu Si didn't deny it, Ma Qingye relaxed slightly. At least he'd run into someone familiar. Lu Si kicked the man off Ma Qingye and pulled the younger man up. Looking at his soft frame, he asked, what are you going to do now? Just help me over to that corner for now. Wait until the drug wears off. Ma Qingye pointed toward a cleaner spot nearby. Lu Si helped him walk over. Leaning against the wall, Ma Qingye caught his breath, then glanced at the fully gear-clad figure beside him. Where's your partner? Huh? You know, that guy who was with you. Oh. Lu Si clearly didn't want to elaborate. After a silence, Ma Qingye murmured weakly, got any water? Lu Si handed him a bottle. Ma Qingye stared at the white cap. Brother Lu. Could you help me open it? I can't twist it. Lu Si. After drinking several gulps, Ma Qingye finally regained his composure. That guy, isn't he your friend? Why were they getting intimate out here? Lu Si asked. Ma Qingye gave a bitter smile. He is my friend. Just never thought he'd have such intentions. Sorry, you must be laughing at me. Then he added softly, but I'm glad I ran into you. Yeah. Quite a coincidence. Lu Si was amazed too, he'd just picked a random alley. Since you're okay now, take care. I'm leaving. Unwilling to linger, Lu Si turned to go. Brother Lu. Ma Qingye called after him. I won't help or save anyone. Lu Si replied bluntly. He himself only survived by sticking close to Su Jin, and this guy clearly seemed like dead weight. Oh. Thanks anyway. Ma Qingye watched the other's resolute retreating back disappear, sighed quietly to himself, and screwed the cap back on the half-empty bottle. After resting a while, he pushed himself up from the wall. Looking down at the unconscious man on the ground, his expression turned complex, then he walked away. Moments later, a vine crept out from the darkness and stabbed into the body lying on the ground. The man let out a gurgle, then went still, dead. Lu Si emerged from another narrow alley, scanning this area cautiously. He noticed the base's sections were fairly well defined, but the more civilian-populated zones were heavily guarded by soldiers. Gunfire crackled nearby. This made sense. Ordinary people, once scratched by zombies, might either turn into zombies themselves or awaken as metahumans. Because he was far from the protagonists, various bugs and anomalies began appearing everywhere. Unpredictable things happened constantly. That's where the real thrill lay. After a quick survey of this district, he moved on to another. When he took a back path and encountered a classic post-apocalyptic scene, he didn't hesitate, he just walked straight past. But then he crashed into a wall of flesh. Someone wrapped their arms around him. A dagger instantly appeared in Lu Si's hand, aiming straight for the attacker. The man caught his wrist and chuckled softly. So aggressive? Don't even check who it is. Hearing that voice, Lu Si's heart dropped. Two words flashed through his mind. Damn it. Chapter 103 Guangming Base 18. It was Su Jin. Lu Si immediately lowered his gaze, sheathed the dagger, and kept his voice low. Sorry, you've got the wrong person. Fortunately, he'd worn a mask beforehand. He pushed Su Jin away, creating some distance between them, intending to slip off quietly. But Su Jin reached out, grabbed him, and pulled him into his arms, then lowered his head to sniff at the boy's neck. You're already marked with my scent, how could I not recognize you? You're mistaken. Let me go, or don't blame me for being rude. As long as he denied it outright, Su Jin couldn't force him, could he? Tisk. Su Jin clicked his tongue, one arm firmly wrapped around the youth's slender waist. Do I need to prove it? There's a mole on your waist. Stop. Lu Si clamped a hand over the man's mouth, dropping the pretense entirely. Big brother Su, I was wrong. Humph. An apology is enough. Su Jin, now satisfied with his admission, removed the boy's mask to see his face clearly. His tone carried clear dissatisfaction. But I can't just stay cooped up in the room forever. It's your fault for not taking me out, Lu Si shot back, shifting the blame onto Su Jin. Who's there? The voice from inside, interrupted mid-act, was furious now, shouting directly toward where they stood. Then came a woman's soft whispering. Su Jin looked at Lu Si, a faint smirk playing on his lips as he murmured, so this is your little fetish, huh? His tone was neutral, unreadable, yet clearly setting a bad precedent. Head bowed, Lu Si didn't dare meet his eyes, stubbornly insisting, I'm not. I didn't. Su Jin pressed him against the wall beside them, tilting his chin up so their eyes met. The boys widened with shock. With Su Jin's face suddenly so close, Lu Si instinctively squeezed his eyes shut. But the expected advance didn't come. He opened his eyes, staring at Su Jin in mild confusion. Su Jin gave his lips a teasing press with his thumb, then released him. I'll deal with you properly later. With that, he let go of Lu Si, grabbed his hand, and led him out of the alley. Lu Si followed closely behind, still flustered by what had just happened. Why did he close his eyes? Did he actually expect it? Su Jin pulled him back toward their apartment building. The man remained silent along the way. Unable to bear it any longer, Lu Si asked. Big brother Su, how did you recognize me? Su Jin paused briefly before answering, I saw you lurking around suspiciously at the square. But I was wearing a mask, how could you possibly know it was me? Lu Si sounded genuinely astonished. Is recognizing you really that hard? Su Jin replied curtly. Lu Si lowered his head, asking further. He'd spent nearly half the morning wandering around the base today, originally planning to head over to the lakeside area, but hadn't expected Su Jin to spot him. Well, no chance of sneaking out again this afternoon. What were you even doing outside? Su Jin asked. Lu Si mumbled an excuse, looking for someone. Didn't you say you have no parents, no family? The man remarked coolly. Lu Si fell silent, sheepish. Back in the room, the door shut tight. Su Jin immediately pinned him against the wall, kissing him fiercely as he tore the boy's clothes off. Big brother Su, slow down. The boy's pale face flushed deep red, clearly nervous. In response, all he earned was another irritated click of the man's tongue. Chapter 104 Light Base 19. After fooling around the entire afternoon, Lu Si's body ached all over, but then again, Su Jin had healing abilities. Lu Si said he could still get up. Though the painful areas had been healed, certain lingering sensations were intentionally left untouched by the other man. The room was once again filled with the scent of stonecrop flowers. Smelling it, Lu Si blushed deeply, lying flat on the clean bed like a salted fish, staring blankly at the ceiling. Water trickled from the bathroom. Click. The door opened. He turned his head to see Su Jin stepping out. Earlier, this man had dressed Lu Si first, carried him onto the bed, and only then gone to shower himself. Needless to say, there was a lot involved when you were on top. Su Jin walked over to the bed, damp hair still being rubbed by his hand. How's your body feeling? Barely able to get up, Lu Si grinned, enunciating each word clearly, as if afraid Su Jin wouldn't hear. Su Jin nodded. His hand moved to Lu Si's pale legs. Lu Si thought this dog of a man was about to start again, almost drew his knife and decided to fight to the death. But instead, the man simply kneaded his leg gently. Does that feel good? Caught off guard, Lu Si stammered, still, okay. Reading his mind, Su Jin's lips curled slightly. Relax. I don't resort to desperate measures just because I'm hungry. Hearing that, Lu Si immediately bristled. Su Jin, stop joking around. His voice cracked mid-sentence. Everyone knew that term, boyfriend, was embarrassing as hell. How could this guy say it so effortlessly? Not joking, Su Jin replied calmly, deciding not to tease further. As he massaged Lu Si, he also used his ability to heal the boy's sore spots. Honestly, having healing powers really was convenient. Lu Si ate 2 bread rolls and half a bottle of water, finally regaining a bit of strength. He climbed off the bed and tried taking a few steps. Still walkable, definitely not as bad as yesterday. He looked up at Su Jin, who was already seated on the sofa. Su Jin, next time, can we do it every 3 days? Depends on my mood. Su Jin glanced over, speaking indifferently. Ugh. Lu Si almost wanted to smash him with a hammer, but a half acceptance was still an acceptance. Su Jin stood up, walked to the window, pulled open the curtains, and gazed at the gradually darkening sky. Calmly, he said, we won't wait until tomorrow. We're leaving tonight. Lu Si stepped closer. Aren't we going to look for the lab? There's no lab in this base. Su Jin's eyes showed not a trace of emotion. Hearing that, Lu Si realized this man must have already searched for the base's secret areas on his own. The curtains were wide open, Lu Si followed his gaze outside. Then where are we headed? Su Jin placed a hand on Lu Si's shoulder, pulling him close, then looked seriously toward another city across the lake. To K City. K City, a place bordering W City. Was there a lab there too? Lu Si stared at the man beside him, studying his profile, lost in thought. Spacing out? You're not bad looking either, Su Jin murmured, eyes narrowed as he glanced down at Lu Si. Su Gu. You should eat something, you know. I've barely seen you eat anything substantial. Are your portions really that small? Lu Si voiced his concern. Su Jin's eyes crinkled with a faint smile. I'm already full, after eating you. Oh. Damn it, Su Jin was at it again. In the end, Su Jin did listen to Lu Si and ate a few pieces of compressed biscuit. Chapter 105 Leaving Guangming Base. Before the sky darkened, the two of them finished preparing and stepped out from the apartment building. There was no procedure required for leaving, carrying nothing on their bodies, each held only a wooden stick in hand. To someone unaware, it would seem as though they were simply going out on a mission. The base had 2 entrances. Su Jin led him toward the rear exit. Although Guangming Base regularly saw people coming in from the outside, there were also those who left. These two phenomena didn't contradict one another. Su Jin knew the place even better than Lu Si did, guiding him steadily toward another exit. Along the path, scattered people passed by. When they saw Lu Si and Su Jin wearing masks, they merely shot curious glances but said nothing. Lu Gu. A soft male voice rang out. And that voice sounded familiar. Lu Si looked up ahead. Ma Qingye was running toward them, dressed in a black hoodie, his face slightly soiled, hair disheveled, appearing just like any ordinary person, unremarkable. Where are you two heading? Ma Qingye asked as he reached them, a small backpack on his back. Leaving the base. Su Jin pulled Lu Si behind him and answered. Lu Si tried to push him away but failed, resigning himself to being held. Ma Qingye watched their interaction, stunned for a moment before snapping back and nodding. I'm planning to leave too. After a pause, he turned to Lu Si. Where exactly are you going? Lu Si sensed something hidden behind the question. Why do you need to know so much? I just feel unsafe traveling alone, so I thought we could travel together. Don't worry, I can take care of myself. His voice grew dry. I just want to go home, see if my parents are still alive in Province S. Facing someone like this, Lu Si replied expressionlessly, oh. We're heading to City K. Hearing this, Ma Qingye became visibly excited. To reach Province S, I'll have to pass through City K anyway. Lu Gu, looks like we're on the same route. Don't worry, I won't slow you down, he assured them repeatedly. Lu Si hesitated, then pointed his thumb at Su Jin. Ask him whether he agrees. This. Ma Qingye cautiously turned his eyes toward Su Jin. Su Jin tightened his arm around Lu Si's shoulder, cast a cold glance at the boy, and said, fine. What? Lu Si was shocked. He was surprised. He was stunned. Su Jin actually agreed. Upon hearing that, Ma Qingye broke into a smile and let out a sigh of relief. Then thank you both. Lu Si wore a complicated expression. What did Su Jin mean by this? Actually agreeing to let this guy tag along? Could he possibly be attracted to that face? Lu Gu, why are you staring at me? Ma Qingye scratched his cheek. Lu Si turned his head away. Not looking at you. Su Jin observed the two silently, lips pressed tight, thoughts unreadable. After slipping out of the base effortlessly, they passed by the lake. Ahead, a stone bridge spanned the water, built solely for foot traffic between both sides. The bridge deck was wide, only 2 or 3 meters above the surface. Since navigation wasn't considered during construction, the bridge had been built low, just sufficient for crossing on foot. Lucy walked onto the bridge and turned to look back at the base. Not far away, machines stood beside the river with a thick metal pipe plunged deep into the water. Smaller tubes surrounded it. What they were doing wasn't hard to guess. Staring at the murky green water, occasionally struck by a foul, fishy stench rising into the air, he couldn't help wondering, was this water even clean? Aren't you coming? Su Jin's voice came. Lucy snapped back, quickening his steps toward Su Jin. Coming. Unnoticed, tiny bubbles rose and burst with faint gurgling sounds at the edge of a stone bridge where Lucy had stood moments before, then all returned to stillness. Chapter 106, A Small Place. The area on this side of the bridge was guarded by soldiers, and the zombies nearby had been mostly cleared out. As they walked toward the edge of the bridge, the sky gradually darkened with the passing of time. Lucy, Su Jin, and Ma Qingye, these three walked a long stretch until night fully fell. This area was close to mountainous regions, dotted with scattered 1- or 2-story buildings, the tallest being only 4 stories high. These structures were sparsely distributed, most built along concrete roads, while others stood along smaller side paths. Now, as dusk settled in, the surroundings grew eerily quiet. Su Ji, we need to find a place to stay for the night. Out here in this remote wilderness, once it got dark, the atmosphere became unsettlingly creepy. If several mutated zombies suddenly appeared. Su Jin acknowledged him with a single sound. I'm scared, Ma Qingye whispered softly. The other two ignored him. They continued walking down a narrow path. Eventually, they arrived at a 2-story red brick building. The wooden door of the house was half open. Shining their flashlight through the crack, they saw only pitch-black darkness inside. I'll go first. Lu Si held the flashlight in one hand and a wooden club in the other. Be careful, Lu Ji, Ma Qingye murmured from behind. When he heard Ma Qingye call Lu Si, Ji, Su Jin turned slightly and glanced over. Ma Qingye was too focused on Lu Si to notice Su Jin's gaze. Just as Lu Si approached the entrance, before he could step close, faint rustling noises came from within. A creaking sound. The door swung open. A dark shadow lunged straight at Lu Si. He swung the wooden club hard several times and delivered a strong kick. The inexperienced zombie collapsed immediately, knocked flat onto the ground. As it struggled to move again, Su Jin pierced it with his electrified blade, killing it instantly. Silence returned. After kicking the door fully open, a stench of rot filled the air. Their flashlight beams swept inside, revealing a central hall in the middle, with rooms on either side. A large patch of dried blood stained the floor. Blood splatters marked the walls, an unknowing observer might think this was a haunted house. Su Jin flipped the light switch. The bulb flickered a few times, then lit up. The layout of the space became clear. On either side of the hall, one room was a kitchen, the other a storage closet. Once they confirmed there were no immediate dangers, Lu Si relaxed slightly. Moving further in, they inspected the remaining 2 rooms. Aside from the zombie that had rushed them earlier, no others were found. Lu Si turned to Su Jin beside him. Su Ji, should we go upstairs? Wait for me. Seeing Lu Si and Su Jin head upstairs, Ma Qingye hurried after them. Su Jin frowned slightly. Stay downstairs and guard. Oh. Ma Qingye halted his steps, turning instead toward the wooden door to shut it tightly. Lu Si glanced back at Su Jin and said, I thought you'd want him to come up with us. Su Jin pulled the boy closer, wrapping an arm around his waist and gently stroking. What? Are you feeling upset? Of course Lu Si denied it. How could I be? Su Jin's expression softened, then he let go and proceeded up the stairs alone. Just a single hum. Lu Si was left confused. There were 4 rooms upstairs, 2 empty, 2 livable, plus a small bathroom. Opening the doors, they felt the stifling air inside. They cracked the windows open, letting outside air flow in to clear the stale odor. Lu Si pulled out bedding from his storage space and neatly laid it across the wooden bed. Before he could even turn around, the person behind him suddenly pushed him down. Chapter 107, A Thought. Su Jin, don't do anything reckless, Lu Si said, feeling the weight pressing down on him as he spoke. When Su Jin didn't respond and continued to pin him down, an uneasy thought surfaced in Lu Si's mind. Please don't try anything again, this afternoon's excitement hasn't even faded yet. They remained locked like that for a while. Then the man's hand gently cupped the boy's jaw. Lu Si. What is it? If I let that person join, would you be happy? Lu Si fell silent for a moment before replying, Brother Su, whatever you want to do, I won't stop you. So whether I'm happy or not doesn't matter, I know I have no say anyway. The words came out overly submissive, yet strangely heartbreaking. Su Jin was slightly moved. He sat up and pulled the younger boy onto his lap. Their bodies pressed close together, leaving Lu Si confused about what the other was thinking. Behind him, the man's voice murmured. You can stop me. If you dislike something, I won't like it either. You do have a say. He added quietly at the end, I'll listen to you. His tone was deadly serious, making Lu Si's heart skip a beat. He pushed Su Jin away abruptly and climbed off. Since everything's fine now, I'll go downstairs and call Ma Ching up. Seeing him trying to escape, Su Jin's eyes darkened, his voice turning cold. Running away? No, not running, Lu Si replied, ignoring the look in the man's eyes as he stepped toward the doorway and left without looking back. After the boy had gone, Su Jin sat there motionless for several minutes before finally rising and walking over to the window. Outside lay utter darkness, though within it glowed a few pairs of green eyes, bright, alert, watching. Upon seeing Su Jin, they instantly vanished into the shadows. He secured the front door, confirmed everything was safe, turned off the downstairs lights, and began ascending to the second floor. I'm really grateful to you both, Ma Ching said, following behind Lu Si. Yeah. But you should also take care of yourself. If you die, we can't do anything about it, Lu Si said coolly. I understand. Once upstairs, Ma Ching spotted the bathroom. I'll wash my face first. Chen. Lu Si nodded. They'd already bathed before arriving, and the walk hadn't been long, nowhere near enough to require another shower. He handed Ma Ching a bucket of water. Which room will I sleep in later? Ma Ching peeked out from the restroom, asking Lu Si. Lu Si pointed to the room across the hall. That one's available. Oh, got it. Thanks so much. You're welcome. After finishing what needed to be said, Lu Si lingered in the hallway, pacing back and forth but refusing to enter any room. When Ma Ching emerged from the bathroom, he found Lu Si still lingering nearby and asked. Brother Lu, aren't you going into your room yet? Lu Si glanced at him, wiped the dust off his face, revealing skin that was pale, soft, and faintly flushed. Hearing the question, Lu Si hesitated. I want to ask you something. Yeah. What is it? Lu Si cast a sidelong glance at the tightly closed door beside them. Let's talk somewhere else. Oh. Ma Ching nodded. His demeanor seemed gentle and agreeable, naturally putting others at ease. The two walked into another empty room. A short while later, Lu Si stepped out alone, his expression complicated. It was true that things were different with Su Jin, there were special factors involved. Now, he couldn't help wondering, was this still the original novel world? Should he find a time to join the main characters and follow the plot? And if the timeline had already collapsed, did that mean Su Jin could become powerful too, even stronger than the protagonists? After all, based on years of reading experience, the original protagonist never stood a chance against someone reborn. Chapter 108, Obey. Click. The door opened. Aren't you coming in? Su Jin's voice interrupted Lu Si's thoughts. He looked at Su Jin, whose eyes revealed a trace of impatience. Lu Si explained, I want to stand outside for a while. Su Jin beckoned him over. Come here. Lu Si pressed his lips together and spoke his mind, Brother Su, you'd better sleep alone. I'll go with Ma Ching. At that, Su Jin's expression darkened instantly, as if a storm was brewing, his voice hoarse, get over here. But you said you'd listen to me, Lu Si countered, throwing Su Jin's earlier words back at him. Su Jin. Helplessly, he rubbed his forehead, yet his tone remained firm. I can listen to you on some things, but when it comes to sleeping, you still have to obey me. Oh. Lu Si murmured. Seeing his indifferent attitude, Su Jin regretted saying those words earlier. Fine. Then go sleep with someone else. With that, Su Jin turned and shut the door. The bang of the door closing echoed loudly through the entire house. What the hell? Did Su Jin actually listen to him? Lu Si was shocked. He could hardly believe these words had come from such a powerful figure. Does this mean my face is actually kind of captivating? Sigh. Being handsome is also a burden. Lu Si lingered in the hallway for a moment. The huge house suddenly grew silent. Thinking about a certain scene, it felt rather eerie. He walked to the front of Su Jin's room, twisted the doorknob, ready to open it, only to find it wouldn't budge. Locked from the inside. Lu Si leaned against the door and tapped with his knuckles, calling out, Brother Su, open the door. Complete silence from within. The red brick building had terrible sound insulation. He was certain Su Jin had heard him, yet simply refused to respond. Brother Su, it's cold outside. I want to come in. I was just kidding before. Don't take it seriously. Seeing no reaction, Lu Si gritted his teeth and continued, actually. I really like sleeping with Brother Su. So will you please open the door? If you don't open it soon, I'm really going to Ma Ching's room. Lu Si gave up. Su Jin was genuinely angry. Meanwhile, Su Jin leapt out through the window that had no iron bars, stepping onto the dark path and walking into another building. Immediately, several zombies with glowing green eyes approached him. The leading zombie bowed respectfully to Su-jin and then grunted repeatedly, pointing at two other zombies before glancing back at him. These two zombies were clearly newly evolved, their consciousness still foggy. They stared at their fellow zombie, half tempted to attack, yet held back by an instinctive fear of dominance. Su-jin glanced at the two trashy creatures brought forth by the green-eyed zombie. A plasma blade appeared in his hand. Before they could react, a flash cut through the air. The two zombies dropped lifelessly to the ground. Ah! The green-eyed zombie let out a confused grunt, puzzled by its leader's action. Didn't he just tell it to gather more underlings? Dig out their cores, Su-jin ordered. The zombie obeyed, extending sharp claws to split open each skull, retrieve the core, and hand them to Su-jin. Su-jin wrapped the cores in tissue and put them away. Glancing at this slightly conscious zombie, he pulled out a vial of serum and handed it over. You have 2 days. Take down that base. Chapter 109, Dealing with the Thing in the Lake. Ah! Ah! The green-eyed zombie stiffly took the centimeter-long reagent vial, put it into its mouth, and immediately crushed it with its sharp teeth, swallowing down both the liquid and shattered fragments. Its mind was slow to process what had happened. It turned to look at its leader, then let out a series of confused moans. It was asking why the ally had been killed, hadn't everything already been set up? All that remained was the order to act. Ah. The green-eyed zombie expressed confusion over its leader's action, clearly puzzled. What's the use of keeping trash zombies alive? Better to dispose of them. Suddenly, it felt a chill run down its spine. The more green cores you find, the better. Next time you collect a core, you can absorb it to level up. Su-jin said in a calm tone. Understood. Ah. Boss, the old thing in the lake won't listen to me. What should I do? Su-jin's voice turned cold. If it doesn't obey, eliminate it. Ah. It's difficult. 3 days from now, if it still moans like this, it'll end up just like those two pieces of trash on the ground. Ah, the green-eyed zombie let out a single cry before quickly covering its own mouth, its neck jerking stiffly as it nodded. It understood. That thing really is troublesome. Might need the boss to step in personally. Su-jin acknowledged briefly. Green-eyed zombies especially loved speed. Or perhaps most high-tier zombies possessed speed-based abilities, made hunting much faster. Man and zombie quickly returned to the lakeshore near Guanming Base. The night was vast and empty. The bridge was deserted, with only a few lamps standing upright along its length. In the middle of the night, everything around was silent. Then came gurgling sounds from the lake, unnaturally conspicuous in the darkness. And not just one spot, multiple places at once. As soon as Su-jin arrived, the noises grew louder. But within moments, they abruptly stopped. Ah. Boss. Su-jin gave a light laugh. A plasma blade appeared in his hand, flying toward the lake's surface. Upon touching the water, it instantly split into dozens of blades, shooting toward the spots where the gurgling had come from. The water swirled for a while, then stilled. Soon, numerous dead insect-like creatures floated to the surface, their white bellies exposed, antennae twitching. Ah. Solved. The others won't cause trouble anymore, and they'll actually help now, Su-jin said. Seeing that Su-jin was about to leave, the questioning subordinate brought up another topic. Ah. Why stay with humans, boss? The green-eyed zombie voiced its confusion, then met the man's icy glare and immediately fell silent. Wise enough to know when to back off, it hurriedly retreated, better safe than sorry. After giving further instructions, Su-jin returned to his original dwelling, climbing through the window into his former room. For someone with Su-jin's high-level speed ability, scaling a second-floor height was no different from an ordinary jump, effortless and smooth. He opened the door and saw a figure crouched beside the wall outside. None other than Lucy. The wooden door made a creaking sound as it swung open. Lucy, who had only just settled down, snapped awake instantly. He sprang to his feet, a dagger appearing in his hand, only to relax when he saw it was Su-jin. Ah, brother Su. Su-jin looked at him, expression shifting slightly. Didn't I say to sleep in another room? Why are you here again? Lucy's spatial type ability, here's advice from Treasures. This novel's spatial ability will feature skills later on. Main late-stage spatial ability skills. Spatial movement. Spatial cut. Spatial fissure. Note, Su-jin helping Lucy enhance his ability is completely voluntary, there is no exploitation involved. And Lucy isn't heartless either. Since they've gone this far, he intends to treat things properly. Why are there so many powerful zombies less than a few weeks after the apocalypse began? 1. Because of Su-jin. 2. Outbreaks started at different times in different regions. Lucy uses the moment the original protagonists encountered zombies as the starting point. In some areas, the outbreak had already been going on for 1 or 2 months. As for why Su-jin holds such high status, yet those zombies don't show any fear at all. 1. Controlled by someone. 2. Controlled by someone. 3. Controlled by someone. Alright, that's it. Anything else will be added next time. Hee, I've said quite a lot this time. Chapter 110, Departure to City K. And outside the door, at that, Su Jin gave the boy a cold glance. Lu Si felt a little embarrassed meeting Su Jin's gaze. I just wanted to sleep with you, Su Gu. I was joking earlier. That joke wasn't funny at all, Su Jin said honestly. Lu Si nodded and yawned. I won't dare do it again next time. Seeing he was drowsy, Su Jin didn't make things difficult for him. He opened the door and let him in. Thanks, Su Gu. Lu Si breathed a quiet sigh of relief. After the door closed, Su Jin walked over to the bed, watching the boy lie down before climbing up himself, wrapping an arm around Lu Si's waist and pulling him close into his embrace. Drowsiness washed over Lu Si, and with Su Jin beside him, a deep sense of security enveloped him. He quickly fell asleep, his head nestling obediently against Su Jin's chest. Though someone's hands were wandering a bit too freely. The next noon, Lu Si was woken by the person beside him. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw a pair of intense, handsome features inches from his face, Su Jin kissing his lips. The moment he woke, the man wouldn't stop kissing him. Thrilling. Seeing he was awake, Su Jin finally pulled back. Awake? Lu Si sat up groggily. So he'd been woken by a kiss? Knock knock knock. A knock came from outside. Lu Gu, are you awake? Ma Chingye's voice called. Lu Si pressed his palm against the bed, lowering his head slightly as he looked at Su Jin. The man reached out, gently stroking Lu Si's cheek before pulling him close. In a calm tone, he asked, what should I do if I'm hard? As he spoke, he demonstrated exactly what he meant. Lu Si. Getting turned on randomly. 30-odd minutes later, Su Jin stepped out of the room, still holding Lu Si's hand. Though the latter walked somewhat awkwardly. Ma Chingye stared at them in surprise, his delicate features instantly shifting into a knowing expression. He asked Su Jin, are we still leaving later? Su Jin turned to look at Lu Si, a faint, meaningful smile in his eyes. Baby, can you even walk right now? Baby? Lu Si, who had been keeping his head down, abruptly lifted it, cheeks lightly flushed. Clenching his teeth, he snapped, I can walk. Watching their exchange, Ma Chingye immediately understood what must have happened earlier. With a gentle, amused smile, he observed them like a spectator, a hint of envy flickering in his eyes. After eating some bread, they exited the building and noticed a car parked by the roadside. It looked strangely familiar. Lu Si glanced at Su Jin, watching as he opened the car door. Get in, Su Jin said. Silently, Lu Si walked over. So this car hadn't actually been abandoned. It had just been stored in his space all along. All that time earlier, walking until their legs ached, stopping and starting, had he deliberately avoided using it just so Lu Si wouldn't discover his ability? Just as he slid into the passenger seat and hadn't even settled in. Su Jin sensed something off in Lu Si's mood and spoke up. Walking more is good for your health. Lu Si muttered quietly, Su Jin reached out to ruffle his hair. Why aren't you happy about having a car now? Forcing a smile, Lu Si pushed his hand away. No, I'm really happy. You must be seeing things, Su Gu. If something's bothering you, just say it. Don't keep it bottled up. Su Jin didn't think too much of it. Meeting the man's earnest expression, Lu Si froze briefly, then quickly returned to normal. I will. Except when it came to intimate matters, where he could be quite forceful, Su Jin treated him well. Ma Chingye, tactful as ever, didn't ask questions. He simply got into the car, content to watch the two of them feed each other sweet nothings while serving as the third wheel. Compared to walking, driving drastically increased their speed. Chapter 111 in the car. Since the road was on a deserted path, there were no buildings around, and the car sped forward unobstructed. Passing one station after another. The inside of the vehicle remained silent. Su Jin focused intently on driving, while Lu Si idly stared out the window at trees flashing by. Hey, Brother Lu, which city are you guys from? Ma Ching initiated conversation, mainly because it was too quiet, so he wanted to find a topic to chat about. Having heard too many people call him Lu Si lately, especially in that soft, almost coddling tone, Lu Si broke out in goosebumps. He hugged his backpack tighter. You don't have to call me Brother Lu. Just call me Lu Si. Oh, okay. Ma Ching nodded. True enough, calling someone who looked roughly the same age as himself, brother, did feel a bit odd. Were you going to K City to find someone? Ma Ching continued asking. Yes. Lu Si nodded. Oh. Lu Si turned slightly and glanced back at him. We're heading to K City. You'll have to go to Province S on your own once we get there. Yeah, I know. Once the dust had cleared from his face, Ma Cheng's features appeared clean and youthful. Noticing Lu Si's gaze, he even flashed a smile toward him. Facing such an innocent expression, combined with an innate air of nobility that ordinary people didn't possess, Lu Si couldn't help but ask, you were rich before the apocalypse, weren't you? Ma Qing froze for a second, then replied, my family owned a company. Then why aren't you studying locally? Why come study somewhere else? Ma Qing scratched his cheek, speaking hesitantly, due to personal reasons. I just didn't expect something like this would happen. I see. Lu Si immediately dropped the subject. He wasn't particularly nosy anyway. It was just that the surname, Ma, was quite prominent in the book. Still, given how Ma Qing acted, encountering someone with the same surname these days wasn't all that rare. By the way, after the apocalypse began, did you stay in the tower eating grass the whole time? Not exactly the whole time, I went out several times. But I only dared move nearby. Didn't dare go far. Saying this, Ma Qing seemed somewhat embarrassed. Understandable. Under unknown circumstances, venturing out alone, especially for someone physically weak, meant facing death at any moment. Fortunately, he was a transmigrator with strong willpower, otherwise, he'd long ago have become part of the zombie horde. Thinking of this, Lu Si felt a surge of gratitude. Thank goodness he met Su Jin. Although their first meeting had been awkward, looking back now, things turned out pretty well. At least he'd latched onto a genuine powerhouse. Thus, a faint emotion flickered across his eyes as he gazed at the man driving ahead. Su Jin had been keeping an eye on Lu Si all along and quickly noticed the boy's glance. He looked back. What? Got something on my face? Then paused and added teasingly, want to wipe it off for me? No. Lu Si snapped, refusing to look at the man again. Su Jin was getting more and more greasy. Damn it. Heh. Su Jin let out a low chuckle, freeing one hand to ruffle the boy's hair, an attempt to soothe his flustered little treasure. The man casually glanced into the rearview mirror at the person in the back seat, his eyes cold and indifferent, carrying a clear warning. Ma Qing locked eyes with the man for just a moment before quickly lowering his head. The threat in that gaze was easy enough to interpret. Behave yourself. Seeing Su Jin reaching to pat his head again, Lu Si immediately swatted his hand away, sternly saying, Su Jin, focus on driving. Great. Now he was calling him by full name again. Su Jin's expression darkened slightly, but he obeyed Lu Si's order nonetheless. Sighing inwardly, he briefly scanned the two figures up front. Ma Qing returned his gaze to the outside window, watching the rapidly passing trees. He wondered whether following these two strangers had truly been the right choice. Chapter 112, A certain territory in K City falls into ruins. As time passed, the car gradually entered a built-up area. Zombies could be seen scattered everywhere around the buildings, walking along the roads. They hunched forward, arms dangling, moving stiffly ahead, their lifeless eyes filled with bloodshot veins. When they heard the sound of the car, they immediately grew agitated, turning toward the source of the noise, their originally sluggish movements gradually accelerating. Roar! Roar! The zombies snarled as they raised their claws and began sprinting toward the vehicle. Lu Si pulled out his gun, rolled down the window, and fired at the approaching zombies, single headshots, one after another. If one shot didn't drop them, he used several. With so many zombies, surely some would fall. Ma Qing also used his ability to slow down the ones drawing dangerously close. When the car drove into the residential district, zombies emerged from every direction, front, back, left, and right. Their previously lowered heads lifted rigidly upward. Bang! A zombie leapt onto the roof of the car, attempting to interfere with the driver's control. Su Jin grunted, stomped hard on the accelerator, and rammed through the encircling horde. Psh. The tires crunched over zombies, emitting squelching sounds. Zombies all around slapped at the windows. There were too many now. Inside the car, Lu Si watched silently as wave upon wave of dense, crawling zombies closed in. The car sped toward an area with fewer zombies, smashing into them, knocking bodies aside as it veered onto a smaller side road. But they hadn't gone far when the car stopped, no more road ahead, and zombies chasing behind. Su Jin unbuckled his seatbelt and said, "We're out of fuel." Oh, right. They stepped out just as zombies began swarming in from the alleyway entrance. They growled toward Lu Si and the others, rushing forward without hesitation. Lu Si opened fire, dropping the advancing zombies while retreating step by step. Su Jin glanced at the 4-meter-high wall behind them. In his hand appeared an electric blade, which he swung horizontally across the group of zombies. They collapsed swiftly, the air thick with the stench of rotting flesh. But it wasn't over. After one wave fell, another surged forward. You get onto the wall first, Su Jin said, crouching down and gesturing for Lu Si to step on his hands. Yeah, got it. Lu Si nodded, holstered his gun, and used Su Jin's support to leap up, elbows hooking over the top of the wall, legs kicking upward as he quickly scrambled to the top. Reaching back, he stretched out his hand. Su Gu. Grr. After hoisting Lu Si up, Su Jin found the zombies already closing in. He swung his electric blade, cutting down those that came too close. Pull him up first. Su Jin shouted toward Ma Qing, who was hiding in a corner nearby. Got it. Be careful. Lu Si moved to the other side of the wall. Ma Qing was physically weaker, and Lu Si's reach was limited. With zombies multiplying rapidly and no way to bridge the gap, Lu Si couldn't afford to stay idle, yet he still didn't want to reveal his ability. Su Jin below was barely holding on. He had to help. Suddenly, it struck him, the utility of plant-based powers. Use your ability to bind the wall. Climb up using thick vines. Oh, I'll try. Crouched on the edge of the wall, Lu Si resumed firing, eliminating zombies to cover Su Jin. But ammunition was finite. Ma Qingye activated his power. Immediately, thick vines coiled around the wall. Using the tendrils as footholds, he quickly ascended. Once he saw Ma Qingye safely on the wall, Lu Si called urgently to Su Jin, "Su Gu, hurry up, come up now." Calm and composed, Su Jin finished off a few more zombies, then stepped on the corpses beneath him, leaping gracefully onto the wall. Seeing Su Jin safe beside them, Lu Si finally exhaled in relief. But the zombies below weren't giving up. Desperately, they began clawing up the wall, their sharp nails scraping against the surface with ear-splitting screeches. Chapter 113, Gangyang County. Lu Si glanced toward the other side of the wall. Below was a small square paved with concrete. Su Jin climbed up and pulled Lu Si to jump down together. Ma Qing also activated his ability, causing thick vines to sprout from the ground as they leapt into them. They narrowly escaped the zombie horde unharmed. "Did you twist your ankle?" Su Jin wrapped an arm around Lu Si, landing first before helping Lu Si down. Lu Si pulled away from his hand and shook his head. "No. Where do we go now?" Ma Qing caught up behind them. Lu Si scanned the surroundings calmly and said, "There were already so many zombies as soon as the car entered the urban area. It seems this region has already fallen. It'll be difficult to reach the city center from here. We can figure out a route first," Ma Qing suggested. Lu Si looked at him. "Do you know the layout of this area?" Ma Qing nodded. "Somewhat. I've traveled through this part of K-City before. If I'm not mistaken, this should be Gangyang County. The shortest route from Gangyang County to the city center passes through several cities." Gangyang County. Hearing the name, a faint trace of worry flickered in Lu Si's eyes. From his hazy memories, Gangyang County was one of the fallen zones in K-City. Anyone who entered never came back out. This place was extremely dangerous. What if we retrace our steps and choose another route? Lu Si hesitated, wanting to avoid such a perilous area if possible. "Why?" Su Jin turned to look at Lu Si, his gaze slightly probing. Lu Si's heart skipped a beat, his eyelashes trembling slightly. "Just, male intuition telling me it's dangerous here." Su Jin covered his face, chuckling softly before finally humming in agreement. Lu Si smiled brightly and nodded, secretly thinking, "I can't exactly tell him I know how the story unfolds, can I?" "Su Gu, so are we finding a way back?" Lu Si asked. Su Jin pressed his lips together and said, "No need. Let's keep moving forward for now. Moving forward means death." "Don't worry, I've got you," Su Jin added, sensing the boy's hesitation, offering reassurance. Lu Si remained uncertain. But just now, there were so many zombies. Even if Su Jin was incredibly powerful, he couldn't fight forever, especially with two people slowing him down. Roar. Zombie growls echoed from across the wall. Some zombies, climbing over their comrades, had reached the top of the wall and were snarling down at the humans below. Lu Si drew a knife and threw it at the zombie on the wall. It struck the zombie's head, the dagger embedding itself deep, but didn't deliver a fatal blow. The zombie twisted its stiff neck and leapt down. "Give me the dagger," Su Jin said. Lu Si quickly retrieved it from his storage space and handed it over. Su Jin took it, charged it with electricity, then hurled it at the descending zombie. As the creature jumped, the sharpened blade sliced cleanly across its neck. Thud. The zombie's head dropped from its body, spraying a streak of dark red blood into the air. But it wasn't over. After decapitating that zombie, the dagger continued upward, cutting through another zombie just emerging over the wall. The precision and timing were flawless, an expert-level strike. "Let's go." Su Jin grabbed Lu Si's hand. They rushed out through the exit of the courtyard, killing any zombies that approached along the way. After a while, Ma Qing began to falter. He stopped, gasping for breath, turning to see the pursuing horde. His ability could no longer be used. Just as he thought he was done for, a flash of electric blade shot past, slicing down the advancing zombies. A hand suddenly grabbed his collar and yanked him aside. He stared blankly, shocked, looking at the man. "Aren't you coming?" Su Jin shot him a cold glance. What a nuisance. Much better when it was just his precious Bao Bao. Oh. Ma Qing stammered, clutching his chest where his heart was nearly jumping out. This guy is so cool. Lu Si killed a zombie beside him, then turned, just in time to see Su Jin pulling Ma Qing along. A complex emotion welled up inside him. He pressed his lips together and continued clearing the surrounding zombies without a word. "Keep moving." After they left, a figure in black clothing leaned out from the opposite wall, half exposed. Green eyes silently watched their retreating figures fade into the distance. Chapter 114 Villa. They ran to a seemingly safe area, stopping only when they were sure no zombies were following behind. They stepped into what appeared to be a safer-looking villa. The moment they opened the door, several zombies lunged out, but they were quickly killed by Su Jin. I'm exhausted, Lucy walked in and looked around. It was daytime outside, and white light filtered through the windows, softly illuminating the interior. There's still electricity. Ma Cheng pressed the switch, and the ceiling-mounted fluorescent tube immediately lit up the room. Staring at the grand and luxurious villa, all Lucy could think was, rich people really live well. Like the place? Seeing the astonishment in Lucy's eyes, Su Jin walked over and asked. Lucy turned his head toward Su Jin. After the fight with the zombies, everyone had splatters of zombie blood on them, each reeking of that stench, men included. He nodded. Yeah. Who wouldn't want a life of comfort? Oh, I see. Su Jin fell into thought. Recalling what had just happened, Lucy spoke up. Su Jin, how did you manage to kill those zombies with just a dagger like that? He knew Su Jin was strong, but could he really pull off such moves with just a blade? Ma Cheng stood nearby, listening. As he remembered Su Jin's actions earlier, astonishment crept onto his face. His gaze at the man shifted, he was actually this powerful. Call me Go Su, Su Jin tapped Lucy's head, not rushing to answer the boy's question but correcting his address instead. Lucy. Silence. No reply. You can also call me Honey, if you want, Su Jin said upon seeing Lucy's silence, assuming the boy might prefer another title. Go Su. Can you explain now? Lucy rolled his eyes inwardly, yet reverted to the original honorific. Calling him Honey. Out of the question. Su Jin, not hearing what he'd hoped for, showed a flicker of regret before saying, using my ability to control it. Right. So this was what being powerful felt like. He, a nobody, clearly didn't belong. Lucy shrugged helplessly. Watching their interaction, Ma Cheng couldn't help feeling left out, though it was his idea to join them, tagging along as mere convenience. Could it be his appearance that made Su Jin agree to let him come along? Recalling Lucy's expression at the beginning, maybe that possibility wasn't entirely off. At that thought, Ma Cheng's heart gave a few quick thumps, only to be quickly suppressed. He looked toward Su Jin, face tinged with shyness. Big brother Su. Su Jin glanced coldly at the transparent guy. What? Thank you, just now. Oh. Su Jin responded blankly, then refused to look at him again. Yeah, I'll go check other areas. You two keep chatting. Lucy said, pushing past Su Jin and heading toward a corner deep inside the villa. Of course, Su Jin followed right behind. Ma Cheng watched the pair leave, fingers briefly tightening before relaxing again. He let out a self-mocking smile. He should know his place, they were obviously a couple, he shouldn't be thinking too much. Admiration was enough. Su Jin came up behind the boy, naturally slinging an arm over his shoulder. What's wrong? Lucy paused, denying the man's assumption. Nothing. Oh. Su Jin let go, asking nothing further. The two lapsed into silence. Walking toward the stairwell, they spotted a doorway leading down to an underground garage, complete with a descending staircase. Underground garage. Lucy saw cars inside and immediately perked up, vehicles meant a safer escape from this place. Let's go in first and check, he said, stepping onto the stairs. But Su Jin grabbed his collar and yanked him back. Lucy turned to look at him. We need to confirm it's safe first. Su Jin pointed at the car doors below, which were hanging wide open. Chapter 115, Su Jin's warning, don't have any ideas. True, Lucy stepped back. Su Jin went down first. Before he even fully reached the ground, a zombie lunged out from inside the car. It didn't last more than 3 seconds before Su Jin took it down. With a muffled groan, the zombie collapsed onto the floor. Lucy climbed down and pulled out a flashlight, sweeping it around the area. It was a small garage capable of holding 2 cars, with the entrance currently shut. Perhaps when the mutation happened, everyone was in such a hurry that they hadn't managed to open the gate, or maybe the moment the door cracked open, they were infected and turned into one of them. Su Jin opened the already unlocked car door and retrieved the keys inside. The keychain held several different keys. Then he moved toward the second car, opened its door, got in, inserted a key. The first one didn't work, so he tried the second. Lucy glanced around nearby, then heard the car emit a few beeping sounds. Moments later, the headlights flashed on. Su Jin stepped out of the car. Add some gasoline. Oh, right. After finishing that, the two headed back upstairs. How is it? Ma Cheng saw them emerge. He had been sitting on a chair but immediately stood up and walked over. We'll rest here for tonight and leave tomorrow, Su Jin said. Okay. Ma Cheng nodded. Brother Su, what are you eating? Yesterday and today combined, he'd only eaten some bread. Though it temporarily filled his stomach, the recent sprint had burned through every bit of energy. Noticing the exhaustion in Lucy's eyes, Su Jin reached out and gently ruffled his hair. I'll eat whatever you're eating. Okay. Lu Si stepped back, turning toward the kitchen. The spacious living room was left with just the two men. Su Jin's face, which had carried a faint smile moments earlier, now became completely expressionless as he stared coldly at the boy before him. Ma Cheng felt like he was sitting on pins and needles, unable to stay seated, yet too afraid to leave. He forced a weak smile. What's wrong? Su Jin crossed one leg over the other, casually flipping a small dagger in his hand, his tone almost indifferent. Didn't I warn you to behave? Why are you looking for death? By the end, his voice hardened. He flicked the knife upward slightly, and a chilling murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Ma Cheng turned pale, shaking his head quickly. I didn't do anything. Su Jin suddenly tossed the knife. It shot forward and embedded itself upright into the sofa where Ma Cheng was sitting. Ma Cheng flinched violently, heart pounding in fear. I suggest you don't have any thoughts, at all. The only reason I allowed you to come with us to City K is because of other considerations. But once the time comes for you to leave, if you refuse, then you die. Su Jin rose to his feet, casting a cold glance at the trembling, pale-faced boy. Their eyes met briefly, Ma Cheng's breath caught. This man truly intended to kill him. This guy is dangerous. I understand. I won't think anything. Not at all. He nodded frantically. The fleeting crush he'd felt toward Su Jin earlier vanished instantly. What good was it if this man was cool or handsome? If he displeased him even slightly, he could end up dead. As for Lu Si, what did he want to eat? Instant noodles were the most convenient choice. Of course, instant noodles. After eating, a good night's sleep would be blissful. First, boil water. Prepare the instant noodle cup, adding extra vegetables and sausage. Wait for the water to heat. He also splashed some water on his face, undeniably refreshing. He hadn't even settled into his seat when someone silently slipped behind him and wrapped arms tightly around his waist. Lu Si froze, slowly twisting his neck to look back. Su Jin leaned down, clinging to Lu Si's body, resting his chin against the young man's freshly washed cheek. Chapter 116, The Players Are Blinded. Their eyes met again. Su Gu, can I ask you a question? Go ahead. Su Jin thought Lu Si might say something nice, maybe he'd been touched by his initiative. Don't you think, you're kind of dirty? Lu Si said cautiously. This time, it was Su Jin who froze. He looked down at his coat and the spattered bloodstains on his hands. Silence fell instantly. Yeah, Su Jin let him go, dropping those words before walking off. I'm heading upstairs first. Lu Si turned his head toward the retreating figure and exhaled, relieved. He'd half expected the man to lose control. The water boiled. He poured hot water into his instant noodle cup, sealing the lid with a plastic fork. Hey, Lu Si. Ma Cheng appeared at the doorway, holding a pack of instant noodles, staring straight at the kettle in Lu Si's hand. Can I borrow your hot water to make mine? I can trade you some special ability vegetables. Nah, no need to trade. Just help yourself. It's just hot water, not some treasure. Keep the mutant veggies though. Thanks. Ma Cheng shot him a grateful look upon agreement. He had hot water now, but no bowl for the noodles. Ma Cheng hesitated, glancing around uncertainly. Is the packaging still sealed? Lu Si glanced over. Yeah. Oh, then bring it here. Lu Si reached out. Ma Cheng stood stunned, then handed it over. Lu Si pulled a small dagger from his space, made a slit right in the center of the noodle packet, removed the seasoning packs, poured them inside, then added boiling water. Ma Cheng watched intently, baffled. Wait, you can actually do it like that? Just wait a few minutes, that's all. Oh, thanks. Never knew you could eat it this way. I'm going up now. Wait, Lu Si, can I ask you something? Lu Si was already carrying his cup of noodles. What? Ma Cheng nervously scanned the surroundings. Only after confirming that person wasn't around did he lower his voice. Don't you think Su Jin is dangerous? Just asking. Dangerous? Lu Si was taken aback, instinctively shaking his head. Su Jin's fine. Anything else? Ma Cheng fell silent. No. Was this how friends versus strangers saw things differently? Lu Si eyed him curiously. You're not into Su Jin, are you? Startled, Ma Cheng waved his hands frantically. No. I don't like him. After a pause, he mumbled, actually, I think you're better. Goosebumps rose on Lu Si's arms. You're into guys? No. Not like that, at all. I just want to be friends. Ma Cheng's pale face flushed crimson under the accusation. Who would have thought Lu Si would jump to that conclusion? Did he really seem like someone who liked men? Oh. Ma Cheng nodded, looking at him. He muttered quietly, I really don't get why any guy would like me. Because of your appearance, Lu Si said bluntly. How long have you known that friend of yours? An upperclassman from university. It's all in the past now. At the memory of yesterday's events, he gave a bitter smile. Your ability is pretty good. Thanks. Seems like you understand it even better than I do. I've read a lot of encyclopedias. Lu Si stated without a hint of embarrassment. Right. Su-jin treats you well, Ma Ching said, a trace of envy flickering in his eyes. Lu Si replied indifferently. He'd never tell Ma Ching the truth, that he was merely the man's loyal lackey. As for their arrangement, well, one willing to beat, the other willing to endure. Chapter 117 Denial. Walking up to the second floor, he saw a door half ajar. Lu Si kicked the door open, stepped inside, and flicked his shoes off with a backward tilt, shutting the door behind him. He placed the 2 buckets of instant noodles on the only table in the room, a small one mounted beside the bed, and looked around. Apart from a bed and a tiny cabinet, there was nothing else. Water trickled from the bathroom. Still showering. Lu Si absent-mindedly lifted his sleeve and sniffed, then pursed his lips and took off his coat. This jacket was beyond saving. Click. Su-jin opened the bathroom door and peeked out, naked, looking at Lu Si. Come in. Help me wash my hair. Isn't that inappropriate? Lu Si shot upright, hesitant. Su-jin raised an eyebrow. We've already done it. What's there to be shy about? Well, true. Lu Si chuckled sheepishly, though inwardly reluctant, he had no choice but to go in. Inside, dazzled by Su-jin's bare body, Lu Si kept his head down. But the man lifted his chin, dark eyes glinting with amusement. Look at me. Don't be shy, we've seen each other before. Or do you want to glance lower instead? Okay, I'm looking. Just stop saying stuff like that, Su-gu. Being teased like this, how could a morally upright young man like him not feel flustered? Rolling up his sleeves, he prepared to wash Su-jin's hair. But Su-jin pressed his hand down, eyes half-lidded. Take your clothes off. Lu Si started undressing, only to be stopped by Su-jin. He looked at the man, confused. Forget it. I won't force you. Do as you please. The man sighed, fingers running through the boy's hair, then letting go. Pulled out of the bathroom by Su-jin, Lu Si remained dazed. Had he become a different person? Not long after, Su-jin asked for his clothes, and Lu Si handed them over. Once the man came out, he told Lu Si to go take his shower. Cold water splashed onto his face. Lu Si stood still, stunned. What did Su-jin mean? But then, almost instantly, relief flickered across his face. Good. It was good they hadn't gone any further. Even if a faint discomfort lingered in his heart. Rushing through the rest, he dressed and cautiously opened the door, poking his head out. Su-jin was sitting by the edge of the bed. Come here. Su-jin watched the clean boy step out, a smirk tugging at his lips as he gestured him closer. Lu Si hesitated, but walked forward. Before he got close, he was yanked into a broad embrace. Su-gu, let's eat the instant noodles first. Unable to move, Lu Si still remembered his noodles. Let me hold you a bit longer. Su-jin breathed softly against the boy's neck. Lu Si could only submit. Silence stretched. Lu Si. Su-jin spoke suddenly. Lu Si replied promptly, Su-gu, I'm here. I don't want you interacting with other people. Hearing this, Lu Si felt bitter inside. Then why did you agree to let others join? Su-jin, have you fallen for Ma Ching now? Well, sure, he's even more delicate than me. Isn't that what you like? Fragile little things. A surge of emotion rushed through Lu Si's mind, and he blurted it all out. As soon as the words left his mouth, he covered his lips. I didn't mean it. Su-jin gently pulled his hand away, eyes full of tenderness. It's okay. I like hearing you say these things. He paused, voice deepening slightly, since when did I ever say I liked fragile people? Oh. Lu Si lowered his head. Seeing this, Su-jin chuckled low in his throat. So you said all that, does that mean you're jealous? You don't want anyone else besides you? No, you like whoever you want. It's not like it's me anyway. Lu Si denied being jealous, dancing dangerously close to self-destruction, continuing to speak. Chapter 118, Blunt. Su-jin held him in his arms, the boy sitting on his lap. He patted the boy's backside a few times and said solemnly, still talking like that. I've called you my darling, I only have feelings for you, you're my wife, I only love you, how could I possibly love anyone else? As he spoke, he turned the boy to face him directly, locking eyes with Lu Si's moist gaze. Gripping the back of the head, his thin lips gently brushed against the boy's eye. Seeing the other frozen in shock, staring back at him with parted lips but no words, Su-jin continued. I'm serious about you, Su-jin said firmly, pulling him closer into an embrace. I. My mind's just really messed up right now, Lu Si murmured, his voice low, eyes clouded with confusion. Just moments ago, he'd been wondering how Su-jin could ever like someone like him, and now this man had confessed outright. Isn't it because you don't like seeing me with other people? Su-jin cut straight to the heart of the boy's thoughts, determined to force a confession. Caught out, Lu Si's face flushed red. He tugged at the corner of his mouth, forcing out an awkward smile to deny it. That's not it at all. Is that so? Su Jin's expression darkened, his face cold and voice edged with anger. Was admitting it really that hard? Yes. So let me go, Su Jin, I'm going to eat my instant noodles. If I don't eat them soon, they'll get too soggy. Su Jin thought this kid seriously needed discipline. Asking such an important question, and all he could think about was food. Smack. A sharp, crisp sound rang out. Fuck, Su Jin, let go, don't hit me. Once again spanked, Lu Si's pupils shrank in shock, his pale cheeks instantly turning red once more. His temper flared, and curses spilled out. Trapped by one strong arm, unable to get down, he twisted helplessly, but quickly stopped struggling. With a tense look, he stared at the man, lips trembling. Su Jin, don't do anything crazy. Su Jin raised an eyebrow, shifted slightly, grabbed D's hand, and said seriously, it bothers me. Lu Si. Don't you like it? Su Jin coaxed, voice soft and persuasive. D froze, body rigid, then finally lowered his gaze onto the man, whispering, I don't. Humph. Su Jin pulled him tighter, kissed the boy's cheek, and chuckled softly. After a long while, Su Jin finally released Lu Si. After being handled like that, Lu Si had calmed down considerably, letting Su Jin hold him without resistance. The man took the instant noodles from the table, speared a strip of ham, and held it to the boy's lips. Eat more. You don't need to tell me, Lu Si snapped, channeling his irritation into action as he bit down hard, teeth crunching audibly. As if this small act could somehow take revenge on the man. Su Jin smiled silently. But noticing that Su Jin kept feeding him while eating nothing himself, Lu Si pressed down on the man's wrist. Aren't you eating, Su Jin? I'll eat after you're full, the man replied, wearing a strangely meaningful expression. Hearing that, Lu Si rolled his eyes, exasperated, but softened his tone. Stop messing around, I'm serious. He was a teenager with a huge appetite. As for Su Jin, an adult male, who cared if he ate little before? Let him get gastritis if he wanted. That had nothing to do with him. But things were different now. He'd have to step in when needed. Su Jin set down what he was holding. To be honest with you, I'm a bit special, so my appetite is naturally small. Special doesn't mean you can survive on just a bite a day, does it? Lu Si had never met anyone so bizarre. Su Jin shot him a sideways glance. I'm not lying. Oh. Lu Si slid off Su Jin's lap and moved to the other side, picking up the unfinished bowl of instant noodles and continuing to eat. Su Jin propped his chin on his hand, watching him. After the boy finished, he pounced and pinned him down. Breathing hot air beside D's ear, he murmured, why do you seem to understand the uses of those abilities even better than I do? How should I know? Isn't that just logical deduction? Lu Si pretended to be calm. Is that so? Su Jin took out a tissue and gently wiped the grease left at the corner of the boy's mouth. Chapter 119 Surrounding. Yes. Lu Si replied firmly. Su Jin looked at him for a moment, then didn't say anything more. I can wipe myself. Lu Si took the tissue from the man's hand and hastily wiped his face. He grumbled inwardly, so fussy. Su Jin leaned down, placed his palm on Lu Si's forehead, kissed his lips lightly, and murmured in a low voice, all I taste is instant noodles. Hearing this, Lu Si immediately sulked. He stiffened his neck and said, if I just taste like instant noodles, then don't kiss me, go kiss someone who smells nice. Hearing that, Su Jin fiercely kissed him again, his tone unusually serious, I'll only kiss you. Only ever you. Lu Si punched at him weakly, but couldn't force the man to let go. Eventually deflated, he turned his face away, refusing to look. But Su Jin gently turned Lu Si's face back toward him. His desire was now fully exposed in his eyes, and his voice grew husky. Give me your hand. Get off me first. I won't say it twice. I won't say it twice either. Lu Si shot back, starting to get defiant. Turns out Su Jin wasn't as easygoing as he seemed. Yet rather than anger, Su Jin felt even more fondness toward Lu Si's behavior, finding him incredibly adorable. He bit his lip slightly, then revealed 2 green crystals in his hand. Was planning to give these to you. Lu Si's eyelashes fluttered when he saw them. He quickly reinterpreted Su Jin's earlier words, was he supposed to give his hand so Su Jin could hand over the crystals? Understanding dawned, he promptly stretched out his palm without hesitation right before Su Jin's face and called out, Big brother Su, I want them. Green crystals. A man knows how to bend when needed. Su Jin's mood darkened slightly. So Lu Si only submitted for the crystals, not for him. Su Jin, I want them. Su Jin pressed him down onto the bed, placing the crystals into Lu Si's palm, their fingers interlacing over the crystals. He kissed Lu Si's lips briefly, then pulled away and said, all right. They're yours. Then he dove back in for another kiss. Lu Si's pupils abruptly constricted, he hadn't meant it like that. As soon as he began absorbing the crystal, a steady stream of warmth poured into his body, bringing an indescribable sense of comfort. All night, entwined. Divider. Later, since there was healing ability involved, Lucy half resisted, half gave in. Dare you call my name directly? The man threatened. If you're angry, I dare. You said you'd let me. Fine. From now on, I won't make you angry. Su-jin gave in. Lucy stared blankly at the man above him, lips pressed tight, voice hoarse, I must be dreaming. Does it hurt? Yes. Lucy admitted honestly. Good. It should hurt. Su-jin said, then used his ability to heal him. They played around until late into the night. Body and mind exhausted, plus the effects of absorbing a high-grade crystal, splash. Even with Su-jin's abilities, his body couldn't keep up. He passed out. The room was filled with, splash. Su-jin stepped out of the bathroom with a damp towel, carefully wiping Lucy's body clean, then dressed him properly. Lucy mumbled incoherently in his sleep, yet obediently allowed Su-jin to clean him up. The fluorescent light in the room burned brightly. Su-jin lay on his side, hand gently ruffling Lucy's still damp hair. Knock knock knock. A sudden sound came from the outer wall of the building. Unfazed, Su-jin put on his clothes, got off the bed, walked to the window, and drew back the curtain. Outside was pitch black. He looked down. Below stood countless zombies, surrounding the villa. Their red and white eyes glowed unnaturally in the darkness, shockingly conspicuous. They seemed controlled by something, silent, not roaring, but all lifting their heads, staring upward. The moment Su-jin pulled open the curtains, the noise abruptly stopped. Chapter 120 Silent Probe. Su-jin ignored the minor zombies below and fixed his gaze on the dark figure standing on the balcony of the opposite building. Noticing that the man had spotted him, it lifted its head, revealing deep green eyes that locked directly onto Su-jin. Now Su-jin could clearly see the zombie's appearance. It stretched out a withered hand from within its black clothing, pointing straight at Su-jin. In an instant, it leapt down and landed firmly on the ground. Expressionless, Su-jin pulled the curtain shut just as the shadow abruptly appeared outside the window, pressing its grotesque face against the glass, staring directly into the man inside. There was no protective barrier on the window. It extended sharp claws and easily scraped across the pane, producing a grating screech. Then, clenching its fist, it struck the frosted glass hard. A series of dull thuds echoed. But the glass was high quality and did not break. It froze, loosened its grip, and hung suspended in midair. See. Its eyes flashed with provocation as it bared its teeth and growled. Its emerald gaze turned icy as it watched this man open his mouth, yet only one word came out. Heh. A faint spark of interest flickered in Su-jin's eyes. A plasma blade materialized in his hand, which he thrust outward through the glass toward the zombie. The electrified blade pierced the window and shot straight at it. Reacting quickly, it caught the incoming weapon before discarding it. But the moment the plasma blade touched its hand, it transformed into electric current, spreading instantly from its palm throughout its entire body. Ah! Still dazed, it twitched as the powerful surge coursed through it. Though its hovering form wavered, it managed to stay upright. Seeing this, Su-jin launched another plasma blade without hesitation. This time it was prepared. As the blade flew toward it, it blinked out of sight, evading the strike entirely. But what it hadn't expected was for the blade to reverse course and impale it directly in the back. Ah! Stunned for a moment, it writhed before finally tumbling down, but before it hit the ground, it teleported sideways and landed steadily. Sizzling sounds emanated from its body, though they caused no real harm. The current gradually dissipated and vanished. Looking up at the man on the upper floor, its deep green eyes met the man's dark ones head-on, as if trying to discern something different beneath the surface. Su-jin allowed it to stare. While the creature observed him, he too studied it carefully, the green-eyed zombie, conscious, seemingly far from ordinary. Perhaps this area belonged to it, and the lower-class zombies were under its control. Humph, truly interesting. It murmured a few words under its breath, but the zombies stood still, not moving. Instead, they slowly turned their heads toward it. It wore an expression of disbelief, looking up at the man again, only to see him smiling faintly down at it. From that single look, it sensed danger. After hesitating briefly, it disappeared from its position. Once it vanished, the other zombies gradually dispersed from the villa and wandered off aimlessly, as though the entire scene had been nothing but an illusion. Su-jin drew the curtains closed and walked back to the bed, stripping off his clothes before climbing in. He switched off the room light, plunging the interior into darkness. Pulling Dee in his arms, he closed his eyes. The next day. Lucy stirred slightly, reaching to push away the man who was holding him captive. Opening his eyes, he looked up at the man, still groggy, unfocused. His lips parted, whispering, Su-jin. Suddenly, he snapped back to reality and shoved hard. Let go. This kind of reaction is perfectly normal in the morning, Su-jin stated bluntly, unashamed. Fuck your whole family, you mother ******. Lucy felt like life wasn't worth living anymore. Oh. Swearing now. And getting more defiant, I see. Su Jin chuckled lightly, amusement clear in his voice. There was no trace of anger, obviously, the man was in a good mood. Lu Si tried reasoning with him, Su Gu, we had an agreement. Good boy. Su Jin soothed him superficially, but acted exactly opposite. Lu Si was tossed around like a fish on a skillet, writhing in pain until the man finally decided to heal him. Afterward, he began suspecting that Su Jin's healing ability worked better on these kinds of wounds than any medicine possibly could. Once healed, aside from a slight numbness, there was no pain left. Lu Si put on a collared jacket, covering the marks on his neck, then tidied his hair, making sure nothing showed before finally relaxing. In the beginning, Su Jin could erase all traces of what he'd done to him. But now, he would only heal internal injuries, leaving the surface wounds visible, however horrifying they might look, since they weren't actually serious. Clearly, the man was doing this on purpose. That damn possessiveness. Lu Si, come here. Su Jin's voice sounded. Lu Si turned to look at him and walked over. What is it? The moment he stepped closer, the man caught his wrist and pulled him into his arms. Just as he nervously wondered whether he should push Su Jin away. Su Jin tilted his neck, resting his chin on Lu Si's shoulder, rubbed his cheek against the boy's hair, and asked, you absorbed that crystal core last night. Any changes in your body? At the serious question, Lu Si calmed down and answered earnestly, I feel a continuous surge of power flowing inside me. You still have strength? Stop fooling around. I'm being serious. Lu Si rolled his eyes. Ever since they'd become intimate, Su Jin had grown increasingly playful and loved clinging to him. He really shouldn't have agreed back then, everything had been settled beforehand, but this man had lost control, and honestly, he himself hadn't been much better. Though Su Jin joked around, when it came to important matters, he was fully attentive. Right. Has your spatial ability changed like it did last time? No. Lu Si focused inward, checking his space. Aside from having expanded further than before, there was no sign of any spatial fragments falling off. I see. Su Jin fell into thought. This time, he'd only let Lu Si absorb one core, since the abilities within green cores were significantly more advanced than others. To prevent the boy's body from being overwhelmed, he'd helped absorb part of it himself. Yet the only result was an expansion of space, with no other transformations. Chapter 121 Not taking it seriously. And last time, Lu Si had absorbed several cores at once, could it be due to the number of cores? Thinking about it, that seemed like the only possibility. Su Jin, what's wrong? Seeing Su Jin remain silent for so long, Lu Si began to panic. Did he realize I'm dual elemental? That shouldn't be possible, he hadn't pushed too hard when he nudged him. There's no way he could have sensed it. How many cores did you absorb last time? Tell me the truth, Su Jin asked seriously. Hearing his tone, Lu Si immediately understood this was serious, so he answered directly, 2, plus that small fragment. After a brief pause, he added, is there a problem? So back then, you absorbed 2.5 together? Su Jin asked calmly. Yeah, Lu Si admitted reluctantly. He slightly turned his head, accidentally brushing against the other's face, and instantly stiffened. A flicker of light passed through Su Jin's ink-black eyes. Could it be that only dual-core absorption can alter spatial abilities? Lu Si asked tentatively. Su Jin reached out and gently ruffled the boy's hair. Dual-core absorption isn't something you can handle right now. Lu Si wasn't convinced. He muttered, then why didn't I have any issues before? Aside from feeling uncomfortable at first, everything else had been fine. That's true. Then we'll try again next time, Su Jin nodded, though his expression turned thoughtful. Yesterday, letting Lu Si absorb cores while doing that had felt incredibly good. At the thought, his dark eyes dimmed with hidden desire, then returned to normal. Su Jin, I want to ask you something. Go ahead. How old are you exactly? He'd had this question in mind for a while and decided to bring it up now. 25, Su Jin replied. Oh. Right. Lu Si nodded, mentally noting that Su Jin was 2 years older than his original age. Not bad. Su Jin twirled a strand of Lu Si's soft hair between his fingers and said softly, asking my age, is it because you think I look older than you? Lu Si shook his head. It's not that. Heh. Being older than you, you should feel lucky, don't you think? Su Jin, sensing the boy's evasiveness, grew slightly annoyed. I just asked your age. Don't drag other stuff into this. And act properly, Lu Si sighed. Whether or not Su Jin was sincere with him, the truth was he'd already developed some feelings for Su Jin. But that didn't mean he'd tolerate vulgar jokes. Sure, he'd seen things, but actually experiencing them was entirely different. He was still an innocent young guy, after all. I'll listen to you, Su Jin said, his smile fading as he resumed his usual expression. Lu Si swatted Su Jin's hand away and stepped down from between the man's legs. His feet felt numb upon touching the ground, but it didn't stop him from standing straight. Staring at Su Jin, he wore an incredulous expression. Damn it, Su Jin, are you actually developing real feelings? This time, Su Jin didn't answer directly. Instead, he gazed at Lu Si with an unreadable, half-smiling expression. Lu Si felt a pang in his chest, stunned into silence. He swallowed hard. You're kidding, right? Seeing Lu Si deny it, Su Jin's face darkened. Didn't you hear what I said yesterday? But, how is this even possible? Lu Si panicked. They'd only slept together a few times, yet the other person was falling for him. That was too fast. More importantly, how could Su Jin possibly develop feelings for someone like him? He wasn't trying to put himself down, but the gap between them was obvious. Do I need a reason to like you? I've already told you from the beginning, Su Jin said coolly, eyeing the dazed boy. You just didn't take it seriously. Chapter 122 Eat More. Lu Si stared blankly. I thought you were just joking. Su Jin heard this and sneered, saying, joking. Do you think I'd keep someone weak around? Well, that's exactly what he had thought. Lu Si awkwardly scratched his cheek, trying to hide his embarrassment. I see. Su Jin fixed his gaze on him seriously. Now that you know, how do you feel about me? The man's bold eyes swept over Lu Si's body, making him shift uneasily. He stammered out, a little something. Just a little. A hint of disappointment flickered in Su Jin's eyes. Damn it, how much more do you want? Lu Si muttered, slightly exasperated. Su Jin was really pushing his luck. He'd never felt this way about anyone else before. Oh. I was just saying. Lu Si immediately backed down, bracing himself for some major retaliation. But the man's furrowed brows relaxed. He stood up, and instinctively Lu Si took a small step back. The man's lips moved as he said, either way, it's progress. Lu Si froze, staring at him. Su Jin zipped up his jacket and glanced at him. Let's go. Then he walked out first. Watching the broad shoulders of the retreating figure, Lu Si wondered, was that it? Was he really let off so easily? Recalling what had just happened, he stood dazed. At the beginning, when he told Su Jin about his spatial ability, the man hadn't seemed particularly surprised, because he had one too. Can it warm the bed? Damn, he'd assumed it meant warming the blanket. He'd been puzzled why a grown man would need someone to warm his bedding, only to realize it was that kind of thing. Su Jin had liked him from the very start because of his face. So all those times he thought he was winning favor, had it all just been a joke to the man? Shit, if he'd known, he wouldn't have groveled so hard back then. No wonder the guy asked about age right off the bat. Reflecting on everything from the beginning until now, by the time Lu Si finally connected the dots, his pale face was twisted in both embarrassment and irritation. He shook his head. But one thing still baffled him, had Su Jin really fallen for him just at first sight of his face? Sure, he was handsome, but not drop-dead gorgeous or anything. Had Su Jin not been with anyone before him? Well, maybe that was possible. What are you still standing there thinking about? Why haven't you come out yet? Su Jin opened the door from outside and looked in. Yeah, coming right away. Lu Si nodded, picking up the half-finished instant noodles and stepping out. Seeing Lu Si back to his usual self, Su Jin relaxed slightly. He glanced at the noodle cup in the boy's hand. The noodles from yesterday are already soggy. Just throw them out, don't eat them. Lu Si smiled. Reheating makes them fine. Seeing the boy's stubbornness, Su Jin didn't press further. He shoved his hands into his pockets and started downstairs. Lu Si followed closely behind, reaching the first floor. Hey. Ma Cheng was already sitting on the sofa. Seeing them, he quickly stood up, looking somewhat tense. Lu Si poured out the leftover broth from yesterday's noodle cup, reheated the noodles along with the unfinished hot dog and vegetables, broke the bread in half, stuffed the warmed noodles between the slices, sandwiched it together. It was a new way to eat again. For some reason, ever since gaining dual element abilities, he needed to eat twice as much to feel full. He upped the heated sausage roll with the bread and handed it to Su Jin. Noticing Ma Cheng watching, he shared some vegetables and bread with him. It was enough to spare. Thanks. Ma Cheng took it, bit in, and his eyes lit up instantly. Tastes great. Never thought it could be eaten like this. Su Jin took a few bites. Seeing that Lu Si had finished his own portion, he passed back his half-eaten sandwich. Eat more. Chapter 123, Determining the Route. Lu Si stopped chewing, glanced at him, and saw the man smiling slightly as he watched her. She took what Su Jin handed her and continued chewing. After finally finishing the mouthful and swallowing it down, she mumbled vaguely, thanks. She took another bite of the bread with ham sandwich that Su Jin had given her, thinking to herself, if you can't finish it yourself, just say so. Am I supposed to be your dog? Eating your leftovers? Still, the bread with processed sausage really was delicious. Before setting off, Lu Si felt it necessary to plan their route in advance. Ma Qingye, aren't you familiar with this area? Then you should know the shortest route from here to Jingzhou City, the central city of K Province. This villa district had been Ma Qingye's suggestion, they wouldn't have arrived here otherwise. Yeah, I remember this area somewhat, but I'm not sure whether that route is actually safe, Ma Qingye said hesitantly, his hand resting against his chest. Alright then. Just draw out the route you know for now. Lu Si said, pulling out a blank sheet of paper and a pen from her storage space and handing them over. I'll give it a try. Ma Qingye accepted them, laid the paper on the table, and began sketching. Lu Si stood beside him, leaning in to watch his strokes, occasionally interjecting, label all important place names. Ma Qingye gripped the pen, paused briefly, then nodded. Okay. Seeing Lu Si standing so close to someone else, Su Jin suddenly reached out and grabbed the youth's wrist, pulling him closer to himself. Why stand so close? You can see perfectly fine from where I am. Lu Si looked up, shot him a sideways glance, then rolled her eyes. I wasn't even close. I don't care. Just stay by me. Su Jin was being unexpectedly stubborn all of a sudden. Lu Si shrugged helplessly, giving in. Fine. Sometimes, it was better to just indulge the man. Indulge? Indulge Su Jin. That thought made Lu Si's heart skip a beat. The current situation was growing increasingly abnormal. She raised her eyes to meet the man's faint, knowing smile. How's it going over there? She turned toward Ma Qingye, trying to diffuse the awkwardness. She still wasn't quite used to such moments. Almost done, Ma Qingye replied. When the drawing was finished, Lu Si picked it up to examine. Their current location was in the western part of Gangyang County. There were 3 possible routes to Jingzhong City, the central hub of K Province. 2 of them required passing through several cities along the way. The urban areas now had far more zombies than any other region. To conserve energy, they decided to take a more remote path, though it would take longer. You're heading to S Province, while Su Jin and I are going to the center of K City. Our paths don't seem to align, Lu Si said, holding up the map as she looked at Ma Qingye. Ma Qingye nodded. I know. He pointed to a certain spot on the paper, an area relatively close to S Province. You can drop me off when we pass through this region. I'll continue alone from there. There should be rescue teams in K City. If you run into them, you could join up, Lu Si suggested. I've thought about that too. But that still depends on luck, Ma Qingye replied with a troubled expression. True enough. Lu Si nodded, deciding not to press further. Ultimately, they only needed to get him near that point before parting ways. What do you think, Su Gu? She handed the map to Su Jin, waiting for the man's decision. Su Jin casually scanned it, pausing for 2 seconds on the red-marked areas before shifting his gaze away. He took the paper from Lu Si's hands without really looking at it and stared directly at her. Didn't I tell you not to seek a safe escape? Lu Si fell silent, instantly understanding his meaning. But shouldn't we preserve some strength for getting there? The population density in the central city means the number of zombies will likely be 3 or 4 times higher than in this small county town. It wasn't fear, exactly. It was simply that facing such overwhelming numbers, even with Su Jin being strong, things could still become uncontrollable. And if anything happened to Su Jin, if he got injured or worse, then she'd be in far greater danger. Initially, she had left Gu Zi and the others precisely because she didn't want to take unnecessary risks. Yet now, she'd ended up joining Su Jin, a gamble even riskier than before. Saying she wasn't worried would be impossible. Though her mindset had shifted somewhat, it didn't change the fact that deep down, she was still a cowardly novice who valued survival above all. Precisely because she knew Lisha and the others were antagonists, such despicable people, she wanted nothing to do with them. She wished she'd never known them at all. Whoever encountered them would only bring disaster upon themselves. Anyway, when he found out Li Shu and the others' true identities, he couldn't bring himself to like them at all. There was no way he'd tell them his real name. Lu Si, do you trust me? Su Jin's dark eyes locked onto the youth's clear, innocent gaze. Under the man's bold and intense stare, Lu Si's eyelashes fluttered slightly. Of course I trust you, Su Gu. Alright then. I'll protect you, so don't worry too much. Su Jin smiled gently, ruffled the youth's hair, then let his hand drop. Ma Qing remained puzzled by their conversation, until he sat in the back seat of the car. The garage door opened automatically. Su Jin started the engine and turned the steering wheel, driving the car out. As the route they were taking became increasingly questionable, Ma Qing began to panic. He stared fearfully at the man in the front seat. Were they seeking thrills? Why take the main roads instead of side streets? Lu Si pulled out a gun, cracked the windows open slightly, and stayed on high alert, ready to shoot any zombies. Just as if confirming his worst fears, Su Jin steered the car straight onto the main thoroughfare, the very route that passed directly through the city center. They hadn't driven halfway when the zombies hiding in the alleys and buildings heard the sound of the engine. Immediately, they emerged from the shadows, shuffling toward the source of the noise. Lu Si, are you too crazy? Ma Qing watched from inside the car as more and more zombies appeared, his face turning pale. Only at this moment did he finally understand what those 2 had meant earlier. Ever since they'd been surrounded by zombies, he should have realized, these 2 were simply looking for a death wish. We're not crazy. Lu Si turned his head and shot the other a glance. Finally, the man had lost his composure. Rawr. As if summoned by a signal, the horde immediately sprang into action, sprinting toward the vehicle. Chapter 124 Motion Sickness. Bang! 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 Gunshots rang out. Sit tight, Su Jin said, downshifting before hitting the accelerator. The car swiftly sped forward along the road. The zombies chased closely behind them. Lu Si's job was to eliminate the ones ahead, clearing a path for the vehicle. There weren't many zombies in front, so Su Jin drove relatively easily. The problem was the dozens clinging to the rear of the car, but as long as there was enough fuel, it wasn't a serious issue. Driving on the main road had its advantages. The wide space meant there would always be an opening through any zombie blockade. Not to mention that Su Jin's driving skills were exceptional. After a series of maneuvers, Lu Si suppressed his dizziness and reloaded the magazine, then fired at the zombies ahead. Su Jin. I can't hold on much longer. When would this end? Su Jin glanced back. Seeing the boy's pale face, he slowed the car slightly, freed one hand, and pressed it against the back of Lu Si's neck, channeling warmth into his body. Rest first. Don't worry about anything. Motion sickness made riding in cars unbearable. His stomach churned violently, as if caught in a stormy sea. Lu Si felt better when the car moved steadily, but whenever the speed increased sharply or the car swerved erratically with constant acceleration, his head throbbed, his gut cramped, and sour fluid rose in his throat. But after absorbing Su Jin's ability, the dizziness in Lu Si's head quickly cleared. Su Jin gently pulled him back into his seat, voice soft. Close your eyes and rest. I've got you. Listening to Su Jin, Lu Si put away his gun. Seeing how obedient he was, Su Jin finally let go and refocused on driving. You can use abilities, right? A cold, detached voice spoke up. Ma Ching snapped back to attention, nodded nervously, and answered, yes. Hold off those zombies. Su Jin glanced at the horde appearing in the rearview mirror, still tailing them closely, even after they'd driven beyond the city limits. Got it. Ma Ching nodded firmly. With plant-based abilities slowing the zombies down, the car steadily advanced forward, soon leaving the area behind. The car pulled onto the highway and came to a stop. Lu Si unbuckled his seatbelt, opened the door, and stepped out. Everything he'd eaten that morning came rushing back out in a different form. Su Jin stepped out too, crouched beside the boy, placed a hand on his back, and rubbed gently. With the other hand, he took out a bottle of water, twisted off the cap one-handed, and handed it over. Rinse your mouth first. Yeah, thanks. Lu Si took it, swished some water around, spat it out, then took a few sips. His stomach finally began to settle. Why didn't you get motion sick yesterday? Su Jin asked as he continued massaging. Lu Si paused mid-gesture, holding the bottle. Because I ate very little yesterday. And this morning, you dragged me into all that activity. Then we left right after a full breakfast, of course my body couldn't handle it. I'll be more careful next time. Su Jin admitted his mistake without hesitation and promised to do better. He handed Lu Si a tissue. Lu Si took it and wiped his mouth. After a moment, he slowly stood up, feeling weak and drained. Su Jin patiently supported him. Take off your jacket. Lu Si nodded. Once the jacket was off, he felt significantly better. They had stopped on a bridge spanning the river, and standing there, a gentle breeze flowed through the air. Lu Si exhaled deeply, gazing at the vast stretch of water beneath the bridge, his mind growing calmer. Feeling better? The man stood beside him, eyes never leaving the boy. Chapter 125 happening. Much better, Lu Si nodded. Su Jin, I want to ask you something, Lu Si suddenly said. Go ahead. Where in K City are you heading? Su Jin gazed into the distance, at the gloomy sky, and replied, Jingbei City. Jingbei City, the second major city of K City, not the capital Jingzhong. I see, Lu Si murmured, deep in thought. Su Jin placed a hand on the youth's shoulder and said, yeah. I need to find the lab. After a pause, he added, but it's not urgent. You come first. Lu Si turned his face toward the man. Su Jin, I have to say, the lab is dangerous. Your parents probably aren't there. If they're still alive, the government would have taken them away by now. Seeing the man remain silent with lips pressed tight, he continued, if we go searching blindly like this, it'll be really dangerous. We might have gotten lucky a few times before, but what about next time? Who can guarantee anything? You noticed something off about the lab too? To be honest, it's exactly as you suspect, dangerous. He paused again, then asked, you don't trust me, do you? It's not that I don't trust you. I'm just being realistic, Su Gu. Before Lu Si could finish, the man tightened his grip and pulled him into his arms. His nose bumped against the man's firm chest. If you've chosen to follow me, don't back down, the man whispered softly. Damn it, was that even about backing down? Lu Si lowered his gaze. I'm curious too, but let me tell you, Su Jin, by general rule, the further we go, the more dangerous it gets. A cold glint flickered in Su Jin's eyes. He scoffed lightly, general rule. Then I'll overturn this so-called general rule. Realizing there was no convincing Su Jin, Lu Si gave up for now. Fine. I'll follow your lead, Su Gu. Let's get going soon. The zombies weren't that strong yet, going earlier meant getting things over with sooner. It all came down to differences in personal skill and capability anyway. No rush, Su Jin murmured, fingers gently twisting a strand of hair near the boy's ear, his voice low. Lu Si endured the man playing with his hair, silently praying his black locks wouldn't be completely worn thin by this guy. They stood there for a while longer before returning to the car. With a puff of exhaust fumes, the vehicle sped off into the distance. At this very moment, Ganyang County lay beneath an overcast sky. A stench of decay hung thick in the air. Clusters of zombies emerged from somewhere, aimlessly wandering the streets, many more than before. In every corner of this region, their lifeless figures stood scattered. Everything was utterly lifeless. A man in black stood atop a rooftop, gazing down at the scene below. A chilling smile curled at the edge of his lips before his dark figure vanished from the eaves. Guangming Base. When ordinary people finally gained access to several water supply points, water purified using lime powder, they didn't hesitate. They drank greedily straight from the source. Others happily splashed water onto their faces. These were common folk without any special abilities. Though there were a few strong young men among them, most were vulnerable. An elderly man eagerly accepted a bowl of water. When his parched lips touched the clear liquid, his entire body trembled with emotion as he gulped it down repeatedly. Drinking too fast, he choked. A metallic taste spread through his mouth, but he seemed unaware. He swallowed it back down, dark fluid oozing slightly from the corners of his lips. Suddenly, his body shuddered violently. His eyes rolled back white for a moment. Then he closed them. Soon after, his neck twisted with a creaking sound. A relative stepped toward the old man and reached out to touch his shoulder. In one swift motion, the elder's now powerful hand seized the person, and snapped forward with a bite. Ah! A shrill scream pierced the air. Chapter 126 So Sweet. Clang. As soon as it started, the second and third followed immediately after. Once someone was bitten, within seconds they transformed into one of them, identical to their attacker. But the base wasn't paying much attention to what was happening among the civilians. Because of this, in less than an hour, the area became an outbreak epicenter. The few survivors screamed in terror, their cries stretching long and sharp through the air. By the time those at the base realized what was happening, it was already too late. And outsiders, unaware of the situation inside, kept coming from hundreds of miles away toward this supposed safe haven. After leaving Ganyang County, Su Jin chose the highway, wider roads, better for driving. As they moved farther from the county, scattered vehicles could still occasionally be seen on the road. Lu Si noticed that Su Jin continued staying on the highway, passing several exit signs pointing toward Jingbei City. He hesitated, wanting to speak up but holding back. As Su Jin drove further ahead, the once visible other cars now completely disappeared, leaving theirs the only vehicle left on the road. Lu Si finally turned to Ma Qingye sitting in the back seat. Past Longxi intersection, where does this highway lead? Ma Qingye was chewing on a strip of vine, and upon hearing the question, opened his eyes to glance at the trees blurring past outside before scratching his cheek with one hand. I'm not exactly sure about this route. Oh. Lu Si acknowledged softly and said no more. Su Jin sensed his mood and asked indifferently, what? Feeling carsick? No. Then what's on your mind? I think you took a wrong turn. Su Jin fell silent for a moment. I didn't. As he finished speaking, he steered the car off onto a cement road below. Lu Si glanced up at the sign above, reading a place name unfamiliar even to his memory. Suddenly, he remembered how Su Jin hadn't known the way when they first set out. But Su Jin should know this area better than him, so why should he worry? Shaking his head slightly, Lu Si looked ahead at the empty road. A few candies appeared in his hand. He tore open the wrapper and popped several gummy sweets into his mouth, chewing slowly. The jelly flavor spread through his mouth, yet despite it, he felt a strange gloom settle over him, even the candy didn't taste sweet anymore. He stole a glance at Su Jin, only to find the man just looking back at him. What are you eating? Su Jin stopped the car and reached out, pressing the pad of his finger against the youth's cheek, soft, plump, irresistibly pokeable. Candy. Want some? Lu Si caught Su Jin's hand before it wandered further, took out a few pieces, and placed them into the man's palm. Su Jin glanced briefly at the wrapped candies, then looked straight into Lu Si's eyes. I want the kind that's already in your mouth. Lu Si. No way, he must have misheard that. In the back seat, Ma Qingye stiffened instantly, silently observing the exchange. He watched as Lu Si slid the candy from his mouth onto his tongue and leaned closer to Su Jin, who opened his lips and sucked it right in. It was a rather intense scene. He needed a moment to recover. Ma Qingye quickly turned his face away, staring hard out the window. Lu Si scrambled back, face burning red. I was just joking. You actually ate it. So sweet, Su Jin murmured, almost wistful. That night, zombie after zombie emerged within what had once been considered a safe zone. They appeared en masse, seemingly conscious and deliberate, all turning their gazes toward the direction of the base. They were waiting, for the right moment, for the call. Chapter 127, Gongshi Village 1. Lu Si was faced with a once-in-a-lifetime dilemma. Well, not really. They had simply taken the wrong path. According to their original route, they should have seen clusters of buildings by now, but all around them were nothing but weeds and thorny thickets, no sign of any inhabited place. As the sky outside grew darker, they realized they'd been sitting in the car all day long. The entire afternoon, Lu Si had kept his eyes closed, resting. He told Su Jin to wake him only if danger arose. But the moment he opened his eyes and saw the desolate landscape outside, he sensed something was off. He grabbed Su Jin's arm. "Hey, Su Ji, why don't you try the car's navigation system? Surely the satellite navigation should be functional by now." Su Jin looked out at the scenery, gradually realizing something was wrong, and slowed the car down. Lu Si leaned forward, scanning the front dashboard. Suddenly, he looked up at Su Jin. "This car doesn't have a navigation system installed." Su Jin frowned. He hadn't expected that, though he didn't seem particularly bothered. Then we'll just drive randomly." With that, he turned onto another cement road. Lu Si watched with growing concern. He turned to look at Ma Qingye in the back seat, who was lying down asleep, and shouted loudly, "Ma Lao Di. Wake up." His voice was sharp enough to jolt Ma Qingye awake. Rubbing his eyes blearily, Ma mumbled, "What? What's going on? Can the route to Gongshi City lead us to Jingbei City?" Lu Si asked, repeating the name from the road sign he'd seen earlier when Su Jin made the turn. "Gongshi City." Ma muttered, slowly regaining his senses before nodding. "I think so, though it's quite a long way." "I think." Realizing this man wasn't reliable, Lu Si silently pulled out the hand-drawn map Ma had given him before. After examining it closely, he confirmed there was indeed a path leading to Jingbei City. Only then did he relax slightly. If Su Jin kept driving forward, they'd be going even farther out of the way. "No need to worry, I'm not necessarily set on going there anyway," Su Jin said casually, noticing Lu Si's concern over the route. Lu Si was speechless. If they weren't going there, where else were they supposed to go? He was finding it harder and harder to guess Su Jin's intentions, perhaps he never had, to begin with. Still, looking at the barren wilderness around them, there clearly wasn't anywhere nearby to stay. "Su Ji, looks like we'll have to spend the night in the car." "It's getting darker, we still need to find a place to stop for the night," Su Jin replied with a frown. He had been hoping to get intimate with Lu Si, but with an extra person in the car now, things had gotten complicated. At that thought, the car picked up speed. Ma Qingye shivered suddenly, a chill running down his spine, wondering if the temperature had dropped. Staring out at the passing scenery, he suddenly remembered Lu Si's earlier question and asked urgently, "Are we in the area of Gongshi City right now?" "Seems like it." "Why? Is there a problem?" "I've heard some rumors about Gongshi City in K Province," Ma said slowly, deep in thought. "What kind of rumors?" Lu Si asked, curiosity piqued. Ma frowned. "I can't recall clearly anymore, but whatever it wasn't good news." "Bad news?" In this post-apocalyptic world, bad news usually meant zombie attacks and infection, right? Ma fell silent for a moment before saying, "I think we should pass through this route as quickly as possible. Otherwise, if we run into something unimaginable, we're in real trouble." "Is there anything more terrifying than being surrounded by zombies?" Lu Si asked. "No," Ma said immediately, then shuddered at the memory of being swarmed by countless rotting figures. "Oh," Lu Si replied quietly, settling back into his seat. He watched as Su Jin drove onto another path, where a wooden sign stood beside the road. Gongshi Village. Chapter 128 Gongsikan 2, The Elder and Divine Power. Toward the path, shadowy houses came into view. The sky gradually darkened with time. Su Jin drove down this road. The car moved in and stopped at a relatively spacious section of the path. A flashlight clicked on. Lu Si stepped out from the car, sweeping the beam around. These were two-story buildings constructed from rough stone bricks, as they appeared from the outside. When he looked up, the flashlight in his hand paused, the light shone onto the second floor, where a person stood. The beam fell directly on that person's face. The woman had long, loose hair, her face was pale, her eyes lifeless and fixed on Lu Si, giving off an eerie presence. "Su Jin," Lu Si instinctively called out. "What?" "Look up there." Lu Si pointed upward with his index finger. Su Jin followed his gesture and looked. Ma Cheng looked too, and nearly scared himself to death, blurting, "Is that a ghost?" "Who are you?" The woman standing on the second-floor balcony finally spoke after a stretch of silence. "Not a ghost." Hearing this, the woman frowned. "Ghost? Who are you people, and what are you doing here?" Lu Si replied, "We're just travelers. It's getting dark, so we wanted to find a place to rest for the night." As he spoke, he kept his eyes on hers. He noticed a lack of vitality in her gaze, something odd struck him. Was she blind? As if to confirm his suspicion, the woman reached her hand into the air, feeling until her fingers touched a metal basin placed on the stone ledge. She picked it up, her tone flat. Our village does not welcome outsiders. You should leave now. Drive another 1 or 2 hours and you'll reach the city. Big sister, your place is quite remote. Is every household in your village still occupied? Lu Si stared directly at the woman's face and asked. The woman stiffened, her fingers tightening around the edge of the basin as she responded word by word, none of your business. Clearly unwilling to say more. She turned and slowly groped her way toward the darkness inside. Su Jin, let's go, Lu Si said, glancing at Su Jin. Su Jin didn't seem to mind, if not this one, they'd find an empty house. Just as they were about to leave, the wooden door of another house beside this one creaked open. From the crack, a head peeked out, a grandmother with tiny, beady eyes scanning over the 3 strangers. You people are from outside? Hearing the question, Lu Si turned to look, an old woman, her face gaunt and skeletal, now facing them. Yes. Oh. Then come in, the old woman said, pushing the door wider. Seeing that they hesitated, she added, I overheard your conversation with Xiaomei just now from inside. From here to the city is still 1 or 2 hours, too far. You might as well stay the night here. Go in. Lu Si deferred to Su Jin, letting him make the decision. I feel something strange. Let's just leave and spend the night in the car, Ma Cheng weakly suggested. Su Gu. Lu Si ignored Ma Cheng. Scared? Was there anything scarier than zombies? Go in, Su Jin said quietly, lips pressed together. Put the car into the space, he told Lu Si. Got it. Lu Si nodded, placing his hand beside the vehicle. The car parked on the ground instantly vanished. The old woman watched Lu Si wave away such a large object, her expression shifting. She lowered her head, murmuring softly, could this be divine power? Chapter 129 Gongshi Village 3. At this, the old woman's gaze toward Lu Si changed. There was now a hint of respect in her eyes. After letting them in, she bent her hunched figure and shut the wooden door, saying, this place is quite remote, nothing special about it. We don't get outsiders coming here much. Our accommodations might be humble, hope you don't mind. The old woman spoke with a kind expression. The house used light bulbs, the warm orange glow illuminated the interior, revealing everything inside. Where are your family members? Lu Si asked, looking around the small living hall. The room was compact but fully furnished. Upon entering, one immediately saw a tall wooden table painted red-brown, placed against the wall opposite the door. Candles flickered on the table. Above and to the right hung a black and white portrait, a picture of an old man. Hearing the young man's question, the old woman's eyes filled with tears. Her voice dropped low and hoarse, trembling slightly as she said, they're all dead, all gone. Only this old woman remains. I'm sorry for your loss, Lu Si replied, though inwardly he felt a strange sense of relief. Thinking of himself, and the original body he now inhabited, both were utterly alone. Asterisk good, good. No attachments means nothing will stand in the way of my plans, asterisk. Has anything unusual happened around here recently? Ma Cheng suddenly asked. The old woman, whose eyes had been damp moments before, instantly stilled. Her expression shifted sharply, she shot a piercing glance at the boy, then lowered her eyes and muttered, what could possibly happen? After a pause, she narrowed her eyes slightly, glancing sidelong at Lu Si. I'll show you to the vacant rooms. Leave early tomorrow morning. Ma Cheng had just caught sight of that look, and he felt afraid. He grabbed Lu Si's hand. Hey Lu Si, did you notice something? Notice what? Lu Si glanced at him, then turned back to the old woman. Thank you for your help. No trouble at all. Cough cough. The old woman cleared her throat as she spoke. I think, maybe we should find somewhere else to stay. Ma Cheng said, growing increasingly uneasy around the elderly woman. But Lu Si seemed not to hear him. He simply pulled Su Jin along behind the old woman. Ma Cheng had no choice but to follow. He was even more afraid to go outside, the darkness beyond was absolute. If danger came, he'd be finished. They followed the old woman deeper into the house. The building must have stood for many years, the air carried a musty scent of rotting wood, and patches of the walls had darkened. Having already grown numb to the stench of zombies, Lu Si paid little mind to the smell. As long as there was shelter, it was enough. Thud. Thud. Ma Cheng heard faint, skittering tapping sounds. Lu Gu, did you hear that noise? What noise? You're imagining things, Lu Si replied, giving him a puzzled look. Maybe, Ma Cheng muttered, realizing the sound had stopped and that Lu Si hadn't heard it. He scratched his cheek. Probably just imagined it. The old woman listened silently, her eyes carefully guarded. Then she stretched out a bony index finger, pointing at 2 small doors ahead. I only have 2 empty rooms. Will you 3 share one, or sleep separately? Separate, Su Jin said, breaking his long silence. Hearing the tall man speak, the old woman gave him a brief, probing look, then quickly looked away, smoothing her clothes. All right. What would you like to eat? I still have some porridge left over from today. Lu Si declined immediately. No need, thank you for the offer. Ah, I see, the old woman said, sounding slightly disappointed. We'll head in first, Su Jin said, pulling Lu Si into one of the rooms. The door closed behind them. Only Ma Cheng and the old woman remained outside. Chapter 130, Gongshi Village 4, Night Exploration of the Basement. Ma Chengye also stared at the tightly closed door, then turned to glance at the old man beside him. His voice faltered slightly as he pointed with his index finger toward another room. Then I'll go into this one. With that, he quickly moved toward the adjacent room, walking in under the gaze of the old man and hurrying inside. Bang! The door slowly shut. Ma Chengye immediately bolted the iron latch on the wooden door, pressing his back tightly against it. He pulled the light cord, and a warm orange glow instantly illuminated the room. Inside was nothing but a wooden bed, no other furnishings. Only then did he let out a sigh of relief. Outside, the old man watched both of them enter their rooms. A silent, gentle smile appeared on his kindly face before he leaned on his cane and slowly walked away into another stretch of darkness. Lu Si and Su Jin entered their assigned room. The light flickered on, revealing only a wooden plank bed and nothing else. The plank bed looked ancient and worn. It didn't seem like something anyone would truly want to sit on, especially not given how strange this house felt. Had it not been for seeing Su Jin standing calmly there, he would have left already. He retrieved 2 stools from his space, handing one to Su Jin before taking the other. Su Jin scanned the surroundings briefly, then sat down. Su Jin, what should we do now? Lu Si whispered. He had the feeling Su Jin had sensed something was off long before he did. Sleep, Su Jin said, placing a hand on Lu Si's shoulder and gently pulling him closer. Sleep? Who could possibly sleep right now? Do you think that old man is strange? The moment I walked in, I smelled something unusual, some kind of incense, like it was masking another scent. But out in the hallway earlier, a different smell came through, dry yet faintly like the odor of a corpse. In remote villages, old customs were unpredictable. True, this was the apocalypse era, but human nature remained just as treacherous. The situation earlier had gone smoothly only because he had some experience. If he hadn't been careful. His eyes caught sight of something dark and congealed on the cement floor near the bed, unidentifiable, long dried. There had been outsiders here before them, hadn't there? Su Jin gently stroked Lu Si's hair, his voice steady. You've been riding all day. Are you tired? Not at all. I just slept the whole afternoon, I'm wide awake now. The moment Lu Si finished speaking, the man's gaze shifted oddly. Is that so? The man's eyes darkened. A knowing look crossed Lu Si's face, he got it immediately. Actually, I'm still quite. Su Jin gripped the back of the youth's head, deepening the kiss. In no time, he pulled the boy onto his lap, continuing their tangled embrace. Midnight. A rustling sound echoed from outside in the corridor. Su Jin held the sleeping youth close, his palm resting gently on the boy's pale face. Thump. Thump. Knocking came from beyond the door. For a short while, the sound continued, then abruptly ceased. Silence returned. Su Jin carefully lowered Lu Si, leaning him gently against the wall. Gazing at the boy's peaceful sleeping face, he kissed him a few times, then draped his coat over him. Quietly, he opened the door and stepped out. As the door closed again behind him, Lu Si opened his eyes, calm, undisturbed. He glanced down at the coat Su Jin had placed over him. He stood up, slipped on the jacket, grasped his dagger in one hand, and took the flashlight in the other. Opening the door, he swept the beam around, scanning the area. Then he looked toward Ma Chengye's room, the door was slightly ajar. Slowly pushing it open, he entered, every muscle tense and alert. The flashlight swept across the room, empty. Just a wooden bed, nothing more. So this young fellow was in danger, then. Just as the thought formed, a hand suddenly touched his shoulder. What are you doing? He spun around, saw the man's face, and exhaled quietly in relief. False alarm. Su Gu, how'd you appear behind me so silently? I should be asking you that, why are you out here? And faking sleep so skillfully? Su Jin's voice was cool, calling out the boy's act. Lu Si gave an awkward laugh, stammering, I was just curious. As for the topic of feigning sleep, he simply ignored it. Let's go. Su Jin slid his hands into his pockets, choosing not to press further. Great. Lu Si took that as agreement that he could come along. Su Jin glanced at him, noticing the mark he'd left on the boy's neck. His expression shifted subtly. He lowered his voice, be careful later. Under that searing gaze, Lu Si zipped his jacket all the way up. That helped, just a little, lessening the weight of the man's stare. Earlier, due to the uneasy atmosphere of this place, Lu Si had hesitated. Su Jin respected the boy, so he hadn't pushed. Otherwise, he would have devoured him completely, leaving not even a bone behind. The two walked toward the pavilion from earlier. Su Gu, do you feel like something's off? Lu Si asked as they walked. Not sure. Lu Si chuckled awkwardly, not sure my ass, Su Jin spoke again, you'll find out soon enough. There's no sign of Ma Qingye in the room. Looks like this guy's already been dragged off to some corner, Lu Si analyzed carefully. Su Jin's eyes narrowed slightly, a dangerous glint flashing through them as he questioned, you want to save him? Nope. Lu Si answered honestly, then added with a curious glance at the man, but aren't you curious about this place? He didn't care about saving anyone, but exploring this strange location. That, he was interested in. Su Jin listened, hesitated for a moment, then said in an incredibly indulgent tone, if you're interested, then go take a look. They stopped at the pavilion. Lu Si shone his flashlight down at the ground and spotted a basement. The wooden outer door lay open, revealing a dark entrance below. The beam illuminated stone steps leading downward. The opening was narrow, limiting how far the light could reach inside. Ah! A sharp cry came from within. It sounded aged and raspy, almost like the old woman's voice. Lu Si turned to look at Su Jin, seeking his opinion. Su Jin agreed easily, go down. He took Lu Si's hand and stepped forward first. Even though he knew Su Jin was capable, Lu Si still felt the need to remind him, Su Gu, be careful. Which man didn't enjoy being cared for? Especially by someone he liked. A faint smile tugged at Su Jin's lips. After descending, the space widened. They turned left, sweeping the flashlight around until it finally settled on one spot. You're finally here. Ma Qingye cried upon seeing them, tears streaming down his face in relief. Beside him lay a bundle completely wrapped in vines. Chapter 131, Gongshi Village 5, The Truth Behind Raising Zombies. Two dim lamps hung on the walls of the basement, casting faint light over the surroundings. Beside the wall stood a red plastic bucket, a wooden cutting board, two bamboo clam shells, and not far from Ma Qingye, an old kitchen knife, its blade worn sharp and gleaming. When the flashlight beam hit it, the steel reflected a stark white glow. Ma Qingye saw Lu Si and Su Jin and quickly stood up, his hands already locked behind his back with iron chains. He turned sideways to show them his bound wrists. Help me unlock this. How did you end up here? Lu Si looked him over, feigning curiosity. The air reeked of decay. Pools of unclotted blood dotted the ground. Ma Qingye pressed his lips together, voice slightly softer now. I wasn't asleep in my room earlier. I don't know how, but I suddenly passed out. When I woke up, I was already here. What's that thing over there? Lu Si pointed the flashlight at a shape slumped against the nearby wall. That was the old woman earlier, Ma Qingye said. After a pause, he added, she tried to stab me with a knife, but my vines stopped her. His tone still carried traces of relief, thankful he had his ability, or else he might have died without anyone ever knowing. Oh. Lu Si gripped the flashlight, sweeping its beam around. He noticed the passage led further inward. Brother Su, shall we take a look ahead? He glanced at Su Jin. Curious as he was, he needed Su Jin by his side first. Su Jin gave a brief nod. Only then did Lu Si lead Su Jin deeper into the basement. Ma Qingye could wait, for now. Hey, you haven't untied my hands yet. Ma Qingye called out as they started walking. His eyes flickered toward the grotesque lump near the wall. The stench was overwhelming. Hesitating for a moment, he hurried after them anyway. The corridor curved right along a rounded wall, revealing an iron cage. The flashlight pierced the dark, illuminating what lay inside. It was a zombie-like monster, tattered clothes hanging off its frame, sunken white eyes, face ravaged and twisted, body emaciated. When the light touched its face, it instinctively flinched away, but then, catching the scent of living people, it bared its teeth, emitting a hoarse, guttural moan. Its long, pointed fingers scraped against the iron bars, producing a grating screech. A chain was fastened to its leg, clinking loudly with every twitch. Around the outside of the cage were scattered fragments teeming with maggots. It had been starving for a long time. Its eyes locked onto them hungrily, as if it could burst through the bars at any second. Lu Si took in the scene, then glanced back at the tools he'd seen earlier, the bucket, the knife, the blood. Suddenly, it clicked. Was the old woman killing people to feed this mutated relative? Why would that old woman raise a zombie like this? Ma Qingye immediately recognized the creature as a zombie, his skin crawling. Probably a family member, Lu Si said, pulling out a knife without hesitation and ending the monster's suffering in one swift motion. Is the old woman dead? Dead, I think. Ma Qingye withdrew his vines. The old woman's body had withered into nothing but bones. A large patch of dried blood stained her clothes over the chest. Lu Si stared, then tugged the corner of his mouth. He turned to Ma Qingye beside him and gave a genuine thumbs up. Your power is really impressive. Ma Qingye bit his lip. I'm not exactly sure why I have it. As he spoke, a thin vine appeared around his wrist, gently caressing his skin. Lu Si turned away. Brother Su, do you think eating his vines before could have poisoned us? Su Jin looked at the vine curling around Ma Qingye's hand. For a fleeting second, a glint flashed across his eyes, quickly masked. Lowering his gaze, then lifting it to glance at Lucy, he replied calmly, "No." "Good." After exiting the basement, Ma Qingye suddenly snapped back to attention, smacking his forehead. "Oh, I think I remember now. There actually was a news story about Gongxi village. A man returned from working elsewhere and suddenly changed. He bit his wife and child to death. The villagers managed to subdue him. At first, they wanted to send him to the police station, but the man's mother refused. She said she raised the woman herself, and since her grandson was already dead, her son hadn't done it on purpose. Because of the family connection, the old woman threw a fit and wouldn't cooperate. The authorities dropped it. A local reporter wrote about it, and it caused some stir. But given how unusual the case was, the article was quickly taken down. I never thought it was real. Ma Qingye's voice trembled slightly with disbelief by the end. In this vast world, nothing is too strange, and especially not in such a remote place. Chapter 132, Shirshi Village. The wooden boards sealing the entrance to the basement were put back in place, and the original stench had dissipated considerably. Ma Qingye looked at Lucy and asked, "Should we leave now, or stay here for the night?" "It's the middle of the night, where would we go? Let's just stay here one more night. Right, Brother Su?" Lucy said, turning to seek Su Jin's opinion. Ma Qingye watched the way Lucy spoke to Su Jin, feeling a strange discomfort inside. He hadn't expected Lucy's tone with him and with Su Jin to be so drastically different. The hypocrisy between these two was unbelievable. Su Jin wrapped an arm around Dia's shoulder. Let's stay." I'm not going to be stuck sleeping alone in a room again, am I?" Ma Qingye asked nervously. The man shot a cold, menacing glance at Ma Qingye. "Actually, it's not impossible. If you do, just remember to call me tomorrow." Ma Qingye blurted out before quickly dashing into the previous room. Lucy watched Ma Qingye vanish into the room. So cowardly. But Su Jin wasn't that terrifying, was he? Thinking this, he turned his gaze toward Su Jin. Receiving the boy's silent approval, the man's lips curled slightly upward. "Let's go inside and sleep." He emphasized the last two words particularly heavily. Lucy shivered involuntarily and quickly protested, "It's not right to sleep in someone else's room." "Heh, doesn't matter. I don't mind." With that, Su Jin scooped the boy up and strode into the room. To avoid falling, Lucy instinctively wrapped his arms around Su Jin's neck. Still muttering the usual line, "Su Ji, go easy on me, His words were cut off by a sudden kiss. All through that long night, Ma Qingye couldn't sleep properly, the unbearable, blush-inducing sounds from the neighboring room were simply too much. The next morning at dawn, Ma Qingye emerged with two dark circles under his eyes, glancing over at the pair. Especially that man, who seemed unusually cheerful, while Lucy didn't look quite as well, but still allowed the man to hold him close. The three walked out of the house. At that moment, the sun broke through the clouds, its half-circle flame illuminating the dim sky. A pale blue expanse stretched overhead, with pure white clouds curling around the edges of the rising sun. Morning, the hour of fresh air. Just as they stepped out, Lucy was joking with Ma Qingye. His voice was a little hoarse, but it didn't affect his playful tone. Creak, a wooden door opened nearby. A woman stepped out holding a basin. Upon hearing familiar voices, she paused briefly before speaking, "Didn't expect you all to still be alive." Lucy stopped talking and looked up at her. "Do you know something?" "Know what?" "I already warned you earlier." "Looks like it was pointless now." She added with a faint smile. Curious, Lucy changed the subject, resting his chin on his hand. "I wonder, since you're blind, why weren't you dealt with by the old neighbor?" Her eyes flickered slightly, then quickly masked. "That's none of your business." Her tone carried a warning by the end. Su Jin hurled a dagger straight at her head. Sensing danger, the woman subtly tilted her head aside. The blade sliced cleanly through her hair, severing a strand that drifted down. She looked furious. "I didn't scheme against you, why attack me? If I hadn't dodged, I'd be dead." "Psychic-type ability?" Su Jin coldly uttered the words. Her expression shifted instantly, as if exposed. "What abilities?" "None of your damn business. Psychic abilities could manipulate nerves and sense surrounding dangers." "Indeed, it's not our concern," Su Jin said, gripping Lucy's wrist. "Let's go." "Oh." Though puzzled, Lucy followed Su Jin's lead without further questions. Curiosity had its limits, he wasn't some amateur detective. The woman stood still, listening to the sound of the car engine fading into the distance. Her face darkened. Lost in thought, she turned her hollow eyes toward the neighboring house, her expression utterly blank. After a moment, she lowered her gaze and silently pulled a faint, eerie smile. Cradling the basin in both arms, she turned and stepped back into her own home. The car left the village behind. When the sun fully rose and daylight completely filled the sky, the vehicle drove onto the highway, heading toward another destination. Ma Qingye sat in the back seat. Why didn't we ask her more just now? I think that woman is suspicious. Lu Si turned to look at him, shrugged helplessly, and said word by word, so what if there is a problem? Are you going to chase after it until you get every detail? Yeah, I guess so. Ma Qingye fell silent, realizing Lu Si had a point. Your ability is pretty impressive. Did you do anything special to it before? Lu Si continued the conversation with Ma Qingye about the earlier topic. He was now extremely interested in Ma Qingye's ability. This power was truly something. Ma Qingye seemed so frail on the outside, yet his ability was incredibly strong. That level of power didn't seem like something an ordinary esper could possess. Being asked like this, Ma Qingye hesitated slightly, but ultimately chose not to elaborate. His tone turned serious. That's really something I can't talk about. Oh. So there really was something done to it. Seeing that Lu Si wasn't pressing further, Ma Qingye couldn't help but add one more sentence. My ability seems to be connected to some kind of medium. Lu Si glanced at him and asked, Jade? Chapter 133 Lu Si, need to exercise restraint, or my waist is gone. As soon as the words left his mouth, the other person's eyelids flickered. Combined with that person's golden hair, he looked just like a yellow-haired dog. Oh. Lu Si said without a shred of doubt in his tone, then fell silent, asking nothing more. He already knew it was the effect of the jade. Looking up at the buildings flashing past outside, he pulled out a few pieces of fruit candy, so tempting even a child would crave them. He ate several and placed the remaining ones in his palm before turning his head to Ma Qingye behind him. Where did your piece of jade come from? Any special features? Ma Qingye cleared his throat lightly and replied, passed down through the family. Damn, was there no chance then? Lu Si slumped in disappointment. What kind of jade? Su Jin asked, driving while silently listening to their conversation. There was no way Lu Si would give Su Jin exact details, so he gave a dry description instead. Just the type that benefits supernatural abilities. Su Jin was quiet for a moment before speaking. The jade I tied around your ankle also has the same effect you mentioned earlier. So there's no need to envy others. As he spoke, his gaze fixed intensely on Lu Si, as if trying to make the younger man blush until he could take no more. Really? Lu Si was skeptical. Upon hearing Su Jin's words, he lifted his leg, rolled up his pants slightly, and began idly fiddling with the jade tied around his ankle, muttering to himself, I wonder if it needs blood to establish a bond. Hearing this, Su Jin frowned immediately. It doesn't. It probably just needs consistent wear to form a connection with the jade, Ma Qingye chimed in from the back seat. Lu Si lowered his leg and turned to face Ma Qingye, suddenly producing a shiny knife in his hand. If not for the fact that I'm a good person, and yeah, a genuinely good one, given what you just said, do you really think you'd still be alive right now? Not, alive. Ma Qingye wore a confused expression. Seeing the blonde's naive look, Lu Si cursed under his breath, F***ck, no wonder your friend took interest in you, so damn innocent. If you didn't have an ability, you'd already be stripped naked and messed with. At Lu Si's mention of earlier events, Ma Qingye's expression darkened instantly. That person isn't a friend by any means. At least you know that much, Lu Si said, exasperated. He put the knife away. Ma Qingye pressed his lips together. Last time was my miscalculation. You two are different. After a pause, he added, a man's sixth sense tells me so. Lu Si. Why did that last sentence sound so familiar? Deciding not to engage further with Ma Qingye, he turned toward Su Jin instead, rubbing his palms together. Su Gu, then why can't I feel this jade enhancing my ability yet? It's gradual. I have other jade pieces too, if you want more, you can try them next time. As he spoke, Su Jin stared directly at Lu Si with unmistakable desire burning in his eyes. Lu Si quickly understood exactly what those other jade pieces were meant for. He declined outright. Su Gu, that really won't be necessary. The one you've already given me is more than enough. Su Jin lowered his eyes, replying with a disappointed tone, As you wish. Heh, focus on driving, Lu Si reminded him. Only after seeing Su Jin return his attention to the road did Lu Si finally relax. Ever since Su Jin had confessed his feelings, the lust in his eyes had ceased to be hidden, it spilled out openly now. And under that heated gaze, Lu Si suddenly felt a sharp pain in his backside. Recalling last night's activities, he realized, they truly needed to exercise some restraint. Otherwise, even with the man's healing abilities, he constantly got the feeling his waist was completely ruined. After the car fell into silence again, Lu Si grew restless once more. Hey, let's find somewhere to grab lunch later, yeah. Eat instant noodles? Su Jin asked. Chapter 134, Ma Qingye, I should have stayed under the car. The man spoke first. Lu Si cautiously looked up at him and said, then what do you want to eat? Why do you like instant noodles? They're unhealthy. Something seemed to cross his mind. Su Jin suddenly frowned, his voice carrying a hint of stiffness. Lu Si was at a loss for words. They're convenient. Eat fewer instant noodles. Didn't you receive plenty of goods? Eat those healthy foods instead. There are other things, but cooking them is kind of troublesome. In truth, he just didn't want to cook. Back in modern times, if he wasn't eating instant noodles, he'd either order takeout or go downstairs to a nearby restaurant to fill his stomach. Now, he was even lazier. Healthy or not, he figured as long as it was edible, that was good enough. He would never waste food. Hearing this, the man shot the boy a half-amused, half-skeptical glance. I remember someone once claimed they could cook. Now suddenly it's too much trouble. Earlier, he had only lied about being able to cook to save his life. Now being called out on it, he felt slightly embarrassed, but was Lucy really the type to get flustered easily? Knowing the man was teasing, he crossed his arms defiantly and retorted, I just think it's troublesome. Even if I cooked something, you wouldn't eat it anyway. Might as well not bother. When referring to Hugh, he stole a quick glance at the other man. Soo-jin glanced at the bus stop signs flashing past outside, then let out a quiet chuckle at the boy's whining tone. If I don't eat, can't you just handle it yourself? So was the man indirectly showing concern for him? Lucy's heart clenched, then began pounding. He placed his hands on his legs, lips pressed tight. Soo-jin, you're teasing me again. Ding. The car came to a stop. What happened? Ma Ching-ye, who had been sitting quietly in the back, immediately asked as the vehicle halted. Soo-jin ignored him. Instead, he turned toward Lucy, eyes blazing with fury. His fingers gripped the steering wheel so tightly his knuckles cracked, veins bulging on his hands. He hissed through clenched teeth, you think I'm joking? How many times do I have to do you before you take me seriously? As he spoke, he leaned forward, pressing closer to Lucy. Realizing how serious this had become, Lucy hurried to explain, no way. Brother Sue, I was just messing around. He absolutely couldn't push his luck anymore. Seriously? Humph. Just messing around? A dangerous glint flickered in Soo-jin's narrow eyelids. No, I was just kidding. Who doesn't know how good Brother Sue is to me? Maybe others don't, but I do. Lucy forced a smile onto his face. Humph. The man remained unimpressed. He reached out, placing his palm gently against the boy's forehead. You talk big with everyone else, but why do you always act so timid around me? You don't like that? Lucy stared down, startled, his long, thick lashes fluttering slightly. I don't. I prefer your true self. Swearing less would be nice. Listening to Lucy constantly dropping phrases like wokeo and chow, he was nearly desensitized by now. That kind of thing slips out when you're used to saying it. Lucy thought Soo-jin was rather particular. Indeed, people were different. He himself was just an ordinary commoner. Soo-jin was either a rich second generation or simply a wealthy man, someone clearly above his station. Though unwilling to admit it, it was nevertheless true. Soo-jin caressed the boy's smooth cheek, then let go. I like the real you best. Like when you puff up in anger, that's cute. With someone else still listening, Lucy flushed in embarrassment. Chow, Soo-jin, don't push your luck. Hearing the edge in Lucy's tone, Soo-jin's expression finally softened a little. Too thin. No satisfying feel when touching. Eat more meat. We've got lighters, we don't need to worry about fires not starting. At those words, Lucy bristled again, shoving the man away. If there's no feel, then stop touching me. Who was lingering there the longest anyway, acting all disgusted while their bodies screamed otherwise? TCH, men. Soo-jin let himself be pushed. Lucy hadn't put much force into it, his hand against the man's chest felt like pushing cotton, soft and yielding, leaving a strangely unsatisfying sensation. Still, upon hearing Lucy's words, he frowned slightly and said seriously, but I'll still touch whenever necessary. Lucy decided to ignore him completely, turning his head to look out the window. Damn it, so straightforward. Seeing him fall silent, Soo-jin chuckled quietly. Mad? No. Lucy replied expressionlessly. Humph. Then you are. Look at me. Soo-jin reached out, tilting the boy's chin up, forcing eye contact. As Soo-jin lifted his chin, Lucy deliberately twisted his head away, turning sideways to face the man beside him. They were standing very close, only 7 or 8 centimeters apart. Lucy glanced up and down, left and right at the man. I'm looking at you. Now what? Soo-jin leaned in. His eyes held no lust, only tenderness, and gently kissed him. When the other kissed him, Lucy froze. Again. Why another kiss? Soo-jin adored the boy's dazed expression. He reached out, cupping the back of Lucy's head, trying to pull closer. Cough, cough. The person in the back seat cleared his throat, then meekly added, I'm still here. Lucy grabbed Soo-jin's hand, stopping his actions, gritting his teeth as he whispered, all right, someone's here. Ahem. Soo-jin, just drive properly. Don't delay the trip. If Ma Ching-ye hadn't spoken up, he might have really forgotten there was someone else in the back. Things like kissing should be saved for when they were alone, this was way too embarrassing. The man silently noticed the tips of the boy's ears turning red. A faint amusement flickered in his eyes. Feeling the warmth and touch of Lu Si's hand still gripping his, he finally murmured, "Fine. But can you let go of my hand now? It's hard to drive." "Letting go, letting go, letting go." Lu Si quickly released the man's hand and sat upright in his seat. He turned his head to glare at Ma Qingye, who had been watching their interaction, and warned, "What did you see?" Ma Qingye shook his head and wisely replied, "I didn't see anything." With that, he lowered his gaze, avoiding further eye contact. Only then did Lu Si turn back around, satisfied, at least on the surface. He knew full well Ma Qingye had seen everything. At the thought, the flush that had begun to fade returned once more to his cheeks. "Su Jin, you can't do this kind of thing next time," Lu Si muttered sullenly. "Then it depends on your behavior," Su Jin said meaningfully. Exhausted. He felt like he'd never love again. Ma Qingye listened to their conversation, recalling their interaction, how quickly things shifted from stormy tension to calm reconciliation. For them, all it took was a few words. Was this ease of making up something that came with being together for a long time? He found himself lost in thought. The hearts of lovers, impossible to decipher. Chapter 135 Su Jin, I'm serious about spoiling Cece. Lu Si and his group got off at the intersection area of Shirshi City, deciding to raid the shopping mall. If in recent days they hadn't encountered anyone at all, this time they hadn't even met zombies yet when they ran into 7 or 8 refugees first. These few refugees were probably wearing clothes that hadn't been changed for several days, filthy and stained with blood. 5 men and 3 women, each one coincidentally carried a backpack and held various items in their hands. When they spotted Lu Si's trio, their faces showed shock, but without hesitation, one of them immediately used their ability, sending countless vine-like tendrils flying toward Lu Si's group. Since both parties had the same target, the mall, it was inevitable that only one side could claim it. Facing the onslaught of numerous pale green thin vines rushing toward them, some tendrils already coiled around Lu Si's limbs. The vine first wrapped around Lu Si's shoe, then crept upward, but upon touching the jade bracelet at his ankle, the tendril on his right foot instantly withered. However, Lu Si paid little attention to what happened below. Using his force-based ability, he violently yanked the vines binding his hands outward, the tendrils immediately cracked and snapped. He then drew a long blade from nowhere, slicing through the creeping vines attacking him. Since the vines erupted from the cement ground, he cut them directly from the base. Damn, they have spatial ability. Someone sharp-eyed noticed the long blade appearing out of thin air in Lu Si's hand and realized something was wrong. Vines controlled by low-level ability users were fragile, a sharp blade sliced straight through, cutting them cleanly in half. Ma Qingye also used his own ability, countering vines with vines, to see whose would prove thicker and stronger. But Su Jin was faster. In midair, he formed several white electric currents, one aimed at the vines, the others directly striking the people. The vines regenerated only briefly. After being severed multiple times and struck repeatedly by strong electric shocks, they quickly shriveled onto the ground. Shit. There's someone with lightning ability. When Su Jin's electric arc shot toward them, the man with speed ability grabbed his companion and swiftly dodged aside. The arc struck the ground head-on, cracking open a fissure and kicking up a cloud of dust. One of them with earth ability tried blocking the current with chunks of soil, but this wasn't ordinary lightning, it swiftly split the earth apart before finally dissipating. If another strike followed, death might be imminent. Lightning bolts struck all over where the group stood, scattering them apart. The dust raised earlier was blown away by the one who possessed wind ability. The group clearly hadn't expected all 3 of them to have abilities. The woman who originally used plant-based ability turned to look at her comrades. We can't win. When Su Jin's powerful lightning surged toward them, she knew, they couldn't beat this man. While the others used their abilities, Lu Si quietly observed them, plant, wind, earth, speed. 4 out of the 8 were ability users, this team was actually quite high quality. Hey bros over there, let's talk this out peacefully. Realizing the other side had a lightning user and knowing they couldn't win, the leading man quickly clenched his fist as a gesture of truce toward Su Jin. Tie them up, Su Jin said to Ma Qingye. Oh. Yes. Ma Qingye, who thought he was just invisible backup, never expected to actually get called into action. Upon hearing Su Jin's order, the refugees instinctively backed away, expression souring. Hey man, we're already asking for peace, what more do you want? Ma Qingye felt a bit uneasy about it, but still activated his ability. Fast as ever, countless thick, rough vines burst from the ground, simultaneously wrapping around the limbs of each person, immobilizing them completely. Unlike Lu Si, these people didn't possess spatial abilities to easily pull out weapons, they could only rely on their own powers to break free. But breaking free took time. Before they managed it, they started bargaining. Bro, are you guys after them all too? How about we split it? We're all survivors, why make things hard for each other? Yeah, we weren't trying to start anything. Had we known you were ability users, we'd never have attacked, another added hastily. Whether sincere or not, who could tell? Su Jin frowned. Seal their mouths. Oh, right. Before they could utter another word, fresh vines quickly wound around their mouths, silencing them. You stay outside and watch. Lu Si and I are going in, Su Jin continued directing Ma Qingye. Oh, I'll definitely keep an eye on them. Ma Qingye felt a sense of purpose now that he actually had something to do, instantly satisfied, he wasn't just dead weight after all. After giving his instructions, Su Jin took Lu Si's hand and first checked the boy over for any injuries, asking, you weren't scraped or hurt anywhere, were you? Then he spotted the faint red marks on Lu Si's wrist where the vines had brushed against him. It's nothing serious, really. Noticing Su Jin's gaze, Lu Si grinned and tried to pull his hand away. Su Jin frowned. His grip was firm, leaving no room for refusal, as he pressed his palm directly onto the reddened area. After a moment, Lu Si no longer felt any pain. Thanks, Su Gu, he said quietly. Once he'd healed it, Su Jin finally released Lu Si's wrist, only to immediately take hold of the boy's fingers again. Lu Si followed Su Jin toward the mall entrance, glancing back at Ma Qingye. Can you handle watching them alone? Ma Qingye looked toward the distant group bound tightly by vines. He wasn't entirely confident, but still replied, just make it quick, okay? Alright then. If anything happens, shout loud and we'll come. Lu Si didn't press further and walked inside with Su Jin. The first floor of the store had many sections, mostly filled with daily necessities. Shelves lay toppled in disarray. Many had already come here before them. But this time, they weren't interested in ordinary household goods. Su Jin led Lu Si up the now stationary escalator to the second floor. This level was the food section. Stepping up, they found it even messier and more barren than below. Every edible item from the shelves and counters had been completely cleared out. The few scattered remnants left behind were things accidentally dropped in the rush. Su Gu, what exactly are we looking for? In the eerie silence of the second floor, Lu Si's voice echoed as soon as he spoke. Just follow me, Su Jin replied, clearly unwilling to explain. I can walk on my own, you know. Seeing that the man was still holding his hand, Lu Si tried to pull free, then added awkwardly after a pause, if you keep holding my hand like this, I won't be able to kill zombies properly later. Don't worry. I've got you, Su Jin said, offering a reassuring look. Oh. Lu Si said no more, though he couldn't help wondering, was Su Jin being unusually kinder to him today? Chapter 136 Su Jin cares for CC. While the simple products on the shelves had been completely stripped away, the items beneath the glass counters remained untouched. Knowing how troublesome it was to carry heavy and difficult-to-cook supplies, people generally didn't collect them, or at least collected very little, so they were left exactly where they were. Su Gu, are you collecting these? Do you actually plan to eat them? Lu Si, seeing rice, purple rice, and other dried goods like wood ear mushrooms and bean curd sticks, asked while pulling out a bag and starting to pack. Not every item in the glass case was present, some were scattered and filthy, needing to be carefully picked through. For you to eat, Su Jin said, picking up a bag himself and beginning to sort and pack. Lu Si paused his movements and tilted his head, looking at the man. Su Jin was silent for a moment, then said seriously, from now on, you're not allowed to eat instant noodles anymore. Realizing he'd sounded too harsh, he added, at least eat fewer of them. Okay, Lu Si replied softly. He continued packing, lowering his eyes. His long, thick lashes cast delicate shadows over his eyelids as he spoke quietly, thank you, Su Jin. Hearing the boy's gratitude, Su Jin frowned slightly. What are you thanking me for? This is something I willingly do for you, and it's just a small thing. If his hands weren't already dirty from handling other items, he would have reached over to ruffle Lu Si's hair, a playful punishment. Lu Si lifted his gaze. The man was staring directly at him, bold and intense. Let's just put everything away first, Lu Si stammered, quickly bowing his head and busying himself again. Su Jin gave a low chuckle at the boy's flustered expression and actions, but didn't say anything more. Though Lu Si appeared focused on packing, his heart was fluttering. No one had ever truly cared for him before. Yet in this man's eyes and tone, care and protection were unmistakable. He knew he had fallen for the man, just as deeply as the man had for him. But he still couldn't be sure. He couldn't be certain whether Su Jin's feelings for him were lasting or merely temporary, whether once the man found someone new, he might be discarded. They could take things further only when both were ready to reveal their secrets. With that thought, Lu Si found slight comfort within himself. After storing all the coarse grains from the counter into his space, Su Jin led the way to the second-floor storage room. The door was locked, but that didn't stop Su Jin. After cutting the lock, they stepped inside and discovered numerous valuable items. Lu Si promptly stored them all. Seeing Su Jin wasn't putting anything into his own space but instead stood by watching, Lu Si looked puzzled. Su Jin, don't you have spatial abilities too? Ever since the car had appeared out of nowhere, Su Jin had no intention of hiding his other abilities. You store them. I don't need to. Lu Si hesitated for a moment before snapping back to reality and nodding. Right. It doesn't really matter who stores them, the outcome is the same. This time you're actually being self-aware, Su Jin said with an upward curve of his lips, clearly pleased by Lu Si's response. Just average, Lu Si modestly replied. After storing everything from the storage room, Su Jin led Lu Si around the rest of the building, taking him up to the third floor, where the mall mostly carried clothing and apparel. Up there, Lu Si found tents, large mattresses, sofas, items still wrapped in plastic. These were far too bulky for most survivors to carry off. And they happened to need exactly these things. Last time, they'd had sex on a stiff wooden board, it had hurt their backs. A soft, comfortable mattress would definitely be better. Lu Si stored even the less frequently used items. His space was plenty large enough anyway, and these extra items could later be traded for other necessities, perhaps even bring in a nice profit. The thought made Lu Si feel quietly delighted. Watching the joyful smile on the boy's face, Su Jin felt himself infected by it, letting out an indulgent, helpless smile. When they finally walked out of the mall, Ma Ching saw them emerge at last and let out a sigh of relief. He hadn't had to wait long either. What about those people? Ma Ching asked, pointing at the few individuals still entangled by vines. Su Jin glanced at them, smirking wickedly. Your ability absorbs blood to strengthen your powers, right? Here's your chance, won't you try? Ma Ching froze, then broke into a foolish grin. Sorry, what did you say? I didn't quite catch that. Su Jin didn't feel like arguing. If you didn't hear, then forget it. Lu Si was completely bewildered by the two men's words. Huh? Ma Chingye, your ability can actually work like that? Ma Chingye looked confused, pursing his lips. I'm not quite sure either. So even in the end, he still didn't fully understand his own ability. But if what Su Jin said was true, then Ma Chingye's plant ability also required human blood to sustain itself. Was it no different from those mutated vines? Could it be related to the side effects of the jade he mentioned? Thinking of this, Lu Si suddenly felt thirsty. He pulled out a bottle of water, twisted off the cap, took a few sips, and immediately felt much better. Finished drinking. I want some too. Su Jin stood beside Lu Si, staring intently at the boy's lips. Without hesitation, Lu Si handed him the remaining half bottle. Su Jin took it, his lips touching the rim as he drank several gulps, then even licking it at the end. So sweet. Lu Si, I knew this would happen. Ignoring Su Jin, he turned to look at Ma Chingye, who was now lowering his eyes, golden bangs hanging over his forehead, absently stroking a vine in his hand. Under his gaze, the vine twitched slightly. After hesitating for a moment, he finally spoke up. Ma Chingye, can I see the pendant you're wearing? He sensed something wasn't right. Hearing Lu Si's voice, Ma Chingye snapped back to reality. After a brief pause, he slowly pulled the jade from under his clothes. It was a blood-red pendant, clearly abnormal just from its appearance. As Lu Si leaned in for a closer look, Su Jin nudged his shoulder, startling him back. At that moment, Ma Chingye quickly tucked the pendant away, stammering, sorry, this jade doesn't really like being exposed to light. Oh. Then try letting your vines absorb blood anyway, we've seen it before. He gestured toward the people entangled by the vines, all of them were already unconscious. Ma Chingye fell silent. It's not like I did it on purpose. Heh. Su Jin let out a cold chuckle. I'll try. With that, the vines wrapped around the bodies suddenly came to life, violently piercing into their flesh. With their mouths sealed shut, only faint, muffled groans could be heard. Meanwhile, Ma Chingye's already pale skin became even smoother and more delicate. Lu Si couldn't help but curse under his breath. Damn, this actually works. Before Ma Chingye could explain, guttural zombie roars echoed from nearby. Rar-rar. Rar-rar. They had thought there might be no zombies around, but now the creatures emerged from some corner, rushing straight toward Lu Si and the others. This time, Su Jin swiftly eliminated the few zombies. He glanced at Lu Si and held out his hand. Let's go. Lu Si didn't hesitate anymore, placing his hand directly into the man's large palm. Chapter 137 Su Jin, what's mine is sea bows. Shirshi City. At first, they had encountered very few zombies, but the further they went in, the more frequently zombies suddenly emerged from somewhere, and then increasingly more would appear. Su Jin planned to stay in Shirshi City for a while, mainly to train Lu Si's abilities and improve his hand speed. There were many apartment buildings here. For convenience, Su Jin took Lu Si and randomly picked a small hotel, killed the zombies inside, and found an empty room to settle into. They cleared out every zombie that appeared in this little inn. Lu Si and Ma Cheng were already panting heavily. He looked up at the man, who wasn't even breathing hard. After their previous experience, Lu Si didn't dare ask Su Jin anything again, because he was afraid the man would once again demonstrate his endless stamina. I'll just find a room to rest, Ma Cheng said, one hand on his waist, the other raised. He knew his limits, he was carrying supplies he'd quietly taken from those people earlier. Unsurprisingly, the backpack was filled with compressed biscuits, high-calorie candies, chocolates, and some bread. This alone made him feel extremely satisfied. Oh. Su Jin wrapped his arm around the boy and walked into another room. The moment the door closed, he couldn't wait, he gripped the back of Lu Si's head and kissed his lips fiercely. My clothes are dirty, Lu Si murmured, instantly weakened by the kiss, struggling weakly to pull away, but failing. Su Jin licked his lips. It doesn't matter. Your face isn't dirty. Lu Si could only let the man do as he pleased. Let's shower together. With that, the man easily lifted the into his arms and carried him toward the bathroom. Bang, the door shut. The sound of running water came from inside, followed soon after by other soft noises. More than 2 hours passed before they finally emerged. Lu Si was still carried out by Su Jin, carried in, carried out, full-service treatment. Su Jin first placed him gently onto a chair, then moved to make the bed neatly before lifting him again and laying him down. Lie here properly. Tell me what you want to eat, and I'll make it for you. As he spoke, he used a dry towel to rub the damp hair, applying just the right amount of pressure. Lu Si felt comfortable. Hearing those words, though, he couldn't help but ask doubtfully, can you even cook? From the look of Su Jin, he was clearly someone who'd never touched kitchen work. The man paused slightly, then replied without hesitation, I'm a bit rusty, but that doesn't mean I can't cook. In other words, he had cooked before, just that it had been quite a long time ago. Lu Si secretly hoped Su Jin would actually cook for him so he could enjoy being pampered like this. Wasn't this exactly like rising from servant to master? Still, he feigned indifference on the surface. Oh, I see. When the hair was mostly dry, Su Jin wrapped it in a towel. Stay put. Then he leaned down and kissed him gently, only leaving with satisfaction after. Lu Si held his swollen cheek, wincing, watching the man preparing to leave. You haven't asked me for the pots and pans yet, how are you going to cook? Su Jin glanced back at Lu Si. I have them. As he spoke, cooking utensils, coarse purple rice, and other ingredients appeared in his hands. But didn't you give all of that to me to keep? Oh, that was a long time ago. Su Jin replied, completely unfazed. Lu Si, damn it. Seeing the boy's flustered and indignant expression, Su Jin chuckled lightly. What's mine is yours. I wasn't intentionally hiding it from you. Chapter 138 Su Jin, I've taken care of you for so long, just a little sip of blood won't hurt, right? Lu Si, seeing the man say it so bluntly again, pressed his elbow over his eyes, unwilling to look at Su Jin any longer, and muffled a quiet Seeing that he might fall asleep, Su Jin didn't disturb him further. He took a pot, placed the ingredients inside, and rinsed them with water. There was still much he hadn't told Lu Si, for instance, that there was a spring within his space. But since Lu Si would eventually ask, he could reveal it later. This inn had no electricity, but that didn't faze Su Jin. By the time Lu Si opened his eyes, Su Jin had already finished cooking. Awake? Su Jin sat on the edge of the bed, watching every one of the youth's movements. Lu Si had woken up to the rich, sweet scent of rice porridge. Su Jin brought the prepared porridge over, spoon in hand, carefully scooping a bite before gently offering it to the boy's lips. Open your mouth. Lu Si propped himself halfway up against the wall, reaching out to take the bowl from the man's hands. It's fine, I can hold it myself. His voice came out slightly hoarse. No need. I'm happy to feed you, Su Jin naturally refused. With no choice, Lu Si stopped resisting and let the man continue. The porridge was made with tremella and red dates, the latter added to replenish his vital energy. It was soft, fragrant, and comforting. Not bad, Lu Si murmured, taking another sip. Glad you like it. Take good care of your stomach these days, avoid greasy food. Seeing Su Jin keep feeding him, Lu Si felt a little awkward. Su Gu, you should have some too. Only if you feed me, Su Jin replied, teasing as always. Alright, fine. Lu Si nodded. Though slightly embarrassed, he could manage. For someone who'd been starving, 2 full bowls were just enough under Su Jin's attentive feeding. Su Jin only had a few sips, the rest was all cleaned up by Lu Si. Rubbing his full stomach, Lu Si lay back on the bed and glanced at the man beside him, finally voicing the question on his mind. Su Jin, how did you know Ma Chinya's plant-based ability could absorb blood? You want to know? Kiss me first. Su Jin tidied up the things before climbing onto the bed and lying down next to Lu Si. Oh. Then I'd rather not know, Lu Si instantly lost interest upon hearing the condition. Is a kiss really that hard? Seeing Lu Si unmoved, Su Jin moved first, pulling the youth into his arms and feeling the boy's shallow breaths. I just don't feel like it right now, don't mess around, Lu Si said stubbornly. Su Jin's voice deepened as he softly replied, alright. I won't push you. Lu Si stayed silent for a while. Then the man gave in first. Fine, I won't tease you. I found out back at that base. Oh. You saw it? Lu Si asked, puzzled by this revelation. I've seen it. That man isn't as innocent as you think, Su Jin said, lightly kissing the boy's forehead before adjusting their positions to lie more comfortably together. Damn. I knew it. What if he tries to hurt us? Humph. Just a clown who'll never rise to the stage. Then why did you even let him join? Lu Si twisted his body and lifted his head to look directly at the man. Faced with the boy's question, the man immediately fell silent. After a moment of hesitation, he finally muttered 2 words, "I won't say." "Oh." Lu Si quickly dropped the matter, though he felt like he might understand anyway. Su Jin gently rubbed the youth's soft black hair, making a small sound filled with nothing but tenderness. He wouldn't admit it was purely to stir something in the boy. After Lu Si finally drifted into deep sleep, Su Jin lowered his head, inhaling the delicate scent of the boy's smooth neck. Then, just above the right clavicle, he carefully bit down. It had been so long since he'd tasted blood. After taking such good care of him all this time, just a few sips wouldn't hurt, right? Su Jin knew his limits. After a few careful sips, he ran his tongue over the bitten spot, then reluctantly pulled away, pulling the boy tightly into his arms. Chapter 139 Su Jin, morning suitable for exercise. In the middle of the night, Su Jin suddenly opened his eyes, feeling the soft breath of the person in his arms. After confirming that the boy was truly asleep, he carefully slipped out from under him, tucked him in, and then got out of bed. The door clicked open with a faint sound, then fell silent again. Su Jin stepped out of the inn. At night, many zombies wandered around. Compared to the earlier days when they would shriek at random times after mutation. As time passed, they gradually became quieter, no longer screaming wildly at night, but moving silently instead, ready to catch their prey off guard. The man walked through the crowd of zombies, eventually disappearing among them. The creature sensed nothing amiss, continuing to wander aimlessly as before. The next day, Lu Si abruptly opened his eyes, met with the sight of the man's shirt fabric, his palm pressed against the other's chest. He hadn't touched long before his hand was caught. He lifted his head, staring blankly into Su Jin's eyes. Snapping back to awareness, he bit his lip. "Su Jin, let go. You say you don't like it, yet I wouldn't mind if you touched me forever," Su Jin said with a light laugh. Even as he spoke those words, he obediently released the boy, rubbing Lu Si's face gently. "Did you sleep well? Had enough rest?" "Enough. What is it?" "Today we'll practice how to kill zombies quickly." Lu Si looked troubled. "But I only have spatial abilities." As for his second ability, he'd explain everything to Su Jin later, when the right moment came. That's what he thought. A faint smile flickered in Su Jin's eyes, though the boy, head lowered, didn't notice. "It doesn't matter. Then we'll train physical strength. Last time you absorbed so many crystal cores, your constitution must have improved." Lu Si sighed. "Still ended up panting like a dog, utterly exhausting." Su Jin shrugged. "Only because it's been 5 or 6 days. Once you get used to this intensity, it'll become much easier." Maybe. He understood the logic, but sticking with it was another issue. Not maybe. Definitely. Su Jin said, pushing the boy down onto the bed again. Gazing into those clear eyes, he interlaced their fingers. "Don't underestimate the power of high-grade crystal cores." Fearing the man might get handsy again, Lu Si quickly said, okay, I get it. "I understand." Su Jin curled his lips, desire flaring in his eyes. "Today, let's try 3 crystal cores." Seeing 1 green and 2 cyan cores appear in the man's hand, Lu Si blinked, pursed his lips and asked, "Su Jin, how do you have so many high-grade crystal cores?" "From killing zombies. As evolved beings level up, zombies evolve too. It's not strange to find these." The man spoke without hesitation, unafraid of raising suspicion. Hearing this, Lu Si fell quiet. Was this the difference between a powerhouse and an ordinary evolved person? Still, he was happy, why refuse free crystal cores? But seeing the man's face, he couldn't help adding, killing high-level zombies is dangerous. Be careful. Su Jin tightened his grip on the boy's fingers, like a hunter returning from a hunt promising his wife, I'll be careful." Perhaps it was the deep warmth in the man's voice that made his heart skip. He reached out, lightly touching the man's lips. "Thank you, Su Jin." That kiss felt like a feather drifting softly onto the man's heart. Su Jin's eyes darkened, and then came the storm. HN. Chapter 140, Boss Su, A Kiss for Sibao. After 2 hours of languid affection, Su Jin served the millet congee he had prepared earlier into a bowl and sat beside the bed, feeding the boy 1 spoonful at a time. Having gone through their intimate moment, Lu Si naturally accepted being fed. The sweet, soft porridge slipped down his throat, filling his previously empty stomach with warmth and satisfaction. "Since you've absorbed 3 cores simultaneously, has your ability changed in any way?" Su Jin suddenly asked. Lu Si answered, "I feel full of strength." Then quickly added, "And my space has changed too." He looked toward Su Jin as he said this. Good," Su Jin nodded, deep in thought. So it really did require absorbing 3 cores at once to trigger the effect. He would need to prepare more cores, sooner rather than later, for Lu Si to break through that so-called spatial limitation. After discussing this, Lu Si noticed the lingering smile on the man's face and felt a little awkward. "Why are you always smiling?" "I'm happy, does that mean I can't smile?" Su Jin kept grinning, clearly pleased with himself. Lu Si thought the man misunderstood him and hurried to clarify, "No, that's not what I meant. You've just been smiling unusually often lately, so I asked. I know what you mean, Si Bao. I like it when you joke with me. In that single sentence, Su Jin used the word I 3 times in a row, his eyes reflecting nothing but the image of the young man before him. Lu Si broke out in goosebumps upon hearing that nickname. He hadn't expected this man to be such a smooth talker. He'd assumed Su Jin's mind was even more old-fashioned than his own, but turns out, the man was far better at saying these things. Clearly, this world wasn't quite what he'd imagined. Seeing a flicker of displeasure cross Su Jin's face, he quickly added, but I actually like it. Had it not been for those last few words, Su Jin would have scolded him right then and there. Instead, he pursed his lips and said softly, I only say these things to you. Even if you don't like them, I'll still keep saying them. As he spoke, Su Jin never broke eye contact with Lu Si. When he said this, an unfamiliar sadness surfaced in his gaze, one Lu Si had never seen before, and suddenly, guilt washed over him. He froze, then quickly recovered, taking the bowl from Su Jin's hand to change the subject. It'll get cold if I don't drink now. I'll hold it myself. His heart, however, began to race. He couldn't understand why Su Jin would look at him like that. Cough, cough, then he drank too fast and choked. Drink carefully. There's no need to rush, Su Jin murmured gently, patting his shoulder soothingly. Lu Si bit his lip, aware of the other man's concern. He lifted his eyes to meet the man before him. Call me whatever you want. I really do like it. Just now, it was just out of habit. But I genuinely like it. He emphasized it again, afraid the man might doubt him. Si Bao. At those words, Su Jin immediately pulled him tightly into his arms. Relieved that Su Jin wasn't angry, Lu Si finally let go of his tension. After finishing their meal, Su Jin put on his coat, scanning the boy who was preparing to get out of bed. Do you want to rest a little longer? Lu Si shook his head. No need. I'm fine. With that, he swiftly put on his shoes, stood up, then paused briefly, feeling a slight numbness between his legs, before walking toward Su Jin. Su Jin slung an arm around the youth's shoulders, his thumb lightly stroking the exposed collarbone as he asked, Does it hurt? He was referring to the marks. Lu Si stood still, letting the man touch him freely. It doesn't hurt if you don't touch it. Soon, Lu Si realized what Su Jin was doing. Where the man's fingers touched the sore spots, a warm current flowed beneath his skin, and the pain vanished instantly. Chapter 141, In Cahoots. They stepped out of the room, where Ma Qingye was already waiting. Seeing them emerge, he asked promptly, Lu Si, where are you headed? Lu Si had already guessed Ma Qingye's intentions. Since none of the people around him were good ones to begin with, his attitude hadn't changed much, what it had been before remained unchanged now. Going out to collect zombie cores. Oh. Ma Qingye listened and, seeing they were about to leave, quickly added, then let me come with you. I need to gather cores too. Truthfully, he was afraid Lu Si would abandon him. If they left him behind, where else could he find reliable companions? Lu Si exchanged a glance with Su Jin. Seeing neither of them responded, Ma Qingye hastily continued, Don't worry, I can protect myself. I won't be a burden. And if you ask for help, I'll definitely assist. Lu Si fell silent for a moment, then asked, Brother Ma, what exactly do you want? To hitch a ride with you. Lu Si didn't believe him. He turned to Su Jin. Su Gu, how about we just give him that old car and let him go his own way? He simply hated complications. Before Su Jin could answer, Ma Qingye immediately objected, I feel much safer with you two around. We can part ways once we reach Kardong City. Ma Qingye planned to transfer to Province S upon reaching Kardong City. That had been their agreement. And what benefit would we gain by taking you there? Su Jin suddenly spoke after a long silence. Lu Si turned toward Su Jin, surprised. He'd thought Su Jin would send Ma Qingye there without asking for anything in return. Noticing Lu Si's look, Su Jin glanced back and swiftly interpreted the youth's unspoken message, then returned an equally meaningful stare, forget it, Ma Qingye watched the silent exchange between the two and coughed lightly. He cautiously looked at Su Jin. What benefit are you looking for? The jade pendant. The jade pendant. Both Lu Si and Su Jin spoke in unison, then silently exchanged knowing looks. Ma Qingye froze, he hadn't expected both of them to demand such a high price. This isn't acceptable. As soon as the words left his mouth, a gun appeared in Su Jin's hand, pressed firmly against Ma Qingye's forehead. A dangerously heavy tone accompanied it, not acceptable. Wait, was this really a real gun? Ma Qingye's face instantly turned pale. His lips trembled as he cast a desperate gaze toward Lu Si. Lu Si. Lu Si stayed behind Su Jin, revealing a villainous smile reserved only for scoundrels. Sorry, but I've got my eye on your jade pendant too. Be a good person. Be a hero in a novel. Not in this lifetime. Hearing Lu Si's cold rejection, Ma Qingye felt a pang of sadness, but also knew his place. After all, he'd chosen to get on this outlawed ship himself. Now, he hesitated. 3. Su Jin began counting. Ma Qingye jolted, the life in his body mattered most. Oh okay. I'll give you the jade pendant. Saying so, he hurriedly reached into his shirt, pulling out the rope-bound jade hanging around his neck. After showing it briefly to Lu Si and the others, he clutched it tightly again. I'll give it to you, but you promise not to kill me afterward. As long as you don't plan anything treacherous, Su Jin and I won't kill you. Lu Si hesitated slightly before replying. All right. Then I'll trust you. Ma Qingye nodded and looked at Su Jin. Can you lower the gun now? Su Jin grunted. Ma Qingye felt the weight vanish from his neck. He fixed his eyes on the man holding his precious jade pendant, trying to console himself. It's fine. Life is what matters most. Su Gu, can I take a look at this jade? Lu Si stood beside Su Jin, staring at the object in the man's hand with barely concealed eagerness. Su Jin handed the jade over. Lu Si quickly took it, placing it carefully in his palm and gently stroking its smooth, refined surface. It was truly a fine item. Enough, stop staring. Let's go. Seeing Lu Si still admiring it, Su Jin sighed and affectionately ruffled his hair. Lu Si nodded, storing the jade into his space, his mind filled with one thought: what a huge profit. Ma Qingye watched their interaction silently, lips pressed together. Su Jin had already holstered his gun, which eased his tension slightly. Still going? Lu Si asked the still pale Ma Qingye. Of course. Ma Qingye nodded, no longer fearing their dangerous behavior, as if what had just happened were merely an illusion, except now, the object that once hung around his neck was truly gone. To Lu Si, Shishi City was unfamiliar territory. Yet since survivors had appeared here, perhaps it wasn't entirely unsafe. After leaving the inn, they immediately headed in a certain direction. They hadn't gone far when they encountered zombies. A few scattered zombies spotted Lu Si and his group and quickly rushed toward them. As zombies gradually evolved, they became more interested in hunting metahumans. Consuming them allowed the zombies to evolve further and grow stronger. Su Jin immediately gestured for Lu Si to step forward and face the first wave of zombies that day. Ma Qing also quickly activated his ability to protect himself. Seeing the vines crush the zombies to death and confirming his power remained unchanged, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Su Jin's goal for the day was to build up Lu Si's stamina. As the boy fought the zombies, Su Jin guided him on how to move more fluidly and efficiently. Though Lu Si felt unfamiliar with some of Su Jin's instructions at first, practice made perfect, and soon, he grew increasingly proficient. While killing zombies, they collected quite a few red zombie cores, storing them for future needs. The red cores were more than sufficient for their current situation. For the rest of the day, Lu Si continued slaying zombies, growing more and more exhilarated with each kill. Eventually, after exhausting all his strength, he was drenched in sweat. Completely spent, he could go no further. Only then did Su Jin step in to help clear the remaining zombies. Watching Su Jin's shimmering white energy blade cut through the undead, Ma Cheng's eyes flickered with awe and envy. Electro users were truly powerful. Not long ago, Ma Cheng had drained his own abilities completely and had to replenish his energy by absorbing cores, an undeniable testament to how valuable cores really were. And Lu Si was far more formidable than he'd imagined, displaying incredible perseverance. Ma Cheng glanced over at Lu Si beside Su Jin. Lu Si was being supported by Su Jin, his gaze fixed on the man whose powers danced across the battlefield. Now effortlessly shifting between purple and white energies, Su Jin currently wielded the white, but its intensity was in no way diminished. Sigh, if only I could use my ability as effortlessly as that. Noticing the youth's quiet sigh, Su Jin assumed Lu Si must be exhausted. Si Bao, how about I carry you back? Before Lu Si could refuse, the man scooped him up without another word. Thank you, Su Gu, Lu Si murmured, wrapping his arms around Su Jin's neck and leaning heavily against him. He truly had no strength left. Chapter 142 Thoughtful. The stench of rot and filth clung to Lu Si's clothes, and the grime quickly soiled his own garments as he held him close. Su Jin frowned, but seeing the boy in his arms already had his eyes closed, quietly nestled against his chest, lips pressed tight, he said nothing, only pulled the boy closer and strode forward. The place where they had killed the zombies was only a few hundred meters from the inn. Wait for me, Ma Cheng called out. He had been resting nearby and hurried to catch up when he saw them leaving, though his steps were heavy and weak. He feared more zombies might appear, and if they did, it would be over. Su Jin carried Lu Si back to the inn, entered the room, and gently laid the boy on the sofa. He removed Lu Si's outer coat, then his own. The inner shirt beneath Lu Si's clothes was soaked with sweat. A large hand brushed against the boy's collarbone, drenched. After touching him for a moment, Su Jin's eyes gradually darkened, shadowed with desire. If it weren't for this, he would have acted on impulse. But then he caught sight of the dirt smeared across Lu Si's face and abandoned the thought. He lifted the boy into the bathroom, bathed him thoroughly from head to toe until he was spotless, dressed him again, then carried him to the bed. Sitting behind Lu Si, he let the boy lean against him, making it easier to dry his damp hair with a towel. Lu Si stayed docile in Su Jin's embrace, allowing the man to rub his hair gently. The tenderness meant he felt no discomfort. Seeing that Lu Si still hadn't opened his eyes, Su Jin assumed the boy had fallen asleep and slowed his movements even further. He asked softly, "Tired?" Hearing the question, Lu Si lifted his eyelids and tilted his head back to look at the man drying his hair. He answered faintly, "Yes." Su Jin frowned, pressing the back of his hand to the boy's forehead. "You're completely drained, why didn't you tell me? Still trying to push yourself?" Lu Si bit his lip. He wanted to grow stronger. Even if his body gave out, he could still fight. Soon after, he felt a warm current spreading through his body, soothing his exhaustion. He shivered involuntarily, then melted completely against Su Jin, closing his eyes once more and surrendering to the man's care. Suddenly, something touched his palm. He blinked open his eyes to see 2 green crystal cores resting in his hand, each about the size of a marble. Su Jin's large hand closed his fingers around them, pressing the crystals firmly into his grip. From behind, the man murmured, "Absorb them. Your body will feel better. You don't need to give me both at once." Lu Si stared, stunned. His drowsiness vanished instantly. Where did Su Jin get 2 level 3 zombie cores just like that? Level 3 zombies were hard to kill. "It's fine. It won't harm you, it'll only help." Su Jin showed no hesitation in giving the cores to Lu Si. But once the crystals were clenched in his palm, their heat began to radiate, seeping slowly into his body. There was no way Lu Si could refuse now. He opened his hand again, only ashes remained. Su Jin wiped the boy's palm clean with a tissue. "I've told you before, what's mine is yours. Don't feel guilty." He paused, then added with a teasing tone, "If you really want to repay me, your willingness is enough." His voice was particularly suggestive. Lu Si was speechless. He whispered, "Su Jin. I'm here." Su Jin pulled him even tighter into his arms. The atmosphere suddenly turned warm, but lasted less than a minute. "You're poking me," Lu Si muttered, trying to wriggle away from the man. Chapter 143 Values. Su Jin held him tighter, his deep voice low. "Then what do you want me to do?" Lu Si remained silent for a long while before finally saying, "I can't right now." That's it. Lu Si felt certain the man must have some trick up his sleeve. Su Jin, hearing the disbelief in the boy's tone, couldn't help but laugh quietly. "I won't touch you for now. Let's sleep first." At the mention of sleeping, Lu Si suddenly remembered something and pointed at his hair with his finger. "My hair isn't dry yet." He gave the man a meaningful glance. A smile tugged at Su Jin's eyes, but his hands didn't stop towel drying the boy's hair. Just wait a bit longer." Only when he'd rubbed all the moisture out did he finally stop. After Lu Si fell asleep, Su Jin began cooking meat porridge for the boy. Once it was ready, he woke Lu Si up and handed him the bowl. Lu Si half sat up, taking the bowl himself. After taking a sip, he said, "Su Jin, I've got a question for you." What is it?" "Where did you learn how to rub my hair like that? Do you even need to learn such a thing?" Su Jin shot back. Lu Si pursed his lips. "No, never mind. One more question." Go ahead. Drink more, it'll be bad if it gets cold." Listening to him, Lu Si took another sip before slowly asking, "What are the socialist core values?" "What core values?" Su Jin froze, finding the question strange. Lu Si observed every shift in the man's expression, then lowered his gaze softly. "You know, those positive, uplifting values." Su Jin's large hand rested on the boy's now dry hair, his voice edged with sarcasm. "Humph. My values? You really want me to say them out loud?" "No need. I understand." Lu Si blinked at the man, then obediently finished the porridge in the bowl. Su Jin smiled faintly, gently pinching the boy's ear. Quickly finishing the porridge, Lu Si lifted the empty bowl for the man to see. "Brother Su, I want more. Where's the rest of the porridge?" "I'll get it for you." Guangming Base. The horde of zombies surged forward fiercely, as if driven by purpose. Inside the base, zombies were also breaking out. Under such internal unrest and external threat, the base's military forces and psychics had limited resistance capacity, gradually becoming overwhelmed. To make matters worse, the base's leadership had split into 2 factions, one led by Director Ma, the other by the former commander. When Director Ma left with his faction, the already strained base became even more fragile. It could not hold for more than a few days before being surrounded and overtaken by massive hordes of zombies. Within just over 5 days, Guangming Base, once an ideal sanctuary people yearned for, was swiftly conquered by the zombie army. The news quickly spread to every city and province marked by letters, causing those who had been aiming for Guangming Base to immediately change their routes. People scrambled to find other means of survival. After 10 to 20 days of surviving the apocalypse, some had already begun building networks, forming independent bases, or seeking alternative paths to safety. A car drove through abandoned city ruins, the radio inside broadcasting fragmented reports. Everyone inside wore identical expressions of worry. Brother Jiang, since Guangming base has fallen, where should we go now? Wang Menghua, the burly man sitting in the back seat, asked. Yeah. We came all this way hoping to find refuge there, only to discover it's gone, added the short-haired woman beside him, her mature features creased with concern, her beautiful eyes shadowed with sorrow. If Guangming base is no good, then where are we headed now? We struggled so hard to get here, and now this happens. Another young woman with long hair frowned from the back seat. Guzi, what should we do? Jiang Wangang turned to ask. To Province S, replied the handsome youth at the wheel after a moment's hesitation. He glanced outside at the sky before speaking. Chapter 144 Enhancement. Night. After using his psychic ability to confirm that Lu Si was truly asleep, Su Jin stepped out of the room once again. Closing the door behind him, he immediately sealed the entrance with a hallucinated electric chain. He walked out of the inn and vanished into the darkness. When he arrived at a certain place swarming with zombies, a grey-robed figure suddenly appeared before him. The man wore a mask. As he stood in front of Su Jin, he stiffly raised his pale, withered hand and removed it, exposing his entire face. His complexion was ashen white, handsome from a distance, with faintly scattered purple eyes that shimmered in the night. His slender figure stood upright, gazing at Su Jin with devout reverence. He opened his mouth, then managed only two fragmented syllables, S, province. Su Jin's expression turned slightly impatient. I didn't tell you to come to the S province, why are you here? The man fell silent for a moment, sensing the displeasure in the other's voice. His mind raced, his pale purple eyes shifting uneasily, before he stuttered out two words, P, passed. Then, two more, S, sent. He pointed at Su Jin, indicating that he had sensed the man's presence and thus stayed. Su Jin nodded. Fine. Either way, I have something I need your help with. After hearing Su Jin's brief instructions, the man jerkily twisted his neck. No. Having spoken, he prepared to leave and carry out the task assigned by his leader. Wait, Su Jin called out. He turned his head back toward Su Jin, his eyes showing a hint of confusion. Su Jin pulled out a vial of reagent and tossed it to him. He caught it with both hands, holding it carefully in his palms as if studying it. The man looked up at Su Jin. Use. To enhance speech ability. As soon as Su Jin finished speaking, the man eagerly twisted open the cap and, without hesitation, gulped down the liquid inside. I will complete. He said, staring at Su Jin with sincere devotion. After giving all necessary instructions, Su Jin turned and left. Watching until Su Jin's silhouette disappeared completely, the grey-clad figure likewise vanished into the night. Su Jin remained here for 4 full days. For 4 days straight, Lu Si hunted zombies from dawn till dusk. Nearly every zombie near the inn had been wiped out. He'd set out each morning full of energy, and every night, Su Jin carried him back. Su Jin used the blue crystal cores delivered by his subordinates to replenish Lu Si's stamina and boost his ability level. After continuously absorbing high-grade crystal cores and exhausting immense physical energy every day, Lu Si began noticing changes in his body. The bones in his shoulders grew harder and thicker. Areas that once lacked definition now hinted at emerging muscle mass. 3 sides of his spatial domain had already shattered, 3 remained. With 3 sides broken, he could already sense the evolving nature of this spatial ability. Drawing tools from within the space became faster and smoother, the transformation of objects in his hands increasingly effortless. His reflexes sharpened, and his excitement toward mastering spatial abilities grew stronger. After 4 days of nourishment, the gauntness on Lu Si's face had filled out, gaining healthy definition. His jawline grew sharp and prominent. Combined with the maturation of an adult mindset, he had shed his boyish appearance and transitioned fully into that of a young man. Now, wearing a white shirt and sitting on the edge of the bed, Lu Si watched as the man approached. Su Jin, are we leaving tomorrow? Chapter 145 No Appetite. Su Jin walked over, and Lu Si quickly made space, letting the man sit down beside him. Yeah, we're leaving tomorrow, Su Jin said as he sat down next to Lu Si. With practiced ease, he pulled the boy into his arms, inhaling the scent of his body, the bridge of his firm nose brushing gently against the boy's neck. It sent a shiver running through Lu Si. Su Jin tightened his hold, stroking the soft flesh of D's body. Why are you wearing a shirt tonight? Trying to deliberately tempt me? He had held back for 4 full days, all to ensure Lu Si would have enough strength to kill zombies. Since Lu Si wouldn't need to go tomorrow, that meant tonight he could finally let go. No, you're overthinking it, Lu Si replied, feigning a light cough at the man's bluntness, denying the implication. Su Jin's hair tickled his chin. After hesitating for a moment, Lu Si reached out and placed his hand on the man's hair. He rubbed it, softer and easier to work through than he expected. Was this why Su Jin enjoyed ruffling his hair so much? Su Jin simply held him close for a while, then released him, pulling the boy off the bed and toward the small table. Eat first. Tonight, Su Jin had cooked rice for Lu Si and stir-fried several dishes in a pan. Stir-fried greens, a plate of sausage, a plate of pork, and chicken stewed with mushrooms. These ingredients had been stored in their space earlier, unexpectedly useful now. The food was seasoned with only oil and salt, but the colors looked appealing, and the aroma filled the air. Though just ordinary home-cooked meals, they felt incredibly precious to Lu Si. He looked at the man with genuine emotion, eyes glistening with tears. "Su Gu, you're so good to me." Su Jin smiled but didn't directly respond. Instead, he said, "Try how it tastes." Chim. Lu Si first served a bowl of rice for Su Jin, then another for himself. Picking up his chopsticks, he noticed Su Jin hadn't touched his meal, so he picked up a sausage and placed it into the man's bowl. "Su Gu, eat." Su Jin couldn't refuse. He picked up the bowl and began slowly nibbling at the sausage Lu Si had given him, bite by careful bite. Seeing the man actually eating, Lu Si finally started on his own food, picking up a piece of chicken. He had to admit, it was delicious. By the time Lu Si had nearly finished all the meat on the plates, Su Jin had only eaten one sausage and taken a few bites of rice. Puzzled, Lu Si asked, "Su Gu, why are you eating so slowly?" "Not hungry," Su Jin said, setting the bowl down. "You keep eating." With that, he turned and walked toward the bed on his own. "Oh," Lu Si murmured. After Su Jin left, he bit into a piece of greens, finishing the rice in his bowl until he was full. Only then did he set aside his chopsticks, pull out a tissue to wipe the grease from the corner of his mouth, pat his hands lightly, and walk over to Su Jin. Worry clouded his eyes. "No appetite, Su Jin, do you have stomach problems? I'm really worried seeing you eat so little." Su Jin pulled the boy into his arms, stroking the slight softness that had begun to form on the belly. "It's not a stomach illness." "Then why? Before, you could eat those vine vegetables that Ma Qingya prepared. Here, eat these instead." A bundle of vine vegetables instantly appeared in Lu Si's hands. Seeing the boy's action, Su Jin let out an amused chuckle. "I don't like vegetarian food." "Then what do you like?" Lu Si pressed his palm against the man's chest, lifting his head to meet his gaze directly. "I like drinking your blood. Would you give it to me?" Su Jin asked abruptly. What?" Lu Si froze, stunned. He thought he must have misheard. How could the man say something like that? Chapter 146 Leaving Shirshi City. "Heh, just kidding," Su Jin said with a light laugh. "Su Ji, what do you mean by that?" Lu Si frowned, not quite understanding why Su Jin would ask such a question. Su Jin gently stroked the boy's hand and murmured, "It's nothing." Lu Si wriggled closer, wrapping his arms around the man's neck and pressing his body against him, feeling the man's cool warmth. "What's wrong?" Su Jin found it unusual that the boy was being so affectionate. "If you really want to drink, I can let you," Lu Si said seriously, looking straight into Su Jin's eyes. He could sense something was off with Su Jin's mood, better comfort the big guy first. At the same time, a quiet doubt crept into his mind. Could this be a side effect of having multiple abilities? So even strength came with a price. The thought made him ache for the man. Su Jin froze, feeling the softness of the youth in his arms. He pulled him tighter, and when the boy couldn't see, his eyes darkened with emotion. In the end, all the unspoken words coalesced into a single sound, mm. They simply held each other for a while. Just as Lu Si began thinking Su Jin truly didn't care and prepared to fall asleep. The man lifted his chin and kissed him deeply. Lu Si had no choice but to respond. After a long moment, Su Jin finally pulled away. He gently caressed Lu Si's abdomen, soothing him softly. "The food should have settled by now. It's my turn." With that, he moved over Lu Si, brushing his lips across the face of the one nestled in his arms. This time, Lu Si was eager, better soothe his Su Ji properly. Outside, the night stretched wide and vast. A few faint stars twinkled shyly before hiding behind clouds. The next morning, Lu Si was woken up by Su Jin. After last night's events, he felt like a dried fish, completely limp, wanting only to lie motionless on the bed, doing nothing at all. The scent of stonecrop flowers still lingered in the room. Catching a whiff, Lu Si instantly buried himself under the covers. But the man mercilessly yanked him out. Su Jin patiently wiped his face and body with a damp towel. The cool, moist cloth gliding over his skin felt so good that Lu Si's eyes drooped blissfully. Seeing how exhausted the boy looked, Su Jin knew he'd gone too far this time. His large hand gently rubbed Lu Si's forehead. "Go back to sleep for a bit. We're not in a rush to leave." Lu Si couldn't muster more than a murmur and said no more. Su Jin then cooked some meat porridge for Lu Si. Only after watching him finish it and seeing his complexion improve did he finally relax. Sometimes, even healing abilities weren't a cure-all. After sleeping most of the morning, Lu Si woke again, fully refreshed. Undeniably, sufficient rest was the surest way to regain energy. Stepping out of the room, he found Ma Cheng already waiting outside. Afraid they might leave without warning, Ma Cheng had been standing guard at the door since dawn. Had he not seen the door closed, he would have assumed they'd slipped away in the middle of the night. Seeing Lu Si and Su Jin emerge, Ma Cheng finally breathed easier. "We're heading to Kedong City today," he said, handing over a map. "Here's the route. Take a look and get familiar with it, just in case." His urgency was evident. All right. Lu Si took the map, spread it open, and began studying it. But his mind wandered. Kadong City? That name sounded oddly familiar from the original plot. Standing beside him, Su Jin watched Lu Si's fingertip trace the spot on the map. Kadong City, huh? They boarded the vehicle soon after and left the city, driving toward Kadong. Chapter 147 Clarification. To reach their destination faster, Ma Qingye had plotted a route that deliberately avoided cities, steering clear of hordes of zombies. It was evident he had prepared thoroughly. Are you going to Kardong City because you have relatives there? Lu Si asked, trying to gather some information about the place by striking up a conversation with Ma Qingye. Aside from the matter of the jade pendant, Ma Qingye held a certain amount of goodwill toward Lu Si. Thus, despite Lu Si's indifferent tone, he was still willing to talk. I do have relatives in Kardong City. Plus, it has convenient transportation hubs that allow quick access to Province S. He paused briefly, muttering to himself, well, at least that was true before. I wonder if it still holds now. Oh, I see. A transportation hub. Suddenly, something clicked in Lu Si's mind. Over the past few days, a faint weariness had crept into Ma Qingye's otherwise pale and fair complexion, though it didn't detract from his overall good looks. Lu Si usually didn't care much about the physical appearance of others, especially when it came to fellow men, unless someone was truly striking. A face was given by one's parents, but bearing was shaped from childhood. After spending several days together, Lu Si sensed that Ma Qingye's background wasn't simple. The apocalypse depicted in this book was the result of collusion between the wealthy elite and government officials. As for the dramatic changes in weather conditions, the author had injected elements of fantasy. After all, it was a fictional world. The writer could craft it however he pleased, it wasn't aiming for realism. An emotionless apocalypse, underscored by this desolate and ever-shifting environment, how perfect. Humph. He gazed out the window at the scenery beyond, at the sky blazing like fire, his eyes gradually clouding over in thought. Why exactly had he come here? Or was this all just a dream? But perhaps that was an exaggeration, because the pain felt real, far too vivid to be merely a dream. Was Su Jin's identity really only what he had speculated? Could the man's true purpose really just be searching for his parents? Lu Si began to doubt it, recalling how the man had lingered in Shirshi City for days. If he dismissed that assumption, and supposed instead that the man had gone to the laboratory solely for those reagents, then why would he also burn the documents? The more Lu Si thought, the clearer his thoughts became. Back at the lab in Jingyang City, his arm had been seized and restrained, preventing him from entering. Yet from the slanted doorway, he'd caught a glimpse of flickering flames. And each time they exited a laboratory afterward, the facility would explode. Piecing these events together, a sudden thread emerged. Su Jin seemed to be blowing up the laboratories. When this realization struck, Lu Si's heart skipped a beat. He should have noticed it from the beginning. But he hadn't paid much attention, hadn't made the connections. He'd assumed the explosions were triggered by activating some hidden mechanism. Now, considering that the man possessed spatial abilities, it all pointed clearly to one truth: it was him. Was finding the labs really just about destroying data? Lu Si grew confused, increasingly perplexed by Su Jin's true identity. The man carried many secrets unknown to him, he understood almost nothing about Su Jin. Yet somehow, Su Jin appeared to know quite a bit about him. An eerie chill ran through him. Had he been here before? Had he already met Su Jin? That couldn't be right. The world he belonged to was the modern era, a beautiful age under the leadership of the party. Pursuing this line of thought gave Lu Si a headache again. There was still so much left for him to uncover. Lowering his gaze, he set these thoughts aside for now. From his space, he pulled out a piece of candy, chewed slowly for a while. As his mind calmed, his expression returned to normal. Then he turned his head toward the man driving the car. Brother Su, are we going into Kardong City? Chapter 148, Kadong University. Go. Su Jin responded, his gaze fixed ahead. Oh. Lu Si nodded, relieved deep inside. He wanted to see Kadong City too, whether that thing really existed or not. Thinking about those things, his eyes sparkled with excitement. How amazing. Su Jin glanced at the boy beside him. So happy. Yeah, every day with you, Brother Su, makes me happy. Maybe it's just because I ate some candy today, it's sweet, like sugar rushing through me and making me hyper. Lu Si smiled gently, expressing his tender affection for the man. Without hesitation, Su Jin exposed Lu Si's pretense. Your smile is fake, but I'll take your words at face value. Lu Si's grin faded. He shrugged helplessly and murmured, An hour later, they arrived in Kadong City. The vehicle slowly entered the urban area, where clusters of buildings became increasingly dense. A few scattered zombies wandered along the road. Before they could react, the car had already sped past, leaving only exhaust fumes behind. They tried to chase, but couldn't catch up. The car stopped at a remote spot. Lu Si turned to look at Su Jin. Get out, Su Jin said. His eyes were locked onto something ahead. Following his gaze, Lu Si looked forward. A group of zombies was running toward them, a sight so disturbing it made their scalps crawl. Hurry, hurry. Lu Si quickly jumped out of the car. By the time they got out, the faster zombies had already reached them, attacking the humans aggressively. Lu Si grabbed a long knife and effortlessly killed the encroaching zombies. After days of training, Lu Si deeply understood one thing: when killing zombies, speed was crucial. If he wasn't fast, more would swarm in. After eliminating this wave, Su Jin took Lu Si's hand and gestured toward a path nearby. Let's go. Lu Si stabbed another approaching zombie and swiftly followed Su Jin. Wait for me. Ma Qing used his vines to kill the zombies surrounding him. Seeing Su Jin and Lu Si walking away, he quickened his movements and hurried to catch up. The building complex here was intricate, with winding paths. Su Jin led Lu Si deeper in. They avoided most zombies, but ended up lost. The pathways here were narrow, unsuitable for driving. Lu Si looked around, clueless. Su Jin, where are we going? Kadong University, Su Jin replied after a brief pause. Hearing that, Lu Si sounded uncertain. To the university. Su Jin pressed his lips together, his large hand firmly gripping the youth's. His expressionless eyes flicked toward the person beside him. Yes. You're coming with me. Ugh. Universities must be packed with zombies, right? Recalling the level 2 zombie they'd encountered at the beginning, Lu Si still felt chills. The zombies in City H had evolved way too fast. He hoped the mutated ones in City K weren't overly competitive. Seeing Lu Si silent, Su Jin assumed he was unwilling, his brows furrowing slightly. You don't want to go? Not at all. Even if I didn't want to, I'd still follow you, Lu Si said softly, a faint sigh in his voice as he looked at the man with moist eyes. After all, you're all I have left. It was a bit cheesy, but his Su Gu loved exactly this kind of sentiment. Hearing those words, Su Jin cracked a rare, gentle smile. I'll protect you. Su Jin raised his head, gazing at the building ahead, feeling slightly uneasy. Truthfully, he didn't want to go there either. But since they'd passed by, stopping to check might lead to some unexpected discoveries. Chapter 149, Cato University 2. After lingering affectionately with Su Jin for a while, Lu Si suddenly felt as if someone was missing. At that moment, Ma Qingye's weak voice came from behind. Lu Si, wait for me. He hadn't intended to part ways yet, he simply felt safer sticking with them. These two ran far too fast, just a moment of inattention and they'd vanished completely. Why haven't you left yet? Lu Si asked, watching Ma Qingye finally catch up, slightly puzzled. There were so many zombies just now. It's safer to stay with you guys, so I followed, Ma Qingye said matter-of-factly. Lu Si was at a loss for words. If this guy didn't have special abilities, he wouldn't even bother talking to him. Brother Su, are we really going to let him tag along? Lu Si leaned close to Su Jin and whispered, seeking the older man's opinion. No, Su Jin replied flatly. The presence of another person disrupted his time with Lu Si. He hadn't thought much of it earlier, but now Ma Qingye truly felt like an unnecessary burden. For a brief moment, a flicker of killing intent flashed in his eyes. Ma Qingye shivered involuntarily. Hands on his hips, he lowered his head and panted slightly before asking, where are you heading? Maybe I can show you the way. We're going to Cato University. Will you lead us there? Lu Si glanced at him coldly. Hearing school, Ma Qingye immediately recalled the infected zombies roaming the campus. His face turned pale, lips trembling. Wait, why would you go there? There are way more zombies at the school. After a pause, he added nervously, aren't you basically heading there to die? He was growing increasingly confused by Lu Si and Su Jin's behavior, finding their actions inexplicable. Were they seeking thrills or something? Lu Si gave him a deadpan look. Then since you're not coming with us anymore, and we've already shown you the way, we're done here. No more ties. Ma Qingye pressed his lips together and shook his head. No, that's not what I meant. Doesn't matter what you meant. Different paths mean different fates. Good luck to you. Lu Si's tone carried an edge. Ma Qingye hesitated, then looked at the youth who was about his same age. Despite being somewhat ignored these past few days, they had still helped him when it counted. Lu Si, we've spent several days together. Aren't we friends by now? Huh? Lu Si frowned, confused. Friends? Last time he showed interest in Yang Tian, they hadn't even defined their relationship, yet this seemingly simple-minded guy was bringing this up now. Seeing Lu Si offer no affirmation, disappointment flickered across Ma Qingye's eyes, but only briefly. Soon, he perked up again. Well, maybe we'll meet again someday. Lu Si remained silent, then murmured, oh. Just, be careful, okay? Ma Qingye said, adjusting the strap of his backpack as he prepared to leave. Before walking off, he turned back for one last glance. Clearly, Ma Qingye had no intention of going to the school with Lu Si and Su Jin. Just how dangerous must that place be? Ma Qingye's figure gradually disappeared among the buildings. Lu Si turned toward the man standing beside him and shrugged his shoulders. Brother Sue, let's go too. Sujin cast a thoughtful gaze toward where Machinya had vanished, then looked down at the teenager beside him, his eyes fixed on their still linked hands. Let's go. Under the man's intense stare, Lu Si flushed and pulled his hand away. Let's not hold hands anymore. No. We stay connected. Sujin insisted stubbornly. Chapter 150, Cato University 3. Lu Si glanced over, slightly exasperated. Fine, whatever, let's hold hands if you insist. Heh. Sujin suddenly chuckled. Lu Si rolled his eyes. What the hell are you laughing at? Screw this, I'm not holding your hand anymore. He tried to pull his hand away from the man's grip. Cute. I like it. Sujin tightened his hold, refusing to let the boy break free. Lu Si pursed his lips and gave a perfunctory reply, But the tips of his ears turned red. Following the directional signs along the road, they arrived at Cato University in this city. At this hour, there were no traces of living people near the campus, shops shut tight, the streets smeared with dark crimson bloodstains and scattered trash. Standing by the outer wall, Lu Si peered out toward the school gate nearby and spotted 7 or 8 zombies wandering aimlessly around the entrance. The zombies wore tattered clothes so ruined that their original designs were unrecognizable. Judging by their height, they appeared to be adults, likely grown men. Several of them wore dirty police caps, an oddly conspicuous detail among the horde. Were these mutated zombies from the surrounding area, or had the ones inside spilled out? The 1.5-meter-tall retractable gate was tightly closed. From the outside, only patches of low greenery could be seen within. As he stepped forward to get a better look, the man behind him pulled him back. A deep voice sounded by his ear. So eager to go kill zombies? Lu Si nodded, practically vibrating with excitement. Yeah, Su-gu, I can take those few down easily. Earlier on their way here, they'd encountered several zombies, but all were isolated and had been effortlessly dealt with by Sujin. Sujin studied the boy carefully. Doing that will draw more zombies over. Oh, alright. So what do you suggest then, Su-gu? Lu Si nodded again. If Sujin disagreed, he wouldn't push it. Killing zombies was hard work after all, saving energy when possible was wise. Sujin peeked ahead, then shifted his gaze to the narrow pathways flanking both sides of the gate. Wait. Lu Si leaned forward too, following Sujin's line of sight, assuming the man intended to climb over the fence. But how exactly do we get through now? Don't worry. I have a way. In the next moment, several electric blades silently shot toward the roaming zombies at the gate. Before the creatures could react, their heads were cleanly severed from their bodies. Lu Si twitched at the corner of his mouth, shooting a wary glance at the man. Didn't you just say not to kill any zombies? If you did it, it'd make noise. I'll handle it. Sujin replied, ruffling the boy's hair as he spoke, his tone tinged with mild resignation. Oh. So in the end, it was still because he wasn't good enough. Lu Si felt a twinge of sadness, but couldn't deny the truth in that statement. Sujin led Lu Si forward, walking toward the school gate. Once inside the entrance, they found large plots of greenery planted across the central area, with 5 or 6 paths branching out nearby. No zombies in sight. False alarm. From what he knew about typical university layouts, classroom buildings were usually located close to the main gate, while dormitories lay deeper within the campus. Lu Si hesitated, glancing at Sujin. Which way should we go? Sujin spotted a nearby bus stop sign, read the writing on it, then pulled Lu Si toward the path on the right. Lu Si quickly scanned the sign himself, immediately catching a key detail. Was Sujin heading for the laboratory? Could it be that this university's lab was also involved in research related to this very thing? As they approached the teaching building, the eerie silence shattered. The moment they drew near, a massive swarm of zombies surged toward them like a tidal wave. Chapter 151, Kadon University, surrounded by zombies 4. Before Sujin could even start running, Lu Si grabbed her and pulled her in the opposite direction. Roar! Roar! Zombie roars erupted from behind them. The creatures caught the scent of living flesh and immediately began chasing after Lu Si. As the growls rose, monsters that had been quietly lying dormant in the darkness suddenly awoke, lifting their eyelids to reveal blood-red eyes. Moreover, zombies nearby seemed to have received some kind of signal, converging toward this teaching building from all directions. Lu Si's luck was terrible. He dragged Sujin forward blindly down the pathway ahead, only for another group of zombies to emerge from a building directly in front, rushing at him once more. Seeing the overwhelming numbers, Lu Si cursed, "Damn it, how come there are so many? There must have been several classes worth of students." They were already so close, the gap too small. Quickly, Lu Si and Sujin found themselves completely surrounded. The zombies snarled, bared their teeth, and lunged with clawed hands. Lu Si pulled out a long knife from his space and, without hesitation, began slashing as they closed in. Foul-smelling zombie blood splattered across his face, but he didn't have time to wipe it. Immediately, another wave surged forward. After the ground piled up with lifeless corpses, the remaining zombies seemed to sense something. Hesitant now, aware that this man wasn't an easy prey, they paused their attack and slowly backed away, though they still wouldn't let go of their target. Back to back with Su Jin, Lu Si stood panting lightly, gripping a blade in each hand, both blades dripping with dark, reeking blood. These zombies kept coming in waves, one batch slain, only for another to replace them. Killing them felt good at first, but this couldn't go on forever. He'd end up completely soaked in stench. Su Jin, let's cut our way out. Which way should we go? Looking at the surrounding horde, Lu Si had a strong feeling, heavy in his gut, that this university had become nothing more than a hunting ground for the undead. Gagging slightly from the rot permeating the air, Su Jin wasn't faring much better. Then, glancing over, he spotted a shadow moving on the balcony of a nearby building. That person hadn't expected to be seen, but Su Jin quickly lowered his gaze, a faint smirk tugging at the corner of his lips. Just follow me. With that, Su Jin reached back and took hold of Lu Si's wrist. Got it. To avoid endangering the man, Lu Si stored one of his knives back into his space, keeping only a single blade free to fend off attackers from behind. Despite being boxed in from all sides, Su Jin led the way, carving a path toward the leftward corridor. Oddly, the zombies' movements grew less frantic now, slower, more rigid, as they continued trailing after the humans. Dashing into the teaching building, they found it overgrown with weeds inside. Su Jin pulled Lu Si down a side passage and climbed up to the second floor. Lu Si glanced back, no zombies were following anymore. Only then did he let out a breath. In the silent stairwell, only the sound of their footsteps echoed. Upon reaching the second floor, Su Jin guided Lu Si toward the classroom hallway. Lu Si swept his eyes around, taking in the blueprints pasted on the walls and the signboards outside each door. This building served as laboratory classrooms for chemistry students. Now, the classroom doors were shut tight. Quiet, too quiet. A thick layer of dust coated the floor, indicating no one had passed through here in a long time. He looked at the man's back. Su Jin, what are we doing here? Secret labs were usually built underground. They wouldn't be located on upper floors. You'll see soon enough. Su Jin kept walking until they reached the end of the hall. Lu Si looked ahead. Isn't this the restroom? Change your clothes first, Su Jin said, releasing Lu Si's wrist. Lu Si was momentarily stunned. Was that all? He thought something important was about to happen, but it turned out to just be changing clothes. Well, his clothes were pretty dirty. Chapter 152 Carden University 5, Don't be foolish. He tossed the dirty clothes into the trash bin and pulled on a fresh coat. There was a sink beside the toilet. He turned on the tap, and water still flowed out. He splashed his face quickly with the cold water. Lu Si looked up at his reflection in the mirror, brushed back the loose strands from his forehead, revealing a smooth, pale brow. Staring at himself, he couldn't help but click his tongue, such good looks, which lucky girl would end up winning him over in the future. Lost in thought, he caught sight of the man standing silently beside him, eyes fixed steadily on Lu Si. Startled, Lu Si quickly lowered his head, dropped his hands, and resumed washing. Done? Su Jin asked, watching as Lu Si continued scrubbing his hands. Yeah, all done, Lu Si said hurriedly, turning off the tap. Su Jin took Lu Si's clean hand in his, gave a soft hum, then fell silent again. Brother Su, where are we going now? The lab, Su Jin replied as they walked. Noticing the man was leading him toward the third floor, Lu Si murmured in confusion, the lab is upstairs. Su Jin paused, lifting his gaze to a gray corner of fabric peeking out from above, the edge of a sleeve. After his words, the fragment disappeared. Su Jin. Lu Si fell quiet, calling the man's name softly. What is it? Su Jin had long grown used to Lu Si calling him by name. Let the boy say whatever he wanted. Lu Si stared directly at him. How do you know so much about the lab's location? Then, quickly added, just asking. If you don't want to talk about it, that's fine. But his eyes still held a flicker of hope, silently urging the man to speak. Su Jin pulled the boy close, gently ruffling his slightly damp, fine hair. I learned it from my parents' notebooks. I can't tell you more right now. Hearing this, Lu Si pressed his lips together tightly. Su Jin, aren't you supposed to be with me? But if you keep hiding everything, it feels like we're only barely connected, and beyond that, I know nothing. He didn't want to admit it, but it was true. At these words, Su Jin let go, then wrapped his arms tighter around the boy. I'm sorry. Not yet. Feeling the firmness of the man's chest against him, Lu Si blinked, hands still resting lightly on Su Jin's back. 1,000 words dissolved into a single sigh. It's fine. Yet something inside twisted sharply. Holy shit, Su Jin just apologized to me. As his heart settled, he wondered, maybe Su Jin really meant it. After all this is over, Su Jin released him, gripping his shoulders firmly, I'll answer anything you want to know. Lu Si shook his head, turning away. It doesn't matter. After all, you've never asked me anything either. That last sentence carried a faint note of self-mockery. After he spoke, silence fell. He stole a glance at the man, only to be caught immediately. Su Jin lifted his chin, then kissed him, deep and sudden. Only after a moment did he pull back, pulling the dazed Lu Si close before continuing upward. Not asking doesn't mean I won't ask. What I needed to know, you've already told me. Now there's only one thing I want to ask. What is it? Do you have someone you like? The words came out stiff, strained. Lu Si's eyes glazed over, lashes fluttering. Isn't it you? The moment the words left his lips, Su Jin's expression shifted, his gaze darkened slightly. Don't be foolish. Hee, Lu Si chuckled. When they reached the third floor, Su Jin pushed open the door to a classroom. Old and unused, dust burst out the moment the door creaked open. Su Jin frowned, brushing the particles aside. The curtains blocked all outside light, leaving the room pitch black. A flashlight appeared in his hand. Click. Light flared, sweeping across the space. Su Jin. Lu Si followed behind, covering his nose, flashlight in hand. Where the beam shone, Lu Si saw it was a storage room. Several cabinets lined the walls, filled with folders and documents. Approaching one cabinet, he ran a finger along the surface, then held it up. A thick layer of dust coated his fingertip. Guessing its age, he figured this place hadn't been touched in years. He turned to Su Jin, noticing the man standing a short distance away, facing a white screen-like cloth. Walking over, Lu Si studied it carefully, seeing nothing unusual. Curious, he asked, Su Jin, why are you standing here? Did you find something? Just wait. Su Jin said, pulling Lu Si beside him. Oh. Su Jin pulled the curtain aside, and layers of dust billowed toward them. Lu Si closed his eyes. You can open them now, Su Jin's voice came. Lu Si opened his eyes and looked at the wall from before. There was a staircase inside. He was stunned. This is the lab entrance. More or less. The lab stairway entrance was built on the third floor. Did that mean this building had originally been constructed solely for concealment? Damn. There's some dust down below. Put on a mask first. Yeah. Su Jin led the boy inside, and once they entered, the classroom door behind them shut, plunging the space into complete darkness. The stairs descended deep inward. Lu Si followed behind the man, whispering, Su Jin, this place looks ancient. Probably no strangers around, right? But then, how could those mutated zombies have gotten out? Unless besides this entrance, there are other ways in. Yeah, there are indeed other entrances. This one's probably an emergency passage, Su Jin answered the youth's question. Oh, I see. Soon they reached the bottom, a flat open area. They stepped down, shining their lights around. A metal door came into view. Faint thudding sounds emerged, the source clearly coming from behind this door. Lu Si gripped a knife in hand and turned to look at the man. Go forward, Su Jin said, completely unperturbed. Surprisingly, a metal bar was propped beside the door, blocking the inside from the outside. As they approached, the pounding grew louder. There must be many zombies inside. Lu Si swallowed hard. He saw Su Jin place his hand on the bar, clearly intending to open it. Would a horde of zombies suddenly lunge out? Su Jin was standing in front, he'd be the first to get attacked. Su Jin, be careful. Noticing the boy's unease, Su Jin placed his hand on the bar, then let go again, a faint smile touching the corner of his eyes as he glanced sideways. Scared? Lu Si denied it. No. They fell silent for a moment, then abruptly, the previous thudding stopped entirely. Lu Si leaned close to the metal door, listening carefully. No further sounds came. Had whatever was inside moved away? Their eyes met. Su Jin pulled the bar aside. Chapter 153 Cardong University 6, Laboratory. The moment the iron door was pulled open, light seeped out. Su Jin tugged Lu Si inside, a gun appearing in her hand as she remained calm and composed. Lu Si stood beside the man, taking in the layout before him. His expression turned astonished. This place bore a striking resemblance to the laboratory he'd encountered in Jinyang City. Several corridors stretched ahead, overhead lights spilling down and illuminating the area. At first glance, the tiles on the walls reflected the light, making the space appear bright and spacious. If not for the teeth and nails scattered across the floor, along with unclotted bloodstains and the pervasive stench of decay hanging in the air, one might never suspect anything amiss. Before he could examine further, Su Jin grabbed his hand and sprinted into one of the corridors. Confused by why she was pulling him, Lu Si glanced back, only to see 5 or 6 zombies staring directly at him, their eyes glowing crimson red. Damn it! His feet suddenly found new traction, slipping forward like they'd been greased. He bolted, unintentionally dragging Su Jin along behind him. Seeing the humans flee, the zombies stiffly twisted their necks, producing creaking sounds, then let out low, hoarse growls. Yet instead of pursuing Lu Si and Su Jin, they turned and shuffled into another corridor. They kept running, weaving through twists and turns. No need to run so fast, they didn't follow, Su Jin said, stopping and pulling Lu Si to a halt. Really? Lu Si paused and looked back. Sure enough, there was no sign of the zombies. Why didn't they chase us? Do you really want them to chase us? Su Jin asked wryly. Of course Lu Si denied it. No way, I'd rather they never catch up. Su Jin pulled him closer, gazing straight into the boy's eyes. No matter what happens, no matter what you see, don't panic. I'm here for you. Lu Si blinked rapidly. I'm not a coward. I know. My Sibao is the bravest of all. Su Jin teased. Lu Si rolled his eyes dramatically and pretended to push Su Jin away in mock irritation. Su Gu, go back to being cold and aloof. This act is too greasy. Luckily Ma Cheng isn't here, otherwise I'd die of embarrassment all over again because of you. I won't tease you anymore. But earlier what I said. I'll make good on it soon. As Su Jin spoke, desire slowly flickered in his eyes. Lu Si turned his face aside, grumbling, if you want something, just take it, why say it out loud? Because I need your consent. Lu Si's eyes lit up. So I can resist. Su Jin fell silent. No. Oh. Lu Si glanced around absent-mindedly, then suddenly froze, tugging at the man's sleeve. Su Jin, look over there. Su Jin followed the boy's gaze. Ahead were several tightly closed iron doors, each marked with signs placed above them. From left to right, research room, laboratory, observation room, and finally, deep inside, the study room. Was this the lab Su Jin had been searching for? Lu Si turned to look at the man. Su Jin walked toward the research room. This iron door wasn't locked, it opened easily with a twist. When the door swung open, no zombie came lunging out as expected. Su Jin stepped in cautiously. Lu Si followed closely behind and quietly shut the door, to keep any straggling zombies from following. He looked around. The space here was larger, high-end instruments displayed before him. There were several long tables, seemingly designed to lay bodies upon. Thinking of that, goosebumps rose across his skin. He quickly turned and moved toward the other side. Chapter 154 Kadong University 7, the second ability discovered. In addition to the long tables, there were low counters against the walls, cluttered with toppled instruments. Green liquid had spilled from them onto the pristine, smooth countertop, dripping down to the floor where it had already solidified into a gelatinous mass. A piece of paper lay on the ground, its black text faintly visible. Lu Si squatted down and picked it up. The writing had been soaked by the liquid, the ink blurred and smeared, making most of it illegible, yet several characters remained somewhat clear. Human, form, medicine. The rest had dissolved into an indiscernible mess. Seeing the word, medicine, Lu Si instantly sensed this was no ordinary document. Was this part of a pharmaceutical report? The top left triangle of the paper had been torn off. A standard page number marked the bottom, while the back was thoroughly soaked through, revealing nothing. This was clearly just one page ripped from a larger report. He set the sheet on the table, then pulled open the drawer of the counter, hoping to find more clues, but it was completely empty, which left Lu Si slightly disappointed. He continued searching elsewhere and did uncover several files in other drawers, but they only contained research data on lab mice and plant specimens. Nothing about human experimentation. On the surface, Kadong University's laboratory appeared to be conducting routine studies. In truth, it was secretly carrying out unethical and immoral experiments on human subjects. Where were these test subjects coming from? Why conduct such trials at a university? Were the researchers all adults? Had no students been involved? If students had taken part, that would mean someone intended to continue these experiments until they finally succeeded. When he thought about their actions, every single detail felt utterly insane, bordering on madness. Lu Si shook his head. All the human corpses in the lab had been infected, clearly, some specific drug had triggered the transformation. But what exactly was this substance? Only the core personnel within the lab could possibly know. In the battle between psychics and zombies, would the rare few with abilities win, or would the overwhelming hordes of the undead prevail? Once the author began focusing the narrative on one side, the likely outcome became obvious. But damn it, that bastard of an author never wrote the ending. What if things took a sudden twist? Right now, the story was no longer following the original plot he remembered. That much was certain. Thinking about Su Jin, an enormous glitch in the system, Lu Si realized that apart from a few concrete advantages tied to protagonist-level luck and the general trajectory of the apocalypse, everything else could go to hell. The moment he thought this, his head throbbed painfully. Clearly, he wasn't cut out for overthinking. A knocking sound echoed through the room. He jolted upright and turned his head sharply, spotting Su Jin tapping his fingers against a wall. Setting down the empty reagent bottle, Su Jin walked toward him and asked, "You don't think there's another secret room here, do you?" "Probably," Su Jin replied, eyes fixed straight ahead, hands tucked casually in his pockets. Lu Si stepped closer and began rapping his knuckles against the same section of wall. A hollow dong-dong echoed back, he could hear the emptiness inside. Was this a false wall? Unsure, he raised his foot and kicked hard. Crack. His lower leg plunged halfway through. Damn. The atmosphere shifted, suddenly tense and awkward. He quickly pulled his leg back, flashing a nervous smile. Ha ha ha. I didn't expect the wall to be so fragile. Turns out it's wooden, just a light kick and, well, look how easily it broke. Is that so? Su-jin said skeptically, arms now crossed, lips curling into a faint smirk as he studied the man beside him, who was spouting lies with unconvincing ease. Chapter 155, Kadong University 8, The Test Subjects. Su-gu, let me explain, the quality is really poor. Try kicking it, Lucy said, urging the man to verify it himself. Is that so? Seeing that the man was starting to believe him, Lucy quickly added, yes, go ahead and kick it. His eyes remained fixed on the man's shoes. Under such intense gaze, Su-jin didn't want to embarrass Bao Bao, so he lifted his foot and gently pushed against the wall with the sole of his shoe. Instantly, a dark hole formed where his shoe had touched. See? Just a light kick, and it's already like this, Lucy pointed out. Indeed, Su-jin replied seriously as he lowered his foot. Seeing that the man no longer seemed suspicious, Lucy finally exhaled in relief. Now, they could get down to business. He took out the flashlight and shone it inside. The beam illuminated the dark cavity, revealing a space barely 1 meter wide. Su-jin crawled in first, with Lucy closely following behind. Once inside, the flashlight swept to the left, revealing a narrow passageway. Limited by distance, the light couldn't penetrate far ahead, only endless darkness lay before them, while the air carried the lingering scent of long-faded disinfectant. The dark corridor gave off an unpredictable sense of danger. Su-jin, should we keep going? Lucy turned to look at the man beside him. Let's go. We might find something else. Without hesitation, Su-jin stepped forward, signaling Lucy to stay right behind him. Inside the narrow, tightly sealed passage, silence reigned. The only sound was the rhythmic tapping of footsteps echoing across the floor. When they emerged from the passage, they broadened. Before them stretched a wide-open space, about the size of an ordinary classroom. The flashlight swept around the area until suddenly, Su-jin froze. The beam stopped, pointing steadily at something ahead. Upon closer inspection, row after row of towering glass tanks filled with liquid came into view. Though he had imagined such a scene, actually seeing it now struck him with undeniable shock. Pale faces, naked bodies, suspended in some unknown fluid. Their eyes were shut, seemingly asleep, waiting silently for the moment of awakening. Noticing that Lucy was still staring intently at the contents within the tanks, Su-jin frowned slightly, his voice edged with mild annoyance, so fascinated? You're not afraid? Lucy, still lost in awe, snapped back at the sudden interruption and turned toward the man. I'm shocked, so stunned I don't even feel fear anymore. Su-gu, the people who conducted these experiments, they're monstrous. How could anyone come up with something like this? What were they even trying to gain? As he spoke, his eyes never left Su-jin's face, searching for any hint of emotion different from the usual indifference. What were they trying to gain? Probably the effects of abilities on human subjects, Su-jin replied expressionlessly. But how can abilities like that even exist? Lucy whispered to himself. A large hand gently stroked the youth's hair. Don't think too much. Sometimes overthinking leads nowhere. There are things better left understood without words. Lucy twitched his lips. Oh. So Su-jin still wasn't going to waste more words with him. They stood there for a while. Let's move further in, Su-jin released the boy, then advanced deeper with the flashlight in hand. Wait for me, Su-gu. Lucy hurried after him, careful to keep his pace steady. He was still worried that excessive noise might awaken whatever lay inside. Yet no matter how softly they moved, in the suffocating silence of the chamber, every tiny sound was magnified. On the smooth floor echoed hasty, slightly panicked footsteps. Lucy grabbed Su-jin's hand, walking forward while glancing sideways at the rows of liquid-filled tanks. Suddenly, he felt as if his vision blurred. When he looked again, the figures inside still had their eyes closed. Chapter 156 Kadong University 9, Awakening Test Subjects. It must be an illusion, Lucy comforted himself. He turned his head away, then abruptly snapped it back, only to lock eyes with that pair of hollow, lifeless pupils. Holy shit. Lucy pretended not to see it, straightened his expression, and quickened his pace to match Su-jin's, though his mind was in chaos and adrenaline surged through his body. Damn, this is intense. Noticing the sweat on Lucy's palm, Su-jin stopped and turned to look at him. What's wrong? Su-ji, the test subjects, they're alive. Lucy's voice trembled slightly. He tightened his grip on the flashlight, shining it toward the nearby glass containers filled with liquid. Hearing the boy's words, Su-jin glanced in the direction of the beam. His tone remained calm. Indeed they are. Lucy clenched the man's hand and hid behind him. Hearing such a nonchalant response, he couldn't help but panic. That's it? Just, indeed. What do you mean, that's it? Su-jin shot him a sidelong glance. What else? Scared of them? Su-ji, there are so many in there. If they're all alive, we don't even know where the exit is, and who knows what else is waiting ahead. Maybe we should turn back now. The moment the words left Lucy's mouth, a sharp crack echoed. The sound of shattering glass came from the liquid-filled bottles. Grr. A low, muffled growl of a zombie rumbled out. Lucy, look what your damn mouth just did. It's fine. Just one of them, he muttered, pulling out a long blade from his storage space, ready to take down the approaching zombie. Crack, another glass bottle shattered. Two newly awakened zombies writhed their stiff bodies forward, inching closer toward Lucy and Su-jin. Su-jin pulled the younger boy behind him. I've got this. A glowing electric blade materialized in his hand. Without hesitation, he thrust it into the zombies, then grabbed Lucy's hand and continued deeper inside. They hadn't gone far when the sounds of breaking glass began multiplying from behind. Reaching the end, they found a metal door, but it was locked tight. The freshly awakened zombies, catching the scent of living humans, slowly advanced toward Lucy. Let's get out first. Su-jin used the electric blade to force open the lock. As the door swung open, light from outside poured in. Lucy glanced back at the shambling figures trailing close behind, mainly repulsed by their grotesque appearances. Why are you still looking? Came the man's irritated voice. Aren't I better to look at? Lucy quickly turned around, trying to keep a straight face. I wasn't staring at their bodies. Su-jin, you need to have more confidence in yourself. That's not what I meant. Other than my naked body, you're not allowed to look at any other man's, even corpses. Su-jin spoke coldly, shooting a chilling glare back at the approaching zombies. That single glare made the newly awakened creatures hesitate, slowing their movements even further. We were supposed to be awakened by you. Su-jin dragged Lucy out and slammed the door shut, locking the zombies inside. No matter how hard they pounded against it, the door wouldn't budge. Once outside, Lucy nodded firmly. Yeah. I'll only look at you. After a brief pause, he added, and you can't look at anyone else either. Hearing the last sentence, Su-jin felt deeply pleased. In a deliberately sultry tone, he murmured, I only look at my precious Sibao. Lucy let out a soft reply, his ears turning red. Su-jin watched the boy's flustered expression, unconsciously licking his dry lips. So cute. So tempting. Where are we now? Lucy switched off the flashlight, surveying the brightly lit space around them. Su-jin closed his eyes briefly, then opened them again, the lust in his gaze somewhat diminished. Don't know. Lucy. This was the first time he'd seen someone say, don't know, so confidently. We haven't traveled far from where we were. This should still be part of the same facility. Su-jin said, stepping forward. Oh. They arrived at the laboratory's break room. Chapter 157 Kato University 10, Rest Room. After entering, Lucy closed the door upon confirming there was no immediate danger inside. The room had a bed with pristine white sheets, and the air carried the scent of disinfectant. Because of the long duration and its location in the basement, where ventilation was limited to only a small vent, the oxygen supply was restricted. Though the smell had dissipated somewhat over time, it still lingered. Still, compared to that previous room filled with test subjects, this place was at least slightly breathable. Su-jin removed his mask, his eyes scanning over Lucy without pause. Lucy glanced left and right after stepping in, finding neither reagents nor documents, only spare bedding. He quietly stowed away the untouched sets into his space. Turning toward Su-jin, he started to speak, Su-gu, we. Before he could finish, the man's wolfish stare cut him off. So he meekly added, this is a lab. Let's go outside first before we, MMPH. The man yanked down his mask and immediately captured the boy's lips in a kiss, one arm lifting him up and laying him onto the bed. Lucy looked up at the man atop him, a touch alarmed, trying to reason with a pleading tone, Su-jin, don't do anything reckless. The man chuckled darkly. You don't enjoy it? Lucy pursed his lips and turned his face aside, avoiding eye contact, silently enduring the man's wandering hands. Su-jin, however, tilted the boy's chin up, forcing their gazes to meet. Moments later, seeing the flush spread across the boy's cheeks, the man's smirk deepened. Gently, as if treasuring something precious, he kissed the boy's lips, then proceeded to do the exact opposite of gentle. At this moment, all Lucy could think was, *wokeo. This guy is taking revenge, *. By the time it ended, the sharp odor of disinfectant had been thoroughly overwhelmed by another muskier, more primal scent. After Lucy passed out, Su-jin cleaned him up, changed him into fresh clothes, then gently ran a hand over the boy's forehead. Sensing the tense furrow of his brows, he channeled warm energy into his temples until the creases slowly eased. Watching the boy sleep peacefully, mumbling incoherently under his breath, was strangely endearing. He stared for a long while, then stood, put on his coat, and walked out. Not far from the door, a figure clad in grey robes appeared before Su-jin. Did you find it? FF found it. The man stammered. Even after taking the serum, his speech hadn't fully recovered. He bowed his head, respectfully holding out the item wrapped in cloth. Su-jin took it, immediately, it vanished from his hand. Were the other items destroyed? All gone. HN. You may go. Continue with what comes next, Su-jin instructed. Why yes, master, there's something else. What? There's a low level, following you. Can't you eliminate it? Su Jin replied coldly. The man instantly fell silent, scratching his head, his mind blank for a moment, then realizing, yes, he should have handled it already. Then I'll be going now. He lifted his head, glancing at Su Jin as if seeking approval. With the confirmation, the gray figure vanished before Su Jin's eyes. When Lu Si opened his eyes again, he found himself tightly embraced in the man's arms. He wriggled slightly, tilting his head to look at Su Jin's profile. Every time he saw it, he couldn't help but feel awestruck, so striking, so cold, yet irresistibly magnetic. Honestly, not a bad deal for himself. Thinking back to what had happened earlier, Lu Si smacked his lips, a strange sense of aftertaste lingering. Awake, the man's voice rumbled. Chapter 158, Cato University 11, the zombie core in the laboratory. The man looked down directly at the person in his arms. Lu Si opened his mouth and met the man's gaze. I'm awake. He felt a sudden sense of being caught red-handed. Su Jin pinched Lu Si's cheek. Still sleepy? Then go back to sleep for a bit. I'm fine now. Lu Si pushed away Su Jin's hand, propped himself up halfway against the bed, and immediately felt the soreness in his body. His expression shifted from blank shock to discomfort as he turned to look at the man beside him. Brother Su, did you heal me? Didn't I? Su Jin replied, his tone light, but his actions already growing restless. Lu Si grabbed the man's hand, lips pressed tight, eyes showing a trace of loneliness. Looks like you don't like me as much anymore. No sooner had those words left his mouth than he was immediately punished. Su Jin pinned him down beneath him, dark eyes filled with desire locking onto the youth as he murmured deeply, I don't like you. Seeing the man about to act, Lu Si hurriedly protested, no, you do like me. I was just kidding, Su Jin, don't get any ideas. I'd never do anything reckless with my Si Bao. Su Jin simply pulled the boy tightly into his arms, as if wishing Lu Si's body could melt completely into his own. Lu Si's hands stiffened, unsure where to place them, before finally settling on the man's back. Su Jin buried his face against Lu Si's chest and said muffled, don't ever make jokes like that again. Got it. Lu Si yielded. With the full weight of the man pressing down on him, his battered body bore a burden it wasn't meant to carry. Something seemed to occur to Su Jin then, he lifted his head from the boy's chest, stared straight into his eyes, and spoke gently, Lu Si, I love you more than my life. Love? Hearing that, Lu Si's heart started pounding. Su Jin, where did you learn such cheesy pickup lines? From my head. Su Jin answered without the slightest hint of reserve. Lu Si. How was he supposed to respond to that? Seeing Lu Si silent, Su Jin added, I've wanted to say this for a long time. Only to you. Su Jin. Lu Si pressed his lips together, his face a complex mix of emotions as he called out his name. Su Jin reached up and stroked the boy's face. I'm here. My heart's all. Lu Si turned his face aside. Su Jin had suddenly become so serious, it overwhelmed him. He should have known better than to joke, one careless remark and the guy dropped a bomb, still making his heart race uncontrollably. If it's, then rest a little more. Once you wake up, it won't be any more. Su Jin was being surprisingly considerate. First get off me before we talk about resting. Lu Si replied flatly. Su Jin. Fine. The two continued lying on the bed, wrapped up in each other. Lu Si asked cautiously, Su Jin, do you listen to me? Off the bed, maybe. Su Jin gave a succinct reply. Lu Si nodded. All right. Then let me ask you, aside from coming here to find your parents, why else did you come? You knew there were no survivors left in the lab. Tell me the truth, please. Su Jin fell silent for a moment, meeting the boy's probing gaze. From the moment he brought Lu Si inside, he'd known this day would come. Still, he didn't feel the slightest hesitation. To find research data from the lab. For what? Lu Si's eyes lit up. Humans' experiments. Su Jin said slowly. And extracting cores from the mutated zombies in this laboratory. Huh? Lu Si mentally raised a question mark. The crystal cores inside these zombies' brains are cleaner, more effective for enhancing abilities. Chapter 159, Cato University 12, Lu Si's idea. There's actually such a thing. Lu Si was somewhat ignorant about this, there had never been any mention of it in the original plot, or perhaps that damn author had simply never brought it up. Being transmigrated into the world of the book, it now seemed the author's world building had been too narrow. Yeah, I've heard my parents talk about it, and I've even experimented. Didn't you also feel the effect of that crystal core on you? As he spoke, he glanced toward Lu Si's ankle. If just a tiny one is already this powerful, no wonder, Lu Si murmured to himself. The author hadn't mentioned it, but now he could piece it together. If in the future the protagonist killed the zombie emperor and absorbed its crystal core to enhance his own ability, wouldn't that make him invincible? The more Lu Si thought about it, the more plausible it seemed. Why not seize the opportunity now, before the zombie emperor fully develops? Capture it early, absorb the core, and then wouldn't he and Su Jin become invincible? A deeper smile spread across Lu Si's face. What is it? Su Jin rubbed D's hair, so soft and pleasant to touch. Lu Si snapped back to reality, grabbed the man's hand, and said seriously, Su go, let's go kill those things in the lab right now. You just watch from the side, I'll handle it. Damn right, so many pure crystal cores just waiting to be taken, what a waste not to grab them. As for that matter, he'd bring it up with Su Jin later when the chance came. The zombie emperor's core was definitely theirs for the taking. Hearing his words, Su Jin's mouth twitched slightly. Not every zombie in the lab has a crystal core. Huh? Lu Si was momentarily confused. Only powerful zombies have useful cores. Even if ordinary zombies have them, the effects are barely noticeable. Oh. His earlier excitement instantly deflated under the man's words. Don't worry, I'll tell you when we encounter one, Su Jin said with helpless fondness in his eyes. Lu Si nodded. Alright. Well, of course, if every zombie in the lab had high-grade cores, wouldn't they all have much clearer consciousness? Zombies evolved over time until they became nearly indistinguishable from normal humans. Intelligent, talking zombies were rare and extremely formidable beings. Thinking about the zombie emperor mentioned in the book, he looked no different from an ordinary human. At first, he'd been as innocent as a 5- or 6-year-old child, yet with a faint hint of danger. Once he adapted, he quickly blended into society, doing everything normal people did. The very thought was chilling. According to the original setting, the zombie emperor was an adult male, yet Li Shu and the others didn't seem stupid, unless it was just the villain's plot armor at work. So best to strike while the enemy was still naive. After all, they were natural enemies, zombies killed awakened humans, and awakened humans killed zombies. There was no room for sympathy. The more Lu Si thought about it, the more excited he became. When he looked at the man, his eyes gleamed with anticipation. He couldn't do it himself. That was fine, wasn't he had his Su Go? Su Jin felt deeply satisfied under the boy's worshipful gaze. After putting on their clothes and shoes, the two walked out of the resting room. Lu Si held a long blade, walking beside the man. They stepped out and headed down another corridor. The lab was limited in size. After killing several zombies, they eventually stumbled upon another exit. First, they took a working elevator upward. Then came a staircase leading straight up, sunlight filtering in from above. Su Jin pulled Lu Si along as they climbed. Lu Si frowned slightly. Are we just leaving like this? Weren't we supposed to look for data? The data was already taken, Su Jin explained. Oh, alright. Lu Si believed him. Indeed, during the fight with those infected zombies, their strength had been weaker than even wild zombies outside. Chapter 160, Kadong University 13, Overnight Stay. After walking out of the laboratory, they hadn't even had time to take a proper breath of the fresh air. In the distance, a swarm of zombies charged fiercely toward Lu Si and Su Jin. Without hesitation, Lu Si grabbed Su Jin and started running, but because his legs were still numb from earlier intoxication, he quickly slowed down. Su Jin, my legs are giving out, Lu Si said with an embarrassed look at the man beside him. Su Jin waved his hand, scooped him up into his arms. It's fine. I'll carry you. And so he kept running. Lu Si murmured, wrapping his arms around the man's neck, a sweet smile playing on his lips. Su Jin ran fast, quickly leaving the horde of zombies behind. Seeing the man slow his pace, Lu Si lifted his head to survey their surroundings, rows of buildings that looked like student dormitories. But there were few clothes hanging outside the corridors, and no large groups of zombies appeared. This was probably temporary housing provided by the school for faculty or visitors. Su Gu, aren't we leaving? Why stay here? No rush. Isn't this place good enough? Lu Si, it's not about whether the environment is good. Then let me ask you, can you outrun those zombies right now? Lu Si honestly replied, no. Su Jin nodded. Exactly. You rest first. Once you're better, we'll leave. Okay. They headed upstairs. There were no signs of zombies, and the area was eerily quiet. As they reached the second floor, a zombie suddenly darted out from around a corner, but Su Jin quickly dealt with it. He walked to one of the rooms, pushed open the door. Inside was a bunk bed with a mat laid on top. Bottles, cans, and scattered clothes littered the floor, the belongings hastily abandoned by someone fleeing in a rush. Su Jin placed Lu Si on the bed, then squatted in front of him, helping the youth remove his shoes. His fingers brushed against the jade around the boy's ankle. The cool touch on his skin sent a shiver through Lu Si. He pressed a hand gently on Su Jin's head, his face flushing red as he whispered, Su Jin, I can do it myself. Instead, Su Jin began kneading the boy's calf, casually asking, what about that pendant you took from someone else last time? It's in my storage space, Lu Si answered. Don't rub, it tickles. He almost burst out laughing. It doesn't hurt. Let me rub it for you, Su Jin said with feigned seriousness. Lu Si didn't buy it for a second and quickly said, no, it doesn't hurt anymore, I'm fine. You can stop now. Slightly disappointed, Su Jin obediently released him and stood up. Only when the man made no further moves did Lu Si finally relax, pulling his pant leg back into place. Have you felt any effect from it? Su Jin asked, sitting down beside Lu Si. Not at all, Lu Si replied. If it weren't for the fact that Su Jin himself had taken the jade directly from Ma Chunye, he'd suspect the pendant had been switched. No effect. Su Jin wrapped an arm around the boy's waist, leaning his entire body against him. Lu Si was equally puzzled. No, it's really strange. Su Jin wasn't surprised. Calmly, he replied, maybe it just needs more time before it works. I see, Lu Si responded thoughtfully. Suddenly, a tickle at his waist made him grab the wandering hand. Su Jin, behave yourself. Heh, I can't be serious with you, Su Jin chuckled. Of course, he was only teasing. Eventually, he let go. Having spent half the day, they were both hungry, it was time for a meal. Though the building's water and electricity were long gone, that didn't stop Su Jin from cooking. Chapter 161 Cato University 14, Responsibility. Watching Su Jin use his ability to make something, Lu Si fell silent for a moment before speaking up. Su Jin, maybe next time we should look for a generator. My space is big enough, no problem fitting it in. Su Jin considered Lu Si's suggestion and found it feasible, so he agreed. Alright. Seeing the man agree, Lu Si raised his index finger. How about after we leave this school, we head over to the factories in this city? Might find other useful things there. I'll follow your lead. Lu Si climbed off the bed, staring intently at the man as he called out, Su Ji. You're really great. Lu Si handed him another good person card. Su Jin narrowed his eyes slightly, blatantly staring at the boy's collarbone. Rather than just hearing you say it, I prefer seeing your actions. Under the man's gaze, Lu Si grew uneasy. Noticing where the man was looking, he glanced down at his exposed skin. The shirt he wore belonged to Su Jin. Had his earlier behavior been unintentional teasing? He shivered, quickly pulling the loose fabric back into place and hurriedly changing the subject. Su Ji, are the noodles ready yet? Almost. Su Jin finally shifted his gaze away and returned to what he was doing. Today, Su Jin had made pork and vegetable noodles for Lu Si. Originally a very plain dish, but Lu Si added a spoonful of bright red chili sauce and stirred thoroughly. Instantly, the broth turned deep red, soaking the thin, soft noodles. Lifting a glistening red strand with his chopsticks and putting it into his mouth, he felt its chewy texture and rich flavor lingering long after swallowing, the full taste of pork and chili filling his mouth. After chewing quickly and swallowing, he went straight for another bite. Before long, the pork and vegetables in his bowl were gone, leaving only a shallow layer of broth at the bottom. Lu Si drained every last drop of soup and looked at the man with heartfelt admiration. Su Ji, this is too delicious. Much better than what I can make. Delicious doesn't mean you have to eat it so fast. Though pleased that Lu Si enjoyed his cooking, Su Jin frowned slightly at the speed. Hee, old habits. I'll slow down next time. Su Ji, is there more in the pot? As he asked, he stretched his neck toward the table across from him and spotted a steaming pot sitting neatly in place. Thrilled, he didn't hesitate, immediately hopping off the bed and heading toward it. But Su Jin caught the boy around the waist, stopping him. The food hasn't even digested yet. Eating more will give you stomach trouble. Lu Si halted, turning back to look at the man, repeating once again, it's fine, I'm used to it. No one took care of you before. Now that I'm here, I need to be responsible for you. Su Jin took the empty bowl from Lu Si's hands. Hearing these words, Lu Si flushed slightly and coughed awkwardly. Alright then, I'll listen to you. Truthfully, the man's words had struck something deep within him. How could someone be so good like this? Leaning down gently, Su Jin reached out and rubbed the boy's slightly rounded belly, poking it lightly. This feels like undigested food stuck here. Being touched like this embarrassed Lu Si even though he knew the man was partly teasing. He grabbed Su Jin's hand. Don't touch, it'll digest soon enough. Su Jin nodded seriously. Need some rubbing to help digestion along faster. Chapter 162 Cato University 15, Unpredictable. Lu Si. So he could only wait for Su Jin to voluntarily let go. After needing him enough, Su Jin finally released him and served another bowl to Lu Si. Lu Si took it. Didn't you say I shouldn't eat too much? Not too much, too fast. You're still growing, you need to eat more, Su Jin explained. Fine. Feeling somewhat speechless, Lu Si obeyed the man, this time eating significantly slower than before. It's not like it's anything difficult, just chew a few more times. So many fusses. He grumbled inwardly. Su Jin sat on the edge of the bed, ruffling Lu Si's hair, his eyes faintly smiling as he watched the boy eat. Su Jin, why aren't you eating yet? Lu Si couldn't stand the man's blatant stare any longer and looked up at him. When you're full, I'll eat, Su Jin replied, wearing an ambiguous smile. This man really had no modesty at all. Lu Si was dumbfounded. Didn't we just do it a moment ago? No matter how many times, I never get tired of it, Su-jin answered honestly. Oh, so the reason you treat me well is just because of this kind of relationship? A bitter expression flashed across Lu Si's face, looking genuinely hurt. Treating you well is normal. Wanting to do things beyond that with you is also normal. There's no correlation between them. He fixed his gaze on Lu Si. But I simply prefer doing pleasant things with you. Just as Lu Si was about to retort, Su-jin added, it's only then that I truly feel you're beside me. Lu Si swallowed the last bite of noodles in his bowl. With one hand holding the empty bowl, the other reached out to touch the man's forehead. Coolness met his fingers. He whispered, you don't have a fever. Why are you talking so much lately? I just want to say what needs to be said to you. Su-jin caught the boy's wrist. Don't you like it? His expression suddenly reverted to its usual coldness, so unexpectedly intense it sent a chill through his heart. Seeing the man like this, Lu Si sensed something was wrong immediately and quickly said, I do like it. I won't mind however much you talk. I don't believe you, Su-jin said angrily. Then what do you want me to do? What should you do? Su-jin murmured softly. Lu Si leaned back against the iron bedpost, locking eyes with the man. He stretched his leg, trying to push the man away, but accidentally brushed against that spot. He froze, unsure where to put his foot, staring blankly at the man before him. So you actually enjoy this kind of thing, Su-jin said, first startled, then breaking into a pleased smile, gazing at the boy with twinkling eyes. No, I don't. I didn't. Lu Si opened his mouth, lowered his leg, turned his face away, and muttered, believe whatever you want. Su-jin gave a plain response and fell silent again. Lu Si found the quiet unnerving. He stole a glance at the man, only to meet his eyes directly. Instinctively, Lu Si closed his eyes. But no unexpected sensation came, only a faint dampness brushing his forehead. He lifted his eyelids and stared straight at the man. Is that all you're going to do? The man raised an eyebrow. Are you saying you want more? I'd be happy to oblige. Lu Si blurted out a denial. No. Then, realizing his tone was too firm, he added, not now, the soreness from earlier hasn't even gone away. Rest well. Su-jin gently touched the boy's lips, let go, then took the bowl from his hand. Lu Si leaned against the iron rod, head down, finding it hard to read the man's mood now. The bed was just an ordinary single bed. Two grown men lying on it together inevitably made it feel cramped. Chapter 163 Kato University 16, Dream. Su-jin held the person in his arms, pressing his entire body tightly against the youth's soft frame. This made it nearly impossible for Lu Si to fall asleep. He twisted his head to look back at the man behind him. Su-jin, can you calm down a bit? A low voice came from the man. No. Damn it. Lu Si stretched out his hand from within the embrace, touching the man's cool arm. The confined space felt stifling, yet strangely, the man exuded a refreshing chill. He pressed closer. You're cold, but you're hugging me too tight, I can't breathe. The last sentence was the key point. Is that so? Su-jin asked doubtfully, though he loosened his grip slightly, careful not to squeeze the youth too hard. After a while, Lu Si suggested, how about I sleep on the upper bunk? One person per bed. After all, he had a mat stored in his space. Su-jin tightened his hold, resting his chin on the boy's hair, nuzzling gently. His tone left no room for refusal. No. Fine, fine. Lu Si was powerless against him and dropped the matter. He closed his eyes, but within minutes opened them again, staring at the light seeping through the window. Damn, it wasn't even dark yet. He had just slept in the lab earlier, how could he possibly sleep again now? He poked at the man's chest and said, Su-jin, it's still early. How about we chat a bit? About what? Su-jin wasn't asleep either. He was feeling uncomfortable. He'd originally wanted Lu Si to rest properly, but now that seemed pointless. About your parents, Lu Si said, his eyes lighting up. He suspected Su-jin's parents were also researchers involved in the project, just like Su-jin. Maybe he could glean some information about that serum from their story. Yes, better communication would deepen their bond. At this thought, the man's gaze suddenly turned dark and dangerous. So what Lu Si expected, a simple conversation about the man's parents, swiftly shifted into something else entirely. The man sealed the boy's mouth with his own. Lu Si was utterly helpless. Finally giving in after the man feigned vulnerability, he half resisted, half yielded. Anyway, the man's ability healed several times faster than that serum. With nothing better to do, they might as well keep talking. Nighttime. Darkness draped a shadow over the university. Trees along the pathways swayed faintly under the weak moonlight, casting flickering silhouettes. On the streets outside, the city, as if answering some unknown call, saw its scattered zombies gradually gathering together. Their stiff necks creaked as they groaned hoarsely. Look up into the sky. Their throats rumbled with gurgling growls, their eyes glazed over like dead fish bellies, pale and lifeless. They dragged their mutilated bodies forward, stumbling aimlessly. Some survivors clutched their faces tightly with both hands, tears spilling out instinctively, yet they remained frozen, dared not move, could not move. In the darkness, the zombies' hearing was extremely sharp. At the slightest rustle or sound, they would turn toward it, determined to drag their prey out. When the apocalypse began, zombies first hunted the weakest, ordinary people, then slowly turned to those with abilities. Lu Si dreamed. In his dream, he walked alone into one of the laboratories listed in the research files. There was no trace of zombie activity at the entrance. He entered smoothly. Inside were several corridors. He picked one at random. Bright lights, white tiles, wooden flooring, the surroundings were eerily quiet, a silence laced with danger. His mind went blank. His feet wouldn't stop moving. He kept walking forward, unaware of where he was heading. In this silent space, a sudden sliding sound came from beside him. Chapter 164 Cardong University 17, Why? He turned his head and noticed an opening. Just now, the sound had come from there. Without overthinking it, he walked toward it, stepping inside. Inside, row after row of zombies stood upright, their lifeless eyes fixed directly on the spot where he stood. His heart pounded in terror as he suddenly sensed someone behind him. He twisted to look. A sharp pain seized his waist. Lu Si's eyes snapped open, meeting the man's gaze at once. Awake? Seeing the boy stir, Su Jin quietly pulled back his hand, which had just been resting on the waist. Lu Si blinked his slightly damp eyes, noticing daylight had seeped into the room, sunlight streaming through. The lingering scent from yesterday still hung faintly in the air. After regaining his bearings, Lu Si pushed himself up from the bed with his hands. The pain was gone completely, but he could still feel traces of the intensity with which the man had touched him. Seeing Lu Si rise, Su Jin sat up too, the sheet slipped off, revealing pale, well-defined muscles. Lu Si blinked, then quickly turned his face away, refusing to look any longer as he got off the bed. Su Jin dressed himself, and seeing the boy get up, asked casually, going somewhere? Bathroom, Lu Si replied. Oh. In the morning, Lu Si sat on the edge of the bed eating a piece of bread and drinking milk from a bottle. Glancing beside him, he saw the man pulling out another bottle of milk from subspace. Softly, he asked, Su Jin, do you want something to eat? Drink, Su Jin said, taking the milk from the boy's hand. Only after watching the man take several sips did Lu Si return his focus to his bread. An uneasy expression flickered across his face, he seemed lost in thought. Suddenly, the atmosphere grew quiet. The man had been attentively observing the boy's mood. Breaking the silence, he asked, what's wrong? Lu Si looked a bit pale. He shook his head slightly, forcing a smile to appear cheerful. Nothing. Su Jin pulled him closer, placing a hand against D's cheek. You're a little warm. I cleaned everything yesterday, could it be that something's left behind? He murmured the last sentence softly. Lu Si caught the wandering wrist, lowering the man's hand firmly. That's not it. Then what is? Su Jin, I don't want to talk right now. Can you let me have some peace for a moment? Lu Si spoke calmly, a stark contrast to his usual cheerful self. Sorry. I'll be more careful next time. Su Ge took Lu Si's hand, pressing a gentle kiss to the back of it, an apology offered with awareness and humility. It's not that. Thinking of the previous night, Lu Si blushed deeply, turning his face away from the man. Quietly, he added, I enjoyed it too. Then all is well. So what's troubling you? I don't want to say. Recalling the dream from moments ago, Lu Si pressed his lips together, refusing to tell. If you won't say, then at least don't wear such a gloomy face, alright? It hurts me to see you like this. Lu Si forced a nod. Fine. A while later. Standing on the balcony, Lu Si gazed into the distance. Not far ahead, on a basketball court, 7 or 8 zombies roamed. Elsewhere, undead figures scattered across various areas, numerous and visible. Estimating from their position and recalling their original route, there were 3 possible paths leading to the school gate. The closest one passed by the basketball court, but it was packed with zombies. The other 2 were farther but had fewer of the undead. But then again, who cared? They could just drive straight out. At this point, most of yesterday's zombies would have already dispersed. As long as they avoided unnecessary contact, it'd be fine. Holding a gun in his hand, Lu Si tilted his head toward the man beside him and called softly, Su Jin. Let's leave by car. Alright. Chapter 165 Dongko City, Industrial Zone 1. The area around the school's front gate is surrounded by classrooms. Let's head to the back exit, Lu Si suggested. The high school he had started in earlier, he'd escaped through its back door too. Since schools were generally similar in layout, this one probably wouldn't be different. Su Jin raised his eyes toward the front. But we still need to find where the back entrance is. It's simple. Su Jin turned his head toward him. Lu Si pointed upward with his index finger. We'll go up to the rooftop and look from there. Very few people lived in this apartment building, those who could escape already had, and the mutated zombies that were able to move down to search for food elsewhere had done so. They only encountered a few crippled zombies in the stairwell, all of which quickly died beneath Su Jin's electrified blade. An electric current solidified into a physical blade, and yet the wielder wasn't electrocuted. Lu Si had been amazed at first, but now he was numb to the man's flashy techniques. If compared, even the original protagonist couldn't match this level. But if protagonists truly had plot armor, then what could you do? Who the hell can compete with destiny? Lu Si shook his head. Whatever. As long as he got his hands on that crystal core, both he and Su Jin would become invincible. At that thought, excitement surged again, dissipating much of the gloom that had lingered before. Glancing sideways at the man beside him, Lu Si silently urged, "You better hold up your end." Su Jin had been watching Lu Si closely. Seeing the boy gaze at him with bright eyes, a faint smile unconsciously curled his lips. Afterward, killing zombies became even more effortless. Fortunately, they reached their goal smoothly. The school's back entrance was not far from the apartment building. Once they roughly located the back exit, they descended from the second floor, and Lu Si summoned a car from his space. As the engine roared to life. Roar! Nearby zombies, hearing the noise, immediately turned their heads toward the sound, letting out low growls before lurching in their direction. But their speed was no match for Su Jin's driving. They quickly left the zombies behind, while those ahead were shot dead by Lu Si's gunfire. Exiting through the school's back gate, they drove onto the highway. They checked the industrial zone's location at a bus stop sign, then followed the directional road signs toward the destination. On the wide open road, a vehicle sped past, kicking up dust that swirled behind it as it vanished into the distance. By the time the zombies on the roadside registered the commotion, the car was already long gone. "That's strange," Lu Si murmured, noticing how few zombies were on this road. "What is? There are hardly any zombies here." "Maybe this route's just more remote," Su Jin explained. "Yeah, maybe." Lu Si lifted his gaze forward, a trace of worry knitting his brows. He had an uneasy feeling. Following the highway signs, Su Jin drove them into the industrial zone. The industrial zone lay on the city's outskirts, right along the route they needed to take toward Jingbei City. Dongko City's transportation hub was also nearby, yet apart from their own car, not a single other vehicle could be seen on the road, something that struck Lu Si as deeply odd. Even stranger, when they arrived at the destination, they didn't see a single zombie. The surroundings were eerily silent. If the zombies weren't here, where had they gone? Who was calling them? A high-level zombie? The thought made Lu Si uneasy. Better find those supplies as soon as possible. Exactly. Based on his knowledge of the original story, there was a supply stash hidden somewhere in Dongko City's industrial zone, a cache later used by Gu Ziyi's group to win people over. The supplies included blankets, flour, and other vital survival goods. Chapter 166 Kato City, Industrial Zone 2. When the story reached the point where the cold climate was supposed to arrive, someone had told Gu Ziyi about supplies in Kato City. But now, the cold season hadn't come. As he and Su Jin passed through here, Lu Si decided to seize the opportunity first, to inspect the goods for Gu Ziyi's group and claim them if possible. "Turn in to the left," Lu Si said to Su Jin. Stepping out of the car, Lu Si looked up at the signboard in front of the factory gate, Cotton Container Factory. That familiar name brought tears to his eyes. But soon, there was nothing to smile about. Roar! Several zombies wandered inside the iron gate. As their guttural shrieks echoed, more of the surrounding undead immediately began shuffling toward them. The iron gate before them was tightly shut. The zombies slammed their bodies against the obstacle blocking their path, producing one loud clang after another. Some even thrust emaciated arms, covered with bulging red capillaries, through the gaps in the fence, gnashing sharp teeth as if they could snatch food that way. The zombies' howls continued relentlessly. Lu Si pressed his lips together and spoke to the man, "Su Gu, let's take another route." He knew it wouldn't be this easy. Su Jin glanced briefly at the zombies inside, then shifted his gaze away. I'll follow your lead." They walked along the outer wall. After a while, the zombie noises faded behind them. Looking at the wall, it was manageable in height. He bent his knees, sprang upward, and hoisted himself up until his elbows rested on the flat top of the wall. He stretched his neck to peer inside. Scattered zombies roamed around, just one or two here and there. Not far off stood a tree, beneath it a patch of wild grass, an ideal spot to land. With that, he tilted his head down at Su Jin below. "Su Gu, we can get in from here. I'll go first." Saying so, he climbed fully onto the wall and then jumped down. Su Jin stood below, ready to follow Lu Si over the wall, when suddenly he sensed something amiss. He turned his head sharply behind him, but saw nothing. He stood midway on a small path. Opposite was a row of low buildings. His gaze locked onto a large greenhouse structure ahead, and a plasma blade appeared in his hand. "Su Gu, are you coming?" Lu Si's voice came from within. The blade vanished. Su Jin turned his head back and replied, "Almost." With a light leap, he cleared the wall and landed beside him. Yet at the very spot Su Jin had been staring at, a figure slowly emerged, clad entirely in black robes. When it lifted its head, a pair of deep green eyes stared intently at the place Su Jin had just stood. As it stepped forward, suddenly a hand landed on its shoulder. It turned in confusion, only to be met with a powerful punch. To avoid alerting the horde inside, the two silently cut down any scattered zombies they encountered. The factory complex consisted of several sections. Lucy recalled the original text. In the underground warehouse of the building furthest inside the plant, they discovered stacks of completed cotton quilts, apparently old inventory the factory had stockpiled. They never expected to stumble upon such a huge windfall. The underground warehouse. That was the key term. Without delay, Lucy rushed toward the location mentioned in the text. As he ran, he suddenly noticed someone missing. He stopped and turned, seeing Su Jin still standing further back. "Su Gu," he waved at the man. Unaware that danger was creeping up right behind him. Su Jin frowned, his eyes fixed on a zombie behind Lucy. That particular zombie seemed almost aware. When its eyes met Su Jin's, it quietly turned and slipped away. Chapter 167 Ka Dong City, Smooth Going. Lucy turned to look behind, but didn't spot anything suspicious. Not seeing the man catch up, he could only go back himself. "Su Jin, what's wrong with you?" Hadn't even bothered to answer earlier. "Nothing." Su Jin kept his hands in his pockets as he walked toward Lucy. "Alright then, let's go inside." Seeing the man acting normally again, Lucy grabbed his arm and they continued forward together. The warehouse door had already been opened, its interior lit by outside light. As soon as they entered, several zombies emerged from behind machinery, clawing wildly at Lucy, but were quickly taken down by Su Jin. The interior was spacious, containing several loading vehicles and clearly visible signs of struggle on the open ground, evidence that previous survivors had fought desperately here against mindless zombies. But Lucy wasn't interested in the vehicles. He pulled Su Jin onward. Behind a hoisting machine at the location indicated in the original text, pressing the red button would open the underground storage room. He followed the instructions precisely and smoothly watched as the door to the underground storage opened. Shining his flashlight inside, he saw numerous small transparent plastic packets filled with something white and fluffy like cotton quilts. "Holy crap, it's actually real." Lucy's face broke into a wide grin. Just about to roll up his sleeves and start working, he felt the man suddenly grab his wrist. "Didn't we come for a generator?" Su Jin had already grown suspicious upon entering, and now his suspicion deepened further. Caught up in his excitement, Lucy had momentarily forgotten about this point, the whole thing had simply gone too smoothly. At Su Jin's questioning, his smile stiffened slightly. "A classmate told me about this. I just wanted to try my luck. Didn't expect I'd actually find it. But there are only two of us. Do we really need so much of this stuff?" Su Jin asked skeptically. Lucy blinked. Since he'd gotten past the first question, he figured the second one should follow smoothly. "Su Gu, you don't get it. We can use these to win people over. At the very least, we can sell them as goods to those who need them." Su Jin fell silent for a moment before replying, "We don't need to win people over." "Oh yes we do," Lucy thought silently, not believing the man for a second. When Su Jin started gathering followers later, they'd only stay loyal if their material needs were met, it couldn't rely solely on strength. "Fine. Then collect what you want." Su Jin had no interest in arguing further. Let the boy take whatever he pleased, it made no difference to him. Seeing that the man believed him, Lucy hurriedly added, "Alright, Su Gu, you keep watch. I'll put everything into my space." Su Jin nodded in agreement. He carefully stowed every single packet into his storage space until the warehouse stood completely empty. Only then did he feel reassured enough to leave. Su Jin. Su Jin leaned casually against the wall, arms crossed. Hearing the youth call his name, he turned his head toward Lucy. "All done," Lucy said as he approached. Su Jin lowered his arms. "Let's check another factory area. Might find something else." This time, Lucy had flour in mind. Su Jin slung an arm around Lucy's shoulder, eyes slightly lifted, a subtle sign of approval. "Okay." Aside from encountering a few scattered zombies, they met no others. Lucy thought everything was going too smoothly, and smooth was good. Of course, he wouldn't go out of his way to provoke trouble by checking the front gate where the horde of zombies gathered in the original story. Coming earlier meant avoiding that strongest zombie inside the factory described in the text. A single zombie stepped out from behind the perimeter wall, watching silently as they departed, then quietly retreated back without a sound. After leaving the industrial park, they immediately drove off, heading toward Jingbei City. Elsewhere. A phantom glided smoothly along the road, escorted by several green military-style vehicles. Inside the car, President Ma sat with eyes closed, resting. His assistant in the front passenger seat occasionally glanced back at someone in the rear, looking hesitant, as if wanting to speak but holding back. "What is it?" President Ma sensed the gaze and cracked open an eyelid, turning to look at him. "Well, we received a letter. Its contents seem rather strange." "Oh. How so? President Ma became mildly intrigued. Seeing his boss ask, the assistant wisely retrieved a yellowed envelope from his briefcase and handed it over. This is the original. You should see for yourself. President Ma reached out, took it, tore open the envelope, and pulled out a sheet of paper. As he unfolded it and read the contents, the smile on his face deepened, the deep wrinkles by his eyes creasing as he softly chuckled, hee hee, interesting. Can it really block bullets? Slightly plump fingers folded the letter neatly before he asked, have the messenger described that person's appearance? Yes, sir. The assistant nodded. The car fell silent for a while. President Ma slowly spoke up, how's the new lab deployment going? The basic infrastructure is ready. We're just short on skilled researchers, we haven't found enough yet. I see. At this news, the faint amusement on President Ma's face instantly stiffened. He fell into deep thought. Hearing the tone in his boss's voice, the assistant felt uneasy, wiping a light sheen of sweat from his forehead with the back of his hand. Softly, he said, we've already increased efforts to track down those personnel. Normal operations should resume soon. President Ma looked up at the buildings flashing past the window, sighed deeply, and murmured to himself, I hope so. His eyes narrowed slightly, carrying an air of determination. The assistant caught sight of this and couldn't help but feel a chill run through him. Sensibly, he lowered his head, no longer daring to look at the middle-aged man. We must thoroughly investigate that strange individual. Yes, President Ma. On the road. Lu Si sat in the front passenger seat, eyes half closed, chewing gum with a faint blush on his face. The car remained quiet. When Ma Ching had still been present, Su Jin naturally hadn't dared to act openly. But now that the man was gone, the vehicle belonged solely to the two of them. Su Jin drove one-handed, eyes fixed on the road ahead, while his free hand rested on Lu Si, though it wasn't behaving entirely properly. Suddenly, Lu Si stopped chewing his gum. He opened his eyes, tilted his head, and stared at the man beside him. Grabbing Su Jin's hand, he gritted his teeth and firmly said, Su Jin, focus on driving. Don't worry. Su Jin glanced at Lu Si, then smirked when he saw the boy still holding his hand. Can you let go now? It's hard to steer with just one hand. Humph. Lu Si grunted discontentedly, then released him. Su Jin suppressed a low laugh. He said nothing. Chapter 168, Jingbei City 1, Arrival. 2 hours later. The car drove past a signpost marked Jingbei City and continued forward along the road. Beep. Lu Si woke with a start, lifting his eyelids and staring straight out the window. He blinked, eyes fixed on the view outside, his mind blank. After a while, the car came to a stop. Out of gas, Su Jin said, pressing the accelerator. The engine sputtered noisily before falling silent. Lu Si snapped back to reality and turned to look at the man. There's still gasoline in the space. Su Jin kept his hands on the steering wheel, his gaze fixed on the buildings outside as he spoke, let's get out first. We'll walk. All right. Lu Si nodded. The two stepped out of the car. They were near a plaza now. Not far ahead stood uneven rows of buildings, scattered at a distance. The surrounding area was eerily quiet. Su Ji, which way should we go first? To the Second People's Hospital, the man said. Lu Si nodded. Let's find a bus stop first and confirm the hospital's location. The place they had stopped at was somewhat remote. Su Jin scanned the surroundings with his eyes, then finally set his sights on the road to the left of the intersection in front of them. Not far above, a red cross symbol of a hospital stood out starkly against the skyline. Follow me. He grabbed Lu Si's hand and started walking toward it. Okay. Lu Si followed. They saw scattered zombies wandering aimlessly through the streets as they walked. But these weren't a problem for them. This time, Su Jin's goal was clear, reach Jingbei City's Second People's Hospital. After entering the urban area, the howling of zombies began echoing from various directions. When they first arrived in the city, the sky had already taken on a dim yellow hue. As they walked further, the light gradually faded into darkness. The hospital wasn't far now. Just as Lu Si was about to move forward, the man suddenly stopped, and pulled him back. Lu Si tilted his head, looking back at the man. Aren't we continuing? We'll scout tomorrow, Su Jin said, pulling the younger boy close and leading him into a nearby building by the roadside. The ground floor was a convenience store, long emptied of usable items. Useless debris littered the floor. Su Jin stepped over the clutter and headed upstairs. His hands still tightly gripping Lu Si's, both had broken into a brief run earlier, their palms were warm and slightly damp with sweat. Lu Si felt uncomfortable and tried to pull his hand free. Su Jin, don't you feel hot? Hearing the youth behind him speak up, Su Jin paused, then tightened his grip even more. His eyes grew heavy, and in a low, husky voice, he said, I don't. But I do. Seeing that the man only gripped harder, Lu Si rolled his eyes, exasperated. Why did this guy always want to hold his hand for no reason, squeezing it so tightly like he was afraid he'd run away? Could he even escape? No. And frankly, he didn't even have that intention right now. Sticking with the man was the priority. Su-jin lifted the hand he held, brought it in front of him, and gently kissed the back of it. Then he let go. Finally released, Lu-si let out a sigh of relief and rubbed his sweaty, heated palm. But why did you kiss my hand just now? No reason. Su-jin turned and walked up the stairs. Oh. By now, Lu-si was completely unfazed inside, he'd gotten used to being kissed by the man. He followed Su-jin up to the second floor. You've been acting a bit off today, Su-jin said, wrapping an arm around Lu-si as he spoke. Chapter 169, Jingbei City 2, Who is knocking on the door? Lu-si was being held tightly, struggling to catch his breath. He grabbed the man's arms around his waist and murmured, really? I don't think so. Yes, there is. Your eyes tell me you're hiding something from me, Su-jin said firmly, his gaze unwavering. Lu-si fell silent. He looked up at the man beside him, speaking calmly, since when did you become so attentive to my emotions? Everyone has their own secrets, things they can't just spill out to someone else. He paused slightly. You're overanalyzing everything now. You want answers for every little thing. To put it bluntly, you're being too domineering. He was glad the man cared about him, of course, but too much attention made him feel annoyed, especially because this guy always wanted to stick close, touch him, cling to him. Where had that cold demeanor from before gone? Had he swallowed it all whole? Damn it. Su-jin pursed his lips, a flicker of disappointment flashing across his eyes. I'm only like this with you. He released Lu-si, sat up by himself, and began putting on his clothes. If you truly dislike it, then I won't do it anymore. Don't want to make you unhappy. Hearing those words, Lu-si was taken aback. How quickly had the man given in? Shouldn't he have started an argument instead? Now he's acting all strange. But perhaps both of them really needed some time to reflect. So Lu-si simply nodded quietly and said nothing more. The cramped bedroom suddenly grew silent, thick air heavy with unspoken tension. Su-jin got off the bed, slipped on his shoes, stood up, and glanced back at the boy behind him. Caught by that gaze, Lu-si froze mid-motion as he was about to sit up, averting his eyes and instinctively shifting his body closer to the wall. Seeing the boy's reaction, Su-jin couldn't help but chuckle softly. You rest. I'll go out for a while. Where are you going? It's already dark, Lu-si asked flatly. Su-jin reached out, almost touching the boy's head, but then remembered what had just been said and stopped himself. He slowly pulled his hand back, replying in a neutral tone, nothing important. Just going for a walk. Oh. You rest first, Si Bao. His voice softened again, and he used the affectionate nickname once more. Lu-si pressed his lips together, his expression unreadable, though his words carried a hint of impatience. All right, just go. Stop using such mushy nicknames on me. After a pause, he added, be careful. Don't go wandering off and vanish into thin air. I like calling you that. Yeah. After Su-jin left, the door slammed shut behind him. Lu-si sat cross-legged on the bed, hugging the blanket he'd brought along, lowering his head to sniff the lingering scent of bath soap on his skin. They had just showered together. He was wearing the man's oversized round-neck shirt, pale skin exposed, yet earlier, the man had let him go and chosen to leave instead. It surprised him, but not unpleasantly so. Actually, it felt kind of good. Lu-si lay down on the bed, staring up at the ceiling. The flashlight beside the small table, standing upside down, cast a dim glow that lit the tiny room. A haze of confusion passed through his eyes before clearing again into their usual sharp clarity. Lately, he'd been growing increasingly uncertain. Once the door closed behind him, Su-jin's faint smile vanished instantly. His face hardened as he walked out. On the path outside, there wasn't even a shadow of a zombie. The streets and alleys were wrapped in silence, darkness, emptiness, no light at all. Shortly after Su-jin disappeared into the night, a dark figure emerged where the man had just stepped out. It lifted its head, gazing upward toward the second-floor window where a sliver of light shone through. Its green eyes flickered faintly, then it silently stepped inside. Never mind. No use thinking about it anymore. Shaking his head, Lu-si half sat up, legs still crossed, pulling out from his storage space something he prepared long ago to read, but had kept postponing due to the man's constant presence. Now, finally, he had a moment. His hand rested on the paper, just about to flip it open. Bang. Bang. A knocking sound came from outside the door. Chapter 170, Jingbei 3, The Green-Eyed Zombie's Retaliation. Lu-si raised his head and looked toward the door. Strange. Didn't Su-jin just leave? How could he be back so soon? And it seemed he hadn't locked the door. So if it wasn't Su-jin, then who could it be? Bang. Bang. The pounding from outside continued without pause, as if determined to wake whoever was inside before stopping. Alertness flashed in Lu-si's eyes. He quickly stowed away his belongings, grabbed a long saber, stepped off the bed, and tucked the flashlight from the table into his storage space. The small bedroom immediately plunged into darkness. The moment the light vanished, the banging outside paused momentarily. Lu Si shouted loudly at the figure beyond the door, "Who are you?" As soon as he spoke, the pounding intensified, now accompanied by kicks, aiming to smash the flimsy door down. The weak door couldn't withstand such violent force. Dust began spilling through the cracks. It had only been moments. "Damn it, what's that thing outside in such a hurry for?" Lu Si quickly approached the door, transforming the large blade in his hand into a long wooden rod. He stood to one side, right hand twisting the doorknob, left hand gripping the rod tightly. With a creak, the door swung open. Lu Si instantly lunged out, swinging the rod hard at the dark figure without hesitation. It hadn't expected this human to be so powerful and was caught completely off guard, getting struck and sent flying down to the lower floor. It crashed into a nearby shelf below, letting out a muffled groan. Suddenly, silence blanketed the area. Lu Si stepped forward with the flashlight in hand, shining it downward. Below lay piles of debris. The beam illuminated a dark shape sprawled among the rubble. Just as Lu Si descended, preparing to deliver another blow. Clang! The shadow suddenly moved, an arm shot out, the loose sleeve slipping down to reveal a skeletal hand. Something felt off. As Lu Si hesitated, the figure abruptly rolled over and sprang up at blinding speed, flashing sharp claws aimed straight at him. F***CK. It was a zombie. Panicked, Lu Si hurled the flashlight at the creature, but missed. In the darkness, the deep green eyes of the zombie stood out unnaturally vivid. Even worse, a high-tier zombie. Seeing the flashlight ineffective, Lu Si swung the wooden rod at the advanced zombie, but it dodged effortlessly. CCH, the high-tier zombie let out a chilling chuckle. It can laugh. It's conscious. Was this a particularly dangerous high-level zombie? Just as it neared him, Lu Si retreated into the room, pulling out an even longer wooden rod than before. With one swift swing, he sent the zombie crashing sideways into the stairwell wall. A loud crash echoed. Lu Si shone the flashlight toward the impact site. The wall now had a hole in it, but the advanced zombie was nowhere to be seen. His expression remained stern and unrelenting. Gripping a pistol in one hand and the flashlight in the other, Lu Si moved cautiously downward. CCH. The sound of the zombie came from behind. Lu Si spun around and fired several shots rapidly. The bullets hit the zombie's body, but failed to stop it. After the gunshots, the black hat covering its head fell off, revealing a bald skull. Unfazed, it twisted its stiff neck with a grinding creak. Though not seriously hurt, it was now enraged by this human's defiance. Before Lu Si could react, it threw a punch directly into his stomach, grabbed him by the waist, and hurled him down to the lower level, the exact spot where it had fallen earlier. Thud. Acid surged up Lu Si's throat. His back burned with pain. Crash. The zombie hurled the wooden rod down at him. Lu Si barely turned his head, the rod smashed straight onto his hand. Agony shot through his arm. The gun slipped from his trembling fingers and clattered aside. Shaking, his whole body screaming in pain, he glared up at the zombie above. It grinned, revealing sharp fangs. Its stiff face twitched slightly, mimicking a human sneer. The razor-sharp claws on its fingers glinted briefly in the night. It leapt down swiftly, landing on the fourth stair. It sneered at the helpless human beneath, mocking his futile resistance. CCH. Then, it locked its eyes on Lu Si below, calculating exactly how to finish him. Lying amidst the wreckage, Lu Si twitched his fingers. Another gun materialized in his hand, its barrel aimed at the zombie's head. His finger joints were scraped and bleeding. Lu Si bit his lip, keeping the gun steady, finger tightening on the trigger. He refused to believe he'd lose. The bullet shot toward it at lightning speed. The zombie tilted its head slightly, and the bullet grazed past its body. This attack triggered the creature's fury. It grabbed a wooden plank from the staircase and hurled it straight at Lu Si's arm. Pain shot through Lu Si's limb as his hand twitched, causing the gun to slip once more. Trapped beneath shelves below, he couldn't rise, and now both hands were rendered useless. It bared its teeth, staring down at the helpless human, raising its sharp claws before leaping down to slash at him directly. F***CK. Lu Si stared at the approaching monster. Damn it, even in death he still didn't understand why he'd drawn such a powerful zombie. He'd been far too careless. Closing his eyes in despair, he realized once again, the apocalypse wasn't nearly as simple as he'd imagined. If it weren't for Su Jin, he'd have been dead long ago. Thinking of the man, an unexpected wave of sorrow washed over him. A few physiological tears welled up and spilled silently down his cheeks. He wouldn't be able to accomplish great things with the man anymore. Just as the zombie's claws were about to strike Lu Si's face, a wooden rod suddenly flew in, slamming into it sideways and flinging it across the room. The high-tier zombie crashed onto another shelf, and items piled above tumbled down, burying it beneath the wreckage. Instead of the anticipated pain, Lu Si felt himself being lifted. He opened his eyes. The fallen flashlight had landed upright, casting light across the space. Seeing that familiar face, he softly called out, "Su Jin." I'm sorry, Su Jin murmured. Noticing the clear scratch marks on Lu Si's face, his usually composed heart clenched with pain. He pulled the younger man tightly into his arms. Gently stroking Lu Si's hair, he whispered, "It's okay now." Lu Si nuzzled against the man's chest, feeling an overwhelming sense of safety. Yeah, it was always safer clinging to a big shot's leg after all. Bang! The high-tier zombie, now back on its feet, grabbed a plastic bucket and threw it hard at Su Jin. Before it could land, the projectile was cleanly melted midair by Su Jin's electric blade. Chapter 171, Jingbei City 4, Su Jin returns. Su Jin glanced up at the zombie in that spot, her eyes revealing a cold glint. It had already crawled out from the pile of cargo, staring directly at the man before it. Her hand clenched into a fist and unhesitatingly struck forward. A figure in grey robes stood before Su Jin, blocking the zombie's attack and striking back with lightning speed. Boom! The high-level zombie was hurled against the nearby wall, tumbling down and kicking up clouds of dust. Its entire body trembled as it rose to its feet. The black robe fused into its flesh, emitting a burnt stench. Its gaze turned dark and sinister toward the grey-robed figure who blocked it, somehow familiar. When it met the other's purple eyes, its expression shifted to shock. Holding the person in her arms tightly, Su Jin shot a glance at the robed figure ahead, pursed her lips, and said coolly, "Deal with it. Take out the crystal core." "Yes," the robed figure whispered in reply. Lu Si lifted his head and saw a man in grey robes standing with his back toward him, revealing only his firm, upright back. Recalling what the man had just ordered, he asked, "Su Jin, is this your underling?" After receiving confirmation from the subordinate, Su Jin carried the person upstairs. Hearing the youth's question, she paused briefly, her gaze locking directly onto the boy's eyes. Oh. Lu Si nestled quietly in Su Jin's embrace, asking no further questions. As the man carried him upward into the dim light that illuminated only part of the room, he caught sight of two silhouettes below beginning to clash. Once Su Jin held him close and stepped into the room, there was no longer any chance for him to look down. The grey-robed figure swept his hand through the air. Instantly, sharp blades carved several gashes across the advanced zombie's body, splitting skin and flesh open. Its two hands were severed and dropped to the ground. The creature stared in terror at the superior tier kin who towered over it. Why? It questioned the one before it, bewildered as to why its own kind would harm it. Looking down at the helpless creature on the ground, the robed man spoke slowly, "No, should not, have spared you." He was referring to the incident at the factory. Because this zombie could speak, he had shown mercy and let it live, intending for their leader to recruit it as a subordinate. But he hadn't expected this zombie to harbor vengeance, specifically targeting the human pet beside Su Jin. Naturally, he obeyed Su Jin's order. Roar! A fierce roar came from below. Clang! The flashlight previously wedged upside down fell down, now shining directly on the wall, splattering black-red blood across its surface. Su Jin placed Lu Si gently onto the bed, holding a towel in hand as she carefully wiped his face. With her other hand, she touched the injured finger of the boy, where tiny glowing specks began appearing at the wound site. "Does it hurt?" As warmth flowed through his body, the pain eased significantly. Lu Si opened his eyes and looked at the man beside him. Weakly, he replied, "Yes, it hurts." Su Jin pressed her cheek lightly against Lu Si's and murmured, Her healing ability could transfer energy from one wounded area to another seamlessly. 10 minutes later. Seeing the youth's originally pale face finally regain a hint of rosiness, she stopped channeling her power and pulled him once more into her arms. Feeling the man's presence, Lu Si wiggled his fingers and draped them over the other's shoulder. "That was terrifying," he murmured, still shaken by the memory. "I'm lucky you came back in time," he said, turning to look at the man, his eyes filled with relief. Chapter 172, Jingbei 5, Affection. "Still too slow," Su Jin murmured, crouching beside the bed and gently stroking the back of the youth's hand. Thanks to his healing, the previously bleeding wound had already scabbed over, now looking somewhat grotesque, marring the original beauty. At the thought of the useless creature that had caused it, his expression darkened. He should have killed those arrogant things outright. A shiver ran through Lu Si at the man's touch. Then, he suddenly reached out and grabbed Su Jin's hand, stopping him. "Su Jin, my hand's healed. Don't touch it anymore." The youth's words felt like a cold, heartless rejection, as if he were an indifferent rogue tossing someone aside after using them. Su Jin tugged his lips slightly, his expression tinged with loneliness as he asked, "Is that all I'm good for?" Lu Si turned onto his side, facing the man by the bed, his voice laced with resignation. "Then what do you want? What do you think?" Su Jin countered, his expression shifting instantly into a deep, knowing smile. "Lu Si. This tone, why does this feel so familiar?" The man gazed at him, his eyes heavy with emotion, completely unguarded. Lu Si understood exactly what the man meant, wasn't it just that? The thought alone, even after countless prior encounters, made him flush awkwardly. He turned his face away, avoiding eye contact. In the silence that followed, the air grew subtly charged. When no further words came from the man, Lu Si stole a glance sideways, only to catch the man still staring, red-handed. Sibao, Su Jin finally spoke, then softly added, so cute. Lu Si. That tone again, he knows exactly what he's doing. To prevent the man from acting on his bold intentions, Lu Si decided taking initiative might help ease things, perhaps even lessen the intensity. He met the man's gaze head-on, pushed himself up on the bed with one arm, and used his barely functional fingers to beckon, Su Gu, come closer. His voice carried a faint, unfamiliar shyness. Su Jin knew his reward was coming. He stood, sat beside the bed, and waited, anticipating the youth's next move. Lu Si reached both hands around Su Jin's neck and leaned forward, stopping just 5 centimeters away. What is it? Su Jin frowned slightly, growing impatient when the youth didn't continue. After a pause, Lu Si stared into the increasingly magnified handsome face before him and asked, Su Jin, aren't you afraid I'm joking? Be careful, I might try something inappropriate with you. Now so close, a dagger materialized in Lu Si's hand, easily capable of plunging into the man's throat. Of course, he wouldn't actually do it, but the man trusted him too completely, creating an illusion, perhaps because the man was simply too powerful, or perhaps because he truly believed in him. Did Lu Si trust Su Jin? He wasn't sure. Su Jin treated the remark as a joke, deliberately twisting its meaning. I like it when you try something inappropriate with me. This man. Lu Si shrugged helplessly. In the end, he kissed the man lightly on the left cheek and said softly, thank you, Su Gu. But as Lu Si tried to pull away, the man refused to let go. Wrapping both arms around the youth's body, pulling him tightly against his chest, he wore an expression of clear dissatisfaction, his voice deeper now. Just a kiss on the cheek. As he spoke, his hands began wandering. Lu Si quickly freed his arms and covered the man's mouth, refusing firmly, no. He added at the end, my leg got crushed by that high-level zombie. It still hurts. Let me see. Su Jin's brows knitted slightly together. He rolled up Lu Si's pant leg, exposing the bruised swelling above the knee. The dim flashlight in the room cast its weak glow, serving its purpose. Su Jin pressed his lips together, silent and unreadable, then placed his hand over the injured knee. Warm energy immediately flowed into it. Watching the man's silence, Lu Si called out nervously, Su Gu. Don't be so quiet. Say something already. Finally, Su Jin looked up. What about the 3 small crystal cores I put in your storage space earlier? 3 pieces, 1 had been absorbed along with other cores. 2 remained. Lu Si thought briefly, then retrieved 1 from his space. Su Jin took it, clenched it tightly in his palm, then reopened his hand. It had turned to powder. But unlike previous crystal cores that had been fully absorbed, this one retained its original color. Su Jin pulled out a small container, poured the powder inside, then uncorked a vial of greenish liquid, pouring it in and stirring until it formed a semi-solid paste. Take off all your clothes, the man said. Do we have to? Just checking should be enough, Lu Si protested. The man raised an eyebrow, his tone leaving no room for refusal. We do. Before Lu Si could react, Su Jin had already taken action. His clothes were stripped off. Turn around. Let me see your back. What could Lu Si do? He had no choice but to comply. After just a short while of application, the scar disappeared before their very eyes. The cool sensation of the ointment spread across his skin, sending a slight shiver through him, perfectly timed with the chill of night. Next time, don't fight them head-on. If you can't win, just run, Su Jin said. Lu Si froze for a moment, then gave a bitter chuckle. Heh, as if I could possibly escape. After this incident, he realized how powerless his ability was against high-level zombies, useless, nearly costing him his life. Sorry. My fault, Su Jin admitted, knowing full well he was at fault and taking responsibility. Hearing the man blame himself, Lu Si felt helpless. It's not your fault. Who could have predicted something like this would happen? A zombie suddenly appearing, how could anyone have seen that coming? Su Jin reached out and gently ruffled the youth's hair. Yeah, it's all that zombie's fault. Worried the man might feel guilty, Lu Si quickly chimed in. Exactly. With that, he looked up at the man and flashed a wide grin. The atmosphere began to lighten, easing considerably. Against a high-level zombie, Lu Si was still too weak. Though Su Jin had initially been tender with the boy's body, as he continued applying the ointment, his expression gradually shifted, his gaze growing dark and unreadable. His hand slipped down, giving Lu Si's buttocks a few bold gropes. Lu Si felt it instantly. Biting his lip, he twisted his head to glare at the man, shock written all over his face. Su Jin. Su Jin casually continued fondling, completely unfazed. Accident. Then, as if nothing happened, he resumed a serious demeanor. But somehow, this man always managed to keep Lu Si from truly getting angry. Mainly because he knew exactly when to stop. Once all the ointment was used up, Su Jin finally dressed Lu Si again. He told him to lie down and rest properly. Knock knock. A faint sound of knuckles rapping on the door came from outside. Lu Si turned his head and saw a gray figure standing at the doorway, tall and broad, back facing them. What is it? Su Jin stood and walked toward the door. Lu Si stretched his neck, trying to get a look. The spot where Su Jin stood didn't block his view of the subordinate outside. The figure turned around, revealing a white mask covering everything except the eyes. He kept his head lowered, hands clasped together, holding a green crystal core which he offered respectfully to Su Jin. Su Jin took it. Don't let anything remain of that corpse. Understood. A hoarse voice responded. It sounded stiff and unnatural. Su Jin closed the door, walked back to the bed, and handed the crystal core to Lu Si. What's this for? Why are you giving it to me? Lu Si asked, even as he accepted the core. To absorb it, Su Jin answered, climbing onto the bed. Is this the zombie's core from earlier? Yeah. I avenged you. Lu Si placed the core into his storage space and asked, who exactly is that subordinate of yours? I've been with you this long and never seen him before. By the end, his tone carried a hint of accusation. Su Jin chuckled helplessly. If you don't ask, of course you won't know. Lu Si, even if I ask, you won't tell me. How am I supposed to ask? Fair point, Su Jin conceded, then continued, I've known him for a long time. But due to certain reasons, we meet like this now. What's his name? Should I greet him next time? Zhang Yanxi. No need. You two move in different circles. Zhang Yanxi. Lu Si pondered the name. It sounded familiar, like it had appeared in the original story, but he couldn't recall exactly where or who that person was. As his time here lengthened, his memory of characters beyond a few key figures had blurred. Now, most names only stirred a vague sense of familiarity. If Zhang Yanxi existed here, did that mean Su Jin had also appeared in the original world? But what role did he play? Suddenly anxious, Lu Si quickly asked, Su Gu, before the apocalypse, where did you live? Su Jin tilted his head, meeting the boy's gaze directly. City A. City A was 3 cities away from City H, the very place where the zombie outbreak first erupted. Why did you come to City A? For some personal matters. But they're almost resolved now, Su Jin replied calmly, reaching out to caress the boy's cheek. Meeting you, was my unexpected blessing. His voice carried a soft, lingering tenderness. The man spoke sweetly, but Lu Si wasn't focused on that. He grabbed the man's hand and said seriously, Su Jin, there's one more thing I want to ask you. The outbreak in City A happened relatively early, but I want to know why your ability was already so powerful when I met you, so different from other awakened individuals. From what he knew in the original story, transforming lightning-based abilities into electric blades was a function only unlocked at stage 7, which would take at least a year, even with protagonist-level advantages. Ordinary lightning users might need 2 or 3 years, or even longer. Judging by the timeline since the first zombie outbreak, it had only been about a month. At that time, people didn't even understand awakened individuals, they were seen as freaks. High-level zombies appearing made sense, but a 7th-stage awakened individual? That surprised him greatly. Su Jin lowered his gaze, his voice extremely calm. My parents were researchers, so my physique is a bit special. So it was a case of proximity granting advantage? Lu Si tightened his grip on the man's wrist. Su Gu, I have an idea, just an idea. Speak. Perhaps the drug developed by your parents actually works on humans. If we can find them, we could learn how the drug was made, then use it to defeat zombies and save the world. Well, not to dominate the world ourselves, no, rather you, Su Jin, dominating the world. As Lu Si spoke, his eyes sparkled. Though his words sounded somewhat cliched, it didn't diminish the sincerity behind his thoughts. How could someone as strong as Su Jin just blend into the crowd? He should shine brilliantly. Listening quietly, Su Jin's eyes narrowed slightly. He asked, without shifting focus, do you really hate zombies that much? Lu Si sensed ambiguity in the man's words. Of course I do. He added, cannibalistic zombies, who wouldn't hate them? Are we supposed to sympathize with them and offer ourselves up as food? True. Su Jin nodded, then changed the subject, continuing his response to Lu Si's earlier point. Dominating the world sounds boring. Lu Si was quickly sidetracked by the man's shift in topic. Hearing this, he countered, Su Gu, have you ever dominated the world before? Su Jin, only in dreams. Oh. Lu Si felt a little disappointed, the man still hadn't given him a clear answer. Still, enjoying the process isn't bad either. Aren't strong ones meant to enjoy the journey? Boring. I'd rather enjoy fooling around with you. As Su Jin spoke, he gently pinched Lu Si's chin. You've gotten rounder than before. Lu Si sighed helplessly, letting the man toy with him. After a while, Su Jin finally let go. Thinking of the crystal core, Lu Si leaned closer and tugged on the man's sleeve. Su Gu, you still haven't told me, what happens if all 6 sides of the space disappear and turn completely black? Lying beside Lu Si, Su Jin reached over and rubbed the boy's belly. Then perhaps what you desire will come true. Perhaps. Lu Si seized on the keyword and spoke up. From what I know, spatial abilities have only 3 effects. I don't fully understand how to activate them, but since your spatial surface is changed after absorbing a high-level core, it means your spatial surface is key. The man's deep, magnetic voice rumbled softly. What skills can spatial abilities use? Lu Si's eyes sparkled with curiosity. He wanted to see if his knowledge matched what Su Jin knew. Su Jin fell silent for a moment, then answered, spatial movement, cutting, and rift creation, that's probably all. Exactly the same. Hearing this, Lu Si felt much more at ease. He looked at the man and wriggled his body. Don't you have spatial ability too? Why haven't I ever seen you use these skills? They lay flat together on the bed, staring up at the ceiling. My spatial ability is just an ordinary storage space. But I'm pretty good with lightning. As Su Jin spoke, he extended his hand, and instantly, an electric blade formed. Under the dim flashlight glow, the violet-lit blade stood out sharply. It resembled a dagger. Su Jin gripped it barehanded, his expression unchanged, perfectly normal. Lu Si stared, then reached out hesitantly. Su Jin, can I touch it? You might get electrocuted. Do you still want to try? Su Jin turned his head toward the boy. Well. Lu Si naturally hesitated. Who wanted to get shocked to death? Certainly not him. Su Jin nodded, clenched his fingers, and the electric blade vanished from his palm. Chapter 173 Jingbeishi 6, Is it okay? Su Jin, do you want your lightning-based ability to change into whatever color you'd like? Earlier I saw it was white. Yeah, I can switch it freely, Su Jin answered the other's question. Oh, I see. Lu Si nodded. They looked at each other for a while. After chatting so much with the man, and with the crystal core's effect still lingering, Lu Si felt a bit drowsy. He blinked his eyes. Su Jin, I'm going to sleep now. I'll turn off the flashlight. Oh. Lu Si murmured in response, then turned over toward the wall and closed his eyes, quickly falling asleep. The man behind him got out of bed. Click. The flashlight clicked off, plunging the narrow bedroom into darkness. After turning off the light, Su Jin immediately climbed back onto the bed, wrapping his arms tightly around D's waist before closing his eyes. But Lu Si, who had originally been pretending to sleep, opened his eyes again, feeling the man's body behind him. He reached back, gently touching the hand resting on his waist, carefully intertwining their fingers until they were laced together. Softly, he called out to the man, Su Jin. Came the wordless, exasperated reply. Only then did Lu Si finally settle into peaceful sleep. In the middle of the night. Lu Si's grip loosened, his hand slipping away, but the man's hand tightened, refusing to let go. The next day. Lu Si woke up to the weight pressing against him. He opened his eyes and saw the man lying on top of him. Feeling better? Much better. Lu Si answered blankly. Then it's time to finish what we didn't do last night. With perfect seriousness, Su Jin leaned down and bit D's lips. Whoa. Despite himself, Lu Si eventually gave in. Sibao, today let's try something different, okay? The man's handsome, sharp-featured face curved into a wicked smile. That smile made Lu Si's head buzz, but he still nodded. Heh, good, Su Jin's smile deepened. Ah, someone's outside. It's fine. He's not here. So relax. When it came to matters like this, Su Jin wasn't in a rush at all. He took his time, slowly progressing step by step. After their reckless morning antics, by noon, the two finally walked out of the house. Lu Si stepped out, walking slower than usual. Still sore. Su Jin happened to see his awkward gait and reached out as if to check for himself. Not anymore. Lu Si quickly pulled away, darted to the side, glanced left and right, trying to change the subject. Where's your little brother? Upon hearing that, Su Jin's face fell, clearly displeased. Why are you asking about someone else? Oh. Su Jin explained, I had something for him to do, so I sent him off earlier. As Lu Si nodded in understanding, Su Jin casually slung an arm over D's shoulders, pulling him close. Though I do like it when you're shy sometimes, don't keep refusing me. Otherwise, I'll get upset. So he was being criticized for doing something wrong. Hearing this, Lu Si immediately got annoyed and protested, I've already given you everything. And you still question me? Damn it, this relationship is impossible to maintain. Saying this, he tried to shrug off the man's arm. No. Su Jin wouldn't allow it, holding him tighter without letting go. Fine, whatever. Unable to break free, Lu Si could only resign himself to it. Staring at the empty, quiet street ahead, he said, Su Jin, don't you think our current location feels a bit strange? Hearing this, Su Jin lifted his head, his calm gaze sweeping across the surroundings. His voice lowered slightly. It's not strange. Is it not? If the man said it wasn't strange, then maybe it really wasn't. Chapter 174, Jingbei City 7, Number 2 People's Hospital 1. Go find the lab, Su Jin lowered his hand and walked ahead. But Lu Si grabbed the man's hand and called out softly, Su-jin. Su-jin turned to look at him. What is it? Nothing. Let's just go. Lu Si shook his head and fell silent. Frowning, Su-jin reached up and gently touched Lu Si's cheek. Hey, tell me if something's bothering you. Don't keep it inside. He paused, then added, are you feeling unwell? We can rest a day. Lu Si pressed his lips together, eyes downcast, voice slightly irritated, I'm fine. Why do you always think about that? When they'd left earlier, the room had still been filled with that smell. Not thinking about it, wanting to do it, Su-jin replied bluntly in a low voice, clearly showing a hint of dissatisfaction. Lu Si felt utterly drained and decided not to say anything more. They walked side by side. Everything had gone too smoothly lately, making him feel as though this apocalypse wasn't so terrible after all, but was it really that simple? Lu Si asked himself silently. How could it be? He'd simply been extraordinarily lucky to run into Su-jin. Without Su-jin, whether he'd even still be alive would have been uncertain. He'd noticed that whenever they arrived somewhere, there were either very few or very many zombies. Ever since entering City K, sightings of other survivors had become rare, almost non-existent, while encounters with zombies were frequent, though all had been handled by Su-jin. Still, overall, something felt off. Lu Si felt restless. He realized he was drifting further away from humanity, yet now he faced an obscure crossroads. How could he possibly bring up his inner thoughts clearly to Su-jin? Maybe after they checked the lab. The vast street, once bustling before the end of the world, now lay silent, eerily quiet, sending chills down one's spine. As if fewer zombies meant easier movement for them. Reaching number 2 People's Hospital went even more smoothly than expected. The hospital entrance stood open. A few zombies in blue and white striped patient gowns wandered aimlessly along the outer street, heads lowered, arms hanging heavily, dragging their clumsy bodies forward with crooked steps. As soon as Lu Si poked his head out, they froze instantly. With stiff necks twisting slowly backward, they turned their heads, and met Lu Si's gaze directly. Immediately, they raised their fingers and began staggering toward him. I'll handle it. Lu Si said calmly, drawing his long blade and advancing swiftly, slashing several times. After efficiently eliminating 2 or 3 zombies, they moved inside. The path leading into the hospital grounds sloped upward on concrete. The first building they encountered had its glass doors tightly shut, secured by thick, heavy chains. Clang, clang, clang. The chain rattled sharply with each tug. Through the glass, they could see zombies trapped within, wide bloodshot eyes glaring, teeth bared, hands pounding against the walls in desperate attempts to break free. Lu Si observed quietly, this glass is pretty sturdy. Whoever locked this door did us a favor. The lab isn't in there. Su-jin glanced briefly at the trapped zombies, lengthened his stride, and continued forward. Oh. Lu Si followed behind. After circling around the first building, they reached the next one. This time, the laboratory was located behind the main hospital structure, a seemingly ordinary flat-roofed single-story building. Lu Si pulled the man to a stop, his expression uneasy. Su-jin, there are suspiciously few zombies here. Could there be something stronger lurking around? Yesterday's zombie encounter had left a deep impression on him. No, Su-jin swept his gaze across the surroundings and answered firmly. Seeing how certain the man was, Lu Si relented, but sighed lightly at last. Still, let's stay cautious. Alright, Su-jin nodded. The entrance to the flat-roofed building was blocked by a solid iron door, obscuring the interior layout. On a metal sign posted beside the door was information indicating the building's purpose. Lu Si stepped closer and looked up at the words engraved on the plaque, Personal Pharmaceutical Research Institute. No obstacles outside, only locked from within. He kicked the door a few times. The iron door made only dull thuds in response, unmoving, welded securely shut. Unlike previous situations they'd encountered, this time the entry itself was completely sealed off. He tilted his head toward the man beside him. Brother Su, are you sure it's here? Positive. If we can't even get in, and zombies aren't coming out of the lab, how did people in the hospital, or nearby, get infected? Or maybe someone came before us and deliberately blocked off access. Lu Si murmured, reasoning it through quietly. Su-jin stepped forward, holding an electric blade. He drew a circle on the iron door, and the center section immediately dropped down, revealing darkness within. He reached inside. After a rustling sound, the iron door swung open. A thick cloud of dust surged outward. Lu Si pinched his nose, took the mask Su-jin handed him, put it on, and waved his hand to scatter the drifting dust. Su-jin turned on his flashlight and shone it inside. He glanced at Lu Si beside him and said, be careful. Stay close. Lu Si nodded. Su-jin then turned and walked inside. Lu Si followed right behind, sweeping his flashlight across the surroundings. Fine particles floated in the air, and even through the mask, he could smell the stale, suffocating odor of a place long sealed, oppressive and heavy. Along the inner wall stood a long counter, and to the left, a tall glass medicine cabinet. From where he stood, the glass cabinet was thickly coated in dust, clearly untouched for a long time. He shook his head slightly and watched as Su Jin moved toward the right. He followed. At the far end of the right side stood a tall wooden cabinet. Lu Si stood beside Su Jin, scanning the cabinet up and down with his flashlight. The surface was covered in dust, nothing seemed out of place. He turned to look at the man beside him and saw Su Jin's hand resting on the corner of the cabinet. "Si Bao, shine the light on me." As he spoke, his own flashlight disappeared. "Oh, right." Lu Si stood next to him, directing the beam at the man. Su Jin placed both hands on the side of the cabinet and pushed forward. With a slow creak, the cabinet slid open. The wood scraped against the floor, emitting a prolonged squeaking sound. Then came another wave of dust rushing toward them. Lu Si waved his hands several times, brushing off the dust that rushed at him. He first shone the light at the spot where the cabinet had been, revealing a basement entrance beneath. The light illuminated the floor deep inside. Su Jin wiped his hands, pulled out his flashlight, and stepped in. Lu Si followed closely behind, speaking softly, "Su Gu, this place looks like it's been abandoned for a while. Are we too late?" "No," Su Jin firmly rejected Lu Si's assumption. "But the entrance has clearly been sealed for a long time. Maybe the researchers already took everything away." Lu Si ventured again. Hearing this, Su Jin stopped and turned to look at the person behind him. A lab like this wouldn't have just one entrance or exit. "What do you mean?" They knew the consequences of their actions. "The path we're taking is just one of many, perhaps the least expected route into this facility." Su Jin continued descending as he explained. "Oh." Lu Si nodded. As they spoke, they quickly reached the interior. Below was a wide, open space. Lu Si swept his flashlight around. The ceiling above was bare, making the area feel eerily empty. "Su Jin, does this layout look familiar? Have we seen something like this before?" Yes. If I'm not mistaken, most of these labs have similar designs." Su Jin replied, stepping down and heading toward a door ahead. "Huh." Lu Si looked around, catching up to the man. He asked, "Su Gu, since so many people are after the research results, wouldn't the organizers send people to various labs to retrieve the data they want? Then, is your goal the same as theirs? Are you also here to find what they're after?" Lu Si whispered, watching the man's expression intently. At this, Su Jin turned to face Lu Si, his eyes carrying a hint of unreadable emotion. "You're right. I am here to find the data they want. But I plan to destroy this lab before they arrive, so no one will ever get their hands on it." At the end, he fixed his gaze on the youth before him. "What? Si Bao, are you afraid?" Lu Si pressed his lips together and shook his head. "I'm not afraid. I'm with you, Su Jin. Whatever you do, I'll follow." His tone shifted slightly. "But I don't want to blindly follow. I want to know your purpose, understand what you're trying to achieve. That way, I can think more clearly. After all, aren't we supposed to be close?" In the silent space, only their voices echoed back and forth. Su Jin reached out, gently cradling the head before him against his chest, a trace of pleasure in his voice. "I'm glad you admitted it. If there's anything you don't understand, you can ask me. Some things I can tell you. But others, some things I can't yet speak of clearly, because right now, you wouldn't be able to bear the secrets I'd have to reveal." Su Jin. Lu Si listened, heart suddenly pounding, softly calling the man's name. Not yet. When the time is right, I'll tell you, okay?" The man lowered his head and spoke in a soothing tone. Hearing that deep, velvety voice, Lu Si dazedly nodded, complying. "Okay. Good boy." Su Jin ruffled Lu Si's hair, then leaned down to press a kiss on the youth's cheek. Lu Si pushed him away, and only then did Su Jin let go, resuming what they needed to do. After this exchange, the unease that had stirred within Lu Si gradually settled. Wouldn't taking things slowly be better after all? Once they opened the door, two narrow, shadowy passages stretched ahead, just wide enough for one person to pass through at a time. Shining their flashlight inside, they could see a bend ahead, but it wasn't clear which passage led to the correct route. "Su Gu." Lu Si tugged lightly at the corner of the man's coat, gesturing toward the floor. Chapter 175, Jingbei City 8, Number 2 People's Hospital 2. The flashlight beam shone on the ground, revealing blood-stained footprints clearly visible along the corridor. Lu Si squatted down and touched the mark with his finger. Immediately, red streaks smeared across his fingertip. According to principles of sealed environments, the blood here should have coagulated quickly. He stood up and turned to look at Su Jin. "This blood is still fresh, someone passed through here shortly before we arrived." Su Jin looked in the direction of the bloody prints. The toes pointed toward the left passage. They exchanged a glance and nodded, then proceeded down the right-hand corridor instead. Dong dong. Da. As they moved deeper, two distinctly different sounds emerged. Lu Si pressed close to Su Jin and stopped, holding his breath as he swept the flashlight from side to side. But the man suddenly grabbed his wrist and pulled him forward into a run. The louder their footsteps became, the more intense the dong-dong sound grew. Meanwhile, the stench of rot began to permeate the air, growing stronger the farther they went. Not long after, two branching passageways appeared ahead of them. One bore footprints, the other did not. Su-jin led Lu Si toward the one without tracks. After running a short distance, both sounds abruptly ceased. At the same time, they reached their destination, the glow of white light seeping through a metal-barred gate. Lu Si grasped the man's hand and whispered, "Su-jin, what were those sounds just now?" "One came through the walls," Su-jin explained calmly. "The other was zombies moving through the alternate path. If we hadn't moved quickly, we might have collided with them. In such a narrow space, dealing with them would have been difficult." Lu Si nodded. "Right," he thought, "I've read too many horror novels, I'm overthinking again." "Don't worry," Su-jin added. "They won't come this way." With that, he finally released Lu Si's hand and used his electric blade to sever the bars at all four corners of the gate. Once it was done, he paused and turned to look at the person beside him. "Su-ji, what's wrong?" Lu Si felt uneasy under the man's stare. He raised the flashlight behind them reflexively. Nothing there. A false alarm. Seeing Lu Si's reaction, Su-jin couldn't help but smile wryly. He pulled the youth closer. "Now kick open this door. I know you can do it." Hearing this, Lu Si blinked rapidly and croaked out, "Su-ji, last time was just an accident. Didn't you try yourself? How could I possibly kick it open?" He knew this man wouldn't let it go. Great, he'd been set up. Su-jin studied the little liar silently, then curved his lips into a faint smirk. "Is that so?" "Yeah," Lu Si replied, unblinking and completely unfazed. He wasn't going to tell Su-jin the truth. The man had his secrets, why shouldn't he keep a few of his own? Their eyes locked for a while. Seeing Lu Si's stubbornness, Su-jin finally relented. He lifted his leg and kicked hard at the metal gate. With a loud crash, the gate toppled outward. Su-jin took hold of Lu Si's hand again and stepped over the fallen bars into the room beyond. Spotless, gleaming porcelain tiles greeted their eyes. A perfectly square hallway, 2 meters wide and seemingly endless, stretched before them, impressive and dignified in appearance. Not far inside, the sharp scent of disinfectant filled their nostrils, mingled with a faint but unmistakable metallic tang. Despite the smell, they found no signs of zombies along the way. Too quiet. In the silent corridor, only the tapping of their footsteps echoed underfoot. After walking a bit longer, they encountered a blockade at an intersection. A steel door stood before them, and in the center of the wall to its left was a keypad and a blank liquid crystal screen, requiring a password to enter. Above it was labeled, Pharmaceutical Research Lab. Chapter 176 Jingbashi 9, Number 2 People's Hospital 3. Seeing this, Lu Si crossed his arms and turned his head toward the man beside him. "Su-jin, what now?" What Su-jin wanted was inside, but the problem was that this door required a password to open. "Come here." Su-jin grabbed Lu Si's wrist and pressed his fingers against the black liquid screen. In just a moment, the machine made a soft beep. Then the door opened automatically. Su-jin released him. Lu Si stared in shock, lifting his hand. "How am I this powerful? Wait, how could my fingerprint unlock this door?" Confused, he glanced at the man beside him. "Gusu." Su-jin understood exactly what Lu Si was trying to ask. The corner of his mouth lifted slightly, his narrow eyes glinting with amusement. "I'm curious too why your fingerprint works." So he was passing the question right back. Lu Si scratched his head, muttering, "How would I know?" Let's find what we're looking for first, then deal with this later." Su-jin didn't press further. He slid both hands into his coat pockets and walked forward. Though still puzzled, Lu Si followed, occasionally glancing down at his own hand. What had just happened was too sudden, he hadn't had time to process it yet. The moment they stepped inside. Bang! The door shut automatically behind them. Hearing the noise, Lu Si turned around. He muttered to himself, "Su-jin, how are we supposed to get out?" Su-jin walked ahead. "There'll be another way out." "Oh, Su-ga sure knows a lot." Lu Si gave the man a compliment. Su-jin stopped, turning back toward the person following him. "Lately you keep switching between calling me Su-jin and Su-gu. Can't you just pick one, Si-bao?" "I do what I want," Lu Si rolled his eyes. "Didn't you say I can call you whatever I like?" Su-jin pondered for a moment, then nodded helplessly. "Fair enough. It's just, when you call me Su-jin, I feel like you're upset." Lu Si stepped up to stand in front of the man and snorted. "Oh wow, now you care about my mood." "I always have." Su-jin added softly. The pharmaceutical research lab had 3 sections, one of which was marked by a transparent glass door. They pushed straight through the glass door. A faint rustling sound echoed from within. Under a desk crouched a figure wearing a white lab coat. His body was wriggling, half hidden beneath the table, making soft clicking noises, as if gnawing on something. Lu Si took a step forward, but Su-jin blocked him with a shake of his head. In one swift motion, a dagger appeared in his hand and plunged directly into the man's waist. The figure stiffened briefly, then resumed the exact same movement as before. It felt nothing. Lu Si grew wary. Su Jin struck again with an electrified blade. Upon contact, the current surged through the body, spreading like invisible electricity over the man's form. Just looking at it made the skin crawl. The effect of a lightning-type metahuman's current resembled an electrical short circuit, only far more intense. This time, the creature did feel it. Amidst the shocks, it twitched violently, slowly twisting its upper body from under the desk to glare at the intruders. Now Lu Si could finally see its face clearly, covered in blood-red blisters, thick muddy soil clinging to its lips, pale blue pupils lifelessly fixed on those who had disturbed it. After several minutes of convulsions induced by electricity, the creature collapsed onto the floor before it could even rise, face up, grotesque. Chills ran down Lu Si's spine, goosebumps rising all over his skin. And with its fall, the spot where it had been crouching was finally revealed. Chapter 177, Jingbei City 10, Second People's Hospital 4. Beside it was a pile of black soil, and there was a hole from which the dirt had leaked out. The lab's interior shouldn't have had such flaws if built with the most advanced materials. How could there be a breach like this? And looking at the wall, it didn't seem to mark an end. There should be other rooms beyond. Lu Si stood there, deep in thought, staring at the scene before him. Suddenly, a hand landed on his shoulder, snapping him back to reality. He turned to see the man beside him. Su Jin's gaze was fixed ahead as he spoke in a low voice, curious. Curious. Lu Si honestly shared all his thoughts. In response, the man merely gave a soft chuckle, then squeezed the boy's shoulder. Some things don't need overthinking. Overanalyzing only clouds your original clarity. Su Jin began lecturing gently. Reprimanded, Lu Si pouted, feeling slightly indignant. Well then, since you know so much, tell me, why is there soil here? And wasn't that strange zombie just eating dirt? Su Jin pulled him into his arms and looked toward the spot. You're right. But then, can you guess why this zombie would eat soil? Lu Si fell silent for a moment before replying softly, hungry. Huh, Si Bao, you're really adorable. Su Jin laughed. Hearing that, Lu Si knew he'd guessed wrong, and now felt both embarrassed and annoyed. He grabbed the man's wrist tightly. Then you tell me. Why? Well, you're partly correct. It was hungry enough to eat dirt. But this kind of soil is special. I think the room behind this wall is filled entirely with this kind of earth. Su Jin, I don't understand what you're saying, Lu Si admitted, confused. Why is it special? That was what he most wanted to know. Su Jin's smile faded. His eyes locked onto Lu Si's. Si Bao, do you know why people, or corpses, turn into living zombies? Lu Si swallowed hard and pointed with his index finger at the black soil beneath the table. Because of that stuff. Good insight. Su Jin nodded approvingly. But Lu Si wasn't pleased. He pressed his lips together. Go on. Tell me everything you know. Do you know where this black soil comes from? It exists in every component studied in these labs, and its origin is almost laughable. As he spoke, Su Jin suddenly sneered. Lu Si, watching him, didn't find the expression unfamiliar. Instead, it stirred a pang of sorrow in his heart. Then, where does the soil come from? Su Jin stroked the boy's chin, his tone emotionless, his words cryptic, like a riddle. A place you'd never imagine. Lu Si had no reply. After a long silence, he grasped the man's wrist, eyes probing, voice calm. Have you been there? Su Jin, what exactly did you go through before? Can you tell me? No, Su Jin refused flatly. He dropped his hand from Lu Si's face, turned away, and walked toward the table. He kicked aside the corpse blocking his path, put on gloves, then glanced back at the youth. I think if I told you, you wouldn't be able to accept it. Lu Si, I'll fucking tell you, our entire world is actually a fictional world inside a book. Would you accept that, ? I can accept it, Lu Si insisted. Su Jin glanced around briefly. No. You can't. Lu Si. He turned his head away, refusing to look at the man. Fine. If you don't want to say, then don't. Su Jin acknowledged quietly. Silence settled between them once more. Lu Si let out a heavy breath. So what do we do now? Look for anything else here. Su Jin said, his eyes fixed on the wall before him. Lu Si crouched down, pulling out his dagger, examining the corpse on the floor. He caught sight of its blood-soaked face. After death, the blisters popped automatically, leaving its entire face drenched in blood, its mouth full of mud. It looked utterly disgusting. He raised his head and glanced at the man beside him. Su Jin, do you think this zombie has a crystal core? Disgusting as it was, he still had his eye on the core. After all, who could resist the allure of a core? Thinking of that, Lu Si's sense of disgust diminished considerably. No, Su Jin replied simply and directly. Fine. A flicker of disappointment passed over Lu Si's face, but he quickly stood up. Yet Su Jin added, this thing isn't quite a zombie, nor is it human. It was infected by that substance, dead yet alive. Looks grotesque and threatening, but in truth, its combat ability is zero. Is the soil really that powerful? Lu Si listened in astonishment. Infected by the earth and transformed into such a grotesque form, things were developing beyond his expectations. These laboratories clearly held even more unexpected secrets. Thinking this, he glanced at the man. Su Jin himself was becoming an even deeper mystery. If he could piece everything together, would he finally uncover Su Jin's true identity? Su Jin suddenly sneered, a wry smile tugging at his lips. Heh, whether it's powerful or not depends on where it was dug up from. Everything has its limits. When pushed too far, the opposite will inevitably occur. They wanted to study things that defied natural laws, so they must bear the consequences. Su Jin. Do you know something? Lu Si listened, his eyes flickering with confusion before hardening with determination. He had a feeling, he was getting close to the truth. At the sound of his name, Su Jin snapped back to reality. He gently ruffled the youth's hair, voice soft. Sorry to worry you, Si Bao. I'm just guessing. Heh. Lu Si fell silent. Who answers guesses with such a serious tone? But since Su Jin refused to speak, there was nothing he could do. Helpless, he nodded. I'll go with what you say. Su Jin studied the boy's face, a faint smile playing on his lips as he murmured, I'm glad I met you. Huh? What did you say, Su Gu? Lu Si had been lost in thought and hadn't caught the man's words. Nothing. Su Jin said no more. Lu Si didn't press further. Oh. What needed to be said would come out sooner or later. What shouldn't, well, that could wait. He caught the hand resting on his head. Stop ruffling my hair, Su Jin. If you keep this up, you're gonna rub it all off. Su Jin, alright, I'll be more careful next time. Is that really the point? Ignoring the gap beneath the table, they turned to examine the space once more. Along 3 surrounding walls stood long glass-topped tables and low cabinetry, cluttered with unidentifiable instruments. Bright white lights glared from the ceiling. The floor was pristine white, and transparent glass surfaces refracted scattered points of light. Lu Si approached one of the glass tables and spotted a container holding clumps of black coagulated soil. A few specks of dirt were scattered across the tabletop. Chapter 178, Jingbei City 11, Number 2 People's Hospital 5. Besides these, he also saw test tubes stuck upright into metal racks, some of them still containing liquid. Just as Lu Si reached out to grab one, someone suddenly clamped down on his wrist. He turned his head and looked at the man. Su Jin's face showed clear irritation, his voice turning stern as he warned him, don't touch anything. I already told you this last time. Fine. Lu Si nodded, pulling his hand free. Then take your time. I'll just stand by the door and keep watch. Su Jin released him. Even so, once he'd let go, Lu Si walked back to where the corpse lay. Watching as the man turned his back, he quickly squatted down, pulled out a plastic bag, and used it to scoop up several handfuls of the black soil, then stashed both the bag and dirt inside his space. As he stood back up, about to move away, his mind flickered dizzily for a moment. He shook his head a few times to regain focus, then glanced over and saw the man crouched down, opening a drawer and searching inside, unaware of what he'd just done. Lu Si exhaled in relief and headed toward the doorway. Leaning against the glass door with his back, arms crossed, Lu Si watched the man rummaging around through narrowed eyes. He blinked. Bringing him along but forbidding him from touching anything, while freely touching things himself, this man's intentions were growing harder and harder to understand. Su Jin searched for a while longer, but found nothing else. He walked over to the teenager leaning by the door. Let's go to another section. Lu Si dropped his arms. You still haven't found it? No. Su Jin's brows knitted slightly before smoothing out again. His eyes darkened as he murmured, if I can't find it, no one else will either. Then, grasping Lu Si's right hand, he added softly, Si Bao, don't ask too much, okay? Lu Si fell silent for a moment before murmuring, They approached a white panel door to the right of the glass entrance, and grabbed the handle. With a click, the door opened. A thick, dark mist gushed out violently, accompanied by an overwhelming, pungent odor that struck their faces directly. Almost immediately, Su Jin shut the door again, but the black mist that had escaped was already spreading rapidly outward. Even with his mask on, Lu Si could still smell the stench. He quickly covered his nose, but after inhaling a few breaths, he was still choked. Cough, cough. After closing the door, Su Jin hurried to Lu Si's side and placed a hand on his shoulder. You okay? Lu Si nodded. I'm fine. What is inside? The smell is so strong. His eyes had turned red from the fumes, tears welling up and shimmering around his eyelids. Not sure. Let's get out first. Su Jin said seriously, watching the thin trails of black mist swirling throughout the area. Lu Si felt dizzy after inhaling just a bit. Seeing the man act this way, he didn't dare protest. He bit his lip, trying to stay alert. Su Jin led Lu Si back toward the outer intersection. The black fog hadn't dissipated, it kept spreading. Suddenly, a red light installed on the wall flashed on. Beep beep beep. Alarms mounted across the surroundings began sounding one after another. And because of the noise, those things that had been sleeping in dark, hidden corners abruptly opened their eyes, pairs of crimson pupils glowing in the darkness, shockingly conspicuous. Then came the sound of shattering glass. What had started as just a patch of dark mist now infected the entire space, blanketing everything in a hazy gray veil. Lu Si gripped Su Jin's hand tightly, hurrying behind him. They hadn't gone far when a sharp pain shot through his head. His hand slipped from the man's grasp, and he collapsed straight onto him. Before passing out, all he wanted to say was one word, shit. Chapter 179 Jingbeishi 12, His Space. What happened afterward, Lu Si knew nothing about. Subconsciously, he felt his body burning hot, intensely so. This heat carried a searing agony, as if he were being slowly roasted over flames, the high temperature relentlessly grilling him. His fingers clenched tightly, joints cracking, his toes curled, beads of sweat breaking out densely across his forehead, rolling down his cheeks and dripping onto the white bedsheets. He curled his body, a pained expression on his flushed face, physiological tears welling up at the corners of his eyes. A cool, large hand touched his cheek, then moved to his forehead. A warm current flowed in, but with little effect. The man's cold voice sounded, crystal core. I have it. Another voice responded. Then came rustling noises. Su Jin sat beside him, pried open Lu Si's fingers, placed the crystal core into his palm, stuffed several dark green cores into Th's hands, and closed them firmly. Under the influence of the crystal cores, the boy's previously crimson face immediately calmed, returning gradually to normal. Su Jin reached out to touch Th's forehead, its temperature had dropped, though a slight stickiness remained. He took out a towel and wiped the person lying in bed clean. Zhang Yanxi watched his boss's concern for this human and called out, "Boss." Without looking up, Su Jin continued wiping as he spoke, "How's the lab cleanup in this hospital?" "It's almost done," he replied. Afterward, the room fell silent. Zhang Yanxi stood uneasily, wanting to ask about this human. "The one I've claimed." Su Jin paused his motions, his eyes revealing a possessive gleam as he spoke. "Got it. If this was someone the boss claimed, then he'd better pay attention from now on. You go find someone, the same person from Shirshi City. Watch over him without revealing your identity, and escort him to Province S." As he spoke, Su Jin handed him 2 vials, this time containing pale purple liquid. Zhang Yanxi stiffly reached out to take them, lifting his head to ask, exactly where?" Su Jin was silent for a moment before replying, "Idan City." "Oh okay." With a creak, the door closed shut. Only 2 people remained inside the spacious, bright hospital room. After finishing the wiping, Su Jin stood up and walked to the window, drawing back the light bluish curtains. Sunlight poured in. He opened the window, a cool breeze blew inside, lifting strands of hair from the man's forehead. His gaze stretched far into the distance, no one could tell what he was thinking. Lu Si realized he seemed to be in a pitch-black space, suspended midair, surrounded by darkness. He stood still, uncertain whether to move forward or not. Feeling warmth radiating from his lower leg, he lifted his foot and saw the small jade piece tied around his ankle emitting a faint glow. It can glow. Wait, where exactly was he? Why had he appeared here? He tried calling out several times but found he couldn't utter a sound. Must be a dream, right? He pinched himself, and indeed, felt no pain. So he boldly stepped forward. He didn't know how long he walked, but eventually, he sensed himself passing through the black barrier. As his foot stepped forward, space shifted, and he entered another realm. Inside this space, various items lay stored, cartons of familiar instant noodle brands, clothes, shoes, knives, stacks of medical kits, and countless other things, all the supplies he and Su Jin had collected, now spread out before him. Was this his space? Chapter 180, Jingbei City 13, His Space 2. Was he inside his own space? Lu Si stretched out his hand, waving it through the air, then took a few steps forward. Nothing seemed unusual. He looked around. This appeared to be a static space, yet he wasn't bound by its usual limitations, he could move in straight lines freely. It was strange. The black space stretched endlessly, and the material within occupied only a tiny fraction of it. A rustling sound echoed. In this silent space, the noise was jarringly abrupt. Lu Si stilled his mind, turned his head, and scanned around, trying to locate the source. The sound grew gradually louder, coming from afar. He listened intently and walked toward it, passing directly through a dark barrier. Before him now lay a narrow space, one that looked oddly familiar. Wasn't this the area transformed into a black surface due to absorbing too many crystal cores, shifting the original physical layer into this dark state? The surface beneath his feet had already turned black. The supplies were no longer here, they'd been transferred to another plane. Now, 2.5 sides remained white. Under his gaze, the half-white side began turning black before his very eyes, the darkness spreading upward like ink. The rustling sound came again from within the space. He moved toward the right side, now tainted with black. As he approached, the sound vanished. This must be it. He crouched down at the corner of the right side, reached out, and felt something wet and sticky. Inside the viscous mass, his fingers brushed against a hard object. Rubbing it slightly, he found it smooth, almost like a piece of jade. To confirm his suspicion, he stood and walked over to the still white surface panel. He picked up the object near it and brought it close for inspection. Yes, it was jade. The jade was covered in the same black sludge. But as he went to wipe it off, the black mud was absorbed into the jade itself. Within moments, all the impurities were gone. The true form of the jade emerged clearly. It was the very piece he'd taken from Machinya. After absorbing the black mud, the jade's surface became even smoother and more lustrous. He returned to the spot where he'd first found it and reached in again with one hand. This time, he grabbed a plastic bag. Lifting it up, he stared in shock. Wasn't this the same black mud he'd pulled from the cave entrance earlier? How did it end up together with the jade? This substance was reportedly one of the components used to develop the zombie virus. Was this perhaps the jade's nourishment? Machinya claimed it had been passed down through his family. Could that really be true? Or had it come from some other source? More importantly, why did the space have an automatic recognition ability? And how many such spaces existed? Were the space, the jade, and the black soil somehow interacting with each other? This discovery left Lu Si increasingly bewildered. Indeed, the world within books was always complicated. He raised his head, gazing at the surface that had turned black. When he separated the jade from the black mud, the transformation of that plane halted instantly. But when he placed both items back together in their original position, the white surface slowly resumed turning black once more. So did changing the space require the combined presence of both substances? At this moment, Lu Si's thoughts swirled uncontrollably. Still not awake. Su Jin's voice came through. Lu Si felt a wave of dizziness. He abruptly opened his eyes and saw a clean white wall, blue curtains. He pressed his lips together, staring at the man seated beside him. He opened his mouth, Su, but his voice came out hoarse. Better not speak after all. Su Jin took out a bottle of water, twisted off the cap, and brought the mouth of the bottle to the boy's dry lips. Drink more. Lu Si reached out, took the bottle, and took a sip. His eyes swept over the surroundings. On a wooden table nearby sat a vase, its flowers wilted and drooping. After several sips, his throat felt better, no longer as parched as before. Su Jin gently rubbed his back. How do you feel now? Still uncomfortable. Lu Si looked up at the man and noticed his somewhat haggard expression. I'm mostly better, he said, then added, just feeling a bit dizzy in the head. Even as he spoke, Su Jin channeled healing energy into Lu Si's body. Then, his large hand cupped the boy's temples, gently massaging them. After waking from that fainting spell, Lu Si felt a persistent buzzing in his skull and a general fatigue in his body. He tried getting out of bed but found himself too weak. Forced to remain lying down, he kept his eyes fixed on the man. Su Gu, how many days have I been asleep? 2 days, Su Jin answered steadily. Hearing that, Lu Si's heart skipped a beat. That long? To him, his time in that space had felt extremely brief, as if only moments had passed. Yes, Su Jin replied softly. That long? Lu Si looked up at the man. Su Gu, have you not slept at all these past 2 days? Su Jin fell silent for a moment, then answered, no. Lu Si didn't know what to say, responding dryly. The room fell quiet. Lu Si glanced around and realized their surroundings resembled a hospital ward. Su Gu, are we still in this hospital? We're still here. You were unconscious, so I didn't carry you away. Hearing that, Lu Si felt he had become a burden to the man, his eyes showing guilt. Su Gu, am I messing up your plans like this? Su Jin reached out, gently touching the boy's chin. It doesn't matter. You're the most important. As he spoke, he pulled the boy into an embrace, murmuring lowly, I thought you were going to disappear again. His voice carried the tone of someone who had just regained something precious. Caught off guard by the sudden hug, Lu Si stiffened at first, then reached back, wrapping his arms around the man's firm, broad back. Resting his chin on the man's shoulder, he softly called out, Su Jin. They stayed embraced for a while, until Su Jin, afraid of squeezing Lu Si too tightly, finally loosened his hold. Rest well. I'll go prepare some food for you. With that, he stepped off the bed, preparing to leave. But Lu Si grabbed his hand, his expression turning serious. Su Gu, don't go yet. There's something I need to tell you. Su Jin turned back. When I was unconscious, I entered my ability space, Lu Si said, tightening his grip on the man's hand, speaking with bated breath. Su Jin pursed his lips upon hearing this, sat back down, and clasped the boy's hand firmly. But I've been watching you all along, I never saw your body vanish. So how could he have entered a space? Lu Si reached into his space and pulled out a bottle of milk. Su Jin took it, inserted a straw, and handed it back. He took a sip, then slowly explained, Su-jin, in that space, I discovered something strange, the black mud from the lab was completely unexpected. What do you mean? Su-jin was slightly confused by Lu Si's implication. Lu Si held up the straw in his hand and pointed it toward the man. Su-jin frowned faintly, then lowered his head and took a sip. I found that when the black mud combines with that piece of jade, it can infect my spatial surface. I touched the infected black surface, it let me pass straight through, and the other side I ended up in was exactly the space I used to store supplies. Lu Si told the man everything he had discovered and speculated, carefully observing the man's expression as he spoke. Su-jin found it intriguing, though his face remained serious. He'd never heard of such a thing before. Are you sure you're not just dreaming? Lu Si shook his head. No. I don't know why either, but that sensation was real, I'm certain of it. Su-jin fell into deep thought, then finally offered a suggestion. Next time, try going in completely, your whole body. My whole body. But inside is just a static space. Some of the things stored there are floating midair. You said you passed through 3 surfaces, didn't you? Maybe one of them is a space where living beings can survive. But what if it isn't? Lu Si's voice wavered with doubt. Su-jin pulled him into his arms and gently kissed the younger man's cheek. Maybe there is. Su-jin. Lu Si looked up at him, surprised by this tenderness. You need to have confidence in yourself. My precious Si is strong too. As he spoke, Su-jin slipped his hand beneath the boy's neck, rubbing softly. So, we'll need that soil from the lab now. The gentle touch sent a shiver through Lu Si, but he didn't push the hand away. He shook his head. That lab will definitely be dangerous now, we shouldn't go back. The next lab should have the same material, right? Fine. Su-jin replied briefly. Lu Si gazed at the man so close to him. After a moment of hesitation, he tilted his head up, eyes shimmering like crushed starlight, and briefly brushed his lips against the man's. Then, as Su-jin stared in surprise, Lu Si buried his entire face triumphantly against the man's chest, quietly inhaling the clean scent of his skin. Su-jin snapped out of it and looked down at the person in his arms, a smile playing on his lips. My Si, why did you kiss me? After initiating the kiss, Lu Si grew bashful, grumbling in response, I just wanted to. You don't like it when I take the lead? Hearing the shy reply, Su-jin's smile deepened. I do. Very much. So much that I want to claim you right now, make you mine forever. His last 2 sentences came out low and heavy, his eyes darkening with desire and a flash of obsession, thick with possessiveness. Lu Si didn't find the tone unsettling at all. His heart fluttered wildly. No one had ever expressed such intense feelings for him. Apparently, after long years of loneliness, even just a little kindness from another man could easily stir deep emotions. With Su-jin treating him so passionately and tenderly, who could resist? Most importantly, he could feel how different he was to Su-jin. Whether or not it was true love, his heart had already been lost. Thinking this, Lu Si's mind suddenly sharpened with clarity. No matter what, he needed to become stronger, to stand beside Su-jin without being looked down upon. He lowered his gaze. That younger brother of Su-jin's was stronger than he'd imagined. Chapter 182 Jingbashi 15, Mutual Affection. Then come deal with it now, Lu Si said teasingly. Getting bold, huh? Su-jin chuckled, flashing a dangerous look. Lu Si wriggled out of the man's arms, then looped his hands around his neck, pressing his entire body against him as he whispered, like this, just for you, Su-gu. The last 2 words were deliberately murmured in a low, enticing tone. Su-jin wrapped his arms around the youth's waist and pulled him onto his lap, smirking slightly. You brought this on yourself. With both of them willing, Su-jin intended to prove himself to Lu Si, and with their abilities providing extra assurance, they carried on recklessly until the next morning. After Lu Si finally fell asleep, Su-jin changed his clothes, replaced the bedsheet with a fresh one, then drew the boy into his arms. Holding the soft, pliant body close, he closed his eyes for a brief nap. When he opened them again, he leaned down to gently kiss the lips of the boy in his arms, then got out of bed, dressed, and stepped outside. The next morning, sunlight filtered through the window. Lu Si struggled to open his eyes and saw that it was already bright outside, memories of the previous day flooding back. A shy blush crept onto his face, yesterday had been wild. Looking down, he noticed his clothes had already been changed. Slowly lifting a hand, he tugged at the round collar of his work shirt, revealing the marks left behind by the man. Ever since his spatial ability had evolved, he could sense a constant flow of energy replenishing his body. After sleeping just a few hours post-intimacy, he'd woken up fully energized. Su-jin had never been gentle during such acts, but he liked exactly that. Snapping back to reality, his gaze swept across the small hospital room in one glance, yet there was no sign of the man. Where was Su-jin? Just as he was about to get up, the door clicked open. Lu Si immediately tensed, but upon recognizing the familiar face, he put away his knife and blinked up at the man, lowering his voice. Su-gu, where did you go? Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed the bag in the man's hand. Su Jin walked in and shut the door behind him. Hearing the question, he replied, I went to the lab to grab a few things. As he spoke, he handed the bag to Lu Si. Huh? Isn't the lab? I mean, isn't it dangerous to go back in? Lu Si took the bag and opened it, immediately catching a sharp, pungent smell. It's fine, not too risky. When I went in, the mist had already cleared. As Su Jin spoke, he resealed the bag, noticing that Lu Si's expression had grown dazed after inhaling the scent a few times. He gave the youth's shoulder a light pat. This smell is insane. At the touch, Lu Si snapped out of it and looked down at the bag in his hands. Since it was taken directly from inside, the odor hasn't fully dissipated yet, the effect should be stronger, Su Jin explained. Seeing that the man had gone out so early just to bring him this, Lu Si felt deeply touched. He stored the bag into his space, then reached for the man's fingers. Thank you, Su Gu. Don't mention it. No need to thank me, Su Jin murmured. But worry crept into Lu Si's voice. Could the fumes from that black mud affect my space? Last time, the pile of soil I brought back lost its smell completely. No, the jade piece will absorb the odor. Oh. They stayed close for a while longer. We're in a hospital room right now, but wouldn't this building have a lot of zombies? Yet we haven't heard any zombie noises at all, Lu Si asked, looking at the man. Su Jin gently rubbed the soft flesh in the palm of Lu Si's hand. I cleared them out. Chapter 183 Jingbashi 16, Confession. Oh. Lu Si nodded, indicating he understood. Swoosh, swoosh. The window was open, and a gentle breeze drifted in from outside, making the curtain hanging beside it sway softly. He took out 2 bread rolls from his space ring and handed one to the man. Su Jin caught the boy's wrist instead. You eat it. Oh. Lu Si responded quietly. With his free hand, he placed his palm against the man's stomach, rubbing gently just as Su Jin had done for him before. He looked up deliberately and said with a smirk, it's so flat. Then he let go. But Su Jin pressed the boy's hand downward, seeing this teasing expression on the youth's face, couldn't resist provoking him further. Not continuing. Lu Si blinked, turned his face away, but kept stealing glances at the man from the corner of his eye. He coughed lightly and refused, no, I'm good. He'd already experienced that big treasure long ago. Really? Su Jin clearly didn't believe him. Truly. Can I just eat some bread first? Lu Si immediately used his hunger as an excuse to shut down the topic. Hearing this, Su Jin finally released him. Eat your fill first. Lu Si pulled his hand free, tore open the wrapper, and began taking large, hurried bites. Yesterday all he'd had was a bit of milk, followed by excessive physical expenditure. He was starving now. He needed 2 breads, no, 3, to truly feel full. Watching the boy devouring his food like a wild animal, Su Jin chuckled softly. Worried the boy might choke, he quickly fetched a bottle of water. As Lu Si ate, his fingers, the ones that had touched there earlier, still carried a faint warmth. His ears gradually reddened. Damn, so thrilling. Just as he thought this, a piece of bread crumb stuck in his throat, causing him to choke. Su Jin swiftly handed over the water. After several gulps, his stomach settled. Once full and satisfied, Lu Si grabbed Su Jin's hand. Su Gu, are we still going into the hospital lab? We haven't found those documents yet. When I went to find the black soil, I already retrieved everything I needed, Su Jin replied calmly. Can I see them? Lu Si asked softly, then added, I want to share the burden. After all, we're close. Before he could finish, the man's eyes darkened strangely. His heart instantly clenched with anxiety. Su Jin, what's wrong? Could it be, the man was thinking about silencing him? Su Jin caressed the boy's face, a trace of bitterness curling at the edge of his lips. It's not that I don't want to tell you. It's just, if I do, will you still stand by me? What kind of question is that? Whether you're good or bad, I've already chosen you. Wait, are you saying everything you told me before was a lie? By the end, Lu Si's voice wavered. He began doubting the man's sincerity. If Su Jin had merely been playing with him, then everything he'd done yesterday was nothing but self-delusion. A sharp pain pierced his chest. No lies. It's just, some things aren't easy to say out loud. Seeing the man hesitate, Lu Si took a deep breath. Since you haven't lied to me, and we're supposed to face things together, then shouldn't we be honest with each other? Okay. He truly wanted to know everything about Su Jin. Su Jin pressed his lips together, silent. Lu Si sighed, deciding to make the first compromise. Su Jin, let me go first. Actually, I have dual system abilities. The other one is strength type. Did you already know? And I pretended not to realize, trying to hide it from you. Does that seem ridiculous? He even laughed as he spoke. Su Jin looked pained. He pulled the boy into a tight embrace. Si Bao, it's not ridiculous at all. I can forgive you for this. After a pause, he added, when I insisted on bringing you along to search for the lab, I should have expected this day would come. I just, never thought it would arrive so soon. Su-jin. Lu-si whispered the name softly, suddenly unsure, had he pushed too hard, too early? Su-jin loosened his hold, cupped the boy's cheeks with both hands, and said, what I can tell you now is this, your guess was correct. I searched for various labs solely to find a certain serum and related documents. That part, I did not lie about. Secondly, it's also because of my body's unique condition. So, were your parents involved in the project? Lu-si asked cautiously. He suspected Su-jin had previously used his parents as an excuse to deceive him. At the mention of his parents, Su-jin fell silent for a moment. Seeing the probing look in the boy's eyes, he sighed. Yes. I've said so from the very beginning. Su-jin, if your parents were the researchers at the lab, then what about you? What are you exactly, are you, reborn? Lu-si opened his mouth, only to find he couldn't utter those 3 words. When he tried to speak, it felt as if he'd been silenced, voiceless. Was this a sensitive term? Or was there some kind of restriction in this world? Earlier you told me you searched for labs because of your parents, but now it seems that wasn't the main reason. Su-jin nodded. It was just part of it. I was involved in the laboratory research myself. As for my abilities, they're why I've been searching for that serum. Before the zombie outbreak happened, did you meet me already? Because I feel a strange sense of familiarity toward you. Actually, I'm transmigration. No way. Is transmigration a sensitive word too? Lu-si began to feel uneasy. It wasn't before the apocalypse. Do you remember something? Si Bao, what were you trying to say? Su-jin gazed steadily at Lu-si. At the mention of familiarity, he lowered his eyes, not noticing the fleeting shock in the boy's expression. What do you mean, remember something? Su-jin, what exactly do you know? Lu-si was utterly confused by the man's cryptic words, saying they'd never met, yet asking if he remembered. Su-jin gently stroked Lu-si's soft hair and whispered, Si Bao, you might not believe this, but I've lived through this world twice. The first time, I didn't meet you until much later, and back then, you weren't in this form. When I saw you again like this, I thought perhaps no one noticed me, others believed it was just my imagination. But now, clearly, it wasn't. Su-jin. After the second outbreak in City H, I returned after handling other matters, and unexpectedly, you came to me in such a distinctive way. At first, I wasn't sure if it was really you. But then I noticed your behavior didn't fit into this world at all. That's when I knew, you were truly you. I was so happy you appeared. I'd missed you so desperately it nearly drove me mad. His voice was low, steady, and precise as he spoke. Noticing the stunned look on the boy's face, he dipped his head and lightly kissed the lips of the one in his arms. Telling you this, I've never feared you'd expose these bizarre things. What I'm afraid of is you distancing yourself from me, hating me. Chapter 184 Jingbashi 17, help me. If you leave me, I'll resort to extreme measures. I'll bind you to my side no matter what. Right now, though, I don't want to do that, I want you to willingly belong only to me. He spoke these insane words in an eerily rational tone. Lu-si blinked as he listened, his long, thick eyelashes trembling slightly. Indeed, if Su-jin had said this the first time he asked, Lu-si might have left him immediately. Who the hell would stay with such a psycho? Of course, back then he couldn't truly escape, but he'd have found a way eventually. But later on, Su-jin had given him opportunities to leave, yet he didn't take them. Because he changed his mind, because of the grand plans they were now pursuing together, and because of Faye. Had he ever felt repulsed by Su-jin's actions? It seemed not. He had always half resisted, half given in. Thus, he spoke up, Su-jin, I believe you. Because I'm also a special existence, I can sense the main direction of this world, and other things. Though now that I think about it, most of that seems useless anyway. Su-jin nuzzled against the youth's collarbone before murmuring, I already guessed that. Oh. Lu-si scratched his head sheepishly. After gathering his thoughts, he recalled what the man had just said. Su-jin, what I want to know is, when you said you saw me for the first time, but in a different appearance, what did I look like back then? Lu-si strained to remember, had he ever met Su-jin before? Someone this handsome, he should have remembered. Could it have been in a dream? Had he dreamed his way into this book world, then forgotten upon waking? The thought seemed hard to believe, and he quickly dismissed it. How could that be possible? Su-jin said, you've already met that person. Hearing this, Lu-si's previously excited heart instantly cooled. He rolled his eyes quietly. Su-jin, stop speaking in riddles. Just tell me directly who it was. Su-jin let out a low chuckle. It doesn't matter anymore. After all, I've already found you. But what if I'm not the me you're looking for? Lu-si blurted out, provoked by the man's attitude. Su-jin's expression abruptly darkened. His gaze turned sharp and tormented, his voice firm. You are the one I'm looking for. I never make mistakes. You won't leave, and even if you wanted to, I wouldn't let you go. Under that intense stare, Lu-si shook his head. I won't leave. Inwardly, he mused, he wanted to leave, but what would be the opportunity? Besides, with Su Jin here, who the hell would want to go back to working a regular job? Sure, life here was a bit tough, but it didn't seem to affect him much now. He had abilities too. Sticking close to a powerful figure like Su Jin guaranteed safety. Good. Even so, Su Jin tightened his embrace, unwilling to let go. Su Jin, I want to know what happens next. A cold smirk curled Su Jin's lips. What's the point in knowing? Some trends will continue no matter what, but of course, you're an exception. Lu Si fell silent, unsure what to say. Si Bao, there are some things you shouldn't know too much about. Knowing more won't help you, Su Jin sighed. I understand. Just stay by my side, that's all you need to do, the man said, stroking the youth's smooth cheek. Of course. From the beginning, Su Jin's behavior had been overly intimate. Was it because he lacked security? Had that stemmed from Lu Si's first departure? But what exactly had happened between them during that time for Su Jin to be so obsessed? And damn it, Lu Si himself felt a strange sense of familiarity with this place. Could it be something the original body had experienced? After all, this guy looked exactly like him. Was this familiarity drawn from the original body's memories, transferred to him, gradually intensifying as he evolved into a human? Fuck, this speculation sounded almost plausible, yet he rejected it, because Su Jin had said he didn't resemble himself, but had instead borrowed someone else's body. So who, then, were the people they had encountered? Lost in thought, Lu Si didn't ponder long before the man holding him began moving restlessly. He pushed against the man's hair, stopping his increasingly passionate advances. Su Jin, we just did it this morning. I can't control myself around you, Si Bao, the man murmured in a deep, pleading voice. Lu Si's mind went taut, his face instantly flushing red. Trembling, he nodded. Su Jin smirked darkly and pinned him onto the bed. Chapter 185 Jingbeishi 18, Encounter. Su Jin never deprived himself in this regard. After making things clear enough with the youth, his actions grew even more intense than before. It was as if he wanted to press their bodies tightly together, fusing into one. The spot that had felt just right in the morning was once again filled by the man. A swelling sensation spread through him. Lu Si bit his lip and gripped the man's back tightly with both hands, his newly grown nails scraped across the man's skin, leaving faint scratches. But the man paid no mind, they were trivial at best. From time to time, fragmented strange sounds came from within the building. As daylight gradually faded, wind blew in through the window, swaying the curtains back and forth, dispersing the scent of nard within, carrying it away. The cool breeze crept inside. The boy's bare shoulder peeped out, and he shivered slightly, still lost in drowsy sleep. Moments later, a lean yet muscular arm reached over to cover the exposed shoulder, then pulled the light blanket up, tucking the boy's body securely beneath it. It's getting windy, huh? Su Jin did not close his eyes. He glanced toward the window a few times before turning back his gaze, focusing on the person in his arms, the serene sleeping face of a youth. No matter how long he looked, it brought comfort. His Si Bao. Elsewhere. Nighttime. Wind roared through the air. Light objects on the ground were quickly swept into the sky. Leaves rustled with a soft, continuous sound. The wooden door creaked and swayed. A black shadow, swift and agile, dashed against the wind, flickering from one side to another until finally stopping in a dark corner. Green eyes. Pale face. A white cotton shirt stained with yellow marks. Due to his extremely thin frame, the oversized trousers barely reached mid-calf. Barefoot, he had several deep gashes on his feet, the flesh torn open and exposed, yet he seemed indifferent to the pain. Unsure what he sensed, he suddenly looked up toward the opposite side, and saw another shadow standing there. A rumbling thunderclap split the sky, already gusting with wind. A flash of white lightning arced through the air between them, illuminating each other's features for an instant. The figure wore a white mask and a gray robe, but those eyes, so strangely conspicuous in the pitch-black night. Immediately on alert, he raised his hand, revealing sharp fingernails. Hesitating briefly, he lunged forward with extreme speed, launching an attack. His opponent had already noticed him, and seeing the incoming assault, didn't flinch at all. Just as he thought he'd encountered a mentally impaired high-level zombie and inwardly rejoiced. The other moved faster. Sidestepping slightly, the figure caught his wrist and flung him backward with great force. He crashed into a lamppost, but planted his foot firmly against it, flipping himself backward and landing successfully, though due to the pole being electrified, he staggered upon touching down. Shaking his head to clear it, he stared back at the figure. But the man was no longer in the same spot. Confusion flashed across his eyes. Then, something touched his shoulder. He twisted his head around. Two dark shadows immediately clashed violently in the night, green glimmers or violet sparks flashing intermittently. Whoosh, whoosh. The wind grew fiercer. Toppling objects. Carrying along the stench as it passed. Drip, drip, drip. Fine rain began to fall from the sky. And still the two shadows struggled in the downpour. Bang! In the end, the green-eyed figure was thrown backward, slamming against the wall. Black blood seeped from the corner of his mouth. His sparse, recently regrown hair was soaked through. Rainwater streamed down from his forehead, trailing along his cheeks, mixing with the dark blood. Chapter 186, Kindred. You, also, are. The grey-robed figure standing before him, drenched by the rain, looked down at the man on the ground and spoke. The pressure from the higher rank pinned him completely, he could only sit there helplessly. Baring his teeth at the figure above him, he snapped angrily, "Can't you see with your eyes?" The grey-robed man fell silent for a moment, then said slowly, "Why, do you speak more fluently than I do?" "How should I know? You're even more, stuttering, than me." He couldn't help but laugh bitterly at this superior fellow's words. This was all thanks to his boss, seemed like he could now flaunt his smooth speech over this stuttering peer after all. "Oh." The grey-robed man murmured. Rainwater ran down his white mask as a dagger suddenly appeared in his hand. In one swift motion, he lunged toward the other, intending to kill. If the man could talk so easily, his crystal core must be good. Sensing the killing intent instantly, the man gritted his teeth, managed to break free from the oppressive force just in time, and rolled aside. The dagger plunged straight into the wall. "We're clearly kindred," he panted, shifting position. "Why, attack." But under the opponent's renewed suppression, his legs gave way again, and he dropped heavily to his knees. The grey-robed figure replied deliberately, each word measured. "You were the one who struck first." As he knelt, something tumbled out of his pocket, rolling across the ground until it stopped at the grey-robed man's feet. It made a soft rattling sound. The figure looked down, bent slowly, and picked up the object. Thinking he was done for, the kneeling man felt a pang of sadness. He hadn't even seen his boss yet, hadn't delivered the crystals he'd gathered. He really shouldn't have tried to target this high-rank kindred in the first place. He waited quietly, bracing himself. But the imagined pain of his skull being split open and his core ripped out never came. Instead, he sensed the oppressive weight lessening. He lifted his head cautiously to look. Crouched in front of him, the grey-robed man held the vial in one hand, staring at him. "Are you, also, the boss's man?" Hearing the strangely phrased question, and how clearly the words, "boss," stood out, the man suddenly understood. You are too." "Yes." As he spoke, he pulled out his own reagent vial. In the quiet, if one paid close attention, they could catch the same faint scent clinging to both of them, the unmistakable mark of those recognized by a higher-tier kindred. Once confirmed as comrades, the grey-robed man reached out and pulled him up, speaking slowly. "Didn't expect you met the boss earlier than me." He clearly heard the condescension in the words and bristled slightly. "Didn't expect you're stronger than me either." "Heh." The grey-robed man chuckled softly. Still, meeting one of the boss's subordinates was rare, a twist of fate not to be dismissed. 2 days later. A minivan traveled along a wide cement road. Sparse shrubs lined both sides, and an eerie silence blanketed the area, broken only by the low hum of exhaust from the vehicle. Lucy slumped in the passenger seat, occasionally glancing out at the passing scenery. A flicker of exhaustion crossed his eyes. These past few days, Su-jin had been insatiable, seriously, every damn day. It left him completely drained. Only when his temper finally flared did the man finally ease off. This morning, aside from what needed to be said, Lucy refused to speak further to the man at all. Just talking required effort, it was exhausting. Su-jin drove, glancing sideways at the sullen youth beside him, a faint smile playing on his lips. "Don't be mad. I'll take you somewhere good soon." "Somewhere good? What good places could possibly exist here?" Lucy remained skeptical, shooting the man a sidelong glance. Su-jin kept it vague. "You'll see when we get there." Then added, "You'll like it." "Oh." Since the man refused to elaborate, Lucy responded listlessly with a single syllable, turning his gaze back to the fleeting world outside. Su-jin had taken another remote route. Once again, not a single soul had passed by the entire way. Thanks to the rain from the last 2 days, cool wind drifted in through the half-open window. Lucy pulled his coat tighter, leaving only a small gap in the glass. After a while, watching the endless landscape tired his eyes, so he shut them instead, deciding to nap for a bit. Suddenly remembering something, he opened his eyes, turned his head, and asked the man, "Su-jin, aren't you in a hurry to get to the lab anymore?" Su-jin's hands tightened on the steering wheel for a second before resuming their steady motion. He steered into the upcoming corner. "Don't feel like going." "What? Not going?" Lucy stared in shock. Su-jin happened to catch a glimpse of him from the corner of his eye, found him utterly adorable, and couldn't help but chuckle. "I'm kidding. We're not in a hurry now." "Oh. Then where are we going?" Lucy replied indifferently. At this point, he didn't really care, preferably nowhere. It'd be better to go scavenging for supplies instead. "To find a place to upgrade your ability first," Su-jin said calmly. Hearing that, Lucy's face lit up with a sweet smile. "Thanks, Gusu." "Ha, yeah," Su-jin gave a soft laugh, not elaborating further. Realizing his attitude had shifted noticeably from before, Lucy scratched his head and grinned sheepishly. The van drove past open plains and onto a bumpy dirt road. Immediately, the vehicle began jolting violently. Lu Si jerked awake in alarm, feet slipping as he reached forward to brace himself against the front seat, the impact leaving his backside sore. What kind of place is this? Lu Si muttered, turning to look outside. All he saw were endless green wild grasses and neat, elevated ridges dividing fields. They must be in the countryside. This is the farmland area, Su Jin explained, glancing briefly at Lu Si beside him. The roads here are a bit rough. Hang in there, Si Bao. You can use something to cushion yourself. Noticing Lu Si's discomfort, he added, you can use my hand too. As he spoke, he steered one-handed and reached out, offering his hand as support. Lu Si immediately refused. No, you focus on driving. Just get through this road quickly. Alright, Su Jin responded, a touch of regret in his voice. Chapter 187 Comfort. Watch out for the puddles on the ground, Su Jin said as Lu Si pushed open the car door. Lu Si gave a distracted reply. He stepped out, glanced down, and indeed spotted a puddle beneath his feet. He swiftly leapt over it and landed on a flatter patch of ground. Su Jin emerged from the car and walked toward Lu Si. The recent rain had breathed life into the land, filling the air with a crisp, fresh scent. Lu Si scanned his surroundings. Aside from a few thatched huts and some greenhouses, there wasn't much to see. The place felt surprisingly peaceful. Had he not known this was a post-apocalyptic world, he might have mistaken it for a scenic getaway. You brought me here. This place doesn't look damaged at all, he asked as the man approached. You'll see when we get there, Su Jin replied, taking Lu Si's hand in his. Lu Si followed, dazed. Huh? Not there yet? Not yet. What you've seen so far is just the surface. They walked along the gravel path, passing a thatched hut, and then, as if discovering a new continent, found themselves amidst blooming flowers and small fruit plants. But due to long neglect, weeds now overgrew the garden. After last night's downpour, fruits and blossoms that once clung to branches had been battered and fallen to the ground. All that remained were yellowish-green leaves clinging to bare stems. Su Jin stopped before a wooden cabin, where a wooden sign stood beside it. Lu Si glanced at the words, reading aloud, Hot Spring House. He turned to look at the man. Here. The door was locked, but Su Jin stepped forward and severed the padlock cleanly with his electric blade. Clang. The lock dropped onto the wooden steps. Yeah. This is the Hot Spring House, he answered the boy, pushing the door open. White mist billowed out from within. Thick with heat, the vapor hit Lu Si full in the face. He'd been standing directly in the doorway. He quickly stepped aside, covering his dampened cheeks with his hands. Su Gu, how did you even find this place? Heard about it. Oh. Lu Si didn't believe him for a second. Heard about it. Enough to drive straight here. Su Jin caught the skepticism on his face and smiled slightly. Don't believe me? Nope. Lu Si rolled his eyes, honestly denying the claim. Su Jin chose not to elaborate further. After the mist thinned, they stepped inside. The wooden cabin was spacious. Immediately upon entry, they were greeted by the pleasant, clean scent of fresh wood. White curtains divided the space into sections, and the windows overhead were tightly shut. It was precisely because they were closed that such thick fog had escaped the moment the door opened. Su Jin moved to one of the white curtains, pulled it aside, and revealed a steaming bath. Heat shimmered up from the water. He stripped off all his clothes, then turned to Lu Si, who was still staring. He beckoned, Si Bao, come bathe with me. Caught gawking at the man's body, Lu Si quickly looked down, flustered. I'll just take the other side. But the man had no intention of letting him escape so easily. Now lying naked in the warm water, a towel draped over his forehead easing away fatigue, every muscle in his body relaxed completely. Lu Si let his eyes drift half shut in contentment, when suddenly a hand settled gently on his shoulder. The man's voice murmured, comfortable. Comfortable, Lu Si replied absently. A moment later, his face flushed deep red, whether from the steam or something else, even he couldn't say. Chapter 188 Don't come over, Su Jin. He opened his eyes and looked at the man beside him, a hint of shyness in his gaze as he swatted away the man's wandering hand. Su Jin, don't mess around. The towel on his forehead shifted with his movement, slipped off, and dropped into the pool before sinking beneath the surface. But Su Jin held tight, pressing his body fully against the boy. No way. No way, huh? Lu Si felt his anger flare up. Without another word, he lashed out with both hands at Su Jin. All the boxing moves he'd learned from following Su Jin lately were now aimed straight at the man. Seeing that the boy was truly serious, Su Jin also began to defend himself properly. The two wrestled playfully in the water. Lu Si stood up abruptly, then, a sharp pain shot through his lower back, still not fully healed from yesterday. He gasped and collapsed backward, landing right on top of the man. My little Si, Su Jin chuckled, wrapping an arm around the boy's waist and pulling him closer, how quick you are to fall into my arms. He carried the boy up from the water and laid him gently on the ground covered with soft towels. Lu Si grabbed Su Jin's hand, gritting his teeth in denial. That's not it. After a pause, he muttered quietly, Su Jin, be gentler, okay? The man immediately slowed his movements. After a while, the pain in his waist faded. It must have been healed by Su Jin's ability. Soaked in the warm water and soothed by the man's careful touch, Lu Si felt incredibly comfortable, his eyes half closed in contentment. Just as he was drifting off, Su Jin pulled his hand away. He turned his head, looking back at the man. Done. Not yet. Su Jin replied. Oh. He hadn't waited long before realizing something was wrong. Turning sharply, he glared at the man behind him in furious embarrassment. Su Jin, get out right now. Humph. I'm already inside, Su Jin sneered, clearly having no intention of leaving. Lu Si lay helplessly on the ground, unable to rise, fingers clenched tightly around the blanket beneath him. His face first twisted in discomfort, then gradually softened as time passed. The man pressed down, intertwining their fingers with the boy's, then leaned forward to kiss his cheek. Relax. Lu Si refused to respond to this man. Si Bao, the man murmured deeply. At the pet name, Lu Si shivered all over. From that moment on, he would forever associate this damn hot spring with trauma. Damn it, he should have known Su Jin didn't bring him here for anything simple. Inside the thatched hut were piles of firewood and a small stove. Lu Si lay on the lounge chair, watching the man bustling about. His nose twitched irritably. Though deeply annoyed, he still asked, need any help? No need. Just lie there. I'll finish soon, came the man's voice. Okay. Lu Si answered faintly. A while later. He stepped down from the chair, feet barely touching the ground before hesitating. In the end, he silently climbed back onto the seat. Soon, the rich aroma of food reached him. Having eaten nothing for days, the scent made saliva well up instantly. Lu Si wiped the corner of his mouth. Su Jin, almost done. Nearly there. The man replied. After eating their fill, Su Jin carried Lu Si into the hot spring house. Night fell, and cool wind blew. Lu Si shivered, snuggling closer into the man's chest, whispering, it's getting windy. Yes it is. Su Jin responded softly, lifting his gaze to the night sky. The wind brushed across the grass, rustling with a gentle whoosh. Chapter 189, The Development After the Original Book. The weather began to change. First came rain, lowering temperatures across various regions. Then, for several days, strong winds blew. After that, the climate gradually turned cool, then cold, with frigid conditions lasting 5 months straight, affecting the entire region. Extreme weather tested ordinary people severely. Under conditions of scarce resources, many couldn't survive these 5 months. Conflicts over looting among people grew increasingly intense. Most of those who managed to survive, both psychics and regular humans, became capable fighters who later resisted the zombies. Meanwhile, the undead zombies rapidly grew stronger during these 5 months. Leveraging their massive numbers, they seized human settlements one by one. A year into the apocalypse, habitable spaces for humans had shrunk by nearly half, with many areas already overtaken by hordes of zombies. The overwhelming strength of the zombie forces made humanity realize the importance of unity. Psychic individuals who were once lazy and selfish slowly woke up, spontaneously forming organized groups and building their own homes. Psychics of different elemental abilities each played their part, standing united to overcome hardships together. But at the same time, more and more high-level zombies with human consciousness began to emerge, increasing human panic. No matter how hard they resisted, these advanced zombies commanded vast legions of fearless, undying creatures. Whenever they wished to conquer a place, they simply unleashed their forces. At this critical moment, the laboratory responsible for creating the zombie virus, Qishan Laboratory, which had vanished a year earlier, suddenly reappeared out of nowhere. It offered special medicine to psychics to help resist zombies. Of course, the medicine wasn't free, it required several grade 3 or higher crystal cores as payment. As the culprits behind the zombie virus outbreak, many people hated the lab members with deep resentment. Yet the laboratory enjoyed military support. Wanting to grow stronger, most people had no choice but to reluctantly submit to the lab's demands. Gu Zi, Jiang Wanheng, and others on the side of justice naturally refused to yield. They united with other bases and launched an assault against Qishan Laboratory. The process was extremely difficult, especially with constant harassment from zombies. The battle lasted 6 to 7 months. In the end, they managed to convince the military and joined forces with them to finally bring it to an end. After humanity's internal conflict ceased, the scars left behind were deeper than ever. Meanwhile, zombie evolution accelerated even faster. In pursuit of strength, various bases absorbed the remaining scientists from Qishan Laboratory, putting them to work under their own command. These researchers began studying alternative methods, capturing high-level zombies for experimentation. When Li Shu's base was eventually overrun, the zombie emperor began gathering his subordinates, forcing the scientists to conduct research on psychics. Later on, when zombies developed human consciousness, weren't those so-called righteous humans, the very ones claiming moral superiority, killing conscious zombies just the same, harvesting their crystal cores. There was never truly good or evil, only differing perspectives, different standpoints, conflicting interests, leading inevitably to a cycle of, I kill you, you kill me. In the end, who would win in this struggle between humans and zombies? Later, the author who wrote this book realized something was wrong and temporarily stopped updating. Are zombies detestable? Of course they are, because of them, everyone lived in chaos and suffering. But did they ever want to become zombies? Had anyone ever asked for their opinion? If there was anyone truly deserving of hatred, it should be the scientists who developed such drugs, or even more so, the mad investors chasing immortality who funded the research. Thinking of this, Lucy opened his eyes and looked at the man beside him. He poked gently at the man's chest with his index finger and called softly, Su-jin. They were lying in bed together. Having a spatial ability was convenient, even without a bed, one could simply pull it out from storage. Su-jin hadn't been asleep either, so he clearly heard Lucy calling his name. What is it? Chapter 190 Your world, my world. Suddenly wanted to ask you something. Go ahead. Su-jin reached out and ruffled the boy's soft hair. No matter how much he messed it up, it still felt pleasant. You said you've lived 2 lifetimes. I want to know, how long were you in your first life? Lucy asked cautiously. Now that he could finally say it, he let out a quiet breath of relief. He couldn't bring himself to say, reincarnation, so he settled for referring to first and second lives instead. The author hadn't written the ending yet, he wanted to see if what he knew matched the man's reality. At this, Su-jin stilled his hand, then spoke, See Bao, do you really need to know so badly? Yes. I really want to understand. If I don't, I'll keep thinking about it, keep asking, until you finally tell me everything I want to know. Only then will I stop. But telling you too much might be too much for you to bear. Su-jin pursed his lips, hesitant. Lucy lifted his head and stared straight into the man's eyes. It doesn't matter. If you don't tell me, I'll truly feel heartbroken, and I'll start doubting your intentions. Really? That made Su-jin tense slightly. Yes. Lucy nodded firmly. Su-jin sighed. In the lifetime without you, I lived a very long time. Lucy's heart jolted. He asked quickly, how long? In the end, who won, the zombies or humanity? Who do you think won? Su-jin, seeing how desperately Lucy wanted to know, decided to tease him a little. How would I know? You're not even telling me directly. After a pause, he added, stating a fact, before anyone sees the outcome, no one dares to make assumptions. So hurry up and tell me, Su-jin. The zombies. Su-jin replied. The zombies? Lucy thought he'd misheard, repeating it under his breath. Yeah. What about you guys, the evolved ones? Weren't Guzi and the others extremely powerful? Lucy blurted out the protagonist's name before he could stop himself. At the sound of that name, Su-jin's expression flickered, then returned to normal. What about Guzi and them, Si Bao? Are you, just like me? Lucy had been watching Su-jin closely and didn't miss that fleeting change in his eyes. Did Su-jin know them? And judging from his reaction, their relationship didn't seem to be a good one. Si Bao, will you tell me the truth? Su-jin prompted when the boy remained silent, his gaze now laced with suspicion. Lucy abruptly sat up, pulling away from the man with a defeated slump. Su-jin, we're not the same. I come from somewhere different. The world you're in is special. I don't know why I ended up here. How is it special? Su-jin lowered his eyes, lost in thought. It's sort of similar to my world, but also different. Many people here are hypocritical, whereas where I'm from, people are the opposite, society's overall safe, more realistic. To avoid unnecessary complications, Lucy carefully chose every word. Su-jin reached out, drawing the boy back into his arms and holding him close. I don't understand. There are 2 different worlds. Where I come from, I knew about your world, but only from the perspective of the main characters. What I saw was limited, incomplete, never fully experienced. By the end, Lucy let out a helpless sigh. Back then, reading the story felt exciting. When he actually found himself inside it, he'd assumed he could navigate it easily, knowing the plot. But so many things had turned out differently than expected, that was the consequence of straying from the main storyline. But he didn't regret it. Because he'd met Su-jin. His man. Oh. Then what kind of world did you see? Just as Lucy was about to explain further, a sharp pain pierced his head. A warning. His heart sank immediately. He opened his mouth instead and said, it's mostly like the story, eventually, the righteous side wins. Chapter 191 No. Story. Su-jin showed some interest. Yes, I'm an outsider. I have a clear understanding of how this world develops. Su-jin stroked the youth's cheek, murmuring, but your face, there's no difference between you now and back then. Your face and the one now. Lucy was confused. Su-gu, what do you mean? I don't understand. You said that during your first lifetime, the person you saw wasn't me at first, but later you did see me. I still haven't figured that out. Could it be you made a mistake? As he spoke, bitterness suddenly welled up inside him. He was certain he'd never been here before. Then why had he met Su-jin? If it really were him, he should have experienced many things. Why couldn't he remember anything? No mistake. It was you. Always you. Su-jin's gaze was serious. I don't know why you don't remember that part. But it doesn't matter anymore. Because you're right here beside me now. He paused, then continued calmly, about what I saw, the first time, it was you in someone else's body. Later, when he returned, I never waited for you to come back. So I killed him. He stared straight into the face before him, his voice softening slightly. After that, I started dreaming of you as you are now. Each time I looked at you, I began to realize, you seemed exactly like the one I was searching for. But you never noticed me. The longer I watched, the more drawn I became to you. And then I kept seeing you over and over again. I fell hard. I missed you terribly. His voice dropped low, his eyes clouded with desire. Lu Si leaned close to the man, suddenly sensing something was off. He looked down, his expression shifting instantly. No way. Noticing the look on Lu Si's face, Su-jin let out a muffled chuckle and grabbed the boy's hand. See? I told you. Lu Si was flustered by the sudden move, stuttering, unable to meet the other's eyes. Su-jin, don't mess around. Let's sort everything out first, Lu Si said, panic flashing across his face before he forced himself to calm down. His hand remained captured in Su-jin's grip, he didn't dare struggle. Tisk. Su-jin clicked his tongue. Ask whatever you want. This is just my way of showing you how I feel about you. Lu Si. He took a deep breath, steadying himself. You said in your first life, you saw me twice. The first person, I've seen him before. The second one looked exactly like me now, and it was through dreams. After a pause, he continued carefully, I want to know, what was the environment like where the person in your dream lived? What did you see? He asked cautiously, hope flickering in his eyes. He felt like he was starting to piece together what the man meant. Could it be possible? White walls, a messy room, there was a computer, a desk, a black chair. As Su-jin recalled it, his expression grew heavy. Hearing this description, Lu Si immediately became excited. Posters of cute anime girls on the wall. Especially the bunny one, that's super adorable. He had a job, but that didn't stop him from indulging in his fondness for two-dimensional beauties. At the mention of those posters, Su-jin's face darkened. He tightened his grip on the boy's hand. Oh. So you really like them, huh? Lu Si froze, he realized instantly that the man was jealous again. He quickly denied it, and no, not really. They're just average, I mean, you're definitely my favorite, Su-gu. Su-jin clearly didn't believe a word of Lu Si's nonsense. He hadn't missed the boy's earlier enthusiasm when talking about those drawings. A damp, soft kiss brushed against the man's cheek. Really, Lu Si said shyly. Su-jin wrapped his arms around his waist and pulled him closer. No matter what, I'm glad you're here. I'm happy. But then an indignant voice broke in, Su-jin, does that mean you've seen all my daily actions? The previously tender and warm atmosphere shattered instantly. Occasionally, Su-jin replied concisely. TCH. Seriously? Wait, how on earth did you end up dreaming about my world, Su-jin? Don't you think that's weird? After calming down and piecing things together, it truly seemed strange. Su-jin remained unfazed, pressing his face gently against the boy's. Since you're already here with me, what's so surprising? Su-jin, this time I'm actually, soul transmigration. Before Lu Si could finish speaking, his voice abruptly cut off. What was that? Su-jin didn't hear the rest. Lu Si shook his head, smiling faintly. Nothing. Yet inwardly, he felt a sinking dread. Why was he forbidden from saying that word? Would it really affect the plot? But weren't he and Su-jin already outsiders to the original storyline? How could this be? Suddenly, an idea struck him. But the me you saw before, his age is different from how I am now. Didn't you suspect something? At this, a flicker of light passed through Su-jin's eyes. He murmured, indeed, they were different. So you. It was precisely because of that age difference that I didn't kill you at first. Otherwise, do you think you'd still be running around lively like this later on? I guess. Lu Si fell silent, momentarily speechless. Was he supposed to be grateful now? Don't doubt yourself, Su-jin said softly, ruffling Lu Si's hair. Su-jin, you still haven't told me, do you know Guzi or not? Hearing that name once again leave Lu Si's lips, Su-jin narrowed his eyes. Why do you bring him up? Because they're the final victors, Lu Si could only explain vaguely. Victors? Su-jin repeated the word as if hearing an absurd joke. Startled by the man's gaze, Lu Si hesitated. Isn't that true? No. Those people are nothing but trash. There's no way they could defeat the zombies. You clearly don't understand the scale of the zombie hordes, Su-jin said coldly, his eyes filled with contempt for ability users. Hearing this, Lucy began to piece things together. In the apocalypse, there were indeed those who sided with the zombies. And Su-jin, he came from the laboratory. Could it be that in the future, the zombie emperor captures him and takes him to its territory, forcing him to conduct experiments, developing reagents to rapidly evolve zombies into humans? Considering everything, the man's unmatched abilities, his deep knowledge of the lab, this seemed the only possible explanation. So during your first life, what exactly happened between us? If you tell me, maybe I'll remember something, Lucy tried gently nudging Su-jin to speak. Just some unpleasant memories. If you can't recall them, better not to, Su-jin whispered. But. Su-jin covered the youth's mouth with his hand. Their eyes locked. No buts. I won't say another word. If you keep asking, don't blame me for fucking you until you never want to ask again. In fact, I'm already tempted. As he spoke, his body shifted, growing restless. Lucy, mouth still covered, immediately shook his head vigorously at the image. He had a strong feeling, this man would definitely follow through. Chapter 193 Spoiled, he knows. Finally breaking free from the man's grasp, Lucy breathed in the fresh air. Sibao, still it, came the man's slightly plaintive voice. Panicked, Lucy scrambled sideways until he was nearly on the floor. The hell does that have to do with me? That way doesn't work. How about another method? No. Su-jin didn't get angry, he instead gently coaxed, I'm uncomfortable. Lucy glanced at that spot and snorted, can't you do it yourself? With one hand, Su-jin pulled the boy close, then blew gently against his earlobe. Nothing compares to my Sibao. In the end, after a small, cautious struggle, Lucy ceased resisting and let the man hold him. Afterward, Su-jin cradled him in his arms, soothing the tense furrows on the boy's brow. Go to sleep now. Su-jin. Why does it feel like your healing ability has gotten worse lately? Lucy murmured. How so? It hurts. Su-jin couldn't help but laugh quietly. That's not it weakening. I just wanted you to feel a little pain. Lucy rubbed his cheek against the man's chest. But if you keep this up, it'll make it hard for me to kill zombies. I'll protect you. Oh, I'd rather protect myself. It'll be better in a few days. You once asked me, if you needed blood, would I give it? I found that strange. Why would you even ask? You've bitten my neck several times already, drawing blood. It didn't hurt, but I did feel a tingling. The man said nothing, only tightening his embrace around the boy. I've waited all these days, yet you haven't acted again. There are bite marks, but none as deep as those previous ones. Lucy spoke calmly. How did my Sibao figure it out? Su-jin didn't deny what the boy had said. Lucy felt somewhat exasperated. It's obvious if you pay attention. Besides, you weren't really trying to hide it from me, were you? My Sibao is truly clever. Lucy climbed onto Su-jin's lap, shook his numb hands a few times, tugged at his already loose round-neck t-shirt to expose his pale collarbone, then leaned forward and lowered himself down. Su-jin pursed his lips, watching the boy's actions, his voice hoarse. Do you know what will happen if you do this? Su-jin, I'm willing. Good. That's what you said. But Lucy had only intended to let the man suck his blood, since when did he agree to let this damn man go full throttle? The next afternoon, Lucy groggily woke from his sleep, lifted his eyelids, and found Su-jin already gone from beside him. After resting a while, he pushed himself upright with his hands on the sheets and turned his head to scan the room. Creak. The door opened. Su-jin walked in from outside, holding a large bowl of porridge. Coming to the bed, he reached out one hand to stroke the boy gently. Sibao, drink some porridge. Sitting on the bed, Lucy caught the rich aroma of meat in the porridge and instantly felt hungry, reaching out to take it. I'll feed you. Open your mouth, be careful, it's hot. Lucy rolled his eyes inwardly, grumbling, I'm not a kid. I can do it myself. As he spoke, he made to grab the bowl from the man's hand. Su-jin gave a faint, meaningful smile. Can your hands even lift it? Lucy froze. His fingers twitched. He raised his hand and slapped the man's face, only for it to land as weakly as hitting cotton. He gave up trying to take the bowl himself and let the man feed him instead. Chapter 194 Spatial Cutting. After eating his fill, Lucy rested for another day. Su-jin offered him high-grade crystal cores. By absorbing these advanced cores, Lucy could feel a continuous stream of energy being drawn into his space. Or rather, into that jade pendant. Once it had absorbed all the nutrients from the black soil, the originally green jade instantly turned completely black. Only half of the space surface remained white now. Lucy told the man about his condition, and Su-jin believed the black soil had indeed affected the jade. If the pendant likes absorbing the black soil, wouldn't it be better to place it directly into the room filled entirely with black soil? Lucy suggested. But Su-jin shook his head. The composition of black soil is complex. Too much of anything leads to reversal, overabsorption might not be good. Oh come on, but surely this piece of jade can still be useful now. Lu Si glanced at the jade in the man's hand. Su Jin idly rolled the pitch-black, translucent jade between his fingers. Held up to the light, it appeared even clearer and purer. Then he handed it back to Lu Si. Yes, it's in its prime right now. Keep nurturing it within your space, it'll serve an even greater purpose later. Really? Lu Si believed him without hesitation. Over the following days, relying on the crystal cores Su Jin gathered, Lu Si continued absorbing energy. The jade absorbed this endless supply of power and, through a reactive process, fed it back into the space. Soon enough, the last trace of white vanished, the entire surface of his space had turned black. His body recovered rapidly. Standing on the ground, even a casual swing made him feel overflowing with strength, boundless and inexhaustible. A sausage appeared in his hand. He raised his index finger and lightly traced a line through the air. A thin, straight black thread followed, slicing the sausage neatly into 2 pieces as he watched. Su Jin. I did it. Lu Si's face lit up with excitement as he looked at the man beside him. He could barely believe it, this breakthrough felt unreal. Of course, Su Jin deserved all the credit. Standing behind him, the man easily pulled him into an embrace. You succeeded. So what reward do I get? A kiss as a reward, hee. Lu Si playfully pretended not to understand, grinning. TCH. Now that Lu Si's physical strength had improved, Su Jin only needed to use a slight healing ability, and he recovered almost instantly. With spatial cutting now accessible, Su Jin decided it was time to leave and find a place to practice. For beginners, repeated practice was essential to mastery. They left the quiet countryside. The weather had been gloomy these past few days, with gusts of wind howling through the air. Su Jin brought Lu Si to some random location and captured a zombie for training purposes. An ordinary zombie was tied tightly to a lamppost with coarse hemp rope, its mouth bound shut by the man. It could only grunt and twist its body, silently projecting murderous intent toward the humans. Sibao, give it a try. Su Jin stood aside, gesturing for Lu Si to begin. Okay. Lu Si nodded. He positioned himself 1 meter away from the zombie, staring steadily at it. Spatial cutting required gradually forming a medium between oneself and space. Suddenly, a 30-centimeter-long black line materialized in midair, then shot vertically toward the zombie's head. Clang. The black line sliced straight through, cleanly cutting the upper half of the zombie into 2 parts, effortless, sudden, and without warning. Lu Si stared at what he'd done, utterly amazed. Holy shit, this spatial ability is insane. But Su Jin frowned slightly, looking unimpressed. Step back 2 more meters. Continue. Chapter 195, Practice. Su Jin had Lu Si practice both close-range and long-distance attacks. For long-distance attacks, the goal was to quickly manifest a cutting line behind the target object midair and strike from afar. It wasn't enough just to kill, the speed of execution mattered too. That was Su Jin's demand of Lu Si. After several rounds, Lu Si, who had initially been full of energy, quickly weakened. He leaned over with hands braced on his knees, gasping as he stared at the target. Effective? Yes. But it took a huge physical toll. Su Jin noticed this too, frowning. Rest for today. We'll try again tomorrow. He walked over to Lu Si and grabbed the boy's arm. I can still try tonight, Lu Si said, letting himself be pulled up. But no sooner had he stood than his legs, still half-crouched moments ago, gave out. He collapsed straight into Su Jin's arms. Su Jin tightened his hold, a smile tugging at his lips. Sibao, is this your way of throwing yourself into my embrace? Lu Si pushed against the man's chest, trying to stand on his own, but failed. Resigned, he remained draped across Su Jin's body, replying teasingly, yes, what? Don't like it? I like it very much. Do it again next time. With that, Su Jin lifted him into his arms. Afraid of falling, Lu Si quickly wrapped his arms around the man's neck, weakly murmuring, be careful. Su Jin chuckled softly. Now you doubt your husband's strength? With those words, he strode forward, long legs carrying them steadily. Lu Si clenched his fists, lightly thumping Su Jin's chest, half annoyed, half embarrassed. Su Jin, why are you so greasy? Su Jin smiled, saying nothing. Hearing only that soft hum, Lu Si grew indignant. What? How should I answer my precious Sibao then? Don't know. Lu Si shot back coldly. Over the following week, Su Jin continued having Lu Si practice spatial slicing until it became second nature. Drawing from his prior knowledge of how spatial slicing worked in the original storyline, and under Su Jin's guidance, Lu Si quickly mastered its use. Within a range of 5 meters, he could successfully attack a target. Beyond 5 meters, however, his current skill level still fell short. Additionally, spatial slicing consumed tremendous physical energy. Using it just 3 times left him completely drained, requiring several hours of rest before fully recovering, a pattern they discovered over the course of the week. Thus, Su Jin trained Lu Si to use spatial slicing for mass, one-time eliminations. To test this, Su Jin even took Lu Si into packs of zombies. When Lu Si couldn't handle the zombies, Su Jin stepped in. If the first attempt failed, they'd try a second. Su Jin never ran short of chances for Lu Si. As for spatial fissures, Lu Si had assumed it was due to insufficient ability that he hadn't unlocked this skill yet, and didn't bother asking Su Jin about it. Until one day. Even rigorous training required rest, and after spending so much time practicing spatial slicing, a break became necessary. To ensure Lu Si maintained enough stamina for zombie kills, Su Jin firmly refused to engage in further activities with him. So on the 6th day, rest was scheduled, and that day turned out to be particularly unusual. From morning till noon, then hastily eating something at midday, they resumed right away, from afternoon all the way into the night. Lu Si began to fear this man. Honestly, this was more terrifying than fighting zombies. He wanted desperately to escape this relentless session. But he was pinned down, couldn't even crawl away. Finally, after a brief pause, when he thought he might finally stop and leave, he was yanked back. Damn it. This was even more exhausting than using his abilities. And even at night, Su Jin didn't let up, as if determined to wring every last ounce of strength from Lu Si. Lu Si was truly scared now. Truly, deeply afraid. Chapter 196 Habit. Hand pressing on Su Jin's hair. Su Jin, you can't keep going. Stop. It's fine, I have healing abilities. Dying. Lu Si tried to pout at the man. Su Jin acted as if he didn't hear it, continuing to repeat those same words, it's fine, I have healing abilities. Can't you say something else, damn it? Su Jin paused, rubbing the sweat-dampened hair gently, alright, Bao Si, be good. Lu Si, what kind of nonsense was this, being spoken to in a babying tone like he was a child? When it came to satisfying himself, Su Jin never held back. After murmuring a few soothing words to Lu Si, he continued what he'd been doing. Lu Si had become terrified of him, his mind muddled, consciousness flickering in and out. Then, with a sudden gurgling sound, Lu Si vanished into thin air. Su Jin stared blankly at the empty spot on the bed where a moment ago the other had still been lying. His face instantly darkened. Trying his best to keep his voice calm, he called toward the empty air, Bao, come out. I won't touch you again. Silence was his only reply, utterly speechless. At that moment, Lu Si was disoriented. How exactly had he entered this pitch-black space? He stood up, then gasped in surprise. Strangely enough, he could clearly see his own naked body, including all the marks left upon it. Feeling the lingering ache in his lower back, he went numb for a moment. As his heart settled, he slowly began to understand why he'd ended up here. Obviously because of Su Jin, somewhere in his subconscious, he'd wanted to escape from that man, and so he'd appeared here instead. Lu Si noticed the temperature inside this space was comfortably warm. Outside, the weather had already turned cold. When they went out to kill zombies, they needed thick coats. Even though they were evolved humans who could endure the cold better than ordinary people, it didn't mean they were immune to it. The temperature had already dropped to 8 degrees Celsius, and would continue falling until snow arrived. Yet right now, what intrigued him most was the fact that he could clearly see every single item stored within this space. Was this the privilege of being its owner? Staring at the floating piles of supplies, he took a step forward, suddenly realizing something was off. A dripping sound echoed. His expression changed instantly. He froze stiff, lips twitching slightly, standing motionless for a long time before cautiously stepping forward. Among the pile of clothes, he found one garment and hastily put it on. Recalling the man's disobedient behavior earlier, Lu Si decided the man deserved further punishment. So rather than return immediately, he lay down on the large bed inside the storage space, eyes fixed on the endless black void above, surrounded by complete silence. Without the man beside him, he shifted comfortably several times, finally giving in to drowsiness and drifting off to sleep. After calling out a few times without seeing Lu Si reappear, Su Jin grew slightly irritated, but still dressed himself and stepped off the bed. He opened the window, the cold wind outside immediately rushed in, blowing away the heavy musk filling the room. Looking at the messy room, he eventually tidied the bedsheet neatly before walking into the bathroom to shower. When he stepped out after finishing his bath, he saw Lu Si lying peacefully on the bed, wearing nothing but an oversized t-shirt. Due to the open ventilation in the room, Lu Si shivered slightly in his sleep, curling his entire body inward. Su Jin watched him, throat bobbing, his gaze gradually growing dark and inscrutable. Rubbing his damp hair briefly, he walked over, gently lifting the person from the bed and carrying him into the bathroom. Lu Si was truly exhausted. Su Jin washed him personally, yet he didn't even open his eyes once. Though part of it was genuine fatigue, much of it stemmed from habit, the familiar scent, the familiar touch, things that made him instinctively let down his guard. Chapter 197, Spatial Fissure. Early the next morning, Lu Si opened his eyes and found himself lying in the man's arms, his clothes already changed. He stirred slightly, dazed and murmuring, I wasn't inside my space, how did I end up here? As the boy wriggled, Su Jin had already woken. He reached out to pinch the youth's nose, ready to speak, but noticed the boy had fallen asleep again. Lu Si slept through the entire morning. He woke up starving, blinking open his eyes only to find Su Jin no longer beside the bed. With difficulty, he sat up slowly, pulling a bottle of milk from his space. It took several pokes with a test tube before he finally pierced it. After a few sips, his stomach felt better. He tried moving his arms, stretching his bones. A short while later, Su Jin returned. Hearing the door open, Lu Si stopped what he was doing and looked up at the man. Su Jin, you're back. I'm back. Seeing the boy sitting on the bed exercising, he found it amusing, not forgetting that yesterday, right in the middle of things, this ungrateful little brat had vanished into thin air. What happened yesterday? His tone held no blame. Lu Si snorted. I can now enter my own space. From now on, if you don't listen to me, don't blame me for disappearing whenever I want. Su Jin sat beside him on the bed, taking out a still warm bowl of porridge from his space. He scooped a spoonful and brought it to the boy's lips, speaking indifferently, oh. Is that so? Exactly. Let me demonstrate right now. Lu Si swallowed the bite offered by the man, then vanished into thin air. Less than a second later, he reappeared in front of Su Jin, eyes sparkling, inwardly delighted. Good. Though it'd be even better if you could bring someone else in with you, Su Jin said, first offering praise, then immediately tempering expectations. Let's try that later. Finding the man fed him too slowly, Lu Si snatched the large bowl from Su Jin's hands. First, let me get full. Then, without hesitation, he began gulping it down rapidly. Su Jin remained holding an empty spoon, watching the boy devour the food like a starving ghost reborn, a strangely endearing sight that tugged a faint smile to his lips. Slow down. In just a few moments, after finishing the bowl, Lu Si grabbed Su Jin's wrist and used his consciousness to pull both of them into the space. When they arrived, however, only Lu Si was there. He reappeared outside, visibly disappointed, shooting a sidelong glance at the man before him. Su Jin, really, it doesn't work. Perhaps the method was wrong. That seemed the only possible explanation. He nodded thoughtfully. Extending a finger, he slashed through the air. Immediately, a 10-centimeter-long fissure appeared. Just as he reached toward it, Su Jin caught his hand. Not so fast. He tossed the bowl in his other hand into the dark slit. Without warning, the bowl disappeared inside. Take that bowl back out, Su Jin instructed Lu Si. Lu Si nodded. Moments later, the same bowl reappeared in his hand. The black fissure lasted only a few minutes before vanishing quickly. Su Jin, is this what you call a spatial fissure? Lu Si asked uncertainly. Yes. Su Jin nodded, then added, Sibao is quite impressive. Hee. Lu Si scratched his head bashfully. They sat quietly for a while. Where are we planning to go next? To Province S, Su Jin replied, pausing briefly. But there's no rush now, you still need more practice. Chapter 198 What should I do if my woman has designs on me? Lu Si nodded, indicating he understood. Thinking about what he needed to say, he hesitated, glanced at the man a few times, then asked knowingly, Su Jin, do you know about the Zombie King? Su Jin's hand stilled. He looked up. I know. Why? Since you're researching this, do you know the power of the Zombie King's crystal core? Su Jin caught Lu Si's implication and couldn't help but feel amused. What, are you thinking of going after the Zombie King? Caught so quickly, Lu Si nodded eagerly, his eyes sparkling. Yes. I suspect the Zombie King is weak right now. We could kill it while it's vulnerable and take its crystal core. Su Jin didn't respond. Lu Si continued, if we had that crystal core, absorbing its energy to boost our own levels, no one would be able to touch us then. Us? Yes, me and you. Su Gu, you're so strong, taking it down shouldn't be a problem, right? If it's too dangerous, then forget it. Seeing the man's expression growing darker, Lu Si realized something was off and quickly backtracked. Su Jin pulled him into an embrace. Does my Sibao know where the Zombie King is now? With Li Shu and the others, as far as I know, Lu Si added. Is that so? Su Jin sounded skeptical. Yes, Lu Si replied uncertainly. Since Sibao knows the general trajectory, you should also know the Zombie King is an experimental specimen created in a lab, right? I know, Lu Si answered with a nod. And he's the final victor on the opposite side of psychics, do you really think you could easily defeat him even if he's weak at first? Lu Si's heart sank. Impossible. Exactly. Impossible. Su Jin's voice was firm, resolute. Hearing even Su Jin felt helpless against the Zombie King, Lu Si deflated. But its crystal core is so powerful. Aren't you even a little interested? Su Jin bit down gently on the youth's shoulder, almost like punishment, then murmured, I'm only interested in you. Fine. Since Su Jin wasn't interested, perhaps he had already considered how formidable the opponent was, not just unbeatable, but potentially deadly. Lu Si dropped the idea. A sharp pain flared in his shoulder where the man had bitten him. He grabbed Su Jin's shoulders, trying to push him away. Su Jin, stop biting me. Instead, the man tightened his hold and whispered, I'll bite my Bao all I want. What could Lu Si do? He could only demand the damn man stop immediately. Fortunately, after a few more bites, Su Jin kissed the spot gently and finally released him. At last free, Lu Si shifted to the other side of the bed, but still stayed close against the man. Remembering earlier when Su Jin mentioned going to S province, though not immediately, he felt puzzled. Now that I can use spatial cutting too, why aren't we in a hurry to leave? Su Jin gave a faint, enigmatic smile and asked, can you stand now? You try and see. Saying this, he wriggled out of Su Jin's arms and crawled toward the edge of the bed. The moment his feet touched the ground, his body suddenly froze. Realizing what happened, he lunged back at the man, pounding his chest as he wailed, Su Jin, quickly heal me with your ability. All right. Su Jin nodded, a small smile playing on his lips. Chapter 199 Qin Batian. Under Su Jin's healing ability, Lu Si once again slowly drifted off to sleep. Once his eyes closed, he no longer noticed the complicated expression on the man's face. Su Jin sat beside the bed, watching the boy lying there. He reached out and gently touched the youth's face, then let go and stood up, walking away. A loud clang echoed behind him as he stepped out of the inn. This was a remote town on the outskirts of a city, secluded and sparsely populated. When the apocalypse came, this place had not been spared either. On the streets wandered scattered zombies. After the recent rainfall, the stench from their bodies had diminished considerably. The chaotic bloodstains and debris on the ground had all been washed or swept away by the rain and wind. Everything appeared clean, yet an eerie silence hung over the area. As Su Jin turned into a nearby alley, a white figure suddenly dashed toward him from a short distance away. Sensing something approaching, Su Jin subtly sidestepped. The white blur couldn't stop in time and slammed directly into the wall. A sharp bang rang out. Sharp claws scraped against the wall, leaving 10 long, pale streaks. His once messy tangle of hair had been shaved off, revealing a completely bald head. A pink backpack was slung over his back, and a felt hat lay on the ground nearby. Dazed, he pressed his palm against the wall, sliding down before slowly picking himself up. He moved cautiously to retrieve the hat, placing it back on his head. Then he turned around, green eyes flickering nervously as he sheepishly looked at his boss. Boss. What's the rush? Saw you. Happy. After a pause, he unslung the backpack, unzipped it, pulled out a black bag, and handed it to Su Jin. This is crystal core. Good work, Su Jin said, taking it. Being acknowledged by his boss made him visibly delighted, and he hurriedly replied, it's my duty. Su Jin glanced at him. Aside from his unusual eyes, his physique and appearance were increasingly resembling that of an ordinary human. He was also wearing relatively clean clothes. Adapting to normal human life so quickly? Kinda, yeah, he answered shyly. Have your memories returned? Not yet, he shook his head, but then nodded, but I have a name now. Qin. Ba. Tian. He added after a moment, given by Zhang Yanxi. He's one of your underlings too, right, boss? Qin Batian asked, suspicion crossing his face. You've met then. Su Jin never showed curiosity about such encounters among his subordinates, it was inevitable anyway. Qin Batian relaxed slightly and answered, yes. He fell silent for a moment, then added, he helped me change clothes and shoes. Better not tell the boss about how awkward the whole process was. He still wasn't used to wearing shoes, and walked with an unsteady wobble. Oh. It pleased the boss greatly when his underlings got along. After reporting matters concerning the base, Qin Batian stood quietly aside, waiting for Su Jin to leave before departing himself. Noticing Qin Batian still struggled with speaking fluently, Su Jin handed him a vial of serum and a pair of sunglasses. Go improve your abilities first. Once you can act and behave like a regular person, come find me in Province S. Glancing at the man's bare scalp, he added, stay safe. Don't end up becoming someone else's leveled up zombie crystal core. Oh okay. Thank you. Boss. Qin Batian trembled slightly as he took the item Su Jin gave him. Chapter 200 You are my life's work. Lu Si had a strange dream. He found himself possessing another body again, his fingers, his height, everything pointed to an adult man. He wore simple clothes. He saw Li Shu and the others, which was alarming in itself. Li Shu wore a black mask over her face. Wen Yang stood beside her. She glanced at him with impatience. Are you really taking him along? Taking who? Lu Si was confused. He looked down and to the side, seeing a man sitting on the ground. The man's hair hadn't been cut in a long time. He wore a yellowed shirt that stretched tightly over defined muscles, ragged, faded jeans, and shoes that, despite repeated corrections from a younger man, he still wore backwards. Dirt smeared his face, but his eyes remained startlingly clear. The man resembled a large dog, staring at him intently. Who could have imagined that this same man, once like a vicious wolf, bristling with suspicion and hostility, ready to kill anyone who came near, now sat here so docile? The more Lu Si stared into those dark eyes, the more uneasy he felt. This man looked vaguely familiar, like Su Jin. After a few more glances, his mind screamed at him, not just similar, this was Su Jin. I am, the body he inhabited replied automatically, beyond his control. Lu Si recognized that voice, it sounded painfully familiar. His feet hit empty air. He jolted awake, staring blankly at the white ceiling. A tear slipped from the corner of his eye, trailing slowly down his cheek. After a while, he wiped the dampness from his face, then turned to look beside him. The spot where Su Jin should have been was empty. Su Jin had gone out again. A blank expression crossed his face as he pushed himself halfway up with his hands on the bedsheet. The pain in his body was gone, replaced by a lingering numbness. He got off the bed, pulled on his jacket, and dressed in his pants. Sitting dully on the edge for a moment, he lifted his head toward the tightly closed window. Outside, pitch-black darkness reigned, must be the middle of the night. He looked down at his own hands, took out a carton of milk, and drank a few sips. Only then did he feel slightly better. When he finished, he sat there, lost in thought. Baby, why are you up? Su Jin returned, opening the door to find Lu Si sitting on the bed. Unbelievably, Su Jin's timing was perfect. Hearing the voice, Lu Si looked up at him, then quickly lowered his gaze. What's wrong? Su Jin walked over, crouched in front of Lu Si, and gently cupped the boy's face. Lu Si grabbed his wrist, his expression stiff. Su Jin. I need to tell you something. I just had a dream. A nightmare that woke you up? Su Jin asked patiently. Yeah. Lu Si nodded. Su Jin wrapped his arms around him soothingly. It's okay. I'm here. Lu Si's hands froze, then slowly settled onto the man's back. He didn't speak of the dream's content, and Su Jin didn't press. Let it pass as a small incident. They held each other quietly for a while before Su Jin asked, want to go back to sleep now? No. Lu Si shook his head. I've slept enough today. I'm wide awake now. As he spoke, he flexed his arm, revealing a tiny patch of underdeveloped muscle. Su Jin couldn't help but laugh, pinching the soft flesh at the boy's waist teasingly, his voice low and suggestive. Then how about we test that? Lu Si forced a smile and rejected the advance, accusing the man, always thinking about that stuff. No focus on your real work. You are my real work, Su Jin replied unapologetically, stating his belief plainly. Chapter 201 Waiting for you to tell me directly. Once again, he was charmed by this man. Where did you learn all these flirtatious lines? Su Jin chuckled. Do I even need to learn them? They just come out naturally when I see you. Oh. Lu Si simply ignored him. Why isn't my Sibao talking to me anymore? Could it be, you're shy? The man looked at the youth before him with a faint smile on his lips. Hearing that, Lu Si naturally denied it, shy like hell. How could I possibly be shy? Hee, right, you're absolutely not someone who would ever get shy. Su Jin repeated those words with amusement, gazing at this flustered boy whom he could never tire of looking at. This made Lu Si's face grow hot. He turned his head away, refusing to meet the man's eyes, yet still muttered, open the doors and windows. It's suffocating in here. Whatever Sibao says. Su Jin responded gently, then stood up and walked toward the window. The moment the man turned around, Lu Si's previously annoyed expression instantly calmed. His eyes locked onto the broad back before him as he pondered a question, was that dream real? If so, then it must have been him who saved Su Jin back then. No wonder he felt somewhat resistant inside when they first met, different from how he felt around Yang Tian and the others. And most importantly, why had they kept encountering each other repeatedly? Could this also be the reason? Now he felt confused. After all, he had read that novel, once even stepped into it himself. But he wasn't the zombie emperor or the villain, how could there possibly be any connection between them? During the days the author described events involving the villain, his sleep had been unusually peaceful, waking without melancholy, feeling quite content. But during the parts the author hadn't written about, those were exactly the days his mood became restless. Although, perhaps that was due to work-related annoyances. His heart was now in turmoil. Damn it, could it be that his memories before arriving here were wrong? At this thought, a chill ran down his spine, and goosebumps covered his entire body. Sibao, what are you thinking about again? It turned out Su Jin had already opened the windows and returned. He saw Lu Si lying on the bed, covered with a blanket above the waist, legs dangling off the edge, his face grave and weighed down with worries. Nothing, Lu Si snapped back to reality and glanced at the man. Su Jin leaned over, lying down beside the youth, embracing him along with the blanket. Not going to tell me? It's really nothing. But if you tell me your identity, then I'll talk, Lu Si said, staring directly into the man's eyes. Then better keep quiet, Sibao. Just hold it inside, Su Jin replied evasively. Whenever anything related to his origins came up, the man clearly didn't want to discuss it. After a while, Lu Si reached one hand out from under the man's hold, pressing his palm against Su Jin's cheek. Su Jin, your face is a bit cold. Does my Sibao want to warm it up for me? Su Jin caught Lu Si's hand and muffled a laugh. Lu Si didn't respond to the teasing. His expression carried a trace of seriousness. Su Jin, I think I've already guessed it. But this time, I don't want to say it outright. I want to wait for you to tell me yourself. Upon hearing this, Su Jin froze for 3 seconds, then pulled the youth even tighter into his embrace, finally letting out a soft, Suddenly, the atmosphere grew silent. The man asked no more questions. Lu Si closed his eyes, pressing his face against the man's chest, breathing in his scent, drifting off to sleep once again. Su Jin gently lifted the boy from his arms, looking at the serene sleeping face. His brows knitted together, eyes filled with quiet contemplation. He knew. Early the next morning, when Lu Si woke up, his clothes had already been removed by Su Jin, leaving him lying completely on the bed. Chapter 202, What to do when he's upset. Stretching his arms, he brushed against something soft, so he gave it a little squeeze. Shibao, you're hurting me, came a man's voice. Lu Si immediately let go and turned his head, seeing the man's face. This time, Su Jin hadn't left again. After dressing properly, they stepped out of the room. The cold wind hit Lu Si's face as he followed behind the man, a dagger in hand. Today, their main goal was to wander around and see if they could find any supplies. Gathering provisions and stockpiling food had always been something Lu Si wanted to do. Because just recently, Lu Si and Su Jin had ruthlessly hunted down zombies across the town, driving them into hiding. Now, at the mere hint of their presence, the zombies would flee without even daring to make eye contact. Seeing yet another zombie scrambling away on its own, the street lay completely empty and eerily quiet. Lu Si turned to look at the man beside him. Su Jin's expression remained neutral, calm as ever. Before, Lu Si thought it was just luck, now, it felt downright bizarre. Noticing the boy's gaze, Su Jin turned and met his eyes. What is it, Shibao? Nothing, Lu Si said, turning away. Oh. There was a hint of disappointment in Su Jin's voice. Lu Si felt uneasy too. If he'd known it would turn out like this, he never would have confessed so early. Now his mind was in chaos, his heart tangled. More importantly, why had the man gone silent again? Normally, no matter what, Su Jin would say something, comfort him at least a bit. But this time, nothing. Was it because he'd grown tired of it? Did prolonged closeness only breed disgust? Though they were at odds with each other, there were still things that needed doing. As they walked toward the third alley, Lu Si spotted a grain shop, the very place that sold rice. He was thrilled. The supermarket had barely anything, specialty stores like this one held far more. After taking care of a few obstructive zombies, they stood before a glass door locked with a chain. Instinctively, Lu Si glanced at the man beside him. Use spatial slicing, Su Jin said. Then he added, don't use too much. Keep it to the minimum necessary. Lu Si nodded and cautiously activated his spatial cutting ability. Soon, a short black line appeared, cleanly severing the lock. It was sharper than Su Jin's electric blade. Inside the store were all kinds of rice, every single bag swiftly stored into Lu Si's space. With his space ability upgraded, now all he needed was to extend his palm toward an area, the entire pile of rice, along with wooden barrels, would vanish instantly. The process was faster and required less effort. Lu Si noticed the man sitting quietly on a chair inside the shop, watching him without moving. Wanting to say something, he asked, Su Jin, why aren't you storing any of this grain? No need. You collect it. I'll wait for my Shibao. Oh. After stowing away every last grain, Lu Si walked over to the man. I'm done. Let's go. Su Jin reached out, grabbed Lu Si's hand, and pulled him onto his lap. Resting his chin on the boy's shoulder, he murmured, his voice low, Shibao, what should I do? I'm upset. What do you mean, what should you do? Why are you upset again? Seeing the man initiate contact, Lu Si felt a flicker of joy, though his tone carried mild exasperation. Shibao has something on his mind he won't tell me, Su Jin said, one arm tightening around the boy's waist while the other slipped inward. Soon, Lu Si surrendered, his voice softening into a pout. Don't tease me. If Shibao won't tell me, then how about we do something different instead? Su Jin whispered gently, eyes gleaming, a faint excitement spreading across his face. Chapter 203 Whether it was voluntary or not. What do you mean, different? Don't get carried away. Lu Si startled, trying to get off the man, but was tightly restrained by him. Su Jin lowered his head, pinning down the squirming figure beneath him, chuckling softly, Shibao, now that you're already sitting on my lap, do you really think I'll let you get off? It's not like I did it voluntarily. Lu Si retorted helplessly, then stopped struggling, staying quietly beside the man, afraid that the other might do something extreme. You're right. It wasn't you being proactive, just me taking the initiative, Su Jin nodded agreeably. After a while, the man still didn't release him and began acting even more brazen. Lu Si took a deep breath. Su Jin. Let go. Su Jin's reply was firm. No. We can't do this here. Can we go find a room instead? Lu Si pleaded, his voice dropping from its original loudness to a faint whisper. A flush gradually spread across Lu Si's face. It doesn't matter. Anywhere is fine. Unfazed, Su Jin wore a small smile at the corner of his lips. Besides, Si Bao seems a bit different from usual. Facing the man, Lu Si clenched his fist and lightly punched his chest, gritting his teeth. Of course it's different, because of the location. What do you think? Yes, it is different. Humph. Lu Si turned his face away stubbornly, refusing to look at the man. But Su Jin gently turned the youth's face back toward him, leaned down tenderly, and kissed his cheek. Now, will my Si Bao tell me what's on your mind? It was clearly you who started all this. Why are you blaming me for how things turned out? Lu Si grumbled, unaware himself that his tone had softened noticeably. Then what is it that Si Bao wants to ask? Su Jin, visibly pleased, responded in high spirits. Lu Si looked up at the man. His eyes had reddened from their current situation, tears welling at the corners as he bit his lip. In the end, he didn't say what he meant to ask. Instead, pressing close to the man, he said word by word, I won't ask any more. He had pride too. Since you're not asking, then I won't hold back. The tone in Su Jin's voice now carried an undertone of ferocity. Lu Si refused to engage further. TSK, since when had this man ever been considerate about such things? For Su Jin, engaging in this sort of intimacy was simply a way of drawing closer to each other. Afterward, the boy clung completely to him. Su Jin picked him up and carried him out, walking toward the exit as he asked, Si Bao, where do you want to go? Lu Si looped his arms around the man's neck, too exhausted to keep arguing. Whatever you want. He murmured, burying his face in the man's chest. Thankfully, there was no one around, or he would have died of embarrassment. All right. Su Jin nodded, carrying him over to one of the rooms in that area to continue what they hadn't finished. And so, their errand to gather supplies for the day came to a temporary halt. It wasn't until noon the next day that they finally set off again. Yet, due to certain incidents in the car, they were delayed for several hours. By the time they reached a city near K-City, the sky had nearly darkened. Lu Si turned his head to look outside and spotted a farmer's market. He immediately urged Su Jin to stop the car and got out to start scavenging. The man remained in good spirits, obediently pulling over, and even attentively opened the door for the boy. Seeing this, Lu Si could only think, how fake. Inside the market, the open-air stalls lay scattered and toppled, plants overturned onto the ground. After days of rain, green shoots had begun sprouting vigorously, creating a surprisingly lush and vibrant scene. Roar. Chapter 204, A Different Approach. A guttural zombie moan broke out, and immediately the creature lunged at them with sudden speed. As one zombie's cry echoed, others slowly emerged from every corner, staggering forward until they completely surrounded the two men. Su Jin closed the distance between them and swiftly took down the fastest zombie. But instead of attacking the newcomers immediately, he turned to Lu Si and said, try using spatial slicing to kill them all at once. But I can only cut in straight lines. Lu Si hesitated. Su Jin paused for a moment. You could try starting with a straight cut, then shaping it into an arc centered on us, turning it into a contracting circle, kill them all together. Alright, I'll try. Lu Si nodded. The zombies approaching from behind weren't as fast as the first one that had rushed in, they moved cautiously, almost as if wary of something, slowly closing in. Lu Si began using his ability, though this time his method was slightly different, so he had to be extra careful. A long, thin black thread appeared in midair. Under its master's mental command, it gradually curved into an arc, then formed a full circle, but instead of expanding outward, it contracted inward toward them. What? How did this happen? Lu Si was shocked. Wasn't he trying to push outward? Why had it turned inward? Cancel it, Su Jin ordered. Oh, right, okay. Snapping back to reality, Lu Si nodded. When the black line was just 1 meter away from them, it vanished into nothingness. Roar. The zombies surged forward immediately. Su Jin raised his electric blade, grabbed Lu Si's hand, shielding the youth as he slashed through one zombie. In mere instants, he wiped out the surrounding undead. When another 5 or 6 zombies advanced, he quickly pushed Lu Si to a safe spot and called out, keep going, Si Bao. Practice this today, no other methods allowed. Lu Si bit his lip, he didn't even know how to control the direction correctly. Roar. More zombies nearby shifted their attention toward Su Jin. Lu Si couldn't help but wonder if the man was doing this on purpose. Why were the zombies ignoring him and targeting Su Jin instead? Seeing the man surrounded by a swarm of zombies, Lu Si couldn't just stand by. He activated his ability again, targeting the zombies around Su Jin. After the earlier mistake, he was much more cautious this time. He shouted, Su Jin, be careful. Thin black threads formed a circular shape, contracting sharply toward the group of zombies. Because Su Jin was inside, Lu Si didn't dare increase the speed too quickly. Su Jin kicked away one zombie and stepped back just in time to exit the dark circle. Immediately, Lu Si accelerated the motion. The black line sped up, tearing through and shredding the trapped zombies within. When Su Jin walked back over, Lu Si glanced at the man's unscathed face and couldn't resist snapping, "Su Jin, were you just dancing in that zombie pile?" "No." "Then why aren't you hurt at all?" "I have to protect my face, can't let Sibao dislike me," Su Jin replied with a smug, insincere smile. Lu Si mumbled, "I'm not that shallow." Though admittedly, when they first met, it was partly because of the man's looks, only now, after spending so much time together, did he pay less attention to that. Su Jin hummed, his gaze fixed intently on the boy. Being stared at like that made Lu Si uneasy. Spotting more zombies emerging nearby, he blurted, "Why are you looking at me? Look at the zombies." With that, he charged forward himself. Su Jin gave a helpless smile and followed closely, cutting down the undead alongside him. They repeated this method several more times, eliminating wave after wave of zombies. After about 5 or 6 attempts, Lu Si was already panting heavily, utterly exhausted. Su Jin wrapped an arm around the youth, swiftly killing off the scattered stragglers before leading him deeper inside to find a place to rest. By the time they finished, the sky had gradually darkened. Chapter 205, Being Angry Won't Help. All the zombies here had mobilized, now lying collapsed in the middle of the main gate. Inside the agricultural market, there were several resting areas. Su Jin immediately found one, laid the person down on a bench, and placed a crystal core into the boy's palm. Within moments, the core was quickly absorbed into fine fragments. With the energy from the crystal core, Lu Si finally recovered. He leaned sideways against the man's shoulder, hand pressing on the man's thigh, sitting upright as his eyes scanned the surroundings. "At least I've recovered." Seeing Lu Si awake, Su Jin handed him a tightly capped bottle of water. "Thanks." Lu Si took it and drank a few sips before slowly standing up. He turned to see the warehouse behind them. Where there was a warehouse, there must be good stuff. He called to the man, "Su Jin, let's go take a look inside." Su Jin stood up too. "Is my Sibao feeling better now?" The thing that made Lu Si angry was what the man had done in the car earlier. "No." As soon as the man said this, Lu Si remembered what had happened, his expression darkening instantly. His tone toward the man became cold again. "Oh well, being angry won't help anyway." Su Jin wrapped an arm around the youth's, his usual capricious and domineering self. "Then why even ask?" Lu Si felt the man's previous words were utterly meaningless. Su Jin chuckled softly. "To show how much I care for him. Why?" Hee hee. Hee hee. Lu Si echoed with a hollow laugh. Though he was annoyed by the man's behavior, his anger was only temporary and had long since faded. "If you're not coming, then I'll go in myself," Lu Si said, brushing aside the man's arm and walking forward alone. Su Jin, of course, followed right after. "Treasure, wait for me." Then came Lu Si's embarrassed voice, "Calling me Sibao is bad enough, but now you're calling me treasure. Not even you feel awkward, but I'm cringing for myself." Alright, I won't call you that anymore." Su Jin remained exceptionally agreeable, quick to appease. Outside now. A vehicle approached from the side road. Jiang Wanheng, who had been sitting in the passenger seat, turned his head and immediately grew excited upon seeing the sign outside the window. He turned to the young man beside him, "Zi, there's an agricultural market here." An agricultural market meant they could find many seeds, an essential resource they badly needed. Where? Where? The people resting in the back seat instantly woke up, all turning to look out the window. Gu Zi steered the car in that direction, frowning. "Although we found it, we can't let our guard down. Stay alert." Jiang Wanheng nodded. They'd been through many cities, faced countless hardships, and always managed to survive each time. They were grateful every single time. Wang Mengwa watched the interaction between the two men in front and couldn't help but break the mood. "Ahem, so are we going in or not?" Jiang Wanheng looked at the young man beside him. "It's almost dark. Acting at night could be dangerous, and we don't know what's inside. How about we find somewhere nearby to stay overnight, and come back here first thing tomorrow morning?" Without hesitation, Gu Zi nodded. "Sure, I'll follow your lead." "Oh ho, you two are making us sick, aren't you, Xiao Sisi?" Wang Mengwa teased, nudging the short-haired girl beside him. Zhang Yasi rolled her eyes at him. "Do you really need to say that? I've got 2 eyes, I can see just fine." Jiang Wanheng turned around and pointed at the 3 of them in the back, saying only, "You guys." His face flushed red. "You guys, stop it, Gu Ji and Wanheng Ji are blushing already." Ha 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 ha. The atmosphere inside the car suddenly brightened. "Alright, enough laughing." Gu Zi wore a faint smile, his gaze tender as he looked at the person beside him. The long-haired girl covered her mouth and giggled, though her eyes carried a hint of bitterness, quickly concealed. Lu Si's instinct was right. Inside, they discovered numerous fruit and vegetable seeds, rare treasures for the days ahead. Su-gu, once you're done searching through the labs, should we consider building a base later? Find some open farmland, grow our own vegetables, and enjoy life? Lu-si asked as he packed things away. Build a base? Su-jin stood to the side, one hand resting on a wooden shelf. Well, not exactly a full base, just something like Guangming base's layout. Enclose an inner compound first, then gradually expand outward. But to fend off zombies, we'll need durable building materials and tools. By the end, what Lu-si cared most about was the sturdy electric fence around the base perimeter, something that meant nothing to those undead zombies who feared no death. For a base to last, aside from luck and geographical advantages, there really wasn't much that could fend off zombie raids. Then where would you like to build our base, Sibao? Su-jin asked softly. Where? In a city with fewer zombies. Lu-si paused, deep in thought. Before Su-jin could respond, Lu-si continued on his own. But now, any city is bound to have a lot of zombies. Thinking of how Guangming base was probably already overrun by zombies at this point, he felt a tinge of regret. The layout of Guangming base had actually been quite good, with many buildings inside, reinforcing the outer walls could have worked. As for water resources, just finding a few water elemental awakened individuals to handle it would suffice. With water elementals around, why should he worry about resources? If needed, they could always tap into groundwater. Finding a place with both farmland and houses isn't easy. Sibao, have you ever thought about living a simple life with just 2 people? I think that pastoral spot we saw earlier would be perfect, it could satisfy your farming hobby, Su-jin said, beginning to reminisce about those days. It really hadn't been a bad idea. Of course, Lu-si immediately rejected the man's suggestion. 2 people won't do, Su-gu. If we're going to do this, we go big, how can you even entertain such an escapist thought? Besides, doing that all day long, if Su-jin didn't end up with weak kidneys, he himself would collapse first. Oh. Su-jin sounded rather disappointed. They sat in silence for a while, until Lu-si suddenly spoke up. Su-jin, do you know about Li Shu and them? We've had some interactions. Oh. Since they treated you that way, why haven't you taken revenge? Lu-si kept fiddling with the items in his hands, pretending not to care as he asked. A flicker of change passed over Su-jin's face, then quickly returned to normal. Softly, he said, I already took revenge in my previous life. This lifetime, it's settled. You really are clear-eyed about it. Lu-si had always assumed this man was someone who'd retaliate for the slightest offense. But Su-jin's words now changed his impression significantly. Hee. Su-jin merely smiled, saying nothing more. Storing everything inside the warehouse into his space. When they walked out, it was pitch black outside. Lu-si tilted his head to look at him. Su-jin, are we still leaving? Su-jin stepped down and pulled into his arms. Let's find a place to stay overnight here, and leave tomorrow. This farmer's market is so big. I think we can collect all the usable stuff and store them inside. Alright, I'll follow your lead. Brother Su reached out and gently rubbed Lu-si's shoulder for a moment. They found a house, confirmed it was safe, then settled in. After the earlier fight with the zombies, their clothes were inevitably stained with blood. It was time to take a shower and wash their hair. Su-jin pulled Lu-si into the bathroom with him. At first, Lu-si was reluctant. Whenever the two of them bathed together, nothing good ever happened. But Su-jin insisted he needed help in certain places, and besides, he wasn't really going to do anything. After all, he'd already satisfied himself in the car, now it was time to pamper his Sibao. Lu-si sat on a small stool, enjoying the man washing his hair. He had to admit, Su-jin's technique was impressive. With his eyes half closed, he murmured, Su-jin, your skills feel oddly familiar. Su-jin didn't stop his movements, chuckling softly. Is that so? Yeah. Since you won't say it yourself, can I guess? Lu-si replied, opening his eyes and tilting his head to look up at the man. Go ahead. My smart little Sibao will surely figure it out. This time, Su-jin didn't refuse or deflect. He allowed Lu-si to pursue the thought. Sooner or later, the truth would come out, wouldn't it? Lu-si hummed, so I'm asking you directly now, was it you? Yes. Oh. Lu-si nodded, just about to ask another question. But then the man started acting inappropriate again. Su-jin. Lu-si got distracted immediately by what the man was doing. Sibao, I'm right here. Su-jin said he wouldn't do anything, and he kept his word. After quickly showering in the makeshift bathroom, they returned to the room. The bed? Lu-si simply pulled it out from his space, to be stored back after use. Convenient. The room had no electricity, so they used flashlights. They ate some leftover congee and remaining food. No doubt about it, the spatial ability came with a cooldown function. When dead objects were placed inside, they remained perfectly preserved. Aside from himself as the owner of the space, he hadn't yet tried putting another person inside. After finishing their meal, Su-jin pulled Lu-si close, lying together on the bed. Lu Si closed his eyes, recalling the man's words, combined with the dream he'd had. If Su Jin truly was that person, then all his speculations made sense. Second theory, Su Jin had indeed interacted with Li Shu and the others before, but only for a period of time. Later, they stopped associating because he had conflicts with them, hence Su Jin joined the zombie emperor's faction and turned against the awakened humans. That possibility could also hold up. Moreover, certain behaviors of Su Jin matched the descriptions of the zombie emperor in the original text. The zombie emperor possessed the ability to control zombies. If this was solely due to medication suppressing such abilities, then it couldn't count as solid speculation. But if Su Jin really was the zombie emperor, would he walk away from the man? At the beginning, maybe Lu Si would have thought, of course, get away. Not just dangerous, but SSS level dangerous. A villain from the story, someone who could end his life in an instant. Would he care about Su Jin being the zombie emperor? After everything they'd been through, and how nearly everything between them had been laid bare, Su Jin had even revealed he was reborn, and that Lu Si knew he wasn't originally from this world. They were missing only one piece, Su Jin's true identity. Because of that dream, he wanted to hear the man admit it himself. But whether the answer was yes or no, he'd still stand by Su Jin's side. Because he had feelings for him. Whoever the man truly was, he was his. Good or bad, he'd accept it all. Everything Su Jin had done, first enhancing his abilities, those subtle daily gestures of care, they were things Lu Si had never experienced before, yet the man had given them all. What else could that be called if not true love? If the man merely wanted to use him, well, what did he have that others didn't? Just the unique spatial ability. And if Su Jin needed his help, of course he'd help, weren't they lovers? Mutual support, mutual growth, that's what it meant. Right now, he couldn't help Su Jin much, whereas Su Jin had always been helping him. Su Jin liked using physical intimacy to strengthen their bond. Outwardly, he resisted, but inwardly, he approved. In its own way, wasn't that also helping the man? At that thought, Lu Si felt a deep sense of peace settle within him. Chapter 207, running into the original protagonist. Su Jin, where exactly are we heading next? He suddenly asked just as he was about to fall asleep. Yandan City in S Province, Su Jin murmured. Oh. Lu Si nodded, yawned, and drifted back to sleep. In the middle of the night, the flashlight's battery had depleted to a certain extent, its beam growing progressively dimmer. Su Jin reached out from under the covers, his palm gently brushing the boy's face before leaning down to kiss his thin lips. The sleeping figure squirmed slightly in protest, causing him to release the kiss reluctantly. After an unknown amount of time passed, he loosened his hold on the boy, carefully laying him back onto the bed. Moving slowly, he got off the mattress, dressed himself, then gazed deeply at the sleeping youth before stepping out. A creaking sound echoed, Lu Si shifted uncomfortably but remained fast asleep. Outside, darkness blanketed everything. Only faint moonlight cast weak shadows upon the ground. As soon as Su Jin stepped outside, a dark figure approached him, bowing slightly with a grotesque face that looked particularly chilling in the dark. If Lu Si had been awake, he would have been shocked, this zombie was none other than the very first one that had attacked them. Though of course, Lu Si didn't know that. Let's go, the man said, then walked away. Ah, the zombie croaked hoarsely, stood up, and followed closely behind. Early the next morning. Lu Si was startled awake by sunlight pouring into the room. Instinctively, he reached to his side, only to find empty space. His eyes snapped open abruptly. The man was already gone from beside him. He sat there dazed for a moment, where had Su Jin gone? Could he have left to scavenge supplies without telling him? He sat on the bed for a while, waiting, but when the man didn't return, he finally got up and pulled on his coat. Stepping outside, he still had his hand halfway to his mouth, yawning with mouth wide open, when he saw Jiang Wanhen and the others standing in the courtyard, people he hadn't seen in so long. He thought he was seeing things, rubbed his eyes, looked again, and exclaimed inwardly, what the hell? Jiang Wanhen was visibly stunned at the sudden appearance of this person, uncertain even whether to call out, Lu Si? Upon hearing Jiang Wanhen's voice, Wang Menghua turned his head toward the doorway. Seeing Lu Si standing there, once he recognized his face, he too was taken aback. Lu Si? You're still alive. Zhang Yasi, hearing them, also looked over and saw a handsome young man who looked around her age with delicate features. Do you know him? They had entered the market early in the morning, well prepared, expecting numerous zombies. Instead, they found heaps of bisected zombie corpses scattered across the open area in the center, brutal and gruesome. Clearly, someone powerful must have been here. Most supplies within the market appeared already looted by whoever had slain the zombies. Just as they were considering leaving, they unexpectedly encountered their former classmate. Oh, what a coincidence, Lu Si muttered, completely dumbfounded. How on earth had he run into Jiang Wanhen and the others? Zi, it's Lu Si. Jiang Wanhen turned excitedly to Gu Zi beside him, a bright look on his face. Gu Zi grunted softly, his expression remaining guarded. Now certain it was really Lu Si, Wang Menghua stepped forward. Hey! Lu Si, are you all alone here? Did you kill those zombies at the entrance? That's insane. Chapter 208 Sui. It wasn't me who killed them. I have a companion. Lu Si lowered his hands and spoke. Oh, I see. Jiang Wanhen nodded. So the zombie at the door had been killed by Lu Si's companion. Where is your companion now? As Jiang Wanhen stepped forward, Gu Zi held him back, his eyes probing as he looked at Lu Si, someone he hadn't seen in a long time. Seeing Lu Si again, recalling how this person had looked back at school, the difference was like heaven and earth. It made him deeply suspicious. How should I know where he went so early? That shouldn't be any of your business, right? Lu Si found Gu Zi's question somewhat ridiculous. His mind was already a mess. First Su Jin disappeared without a trace, and now he'd run into Jiang Wanhen's group. What were the odds? Well, since we've met, it must be fate, Wang Menghua chimed in from the side. Oh. Hearing the voice, Lu Si glanced up at the speaker. He certainly didn't think it was fate. He scanned the group, two unfamiliar faces, both girls. Zhang Yasi noticed Lu Si's gaze and waved, hi. Lu Si nodded slightly, a hint of surprise in his voice. You guys only have 5 people now? Yes. Oh. He'd assumed the protagonists had already started recruiting others by now. But apparently, they were still at the stage of gathering supplies. The apocalypse hadn't fully unfolded yet, after all, they needed time to develop their strength too. An awkward silence settled over the group. Jiang Wanhen hesitated, wanting to ask Lu Si what he'd been through, but they were merely classmates with no deep connection. Back at school, Lu Si had chosen to leave on his own, and they'd respected that decision. Survival paths were personal choices. Yet staying silent felt uncomfortable too, especially considering Lu Si now had a powerful companion capable of slicing through a horde of zombies clean in half. Whoever that was clearly wasn't ordinary, more likely a strong one. You came here for the place too, didn't you? Lu Si broke the silence, feeling awkward himself. Once, he'd considered tagging along with them, but hadn't things fallen apart back then? Now his stance was clear. Meeting Jiang Wanhen's team again didn't stir much excitement in him. His heart remained as calm as a dog lying in the sun. Where did Su Jin go? Why hasn't he come back yet? Unease churned inside Lu Si. Yeah. We're heading to Province S, passed through here by car, never expected to run into you, Jiang Wanhen explained. Oh, I see. Lu Si listened thoughtfully, unmoved. By the way, things are different now. After being injured by zombies, we awakened special abilities. You seem to be doing pretty well, did you awaken an ability too? I have spatial manipulation. Of course, he was riding on the coattails of a major powerhouse. Thinking of Su Jin, a smug grin briefly flashed across Lu Si's face. Really? How coincidental, Jiang Wanhen said, admiration flickering in his eyes. Then he added, I have spatial and water manipulation. Z controls lightning and fire. Earth manipulation, Wang Menghua said. I'm healing type, said the short-haired girl. And I'm just an ordinary person, the other girl said. Oh. Lu Si glanced at the girl without powers. Since she was in the protagonist's group, she must either have some background or hidden significance. There should still be supplies here. We need them, Gu Zi stated plainly. His intention was obvious, he wanted a share of the market's resources. At the mention of supplies, everyone instantly turned serious. To them, supplies were crucial, not a single item could be spared. But these zombies in the market had been eliminated by Lu Si and his unseen companion. Lu Si shrugged. Never thought the day would come when he'd be handing things over to the main characters. Could he refuse? Not really. If you want to look, go ahead. Will your companion mind? Jiang Wanhen asked, thinking ahead, as always, whether that was good or bad remained debatable. He listens to me, Lu Si replied. Does he? Another voice rang out. Hearing it, Lu Si's eyes lit up. He turned and saw Su Jin stepping out from another corner. He quickly approached, demanding, where were you? I thought you'd left alone. Su Jin smiled faintly at that, placing a hand gently on Lu Si's shoulder. No. I won't. Lu Si, this is your companion. Jiang Wanhen saw Lu Si standing beside a tall man, and the shift in Lu Si's expression surprised him. Signals between men could be subtle yet sharp, he immediately sensed something off between them. Judging by how Lu Si used to act, he'd never have guessed his sexual orientation was like this. Truly impressive. Noticing their gazes, Lu Si moved the hand resting on his shoulder and turned toward them. Yeah, this is my companion. He's Sui. Before Lu Si could speak, the man beside him answered for himself. Sui. Lu Si froze for a moment, then quickly recovered. Yeah, that's right. His name is Sui. Shit, nearly forgot that Su Jin had a special identity now. Not bad, Wang Menghua said, looking at the man. Blunt and straightforward by nature, he deeply admired strength, and now gazed at the man beside Lu Si with open admiration. You're the one who killed those zombies back there, right? Dude, you're awesome. What's your ability? Lightning type. Su Jin glanced up slightly as he spoke. No way. Same as Gu Gu. Gu Ziyi studied the man beside Lu Si, eyes full of curiosity. Su Jin remained unimpressed. Since Sibao wants to let you have part of what's here, fine. But we can't just give it away for nothing, can we? With that unexpected twist, the atmosphere shifted abruptly. Lu Si sensed the tension and whispered, Su Gu, it's not a big deal. Let Gu Ziyi take it if he wants, it's more about seeing what they might find here anyway. Chapter 209, Recruiting. After all, the protagonist's fortune was an incredibly overpowered thing. Hearing his beloved side with someone else, Su Jin immediately became displeased. No. Then get lost. Lu Si looked somewhat awkwardly at Jiang Wanhen, not that he didn't want to give in, but his man wouldn't allow it. Ziyi, Jiang Wanhen nodded, turning to Gu Ziyi beside him. Gu Ziyi fell silent for a moment, then spoke up, fine. Then we won't take it. The man next to Lu Si seemed dangerous. They had come from another location and already expended much of their psychic energy. On top of that, those severed zombie corpses lying on the ground showed they were no ordinary opponents, quite formidable indeed. But Zhang Yasi hesitated. But we just found this one. Are we really leaving like this? She sounded disgruntled. There's always a rule of, first come, first served. Don't you know that? Lu Si said. You. Jiang Wanhen quickly stepped in to calm Zhang Yasi. It's fine. Maybe we'll find another one. After all, his storage space already contained plenty. He didn't care much about losing this one, though he still felt a bit regretful. Let's go, Gu Ziyi said, taking Jiang Wanhen's hand and pulling him toward the exit. See you around. Watching Jiang Wanhen's group leave, Lu Si stood there completely stunned. Just like that, they actually left. Do other people look better than me? Su Jin saw the youth still glancing outside and instantly grew annoyed. Lu Si ignored his sulking tone. Seeing the protagonists gone, he strode alone toward another warehouse, coldly saying, yes. Huh. Su Jin, hearing the youth suddenly admit it, turned pale with anger. Lu Si paused mid-step and turned to look at the man beside him. Otherwise, are you going to kill them or something? I'm not that shallow. He muttered the last sentence under his breath. Su Jin walked toward Lu Si, grabbed him, then pinned him against the nearby wall, straddling his legs so the other couldn't break free. His voice carried a dangerous edge. There's actually that possibility. You'd still lose if you tried. The man was too close, Lu Si felt uncomfortable and turned his face aside, refusing to meet his gaze. Yet Su Jin gripped his chin and leaned down, pressing his lips onto the other's. When the man kissed him, Lu Si instinctively closed his eyes. It lasted quite some time before the man finally let go. Si Bao, don't be upset, the man murmured softly. When did I say I was upset? You're making things up. It's clearly you who's mad. Lu Si was slightly exasperated by the man's twisted logic. He touched his kiss-swollen lips. Damn it, this guy. Right, I was angry. But now I'm not. Su Jin, in fact, seemed rather cheerful. They had discovered some flower seeds and rice grains inside the agricultural market. As for live poultry, only piles of multicolored feathers remained on the ground. Even the live animals hadn't been spared by the zombies. It took them about 1 to 2 hours to explore the entire place. They assumed the others had already left, but upon exiting, they found the main characters still waiting outside the entrance. Lu Si didn't think they were waiting for him and simply tugged Su Jin, preparing to leave. But Jiang Wanhen stepped forward and called out to Lu Si, speaking cautiously, Lu Si, in these times when zombies roam everywhere, traveling alone is dangerous. Sighing lightly, he continued, how about joining us? We can stick together while searching for a safe place to settle down. With just you and your companion, you're even more vulnerable. There's strength in numbers. Wait, were they trying to recruit them? Lu Si glanced sideways at the man beside him. Did they want to bring Su Jin into their group? He was about to open his mouth to refuse when Su Jin tightened his grip on Lu Si's hand, expression cold as he stared at the group. Then he spoke, where are you planning to go? Chapter 210 Just traveling together. S Province, Gu Ziyi said. Lu Si, hearing the place name spoken by Gu Ziyi, realized they were heading to S Province. He turned to the man beside him. Su Gu. Are you also heading to S Province? Jiang Wanhen guessed. Su Jin glanced at Jiang Wanhen, replying in a cold voice, yes. Hearing that, Jiang Wanhen sensed an opportunity and extended the invitation again. Do you need to join us? We can travel together, Su Jin replied concisely. Oh, that's fine too. A faint look of disappointment flickered across Jiang Wanhen's face before he nodded. Then let's get going. We shouldn't waste any time. As Jiang Wanhen spoke, he followed Gu Ziyi toward their vehicle. Once they had walked away, Lu Si quietly asked, Su Jin, so we're really going with them? Temporarily. Okay. Lu Si didn't press further. If Su Jin wanted to go along, then fine, after all, he'd already been considering it himself. When it came time to provide transportation, Lu Si pulled out their car from his space. Only then did Jiang Wanhen fall completely silent. Before getting into the car, the short-haired girl walked up to Lu Si. Forgot to tell you earlier, I'm Zhang Yasi. The long-haired girl standing nearby spoke up. Ma Feifei. Lu Si nodded. I'm Lu Si. He introduced himself with a polite smile, while inwardly exclaiming, he knew this non-ability person wasn't ordinary, but he hadn't expected her to be this extraordinary. Ma Feifei. Wasn't she the daughter of the head responsible for building that laboratory? So shocked was he that he stared a bit longer at the long-haired girl. Her beautiful face gave him a sense of familiarity, as if he'd seen her somewhere before. Not simple at all. Damn. Being stared at by Lu Si, Ma Feifei felt slightly uneasy, but since he was good-looking and might become part of their team later, she merely pressed her lips together. But that moment passed quickly. Si Bao. Su Jin's voice came from inside the car. He had rolled down the window, staring straight at Lu Si who was still standing outside. His voice wasn't loud, yet just clear enough for everyone present to hear. Thus, all eyes turned toward Lu Si. When they were alone, Lu Si paid no mind to Su Jin's pet name for him, he was used to it by now. But now, with nearly the entire main group around, Lu Si coughed lightly, his face tinged with embarrassment. I'll get in first. With that, he quickly slipped into Su Jin's car. Gu Ziyi had also heard Su Jin call Lu Si by the nickname. A trace of surprise appeared on his face as he looked at the youth sitting in the front passenger seat. Seeing the knowing expression on the other's face, he whispered, Ahang, did you figure it out? Jiang Wanhen nodded, a gentle smile lingering at the corners of his mouth. From the moment I saw them standing together, and especially the way that man protects Lu Si, they must be a couple. That Su Yi's identity is unknown. It's obvious he's someone special. Was it rash of us to let them join? Ma Feifei asked as she entered the car and sat in the back seat. Jiang Wanhen remained calm in tone. Not really. Besides, they haven't agreed to join us either, they're just traveling the same route. Gu Ziyi nodded in agreement. True. The path we're taking to S province has far more dangerous zombies than before. Since they're also headed there, traveling together really means, to a large extent, relying on the man beside Lu Si to protect us. Didn't expect Brother Z to say something like that, Jiang Wanhen chuckled softly. Since the apocalypse began, they had experienced betrayal from classmates, friends, family, and those seeking refuge, especially Gu Ziyi, whose experiences ran deeper than theirs. These hardships were precisely what had made him grow up quickly, appearing calm and composed. Yet in truth, he was still only an 18 or 19-year-old boy. Gu Ziyi reached over and ruffled the other's hair, smiling. Of course. Chapter 211 Snuggling. Lu Si stepped into the car, and as soon as he closed the door, he felt a chill in the air. He glanced at the man beside him and joked, Su Gu, why do I smell vinegar in the air? Really? Upon hearing this, Su Jin's lips curled into a faint smile. He reached out, placed his hand on the youth's nape, slightly raised his body, leaned forward, and locked eyes with Lu Si. Under that gaze, Lu Si blinked, then, just as the man was about to unleash his full intensity, lightly brushed his lips against the man's like a fleeting dragonfly skimming water. Su Gu, I was just curious about Jiang Waning's people. That Ma Feifei. Really? That brief kiss gradually dissipated the previously tense atmosphere, softening the man's tone. Yes. Lu Si nodded. Ma Feifei is the daughter of the CEO who runs those labs, so I looked a little longer. Su Jin cupped the boy's face in his palm and kissed his lips gently. What's there to look at? She's just someone else's daughter. Not even remotely like that someone. Still, a beautiful girl deserves a second glance. Lu Si disagreed slightly, but noticing the man's expression darkening again, he quickly backtracked. But nobody compares to Su Gu. Su Jin pulled him tightly into his arms and whispered something wildly tender, Si Bao, don't even think about leaving me. The consequences might be beyond your imagination. As if I don't know what you'll do, probably just pin me down and smother me for days. Lu Si had already guessed the man's methods. He ran a hand over the broad shoulders. Don't worry, I won't leave you. But Su Jin, you can't just vanish either. If you really left me behind, it'd be hard for me to find you. He spoke from the heart. If Su Jin truly disappeared, with how vast the world was, and if the man didn't want to be found, then tracking him down would indeed be near impossible. No way. I'm too eager to stay close to you. Only when Su Jin felt satisfied did he finally release Lu Si and focus on driving. Gu Ziyi's group drove ahead of them. To avoid encountering zombies, they deliberately stuck to outer roads. Watching the passing scenery, a flicker of confusion crossed Lu Si's eyes. Over time, he realized he'd nearly forgotten the original novel's plot, especially the events involving Jiang Waneng and his crew. Take those two girls earlier, had he met them at the beginning, he could have easily identified them based on textual descriptions. This time, though, they had to introduce themselves before he vaguely remembered, yes, those two girls were indeed part of Jiang Waneng's team, and they stayed until the very end. Could it be related to this world's consciousness? After all, whenever he tried to tell Su Jin he'd been transmigrated into a book, the world's awareness seemed to block his words, but replacing them with other phrases conveying the same meaning worked just fine. How strange. But overthinking their affairs wouldn't benefit him much. Better to stop dwelling and focus more on himself and Su Jin. Lost in thought, he turned to look at the man driving. Su Jin, what happened to Guzi and the others later on? As a reader, he genuinely cared about the protagonist's fates. So concerned about them. I told you already, they're a pair. So stop being jealous. I know. Then why act like this? But others are others. You're you. If Si Bao feels any attraction toward those two pretty boys, it's only natural. Lu Si found the man infuriatingly articulate. His voice turned icy. Are you going to tell me or not? They're doing well, Su Jin said after a pause. Oh, good. Lu Si instantly relaxed. A happy ending, that was all he needed. Hee, doesn't Si Bao worry I might be lying to you? Su Jin suddenly asked. Lu Si shot him a sharp glare. Su Jin. Then, as if remembering something, his expression softened back to normal. Whatever happens later is their business. Su Jin's hand gripping the steering wheel paused briefly. Just kidding earlier. I'm not lying to you. Su Jin. Yeah. You are, aren't you? Lu Si didn't specify. This time, Su Jin responded with a soft hum. Oh. Lu Si understood completely. His face showed no great surprise, he was glad his psychological resilience held up. The car fell silent for a while. Still, how did you build those muscles? Came out earlier than before. Oh. Lu Si fell silent for a moment, staring at the man with dark, unreadable eyes. Have you been taking something? Su Jin smiled gently. Si Bao, don't worry about life later on. This is natural from birth. Who's worried? You really are. Even though he brought it up first, being answered like this made his own face flush red. Ugh, it's so stuffy in this car. Open the window and let some air in. This time, Su Jin didn't tease him further, focusing instead on driving. Sure enough, sticking close to the protagonists always led to discovering something new. As they passed a large rotary road and turned into the inner route, an outer ring of the city, they spotted sparse buildings ahead. No sign of zombies appeared. Guzi's car came to a stop. Su Jin drove near them and halted as well. Stepping out of the car, Lu Si saw Jiang Wanning and the others standing together, all gazing in the same direction. He followed their line of sight. There stood a large signboard, Courier Transit Sorting Station. Whoa, a courier station, Wang Mengwa blurted out in surprise. Jiang Wanning wore a pleased smile. Yeah, a courier station. There'll definitely be lots of things inside, we can gather supplies here. This looks like a factory. It might be dangerous inside. Factories meant workers. Workers who had turned would mean a group of zombies. Outwardly calm, yet danger within could be unpredictable. Chapter 212, The Courier Loot Station. It's been so hard to find a place like this. If we just leave now, it feels like such a waste, Zhang Yasi said. Wang Mengwa nodded in agreement, his coarse voice booming, exactly. We can't have come all this way for nothing. What do you think, Mr. Su? Jiang Wanhen turned to ask Su Jin. Su Jin didn't rush to answer. Instead, he turned to the person beside him, Lu Si. Si Bao, do you want it? Lu Si nodded, yes, he wanted it, not only that, he wanted to claim it all for himself. He and Su Jin had been traveling together this long without encountering anything like a courier station, yet no sooner did they join the protagonists than a loot station like this showed up. Alright then, let's go in. Su Jin nodded in agreement. Since Lu Si agreed, this man agreed too. This was clearly favoritism. Jiang Wanhen couldn't help but feel a flicker of envy in his eyes, though then he remembered his own situation wasn't much different. A faint smile tugged at the corner of his lips as he glanced toward the young man beside him. Noticing Jiang Wanhen's gaze, Guzi offered him a slight smile. Seeing Su Jin also approved of entering the factory, Guzi nodded. Fine. Then let's divide responsibilities. After we succeed, each floor will be split 50-50 between us. But there are more of us, wouldn't that be somewhat unfair? Ma Feifei spoke up. Let's clear out the zombies first before talking about fairness, Guzi said, taking the Chinese sword from Jiang Wanhen's hand. After readying their gear, they stepped inside. Unless the situation became dire, they would try to rely on their abilities as much as possible, however, overusing them would take a toll on their bodies. Seeing them pull out bladed weapons, Lu Si also drew a knife. He looked at Su Jin beside him and whispered, Su Jin, do you want yours out? It's fine. Abilities are meant to be used. As Su Jin spoke, a white electric blade materialized in his hand. Okay. Lu Si nodded. He realized he'd been overly cautious. When they saw the electric blade appear in Su Jin's hand, shock was evident on every face. Wang Mengwa was even more astounded. How long must it take to reach such a level? My earth ability can barely shape mud yet. Pfft, Wang Menghua, you're too funny. Clearly, Wang Menghua had been joking. Even Gu Zi was surprised by the blade Su Jin had summoned out of thin air. At present, his own electrical ability could only generate lightning from nowhere to kill zombies, but he hadn't mastered shaping electricity into blades within his hands. This man was stronger than he'd anticipated. Beside them, Ma Feifei looked down at her own long sword, her fingers tightening around the hilt. No one could tell what she was thinking. An electric fence guarded the entrance, but it was easily vaulted over, and they moved inside. On the first floor stood several cargo trucks, used for transporting parcels. Gu Zi and Jiang Wanhen exchanged glances and gave a nod. They moved swiftly toward the trucks. First things first, they needed to secure whatever was inside these vehicles. As they approached, the seemingly quiet area suddenly erupted as several zombies burst out from hiding. Grr, the zombies' hoarse roars echoed as they lunged forward. With the shrieks of the undead, more and more creatures emerged from within the building, dozens appearing almost instantly. Attack. After finishing off the first wave, a second quickly followed. By the third wave, their limbs were numb, so they began using their abilities. Several jagged streaks of lightning tore through the air, striking the horde of zombies. Wang Menghua raised an earthen shield to block their advance. Meanwhile, sharp water jets shot forward, piercing directly into the zombies' eyes. Chapter 213 Want to Cuddle. Su Jin swiftly slashed through the zombies with his electric blade. Lu Si stood back to back with Su Jin, hacking at the undead with his long sword, his body now brimming with strength. After clearing out the exterior, they charged straight inside. Inside were only a few scattered zombies, who immediately lunged toward them but were quickly taken down. Once they confirmed the entire factory was zombie-free, they finally relaxed, sitting down on an open patch of ground to drink water and rest. Zhang Yasi first used her ability to restore Jiang Wanhen and Gu Ziyi's stamina, then turned to the other two. Jiang Wanhen took a sip of water and glanced over to see Lu Si already beginning to gather supplies, while Su Jin simply stood by, watching. He pressed a hand on the man's shoulder. Zi, we should start too. Okay. Gu Zi took Jiang Wanhen's bottle, finished the remaining water, then stood up. Jiang Wanhen and Gu Zi moved off in another direction to collect items. Though it was supposed to be split evenly, in reality, whoever gathered more claimed it as their own. They were on the third floor, the area where packages were sorted. One glance revealed row after row of towering racks, each 9 or 10 levels high, filled with bags and boxes of goods. Lu Si cleared one entire row at a time. Moving rapidly, he had already gathered shipments from 3 racks and entered the 4th, blocking his line of sight from Jiang Wanhen and the others. For the topmost shelves, he climbed up using the rack itself, stepping onto the 2nd level before leaping down. But this time, his feet didn't hit the ground, he was caught midair, pulled into the man's arms. Lu Si turned his head, meeting the man's gaze directly. Then, he was kissed. Su Jin pinned him against the shelf, licking his lips, his eyes dark and intense as he stared at the man before him. Sibao, let's try something different. No. Lu Si quickly understood what the man meant and refused, thinking Su Jin had gone mad. There were others here, what if they got caught? Refusal is invalid. The man smirked, then leaned in again. The air still carried the stench of blood, sweat from the recent zombie fight, and the space felt stifling. Between them, heat began to rise. Lu Si covered his mouth, desperately trying not to make a sound, but Su Jin deliberately provoked him, determined to break his resistance. Lu Si. Jiang Wanhen's voice echoed nearby, sending another jolt through Lu Si. He silently urged the man to stop before they were discovered. Just as the footsteps drew close, Su Jin finally stopped, pulling out a jacket and wrapping it around Lu Si before lifting him into his arms. When Jiang Wanhen approached, he saw Su Jin holding Lu Si, the large coat completely concealing him. Something wrong? Su Jin asked coldly. Seeing that they were still there, Jiang Wanhen relaxed. No, I just thought you'd disappeared. Oh. Jiang Wanhen turned to Gu Zi beside him. Let's go. Gu Zi replied softly, his eyes probing as he looked at Su Jin and the figure cradled in his arms. There was another scent lingering in the air, one oddly familiar. Something clicked in his mind, and a flicker of understanding passed through his eyes. He followed Jiang Wanhen toward another rack. Why is your face so red, Wanhen? Gu Zi whispered. His face flushed deeper. It's nothing. Jiang Wanhen realized something felt off. They had always been proper, never crossing boundaries, especially not with others around. It was impossible. Gu Zi pulled him into his arms and lowered his head, gently kissing his lips. Ai, Jiang Wanhen murmured, wrapping his arms around his lover's waist. Gu Zi's voice dropped low. My Wanhen. Then he deepened the kiss. Chapter 214 The Purpose of Su Jin. After all that, Lu Si lay weakly on top of the man and whispered softly, Su Jin, what should we do? I can't walk now, and we haven't finished collecting everything yet. Her voice was tender, almost coquettish, as if she were playfully pouting at him. Hearing it, Su Jin fell silent and thought deeply. No sooner had she spoken than the man placed his palm beneath her, and soon a warm current surged upward. In no time, Lu Si returned to normal. She pressed down on the man's shoulders and tried to get up, but less than a second after standing, she collapsed once again into his arms. I can just hold you while we gather things, Su Jin said, lifting her into his embrace. Lu Si hooked her arms around his neck. This was going too far, she grumbled, put me down quickly, this won't do. Damn it, if others saw them like this again, she'd die of embarrassment. Maybe the man didn't care about saving face, but she, Lu Si, still did. No. If we don't hurry, they'll end up collecting everything before us, Su Jin insisted firmly. The last sentence scared Lu Si. She squirmed in a panic, only to double the pain. She immediately stilled, obediently lying across the man's chest as she urged him, then why aren't you moving already? Su Jin draped his coat over the youth, pulling him fully into his arms so tightly not even a single draft could slip through. Thus, Su Jin carried Lu Si. Every time Lu Si reached a hand toward the shelves, items vanished instantly. It was effortless, though they missed reaching the highest layers. Su Jin walked extremely fast. An hour later. They swiftly emptied one shelf after another, stuffing boxes and bags into storage. Lu Si felt the space inside growing heavier with items and was quite satisfied. Why do you like collecting these things? Wouldn't it be better to just find a huge pile at once? Su Jin asked. It's like opening blind boxes, if we're lucky, we might find something special. Besides, we can't just let Jiang Wanhen and his group take everything. True. Su Jin nodded and carried him toward another area. Su Jin, why do you insist on following them? Lu Si asked quietly while gathering items, carefully phrasing the question. Doesn't the idea of tagging along with them make you think we might discover something extraordinary, Si Bao? Su Jin didn't rush to answer, instead, he countered with a question. He knew exactly what she meant. Lu Si nodded. You mean luck, right? But if we stick close to them, what if they plot against us? Exactly, that's what I want. What? Lu Si couldn't grasp what the man meant. Su Jin spoke slowly, since you know that woman surnamed Ma is from the lab, and she's seen how powerful my abilities are, what do you think would happen if she told her father about me? Su Jin, I think I'm starting to understand your intentions, Lu Si murmured. Back then, when we first encountered that woman surnamed Ma, why didn't you suspect anything? That Ma Cheng? No, I don't think so. As far as I observed, there was no trace of such a person. After a pause, he added, there are so many people surnamed Ma, I can't suspect every single one. Wait. Lu Si suddenly realized, clutching tighter to the man's clothes and looking up at him. That one too? Yes. Otherwise, I wouldn't have allowed him to join so easily in the first place. So you're letting them know your whereabouts, just so they'll come after you themselves. Thank you so much for your support, my precious readers. Chapter 215 Just Want a Kiss. More or less. Su Jin didn't want to keep hiding things from Lu Si for too long. Lu Si pondered for a moment. Then what's your purpose? Just something unimportant. Unimportant? Yet you still don't want to tell me. Lu Si felt slightly exasperated. Do you want to know, Si Bao? Lu Si wouldn't fall into a man's trap so easily. I don't want to know. Since Su Jin refused to speak up, judging from the plotlines he'd seen in novels before, it was probably about getting back at that laboratory, definitely nothing good. Oh. I thought Si Bao would keep asking. A hint of regret appeared on Su Jin's face. Aren't you satisfied yet? No. Su Jin answered honestly. Lu Si simply decided to ignore him and continued gathering supplies. Only a few shelves left now, none would be spared. He had no idea where Jiang Wanheng and the others had gone, he scanned the area but couldn't spot them anywhere. What are you looking at? Naturally, holding someone in his arms, Su Jin noticed Lu Si's actions. Lu Si shook his head. Nothing. He looked at the man. Su Jin, let me ask you something. Is what you told me about your parents true or not? Su Jin hummed softly, clearly unwilling to elaborate further. Leaning against the man, Lu Si whispered, I see. Alright, put me down. I can walk myself. After being healed by the man, he had gradually recovered. Okay. I'm tired of carrying you anyway, Su Jin said with a slight smile. Lu Si didn't care about his excuse anymore, his tone tinged with annoyance. It was you who picked me up in the first place, I never asked. And now you're complaining about being tired. I was joking. I never said you were heavy, Si Bao. Oh. Lu Si pressed his hands against Su Jin's shoulders and slid down from his body. Once his feet touched the ground, he released his grip and placed his hand on the nearby shelf. His legs felt weak and shaky upon standing. He paused briefly to steady himself before slowly taking steps forward. But after only a few paces, the man behind him scooped him up again. He slumped slightly, turning his head toward the man behind him in frustration. What now? Jin pressed his entire body close against Lu Si's back, arms wrapping tightly around the youth's waist, voice low and husky. Are you mad? No. Really not. The man asked again. Not at all. Really? There was a touch of uncertainty in the man's voice. Really? Lu Si's temper flared under such persistent questioning. He snapped back impatiently, fine, fine. I'm not angry, alright? I know you were just kidding. Then give me a kiss, Sibao. Only then will I believe you. Saying this, Jin stretched his neck forward, bringing his face closer to the youth's. Kiss, kiss, kiss. Always wanting kisses, it's like this man lives for them. Helplessly, Lu Si complied, tilting his head upward to peck the man's cheek, but was immediately caught by the chin, turned, and kissed fully on the lips. After finishing most of the goods on the third floor, they moved down to the next level and continued collecting. Once nearly all supplies were gathered, they finally left the station and proceeded along their route ahead. Following Jiang Wanheng and the others, they discovered several untouched supply points. One was a warehouse filled entirely with clothes, another stocked with rice, everything neatly arranged as if randomly dropped like emergency relief packages mid-gameplay. Moreover, the zombies here were mostly low-level and easy to deal with. Thinking back on his own journey thus far, Lu Si knew things hadn't been this smooth. He realized it must be largely due to the presence of the man beside him. And now, traveling with the protagonists, they split whatever they found evenly, which greatly benefited him. Chapter 216, The Outskirts of City K. They killed zombies along the way and gathered supplies, finally arriving at the outermost city of K as dusk fell. Beyond this city lay the territory of Province S. Night descended, and zombie hordes began to wander the streets. Gu Zi watched the sky grow dark, his eyes shifting to the distant skyline filled with towering buildings. He slowed the car down and turned to Jiang Wanhen beside him. Let's get out for now. Driving straight through the city streets at this hour would be nothing short of throwing themselves into a zombie feast. Exhausted from a full day of scavenging, and further drained by the man's antics, Lu Si had long fallen asleep. Seeing the car ahead stop, Jin also pulled over, but instead of getting out, he quietly admired the sleeping youth in the passenger seat. Whatever dream he was having, a thin trail of drool escaped the corner of his lips, an oddly endearing sight against his usually composed expression. A soft smile appeared on Jin's face. He pulled out a tissue, leaned over carefully, and gently wiped away the drool. Jiang Wanhen stepped out of the car and noticed the two inside the other vehicle still hadn't emerged. Should we call them? Holding a Chinese cavalry saber in one hand and the other tucked into his coat pocket, Gu Zi cast a brief glance toward the parked car. Let's wait a bit longer. Zhang Yasi walked up beside Jiang Wanhen, staring ahead at the massive buildings looming in the distance. Once we pass this city, it won't be far to Province S. Yeah, Wang Mengwa nodded in agreement. He turned to Gu Zi. Brother Gu, once we reach Province S, where should we go first? Before Gu Zi could answer, Jiang Wanhen spoke up. I heard there are several safe bases in Province S. Let's head to the nearest one, maybe we can find our families there. That works, Wang Mengwa said. At the mention of family, the young faces around them softened with shared melancholy. Zhang Yasi especially, she had come from Province S to study in City H. Now that they were nearing her homeland, how could she not feel homesick? I wonder if we'll really be able to find them. Then, remembering something, she turned to the quiet Ma Feifei. Feifei, your home is in Province S too. Hey, let's just hope we get to see them again. Ma Feifei's expression stiffened for a moment before she gave a quiet nod. We will. The apocalypse had torn them from their lives and scattered them across ruins. Without their abilities and the strength they found in each other, they wouldn't have made it this far. After a while, Lu Si finally stepped out of the car, followed closely by Jin. Sorry, took us a bit longer, Lu Si apologized as he approached. Jiang Wanhen shook his head. It's fine. Lu Si shot a sideways glance at the man behind him, eyes faintly reproachful, he hadn't even woken him up. If it weren't for that man's wandering hands, Lu Si might still be asleep. Jin remained unperturbed as he walked forward, casually slinging an arm around Lu Si's shoulder. And you didn't even wait for me. Well, why didn't you wake me then? I was being considerate, Jin replied, completely unbothered by the 5 pairs of eyes watching them with growing curiosity. Lu Si wasn't expecting such an open response. Flustered under the scrutiny, he gestured subtly for the man to shut up. Yeah, alright already. Damn it, he'd been embarrassed right in front of the main characters. Fine, Jin agreed calmly. Once everyone had gathered, Gu Zi spoke up. It's nearly completely dark now. We can't keep moving through the city. Let's find a place nearby to stay the night. They stood at the fringes of the urban area, roads crisscrossed chaotically, lined with patches of greenery and sparse, low-rise buildings, starkly different from the dense cluster of skyscrapers visible deeper inside the city. Chapter 217, K-City Outskirts, City 2. Jin glanced at the building ahead. If we drive a bit further, we should be able to find an apartment block to stay in. Could there be a zombie horde inside the apartment building? Jiang Wanhen asked. He looked around at their companions, each of them wore exhaustion on their faces without exception. After such a long day, they were completely drained, with no strength left to fight zombies again. No, probably not. Judging by the surrounding area, these buildings have only recently been put into use, Su Jin said, taking Lu Si's hand and walking toward the car. Let's get going. Okay. Lu Si didn't have any doubts. He followed obediently, his man was so capable, he could rest easy. Jiang Wanhen turned to Gu Zi beside him. Gu Zi nodded. Let's catch up first. Alright. Su Jin drove ahead, steering the car onto a side road before stopping at an intersection. Closer to the city, distant zombie shrieks echoed from afar. The sky was gloomy, and within a few more minutes, darkness would fully descend. After getting out of the car, Lu Si stored it back into his space. They walked toward the entrance at the intersection. With power gone, the access control system had already failed. Su Jin used his electric blade to cut through the sealed iron gate, then pulled Lu Si's hand and stepped inside. Damn, his ability is too insane, Wang Menguo muttered in awe, staring at the cleanly severed metal. Jiang Wanhen stood nearby, teasing, Z, you've still got a long way to go to reach this level. Hey, Jiang bro, do you really have that little faith in Gu bro? This is nothing for him, right, Gu bro? Wang Menguo grinned mischievously. On the other side, Zhang Yasi and Ma Feifei covered their smiles, quietly giggling. Gu Zi remained expressionless, glancing at them briefly with calm composure. Instead of talking about this, we'd better save our energy for killing zombies. Exactly, Jiang Wanhen quickly agreed, a faint blush appearing on his pale face, clearly a little embarrassed. Fine, Wang Menguo shrugged helplessly. As they moved deeper inside, they noticed numerous zombie corpses already lying on the floor. Lu Si walked out with Su Jin and faced the 5 of them. We've cleared the first floor. The stairway leading upstairs is locked. We'll just make do here on this level. Not bad, pretty fast work, Wang Menguo gave Lu Si a thumbs up. Nothing much, Lu Si accepted it calmly. After all, who didn't enjoy a little praise? There were 4 rooms on the first floor. Su Jin and Lu Si would share one, Zhang Yasi and Ma Feifei another, Gu Zi and Jiang Wanhen a third, while Wang Menguo said he'd take the last room by himself and wouldn't intrude on the others. Initially, as their friend, Wang Menguo hadn't been entirely comfortable with Jiang Wanhen and Gu Zi being a couple, but after seeing them together for so long, he'd grown used to it and now found it perfectly natural. Then let's rest for the night and set off tomorrow morning, Su Jin said, promptly pulling Lu Si into their assigned room. Lu Si glanced back at Jiang Wanhen. Well, we're heading back to our room then. Then he was pulled inside, followed by the sound of the door closing behind them. Leaving the 5 standing there, silently exchanging glances. Zhang Yasi broke the silence. Then Feifei and I will head in too. Z, let's go as well, Jiang Wanhen said, tugging slightly at the young man's sleeve beside him. Gu Zi nodded. Get some rest early. The room came with a private bathroom. After a grueling day, their bodies reeked of sweat. Lu Si retrieved a bucket of water from his space, cupped his hands, and splashed water onto his face. The cool sensation sharpened his senses and refreshed him. Before he could continue, someone approached from behind. A low voice murmured close to his ear, "You're taking a bath without waiting for me." Chapter 218 Outside the City of K, Part 3. Afterward, Su Jin dressed Lu Si and carried him out of the bathroom, laying him gently on the prepared bed. They snuggled close, sharing a single blanket. Breathing in the scent of soap mingling on their bodies, Lu Si gradually drifted off to sleep. Su Jin held him tightly in his arms before closing his eyes, the flashlight casting soft light across the room. In the middle of the night, Lu Si suddenly opened his eyes and asked, "Su Jin, why don't you drink blood anymore?" "Because you." "Oh." Lu Si murmured. Then he added, "It really hurt when you bit me." "Are you a vampire?" Su Jin was silent for a moment. "No," he said, tightening his hold around the boy in his arms, his voice cool and clear. "I just can't bring myself to eat other things. Drinking blood is something I do out of necessity." "Before me, have you drunk anyone else's blood?" "No. Only yours." "Before that, I survived on reagents." Hearing this, Lu Si lifted his head to look at the man's face. His jawline was sharp and defined. Though it was just eyes, nose, and mouth like anyone else's, the way they came together on this face was different, especially the aura he carried, one that captivated and drew others helplessly in. "Why are you quiet?" Su Jin lowered his gaze toward the boy in his arms, noticing how Lu Si had been staring. He caught the boy mid-blink. Afraid he might act on impulse, Su Jin freed one hand and covered Lu Si's eyes. "Su Jin, what are you doing?" Lu Si was startled by the sudden move. "Don't look at me like that. I won't be able to control myself." "Oh. Then just keep controlling yourself." Lu Si instantly understood what the man meant and felt exasperated. He wasn't even flirting, just looking, and yet the guy was already worked up again. "So, Si Bao, would you like to take responsibility then? It's your own damn urge. Why should I be responsible?" You've got quite the imagination. With that, Lu Si grabbed the hand covering his eyes, wriggled free from Su Jin's embrace, pulled some of the blanket for himself, and turned over to sleep on the other side. Su Jin chuckled softly, quickly scooting closer again. After comforting him for a while, Lu Si finally relented and turned back to face him. Why aren't you sleeping? Seeing the boy so clearly awake, Su Jin asked. I slept in the car earlier. I'm not tired now. Su Gu, I want to ask you something. The high school I went to, the one where Jiang Wanhen was, that horde of zombies that attacked, you sent them, didn't you? Why would Si Bao think it was me? Who else could it have been? That inn where we met is so close to the high school, and given what you are. Lu Si said, lightly slapping the man's cheek. Su Jin caught the wandering hand, gathered both of the boy's hands into his own, and began idly playing with them. What else did you want to say? You were only scaring them, weren't you? Given the circumstances back then, if those zombies had truly been mindless and slightly higher ranked, their little group wouldn't have stood a chance. Si Bao guessed right. Su Jin didn't hide it any longer, he admitted it outright. Lu Si extended his other hand as well, fiddling with the man's fingers, his eyelids lowered. You knew from the beginning. Then why did you do it? Hee, I found it amusing, Su Jin laughed softly. At that, Lu Si froze, then glanced up at the man. Oh. Of course. Sticking with the main characters always led to suffering. Good thing he'd chosen to go solo early on, otherwise, he might have died without even knowing why. Why isn't Si Bao asking me my reasons? Chapter 219 Outer Cities of K-City 4, It's just because of some grudge, right? I get it. I take back what I said earlier about respecting your generosity. Oh. When did you say that? In my heart. Lu Si didn't hesitate at all. Su Jin rubbed Lu Si's bony fingers. Need to fatten them up a bit more, they're too thin, bad texture. As he spoke, he tightened his grip on the boy's hand and brought it to his lips for a kiss. Alright, as if your fingers are so plump either. Lu Si glanced at the man's fingers, defined bones, pale skin, and then at his own, slightly paler, the scars from before long gone, leaving only faint traces. It's different, Su Jin said seriously. Lu Si couldn't argue with Su Jin, so he let the man play with his hand. Su Jin, are we going our separate ways from them as soon as we reach Province S? Not yet. What are we waiting for? Lu Si's voice carried a hint of excitement. Trouble, he loved stirring up trouble. Su Jin didn't rush to answer. You're familiar with how they develop, aren't you? Then don't you know what awaits them in Province S? What's waiting? At this, Lu Si carefully reviewed the original plot in his mind but found nothing, just fog. He grabbed the man's hand instead, dead serious. Su Jin, I don't remember anything about their later developments, the plot has been erased, I think. Damn, weird. I see, Su Jin murmured, appearing deep in thought. Yeah, so stop beating around the bush. Spill it, I want to hear. From what I know, they'll meet someone, and that person will lead them to weapon stockpiles. Lu Si's eyes lit up. So we're planning to intercept that arms cache. Only that person knows the exact location, so we'll reluctantly have to follow along. As Su Jin spoke, seeing the flushed excitement on Lu Si's face, he couldn't help squeezing the boy's hand gently. But they don't even have the capability yet, do they? Weapons like that usually only appeared much later in the game. They don't. But that person only reveals the location. We're simply getting there ahead of time. Su Jin said calmly. Lu Si calmed down and began pondering something. Su Jin, are you, from the same world as me? Oh god, if so, then Su Jin's identity was way more complicated than he'd imagined. No, not the same, Su Jin denied, and as he thought of the world Lu Si came from, a shadow flickered in his eyes. Then how do you know all this? Lu Si was baffled. I made a deal with it, in exchange, I gained knowledge of this world's general trajectory. She. Aren't it afraid you'd misuse that knowledge to wreak havoc and disrupt the world's development? Su Jin was the main villain after all. Su Jin chuckled softly. No. Your husband isn't that kind of person. And besides, it doesn't dare. The moment he mentioned it, the atmosphere turned heavy. Lu Si sensed that it wasn't simple, and he felt he could guess who, or what, it might be. Probably, right? Just as the word surfaced in his mind, a sharp jolt hit his head. There it was again, the threat, returning. Su Jin gently massaged the boy's temples. Don't think too hard. Okay, Lu Si nodded, and under the man's soothing touch, he gradually drifted off to sleep. Beside him, however, the man wore a grim expression. The next morning. After filling their stomachs, they stepped out of the apartment building and continued their journey. Chapter 220, The Outskirts of City K, Part 5, The Man. Halfway through the journey, Gu Ziyi's car came to a stop. A group of zombies trailed behind them, still at a distance for now. What's wrong? Jiang Wanhen asked. Gu Zi turned the ignition several times, but the engine refused to start. Frowning, he said, "We're out of gas." "Oh." Su Jin's vehicle halted ahead of them. "What happened to your car?" Lu Si leaned out the window and called over. "Out of gas," Jiang Wanhen replied. The gasoline they'd collected earlier had long been used up along the way. "I see," Lu Si nodded, showing no sign of offering help. "We don't have any extra fuel either," Su Jin added. They fell silent for a moment. Jiang Wanhen shifted his gaze toward Gu Zi beside him. "What should we do?" Gu Zi opened the car door. "Let's get out first." "Isn't there another vehicle in your space?" Wang Menghua asked. Gu Zi didn't answer. Jiang Wanhen looked outside through the window. "Since we've stopped here, we might as well search the nearby area. Maybe we can find some supplies." "All right." The others in the back seat nodded. "Bao, come down," Su Jin glanced at the pursuing zombies through the rearview mirror. After getting off the car, Jiang Wanhen saw that Su Jin and Lu Si had also gotten out. "Are you two coming with us?" "Together." "Fine." Roar. The zombies behind rapidly closed in. Jiang Wanhen handed a Chinese saber to Ma Feifei at his side. "Clear out the ones behind first." Facing these speed-type zombies, they chose to block their path with obstacles before systematically eliminating them one by one. With Lu Si and Su Jin joining the fight, killing off the dozen or so zombies behind was more than manageable. "Where are we heading?" Zhang Yasi asked. "First, find a gas station." Gasoline was something they desperately needed. "Okay." Su Jin finished off the last zombie. Lu Si, who had been waiting nearby, stepped forward. "Su Ji." The man walked over and naturally took Lu Si's hand. "Let's go." Lu Si nodded, quickly scanning the surroundings before following the man's pace. After dealing with the approaching zombies, and to avoid attracting more, they chose to move toward the smaller side roads. Shortly after they left, another wave of zombies arrived, devouring the corpses on the ground until only splatters of blood, scattered bones, teeth, and tufts of hair remained. Moving along the narrow paths, they encountered fewer zombie hordes, but that didn't mean safety. From time to time, they ran into several straggler zombies, though none posed real difficulty anymore. Watching yet another wave of zombies approaching, Lu Si thought to himself how hard the protagonists had it, either getting injured by high-level zombies or worn down by this endless stream of common ones. Still, what he looked forward to most was the key figure about to appear this time. When turning a corner, they encountered a fleeing survivor. Several zombies chased fiercely behind him, and the man was running straight toward them. The zombies' eyes glowed red, moving with extreme speed as they pursued. The tall, sturdy man wore a bluish-green shirt. His strong-featured face was tense, and due to an injury somewhere, he clutched his abdomen, making his steps slow and labored. In one hand he held a gun, firing backward at the chasing zombies, but missing every shot. Then the gun clicked empty. He threw it aside and turned to continue stumbling forward. When he spotted the other survivors, his eyes lit up momentarily, then dimmed again. Chapter 221, Outskirts of City K, Area 6. "Should we save him?" Jiang Wanhen asked Gu Zi. Gu Zi grunted and walked toward the spot. Whether they'd end up saving him or not, they were definitely claiming the zombie cores. At this thought, a flicker of light flashed in his eyes. But as they stepped forward, someone moved even faster than them. An electric blade flew horizontally through the air, slicing through the zombies behind one by one. They collapsed onto the ground lifelessly. Gu Zi stopped mid-motion, turning his head toward the side. He was slightly surprised, never expected Su Jin to act. Su Jin retracted his hand, shoving it into his pocket. With the other hand, he held Lu Si's, walking ahead. "Let's go." "Yeah." Lu Si followed closely behind. He glanced back at Gu Zi and the others who were still standing frozen. "Sorry, my brother Su here has quick reflexes." "It's fine." Same difference, Jiang Wanhen snapped back to reality and shook his head. Boom. The man, seeing the zombies behind him fall dead, finally collapsed with a thud, unable to support himself any longer. One hand clutched his stomach while the other pressed flat against the ground. Lu Si approached, looked down at the man on the ground, then turned to Su Jin. "Should we lift him up?" "Yeah, I'll do it." Su Jin replied, a faint look of distaste in his eyes. As the man was pulled up, the hand that had been clutching his stomach slipped loose. Lu Si stood to the side and caught a glimpse of the clenched fist. "Something's off." "Su Ji," Lu Si murmured quietly, calling out to the man. Su Jin acknowledged. The man's hand, as if triggered by something, trembled for a moment before suddenly going limp. Instantly, a crumpled piece of paper rolled out onto the ground. Lu Si squatted down and effortlessly retrieved it into his storage space. Once the item was secured, Su Jin and Lu Si stepped aside. At this moment, Gu Zi and the others approached. They looked at the man lying on the ground. "What's wrong with him?" "Not sure." The man's clothes were stained red in several places, blood seeping from open wounds. Jiang Wanhen squatted down and checked the man's nose for breath. It was still there. He looked up at Zhang Yasi standing nearby. Yasi. Got it. Zhang Yasi nodded, stepping over and crouching beside the fallen man. She placed her palm over his wounds. Soon, a soft white glow enveloped the injured areas. After only a brief moment, the light faded away. How is he, Yasi? Zhang Yasi withdrew her hand, her face somewhat pale. Not good, she said, rising unsteadily. Ma Feifei, standing nearby, quickly moved to support her. This place isn't safe either. We should find somewhere sheltered first, Gu Zi said, scanning the surrounding area. What about him? We can't exactly carry him around like this, right? Ma Feifei asked. We've helped as much as we can. Whether he lives or dies now depends on his own luck, Zhang Yasi sighed. Carrying an unconscious man along would be difficult under current circumstances. There's a house over there. Just leave him inside, Lu Si spoke up, having remained quiet until now. Clearly, Lu Si and Su Jin didn't intend to fully rescue this man. Whether it was because of those words or not, the man, who had previously been unconscious, half opened his eyelids and weakly looked at Gu Zi's group. His thick lips twitched as he croaked, troubling you. Still, Gu Zi ended up saving the man after all. Huang Ran had thought he was about to be devoured by zombies, never imagined he'd survive. Chapter 222, The Outer City of K, Part 7, What is it? Gu Zi and a few others decided to go out and search for gasoline themselves, leaving Wang Menghua and Ma Feifei behind to guard the place. Lu Si and Su Jin weren't interested in gasoline, so they stayed behind as well. They were inside an ordinary residence near their previous location. There had been several regular zombies inside, but they'd already killed them all. Wang Menghua was naturally lively. The four of them sat on small stools when he proactively started a conversation, but it quickly turned to stories about Lu Si. Su bro, nothing too exciting, just tell me if you want to hear it, Lu Si said, feeling rather exasperated. This wasn't even about him, it was about the original owner of this body. Su Jin found other people's stories amusing. Nah, keep going. Actually, Lu Si, your personality's changed a lot after this whole thing. You're so different I almost didn't recognize you. Back then, Wang Menghua's impression of Lu Si was of a quiet, withdrawn boy, someone who commuted from home, spent little time with others, and never spoke much. He was practically invisible in class. It was only because he confessed to Chen Yuyu that the entire class suddenly realized someone named Lu Si even existed. At first, Wang Menghua had tried making small talk with him, but soon gave up, just like all the other guys in class. Who'd want to hang out with such a silent person? Now, though, maybe back then he simply hadn't wanted to bother. Either way, it wasn't his business anymore. Thinking this, Wang Menghua glanced at Lu Si's face. Come to think of it, you do look different after cutting your hair. If you'd looked like this back then, Chen Yuyu probably wouldn't have rejected you so flatly. Rejected? At this, Su Jin's eyes slowly darkened with something dangerous. Yeah, Lu Si once confessed to a girl in class, Wang Menghua said carelessly, not sensing anything awkward about it. Is that so? Su Jin turned his head toward Lu Si beside him. He reached out and placed a hand on the boy's shoulder, his thumb gently rubbing against the soft skin of Lu Si's neck. The touch sent a ticklish sensation down Lu Si's neck. He quickly stammered, why yes. Su Ji, but that was ages ago. The man's voice deepened. Lu Si sensed something off and lowered his voice. Wait, you're not jealous, are you? As soon as the words left his mouth, the man leaned closer, pressing his weight onto Lu Si's shoulder. Yes. I'm not happy. Why wasn't I the first person you ever confessed to? After Su Jin said that, an abrupt silence fell over the room. Alright, enough. You're heavy, Lu Si muttered, his face burning under the others' gazes, and hurriedly shoved the man off him. Wang Menghua and Ma Feifei exchanged glances, quickly connecting the dots. Wang Menghua looked utterly bewildered. So Lu Si and this guy next to him were in the same kind of relationship as Jiang Wanhang and Gu Zi. When Huang Ran woke up, he found himself lying on a broken-down sofa. He slowly came to, his initially dazed eyes sharpening into clarity the moment he saw the group of young people nearby. Who are you? His voice was hoarse and stern. Ma Feifei turned her head toward the man on the sofa. He's awake. Not blind, Lu Si replied dryly. With the man awake, they couldn't continue their earlier conversation. Everyone stood up. Looking down, he realized his clothes had been removed, he was left only in a plain white undershirt. He raised both hands, noticing they were empty. Suddenly alert, he snapped his head up toward the strangers, his voice edged with urgency. Where's the thing I was holding? What thing? Lu Si asked, a knife resting casually in his hand. Chapter 223, K City Outskirts, City 8. Seeing a young man suddenly produce a dagger out of thin air, Huang Ran narrowed his eyes slightly, showing caution. The thing I was gripping tightly in my hand. Not knowing what to recall, he didn't specify it clearly and merely referred to it as thing. Ma Feifei turned to Wang Menghua beside her. Mengwa Ji, when you carried him, did you see anything on the ground? Wang Mengwa rubbed his chin thoughtfully. I did notice some trash on the ground, but accidentally kicked it into the nearby sewer. Not sure if that's the thing you're looking for. What? Huang Ran shot upright immediately, his coarse voice echoing through the quiet space. What's wrong? Lu Si leaned casually against Su Jin, watching the man on the sofa with clear wariness. Huang Ran looked at these young kids before him, trying hard to calm himself. Thank you all. Where's my original set of clothes? On the ground, Su Jin replied. Only upon hearing the man's voice did Huang Ran carefully scrutinize this young man in front of him. Su Jin cast a cold glance at the other man. Huang Ran flinched involuntarily, quickly averting his gaze, somewhat embarrassed and annoyed. He hadn't expected to be intimidated by a youth's stare. Reckless. Bending down, he picked up his clothes from the floor, checked the pockets, and sighed in relief upon confirming the contents were still there. Uncle, where did you come from? Why were zombies chasing you so relentlessly? Ma Feifei glanced briefly at those around before turning to the unfamiliar man. He pulled on his clothes and stepped off the sofa, giving the group of young people before him a grateful look. I'm Huang Ran, a soldier from the S Province Military Division. I truly appreciate your rescue today. I'll definitely repay you someday. Oh, okay. So it's just the four of you. Huang Ran came back to his senses and asked the girl who'd spoken to him. No, several others went out to gather supplies, Ma Feifei explained. Ma Feifei exchanged glances with Wang Mengwa. Uncle, what exactly was that thing you mentioned? Is it very important? At the mention of the sensitive word, Huang Ran frowned, and the atmosphere turned heavy. Not particularly important. I see, Ma Feifei nodded. Uncle, what's happening in S Province now? Lu Si asked, surprised that the man had revealed his military affiliation. After the middle-aged man stated his name, information about him flashed through Lu Si's mind. Huang Ran, regional commander of the S Province Military Division. During an escort mission for key officials to a safe zone, he'd been betrayed by teammates who shoved him into a horde of zombies. Barely surviving, he later encountered the protagonist's group, reached an agreement with Jiang Wanheng and others, becoming an essential member. Later, during base construction, his presence significantly contributed to its improvement and development. Huang Ran looked up at the youngster and shook his head. It's hard to say. Some areas are relatively safe, while others have become completely fallen zones. Then Uncle Huang, do you know if the Ma family in S Province is doing alright? Ma Feifei suddenly asked. Lu Si's eyelid twitched. He looked at Ma Feifei, whose face showed genuine curiosity. Before the laboratory's true nature had been fully exposed, the Ma family had been seen as saviors in this apocalypse. If he remembered correctly, members of the Ma family had even participated in establishing the initial base. Could it be that Su Jin had gone out searching for them back then? Thinking this, he glanced sideways at Su Jin. Su Jin, sensing the boy's gaze, allowed a faint smile to tug at his lips. Lu Si quickly turned away, refocusing on the conversation between Ma Feifei and Uncle Huang. Chapter 224, The Outskirts of City K, Part 9, Holding a Grudge Requires Close Comfort. Ma family? That Ma family? And just who are you to them? Huang Ran's voice instantly carried excitement upon hearing the little girl's words. Feifei, what do you know about this? Wang Mengwa asked, completely baffled. Ma Feifei tried her best to calm her inner turmoil. She took a deep breath and turned to look at Lu Si and the others. Could you all step out for a moment? I have something I need to discuss with him. Lu Si was just about to say something when the man beside him tightened his grip on her hand. Let's go. All right. Thinking of their own affairs, Lu Si followed Su Jin inside. Seeing the two head in another direction, Wang Mengwa quickly called out, Lu Si, where are you going? Bathroom. Want to come along? Never mind, never mind. Wang Mengwa waved his hand in refusal. He didn't want the guy tagging along anyway. Su Jin pulled Lu Si toward the hallway leading to the staircase, stepped into a room, then pinned the youth against the wall, his tone domineering. We haven't settled that matter from earlier yet. Seeing the man lean in, Lu Si shifted sideways and tried to explain, that was the original body, it wasn't me doing it, so your jealousy doesn't count. Su Jin wrapped his arms around the youth's waist, lowered his head to sniff at his neck, and murmured in a deep voice, then tell me, Si Bao, back in that world, did you ever confess your feelings to anyone else? The damp warmth against his ear made Lu Si shiver. His fingers clutched tightly at the man's clothes. That was all in the past. So there was someone, then. The man's narrow eyes flashed with a hint of danger. He pulled the boy even closer, his movements growing bolder. Well, of course there was. Dare you say you never did? Under the man's relentless teasing, Lu Si's voice softened gradually, gentle and sweet to the ears. I didn't. Aside from you, I've never been interested in anyone else. As if as punishment, he bit lightly at the youth's smooth, delicate shoulder. You're kidding me. Lu Si flushed red. Though his voice was soft, his tone remained sharp. With such treatment, Lu Si's eyes grew slightly reddened, glistening faintly with unshed tears, making him look all the more tempting. I'm telling the truth. I'm not lying to you. Su Jin gazed at him, his eyes slowly darkening. Then, he scooped the youth into a princess carry. The room they were in happened to be empty, outside light streamed through the window. Be good, pull out the bed. Right now, Lu Si's spatial ability only allowed himself to enter, it remained impossible for outsiders to access. Only by further absorbing crystal cores and leveling up could there be a chance for others to enter. At this moment, though, Lu Si was too dazed to remember he could retreat into his space. He hooked his arms around the man's neck, pressing his entire body against him. Aren't we supposed to deal with important matters? That paper. Before he could finish, the man silenced him with a kiss. After a while, Su Jin finally released him, gently nuzzling the youth's cheek with his chin. Nothing is more important than you. The one beneath let out a low, muffled response. Si Bao, since you don't like the bed, we can just do it directly. Stop. Lu Si was truly done for. What happened to that obsessive cleanliness of his? All gone whenever things came to this. Only then did Su Jin allow himself a satisfied smirk. Si Bao, how many people have you confessed to? How many girlfriends have you had? 1. 2. Just 2. And I haven't actually dated anyone yet. In normal circumstances, Lu Si would have found this deeply embarrassing, pure black history. But now, under the man's threats and overwhelming presence, none of that mattered anymore. Chapter 225K City Outskirts, Location 10. We don't have much time. Hurry up, Lu Si urged, thinking about the people waiting outside. Still have energy to talk. Su Jin paid no attention to his words and actually slowed down even more. Su Jin. Being treated like this by the man, Lu Si became slightly angry. If you want me to speed up, then let's go faster. Before he could finish speaking, his voice was cut off. Afterward, Lu Si only managed to recover by absorbing a crystal core. Su Jin dressed the youth in fresh clothes, the old ones long since tossed into some unknown corner. Ever since they had scavenged several clothing markets while gathering supplies, there'd been no shortage of summer clothes stored in their space. Because of this, Lu Si never worried about running out of clothes. With that assurance, his lazy side emerged full force. Once his clothes got dirty, he simply changed into a new set. Too lazy to wash them, and eager to conserve precious water resources. Now thoroughly pampered by the man, Lu Si lay comfortably on the soft king-sized bed, pulling from his space the crumpled paper ball he'd taken from Huang Ran not long ago, stained with blood on the surface. As he unfolded it, the entire blueprint was revealed before him, though he hadn't yet had time to study it closely. The man beside him snatched it away in one swift motion. Rest properly. You don't need to worry about this. With that, Su Jin tucked the paper into his own spatial storage. Lu Si stared at the man's actions, which were so fast there hadn't even been time for him to protest. They fumbled around for quite a while before finally emerging from the room. In the living room, several people were already seated, Gu Ziyi and the others had returned. Wang Menghua, seeing that these two had finally decided to come out, whispered teasingly, "Are you guys constipated or something?" As soon as the words left his mouth, he received a cold, piercing glare from the man. Instantly, he dropped the playful tone and chuckled nervously. "Just kidding, bro, don't take offense." Lu Si ignored him completely, instead turning his gaze toward Jiang Wanhen and the others. He saw Huang Ran standing with them, it seemed negotiations had already been settled. Hearing the commotion, Huang Ran lifted his head, glanced past Lu Si toward Su Jin, then stepped forward, stopping right in front of Su Jin. He extended his hand. "Let me formally introduce myself. I'm Huang Ran, a physical-type esper. Very pleased to meet you." Unmoved, Su Jin spoke in a calm, distant tone. "Su-yi." Seeing that the other wouldn't accept his handshake, Huang Ran slowly lowered his arm. A slight smile remained on his rugged face as he studied Su Jin's features intently. "Didn't get a good look earlier, but now that I see you clearly, you look somehow familiar." "Oh. Really?" The atmosphere suddenly turned icy. Huang Ran shifted his gaze away. "Must be my mistake." Lu Si didn't believe him for a second, something was definitely off, but he chose to act clueless, pretending to be just another background observer. "Alright then. Since everything's settled, let's rest for an hour before moving out again." Gu Ziyi's voice broke the tension. Yeah, rest first. We've been at it for hours, completely wiped out, Zhang Yasi chimed in. Lu Si exchanged a glance with Su Jin, then nodded. This time, Gu Ziyi's group had successfully found gasoline, and upon returning, they brought back a woman and a child. The woman sat in a corner, holding a baby wrapped tightly in swaddling cloth. Had it not been for the infant's cry, she might have gone unnoticed entirely. Her hair was disheveled, her face pale and weary after such a long ordeal. Sensing the group's eyes on her, she grew nervous, clutching the child tighter and whispering weakly, "See, could I trouble you?" Jiang Wanhen walked over, knelt beside her, and adjusted the coat slipping off her shoulder. It's okay. Here, eat something. He handed her a bottle of water and a piece of bread. Thank you. Her parched throat moved as she looked at the food. With grimy hands, she reached out, took the items, and with trembling fingers tore open the package. She bit off a piece of bread, chewed it gently, and fed it carefully to the baby in her arms. Chapter 226, Outskirts of City K, Area 11. They needed more time to rest. After eating some compressed biscuits, they simply found a spot to sit down. During the break, Lu Si glanced over occasionally, watching Jiang Wanhan's attentive care toward the mother and child. His expression remained calm. This pair wasn't ordinary, their identities weren't simple, and later on, they would do several helpful things for the protagonists. Meet good people randomly at first, then run into suspicious ones again later. But those were trials they had to go through. As an outsider, he shouldn't interfere, unless it involved supplies. Watching the woman turn her head away, gratitude evident on her face as she leaned her head against the man beside her, Lu Si remained still. The lingering discomfort inside his body hadn't completely faded, so he didn't dare move around much. Suddenly, a sensation pressed against his back. Lu Si froze, slowly lifting his head to look at the man beside him. Their current seating position had them leaning against a wall, and no one else paid much attention to this corner. Su Gu. Lu Si grabbed the wandering hand, whispering the man's name. A soft response came from above. At being caught, the man stopped moving, instead idly playing with Lu Si's fingers. As long as it wasn't that, Lu Si decided to let it go. As Su Jin toyed with his fingers, warmth spread through them, easing the earlier discomfort. Huang Ran was already in his 30s, covered with stubble and clearly exhausted, yet he still carried an undeniable presence. Ma Feifei walked over and sat beside Huang Ran, glancing up at the two not far away before quietly asking, "Uncle, I want to know why you said Brother Su looked familiar." After their earlier conversation, Ma Feifei had reached an understanding with the man. Huang Ran now knew the current situation well, and since the Ma family had always helped others, he naturally stood by them without hesitation. Given Ma Feifei's connection to the Ma family, he instinctively held a sense of reverence toward this young girl. Hearing her question, Huang Ran hesitated briefly before murmuring, "I saw a similar face while escorting someone important from a protected list. They looked very alike, but those people seemed younger. This young man here looks about 20-something. I wonder if he might be their child, or perhaps a relative." Though speaking softly, Huang Ran had a naturally loud voice, making it easy for those nearby to overhear. Fortunately, Gu Zi and the others were utterly exhausted and had already fallen asleep, so they missed everything. Lu Si kept his eyes closed but hadn't actually slept, he'd been listening the entire time. Ever since his spatial ability leveled up, his hearing had improved too, so every word Huang Ran said reached him clearly, not a single syllable lost. He tugged lightly at the man's sleeve, whispering, "Su Gu." He had a feeling what Huang Ran just mentioned was related to Su Jin. But what puzzled him was that Ma Feifei had asked so directly, was her intention really that obvious? Su Jin didn't lift his head, continuing to fiddle with Lu Si's fingers as if endlessly entertained. Oh. Ma Feifei nodded, saying nothing more afterward. An hour after resting. The original vehicle could no longer fit everyone. Fortunately, Jiang Wanhan still had another car stored in his space, so they assigned Huang Ran to drive, with the mother and her child riding together with Wang Menghua in one car. "We'll head to the nearest shelter first," Gu Zi said, turning to stand and look at Huang Ran. "Huang Gu, since you're familiar with the roads nearby, please lead the way." "All right." Huang Ran nodded. Lu Si turned to Su Jin. "Su Gu, when are we leaving?" "Aren't we going the same way?" Jiang Wanhen, standing nearby, happened to hear Lu Si's words. Chapter 227, City 12 outside K-City. Lu Si hadn't expected Jiang Wanhen to ask. "Where are you planning to go? Weren't you heading to S province? It's not like you need to rush now, right?" Jiang Wanhen said softly. Just asking." "Oh. Let's go." Gu Zi called out to Jiang Wanhen. Gaining an experienced soldier in their group was a significant advantage for them. "Hey, Brother Huang, did you find your stuff? Should we go look for it?" Wang Menghua suddenly asked. Huang Ran pressed his lips together. "No need." "Oh." Lu Si glanced curiously at the man. He'd been so anxious about that thing at first, yet now he acted as if it didn't matter at all. After getting into the car. Watching the man turn the steering wheel, he spoke up, "Su Jin, where's that piece of paper? Sibao wants to know. Hand it over." Seeing that Su Jin didn't seem eager to show him again, he had no choice but to harden his tone and demand it from the man. "Fine." Su Jin retrieved from his space the item Lu Si wanted. "That's better." After getting it, Lu Si immediately spread out the paper. There were 3 circles marked with pencil, indicating 3 locations. One was Yandan City, the middle sections of the other 2 circles had been scraped away, leaving the names of unknown cities illegible. He studied the paper from every angle but couldn't make sense of it. "Su Jin, giving just one place name without any route, how exactly are we supposed to locate the weapons?" And isn't Yandan City already our destination? He was confused. He didn't understand. If that person has the memories, he'll definitely go there, Su Jin explained, his eyes on the vehicle ahead. So following them to the next location should lead us straight to where the weapons are hidden. Oh, I see. Lu Si nodded. Su Jin, I wonder, was what Huang Ran said earlier true? About your parents? Sibao. Su Jin interrupted the question Lu Si was about to ask. If things developed normally, then yes, what he said is accurate. My parents were researchers. Didn't you guess that much from the beginning? But I wasn't sure. Lu Si quietly pushed back, muttering under his breath. Some things simply weren't as he imagined, they needed confirmation from the other party. Su Jin sighed. There's nothing to be unsure about. What you know is the truth. Lu Si bit his lip, glancing up at the man. Then your uncle and aunt are still alive, right? Wait, no, with your current abilities, why haven't you gone to find them? Su Jin remained silent for a moment. I never saw them again after I woke up. His voice carried a trace of desolation. Lu Si felt an inexplicable tug in his chest. Su Jin's parents were scientists, and he himself had been a test subject, being turned into this state by his own family. How painful that must have been. You must hate them a lot, don't you? Lu Si reached out, gently placing his hand on the man's shoulder and speaking softly. I don't hate them. If I truly hated them, I wouldn't have come looking for them myself in the first place. Of course, that's only secondary. The more important thing is whatever remains inside the laboratory. Sibao, do you think I'm pitiful? Su Jin freed one hand and stroked Lu Si's hair, a faint smile on his lips. Lu Si nodded, dead serious. Yes, very pitiful. You're mine. If I don't pity you upon knowing your situation, then who will? I'm glad. Su Jin let go and focused back on driving. Feeling someone tugging at his sleeve, Su Jin turned his head slightly. Su Jin, I'm also glad. Glad that I met you. I really am happy. Chapter 228, The Town in Province S1. It was indeed difficult to pass through the city, especially driving through the central road where a dense swarm of zombies trailed behind them. If their speed dropped even slightly, they risked being swallowed by the horde. It wasn't just behind, they also faced zombies ahead, forcing them to get out and work together to kill the undead. Fortunately, in the end, they managed to escape from the zombie horde. In protecting the others, each of them had sustained injuries. Night fell. They stopped to rest in a small town on the outskirts of Province S. After an afternoon of relentless fleeing, exhaustion showed on everyone's faces. After drinking some water and eating a few compressed biscuits, they closed their eyes to rest. Of course. Their location was an abandoned house. There were other houses nearby as well. To guard against potential zombie attacks, they set up shifts, 2 people would stand watch every 4 hours. Lu Si and Su Jin took the first shift. The night was quiet, except for the faint chirping of insects, no other sounds could be heard. They stood on the second-floor balcony, looking down below. When they raised their heads, all they saw was pitch-black sky, not even a single star dared to peek out. A light, cool breeze brushed across their faces, slipping into open collars and making them shiver involuntarily. Lu Si quickly pulled his collar tighter, shook his head, then looked over at the man beside him before walking closer. Su Jin's expression was calm and composed, but softened slightly when he saw Lu Si. Leaning against the balcony wall, he stretched his arms and lifted an eyebrow, silently beckoning the youth forward. Naturally, Lu Si slipped into the man's embrace, feeling their warmth mingling together. Why did you take so long changing clothes? Su Jin tightened his hold on the boy in his arms and gently touched Lu Si's damp hair. I went to the bathroom too, Lu Si explained. Su Jin, why is your body temperature sometimes normal, but sometimes so cold? Maybe it's because I've stayed inside too long, Su Jin replied softly. Oh, can't it just stay normal? Lu Si rubbed his cheek against the man's chest, whispering the question. Su Jin chuckled lowly. Not for now. Sorry my precious Si has to suffer this. Suffer? I'm not suffering, I'm worried about you, Lu Si murmured, blushing as he pulled back slightly from the embrace. Alright, Su Jin responded, his gaze burning with intensity as he looked at the person before him. I won't talk to you anymore, Lu Si turned his face away, letting the wind cool the flush on his cheeks. Together, they gazed at the endless darkness of the night sky. After a while. Lu Si. Jiang Wanheng's voice came. Hearing it, Lu Si turned his head. He saw Jiang Wanheng standing at the entrance, looking at him. Jiang waved him over. I want to talk to you privately. Lu Si glanced up at the man beside him, hesitated briefly, then nodded. Okay. They walked off together, moving until Su Jin was out of sight, before Jiang finally spoke. Are you really going to stay with him? I don't know how you two met, but I think he's dangerous. You should be careful. Don't end up getting hurt because of him. Thank you for your concern. But Su Gu is really good to me. When Lu Si said this, to an outsider it sounded exactly like someone deeply in love, someone who couldn't be persuaded no matter what. Jiang sighed. Then suit yourself. It was Lu Si's choice. As outsiders, they could only offer advice. If he wouldn't listen, there was nothing more they could do. Lu Si felt Jiang was overly concerned, but he still appreciated it. Indeed, there was no groundless reason why someone like Jiang could become the protagonist. In his heart, Lu Si still held some affection toward him. Chapter 229. A small town in Province S, parting. Recalling how hastily the other two had progressed, he kindly reminded, Jiang Wanheng, you and Gu Zi should also get started early. If you need any tools, I think I can give you some. Those things were barely used by him and Su Jin, they always went straight to the point. Rather than let them go to waste, it would be better to pass them on to someone who needed them. It might even serve as a favor owed. Hearing Lu Si's veiled words, Jiang Wanheng froze for a moment, then quickly understood what was being referred to. His face flushed red. The conversation had suddenly shifted back to something concerning Lu Si, and he stammered slightly, isn't that, not quite appropriate? It's perfectly fine, Lu Si said, rolling his eyes. What was the big deal? As far as he knew, both of them were already adults. There shouldn't be any issue. So they began discussing other matters, Jiang Wanheng gradually nodding with sudden understanding, while Lu Si calmly explained everything to him. After talking for a while, Lu Si returned once more to the balcony, walking over to the man. What did you talk about? Su Jin asked when he saw him return. Not anything important, Lu Si replied, he would never tell him about that. Oh. Seeing the youth wasn't going to elaborate, he didn't press further. They stood together for a while before sitting down on the bench. Eventually, Lu Si drifted off to sleep in the man's arms. He was simply too tired. Su Jin gently wrapped his arms around the figure in his embrace. 4 hours passed. Wang Menghua and Huang Ran approached, it was now their turn for the second shift. Su Jin glanced at them impassively, then carried the sleeping boy inside. Wang Menghua, still full of energy, followed Huang Ran, chattering away in animated conversation. But less than an hour later, he slumped onto the bench and fell fast asleep. Huang Ran stood up and lightly pressed Wang Menghua's shoulder. Wang stirred slightly, but showed no signs of waking. In the end, he was still just a teenager. Huang Ran lifted his head, gazing at the night sky, then placed his hands on the balcony railing and leapt down. A muffled thud marked his landing, after which silence returned. Soon after he left, in the dead of night under a vast expanse of darkness, a black figure emerged, then disappeared into the shadows. No one knew how long had passed, everything was utterly still. Huang Ran staggered back, his expression dazed, as if he had seen something unsettling. He returned from another direction to the edge of the balcony. Wang Menghua's loud snoring rose and fell, breaking the silence with its noise. Huang Ran stared into the distant darkness. Though he couldn't see it clearly, he kept his gaze fixed, as if trying to memorize its location. Recalling what he'd witnessed, he realized next time he'd need to bring more people. The second shift ended. Jiang Wanheng and Gu Zi remained awake until dawn. They were only recently transformed from naive boys into young men. Despite their intelligence, their experience still needed improvement. The future lies within the present. There were many things they needed to experience firsthand before they could truly be called mature, before they could firmly hold on to ideals, take responsibility, and define clear, lofty goals, growing ever more certain of their direction and striving harder toward it until real results were achieved. On the following day, after eating some bread and drinking water, Gu Zi and the others began preparing to depart for a new shelter. Meanwhile, Su Jin and Lu Si would part ways with them here. During these few days of staying together, aside from Jiang Wanheng and Wang Menghua, who still harbored some classmate-like affection for Lu Si, the others felt little emotional attachment. After all, they had never shared the same purpose. Separation was inevitable, only a matter of who left first and who left later. Chapter 238. Town in S Province 3, Underground Sewer 1. Goodbye. Goodbye. I hope next time we meet, we won't be on opposite sides. As Gu Zi and the others drove away, Lu Si withdrew his gaze and turned to the man beside him. He took the man's hand voluntarily, their fingers intertwining, eyes crinkling with a gentle smile. Su Gu, let's go too. Su Jin tightened his grip on the other's hand. Okay. Of course, they weren't leaving this town, they were heading somewhere else. Now that identities had been revealed, Su Jin no longer concealed his strength. Even if zombies were nearby, they dared not lunge at the two, treating them as if invisible. Lu Si felt a warm satisfaction well up inside, a surge of pride, see, how incredible his man was. The pair stopped in front of a bank. Is this the place? Lu Si scanned the surroundings, noticing nothing suspicious. There were only scattered zombies around, not the kind of heavily guarded area one would expect for something important. This is it. Then do we go inside? Lu Si asked, already tugging the man's hand forward. But Su Jin stood still. What's wrong? Unable to pull the man along, Lu Si tilted his head curiously. Si Bao, the entrance isn't inside the building, it's right here. Lu Si looked down and saw the manhole cover beneath Su Jin's foot. Down there? Yes, the entrance is exactly here. All right. That didn't faze Lu Si, especially not someone with his physical strength. He easily lifted the manhole cover, and immediately a nauseating stench wafted out. Lu Si pinched his nose shut, staring in horror at the man beside him. Su Jin, are you sure we're supposed to go down there? Absolutely certain. Su Jin handed him a mask and put one on himself. Let's go. Fine. Lu Si nodded. After all, he was immune to the stench of rotting corpses. What was this compared to that? One thing was clear, he had to live up to his Su Gu. Once inside the tunnel, they realized it wasn't actually a passage for filth, but rather a drainage shaft. However, due to its age, years of accumulation had created a persistent odor. The space inside was wide enough to accommodate two people walking side by side. Because of the rain 2 days prior, some water had pooled in the center of the passageway. On both sides of the walls, there were slight raised ledges, originally built for the convenience of maintenance workers, but they offered limited help, forcing the two to bend slightly and move forward step by step. Su Jin held a flashlight, illuminating the path ahead, while his other hand firmly grasped Lu Si behind him. In the silence, the sound of flowing water stood out starkly. The weak beam lit up the immediate surroundings. Moments after they passed, bubbles rose from the water with a soft gurgling noise, splashing lightly before being swallowed again by the slow current. After walking a while, several dark tunnels branched out ahead of them. Su Jin stopped and released Lu Si's hand. Su Jin, are you sure this is the right place? Lu Si stepped over to Su Jin's other side, flashlight in hand, shining it ahead. Definitely. Si Bao, keep an eye out for any markings around us. Su Jin whispered softly, since they chose to hide it here, they must have left some traces. Let's keep looking. Got it. Lu Si nodded. He swept the light across the surrounding walls, where patches of moss clung to the dull gray surface. Lu Si continued forward cautiously. Then, ahead, he spotted a dark red arrow. Su Jin. Look there. Excited, Lu Si turned to the man beside him, pointing urgently. At that moment, a faint rustling sound came from behind them, accompanied by the ripple of water. Chapter 231 Underground Passage 2. Su Jin heard it too. His expression turned grim as he spoke, use your ability. Alright, Lu Si nodded. The sound of water behind them grew louder. Lu Si shone the flashlight toward the source, then slashed his power through the air. A black line shot forth and struck the water's surface. Water splashed violently into the air. Lu Si quickly stepped back, but droplets still landed on his face. The original sound of flowing water gradually weakened. The flashlight beam swept over the spot. On the dark surface of the water, something had appeared. But whatever it was lay submerged, making it impossible for them to see clearly from their angle. Let's go. Just as he wanted to move closer, Su Jin's voice reached him. Lu Si snapped out of his focus and turned to the man beside him. Okay. They walked into the passage marked with a sign, while Lu Si's voice came again. Su Jin, what was that thing in the water just now? I don't know. It must have been mutated. It scared me half to death. A steady male voice replied, don't be afraid. Your ability is strong, protect yourself. And besides, I'm here. Time passed, how long, neither could tell. From where Lu Si had slashed the water, two severed halves slowly surfaced, surreal and eerie in the darkness. After walking a while longer, the water beneath their feet gradually dried up, and they finally reached their destination. The entrance was sealed shut by a solid iron door, with two white strips crossed over it like seals. Lu Si looked around, puzzled. No slot. How do we open it? There should be a mechanism somewhere. Lu Si stared at the white strips, then carefully tore the seals off. Once the seals were gone, he spotted a small hole at that spot. The two exchanged glances. A hole, that meant things would be easier. It confirmed they'd found the right place. Lu Si rubbed his hands together. Su Jin, I want to try using my spatial cut to slice through this thick iron. Alright, give it a try. Understanding flickered in Su Jin's eyes. Lu Si nodded, then positioned himself steadily. In truth, he had underestimated the absolute cutting power of his spatial ability. A clean fissure appeared across the center of the iron door. Su Jin swiftly pulled Lu Si aside. Bang! Clang! The top half crashed heavily to the ground, followed by a burst of dust. They waited in silence for a moment. Only after everything settled did Su Jin lead Lu Si forward. The opening was now clear, revealing what lay inside. Lu Si gave Su Jin a slight smile, his face brightening with delight. Could anyone not be happy upon finding weapons and ammunition? To avoid making Jiang Wanheng and the others' journey pointless later, Lu Si still thoughtfully left some supplies behind for them. When they exited, they chose a different route. After leaving, instead of heading straight away, Su Jin decided to find a hotel, one where he and Lu Si could enjoy themselves in more pleasurable matters. After doing it several times, the initial pain they once felt was no longer an issue. Later, he tenderly prepared red date and goji pork porridge to nourish Lu Si's body. Lu Si leaned against the wall, waiting patiently as the man fed him. After taking a few spoonfuls, he finally relaxed, then asked calmly, Su-jin, why are you going to Yandan City? You're not looking for the arms there, are you? No. That cash should have already been taken by them long ago. Then why go there? Su-jin gently blew on the spoonful of porridge, then brought it to the youth's lips. Looking for someone. Lu Si opened his mouth, took the bite, chewed slowly, then swallowed. One of your subordinates. Something like that. Silence lingered for a moment. Lu Si suddenly spoke up, Su-jin. What is it, Si Bao? Su-jin paused his movement. If you've destroyed all the laboratories and they can't get those data anymore, what will you do next? Do you have any plans? There's still a long way to go, but all I want now is to be with you, doing things we enjoy together. His gaze turned ambiguous toward the end. Lu Si was once again flustered by Su-jin's suggestive words. Stop fooling around. I'm asking seriously. Su-jin reached out and gently pinched Lu Si's cheek. And I'm giving you a serious answer. I don't want to talk to you anymore. But I want to talk to you. Su-jin said, eyes crinkling with amusement. That Huang Ran knows about your parents, why don't you go ask him? The chances of finding them might be pretty high. Not yet. It's not the right time. Oh, fine then. Lu Si felt his worry had been pointless. Just a few more sips and we're done. You're feeding too slowly. I'll do it myself. Slow sipping aids digestion. Ugh. Elsewhere. Hurry up, move faster. A soldier in olive green uniform marched ahead, clutching a rifle, his face showing clear impatience as he urged forward a group of researchers dressed in white lab coats. After over 20 days of grueling travel, these more than 40 researchers, most averaging around 40 years old, appeared worn and haggard. As they entered, the sight of familiar laboratory surroundings caused their expressions to shift instantly. Some looked shocked. Weren't the experiments already a failure? Why continue? When they learned how drastically the world had changed, and that they were the ones responsible, some scientists felt deep guilt. If only they had stopped earlier, things wouldn't have deteriorated to this point. Cannibalistic zombies. Mindless, ravenous creatures. At the front stood a young man in high-ranking green military attire, his ruggedly handsome face marked by a careless, rebellious air. He glanced coldly at the speaker, replying calmly, precisely because the experiment failed, we must now develop a new serum to enhance Evolver's power levels. But during your escape, didn't you notice? Some zombies are developing consciousness, and even manifesting abilities similar to Evolver's. What? At this, murmurs broke out among them. Quiet. The man raised his voice slightly. Our people rescued you from various labs, not so you could quit now. Director Ma said you must regroup based on your original research directions and quickly develop a flawless reagent. This formula must combine an Evolver's abilities with a zombie's physical strength. How is that even possible? Some researchers couldn't believe it. Before the man could respond, a few within the group glinted with feverish excitement. Why impossible? If we manage to create zombies, how far can the perfect specimen really be? Exactly. When can we start? I'll need Evolvers as test subjects. Research on Evolvers, that should be far more thrilling. A 60-something man grinned excitedly, his sunken, yellowish face covered in wrinkles, making him look almost monstrous. One by one, as others chimed in agreement, their true natures gradually surfaced. After living in fear these past days, finally we can cut open test subjects again. Zombies, such exquisite experimental material. I request a private lab space. Prepare my old tools. I want one too. Too many people slow me down, just assign me 2 assistants. A bunch of madmen. The man nodded expressionlessly, granting each demand, then ordered his subordinates to escort them to their respective labs. Only 5 or 6 remained in the vast hall. These were the ones who had originally refused to continue the work. Now that the crowd had thinned, the man got a clearer look at the few standing there, renowned names in the scientific community. And a few faces he recognized personally. Why haven't you left yet? The other soldiers, unfamiliar with these individuals, seeing them stand idle, began threatening them harshly. Don't be rude, the man's voice cut through. Yes, Colonel. They immediately lowered their heads respectfully. You all step outside. I have something to discuss with them, he instructed. Yes, sir. Without hesitation, they withdrew. Once his men were gone, only the man and the remaining few were left in the room. His demeanor softened into respect. He bowed slightly toward a middle-aged couple among them. Hello, teacher. The 2 people addressed as teacher by the man had dark expressions. The middle-aged man avoided looking at him, while the woman frowned deeply. Gu Ziyu, how come you're now working for Ma Fading? The man called Gu Ziyu lifted his head, a faint smile on his face. I didn't expect teacher's wife would still remember my name. I don't have a student like you, the middle-aged man beside the woman snapped angrily. Well, as the saying goes, once a teacher, always a father. You taught me, so naturally, you're my teacher, Gu Ziyu said calmly, then shifted tone. Teacher, aren't you all also working for President Ma? You. The man was momentarily speechless, caught off guard. Gu Ziyu's previously smiling face turned expressionless as he idly stroked the pistol at his waist. Since you are my teachers, out of old respect, I won't hold past matters against you. But teacher's wife once taught me, quitting halfway through a task achieves nothing. Now that things have progressed this far, withdrawing makes no sense, does it? The woman was left speechless, finally muttering bitterly, smart-mouthed brat. Heh, thank you for the compliment, teacher's wife. Gu Ziyu chuckled lightly. Silence hung in the air for a moment. Gu Ziyu slipped his hands into his pockets and turned around, glancing sideways at the group behind him with an indifferent voice. If you don't care about your own lives, what about your son, teacher? Don't you care about him? At the mention of her son, the woman's eyes flickered with alarm. She exchanged a glance with her husband, then slowly regained composure. I don't know what you mean. What do you think will happen if I report that incident, teacher? Do you really believe you'll ever see your son again? You're threatening us. Heh, not exactly a threat. I'm merely stating facts. I suggest you discuss this thoroughly with the other researchers. After all, time waits for no one. As Gu Ziyu spoke, a flash of killing intent flickered in his eyes. The other researchers looked toward the couple, they had agreed to follow them. All right, we'll do it, the woman conceded, her voice heavy with resignation. Good. My, how straightforward teacher's wife is. Gu Ziyu finally smiled again, and the tense atmosphere instantly dissolved. Having settled the matter, Gu Ziyu walked out of the laboratory. Colonel. A woman approached him. Gu Ziyu glanced at her. Still haven't found him. No, came the cold reply. Keep searching. He must be in one of the labs. Yes, sir. Chapter 233, Shedding Innocence, Moving Toward Maturity. After resting in that small town for several days, Su Jin took Lu Si and headed toward Yandan City. Their journey was delayed because Su Jin kept stopping for various reasons, and he also wanted to help Lu Si improve his abilities, so they dawdled along the way, taking a full month to finally arrive. By then, the temperature had already plummeted sharply. Overnight, snow blanketed the ground, and cold winds swept through the air. Even evolved humans felt the chill, let alone ordinary people. People began to realize the importance of heavy clothing and started forming groups to scavenge for garments. In this freezing environment, zombies, who felt no cold, had the upper hand. Some survivors quickly fell behind and soon became food for the undead. As time passed, fights over food erupted, not just against the dead, but among the living too. Here, the law of the jungle played out in its most brutal form. The protagonists encountered many benefactors who aided them, but when ordinary people met other ordinary people, hostility almost always followed. Only one side could win. Lu Si once tried to help, tagging along with a large group, only to be attacked by them instead. If it weren't for Su Jin, well, if those zombies weren't actually under Su Jin's command, given Lu Si's current strength, there was no way he could have cut down a horde of what looked like 70 or 80 zombies at once. Sigh. His capabilities were still limited. Indeed, such was the difference. Why didn't the people in the truck save them? Could they even have helped? No, they couldn't fight the zombies, especially not for strangers with no blood ties to them. After enduring so much, their hearts had grown numb. Even if they wanted to act, they lacked the strength. Survival was all that mattered. As the truck drove away, the zombies ignored it and turned right back to their pursuit. Lu Si turned his head toward the man beside him. Su Jin, how many zombies can you control now? No need to control them. Just standing here is enough to intimidate them. Alright, then since you're here, why are they still chasing us? Su Jin took Lu Si's hand and frowned as he walked straight through the crowd of zombies. The undead advanced forward, yet instinctively cleared a path for Su Jin. Once they reached an open area, the man finally spoke slowly, they want to eat. Lu Si. That made perfect sense. You carry my scent now. They won't touch you, Su Jin said softly. I do. Lu Si lifted his hand and sniffed. Catching only a faint hint of musk, he leaned toward Su Jin and took another whiff. Before he could breathe in properly, he was suddenly pulled into a tight embrace, pressed firmly against the man's chest. Lu Si couldn't breathe. He placed his palms against Su Jin's body and spoke gently, let go quickly. Not letting go. I need air. Still, Su Jin released him. Finally freed, Lu Si gasped deeply, his breath visible in thick white puffs that dissipated into the cold air. The ground lay covered in snow, every step leaving clear footprints. Snowflakes swirled down from the sky, and a few drifted onto the nape of his neck. He shivered involuntarily and hastily tightened his open collar. Noticing the intense gaze from the man beside him, he looked back. What? Nothing. Su Jin shifted his eyes away, avoiding Lu Si's glance. Huh. Lu Si stepped closer, moving directly into Su Jin's line of sight, studying his face intently as if trying to see right through him. Through continuous training, absorbing crystal cores, and Su Jin's careful nurturing, Lu Si had shot up a few centimeters in height. His features had matured, now bearing a distinctly masculine appearance. Though the skin beneath his clothes remained delicate, from the outside, he now looked like a young man, handsomer and more grown up than before. Chapter 234 Shock. 7 Abilities. Seeing him move closer, Su-jin pulled him into his arms again, lowered his head to inhale the scent at the nape of the younger man's neck, and whispered, "Missed you." Over the past 2 days, because Lu Si needed to investigate certain matters, they had traveled with the main group. There hadn't been any private time between them, sleeping arrangements were communal too, so Su-jin hadn't had a chance to get close. Now, fortunately, Lu Si had just been pushed down here by someone else, finally granting them this moment alone. Even though he'd already experienced such confessions many times before, Lu Si still blushed when hearing these words. He lightly punched the man's chest, his voice laced with shyness. "Miss me? You couldn't even wait 2 days. How did you survive before?" "Before, I hadn't met you. Now that I have, it's different," Su-jin replied seriously. He spoke softly into Lu Si's ear. Combined with the cold weather, the sensation made his ears feel both chilly and ticklish. Lu Si changed the subject, straightened his expression, and looked at the other. "Su-jin, are you cold?" "Not at all. But I am a little." The young man in front blinked his dewy almond-shaped eyes. Su-jin's throat bobbed. He seized the other's hand. "All right then, I'll warm you up." Just warming up, that was all it was supposed to be. In this frigid weather, Lu Si could feel warmth spreading from their joined hands, radiating through him from the person beside him. The heat from healing abilities felt different than this kind, the former spread evenly throughout the body, while the latter concentrated only where contact was made. After spacing out for a moment, Lu Si suddenly realized that Su-jin possessed additional abilities, specifically, fire-based powers. When he voiced this realization aloud, Su-jin nodded. "Yes, I do have that ability." "Lu Si, why do you look so calm about it? You never asked me before." "Fair enough," Lu Si sighed. "I heard the Zombie King has mastery over all elements." "So is that true then?" Su-jin tightened his grip on the other's hand, slipped his free hand into his coat pocket, and began walking toward the building ahead as he spoke. "Not exactly. That claim is incorrect." "Then what abilities do you actually have?" Lu Si followed closely behind. "Tao Bao wants to know." Su-jin stopped and turned with a smile on his face, looking at the person behind him. "What a stupid question, of course I want to know." Lu Si rolled his eyes, he wouldn't ask if he didn't care. "Give me a kiss, and I'll tell you," Su-jin demanded matter-of-factly. "Pfft, easy." Lu Si suppressed the flutter in his heart, stood on tiptoe, and briefly kissed the man on the lips. His lips were moist and damp, just a light touch, but immediately afterward, Su-jin grabbed the back of his head and deepened the kiss. Lu Si could only submit and respond in kind. Soft white snowflakes drifted down onto their clothes, hair, faces, their eyelashes trembled slightly. They parted only after a long while. Mainly because it was simply too cold. They got inside the car, shut the doors, and gradually warmed up within its heated interior. Lu Si took off his blood-stained down jacket and lazily slumped onto the back seat. Su-jin had far too many tricks. By now, Lu Si carried serious trauma regarding the front passenger seat. "Can you tell me now?" Of course, he hadn't forgotten his original purpose. Su-jin sighed playfully and rubbed the other's face. "Mind type, lightning type, fire type, spatial type, healing type, speed, and absorption." Holy crap. That many? Hearing the list roll off the man's tongue, Lu Si couldn't help but swear under his breath. Even Gu Zi didn't compare. Why does the author favor Su-jin so much? Why not make him the main character? Chapter 235, Yendan City 1. It's always more exciting when the weak defeat the strong. Well, of course, that's just how it is. Lu Si pondered for a moment and then understood. Hearing Lu Si muttering curses, Su-jin frowned. Lu Si quickly soothed him. "I was just too excited, Su-gu. You're truly amazing." He smiled at the other as he spoke. "Nothing special," Su-jin replied, his expression softening slightly. He reached out to ruffle the other's hair, only to find the passenger seat empty. An awkward silence settled in. Su-jin withdrew his hand expressionlessly. Sitting in the back seat, Lu Si glanced sheepishly at the scene. He had known Su-jin would do something like this. He quickly changed the subject. "Su-gu, what exactly is the Devour ability? I've never seen it mentioned in the original text before." Now that he thought about it carefully, he didn't recall the author ever mentioning such an ability while reading the book. How come Su-jin suddenly claimed to possess it now? Was this another plot hole? Devour means absorbing another esper's ability and converting it into energy to strengthen your own, the man explained, turning his head to look at the one seated behind. That's so damn powerful. So anyone with this ability could just take away someone else's power whenever they feel annoyed? There must be some kind of restriction, right? Su-jin fell silent for a moment, then said, "There are no restrictions." He added after a pause, "At least, none for me." His Su-gu was unbelievably powerful. Su-jin accepted the other's admiring gaze matter-of-factly, then added in a soothing tone, "Si Bao, will you sit up front with me?" Lu Si snapped back to reality and immediately shook his head. No way. Just drive, Su Jin. Su Jin fell silent again, slightly surprised by the quick refusal. Lu Si complained loudly, why do you keep touching my hair all the time? If you keep doing it, you'll end up pulling all my hair out. Is that so? Su Jin raised an eyebrow, deep in thought. He did remember a few strands falling out while washing Lu Si's hair. Lu Si remained firm. Yes. As if he'd believe that nonsense. Su Jin let out a soft sigh. Then I won't touch your hair next time, okay? I don't believe you, Lu Si scoffed. Like he'd trust this guy. Then should I sit in the back too? If the mountain wouldn't come to him, he'd go to the mountain. Lu Si. If you sit in the back too, then who's going to drive? In the end, Lu Si returned to the passenger seat. The man simply refused to start the car unless he did. Good dog. Snowfall had blanketed certain roads with thick layers of white, making driving difficult. They took their time. The journey would have taken 2 hours normally, but stretched into 3 days thanks to the weather and Su Jin's relaxed attitude. Along the way, whenever they spotted a clean, habitable house, they stopped, Su Jin dragging Lu Si inside to indulge in passionate intimacy. Youthful energy, indeed. Since it was Su Jin who wanted to come here, Lu Si figured there must be plenty of zombies in Yandan City. But upon arrival, everything was quiet, too quiet. The sensation he got was pure stillness. He was devoid of any zombies. Along the edges of trees lay dry, yellow leaves, mixed in with patches of snow. Stepping out of the car, Lu Si took in the scene. Lifting his head, all he saw was an expanse of snowy whiteness reflected in his eyes. Su Jin placed a hand on Lu Si's shoulder, noticing his continued silence. What's wrong? It's so quiet here, Lu Si finally asked. The zombies here are probably under control. Come on, I'll take you somewhere. With that, Su Jin took Lu Si's hand and led him forward. Su Jin's hand was warm, protected by soft woolen gloves. Lu Si followed closely behind. Are we talking about advanced zombies? Su Jin, do all advanced zombies obey you? Not all of them. Oh. Suddenly I remember that advanced zombie who hurt me last time. That was just an accident, Su Jin clarified once again. Chapter 236 Sultan City 2, Territory. Hearing the guilt in Su Jin's voice, Lu Si quickly said, that's not what I meant. Who can guarantee absolute safety anyway? I can guarantee your absolute safety, Su Jin said seriously. Lu Si. I was trying to comfort you, but now how am I supposed to respond? Really, don't you believe me, Si Bao? Su Jin began looking pitiful again. Lu Si couldn't stand it and had to give in. Believe, I believe. You can. Su Gu, you're the most amazing. Only then did Su Jin relax into a smile. So what's the situation now? Lu Si looked toward the eerie silence before them. Seriously, the feeling it gave him was just strange. Su Jin followed his gaze, then drew his eyes back. We'll know once we walk in. They were currently at one of the intersections within this city area. Oh. Lu Si replied briefly, and immediately afterward Su Jin took his hand. He hesitated for a moment, then tightened his grip on the man's hand. The two resembled an ordinary couple going through their daily routine, hand in hand, walking home together. But they hadn't gone far when a shadow flashed forward, stopping before Su Jin with a deeply reverent posture. When he lifted his head, his entire face became visible. LLL. He opened his mouth toward Su Jin. Big, brother. As he spoke, he raised his head fully. Lu Si saw the face and was slightly startled. This person had short, fine hair that seemed newly grown, a lifeless pale complexion, regular features, but what stood out most were his deep green eyes. He felt like he might have figured it out, yet also like he hadn't. Lu Si turned his neck to look at the man beside him. Su Jin, is this your underling? This person was indeed Qin Badian. Be big bro, you finally arrived. Excitement spread across Qin Baishan's face. His speech no longer stammered, though it remained somewhat slow. You did all this? Yes. Qin Badian nodded vigorously, clearly eager for praise. Knowing that the big brother planned to establish his territory here first, he had ordered all the other zombie subordinates to drive every survivor out of Sultan City, then assigned them to clean up and prepare everything properly, to leave a good impression on the boss. With all the zombies across the city mobilized, efficiency skyrocketed. City collapses weren't unprecedented, especially not for just one single town. Sultan City could now be called a zombie territory. He explained everything he'd done. After listening, Su Jin simply said, good job. Hee. Qin Badian giggled gleefully. Then he led Su Jin and Lu Si toward the residence prepared for them. Lu Si followed, being pulled along by Su Jin, watching the figure ahead with an expression as if he wanted to say something but held himself back, ultimately staying silent. Because of the snowfall, thick layers blanketed the roads. Ahead, he spotted several figures using iron rods and operating excavators to clear snow. Who in their right mind would come out shoveling snow in freezing weather during the apocalypse? As they drew closer, he realized, they were zombies with grotesque faces. They hummed quietly, compelled by authority, never ceasing their work. It wasn't just one isolated spot. The deeper they went, the more of these little cuties appeared, all doing the exact same task. And whenever Chin Badian passed by, they worked even harder. Lu Si was left speechless. He glanced at Su Jin beside him, who remained utterly calm and unperturbed. The walk wasn't long. Soon, they reached a compound enclosed by iron railings, inside which stood a luxurious villa, its exterior opulent even under heavy blankets of snow, its richness impossible to conceal despite the covering. On either side of the iron gate stood two lopsided, shambling zombies. Chapter 237 Salt Permit City 3, Explanation. Feeling someone approaching, they slowly lifted their stiff necks and turned to look at Lu Si and his group. Chin Badian chattered something incomprehensible at them, then they reached out and pushed open the iron gate. Greeting Lu Si's group with a respectful bow before inviting them inside. Su Jin. Lu Si turned to look at the person beside him. Su Jin tightened his grip on the young man's hand and started walking forward. Let's go. Along the path leading deeper into the villa compound, flowers and plants lined both sides, though now buried beneath snow, only faint traces of green peeking through. Stepping into the villa, warm air rushed over them immediately. Take off your clothes. Su Jin released Lu Si's hand as he spoke, removing his gloves first, then his outer coat. He didn't fear the cold, but Lu Si had insisted he wear layers, so he'd obediently complied. Lu Si took off his own coat, revealing a t-shirt and a yellow fleece underneath. His entire face was flushed red from the cold. A gust of wind slipped in through the doorway, making him shiver. But quickly, his attention was captured by the interior, the grand hall even more luxurious than before, magnificently designed, glittering with golden decorations that dazzled the eyes. The man who had guided them in earlier had disappeared without a trace. Su Jin led Lu Si toward a sofa off to one side. His previously cool hands were instantly warmed. Lu Si blinked, staring at the man beside him. Su Gu, just now, that guy who let us in, was he one of your zombie subordinates? Yes. How did my Sibao guess? Who the hell wears only a single layer in freezing weather and still looks energetic? And those eyes. Just recalling the eerie green glow sent lingering chills down Lu Si's spine. True. My Sibao is really sharp. Su Jin praised softly. Lu Si sensed the praise was somewhat perfunctory. Right. By the way, Su Jin, why haven't I seen your eye color change? Are all powerful beings just pitch black-eyed? He stared intently into the man's eyes as he spoke. Sibao wants to see. Yeah, I want to. It won't hurt you, will it? Lu Si assumed it might be difficult. No, it won't. I'll show you. Su Jin raised a hand to caress Lu Si's cheek, his gaze unreadable. Lu Si sensed something was off and gently pushed his hand away, switching topics instead. Speaking of which, how come your high-level zombies now have speed-type abilities too? Su Jin shifted to tracing gentle circles over the youth's fingers, his voice calm. The lab used a specific drug. Once consciousness awakens in a zombie, such abilities can be activated. If high-level zombies become more common later, doesn't that mean zombies have a greater chance of winning overall? Su Jin shot him a glance. Sibao still doesn't understand. High-level zombies eventually evolve into human forms, but with physical capabilities far surpassing even evolved humans. According to the trend, the progression should ultimately be human-zombie-strong-gene-human. Hearing this, Lu Si grew puzzled. Then, can evolved humans get infected and turn into zombies? Su Jin fell silent for a moment. Yes. But only if they encounter a high-level zombie. Hey, Su Jin, I've been with you for so long now. If you're truly the zombie emperor, then you must carry the virus. Why haven't I gotten infected yet? You don't remember your ankle swelling and turning blue before? That bite from a zombie did infect you. But you drank my blood. Your constitution changed afterward, you're now immune to all zombies. Su Jin explained. Lu Si scratched his head. I don't recall that at all. Do you think I would have let you know back then? No, probably not. There you go. Lu Si suddenly grabbed the man's wrist, realization dawning. Wait, does that mean my second system awakened because I drank your blood? Yes. Holy shit. So high-level zombies are this powerful? Sounds like becoming a zombie isn't a bad option after all. Su Jin shook his head. It's not easy. The transformation from zombie to strong gene human is extremely difficult. Survival of the fittest among zombies is even more brutal. But then why are there so many level 3 zombies around? Many zombies originally came from laboratories. Tier 3 zombies are unfinished products, still lacking consciousness. Only when they reach the 4th tier might they develop awareness, he explained after a pause. Some conscious zombies accelerate their ability growth by attacking their own kind, stealing crystalline cores to level up. Others even cooperate in groups. Hearing the explanation directly from this powerful man felt different from merely reading about it. Lu Si nodded as understanding dawned. So that's why you didn't hesitate to take your fellow zombies' core. Partly. More importantly, it helps you upgrade your abilities, Su Jin said softly. His words warmed Lu Si's heart, making him sweetly murmur, Su Gu, you're really great. Wanna repay me? Lu Si instantly changed his tone, refusing bluntly, no way. Keep your distance. But Su Jin ignored the young man completely. Instead of stepping back, he moved closer, coaxing Lu Si to take off his outerwear. He craved physical contact, needed it. Without it, his entire body felt uneasy. Just as they swayed in this push-and-pull tension, an abrupt voice shattered the intimate atmosphere. Boss, Crystal Core. Qin Badian approached, pulling out a pink backpack from somewhere and handing it to Su Jin. Lu Si immediately pushed Su Jin away and jumped off the sofa. Fortunately, they hadn't gotten too far, only one sweater had been removed. Interrupted mid-passion, Su Jin wore a displeased expression and refused to take the bag. Sis. Qin Badian then turned to the person nearby who carried his leader's scent, passing it over instead. Being publicly called sis left Lu Si momentarily stunned. Then realization hit, he flushed bright red. Hearing this, Su Jin's mood visibly improved. A cryptic smile curled his lips as he told Qin Badian, good job. Hee hee. Qin Badian chuckled sheepishly, adding a touch of liveliness to his otherwise pale face. Su Jin. What nonsense are you spouting? I'm a grown man. Lu Si snapped, thoroughly embarrassed that the man actually accepted the nickname. Tsebeo, won't you take his things? Lu Si shot the man a glare but hurriedly snatched the backpack anyway, stashing it into his space. I have a name, okay? Just call me Lu Si. Alright, sis. Qin Badian made clear, he only followed the boss's orders. Lu Si. Go practice driving. Don't disturb my conversation with your sis, Su Jin said, slinging an arm around the young man's shoulder. Oh. Got it. Qin Badian quickly left. And considerately closed the door behind him. With the annoying presence finally gone, Su Jin immediately moved close again. He first kissed the youth's forehead, then his nose. Just as he leaned in for a kiss on the lips, an alarmed Lu Si slapped a hand over his mouth. You still haven't admitted it. I'm a guy. I'm fucking male. Lu Si growled fiercely. Then came the damp warmth against his palm. Lu Si stared, utterly shocked. Su Jin. Su Jin wrapped his arms around the young man's waist, speaking gently, okay. I'll listen to you. Only then did Lu Si's anger subside. They sank back onto the sofa together. Slightly stirred himself, Lu Si stopped resisting. Their playfulness carried them from downstairs all the way up to the second floor. Afterward, Lu Si lay on the bed, calmly accepting the man's massage, idly chewing on a straw as he casually asked, hey, what's the deal with your little bro who hasn't turned into a zombie yet? Not sure. Met him by chance. Why are you thinking about other people, Tsebeo? Think only of me, Su Jin said, his expression darkening slightly. I was just concerned about you. And hey, what are you touching? Let go. Lu Si's face had already been rosy, now turning even redder. To avoid setting the youth off again, Su Jin reluctantly released him, focusing seriously on treating Lu Si instead. Under the man's careful care, sleep eventually overwhelmed Lu Si, and he drifted off peacefully. Chapter 240 Saltan City 6. Su Jin, but isn't it true that evil never triumphs over good? Won't we end up as prisoners if we oppose them? Lu Si was worried about this. Su Jin shrugged. There's never really been such a thing as right and wrong, only different perspectives. Didn't I just explain this to you? Lu Si shook his head slightly, muttering under his breath, there are still some differences, of course except when it comes to you. Su Jin pinched Lu Si's cheek. Lu Si grabbed the man's wandering hand and grinned. Later, Lu Si became involved in Su Jin's plans. Deep down, he still had a bit of selfishness, he wasn't the only one like this, after all. When zombies occupied a city, once their numbers were sufficient, taking control was effortless. Exactly how to train an elite, obedient zombie army required careful planning and deployment. In this regard, Lu Si drew upon years of accumulated web novel knowledge, only to curse inwardly that he couldn't remember what happened in any of those novels he'd read. So he could only start inventing new ideas from scratch. For ordinary zombies, first let Qin Badian take control of them, then proceed with related tasks. Cities needed construction, and environment couldn't be neglected. For second-tier and above zombies, Su Jin himself would control them. One portion of the zombie force would expand outward, while another protected their homeland, clearly declaring this place as their territory. If any evolved humans came around and couldn't be driven away, they might as well become food for the zombies. Once the zombies were under control, everything else became manageable. Since they carried a stench, for now they could use snow instead of water, after all, they weren't afraid of cold. Even if slightly frozen, as long as they could still walk, they could move. At this point, the clothes stored in Lu Si's space finally became useful, those with slight consciousness could get full outfits, while mindless ones needed only a pair of pants. But he noticed there were surprisingly few third-tier zombies nearby. Cheen Badian explained, they're all inside that backpack. As for a small number of higher-level zombies, they ran off long ago. Lu Si helplessly looked toward the man beside him. Su Jin said there were plenty more zombies, they didn't need to worry. Regarding laboratory research, Lu Si thought it highly necessary to develop a serum that could accelerate zombie evolution. But currently, that seemed far out of reach. Still, better to prepare early. Since Sultan City already had an existing lab, he figured using it as the research base made perfect sense. Rebuilding a new one would be too much trouble, using local resources was ideal. After dawdling for several weeks, Su Jin finally decided to take Lu Si to meet that person. Cheen Badian wanted to join too, mainly because he hadn't yet shown off before the boss, but Su Jin emotionlessly refused, instead ordering him to lead the zombie subordinates to expand their territory. Cheen Badian, OAO. The weather grew colder and colder, and thick layers of ice formed on the roads. Lu Si, whose hand was held tightly by Su Jin, felt warm and cozy without any discomfort, walking slowly alongside him. They reached the laboratory construction site after 20 minutes or so. Thick ice coated the hospital's entrance gate. Lu Si lifted his foot and casually kicked at it, the entire door immediately collapsed onto the ground. Ice coating shattered upon impact with the floor, making a crisp cracking sound. The zombies trapped inside were finally liberated, streaming past Lu Si and Su Jin as they walked outside. Su Jin pulled Lu Si forward toward the actual lab building. Su Jin, why are you so familiar with the exact location of every lab? Lu Si followed closely behind. Maybe I just have a good memory. A good memory? Lu Si muttered again with rolling eyes, he clearly wasn't worthy enough. Chapter 241 Sultan City 7, Exploring the Laboratory. Average, Su Jin actually started being modest. Then how did you become a test subject before? Hearing this, Su Jin stopped and turned to look at Lu Si behind him. His expression grew serious. Being stared at like that made Lu Si feel uneasy inside. What's wrong? Su Jin snapped back to reality and shook his head. Poor constitution. That was all the explanation he gave Lu Si, then fell silent again. Oh, okay. Seeing his mood wasn't right, Lu Si didn't press further. Instead, he voluntarily tightened his grip on the man's hand and said, I'm here for you. This laboratory was somewhat hidden, built deep within a small forest. Without someone who knew about its existence, one would never discover it. The entrance had been sealed shut. It took Lu Si using his ability to chop down the trees before the laboratory's location became visible. They exerted tremendous effort just to open the entrance. Immediately, zombies swarmed out. Seeing the dense mass of undead, Lu Si instinctively retreated into his space. Standing outside, Su Jin watched the person disappear into thin air and couldn't help but wear an exasperated expression. When he judged enough time had passed, he finally stepped out from the space, the exterior zombies were already gone. Su Jin leaned against the wall, clearly having waited long. Seeing Lu Si emerge, he waved and challenged, why don't you trust my strength? Lu Si sheepishly walked over. Well, there's no point not using my spatial ability if I have it. With one arm, Su Jin pulled the other close, nuzzled against Lu Si's neck, and stayed pressed together for quite some time before releasing him. Won't do it again next time. Lu Si shook his head. Nope, won't dare. Of course he would. Let's go. Only then did they continue deeper inside. The lab had long been sealed, the stench inside hit them sharply upon entry. Lu Si put on 2 masks, which helped somewhat. All the zombies inside had already been dealt with by Su Jin's control, now nothing remained but empty space. After walking a stretch, when the foul smell lessened, Su Jin came to a stop. Following the man's gaze, Lu Si looked ahead, there stood 2 sealed doors. If the person was inside, how could they make whoever was in there come out? He's inside, right? He's in there. Su Jin, are these doors soundproof? Not really. Oh. Su Jin turned toward the person beside him and noticed Lu Si pulling out a megaphone. Noticing the man's glance, Lu Si pursed his lips. Using a megaphone to call someone out isn't unreasonable, is it? No need for that. Su Jin smiled wryly, finding his Si bow incredibly cute. Oh. Lu Si nodded, his face slightly flushed. Just seeing this much is enough. Whether or not the person inside comes out, that's merely a matter of time. I'll take you to other research rooms where you might find things you like. Upon hearing this, Lu Si realized there were still more labs. Could they possibly find different things? The laboratory was vast, divided into several sections. The one Su Jin had taken him to earlier was only a part. After touring the entire facility, Lu Si thought it made perfect sense as a zombie experimentation base. Aside from some equipment taken by former researchers, most of the lab instruments remained intact, and anything missing would be replenished later by Su Jin. As for cleaning up the laboratory, that task was left to the zombie subordinates. Lu Si became deeply engrossed in laboratory matters. Once immersed, he neglected Su Jin completely, for weeks at a time. When Lu Si didn't seek affection, Su Jin began respecting his choices. One day, Lu Si was holding blueprints, busy scribbling and revising them. Suddenly, he felt something tighten around his waist. He looked down just as a voice came softly from behind. Si Bao doesn't really need to work so hard. Su Jin held the youth around the waist and whispered gently. Chapter 242 Throwing a Tantrum. Be serious, Lu Si gently pushed away the man's wandering hand and said softly. Be serious, Lu Si gently pushed away the man's wandering hand and said softly. Su Jin cast a glance at the blueprint in front of his partner, then clung even tighter. But Si Bao hasn't been with me for so many days already. Su Jin cast a glance at the blueprint in front of his partner, then clung even tighter. But Si Bao hasn't been with me for so many days already. How come you're always thinking about this? Didn't we just do it a few days ago? Lu Si said helplessly. Is all you want from me really just sex? Don't you think there's anything else worth doing? But you didn't go all the way in, Su Jin murmured as he kissed the other's cheek. Alright, stop fussing over these plans too much, just let others handle them. Come downstairs and eat. I've made your favorite dishes. Okay. Hearing the latter part, Lu Si's eyes lit up. Honestly speaking, Su Jin cooked far better than he did. Seeing that his attention had finally been diverted, Su Jin sighed quietly in relief. The two then walked downstairs together. Su Jin, your cooking is really delicious, Lu Si said between bites. These past few days eating Su Jin's meals had plumped up his face noticeably, he was finally catching up on nutrition. If it tastes good, then eat more. A gentle smile spread across Su Jin's face as he watched Lu Si, adding more food into his bowl. After finishing their meal, Su Jin pulled Lu Si out of the house. As soon as the door opened, an icy wind rushed inside. Let's take a walk. It hadn't snowed recently, but the weather remained bitterly cold. Lu Si looked up at the snow-covered landscape and softly murmured, it's beautiful. Su Jin tightened his grip on the young man's hand, waiting for him to continue. Lu Si turned his head to meet Su Jin's gaze. Back in my city, it rarely snows in winter. A hint of melancholy flickered in his eyes as he thought of his original world. No matter how beautiful this place was, it still wasn't his world. A dangerous apocalypse where survival meant constant escape. Who the hell wanted that? A peaceful, comfortable life would have been so much better. Su Jin listened silently to Lu Si's words, then pulled him close into his arms. Just think about it. You can only stay by my side and accompany me. Lu Si lifted his head from the embrace. Su Jin, I want to ask you something. I don't want to answer. Su Jin seemed to guess what was coming and refused immediately. Lu Si grabbed the man's hand, his tone hardening. No, I need to know, if my coming here has anything to do with you. Why were you so cold to me at first? You're not going to speak. I'm just curious, I want to understand what happened. Seeing his silence, Lu Si's expression grew stern. Su Jin loosened his grip and pursed his lips. I didn't know you would appear. This time, the two parted ways less than amicably. Lu Si shook off Su Jin's hand and stormed back into the house alone, stomping up to the second floor and into their shared room before slamming and locking the door behind him. He sat on the bed. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed the blueprint placed on the table near the window. He stared at it blankly for a moment, then stood up, walked over, pulled out the chair, sat down with his back against the seat and picked up the completed blueprint. It was his plan for expanding and developing Su Jin's territory. He tilted his head up toward the ceiling, eyes dull and unfocused. If he truly had been summoned here by Su Jin and the heavenly Tao, then what had become of his original body? Had it already rotted away? Or maybe been discovered by his landlord long ago? Or, was this all just like last time, merely a dream? But if so, why had he come here again? Wave after wave of confusion overwhelmed him, and no answers came. His ears twitched, still no sound from outside. Lu Si felt increasingly annoyed. Why wasn't Su Jin coming to comfort him? He wasn't someone who simply ignored things and refused to listen. Chapter 243, Want to Bring Her Back to Life. Su Jin watched as Lu Si hurried back, standing alone in the snow for quite some time. Qin Batian had just returned with his men after capturing a small town near Yandanqing, eager to report his success. When he arrived and saw his boss standing out in the snow without Lu Si by his side, he didn't ask. If his boss's wife wasn't around, she must be inside the house, simple as that. He was already used to these situations. Asking would get him nowhere, so better not to speak at all. Thinking this, he couldn't help but feel somewhat self-aware. Boss. These past few months of drinking Su Jin's reagent hadn't been wasted. Though his mind still moved slowly, his memories remained fragmented, and his purple eyes still betrayed his true nature, he could finally speak smoothly. Su Jin withdrew his gaze and glanced at him. How's progress? Going very well. Qin Batian said proudly, wearing a smug grin, clearly fishing for praise. All he got in return was an emotionless, "Oh," from Su Jin. Boss, Qin Batian called again. Boss, what about Zhang Yanqi? Why haven't we seen him in so long? Qin Badian tilted his head slightly, asking curiously. Su Jin had gradually gathered his subordinates from his previous life here. Currently, besides Qin Badian, there were 3 others, but Zhang Yanxi was missing. He's on a mission. What kind of mission takes this long? Qin Badian grimaced. Hearing this, Su Jin narrowed his eyes. Miss him that much? Qin Badian quickly waved his hands. No way. We still have unfinished business. His fists clenched eagerly. Su Jin had no interest in their petty squabbles. He lifted his foot and started walking forward. Follow. Got it. Su Jin led Qin Badian to the experimental base. Thanks to several weeks of work by the zombie underlings, and under Lu Si's supervision, the exterior of the lab was now complete, looking impressively structured. The large canopy overhead blocked out the falling snow. A few zombies stood guard at the entrance. Stepping inside, the once blood-stained area had been thoroughly cleaned. Light reflected off the tiled floor, making everything appear spotless. After climbing 2 flights of stairs, they finally reached the laboratory. That door was still tightly shut. Su Jin looked toward it. He hasn't come out. No. Suddenly, someone appeared beside Qin Badian. Su Jin focused, and saw the person had purple eyes. Higher rank than himself. The figure wore an old gray hoodie, loose black pants, yellowed cloth shoes, and a cap with a brim. At first glance, one wouldn't realize it was a zombie. And not just any zombie, a female one. What's more, she actually had hair. Thinking of hair, Qin Badian rubbed his own buzz-cut head. Humph, open the door, Su Jin said impatiently. He didn't want to wait much longer. Yes. The woman nodded, her expression cold and devoid of emotion. She stepped toward the sealed door, curled her fist, and slammed it against the surface, immediately creating a gaping hole. Dee. An alarm blared. At that moment, the door automatically slid open. The man inside clearly hadn't expected this. He grabbed his gun and aimed straight at Su Jin, but was swiftly subdued by the female zombie, who slammed him onto the ground. The room held numerous advanced pieces of equipment. In the center lay a metal bed, upon which a person rested. Su Jin shifted his gaze from the bed down to the mixed-race man on the floor. Want to bring her back to life? What do you mean? The man replied in stiff, unnatural Chinese, blue eyes filled with caution. I can help you revive her. I don't believe you. As soon as he spoke, the woman on the bed suddenly snapped her eyes open, her body jerking upright with a sharp cry, ah! Before collapsing back down. Shui, the man whispered, calling her by her nickname. Seeing her lie still again, he calmed himself. What are your terms? Work for me. You've always wanted to continue this research, haven't you? I'll give you everything you need. Why? Because I need the serum too. Okay. You look exactly like a Professor Su I once knew. The man stared intently at Su Jin, enunciating each word carefully. Hearing this, Su Jin's lips curled into a faint smile. He turned his head slightly and glanced back. Oh. Really? Silence fell. Chapter 244 Li Jin. Yes. The man stared seriously at Su Jin's face as he spoke. Su Jin didn't want to say much to this person and waved his hand. The female zombie restraining the man immediately understood and let him go. The man stood up and twisted his sore wrist. He glanced at the woman who had subdued him, then quickly looked away, shifting his gaze to Su Jin. My Chinese name is Li Jin. Nice to meet you. He extended his hand for a handshake. Su Jin didn't move. Instead, Qin Badian stepped forward and shook his hand, pretending to be solemn. Nice to meet you. Li Jin shrugged. After seeing Qin Badian's eyes, he complimented, your pupils are really beautiful. Thank you for the compliment. Qin Badian was anything but humble. So when can you bring my Shui back to life? I want her truly alive again. Li Jin didn't want to waste winter time arguing with Su Jin. Suddenly, something flew toward him. He caught it in midair. It was a vial containing rolling green liquid. What does this mean? Li Jin asked, confused. Give it to her to drink, and she'll wake up, but only for 1 month. Su Jin's indifferent voice floated over. That miraculous? His face showed clear surprise. Su Jin raised an eyebrow. Can't you just try it yourself? Li Jin tightly gripped the vial. How did you wake Shui earlier? As he finished speaking, the woman lying on the iron bed suddenly opened her eyes. Only, her irises carried a faint red tint. HMVG.D. My Shui. Seeing the woman awake, Li Jin became extremely excited. The woman called Shui pressed her lips together, her blank eyes staring straight at Su Jin. Li Jin reached out to touch her face, but she suddenly bared her teeth and snapped at his hand. Before she could bite him, she collapsed again, unconscious, falling back onto the bed. Seeing this, pain flashed across Li Jin's face. Give me some time. I still can't trust you yet. Whatever. May I ask your name? Li Jin asked, realizing he still didn't know the other's name as Su Jin turned to leave. Su Jin gave him a glance. Su Jin. Hearing the same surname, Li Jin's eyes flickered slightly before immediately understanding something unspoken. After this matter settled, Qin Badian trotted closely behind the beautiful female zombie, glancing at Su Jin beside him. Boss, what's her name? Shi Yan. The female zombie's cold voice came. As soon as she spoke, Qin Badian felt a sense of hierarchical pressure, his mind momentarily dazed. Cut it out. Keep watching him. Su Jin spoke. Yes. Shi Yan nodded. At that moment, the pressure lifted. Qin Badian finally recovered. His boss was indeed better, except for the initial suppression, there had been none since. Such a fierce woman. Thinking this, he stole several more glances at the fellow named Shi Yan. Feeling his stare, Shi Yan turned and looked at this fool, a faint, inscrutable smile playing at the corner of her lips. Wanna fight? Qin Badian felt his pride struck and instantly felt the urge to battle. Oh. Shi Yan uttered disbelievingly. She turned to look at Su Jin, seeking his approval. The laboratory will be guarded by the two of you, Su Jin said indifferently. Meaning that as long as the lab was secured, they could do whatever they pleased. Fine. Shi Yan had no objection. Qin Badian, however, hesitated slightly. Boss, I still want to lead my brothers to capture a city for you. Chapter 245 Just want to cuddle. When Su Jin returned from the laboratory, the sky was gradually darkening. Walking up to the second floor, his hand reached for the doorknob, the light inside seeped through the crack beneath the door. He twisted it gently, and the door clicked open. A soft creak echoed as he stepped in. His eyes swept across the room, finally landing on Lu Si's figure by the windowsill desk. Elbow propped against the table, head resting on one arm, he seemed to have fallen asleep. All he wore was an oversized white shirt. Su Jin shut the door quietly, treading softly toward him. He wrapped an arm around Lu Si's waist and whispered, "Sibao." Lu Si stirred, blinking groggily awake. Su Jin lifted him into his arms. Why did you fall asleep at the desk like this? Lu Si wound his arms around Su Jin's neck. Why are you back so late? Was busy with something. Su Jin carried Lu Si over and laid him on the bed. After shrugging off his coat, he pulled the young man back into his embrace. What kind of something you can't tell me? Lu Si nuzzled against the man's chest, mind still hazy. Dealing with lab matters, Su Jin replied. Oh. Lu Si didn't press further. Why are you only wearing one piece of clothing? Su Jin pulled the blanket over them both, securing Lu Si tightly in his arms, a faint smile playing on his lips. Lu Si gripped the fabric of his clothes. Because I wanted to seduce you. Su Jin chuckled helplessly, pulling him even closer. Whenever Sibao wants it, I'll always give in. You don't like it? Lu Si loosened his hold, a flash of displeasure crossing his face. No, I like it very much. As Su Jin spoke, the way his hands moved made his meaning perfectly clear. Lu Si said nothing. So Su Jin continued, as long as Sibao likes it, I can satisfy you every day. No response came for a while. Su Jin glanced down, Lu Si had already drifted back to sleep. Poor Lu Si fell asleep so quickly. And him? Just now waking up. But he couldn't possibly go on without relief, and yet, he didn't want to wake the sleeping youth, so all he could do was sigh helplessly. In the end, he took care of it himself. Afterward, he pressed a soft kiss onto the sleeping boy's cheek, pulled him close, closed his eyes, and slipped into dreamless slumber. Lu Si was awakened by someone moving against him. His eyes snapped open, to find a familiar face looming large right before him. When did you get back? Finally awake, Sibao. Su Jin caught Lu Si's hand and placed it. Realizing what was happening, Lu Si's face flushed red as he protested, Su Jin, let go of me. Already forgotten what you told me yesterday? What? Lu Si stared blankly. No matter. Let me remind you. Instead of explaining, Su Jin leaned in and captured the youth's lips in a deep kiss. Unable to break free, Lu Si had no choice but to surrender. By the time the day passed, the zombie minions guarding outside noted that their boss hadn't left the room once. After their antics, Su Jin fed porridge to Lu Si spoonful by spoonful. It was well past midnight when they drank the last of it. Their bodies bare, Lu Si cast a few glances at Su Jin's lean, toned frame. Su Jin, I think next time. I want to be on top. He'd never tried taking control before, but he felt ready to give it a try. On top. Su Jin deliberately misinterpreted Lu Si's intent. Yeah, Lu Si answered firmly. Alright. We'll try it tomorrow night. You're agreeing just like that? Lu Si stared, stunned. Su Jin freed one hand to ruffle Lu Si's hair. I'll always fulfill your wishes. Oh. A sudden sense of foreboding crept into his heart. Chapter 246, a few more times. His intuition, as it turned out, had been dead right. Damn it. He'd never speak of above again, that thing was literally trying to kill him. Su Jin, on the other hand, looked thoroughly satisfied as he pulled the other into his arms and said, Sibao, let's go a few more times. I can handle it. Lu Si, handle it my ass. A few days later, Lu Si finally followed Su Jin to visit the laboratory. Apparently, the last time Su Jin had come here was precisely to fetch that thing. Curious, Lu Si allowed Su Jin to follow along. Two high-level zombies greeted them this time. One face was slightly familiar, the other completely. What's her name? Lu Si asked, glancing at Su Jin. Shi Yan, the female zombie spoke up. She gave Lu Si a deep look. Hello, sister-in-law. Lu Si turned toward Su Jin with a constipated expression. I thought you were going to see that person. Su Jin ignored him, instead draping an arm over Lu Si's shoulder, deliberately closing the distance between them. Walking forward, Lu Si glanced back at Shi Yan. Hi, I'm Lu Si. Just call me by my name. Don't listen to anything Su Jin says. Got it. Shi Yan smiled, unfazed. The lab door had been punched through with a gaping hole. Lu Si eyed Su Jin beside him. This is how you called someone. Yes. Tearing down doors isn't even as effective as my megaphone. A gap at the entrance revealed the interior setup. Stepping inside, they found a tall man in a white lab coat deeply focused on his experiment. Hearing the noise, he turned around. The man appeared to be in his 30s, though his pale complexion made him seem younger. Blue eyes, foreign features. Lu Si took one look and thought, so he's a foreigner. He knew things wouldn't be simple. Lu Si mentally snorted. Li Jin hadn't expected Su Jin to return so soon, and bringing someone else, too. The serum isn't ready yet. Some materials are gone. Oh. Su Jin replied casually, utterly nonchalant. Oh. Li Jin repeated the response. Something felt off. Did "oh" mean understanding or indifference? I brought you here. You've seen enough. Can we leave now? Su Jin leaned down, whispering into Lu Si's ear. There were people watching. Lu Si pushed the man's hand off his face. Wait a second. I want to know a few things. Su Jin, go wait outside for now. He actually ushered Su Jin out. What are you two going to talk about? Li Jin shrugged, hands raised. How should he know? These two seemed overly close, was there something going on? Just go, Lu Si insisted, shoving Su Jin away. Su Jin pressed his lips together, then finally stepped out. Now only Lu Si and Li Jin remained inside. Fortunately, Su Jin didn't have to wait long before Lu Si emerged. Just then, Li Jin's voice floated out, Mr. Lu, don't forget our agreement. What did you talk about? Su Jin asked the moment Lu Si came out. Nothing important, Lu Si said dismissively. Su Jin frowned, clearly annoyed. Seeing this, Lu Si quickly reached out and grabbed his hand. Really, it wasn't anything serious. Come on, let's go. Su Jin glanced sideways at Shi Yan, who immediately caught his meaning. After the two left, Li Jin turned back to resume his experiment, only to sense someone standing behind him. He turned. It was the violent woman. What is it? What did you talk about with Lu Si just now? Shi Yan asked. If you want to know, ask him. I can't tell you. He was, after all, an honest man. Huh. Shi Yan clenched her fists, as if ready to punch him if he refused to speak. Li Jin, somewhat admiring this martial arts-wielding woman, recalling his seemingly trivial conversation with the young man earlier, ultimately decided to spill it. It probably wouldn't cause any major problems, right? Chapter 247, Spoiling on Purpose. After stepping out of the laboratory, Su Jin pulled Lu Si to a stop, and suddenly refused to move any further. No matter how much Lu Si tried to pull away, he couldn't budge. Throwing a tantrum. Lu Si stopped and looked at the man standing in the snow with helpless exasperation. Su Jin nodded seriously. Yes, I'm throwing a tantrum. I need my Sibao to comfort me. Huh. How old are you still needing me to coddle you? Just now I asked Li Jin about something. Lu Si raised an eyebrow. So you told him things I'm not allowed to hear. Private matters. Lu Si winked. If Sibao won't tell me, then I won't move. Then don't move. Just stand here forever. Lu Si gave up, no longer caring. Just as he turned to leave, Su Jin grabbed his hand, grinning broadly. I won't go, and neither can you. He planted himself firmly on the spot. No matter how hard Lu Si struggled, he couldn't break free, instead, the tugging strained his waist. He pressed one hand against his waist. Let go already. What's wrong with your waist? Su Jin noticed something off and quickly pulled him close, supporting Lu Si carefully. You're asking me when you already know. Lu Si huffed. Having taken him so many times before, his abilities had helped suppress the pain, but now, after such abrupt movement, it felt like he'd regressed straight back to square one. Damn it! Just as he was thinking this, his body suddenly lifted into the air. Su Jin had picked him up. Fine, it's my fault. I'll carry you home right now. The softness in the man's voice stunned Lu Si, who had been about to snap. He instinctively looped his arms around Su Jin's neck, silent for a moment before whispering, "Why do you always do this?" Su Jin stepped forward steadily. Do what? Nothing. Oh. Hearing you say that makes me feel a little sad. Don't call me Sibao. Call me by my full name. Always saying, Sibao, people might think I'm just a child. Lu Si grumbled, nudging against the man's chest to vent his frustration. You're my, no way I'm changing that. Su Jin replied earnestly. Su Jin, Lu Si called. We're living differently from the original plot now. Could that cause unforeseen changes? He asked, lifting his head to look at the man, worry creeping across his face. The past month of peace had felt almost unreal. Recalling how Su Jin's storyline had originally progressed, wasn't this current path already detaching them from Li Shu and the others? Originally, Su Jin was supposed to follow them. But now, what about him? Now that we've restarted, who do you think fortune will favor? Su Jin answered calmly. At that moment, snowflakes began drifting down from the sky, tiny, delicate, beautiful. One landed gently in Lu Si's eye. He blinked. You. Exactly right. But you were the villain, well, that's how the plot was set. Just depends on perspective. Su Jin held him tighter, shielding the young man from the falling snow. But. Lu Si frowned. After this brief time together, he still believed Gu Zi and the others were the protagonists, meant to follow their original path, being kind-hearted because saving the world was their destiny. But he and Su Jin weren't like that. Especially now that he knew Su Jin's identity, they seemed positioned directly opposite to them. There would be conflict later. In the original storyline, Gu Zi and his group had to defeat those opposing them, that's what drove the narrative forward. But Lu Si didn't want Su Jin hurt. His heart had already chosen its side. No one could predict what grand moves the author might unleash down the line. I really shouldn't have read an unfinished novel. But then again. Maybe there's a way for both sides to coexist equally. Chapter 248 Lu Si's memories from his previous life. Don't think too much, Su Jin's voice brought him back to awareness. Lu Si nodded slightly and murmured in response. Feeling the man's steady pace, Lu Si half closed his eyes and gradually drifted off to sleep. When Su Jin carried him home, he looked down and saw that the person in his arms had already fallen asleep. A faint smile appeared on his face. He walked straight inside, gently laid Lu Si onto the bed. The moment he touched the soft mattress, Lu Si instinctively loosened his grip on Su Jin and slowly stirred awake, softly calling out, Su Jin. Su Jin sat beside the bed, rubbing his face as he replied, Over the following months, the weather grew increasingly cold, so cold that zombie minions would freeze after standing outside for just a few hours. Except for essential needs, Lu Si simply stayed indoors. He decided to wait until the ice and snow melted and spring returned. He traded those cotton quilts and instant noodles stored in his space for second-grade zombie cores. It might have been somewhat unethical, but resources shouldn't go to those who expected handouts without effort. As for ordinary second-grade zombie cores, although he himself had no use for them, Su Jin's zombie minions certainly did. To build a powerful, large-scale zombie army, absorbing cores to level up was indispensable. The cold was so severe that even the windows were coated with a thin layer of mist. These past few days, Lu Si indulged himself, sleeping lazily in bed. With a warm human heater right beside him, the frigid room felt cozier, especially in bed. Lu Si tightly hugged the big heater, Su Jin, his eyes firmly shut. Looking at the sleeping youth whose eyebrows still carried traces of exhaustion, Su Jin couldn't help but feel. He pulled Lu Si closer, gently stroking the young man's forehead. A warm glow flickered briefly before vanishing. Lu Si had a dream. While previous dreams had been fragmented and unclear, this one was vivid and complete, the story of his encounter with Su Jin in their past life. Back then, Su Jin wasn't called Su Jin, he was named Su Yi. When Lu Si first realized he transmigrated into someone else's body, he began forming a group to escape together. But unlike now, he was part of Li Shu's team, unaware of any plotline or memories from before, only knowing he had been reincarnated into this world. After months of constant fleeing, Lu Si's heart gradually turned cold. He didn't know why he'd come here, only understanding that it was a post-apocalyptic world. He had no knowledge about his own identity, just wandering aimlessly through the chaos. In this apocalyptic era, people's hearts were indifferent. Pretending not to care was normal. He could have chosen not to save anyone, but when he saw the man covered in wounds, barely clinging to life as if death were imminent, something stirred within him. The man's eyes were pure, evoking unexpected pity. At that moment, Lu Si's heart skipped a beat, almost as though the entire purpose of his arrival here was for this man. With that thought, he saved him. He brought the wounded man into their group. Li Shu and the others strongly opposed letting such an injured stranger join. To ensure Su Yi could stay, Lu Si promised they wouldn't be a burden, and gathered food himself solely for Su Yi, though the man hardly ate anything. During their escape, Lu Si discovered Su Yi possessed zero survival skills. He didn't overthink it, assuming the man might just be simple-minded, and began teaching him step by step, how to dress, bathe, wash his hair, and more. The name, Su-yi, was something the man revealed only after gradually opening up to him. Once Su-yi recovered, his abilities proved exceptionally strong. Faced with this, Li Shu's group shifted from rejection to acceptance of his presence. Later, during another escape, Lu Si was shoved by panicked refugees directly into a horde of zombies. In a flash, Su-yi unleashed some unknown ability, causing the entire swarm of zombies to recoil backward. When Li Shu's group realized Su-yi could control zombies, their escape suddenly became far easier. Eventually, they began discussing establishing a safe base. With Su-yi's powers, the idea transformed into reality. Day by day, as they spent time together, Lu Si unexpectedly found himself growing attached. At first, it was just camaraderie between comrades, but gradually deepened into emotional entanglement, a slow descent into affection. Yet nothing fully developed, because back then, he didn't even understand his own feelings. After the base was established, Lu Si noticed something strange about Su-yi. The man liked drinking blood. Well, fine, he could drink his then. He thought they could live like this forever, but inevitably, secrets came to light. When they discovered Su-yi drank blood, controlled zombies, possessed healing abilities, and behaved strangely, they used him, then betrayed him. They tricked Su-yi into a laboratory, planning to study him. It took Lu Si a long time to finally rescue the man. Later, it seemed he died trying to save the man. After that, no matter what happened, the memories simply stopped. This was a complete set of memories. His brain felt overloaded, pulsing with a dull ache. Lu Si opened his eyes, the rims red, glistening tears rolling down his cheeks. Soft sobbing filled the air. Su-jin suddenly snapped his eyes open, looked down and saw the tearful youth. His brows knitted together as he gently wiped the tears away with a large hand, his voice full of, "What's wrong, Si Bao?" Lu Si grabbed Su-jin's hand, staring straight into the man's eyes, speaking each word slowly and clearly. "I remembered everything from my previous life." Su-jin froze for a moment, then pulled the younger man tightly into his arms. "Didn't I say not to think too much?" Back then, he'd been so useless, how could he bear for his Si Bao to remember that? Lu Si wrapped his arms around him in return, muffled as he called the man's name again. "Su-jin. I'm here." But soon, the embrace turned into something more. Su-jin." Lu Si covered his mouth, his voice laced with childish coyness. Hearing that sound, Su-jin's heart softened even further. He leaned in and kissed the youth's cheek, then his lips. "Good boy." Chapter 249. So it was my idea all along. In the following days, Su-jin gained an enormous advantage. Outside, it was icy cold. Inside, things were burning hot. After everything was over, Lu Si spent 2 days recuperating, demanding the man's embrace throughout. His sense of security had dropped to nearly zero. Once he returned to normal, he no longer needed constant holding, but instead made the man cook for him. Su-jin prepared a meat porridge for him. After cooking, he carried the bowl into the room. As he entered, he saw Lu Si propped halfway up, leaning against the headboard. Dressed in a light beige sweater, the young man held a book in his hands, looking exceptionally tranquil. Hearing the sound of the door opening, Lu Si lifted his head. "What are you reading?" Su-jin closed the door and walked over. Lu Si raised the book, then shut it and turned the cover toward the man. Su-jin glanced at it. "Laboratory research notes." Yes," Lu Si nodded. "I borrowed it from Dr. Li Jin." "How did you become so close with that person all of a sudden?" Su-jin asked calmly. He recalled how Lu Si had previously spoken with Li Jin. It was only about laboratory matters, nothing particularly private. Yet the youth had chosen not to tell him. Lu Si shook his head. "You wouldn't understand. This book is really valuable. It might help us better address defects that arise in experimental reagents during later research." Saying this, he stored the book into his space and took the large bowl from Su-jin's hand. He slowly sipped a mouthful. Su-jin hummed softly, watching silently as the youth finished the entire bowl of porridge. "Su-jin, why does your porridge taste so good? And every time I finish eating, my stomach feels so comfortable." Lu Si handed the empty bowl back to Su-jin, rubbing his belly gently, asking with a sigh. Su-jin stayed silent for a moment, then spoke, "Because I use spiritual spring water to cook for you." Lu Si bit his lip, eyes widening, thinking he must have misheard. Su-jin placed his hand on Lu Si's stomach and rubbed gently. "There's a spiritual spring in my space." Lu Si froze for 3 seconds, then snapped back to reality and immediately blurted out, "The hell?" He paused briefly before urgently asking, "Then why the hell were you still hauling water from the water tower? With a damn spiritual spring, who needs to carry water?" "Oh, right, and what about Ma Cheng? Did you already know from the start that he'd be there?" Su-jin didn't change his tone at all, speaking indifferently. "Didn't you like collecting those water buckets? You said they were for storing water, so I just went along and indulged you. As for Ma Cheng..." He paused slightly. "Wasn't it you who wanted to take him with us? I only discovered his identity after we arrived at the base." Lu Si instantly choked up. So it was actually my idea all along. Su Jin read the look in Lu Si's eyes and couldn't help raising an eyebrow. Otherwise? But as Su Jin kept rubbing, the mood gradually shifted. Lu Si quickly grabbed the man's hand, his voice tinged with mild reproach. Why do you get horny every single day? Will you die if we don't cuddle and hold each other? Su Jin climbed onto the bed, appearing thoughtful for a moment before replying seriously, well, maybe I really would. Hearing that, Lu Si rolled his eyes. In our past life, we never did anything like that, how did you even endure it? At this topic, Su Jin's eyes darkened slightly as he pulled the other closer. Back then, I wasn't even aware of such things. Although he was the zombie emperor created by the lab, when he first opened his eyes, his mind had been completely blank, like a newborn infant. His special abilities required certain stages to awaken, and sexual awareness only emerged slowly much later. Only afterward did the sealed memories within him begin to resurface gradually. Chapter 250, Things About Su Jin. There was one thing Su Jin didn't tell Lu Si. Yes, he did have a heart condition, but that was only in the past. At birth, due to his mother's physical constitution, he was born with congenital heart disease. Without timely treatment, he wouldn't have lived long. But this treatment wasn't conventional, it required an entirely different method. Inherited from his mother, his body was somewhat unique, his heart couldn't be replaced, any attempt would result in immediate death. When he was 10 years old, some wealthy individuals obsessed with immortality began colluding with government officials, establishing secret laboratories and hospitals to conduct human experiments. His parents were top-level pharmaceutical researchers. To save their child's life, they resolutely joined this research project. By the time he turned 16, his body started weakening. Fortunately, the research was gradually beginning to yield results. To facilitate further treatments, his parents transferred him directly into the laboratory where they worked. Su Jin's daily routine consisted of little more than reading books, blood draws, and sleeping, an extremely dull existence. Yet because he could see his parents often, he found contentment in it. At 18, his body could endure no longer, and he collapsed into unconsciousness. At that moment, he thought, let it end like this. I'm just sorry to make them grieve. He had no sense of how much time passed. When he finally regained a faint awareness, he heard a man and woman speaking. The woman's voice trembled with tears. Husband, when will our son wake up? It's already been 7 years. A deep, steady male voice responded, Honey, our son will wake up. Wake up. Wake up. How many times have you said that? And where is my son now? Has he woken up? No. Su Senji, don't let me and our son look down on you. The woman shouted angrily, then broke into sobs again. 7 years, and my son hasn't even called me mother once. The man held her tightly, making a solemn vow, he will. He definitely will. After that, he never heard the voices of that man and woman again, and slowly, he forgot the entire incident. Later, he was jolted awake by screams and roars. Opening his eyes, he found himself submerged in green nutrient fluid. Outside stood a group of grotesque, fawn-bearing creatures, people. The ground was soaked in blood, scattered with overturned equipment. He slammed his fist against the glass casing. It shattered instantly. He stepped out. The monsters didn't lunge at him. Instead, they ignored him completely. Then he realized something, his mind was completely blank. He couldn't remember who he was. Turning to look at the label on the glass tube he'd just emerged from, he was surprised to find he could read. Su Jin. After leaving the lab, he staggered through the world aimlessly, fleeing and wandering. Eventually, he met someone, a man who brought him into his group, introducing him to a team of survivors. The young man treated him kindly, taught him basic life skills, always gave him food first. Though Su Jin wasn't interested in vegetarian dishes, he craved meat. So the young man would risk his life hunting for scraps, sometimes bringing back a few sausages for him. At first, the others in the group were reluctant to accept Su Jin, but because of the young man's influence, they reluctantly allowed him to stay. Later, 5 of them went through various trials together, and discovered something extraordinary: Su Jin could control hordes of zombies. Relying on Su Jin's ability, they established a survivor base. With the efforts of these 5, the base eventually became the most powerful settlement in the apocalypse. It should have been a happy ending. But then, one member of the team stumbled upon Su Jin's dark secret: he drank human blood. Specifically, he drank the young man's blood. Fearing Su Jin's power, the other 3 members betrayed him. They ambushed him and sent him back to a laboratory. Once they realized his blood could enhance an ability user's power, they went mad, repeatedly draining his blood to strengthen themselves. During this period, Su Jin grew to despise and hate their hypocrisy and cruelty. Eventually, the young man rescued him. Gaining freedom, his mind was consumed solely by revenge. Using his ability, he summoned zombie minions of all levels and launched an assault on that so-called invincible base. The truth was, its former strength depended entirely on him. Once he was gone, the zombie horde easily overran the base without resistance. The 3 people from the team used the young man as leverage, begging Su Jin to spare them. But when he looked at that young man, he noticed the light that once shone in his eyes when looking at him was gone, replaced only by fear. He knew then that this wasn't his person. Still, he chose to believe, for a while. Until he was betrayed again, ambushed once more. In that moment of betrayal, waiting endlessly for Lu Si to return and finding no trace of him, he killed the young man. As for the other three, he had his subordinates slowly torture them, making their lives unbearable. Whenever they nearly died, he'd use his ability to revive them and continue the torment. They wanted death, but even that was denied to them. Later, this base became the place where his zombie army resided. Upon learning that his parents still lived, scarred deeply by what laboratories had done to him, he chose not to seek them out. But he ordered his men to secretly protect them. That was enough. Living for so long, he'd gradually taken on human consciousness. Since drinking that young man's blood, he'd never tasted another's. His subordinates brought women for him, he showed no interest. They brought men, he cared just as little. Yet, desire still stirred within him. He was already the strongest, the most powerful zombie emperor. This world began to feel tiresome. He wondered, what was the purpose of his existence? One day, while sleeping, he suddenly dreamed of a frail young man sitting before a computer, fingers clacking rapidly against the keyboard. The glow of the screen reflected across the youth's face. Su-jin gazed at the young man's profile, and felt something stir inside. In the days and nights that followed, that same image kept appearing, setting his heart aflame. He grew desperate to have this young man, sending his subordinates madly searching everywhere, but found nothing. Yet in his dreams, the youth appeared again and again. Watching closely, Su-jin finally sensed something amiss. And then came. When he awakened once more, it was the same familiar scene. This time, however, he was utterly different from his past life. Drawing upon his memories, he began sabotaging the so-called main characters. So they were strong. Then he'd send packs of level 2 zombies and ordinary zombies to overrun their school, altering the zombies' bodies with a special trait. Anyone touched by zombie blood would undergo physical mutation. Let's see how they escaped the school with their companions now. What followed mirrored exactly what Lu Si had experienced. As for his parents, though it sounded like an excuse, it was also the truth. He truly didn't know where they were now. Even if he found them, what then? Perhaps it was better for them to remain in that laboratory, continuing their research. Recalling all this, Su-jin lowered his head, looking down at the person in his arms. He pulled him closer and kissed him gently. He wouldn't tell his Sibao. Let it remain his own secret. You're hugging too tight, Lu Si murmured, trying to wriggle free from the man's grasp. Okay, I'll loosen up a bit. Su-jin obediently relaxed his hold, but still refused to let go. Lu Si pressed his lips together. I won't leave. But I'm afraid. Hearing the man say that, Lu Si lifted his head and looked at him. After a moment of hesitation, he wrapped his arms around the man's waist. I'm holding you now. That way, you won't need to be afraid. Chapter 251 Su-jin, it has many uses. The 5-month-long freezing snow finally ended. When sunlight emerged, ice and snow melted, life returned, and everything began to flourish anew. Afterward, a soft drizzle thoroughly washed away the remaining ice and snow, purifying the rivers. Survivors in zombie-free corners looked up at the rain with relieved smiles. They had finally made it through the winter. Rain poured down relentlessly. The zombies danced wildly under the downpour. For them, this rain was a cleansing bath. As droplets struck their bodies, they rinsed off the stench, bloodstains, and filthy hair. Zombies howled noisily. Wah wah. Lu Si stood by the window, watching the zombies below flailing their arms and dancing in the rain. Especially Chin Badian, roaring like a beast. Anyone unfamiliar might have mistaken him for a werewolf. Someone leaned against him from behind. A man's voice, slightly amused, whispered, Sibao, what are you looking at? Lu Si turned his head toward the man behind him. Watching your little brothers take a bath. Su-jin's narrow eyes flickered with danger. He glanced downward briefly, dark clouds hung low, the sky was gray and hazy. From their vantage point, only faint silhouettes were visible. Even so, jealousy still flared within him. Sibao, don't look at them. Just look at me, I'd be more than happy to show you something better. Lu Si rolled his eyes. They're all wearing clothes anyway, and I can't even see clearly from here. As he spoke, Su-jin lifted him from behind. Lu Si immediately sensed what would happen next, a situation too awkward to put into words. Su-jin carried him over to the bed before gently setting him down. Seeing the man's actions, Lu Si sat on the edge of the bed and sighed. Now that the snow has melted, where do we plan to go? We can't stay in Yandan City forever, right? Wherever you want to go. How about going to find the lab? Su-jin raised an eyebrow. I've already assigned Xian to handle the matter about the laboratory. Oh. You really want to go search for it? The black soil I stored in my space has been completely absorbed by this place. Even the jade pendant wasn't spared, said Lu Si with a troubled expression. He held out his hand, the jade pendant was now bone white. Clenching it tightly, then opening his palm again, all that remained was a handful of white talcum powder. Before, no matter how hard he tried, the jade could never be crushed so easily. Su Jin grabbed Lu Si's wrist and examined the powder, a flicker of interest lighting up his eyes. That powerful, huh? Lu Si shivered inwardly. Powerful? Could this be some kind of side effect? Not sure. Su Jin answered honestly. Lu Si pulled his hand away, scoffing lightly. Then what good are you? Su Jin pinned him down, lips curling upward in a devilish smirk. Many uses. Sibao, care to try one out? Here we go again. Not interested, he refused flatly. Su Jin chuckled. What Sibao says doesn't count. Enough, enough. That's enough already. Lu Si pushed the man aside and tried to sit up, using the bedsheet for support. But Su Jin hooked an arm around the young man's waist, just as he began to rise, pulling him back down again. Now lying face to face on the bed, staring intently at each other. Their gazes lingered, and gradually, the mood shifted. Outside, the rain continued its endless rhythm. Inside, quiet whispers and tangled breaths began to rise. In the rain, zombies roared and screamed, the heavy rainfall muffled their cries. Boss, one conscious zombie subordinate asked Qin Badian curiously, why hasn't the master come out to enjoy the rain? Feeling the refreshing wash of rain over his body, Qin Badian fell silent for a moment. Drawing upon long accumulated experience, he finally replied, probably busy snuggling with sister-in-law. Oh. The childish subordinate nodded vaguely, tilting his head, half understanding, half confused. Chapter 252 Su Jin will hibernate 1. After the heavy rain. Puddles had formed on the ground. The ice blocks, once solid and difficult to melt quickly, gradually dissolved under the soaking water. By the roadside, wild grass that had previously frozen to death began sprouting new buds after the downpour, vigorous and thriving. On the road stood a handsome young man wearing a light yellow thin cotton jacket, loose dark gray trousers, and beige sneakers. His hands were clasped behind his back as he watched a group of people working in front of him, using tools to smash the ice chunks that wouldn't melt naturally, speeding up the thawing process. After standing there for a while, a tall and equally good-looking man approached from behind, closing the distance without hesitation and placing his hand casually on the young man's shoulder, drawing them closer. The youth mumbled in complaint, but the man leaned down and kissed him several times. Immediately, the younger one fell silent. Lu Si made a show of pushing Su Jin away, but the other only clung tighter. Across the way, Qin Badian, who was directing his zombie subordinates at work, heard the noise and remained completely unperturbed. Of course, he'd seen this coming long ago. Under their governance, Yandan City was gradually transforming into a true zombie base. It was rumored there were already several zombie kings within its bounds. Across the country, there were many high-level zombies, and even a few known zombie kings. And now that one zombie base had been established, how far could it be before multiple such bases emerged? It was at this moment that the evolved humans who had survived the harsh trial of freezing snow and ice grew even stronger. Shelter leaders began recognizing the importance of cooperation, forming powerful alliances with other shelters to establish new bases. After the heavy rains, many high-level zombies gradually entered hibernation. Lu Si only learned about this phenomenon a few days later. Qin Badian said he wanted to take a nap, possibly for half a month. Hearing this, Lu Si turned toward Su Jin beside him. Su Jin, will you sleep too? Possibly. Su Jin replied, noticing the concern flickering across the youth's face. But I'll only hibernate for 7 days. Don't worry, Si Bao. Lu Si pondered, feeling certain in his gut that when these high-level zombies awoke again after this hibernation, their strength would far surpass what it had been before. This sign was present in all zombies ranked above green-eyed level. With Su Jin also entering hibernation, the base would lose half its core strength. As a result, Lu Si had to abandon his original plan of traveling to other cities and instead remained in Yandan City to guard the city, and stay by the man lying in bed. Occasionally, he would enter the laboratory to help out and check on the progress of research. He came to learn that the woman accompanying Li Jin was his wife, Su Aksu. They'd been married for 2 years before she passed away due to illness. Unable to accept her death, Li Jin had gone mad. Later, through a friend's introduction, he joined this project. Already an elite researcher in pharmaceuticals, one who had once reached the peak at Organization O, the organization swiftly approved his entry and granted him a private lab. He brought Su Aksu's preserved corpse to the Yandan City laboratory and began conducting experiments. To maintain synchronized progress, each regional lab held a monthly meeting, led by representatives from whichever lab had made the most significant advances. Back then, Professor Su had been the speaker. Desperate for his lover to return to life, Li Jin approached Professor Su privately after the meeting. Perhaps because they shared similar motivations, Professor Su offered him some guidance, enough to push Li Jin's research forward. Lao, Gong. The woman called out in an unpracticed tone. She wore a white dress, her shoulder-length hair cascading down, her appearance quiet and serene, seated on a specially designed self-rolling wheelchair. Aside from her pair of red eyes, at first glance she still looked like a beautiful woman. Li Jin immediately snapped out of his melancholy and gave his wife a tight embrace. Had they not been in the lab, he would have kissed her too. Lu Si, seeing the warm scene between the two, didn't want to interrupt. Quietly stepping away, he left them some space. Looking around at these laboratories, he let out a deep sigh. Sigh, these crazy people. With things having progressed this far, all he could do now was accelerate research efforts on the serum. After returning from the lab, Lu Si's stomach growled. He poured himself a cup of instant noodles, but as soon as he saw the soaked noodles, his appetite vanished. His taste had been spoiled by Su Jin, he'd grown picky. In the end, he cooked himself a pot of meat congee instead. Congee boiled with spiritual spring water did have subtle differences compared to that made with ordinary water. After eating his fill, he went upstairs and entered the bedroom. Su Jin was lying on the bed, eyes closed. He sat beside him and stared for a while, poked his cheek, then gently rubbed his hair, secretly thinking, you always touch my hair during the day, now it's your turn to experience it. Of course, his movements were gentle. After playing enough, he walked into the bathroom and came back out carrying a basin of water. Before falling into hibernation, Su Jin had insisted that Lu Si wipe his entire body every single day. At that time, the man had taken his cleanliness obsession to the extreme. Lu Si thought once every 3 days was sufficient. Su Jin frowned, trying hard to negotiate on this matter. What could Lu Si do? He reluctantly agreed. Besides, wasn't appreciating such a great physique kind of pleasant anyway? In the few days before entering hibernation, Su Jin didn't let Lu Si leave home, he just wanted to cuddle nonstop. That bloated feeling inside him still hadn't faded. Originally, Lu Si didn't want to disturb Su Jin's sleep, planning only to clean him and then go sleep in the neighboring room. He soaked the towel in water, wrung it dry, and started wiping the man's face, then moved to his upper body, then. Even though they had been together for so long, the moment he saw it, Lu Si got startled. When wiping the back, he lifted the man up, only to have the whole body suddenly collapse onto his own. Before he knew it, he was pinned to the bed, and no matter how hard he pushed, the other wouldn't budge. And crucially, that thing was still active. Lu Si's face flushed with embarrassment. Damn it, this guy. In the following days, he rebelled completely, refusing to help the man anymore, mainly because he was furious. But by the 5th day, he still quietly slinked back, holding a basin of water in his hands. Living with Su Jin had infected him with some degree of cleanliness obsession. After serious consideration, Lu Si decided it really was better for Su Jin to stay clean. This time, he was much more cautious. For cleaning the back, he simply rolled Su Jin over, problem solved. After finishing, he stood staring at the naked man. Finally, silently, he climbed onto the bed and slipped into the other's arms. Just one night, surely nothing would happen. Feeling that familiar warmth and scent, Lu Si quickly fell asleep. Yet after he drifted off, the man who had appeared to be sleeping opened his eyes, lowered his gaze to the person in his arms, smiled faintly, then pulled him even closer. By the next morning, when Lu Si woke up, he sensed something was wrong. His expression froze, then turned bright red. Staring at the still sleeping man beside him, he was stunned, completely frozen. He couldn't help but wonder, did I make the move? In the end, he carefully slipped out of bed, noticing discomfort in his body, and hurriedly got up. As he stood, he stumbled slightly, his expression complicated, as he slowly walked out. A moment later, an indignant shout rang out from outside the room, Eugene. Inside the room, the man's lips curved slightly upward. Chapter 254. Don't be angry anymore, okay? When Lu Si re-entered the room, he found Su Jin sitting on the bed naked. Hearing the sound of the door opening, the man lifted his head and looked over, a faint smile playing at the corners of his lips. The blush on his face had not yet faded. Glancing at Su Jin, Lu Si asked, "When did you wake up?" His voice carried a hint of gritted teeth. "I woke up when you were wiping me down," Su Jin answered honestly. In response, he received a death glare from Lu Si. "Put your clothes on, now." Lu Si growled, producing the man's clothes in his hands and tossing them toward him before storming out and slamming the door shut behind him. The loud bang echoed through the air. Su Jin smiled helplessly and picked up the clothes left on the bed. Outside, Lu Si sat on the sofa with one leg crossed over the other, waiting. A while later, Su Jin finally emerged from the room. Coming downstairs, he naturally walked over to where Lu Si was seated, then just as naturally pulled the young man into his arms, softly coaxing the sulking youth, "Baby Si, don't be angry anymore, okay?" As he spoke, he kissed Lu Si's cheek regardless of the other's protests, then tried to press their lips together, only to be stopped by Lu Si's palm firmly against his mouth. Feeling the dampness on his palm, Lu Si suddenly widened his eyes, staring at Su Jin in shock. "Seriously? He just kissed my hand after using the bathroom. I didn't wash my hands after going to the toilet." At that, Su Jin's expression slightly shifted. Without a word, he took out a wet wipe and calmly cleaned his own lips. Seeing how seriously he took it, Lu Si added, "Actually, I was joking." This time, Su Jin was truly annoyed. He immediately pinned Lu Si onto the sofa, kissing him repeatedly until the younger man was gasping for breath before finally letting go. Won't do it again, right? Lu Si rolled his eyes. Won't. Damn it. After a short silence, Lu Si spoke up, your hibernation thing is kind of fake. I don't need to hibernate. Seeing the confusion written all over the other's face, Su Jin's lips curled slightly. I was just testing whether you'd care about me. Turns out I rank so low in baby C's heart. Suddenly, he sounded genuinely hurt. A grown man acting this pitiful sent shivers down Lu Si's spine, giving him goosebumps. Be serious. Su Jin pulled him closer. I am being serious. You can't joke like that again, Lu Si said softly, placing both hands on the man's shoulders. Su Jin. Yes. Will I go back? Not a chance. Don't even think about leaving me. No, I mean, if it's possible, I want to take you back with me. Lu Si pushed himself out of the embrace, looked straight into Su Jin's eyes, and spoke with complete sincerity. Su Jin pressed his lips together. The warmth on his face gradually cooled. He ruffled the youth's hair gently. Baby C, don't forget one thing. Huh? Your body. Oh, right. This body wasn't originally his. He was merely a soul who had inexplicably transmigrated here. Thinking back to the memories of his past life, Lu Si felt something strange, the timeline didn't add up. If he had indeed soul transmigrated into this world back then, why had he had no memories? Yet this time, he remembered clearly. When exactly had he come here? Why hadn't he remembered anything upon waking up? It made him wonder, for a fleeting moment, whether the world he was living in was somehow fake. But he quickly dismissed the thought. Impossible. Every experience since childhood was real, every memory intact. Reading novels actually meant reading novels. Chapter 255, very good. Thinking about novels, he began doubting himself again, could his memories have been tampered with? The moment this thought struck him, a chill ran down his spine. Was he overthinking it? Indeed, having too wild an imagination wasn't always a good thing. Noticing that Lu Si was still lost in thought, Su Jin frowned. Sibao. Lu Si snapped back to reality and gave a smile. I was just saying, I think staying here is fine. Whether it was real or not didn't matter anymore. As long as there were people who loved him by his side, he felt content. Su Jin pursed his lips. Don't rush. There will be a solution. Could it be that he really wanted to go back so badly? After this conversation, a subtle tension lingered between them. But it soon faded under intimate contact. What had started that morning hadn't finished yet. In each other's arms again, the mood shifted once more. This time, Su Jin was rougher than before, almost punishing, as if retaliating for the other's fleeting thought of leaving. Lu Si was left breathless, unable to speak. Only after resting a while did he slowly recover. 14 days of hibernation passed. The high-level zombies automatically leveled up to stage 1. Those originally at higher tiers began approaching transformation into human-like beings, and their long-sealed memories resurfaced. They looked like humans, possessing the ideal traits humans dreamed of, long lifespans and unchanging appearances. Yet nothing in this world was perfect, not even them. Their hearts beat slower, and their bodies might still carry the virus. Once Qin Baidian regained his memories, he returned to work for Su Jin. His original past had returned, he'd once been a doctor, then got infected and turned into a zombie. His constitution changed dramatically. When first becoming a zombie, his mind went completely blank, all he knew was hunger, an overwhelming urge to eat. His body moved on its own, attacking humans. Later, he began seizing crystal cores from others of his kind. Gradually, he became aware that something about his body was off, but couldn't quite name what it was. Then he met Su Jin. Under Su Jin's overwhelming dominance, being a low-tier zombie, he easily submitted to one of higher rank. After making a deal and drinking the serum Su Jin provided, his constitution improved significantly, so much so that he could now speak, albeit somewhat stuttering. Still, he was deeply satisfied. Staying with Su Jin and serving as his subordinate might earn him even more serum to further elevate his level. And indeed, his loyalty proved worthwhile. Shi Yan was a high-level zombie who came out of a laboratory. Regarding her past, she preferred not to talk about it, maintaining her usual cold expression. After returning to work, Shi Yan transported over a dozen bags of experimental black soil to Lu Si from another lab. The bags were made of special material, preventing any scent from leaking out. Li Jin's lab had long been short on such materials. Seeing so much at once, he burst into excited English, face flushed red with excitement. He praised Shi Yan enthusiastically, verve G, Ud. Yan, you're amazing. If he weren't already a married man, he would have rushed over and given her a big hug. Instead, he held his wife tightly, openly affectionate in front of everyone. Shi Yan's lips twitched slightly. She said nothing, merely glancing toward Lu Si beside her. Sister-in. Brother Lu, you pick first. She'd nearly slipped. Thanks for your hard work, Lu Si replied, looking at the dozen or so bags loaded onto the truck. He should definitely take several. In the end, he kept half for experimental use. Chapter 256 Back now. After spending a cozy moment with his wife, Li Jin turned to the zombies standing nearby and ordered, "Take the rest of the stuff into the lab." He already knew about Shi Yan and the others being different, though he wasn't particularly surprised, just curious enough to want to study them. Of course, that was merely a passing thought, he valued his life too much to act on it. Lu Si stood aside, watching his zombie underlings swiftly carry items inside with incredible strength. He glanced at Li Jin and asked casually, "Doctor, what exactly is this black soil? Why is this substance essential for your research?" Hearing Lu Si's question, Li Jin turned to him, eyes gleaming. "This black soil isn't just any ordinary kind." "How so?" Lu Si asked, curiosity piqued. "This soil is a crucial material for our current project. Without it, we might not have made even the initial progress," Li Jin explained excitedly, going on about the soil's significance to their experiments. Lu Si couldn't find the key point in all that rambling and grew slightly impatient. "Just tell me where this substance came from." "Young people shouldn't be so hasty," Li Jin chuckled knowingly. But as Lu Si opened his mouth again, he finally answered, "I heard this material was collected from a meteorite crater." "A meteorite crater? Wouldn't that be radioactive?" Lu Si froze. Before being shipped to various labs, the material definitely underwent special treatment. "Besides, I heard there was something strange about that crater." Li Jin's expression gradually turned serious. Now even more intrigued, Lu Si pressed, "Strange how? That part's unclear. You thinking of checking it out yourself?" Li Jin noticed the look of keen interest on Lu Si's face. Snapping back to reality, Lu Si shook his head. "No, I was just asking." But inwardly, his curiosity itched uncontrollably, he genuinely wanted to see it for himself. Still, he'd need Su Jin's approval first. After a few more words with Li Jin, it neared dinner time. Lu Si said his goodbyes and hurried back to their residence. Nowadays, Su Jin didn't constantly follow Lu Si around, just a quick check-in was enough. When Lu Si pushed open the door, the aroma of food greeted him immediately. He knew Su Jin had already prepared dinner. Walking into the kitchen, he saw the man still busy cooking. A man deeply focused on preparing a meal was undeniably the most attractive. His heart began pounding once again. Noticing someone enter, Su Jin turned his head, a soft smile playing on his lips. "So you finally decided to come back?" Lu Si stepped forward and wrapped his arms around the man's waist. "I was only gone for over an hour." Pausing briefly, he added, "Of course I'd come back, to eat the meal my man cooked." Whether it was that particular term of endearment or not, something stirred within the man. Su Jin stopped what he was doing, set down the vegetables in his hand, and slowly turned around. Lu Si promptly loosened his grip. Their eyes met, and almost instantly, the air thickened with unspoken desire. Fingers damp from cold water reached out to grasp Lu Si's chin. Su Jin's voice dropped low. "I was thinking of making one more dish, but now it seems unnecessary. We can start with an appetizer instead." Then he lowered his head and kissed Lu Si's lips. It didn't take long before Lu Si surrendered completely, melting into Su Jin's embrace. The man lifted him up effortlessly and placed him on a clean counter nearby. "Let's do something different today." Lu Si wrapped his arms around the man's neck, offering no resistance. "Hurry up." Su Jin let out a quiet laugh, utterly unfazed. By the time they were done, the meal had gone cold. Chapter 257 How could I not guess your little intentions? "Spit it out, what does my Sibao want me to do this time?" Su Jin held Lu Si in his arms, using his left hand and chopsticks to place food into the bowl of the man in his embrace. Lu Si sat on Su Jin's lap, eating comfortably. But a wandering hand from the man suddenly made him pause. He chewed for a moment, then swallowed the food in his mouth. "How do you know I have an ulterior motive?" Su Jin lowered his head, gently biting Lu Si's earlobe, whispering, "Otherwise, why would you be even more eager than me?" His breath brushed against Lu Si's neck, sending shivers down his spine and making him squirm slightly from the ticklish sensation. "I just went to the lab and asked Dr. Li about the source of that black soil." "Oh. So Sibao already knows?" Su Jin didn't seem surprised. Lu Si took a bite of meat and nodded. More or less. I just don't know the exact location yet." Su Jin's grip tightened instantly. "You want to go there? Loosen up, you're squeezing my stomach." "All right." After regaining some comfort, Lu Si slowly answered the previous question, "Yes, I want to go." He set his bowl aside, tilting his head to look back at the man behind him, excitement clear in his voice. "If I collect everything from that place into my space, and then have it absorbed by the space, could my ability level up to max instantly? I figured out all the special attributes of spatial abilities." Su Jin fell silent for a while before finally speaking, "That's possible." "Then let's head there as soon as possible." Lu Si grabbed the wandering hand, smiling at the man. "I don't know the exact location." The moment those words left his mouth, the air seemed to freeze. Lu Si stiffened, preparing to climb off Su Jin's lap. But Su Jin wasn't about to let him go so easily, his arms tightened firmly, refusing to release. This sudden move stunned Lu Si momentarily, only to be pushed back into position by the man once again. Although I don't know where it is, I can send my subordinates to find out, Su Jin said calmly. Oh. Lu Si's mood improved immediately. They stayed in Yandan City for several days. When Shi Yan learned that the production site of the black soil was located in a desert region northwest of Province O, Lu Si planned their route and pulled Su Jin toward Province O. Of course, accompanying them were Qin Batian, Shi Yan, and a few other high-level zombies responsible for guarding Yandan City, as well as expanding territory. By now, they had occupied over half of Province S. In other provinces and cities, some zombies had completely taken over entire urban areas, while others who had just seized control were quickly driven out by large groups of evolved humans. After resting a few days, the zombie forces launched attacks again, their crystal cores still intact inside their skulls, meaning they could still fight. With Su Jin by his side, everything became much easier. Sitting in the car, watching the endless mountain scenery outside with hardly any sign of settlements, Lu Si couldn't help but wonder, Su Jin, why do you always choose routes along the outermost edges? I don't want contact with people. Su Jin replied bluntly. Oh. Lu Si nodded, suddenly feeling a pang of sympathy. Of course, it must be because of his constitution. If certain people found out, Su Jin would be in serious trouble. Just as he was lost in this thought, Su Jin slowly added, fewer people means more private space. That makes doing whatever you want much more convenient, doesn't it? After a pause, he continued, though having the occasional company isn't bad either. As he spoke, he swept a hungry, wolf-like gaze up and down Lu Si's body, clearly contemplating exactly where to start. Lu Si stared blankly, he immediately retracted his earlier sentiment. Chapter 258, Where there's a leader, there are followers. He must have overthought it, this man wasn't worthy of sympathy at all. The two sat in the back, whispering sweet nothings to each other, with things seemingly heading towards something even more intimate. Lu Si held Su Jin's face, his voice slightly low and husky from moments ago. There's still someone else here. Qin Batian, who was driving up front, wasn't he completely forgotten by these two? Oh, it's fine. He won't hear anything, right, Batian? Su Jin's tone carried a veiled threat. Qin Batian didn't turn his head. Keeping his eyes on the road, he replied seriously, Boss, what are you talking about? I didn't hear a thing. Lu Si. Of course, they only kissed, Su Jin wasn't reckless enough to go further. With a subordinate driving, the two had more time to talk, and Lu Si seized the opportunity to ask everything he wanted to know, when would the Qishan lab be taken down, and what about the Ma family behind it? At their current strength, crushing the Ma family would be effortless. They had weapons, an army of zombies. As long as they administered the constitution-enhancing serum to ordinary soldiers, wouldn't those soldiers simply become part of the zombie army too? Destroying the Ma family would be child's play. But Su Jin wasn't in a hurry. His preparations were nearly complete, why not let the family destroy itself from within? It was only then that Lu Si realized Su Jin's ruthlessness, or perhaps this side had always existed, but he only ever showed tenderness when facing him. It was hard for anyone to fully accept another person, especially so for an emotionally detached zombie emperor. Lu Si quietly nestled into the man's arms, his soft, slightly shy voice murmuring, Su Jin. I'm so lucky. Su Jin, surprised by the sudden sentiment, tightened his embrace and whispered back, I am too. Qin Batian, why do I suddenly feel like my stomach is full of something uncomfortable? When night fell, Lu Si directly dragged Su Jin into his personal space to sleep. Those several large bags of black soil weren't for show, they caused his spatial ability to skyrocket in level, now allowing him to bring one person into his space. Qin Batian stayed where he was, resting briefly. He didn't really need sleep, but after spending so long with Su Jin, old memories had resurfaced. Might as well close his eyes and drift off. He'd barely shut his eyes when he sensed an unfamiliar and dangerous presence nearby. Startled awake instantly, he opened the car door and stepped out. At the same moment, Su Jin inside the space also stopped moving. What's wrong? Nothing. Su Jin gently kissed Lu Si's cheek. After stepping out of the car, Qin Batian saw a grey-cloaked figure standing beneath a tall tree. The figure's light purple eyes, now upgraded, flickered briefly before Qin Batian quickly raised his fist and launched a strike. The opponent wasn't weak either, swiftly sidestepping and engaging Qin Batian in combat. Two shadows instantly entangled, fighting fiercely, reaching a deadlock after a while. Suddenly, Qin Batian felt a sharp throb in his head, slowing his movements by half a beat, and in that instant, the grey-robed figure, previously at a disadvantage, flipped him over and pinned him down. You cheated. Qin Batian snapped as soon as he came to his senses. Humph. The grey-robed figure released him. Qin Batian rolled to his feet and stared at the person across from him. How did you get here? You've improved, actually reached my level now. A gentle voice spoke. This person was none other than Zhang Yanxi. Qin Batian turned his face away, glancing sideways at the other. I came with the boss. Just passing through. Chapter 259, Two Zombie Kings Fighting. Oh, Zhang Yanxi said, glancing toward the car not far away. What are you doing here? Qin Badian asked. Taking a kid to where he needs to go, Zhang Yanxi replied, his tone carrying a hint of affection. Qin Badian caught it. That's your kid? Doesn't seem like it. No, Zhang Yanxi said, eyeing Qin Badian. The other man's head had already grown black hair, appearing even darker in the night. He produced something wrapped in a large black bag and handed it to Qin Badian, saying, this is the crystal core I collected for the boss. I originally thought there was another one, but since they're the same type, never mind. Just give this bag to the boss. Oh. Qin Badian took it, feeling its considerable weight. Well then, I'll be off. See you another day, Zhang Yanxi said, preparing to leave. Qin Badian set the bag down. Before you go, I want to fight, just once. But you're not allowed to use rank pressure. He had only recently entered the purple tier and become a zombie king, while Zhang Yanxi had long been one before him. There was naturally a difference between new and veteran. Seeing how much the other enjoyed fighting, he might as well indulge him. After all, only through sparring could one truly see where the gaps lay. Can you take off that mask of yours? Qin Badian asked, looking at Zhang Yanxi, who still wore his usual face covering. Sure, Zhang Yanxi agreed. Since they were on the same team, there was no need to be so cautious. With long, bony fingers, he removed the mask, revealing a face rarely seen, unnaturally pale. The fringe across his forehead hadn't been trimmed in ages, partially obscuring his eyes, though it didn't seem to bother him. He lifted his gaze slightly, exposing purple irises that looked almost dangerously beautiful. The sight threw Qin Badian off for a moment. Bro, just put the mask back on. Zhang Yanxi paused, then chuckled softly. He tucked the mask away. No, it's fine like this. All right. Qin Badian shook his head, clearing his thoughts, focusing entirely on the fight ahead. Under the hazy moonlight, a gray blur and a greenish figure entwined. To avoid disturbing their boss's rest, they moved to another location. When two zombie kings fought, the lower-level zombies in nearby small cities immediately grew restless, roaring and growling without stop. But inside the space, Lu Si and Su Jin remained unaffected. The place was soundproof. Qin Badian often fought with Shi Yan. Though he always lost, it did nothing to dampen his passion for combat. Zhang Yanxi, meanwhile, frequently battled high-level zombies to collect superior crystal cores for Su Jin. It was an everyday occurrence. As the two seriously clashed, 3 hours passed without a clear winner. Zhang Yanxi began to feel worn out, so he slyly activated his rank pressure. But Qin Badian had anticipated this. The instant the pressure came, he lunged forward with full force, pinning Zhang Yanxi beneath him, and applying counterpressure of his own. The full weight of Qin Badian crashed down onto Zhang Yanxi. Their faces pressed close, lips meeting lips with zero gap. A soft, unexpected sensation shot through Qin Badian. He froze. It was a feeling he'd never experienced since becoming a zombie. No, actually, even before turning into one, he'd never kissed a girl. Stunned by the sensation, he barely noticed when the man beneath him suddenly grabbed his arm and flipped them over. Now pinned underneath, Qin Badian found himself staring up as Zhang Yanxi smiled down at him. I win, Zhang Yanxi said. Chapter 260 Passing through City W, Retrieving the Mutated Vine Core. No. I was clearly the one who pinned you first. Qin Beixiang snapped back to his senses and immediately shoved Zhang Yanxi, who was on top of him, shouting loudly. Zhang Yanxi stood up, his expression calm as he said, but I was the one who ultimately brought you down, and you didn't resist. That means I won. You'll need to work harder next time. Qin Beixiang froze, completely unprepared for such a shameless response. He raised his fist. Fight me again, I'll definitely beat you this time. Enough. Just focus on protecting boss well. I'll go ahead and finish my task, Zhang Yanxi replied, clearly unwilling to continue fighting, his tone tinged with helplessness. All right. At the mention of boss, Qin Beixiang instantly dropped his anger. To him, nothing mattered more than the boss. He grunted in agreement. But a second later, he shouted defiantly, next time we fight, I'll be stronger than you. Maybe, Zhang Yanxi said, slightly amused by the other's persistence, a faint smile appearing on his face. That smile. It made Qin Beixiang freeze, suddenly recalling the unexpected kiss from earlier. A shiver ran through him. He shook his head violently. Fine, just go already. Zhang Yanxi took out his mask, put it on, then left. After Zhang Yanxi had gone, Qin Beixiang finally lifted his head, staring toward the direction where the other had disappeared. Muttering under his breath, could it be that I've been affected by how affectionate boss and boss's partner are? That's truly terrifying. He shook himself a few more times before turning and walking back to his original spot. Elsewhere. Zhang Yanxi reached a quiet area and entered an old tile-roofed house. Inside, darkness filled the space, but it posed no obstacle to his vision. He walked into a room and saw the person lying on the bed, still there, fast asleep. After glancing at him for a moment, Zhang Yanxi vanished once more into the night. Thinking back on that accidental kiss and Qin Beixiang's dazed expression, the corner of his mouth curled up beneath the mask. Truly adorable. The next day, Su Jin carried Lu Si, who was still asleep, out from the space. Qin Beixiang hadn't slept all night, so he noticed the two materializing out of thin air right away. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of the figure in his boss's arms, wrapped only in a coat. When the person stirred slightly, the coat slipped down, revealing mottled marks across the arm. It was quite shocking to see. Still, he only glanced briefly before swiftly returning his focus to the steering wheel. Inwardly, he thought, my boss really is something. Drive, came the indifferent voice. Understood. Qin Beixiang promptly obeyed. Su Jin tightened his hold around the person in his arms, pulled a light blanket over both of them, looked at the sleeping young man, and gently kissed his forehead. When Lu Si woke up, the car had already stopped. He peeked out from Su Jin's arms and looked out the window. Where are we? To get what you wanted, Su Jin said. Huh? What thing? When did I say I wanted anything? Lu Si asked, utterly confused. What could he possibly have wanted? This is near the Guanming base in City W. This entire territory was originally conquered by me and my brothers during our very first campaign, Qin Beixiang explained. Oh. Having learned about the world's geography, Lu Si understood they would pass through City W on their way to Province O, but he hadn't expected the man to make a special detour here. The two stepped out of the car. Is it the mutated vine? Returning to this place, seeing the overgrown weeds and recalling Qin Beixiang's words, Lu Si finally grasped what Su Jin had meant earlier. Yes. Nearly half a year had passed. After enduring frost and snow, followed by heavy rains, the plants previously frozen solid were now awakening once more, reviving with even greater resilience than before. Chapter 261 Dealing with Advanced Mutated Vines Alone. To the naked eye, the path was tightly wrapped and surrounded by thick vines, with a large object in the middle. Half of it was visible, its corner oddly familiar. Though its color had long faded, he could still recognize it as the very bus they had escaped in during their flight. Memories of the people back then came flooding in. He couldn't help but sigh, I wonder how they're doing now. He had no idea whether their story would continue unfolding as before. Taking Su Jinjin alone would definitely complicate things. Su Jin draped his arm over the young man's shoulder. Why bother caring about unrelated people? You should focus more on me. Hearing the sour tone in the man's voice, Lu Si turned to glance at him. What are you thinking? I merely sighed a few times. Even if I do want to care about others, can't I? Who made you the boss of my emotions? Su Jin pressed his lips together upon seeing his attitude, falling silent instantly, his expression darkening like an approaching storm. Qin Batian sensed the rising tension and immediately dared not speak. He could only use his eyes to urge Lu Si to soothe things quickly. Lu Si didn't even look at Su Jin. He pulled out a dagger from his space and spoke calmly, anyway, the person I care about most is you. He lifted his head to look at the man before him, noticing his expression, secretly smiling. He reached up and gently removed the hand resting on his shoulder, repeating softly, all right, the one I care about most is you. It better be only me, Su Jin murmured, the oppressive aura around him finally dissipating. Fine, you are too, Lu Si replied. Su Jin grunted softly, then tightened his grip on Lu Si's hand, refusing to let go. Boss, should I go deal with those vines? Qin Batian asked, realizing his leader seemed to have forgotten their mission. If they weren't going, then fine, he'd take initiative. Give them some space, after all. Thinking this, he felt rather clever. No need. I'll handle it myself. Lu Si raised his gaze toward the vines and said firmly. After being idle for so long, he could finally use his abilities again. His spatial slicing power had been starving for action. Seeing that he was really going, Su Jin let go. Go ahead. I'll wait here for you. Upon hearing these words from his boss, Qin Batian looked at Su Jin in mild shock, well, surprise, actually. To simply allow Lu Si to walk into such danger against these vines so calmly. These vines weren't easy to deal with. Even he himself only had a 50% chance of succeeding. And yet, given how frail the brother-in-law looked, could he really do it? Boss, what if I accompany brother-in-law? The moment he finished speaking, he received a cold, indifferent glance from Su Jin. That single look was enough to extinguish his idea instantly. Qin Batian shrugged helplessly. Fine. Looks like he'd underestimated brother-in-law after all. Alone, Lu Si stepped forward. But this time, he didn't walk straight in. Instead, he entered his space, reappearing within the tangle of vines. This space had teleportation capabilities. The central path was entwined by broad leaves from both sides, while the bus hung suspended midair by thick vines. Inside the vehicle's windows, countless thin tendrils stretched outward like webs. As Lu Si looked toward it, the vines twitched. Clearly, the bus had become the nest of this mutated vine organism. He pursed his lips, gripping the dagger tightly, eyes lowered. The vine sensed the presence of an intruder and began to stir restlessly. Lu Si activated his ability. Instantly, the bus lifted by the vines split cleanly into two halves, revealing everything inside. The creatures resembled jellyfish, but instead of tentacles, they possessed numerous vine-like appendages. At their core, a green sac was tightly wrapped and concealed within a cluster of thick vines. Chapter 262 I don't understand anything. The Vine King, having had its nest kicked, raised its vines and lashed out at Lucy. Countless spiked tendrils shot toward him. At that moment, Lucy retreated into his space. The vines immediately entangled themselves, then quickly separated again, thrashing about as they searched for living prey. Meanwhile, Lucy reappeared above the Vine King, gripping a long blade in both hands as he swung it downward with full force. The sharp blade cut through the air, but these vines weren't so easily severed. The edge sank in only partway, failing to wound the creature even slightly. This only enraged the Vine King further. The tendrils went wild, whipping violently into the air. Seeing that this wasn't working, Lucy quickly retreated into his space once more. Again, the Vine King struck empty air. When Lucy emerged again, he saw the embedded blade still stuck in the Vine King. He drove another one in beside it. The next time he appeared, 2 blades were already protruding from the mass. Lucy felt surprised. The vines seemed to endure being impaled rather than pull them out. With spatial traversal, Lucy could play however he wanted. After using every knife he had, the giant green mass was completely riddled with all kinds of blades. Its entire body of vines grew fatigued, nearly withering from exhaustion. Lucy had played enough. Now, he used his ability to slice the creature apart directly. Spatial cutting effortlessly sliced through something that even a blade couldn't sever. With a ripping sound, the large green mass split open, oozing out viscous green fluid accompanied by a foul, pungent stench. Upon seeing what was inside, Lucy paused, white bones, sticky liquid, and that piercing odor. Once the Vine King fell, the surrounding vines withered onto the ground, twitching feebly. He stood atop the wrecked bus, waiting for the mutated vine's internal fluids to drain completely. Vines still around the vehicle slowly crept toward Lucy's position, but before they could reach him, an electric blade sliced them clean off. A crisp cracking sound echoed. Lucy turned his head. Su-jin and Qin Badian had arrived. Still not finished yet? Su-jin asked, retracting his electric blade. Respectable sister-in-law is amazing. Qin Badian couldn't help but admire Lucy from the bottom of his heart when he saw the scene. How could he not? He'd literally split the entire bus in half. Just a bit longer. The fluids aren't fully drained. Inside the Vine King's stomach, heaps of white bones spilled out, gruesome to behold. Frowning, Su-jin flicked a dagger toward another thick vine. It instantly snapped into 2 pieces. Badian, go fetch its core. Got it. Qin Badian dashed over swiftly and returned just as fast, holding a green orb about the size of a palm. Su-jin took it and passed it to the young man beside him. Lucy accepted it, examining it curiously. This is the core. Su-jin nodded. Oh. Lucy quickly stored it in his space. Before leaving, they burned all the remaining vines to prevent them from regrowing and harming others. Sitting in the vehicle, gazing out the window at the somewhat familiar road, Lucy sighed deeply. Memories flooded back, his first encounter with Li Shu and the others, Su-jin's attitude, his own behavior. It all seemed fated somehow, as if everything had been quietly arranged long ago. Su-jin, Lucy suddenly spoke, if you had woken up earlier and hadn't gone straight to find me in my body, maybe I really was Tang Enjian. I did consider that, Su-jin replied. I planned to sabotage Guzi and the others first, then go search. What? Lucy's expression shifted slightly upon hearing this. Su-jin smiled gently, cupping Lucy's face. But then the person I wanted to find came right to me. Looked so similar, matched my tastes perfectly, and was so adorably eager to cling to me. Why not test the waters first? And when he found out it was truly him? Well, he wouldn't hold back. After all, this was someone he had yearned for across lifetimes. Lucy froze. He grabbed the man's wandering hand and turned his face away. Thinking back to how eager to please he'd been at first made him feel embarrassed. At the time, he hadn't thought much of it, who didn't have their share of cringeworthy past. Seeing the youth ignoring him now, Su-jin pulled him tightly into his arms, nuzzling against Lucy's neck before releasing him slightly, then kissed his cheek, followed by his lips. They kissed, caught in emotion, for a while. Su-jin gripped Lucy's shoulders, lowering his voice. I've been thinking. Lucy's face changed instantly. He covered the man's mouth. Fuck, don't even think about it. Just because Su-jin had energy didn't mean Lucy could keep up every day. Fine. Seeing Lucy's refusal, Su-jin gave up, for now. After all, they'd only just done it yesterday. Lucy let out a breath, relieved that the other had given in so quickly. But the man spoke again the next second, since we can't do it that way, how about trying other methods? His eyes burned as they swept over the youth's entire body. Lucy fell silent, then quietly pulled out something else from his space, his voice cold, use those to take care of yourself. Su-jin glanced at it, then set it aside and pulled the person into his arms. It's better this way, just holding you. How could anything compare to a warm, soft body pressed against him? Only then did the matter finally come to rest. Qin Badian wanted to cover his ears. What exactly had he just heard? He understood nothing. Nothing at all. Chapter 263, Seeing Li Shu and them again. The two of them passed the time in the car with sweet talk, and upon arriving in Province O, they finally got off, ready to explore the city. Qin Badian also planned to establish a zombie den here. They didn't yet know the exact location of that pit, so they needed to look into it properly. They hadn't expected to run into Li Shu and the others this time, having just reminisced about them recently. Now these people actually appeared right before their eyes. Li Shu looked at Lu Si and Su Jin, her face lighting up with surprise as she took in the changed appearance of Lu Si. I never thought we'd meet again. Lu Si, who carried memories from his past life, had never particularly liked these four people back then, and now, he disliked them even more. He ignored her and turned to look at Su Jin beside him. Seeing that they didn't respond, Li Shu wasn't bothered. She shifted her gaze to Qin Badian nearby. Hello there. Qin Badian was wearing a pair of black sunglasses, so no one could see his eyes. Hello, Qin Badian replied. After his response, Li Shu smiled, the standard black mask covering her face, leaving only her beautiful eyes visible. We've met so many times, it must mean we're destined to cross paths. Where are you headed this time? Want to team up? She said something similar almost every time they met. Lu Si found her words somewhat ridiculous. No thanks. Ultimately, it was all about their abilities. From past experiences, people like them were even more treacherous, anyone who teamed up with them would end up unfortunate. Oh well. She shrugged helplessly, being rejected was within her expectations. Let's go. Tang Enjian poked his head out from a jeep above, looking down at Li Shu below. Hearing the voice, Lu Si instinctively turned to look, just in time to meet the other's gaze. Recalling past memories, he felt an odd sense of dissonance. Tang Enjian saw Lu Si too. His eyes flickered to Su Jin standing beside him, then quickly looked away. Alright then. Maybe we'll meet again someday. Months had passed, and Li Shu's curiosity about Su Jin had largely faded. Seeing that he remained unchanged, saying these things felt pointless. Besides, she had caught something different in their exchanged glances, they must be involved with each other. She returned to the vehicle. The jeep drove off, moving toward a more distant road. Watching the receding car, Lu Si snapped back to reality and turned to the person beside him. Su Jin, why didn't you say anything earlier? Whatever you decide is fine. Are you still thinking about Tang Enjian? Lu Si immediately asked warily, his voice tense. Su Jin pressed his lips together, one arm wrapping around Lu Si. No. Then why? Just felt strange. But it doesn't affect us. Oh. Boss, should I kill them for you? Noticing his leader's obvious dislike toward those people, he thought he might earn praise by offering such a suggestion. No need. Su Jin's indifferent voice came. Why not? Lu Si explained, with someone like Li Shu, never engage. Once you do, they'll think you're approachable. Even if you part ways later, when you meet again, they'll cling tighter than ever. Oh. Qin Badian nodded. Inside the car. Li Shu looked ahead at the driver. Enji, why didn't you go down earlier? You seemed even more eager to see them than I was. Caught off guard, Tang Enjian pressed his lips together. It's nothing. Alright. Seeing that he still wouldn't open up, she shrugged helplessly. Really, one after another. From the rearview mirror, Tang Enjian stared at the figures long gone from sight. He reached out and placed a hand over his racing heart. He didn't understand why seeing that man made his heart suddenly skip a beat. Before, it had been subtle, but now, whenever he saw him, the sensation grew stronger. But that man seemed to already have someone. A faint bitterness flickered through his chest. Then he came to his senses. Probably just an illusion. After all, they'd only met a few times. Probably. Chapter 264 Development, World Rules. Lu Si was genuinely curious about Su Jin's words, he really didn't want to wait any longer for answers. Inside the space. After their entanglement ended, Lu Si lay in Su Jin's arms and brought up what Su Jin had said earlier about encountering Li Shu and the others. Su Jin, what exactly was strange about that? I wanted to kill that person when I saw him, Su Jin stated bluntly. Kill him? Lu Si froze, this wasn't the answer he'd expected at all. Yeah. Su Jin tightened his hold on the figure in his arms. Why would you think that? He just pissed me off. Then why didn't you kill him? Su Jin loosened his grip and lowered himself to meet Lu Si's gaze. Remember what I told you about making a deal with it, Si Bao? I remember. Who could forget that? He'd barely spoken before being automatically silenced. Seriously impressive. It stopped me. Do you really think they'd still be alive otherwise? The last sentence carried an unmistakable edge of killing intent. Oh. That it, Lu Si already had a guess. The world's rules, right? Don't worry. When the time comes, I'll make sure they die properly. As he spoke, Su Jin reached out and gently stroked the young man's hair. But Su Jin, didn't you say last time? That was to lower its guard. Lu Si let out a startled curse. It can't spy on my space. It can't. So powerful. So his space actually had such a badass function. He grabbed the wandering hand, sitting up abruptly. So does this mean, you knew from the start about my ability, and deliberately shaped me toward this path? Didn't expect me to be that kind of person in Si Bao's heart? Su Jin said lightly, pulling Lu Si back down beneath him, fingers interlacing tightly. Sorry, I've seen too many conspiracy theories. Hardly had he finished speaking when he realized something was wrong, his pupils dilated sharply. Let go quickly, weren't we just? Su Jin chuckled lowly, licking his dry lips. Just now is just now. Now is now. Provoked like this by the man, Lu Si instantly flared with anger, but less than 3 seconds later, his entire body went limp. Still dare suspect your husband? And no, not anymore. Scared straight, Lu Si trembled as he answered. Su Jin kissed the youth's lips softly. Be good, Si Bao. Otherwise, I might do things far more outrageous than this. Okay. Thus, the two engaged in another 2-hour session of discussion. Even after his mind and body were worn thin by the man, Lu Si hadn't forgotten what he wanted to know. His voice no longer sounded like his own. So it really is the world's rules. Su Jin found this space rather convenient. It allowed him to hear Lu Si cry out however he wished, without anyone else ever knowing. Yes. This world is strange, there are rules restricting it. In high spirits now, if Lu Si wanted to know, Su Jin had no reason to withhold. Oh. If such rules truly exist, then maybe, my coming here was orchestrated by these world rules. Understanding that something like world rules existed helped Lu Si finally grasp his own identity. Indeed, he had transmigrated into a book, a small world governed by world rules. And this wasn't even the first time. It had happened twice. The first was during Su Jin's previous lifetime, the second was this current one. Now that everything was clear, he felt immense confusion. He was merely a reader, why had he transmigrated here twice? Especially the first time, when he had no knowledge whatsoever of how Li Shu and the other storylines would unfold. Chapter 265 Getting Closer to the Truth. Wait, but back then he seemed to already know about Gu Zi and Jiang Wanhang's existence, as if he had some sense of familiarity with them. Not to mention this time he'd come along with the plot. He originally wanted to stay with them, but later gave up on the idea when he saw they were busy rescuing people. Just then, the infection flared up after he got splattered by zombie blood. Not thinking too deeply, he chose to run off alone. After splitting from them, there were fewer zombies outside, though certainly not none. He managed to kill the chasing ones with just a wooden stick. Still, he figured once he got through this feverish phase, he'd return to the school and find them again. It was true that staying with Gu Zi's group was risky, but they were the protagonists, there had to be some kind of safety net. What he hadn't expected was ending up following Su Jin. He felt that while this man was dangerous, something inside told him it was better to stick with him. Su Jin remained silent for a moment, then spoke, that possibility does exist. Possibility? You're not even sure. Then how did you get here in the first place? What kind of deal did you make with it? Lu Si clung tightly to his thought. If even Su Jin didn't know, then how had he arrived? The deal I made was this, it agreed to reverse the world's timeline and rewind everything back to the very beginning. In return, I had to promise not to interfere with any of the characters. As for my movements, it couldn't fully control those, which is why when I first met you, I wasn't certain whether you were really you. Otherwise, if it had been strictly bound from the start, you would have been eliminated by me long ago. That's forced intervention. I don't care about forced or not, I just like you. I want you. When Su Jin said this, his eyes fixed on Lu Si, growing increasingly deep and intense. Lu Si rolled his eyes at the man's reckless sentimentality. Stop fooling around. Let's talk about serious things. Su Jin kissed the corner of Lu Si's eye, his voice softening. Then hurry up and ask, my sea treasure. We've only done it 3 times today. Lu Si. This man, what could he even say? If it has the power to bring me here, it must also have the power to send me away, Lu Si said, staring straight into the man's eyes. I'm worried about that. Hearing this, Su Jin froze mid-motion. If that were true, wouldn't everything go back to exactly how it started? Then what was the point of having the rule reset the timeline at all? But seeing the sorrow flicker in the young man's eyes, he pulled him closer, holding tight. Don't worry. We'll figure something out. I won't let you vanish so easily. Feeling the full weight of the other pressing down on him, Lu Si sighed helplessly. Su Jin, don't you think my identity seems strange? I'm clearly just a reader, yet I've come into your world twice. Maybe your identity isn't simply that of a reader. Huh? Lu Si was completely stunned by that answer. If not a reader, then who? But I really am not from here. Could it be that I actually belong here? No. If only you did belong here, Su Jin whispered softly, a trace of regret in his voice. Lu Si grasped the man's hand firmly. Su Jin, do you know something you're not telling me? Su Jin frowned. I don't know. How can you say that if you don't know? Su Jin buried his face against Lu Si's neck, nuzzling again and again, speaking in a low, steady tone. Even if I don't know your exact identity, I'm certain you're not just some ordinary little reader. Why do you say that? Lu Si asked blankly. For example, the unique nature of this space, Jiang Wanheng doesn't have anything like it. Well, even if he did, he wouldn't tell you. Fine. Within the story, he never saw Jiang Wanheng possess such an ability. Jiang Wanheng's power allowed him to enter a space, but only briefly, and under strict time limits. Plus, bringing outsiders in was completely out of the question. Chapter 266 I have an ability, Baihua City, Q Province. I know that much. Why doesn't Sibao believe in your own strength? After all, this was enhanced using a high-grade zombie crystal core. So what exactly is my true identity? Lu Si was troubled by this thought. I'm not sure, Su Jin replied. Oh. Lu Si was utterly confused. But he didn't dwell on it for long, soon his attention shifted to Su Jin's actions. Why are you like this every single day? Seriously, don't you ever get worn out? He didn't say the last sentence aloud, he was afraid. It's fine. I have an ability. Lu Si. Was that really the issue here? This had nothing to do with abilities, it was purely physical endurance. Good boy. Seeing that Lu Si wasn't focused, Su Jin bit his cheek lightly as punishment. After their passionate moment, Su Jin pulled Lu Si into his arms and whispered, maybe one day you'll remember everything. Exhausted from Su Jin's attentions, Lu Si no longer had the energy to ponder anything. He let out a soft reply, then curled up in the man's embrace and fell asleep. When he woke up, Su Jin was holding the mutated vine's crystal core. In the dark space, it emitted a faint green glow. Su Jin took Lu Si's hand and pressed the crystal, about the size of a palm, into his grip. What is it? Lu Si stirred, startled by Su Jin's motion. Absorb this crystal core, came Su Jin's voice. Okay. Still dazed, Lu Si did as told and absorbed the core. He felt a continuous stream of warmth spreading throughout his body, clearing meridians as if opening the conception and governor vessels. The soreness left over from Su Jin's earlier ravishment instantly vanished. Before long, the green light faded completely. The energy within the crystal core had been fully absorbed. After finishing, Lu Si lifted his head toward Su Jin. Done. Then he closed his eyes again, ready to fall back asleep. Su Jin watched him quietly. Hardly had he shut his eyes when suddenly Lu Si snapped them open, his gaze filled with lust. He wrapped his arms around Su Jin's neck and, voice hoarse, asked, "What's happening to me?" Su Jin smirked wickedly but said nothing. Instead, he leaned down and took action. To demonstrate exactly what was happening to Lu Si, Qin Badian waited an entire day without seeing his boss emerge. Sensing the situation, he wisely took the initiative to gather underlings across the city and began launching his own campaign of conquest. He'd be a diligent zombie. Thus, the remaining surviving ability users in the city suffered greatly. Their united resistance couldn't withstand the overwhelming tide of zombies, forcing them to scatter and flee. Soon enough, the city became another fallen zone. After lingering for several days, Lu Si finally arrived at the place he intended to reach. Baihua City, O Province. Looking around, they saw green belts on their side, while across lay barren land. Due to the recent thaw, the soil clumped into hard chunks, firmly etched into the earth. The temperature was slightly higher here. Lu Si wore just a black work t-shirt and loose jeans, Su Jin dressed similarly. Hand in hand, they walked forward. Anyone passing by would assume they were merely a couple out for a stroll. Having gained some self-awareness over these past few days, Qin Batian had prudently stationed himself in a nearby town to recruit underlings, deliberately avoiding disturbing the intimate life of the two men. He realized he was basically just a tool, useless except as a driver. His boss and sister-in-law were both incredibly powerful, there was no need for him to lift a finger. Rather than tagging along pointlessly, he might as well expand the zombie army. Chapter 267 Discovering the Laboratory. After walking for a while, Lu Si spotted a tall wind power tower in the distance. Should we go check it out? They still hadn't learned the exact location of that pit. Since whatever was inside seemed so valuable, it must be under tight security, and its position would certainly not be common knowledge. Let's go. The two climbed up the tower. The higher they ascended, the thinner the air became, making breathing slightly difficult, but this didn't hinder their progress. As Lu Si climbed, he kept scanning the surroundings, and finally caught sight of a dark, shadowy crater in the northwest. His heart stirred. Finally, I found its exact location. He glanced at Su Jin beside him and saw that Su Jin was also staring in that direction. They exchanged a knowing smile. On the way down, Lu Si pulled Su Jin into his space. When they reappeared, they were already on the ground. With the crater's precise location confirmed, they hurried to drive toward it without delay. But before reaching their destination, they quickly stopped. Near the meteorite crater stood a small city, and they noticed that the entire area around it was enclosed by iron fencing, electrified wires strung along the top, and cameras covering every angle with zero blind spots. Thankfully, the cameras hadn't captured them. Su Jin had exceptionally sharp eyesight and was the first to spot all this. They stood behind a large tree, within what appeared to be a greenbelt area. The towering trees concealed the small city, whose buildings rose no more than 3 stories high. It seems there's another base here. Lu Si asked uncertainly, gazing at the structures ahead. Su Jin frowned. That shouldn't be right. I can sense zombies nearby, but only a few. I see, Lu Si murmured, then suddenly an idea struck him. A city located near the meteorite crater, surrounded by protective fencing and surveillance cameras, it clearly wasn't an ordinary place. There's a lab here. There's a lab here. They both spoke at exactly the same time, then broke into smiles again. My smart little treasure, Su Jin said fondly. You're pretty brilliant too, my dear Jin, Lu Si replied calmly. From Sibao to Guaibao, fine, then from Su Jin to Jinbao. Let's see whose pet name packs a stronger punch. This wasn't the first time this had happened. The very first time Lu Si called him Jinbao, Qin Badian was present too. When Qin Badian heard his sister-in-law calling the boss that, he thought he'd misheard, he nearly dropped his jaw. Our sister-in-law really knows how to speak. Hearing Lu Si call him that, Su Jin's expression shifted slightly, though he didn't object. What do we do now? I suspect this might be their main hideout, the original laboratory, or maybe one never mentioned in the original plot. If that's true, we might run into my younger brother. Isn't Qin Badian back at that town we just passed through? Another one, Su Jin said, his gaze deepening as he stared toward the compound, lips curving upward. Never expected it'd be such a coincidence. Seeing that faint smile on the man's face, Lu Si felt a chill down his spine, something told him nothing good would come of this. Su Jin snapped back to reality. Didn't you want to meet my parents, Guaibao? Perhaps they're inside here. Huh? Who's there? An angry shout rang out. A patrol soldier dressed in military green advanced with his rifle raised. He looked around, but saw no one. Did I imagine it? What's going on? A stern male voice followed. The soldier came to attention. Reporting, Colonel. Nothing suspicious. All right. Continue your patrol. Return to formation. Gu Zio nodded. Yes, sir. Meanwhile, Lu Si and Su Jin remained hidden within the space. When they emerged again, they were somewhere else entirely. They had overheard part of the conversation. If this truly was the enemy's stronghold, then elite troops would naturally be guarding it. Lu Si didn't dare take risks. So for now, they decided to first investigate the meteorite crater. Chapter 268, the very beginning of studying the meteorite substance. The meteorite crater was located 500 meters above the small town. Around the crater stood several tall towers. Using their spatial abilities, they dealt with a guard inside one of the towers, took his clothes, and then stood atop it, looking down into the massive pit. When Lu Si saw the crater, information about it began flooding into his mind. In the northern outskirts of this city, near the desert region, a mysterious meteorite had crashed. The crater was 200 meters in diameter and 20 meters deep. What made this crater different from others was the black substance at its center, surrounded by wisps of dark mist curling upward. Along the rim stood several elevators, ropes attached to a giant iron box that descended into the pit and returned full each time, packed tightly with a thick, black, paste-like sludge. This substance had formed because sudden rainfall had flooded the crater. Over time, the water accumulated and fused with the material inside, creating what now lay within. A research team had discovered this substance and quickly became deeply fascinated. They began studying it, dedicating 7 or 8 years until finally isolating numerous components, among them claims of a compound capable of extending human lifespan. To test it, they used lab mice as subjects. The initial results attracted public attention, but after injecting experimental specimens with the agent, all survived only 1 week. No extended lifespans were observed, the theory collapsed instantly. There had been many failures in the lab before, and the public paid little mind. Soon enough, the incident faded from memory entirely. Yet the research team refused to believe their work was truly a failure. They wanted to move on to human trials, but funding was critically low. Despite their determination, they could do nothing. After trying countless animals without success, some members lost faith in the project. Higher-ups issued warnings, forcing them to abandon further studies. However, a few individuals couldn't bear to give up after more than a decade of effort. In secret, they continued their research. Once discovered, the head of the laboratory expelled them. But even then, they didn't surrender. They poured every resource they had into raising funds. Eventually, they discovered that only dying mice showed any positive effect. They compiled their findings into a report and published it online. Within an hour, it was deleted, labeled as violating scientific principles and thus unpublishable. Just when they were ready to give up, someone approached them, offering investment and financial support for their experiments. They had researched for a long time, and finally succeeded in transitioning from lab mice to humans. It was at this point that the laboratory's conspiracy quietly began to unfold. Vision and text alike left Lu Si stunned. What just happened? Why did he suddenly have access to all this information? Su-jin noticed Lu Si's change at once. He pulled the younger man into his arms, gently rubbing his head and whispering, "Baby, what's wrong? Are you affected by something?" Lu Si shook his head and stepped out of the man's embrace. "I'm fine, really, I was just fascinated by what I saw." Su-jin pursed his lips, watching Lu Si's absent-minded expression. "Really?" Lu Si snapped back to reality, glanced around to confirm no one else was nearby, then tiptoed forward and kissed Su-jin lightly on the cheek. "Truly fine. My Jinin is such a good boy, hee. He ended up laughing at himself. Chapter 269, A Conversation Between Two Moss, Exploring the Lab. They glanced around for a moment before leaving. There was important business to attend to. After they left, a hidden camera silently recorded the entire scene. Through the lens, Su-jin and Lu Si's appearances were transmitted elsewhere. Gu Ziyu watched the footage. When he saw the face of a certain man, his eyes grew darker. In the final frame, the man smiled directly at the camera, then it went blank. A silent smile crept across Gu Ziyu's face, chilling and eerie, before he deleted the video. He stood up, glancing toward the sunlit window. The fun was about to begin, wasn't it? Heh heh. This small city housed several wealthy individuals and government officials from back home, all associates who had once worked with Boss Ma. Rescued by the military and brought here, they now lived in this secluded place. Though they complained about the cramped conditions and modest living arrangements, one thought always brought them peace. Compared to ravenous zombies out there, this place was still safer. Recently, tensions flared. With space so limited, everyone here knew each other, though knowing someone didn't mean friendship. Conflicts were inevitable. Arrogant because of their status, some began acting out recklessly. The result? Both sides ended up shot dead. Onlookers first laughed, but upon seeing the two bodies lying in pools of blood, their amusement vanished into fear. The soldier who fired stood expressionless, coldly scanning the crowd. "If you cause more trouble, that'll be your fate too." Someone protested, "How dare you? We'll report you to Boss Ma." Snapping back to reality, as if finding hope, others chimed in, "Right. We're telling Boss Ma." Gu Ziyu glanced over. It was Boss Ma's order. They froze. "Impossible. Don't believe me? If you want the same end, I can make it happen." "Damn it, I knew that man wasn't really that kind." They began cursing bitterly. Chaos stirred again. Hearing the gunshot, Ma Qingye, who had been chatting with his second uncle in the living room, immediately jolted and fell silent. But the elder Ma remained unmoved. He'd heard gunshots often enough. Without changing expression, he said, "Go on." Ma Qingye nodded and recounted everything, from meeting Lu Si's group to how things unfolded. As Boss Ma listened, he nodded repeatedly, the wrinkles on his face softening into an increasingly warm smile. "At the time, I already suspected that man's identity. It had only been a little over a month. How could he already turn electricity into an electric blade, and wield it so skillfully? I suspected he'd come from the lab. But later observation showed he lived no differently than an ordinary person." Second uncle, could it be he's a researcher? Maybe he has some serum that alters human physiology. No, he can't be a researcher. Then where did he come from? They went to City K. That man seemed to sense something off about me, so I made an excuse about going to Province S and left them early. Ma Qingye thought to himself, if he'd stayed any longer, he'd probably be dead by now. I see. Boss Ma sank into deep thought. For a while, the living room fell silent. Then Boss Ma snapped back, fingers idly turning a string of prayer beads. "Did you meet your sister?" Ma Qingye nodded. "I did. That's actually why I came here." Second uncle, why didn't she return with me?" "She has her own mission." The elder Ma answered patiently, unusual, given his usual demeanor. Perhaps due to the sins they'd committed, the Ma family's male lineage had dwindled to just Ma Qingye in this generation. "Oh." Ma Qingye nodded quietly. "Were you alone when you arrived?" Boss Ma shifted topics. Ma Qingye shook his head. "No," a faint blush of embarrassment crossed his face. Boss Ma instantly saw through his nephew's hesitation. "Why didn't she come in with you?" He felt awkward showing up. "Oh. Then settle down with her first. Bring her to see me another day." Yes, of course." Ma Qingye nodded eagerly. After chatting a bit longer, Ma Qingye took his leave, stepping out from the suffocating living room. He breathed deeply of the fresh air, then looked around, but found no trace of the person he sought. His face tightened with anxiety as he ran off to search. Meanwhile, Lu Si and Su-jin had already infiltrated the city. With spatial teleportation, movement became far easier. They eliminated several patrol teams, retreated into the void, then prepared for the next wave. The arrival of the zombie emperor had stirred unrest among the zombies inside the laboratory. They were all zombies of level 2 or higher, possessing a faint trace of consciousness. Upon sensing their master's presence, they instantly struggled to break free from their restraints, desperate to follow him. Roar! Roar! As one zombie let out a roar, the others joined in, howling and shrieking in unison. Meanwhile, beyond the city, a massive horde of zombies was advancing toward this direction. The guards at the gate spotted a dense swarm of figures approaching. One grabbed binoculars for a closer look, and immediately panicked, trembling as he hastily triggered the alarm siren. They never expected zombies to appear in this remote location. The military force stationed here was minimal, most troops had long been transferred to newly established bases. Now, scrambling in panic, they grabbed weapons, activated their abilities, and braced themselves for an assault with no hope of victory. Inside the laboratory, a soft drip echoed through the silence. A shadowy figure darted past patrol teams and took position in another corner. The patrol members were still arguing whether to have instant noodles or compressed biscuits for today's meal, deeply engrossed in their debate, when suddenly, a sharp pain pierced their heads. They collapsed to the ground one after another, all falling at once. Lu Si pulled Su Jin out from the space, gazing at the bodies sprawled across the floor in disarray. He remarked, "Su Jin, your mental type ability is pretty impressive. Knocking them out just like that? Damn cool." Not bad, Su Jin replied modestly. Suddenly, Lu Si asked, "Hey, have you ever used it on me?" Su Jin fell silent immediately. Seeing no response, Lu Si realized this wasn't simple. Recalling certain past incidents, he grew even more suspicious. "No way, you've actually used it on me before, haven't you?" "A few times," Su Jin admitted honestly. Chapter 270, Su Jin's Parents. Lu Si. Su Jin pulled him close, soothingly saying, "There are no side effects, so don't worry about anything going wrong, Si Bao." Was that even what he was concerned about? Lu Si sighed helplessly. "Then don't do that again next time." The man didn't answer. Lu Si frowned. "Do you still want to treat me like that?" "Depends on whether Si Bao is willing to take the initiative." Lu Si snapped, "Get lost." Still, despite his words, unfinished business had to be seen through. They pressed further in, eliminating several patrol squads. As for the surveillance cameras above, it no longer mattered, today they were claiming this place as their own. Meanwhile, they noticed the patrols had ceased. "Boss." A gentle voice came from behind. Both Lu Si and Su Jin turned around. The deeper they went, the louder the shrieks of zombies echoed. The electric bat crackled with energy. A lab assistant held the rod and shoved it straight into the mouth of a wildly screaming zombie, cursing under his breath, disgust evident in his eyes. "Shut up already. Filthy, rotting thing." Though shocked by the current, the zombie seemed unaffected, its screams only grew louder. "Fuck." The man cranked up the power. Soon, the stench of burning flesh filled the air, and finally, the zombies' cries weakened gradually until they stopped completely. An old scientist walked over and, seeing the scene, flew into a rage. "How dare you kill my test subject?" Faced with the old man's outburst, the assistant chuckled nervously. "It should just be unconscious. It'll wake up later." The old man glanced at the lifeless zombie slumped in the iron cage. Without warning, he snatched up a syringe and plunged it into the assistant's arm before the young man could react. "What the hell are you doing?" The assistant gasped in pain, face paling as he tried to pull away, but the old man was unnaturally strong. "If my specimen died, then you'll just have to become my new one." Hee hee. The old man giggled. What a fucking psychopath. The drug quickly took effect. Darkness swallowed the assistant's vision, and he collapsed, unconscious. Why is this zombie named Su Senji always screaming? A middle-aged woman stood with her hands tucked into the pockets of her coat, staring at the howling creature inside the cage. The man called Su Senji approached, holding a vial, his expression serious. "Not sure. Let's sedate it first." "Fine." The woman turned, picked up a long syringe, loaded it with a sedative, then moved forward. After the injection, the zombie slowly quieted down. Staring at the now unconscious green-eyed zombie, she let out a sigh. "I wonder how our son is doing right now." When the zombie outbreak hit their laboratory, they'd been summoned to another lab to present their research findings. By the time they realized what was happening, they'd wanted to return, but the military blocked them, even knocking them unconscious. When they woke up, they were far from their lab. They'd heard the place was surrounded by zombies, returning was impossible. All they could do now was pray their son was safe, hoping desperately he hadn't been devoured. Thinking of this, the woman's eyes welled up again. Soft sobs rose. The man who had been preparing reagents paused, washed his hands with disinfectant, then walked over. Like a man newly in love, he gently drew the woman into his arms and whispered softly, "Everything will be okay." His tender tone broke her defenses completely. After months of suppressed stress, she finally gave in, burying her face in her husband's chest and sobbing uncontrollably. A visiting friend, seeing the couple embraced and hearing the weeping, quietly sighed, then silently turned and left. Moments later, the friend stepped out, only to suddenly feel sharp pain at his neck before collapsing. Lu Si caught the man he'd felled, laid him gently on the ground, and continued forward. This lab was larger than he'd expected. To speed things up, they'd have to split into 3 teams. Chapter 271, Meeting, As Long as the Sun is Happy. Su Jin had originally been hesitant about splitting into 3 groups, mainly because he was worried about Lu Si's safety. But seeing Lu Si's determined attitude, he thought it over and eventually agreed. If danger arose, after all, Lu Si could just retreat into his space, there was no harm in that. Thus, Lu Si went on his own to deal with the relevant personnel, knocking out scientists one by one. Before arriving here, he had already cleared 7 or 8 laboratories, and this was the last one. As soon as he stepped through the doorway, he heard a woman sobbing. This made Lu Si pause. What was going on? He slowed his pace, silenced his footsteps, and peeked inside, only to see a man and a woman embracing, their backs turned to him. Lu Si retreated into his space, then reappeared behind them moments later. Holding a wooden rod, he raised it, ready to knock them both unconscious. Who's there? The man, seemingly sensing something, suddenly twisted his head around. In that instant, Lu Si saw the man's face clearly. Somehow familiar. Clang. What is it? The woman lifted her head from the man's arms, glancing back, but saw no one, only a wooden rod lying inexplicably on the floor. It's nothing, Su Senji said calmly, soothing the woman in his embrace with a stern expression. Yet inwardly, he was stunned. He could have sworn he'd seen a young man, gone in the blink of an eye. Was he hallucinating? Meanwhile, Lu Si slipped out of the lab and hurried toward Su Jin without delay. His heart pounded with excitement and trembling anticipation. Holy shit. He might have just met Su Jin's parents. This needed to be told to Su Jin immediately. Lu Si ran as fast as he could, quickly catching up to the man. Su Jin. At that moment, Su Jin had just finished dealing with someone when he heard the familiar voice. He turned and saw Lu Si rushing over. Lu Si was running so fast that his face flushed red from exertion. He sprinted forward, then, slipping on the floor, tumbled straight into the man's arms. Su Jin caught the willingly flying body, a faint smile playing on his lips. What's the matter? So urgent. His tone carried no blame at all. Lu Si gasped for breath as he pulled slightly away, staring straight into Su Jin's eyes. I need to tell you something. What is it? I just saw your parents. The man looks exactly like you, though he seems to be in his 40s. Oh. That's it? And you came running like this? Su Jin didn't seem particularly moved by the news. Hearing this, Lu Si frowned. What do you mean, that's it? This is important. From what I can tell, your attitude toward them isn't bad at all. I think meeting them would be good, right? Su Jin took Lu Si's hand gently. Then let me take you to meet them. The last sentence came out almost resigned. Lu Si grinned widely, eyes crinkling. On their way there, Su Jin recounted to Lu Si the story between himself and his parents. Listening, Lu Si felt deep sympathy for Su Jin's parents, who had willingly involved themselves in this project for their child. Yet your attitude toward them feels so ordinary. Just my personality, Su Jin explained. Lu Si wasn't convinced. But you're different with me. After a pause, he whispered, I can feel it, you treat me differently than others. Su Jin froze, then suddenly pulled him close. Because you are the one I love most. Only you. If his parents had given him life, then Lu Si had given him emotion, the full range of human feelings. It was Lu Si who had transformed him from an empty shell into the person he was now. Hearing such heartfelt words, Lu Si's heart fluttered. Me too. They shared a knowing smile. Thinking back to how he first survived, Lu Si was reminded of true hardship, fighting not only zombies but also other survivors. Scrambling for supplies, getting injured was commonplace. Everyone had abilities, yours meant nothing if theirs were stronger. A weak power. One swing of a knife, and you were dead. And back then, he had no ability at all. Scratched by a zombie, yet remained human. While most turned, a tiny fraction stayed unchanged, and he happened to be one of the unluckiest among them. Sometimes, he hadn't eaten in 3 days. Starving to the point where he almost considered eating zombie flesh. For 6 months, snow never ceased. Stepping outside meant risking becoming food for high-level zombies. When the food he gathered ran out, he survived on snow and wild grass. Desperate, he risked dangerous expeditions for supplies, often returning empty-handed. In the end, it was this man who somehow found him, bringing back sausages and biscuits, helping him slowly endure that harsh winter. Compared to now, it was like heaven and earth. Now that there was a man by his side, he had nothing to worry about. He'd been unlucky enough to come here twice, yet both times he'd met people who treated him kindly. At first, he had been good to Su Jin, later, Su Jin had been good to him. And this time, it seemed all Su Jin's kindness toward him, what little he could offer in return was merely his own body. Thinking this, he tightened his grip on the man's hand, not wanting to let go at all. As they walked, the two arrived at the laboratory where Su's parents were. Facing the impending meeting, Lu Si hesitated and paused. I feel nervous. It's okay, I'm here. They won't do anything to you, Su Jin said softly. One thing Su's parents had never imagined was seeing their son, and the boyfriend he'd brought back, together like this. Their son had come to them first. Mom. Su Jin spoke stiffly, calling out the word. He hadn't liked saying it before, but for Lu Si's sake, he forced himself to utter it. Ah Jin. Seeing the familiar face, tears that had just stopped flowing suddenly burst forth again. She stumbled forward, desperate to embrace her child, but her legs gave way, she nearly collapsed. Su Senji quickly supported her. Lu Si pulled Su Jin forward to help. Su Senji, am I dreaming? Su's mother asked her husband. Su Senji looked at the two real, tangible figures, especially that familiar face, then whispered, you're not dreaming. After Su's mother regained her composure. Su Jin briefly and clearly explained what had happened to him. Seeing her son come to them on his own, having gone through so much, Su's mother's eyes filled with tears. Only then did she notice her son holding another young man's hand. She froze. Who is this? Uncle, aunt, hello. My name is Lu Si, I'm. Before Lu Si could finish, the man beside him interrupted. He's my lover. Su Jin spoke first. Hearing this, Su's mother carefully studied Lu Si's appearance. Male. She turned to look at her husband. Su Senji remained completely calm. The couple exchanged glances, nodded to each other, then together looked at their son and his partner, smiling warmly. Welcome. Lu Si froze, glancing at the man beside him. Su Jin skillfully pulled him into his arms. They don't oppose us being together. And even if they did, it wouldn't matter. Being embraced by the man in front of his parents, Lu Si blushed, whispering, your mom is still here. Yet deep inside, he felt incredibly sweet. Hearing their son's brazen declaration, Su's parents could only laugh helplessly. We don't oppose. We don't oppose. As long as their son was happy. After a brief moment of warmth, Madame Su finally asked, how did you two get here? There are patrols everywhere outside, did Gu Ziyu let you in? Before Su Jin could speak, a voice came from the doorway. I heard my master's wife was looking for me. They turned to see the man walking in. Is it resolved? Su Jin asked the approaching figure. Gu Ziyu wore a faint smile. Long finished. Just waiting for your order. What? You're not supposed to be. Madame Su looked between her son and Gu Ziyu, confused by their familiarity. Master's wife, I'm on the same side as your son now, Gu Ziyu explained calmly. Oh really? Then why did you deceive us like that? If the act wasn't convincing enough, would anyone have believed it? Madame Su fell silent. Boss. Zhang Yanxi had completed his task and, sensing Su Jin's presence, arrived at the scene. Su Jin glanced at him. Go meet Qin Badian, he should be arriving soon. Yes. Zhang Yanxi nodded. He hesitated briefly before asking, Boss, what should I do about the person you told me to protect? Up to you. Oh. Zhang Yanxi nodded again, then stepped out. Meanwhile, Qin Badian arrived with his newly recruited crew, striding forward with imposing momentum. After making it all the way here, he was baffled to find no one outside to greet them. Seriously? Wasn't his zombie army intimidating enough? He ordered his men to wait where they were and went ahead alone. With ease, he scaled the wall and slipped inside, only to find the place completely empty. As he ventured deeper, he began to hear commotion. Peering around, he spotted a group in green uniforms brandishing guns, surrounding another cluster of people in an open area. One of the surrounded individuals shouted furiously, what the hell is this? Let us go. A gunshot silenced him instantly. The chaotic noise abruptly ceased. Watching from afar, Qin Badian quickly realized, it was an internal conflict. He observed for a moment, then suddenly felt a signal from a certain direction. Without hesitation, he rushed toward it. Moving swiftly, he reached the location in no time. And there he saw a familiar figure. Two nearly identical heights stood beside a wall. So you're here, Qin Badian said. Zhang Yanxi glanced at him. Yeah. Just got here recently. Where's the boss? This was Qin Badian's top priority. Hearing Qin Badian immediately ask about the boss wasn't surprising, but something about it irked Zhang Yanxi. He frowned slightly. He's in the lab right now. Oh. Then why did you call me here? The boss sent me to rendezvous with you. Where are your men? Outside. Humph. Zhang Yanxi nodded. Are these people already subdued? Handled. Upon hearing that, Qin Badian's face fell. Then what's the point of bringing my guys? Silence. Zhang Yanxi had nothing to say. Ma Cheng came sprinting up just then. At first glance, he hadn't been paying attention, but spotting a familiar mask, he dashed forward excitedly. Bro. Zhang Yanxi turned as someone ran toward him. Qin Badian followed his gaze. Your kid. Wachow, look how big he's gotten. Zhang Yanxi sighed. No, he's the one the boss told me to protect. Well, technically, protect, but really, it was just a cover to get him into this zone. Then why did he call you bro? Maybe he just looks cute. Qin Badian. speechless. Bro, where'd you go just now? Finally found you. Ma Qing approached while speaking, listening in on their conversation, utterly confused. He stared at the young man beside Zhang Yanxi, especially noticing the other's eyes. Instantly wary, he ducked behind Zhang Yanxi. Bro, who is he? Qin Badian looked at the boy hiding behind Zhang Yanxi, then shifted his gaze back. So what's your plan now? Zhang Yanxi shrugged helplessly. Boss said I can handle it however I want. Then what are you thinking? Don't tell me you've developed feelings for him. He couldn't ignore the unmistakable adoration in the kid's eyes when he looked at Zhang Yanxi. Feelings. Zhang Yanxi suddenly recalled the kiss he'd shared with Qin Badian. Seeing his hesitation, Qin Badian figured it must be true. Annoyed, he said, then handle it yourself. I'm going to find the boss. With that, he dashed off in another direction. Ma Qing stared at the figure who'd vanished in a blink, stunned. Bro, that guy's so weird. Why's he weird? He has strange eyes, Ma Qing answered. Oh. Zhang Yanxi removed the mask from his face. Bro, I was looking for you. As Ma Qing spoke and lifted his head, he froze at the sight of the strikingly beautiful face, especially those violet eyes. He stood still, wanting to ask why his bro had the same eye color as that other man. Before he could speak, darkness overwhelmed him. Zhang Yanxi caught the boy in his arms and walked in the direction Qin Badian had gone. When Madame Su learned her son was the leader of the zombies, she was shocked. They hadn't expected the serum used on their son to succeed. They'd only wanted him to survive, to live healthily, but they never imagined this kind of existence. Lu Si shared his idea with Mr. and Mrs. Su, to use their knowledge to quickly develop a drug that could accelerate the evolution of the zombies. Mr. and Mrs. Su didn't wish for this chaotic world to continue. Since their son belonged to the zombie side, they chose to stand with Su Jin. Once they knew the serum tested on their son had worked, further research became much easier. With their support, things progressed far more smoothly. After learning that Gu Ziyu was military personnel who had made an agreement with Su Jin to destroy the lab and ensure those responsible received due punishment, Lu Si couldn't help but marvel, even the military was now siding with the zombies. That proved just how much stronger this side had become. Stepping out of the laboratory, Lu Si spotted Zhang Yanxi carrying someone. As he approached, he exclaimed, Wachow, it's Ma Qingye. Chapter 273. After the first meeting with Shi Tian, Lu Si turned to look at Su Jin beside him. So it was him you had Zhang Yanxi protect all along. Everything that had happened before now made sense. Zhang Yanxi swept his gaze around, but didn't see the person he was looking for. Bro-in-law, where's Qin Badian? We haven't seen him either, Lu Si said, momentarily stunned. Go left and up from here, Su Jin replied in a calm voice. Got it. Thanks, boss, bro-in-law. Zhang Yanxi nodded, and before leaving, tossed the boy he'd been holding over to Gu Ziyu, who stood nearby. Caught off guard by the sudden throw, Gu Ziyu instinctively caught the body. Once he saw the face, his brows tightened. Isn't this one of the Ma family? We missed someone. He then tossed the person to his subordinate. The squad leader caught him. Colonel, what should we do with this one? What should we do? Gu Ziyu glanced toward Su Jin. Up to you. Gu Ziyu shrugged. Fine. Lock him up with the rest of the Ma family. Yes, sir. Just as the squad leader was about to take the man away, Su Jin called him back. He stepped forward, extending his hand over Ma Qingye's dangling arm, without actually touching him, and emitted a wisp of gray light. The unconscious Ma Qingye seemed to react slightly, shivering briefly before going still again. Take him away, Su Jin said impassively, withdrawing his hand. Yes. I'll go handle the other matters now. Tell your guys to recall the zombie army, Gu Ziyu said, picking up his military green cap and placing it on his head. All right. Seeing Su Jin's agreement, Gu Ziyu didn't add anything more and strode off with long steps. Left alone were Lu Si and Su Jin. Su's parents, seizing the chance while their thoughts were clear, decided to go study things first and reunite later once everything settled. The scientists and others knocked out in the lab had already been dragged out by Gu Ziyu's men. The lab was now cold and empty. Lu Si looked at Su Jin. That beam of light just now looked strange, different from usual. Su Jin casually slung an arm over the young man's shoulder as they walked out, replying, because I used my devouring ability. Lu Si's eyes widened as he stared at the man. Oh, Su Jin, can you convert absorbed abilities into ones you can use yourself? Su Jin answered seriously, no. It only converts into energy sustenance. Oh, okay. Their figures receded into the distance, faint fragments of conversation still audible. What will you do about the people behind this laboratory? Gu Ziyu will handle it. Oh. What kind of relationship do you have with Gu Ziyu? A cooperative one. Fair enough. As they walked, the man suddenly scooped up the youth, and the two vanished from the surface entirely. Meanwhile, following the direction provided by his boss and his own intuition, Zhang Yanxi eventually found the familiar figure. The other was also walking toward him, and their eyes met. Upon seeing him, Qin Badian was curious. Noticing Zhang Yanxi was alone, he asked, "Where's your kid? Why isn't he with you?" Zhang Yanxi stepped closer. "Didn't you go find the boss? Why've you been outside so long?" Hearing this, Qin Badian replied, "I'm heading toward the boss right now, just moving slowly." He'd been preoccupied thinking about Zhang Yanxi, mind restless, so he hadn't sensed things clearly, which slowed his pace. Zhang Yanxi nodded, stepping forward, then looked down and noticed Qin Badian's shoes had several holes in them. "You've recovered your memories, why haven't you found yourself a new pair of shoes? You still haven't answered my question." "He's not my kid. I feel nothing for him. I've already handed him over to the boss," Zhang Yanxi explained, feeling somewhat relieved after saying it aloud. "Oh." Qin Badian simply responded with that, then added one word, "lazy." Zhang Yanxi could only smile wryly. "Then I'll take you to get changed." Qin Badian nodded, allowing himself to be led away by the other. Seeing how docile Qin Badian had become, Zhang Yanxi suddenly recalled the first time he'd changed clothes for him. Originally, Qin had refused, but seeing that they were both under the boss, and that their clothes were soaked, and especially since Qin's garments, torn during the intense fight earlier, now hung like rags on his body, making him look pitiful, Zhang decided to change them anyway. Of course, Qin Badian had refused Zhang Yanxi's kindness, but his refusal was, overpowered by rank, he could only submit to Zhang Yanxi's actions. Zhang Yanxi stripped off all his clothes and made him bathe in the rain. Naked, Qin Badian didn't mind at all. He ran into the heavy downpour and started dancing around freely, he truly enjoyed the rain. By then, after drinking the special potion Su Jin had given him, Qin Badian's skin texture had mostly returned to what it once was, though it was a bit too pale. Zhang Yanxi gazed at that pale figure in the rain, his purple eyes fixed intently. Later, because his hair was too dirty, Zhang Yanxi simply used a shaver to shave all of Qin Badian's hair off. When Qin Badian realized he was completely bald, he flew into a rage again and wanted to fight Zhang Yanxi once more. In the end, though, he was once again suppressed by rank. Afterward, Zhang Yanxi learned that Qin Badian had no name and asked him what his surname was. At the time, Qin Badian had no prior memories, only a vague recollection that his surname was Qin. Seeing how unruly he was, Zhang Yanxi named him Badian. Qin Badian quite liked this name, so he developed a slight fondness for Zhang Yanxi. Even after regaining his memories later on, Qin Badian continued using this name. Somehow, the two corpses reached a mutual understanding, team up to hunt high-level zombies, collect their cores, one portion saved for the boss, the other used for their own upgrades. After spending several days together, Zhang Yanxi prepared to complete the mission assigned by the boss. He carefully cleaned each crystal core he'd gathered, packed them neatly into a pink school bag, and had Qin Badian carry it over to the boss. He even gave him a hat to cover his bald head. When they parted ways, Qin Badian felt nothing much about it, but Zhang Yanxi was the one who held tightly onto his hand, reluctant to let go. Chapter 274, I'm an idiot if I absorb again. The Ma family behind the laboratory, along with their supporters, had been dealt with. As for the researchers and certain entrepreneurs, Lu Si also participated in their disposition, those who deserved death received it, while those still of value were kept alive to work for him. Lu Si instructed Gu Ziyu to retain several batches of entrepreneurs with technological expertise and merchants who'd achieved significant success in other fields. They were made to provide technical support for their zombie base. The zombies became their workers, restarting factory production, with the customer base being zombies themselves. Lu Si took out all the packages from his space and had the zombie subordinates unwrap and sort them. The zombies used their sharp claws to tear open the boxes, it was effortless, though a bit hard on their claws. Seeing that the place was suitable, Lu Si decided to stay here with Su Jin, planning to return to Yandan City once Su's parents had nearly completed the development of the serum. Zhang Yanxi and Qin Badian, the two zombie kings, led the zombie army to occupy cities together. Lu Si felt puzzled, wouldn't one zombie king be enough? Why send both? Zhang Yanxi replied, efficiency would be higher this way. Su Jin didn't care either way, he left it up to them. Then he pulled his lover into his arms, coaxed him into the space, and indulged in their intimate moments. Lu Si gradually responded as Su Jin kissed him, giving in easily to his affection. After 3 consecutive days, however, Lu Si began to feel overwhelmed. He told Su Jin to stop, and the man verbally agreed, all right. His actions, however, said otherwise. Afterward, Lu Si refused to acknowledge him, initiating unilateral emotional coldness. He stayed distant for 2 full days. No amount of clinging from Su Jin helped. Only after prolonged cuddling, kisses, and coaxing did Lu Si finally soften. They reached an agreement, once every 3 days. Su Jin agreed verbally, but when it came time to act, he'd go the entire day. Each time, Lu Si wouldn't wake until noon or afternoon the next day. Lu Si had once considered suggesting that Su Jin turn the entire country into a zombie base, and brought up the idea. Although they possessed such capability, it wasn't allowed, the world's laws wouldn't permit Su Jin to accelerate things so drastically. So Lu Si had no choice but to wait, continue waiting for a year, until Gu Ziyi and the others grew stronger, until the plot naturally progressed. And during this year, there was still much they could explore and enjoy thoroughly. Of course, doing this repeatedly could become dull. One day, he suddenly remembered that big pit and wanted to go see it with his man. After over a month of effort, tents had been erected above the pit, making the evolution process far more convenient and efficient than before. Possibly because his space had absorbed too much of that black soil, Lu Si was now directly immune to the radiation around the pit. As for Su Jin, due to his unique constitution, he was unaffected as well. The two simply stood by the edge of the pit. Su Jin, I have an idea. Just say it, Si Bao. Lu Si stared intently at Su Jin, glancing sideways toward the pit below. I want to absorb all of this material. Hearing Lu Si's bold proposal, Su Jin paused momentarily, then smiled faintly. Not a bad idea. My space can be divided into several separate compartments. This substance can be stored in a separate space, Lu Si explained. Su Jin stroked the youth's hair gently. Just absorb a little. What if something bursts? After all, they didn't truly understand what lay beneath this black soil. Lu Si nodded, brushing the man's hand away. I know my limits. He didn't want any accidents either. All right. Today, let's try absorbing a portion. Okay. Lu Si stretched out his hand, palm facing the pit. After a moment, part of the material above vanished. Lu Si lost control instantly, absorbing too aggressively. He saw darkness flash before his eyes and collapsed into the man's arms. Su Jin's expression changed sharply as he quickly scooped him up. The effects of excessive absorption were similar to that of the crystal core, yet even stronger in potency. Lu Si's eyes turned red, looking at the man with intense desire, extremely proactive, overwhelmingly so. Su Jin's Adam's apple rolled. They continued like this for 4 whole days. Later, realizing there were no side effects, Su Jin began to look forward to it. But after suffering painful lessons, Lu Si never dared consider it again. Absorb? Was he insane? This time, progress developed much faster than the first. By the halfway point of the apocalypse, Gu Zi and the others, having tempered themselves through hardship, were beginning to grow stronger. Teaming up with Jiang Wanqing's spatial ability, their reputation gradually rose amid the chaos of the ruined world. By this time, they had already decided to build a base. With their teammates' support, it was quickly established and developed rapidly, even boasting stronger defenses than other bases. As for the matter of Qian Ganqi's laboratory, aside from Su Jin's group, no one else ever found out. The story simply continued unfolding this way. Although Li Shu's group had lost Su Jin, they still quietly built up their own base. But soon it was overrun by the zombie army. After several repeated invasions, they simply gave up and moved directly into Gu Zi's camp. At first, Gu Zi's group wasn't very experienced. While expanding their base, they also took in many psychics who came seeking shelter, some with ulterior motives. It wasn't until they'd suffered a few betrayals that they improved their base's structure and security. As for the small schemes Li Shu and his people tried, Gu Zi's team naturally didn't overlook them. Perhaps because the two quickly became intimate, the relationship between Gu Zi and Jiang Wanqing grew increasingly close. Some might wonder, shouldn't such closeness lead to faster boredom? Not for Gu Zi. Not for Jiang Wanqing. They had grown up together as childhood friends, then fled for their lives side by side. That love had long been carved into their bones. Their intimacy only deepened their bond, allowing them to truly understand each other. After Ma Feifei's treachery was exposed, Jiang Wanqing, remembering their past connection, allowed her to leave the base. What happened to her afterward was her own affair. Chapter 275, Shi Yan's spring has arrived. Gu Ziyu was an ordinary person, but after spending too much time around those crazy researchers, his mind had developed a few little quirks. After following Su Jin and the others to Yandan City, it was Shi Yan who came out to greet them. Shi Yan was the queen of coldness among high-level zombies, aloof, ruthless, and terrifyingly violent. Other zombies would drop to their knees at the mere sight of her. Qin Beidian had never once won against her. After interacting with Zhang Yanxi, Qin Beidian immediately suggested that Zhang should fight Shi Yan. But Zhang Yanxi was a man of principles, he refused to fight women. Qin Beidian scoffed, do you really think Shi Yan counts as a woman? She hits so hard she doesn't care if you're family or not. Just then, Shi Yan happened to be passing by, and overheard. She cast a cool glance toward Qin Beidian. Instantly, Qin's fighting instincts flared. He cracked his knuckles provocatively, taunting, come on, let's go. Fight me. Oh, Shi Yan said simply, nodding slightly. Zhang Yanxi frowned and yanked Qin Beidian back, stopping him. Didn't I make it clear yesterday? And yet here you are, still bouncing around like nothing happened. His voice wasn't loud, but it reached Shi Yan's ears. She raised an eyebrow slightly, glancing at the two of them. By now, Zhang Yanxi no longer wore his mask. Originally, he'd worn it not just because his face was unfairly handsome, but also for other reasons. But over time, he'd gradually let go of the past. After all, he was a zombie now, no longer the person he used to be. Under Shi Yan's icy stare, Qin Beidian quickly lost his enthusiasm for a fight. Before he could say anything, he was suddenly lifted up. Tossed onto Zhang Yanxi's shoulder. Zhang Yanxi, what the hell? Put me down. Qin Beitian struggled. But within less than 3 seconds, he gave up completely. Zhang Yanqi walked off swiftly, leaving only his retreating figure behind, while Qin's furious voice echoed from afar, "Why do you keep using level suppression on me again? That's not fair." Zhang Yanqi's lips curled into a faint smile. Exactly. That's the point. After the 2 male zombies left, Shi Yan, seeing she had nothing else to deal with, turned to head toward the lab to check on their progress. She hadn't gone far when a man stepped forward and blocked her path. Shi Yan recognized him. He was one of the humans brought back by the boss. Gu Ziyu. Assuming he must have something to discuss, she looked at him impassively, waiting for him to speak. Then, to her surprise, Gu Ziyu pulled out a huge bouquet of red roses from behind his back. His eyes burned with intensity as he stared at the icy queen. "Miss Shi Yan, may I court you?" Shi Yan regarded him coldly. "Oh." Then she walked away. What a weird human. But Gu Ziyu took her "oh" as consent. He quickly chased after her, his rugged face twisted into a lovesick grin. "Wait for me, Shi Yan. You haven't even taken the flowers yet." Dazed, Shi Yan numbly accepted the bouquet. But once she realized his intentions, she promptly knocked him flat onto the ground. To her shock, Gu Ziyu only grew more excited. After recovering physically, he resumed his pursuit. Eventually, thoroughly harassed and out of options, Shi Yan resorted to reporting the matter to her boss. Su Jin, however, was currently busy, and brushed her off with a few casual words. After Shi Yan left, Su Jin pulled the blushing young man beneath him back up, continuing what they had started. Later, through relentless persistence, Gu Ziyu finally succeeded in winning over the aloof queen. All the zombies celebrated, not because they cared about romance, but because they hoped Shi Yan would finally ease up on her brutal beatings. Of course, the zombie who actually said that aloud got beaten senseless by Shi Yan. Recovery would take at least half a month. When even zombies needed time to recover from a beating, it spoke volumes about her strength. And Gu Ziyu would stand on the sidelines, cheering wildly, "Wife, you're amazing." The rest of the zombies, spoilsport. Chapter 276 Su Jin, he's Si Bao's husband. Under Gu Ziyi and their leadership, the psychics in their region gradually united, then extended to other regions, quickly becoming the leading force. At this time, Su Jin finally made his move. The high-level zombies were even more powerful than they had imagined. The areas they occupied had already reached an unimaginable extent. The more regions the zombies seized, the less space remained suitable for psychics to survive. Most of them gathered in a few remaining bases that could still hold out. A confrontation between zombies and psychics was inevitable. Only through battle could they determine victory or defeat, and only then could the next steps proceed smoothly. Lu Si thought it would be better if both sides coexisted equally. Having only one side dominate wasn't realistic, total domination by zombies was out of the question. Su Jin didn't care either way, as long as Lu Si was by his side. The first official battle between psychics and zombies began, lasting a full week. Zombies didn't need to eat, and when one fell, another replaced it immediately. So long as their brains weren't damaged, no matter how hard you hit them, they wouldn't die. This gave the zombie side a significant advantage, especially since dozens of high-level zombie kings were commanding from outside. In this battle, the psychics lost badly, utterly crushed. Someone suggested negotiating with the zombies, but opponents retorted, "What's there to discuss with man-eating zombies?" Then came rumors that a laboratory had developed a drug capable of enhancing physical strength. The psychics were ecstatic, only to find the lab had already been taken over by zombies. Naturally, the drugs they produced were meant for zombie use. If the internet still existed, they'd definitely launch an online crusade against these rogue scientists. Who in their right mind did this? They were downright inhumane, siding with monsters instead of reason. But the scientists didn't care much about public opinion. Thanks to research conducted by Su's parents and other scientists, a new type of serum was developed. When consumed by low-level zombies, it reduced their urge to eat humans and allowed them to return to normal human states through further treatment. Of course, this was still in the initial trial phase, so large-scale application was too risky. Privately, Su's parents also developed a special formula for their son to suppress his blood-drinking urges. From then on, Lu Si was no longer a walking blood bank. Though his neck often bore kiss marks, adult pleasures, really. And naturally, Su Jin carried bite marks. After 3 consecutive battles between zombies and psychics, they finally proposed negotiations. Gu Ziyi and Jiang Wanheng came together. Lu Si didn't see them that day, because he was, well, pinned to the bed by his man. Su Jin, of course, hadn't gone either. Seeing how eagerly Lu Si had wanted to meet them, the jealous streak flared up again. Instead, Shi Yan and Gu Zio received Gu Ziyi's party. Gu Ziyi was somewhat surprised to see Gu Zio, he was his cousin, after all. He hadn't expected the other to stand on the opposing side. Gu Zio was an illegitimate child of the Gu family, never close to them before. He cared little for familial ties, his path had always been one he walked alone, step by step. Gu Ziyi only knew him because he'd gained some recognition later, but as for actual kinship, it was merely nominal at best. So expecting him to show favor due to such a thin connection was impossible. Negotiations could proceed according to Su Jin's instructions, but required conditions had to be met. After one session, they reached a 30-year truce agreement. With zombies pressing them to the edge of extinction, could they really refuse? Apparently not. So they agreed. 30 years would give them enough time to rebuild production. As for friction and conflicts, that would just have to be worked through over time. 2 years of apocalypse, 2 of chaos, 2 of fear, 2 of disaster. Finally, at this moment, it came to an end. It wasn't long in time, but for each person, every day had been filled with terror, where a single misstep meant death. And now, the new drug developed by the laboratories was officially put into use. There were too many zombies, providing 1 dose per individual was impossible. So instead, irrigation-style spray machines were deployed to carry out the project. Lu Si's side possessed relatively advanced technology. Thanks to their efforts, industries previously halted slowly resumed production. Zombie minions, we're not tired, really not tired. Development was steadily moving in a positive direction. Once Su's parents perfected the serum formula, originally created just to save their son, and once their son was safe and the serums entered mass production, they could finally take off their white coats and rest at last. Lu Si looked at the outcome and felt quite satisfied. He turned to look at the man beside him. Su Jin, do you think psychics will live longer? No, Su Jin said as he held the young man close. Oh. A look of sorrow crossed Lu Si's face. So after I die, you'll just find someone else? Not a chance. You're only allowed to be mine. Lu Si spoke with absolute possessiveness. That delighted Su Jin immensely. I'm only Si Bao's man, Si Bao's husband. That's better. Lu Si's ears turned red. Su Jin nuzzled and kissed him for a while. I couldn't bear to see Si Bao die. Don't think too far ahead, there will be a way. Lu Si wrapped his arms around Su Jin's neck. I only have you. Hearing such soft, tender words from his lover, who could possibly resist? He immediately swept the man into his arms and launched into another round of passionate harmony. Chapter 277 Lu Si, I'm back. After resolving the matter with psychics and zombies, Su Jin dragged Lu Si into their room to play. Occasionally, they would go together to supervise the construction of the base. Or watch Qin Baitian and Shi Yan fighting again. Thus, the two spent half a year like this. One day, Lu Si was sound asleep beside Su Jin when suddenly his head spun violently. He tugged at the man beside him. Su Jin. Su Jin, a light sleeper by nature, woke instantly at the pull. Seeing the cold sweat breaking out on Lu Si's forehead, he tensed immediately. Si Bao, what's wrong? Before Lu Si could say anything more, he fainted outright. In the moment before darkness took him, he saw nothing but that anxious gaze in Su Jin's eyes. Beep beep beep. The phone alarm rang. Still dazed, Lu Si reached around blindly with his hand and suddenly touched something oily and slick. He froze, uncertainly touching it again. With his other hand braced against the desk, he pushed himself up and turned his head toward whatever his left hand had touched. Fuck, he shouted. Before he could collect himself, an angry voice rose from downstairs. A woman screamed, Lu Si. If you scream like a lunatic again in the middle of the night, you're moving out tomorrow. Don't even bother staying. Hearing that strangely familiar yet comforting voice, Lu Si ignored the instant noodle oil stains on his hands and rushed to the window. Peering down, upon seeing that familiar face, tears welled up uncontrollably in his eyes. Landlady Auntie, no, sister, is it really you? The middle-aged woman poked her head out from below and rolled her eyes. Who else would it be? Not like anyone else lives here. She muttered afterward, always acting so weird. He, I just had a dream, thought it was one of those endless ones. Hearing your voice, sister, it feels like ages have passed. It brings back such memories. Lu Si chuckled, tossing in some flattery. Pfft. The landlady made a disgusted noise at his words, though her tone softened considerably. She lectured earnestly, young people still need to exercise properly. Don't just come home from work and lock yourself indoors all day, that only piles on stress. She rattled on for a while, and Lu Si listened attentively, nodding along each step of the way. Thank you, sister. Only when her husband started complaining did she finally stop, warning Lu Si not to yell randomly in the middle of the night and disturb others' sleep. Lu Si obediently agreed to everything. After closing the window, the smile on his face slowly faded as he leaned his back against it. He lowered his gaze. So, he was back. Shouldn't he be happy about this? Yet, though his face tried to smile, his lips wouldn't move. Su Jin. Placing both hands behind his butt, he quickly felt another greasy sensation. He kicked abruptly, jerking his hands away, staring now at the thick yellowish slime coating them. A wave of disgust surged through him. Immediately, he slipped on his flip-flops and bolted toward the bathroom. He also took the chance to shower thoroughly with hot water. Later, wrapped in a plain t-shirt with English lettering and a loose pair of shorts, towel in hand drying his hair, Lu Si walked back to his computer desk. His expression remained calm as he glanced at the overturned instant beef noodle cup lying beside the keyboard, its spicy red chili oil spilling across the keys. The air reeked of instant noodles, an odor faintly nauseating to look at. Having lived with Su Jin for so long, he'd picked up mild OCD tendencies. Without hesitation, he grabbed tissues and wiped the mess clean, then proceeded to tidy the entire room, dumping trash into bags. He filled 2 large garbage bags to the brim, tied them shut, opened the door, and placed them outside temporarily. The faint scent of instant noodles still lingered in the air. It sent a chill through him, not because it was unbearable, but because ever since being with Su Jin, he hadn't eaten instant noodles once. Smelling it properly now, he actually felt slightly sick. He noticed a small bottle of perfume sitting beside the computer. After a brief hesitation, he picked it up anyway. Sprayed almost the entire contents until nearly empty. As the strong white tea fragrance flooded the space, he coughed a few times from the intensity, then walked back into the bathroom for another full shower. When he emerged once more, rubbing his hair with the towel, he noticed the computer screen was still lit. He walked over, the soft green glow of hypertech mode shining out, and stared intently at what was displayed. It was a chapter draft of that novel. Beep beep beep. A familiar notification sound rang out. Lu Si looked up to see a message box pop up on screen. Editor Dong Dong, Lu Si, your book hasn't been updated in weeks. Are you planning to end it? What update? Lu Si blinked, feeling dazed and confused, then picked up the mouse and began searching for the chat interface with this editor. He found the book's title, revision suggestions, and some casual discussions about the plot. The more he read, the tighter his brows knitted. Suddenly, he stopped, turned instead to click open the browser on the computer desktop, and found an author's backend for a certain website in the bookmarks. The mouse moved and clicked inside. It required a phone number and password. His hands hovered over the keyboard as a specific string of digits suddenly surfaced in his mind. Fingers moving quickly, he typed them out in a flurry and clicked login. The page loaded for a moment before flashing into view. There were several books listed, some completed, others still in progress. Lu Si froze, clicked the avatar at the top right corner, and immediately, personal information appeared. Author, Kiki Zazazaza. Real name, Lu Si. Gender, male. Currently signed works, 11. Chia Fan contracted author. That was strange. Frowning at the words on the screen, Lu Si fell deep into thought. At that moment, a sharp pain shot through his head, and a flood of memories and information surged violently into his mind. Chapter 278 Truth, the Joker was myself all along. So he really wasn't just a reader, no, he was an author. The one who wrote this very book. He did work as an office employee in the modern world, yes, but that wasn't his only role. His side job was being a web novelist. At first, he'd written stories of this genre merely to cater to market demands, adding certain popular tags just to earn some extra pocket money. He hadn't expected much interest from readers. But then, one story led to another, and soon he found himself writing book after book. Now, with memories flooding back, everything became clear. The post-apocalyptic novel featuring Gu Ziyi and Jiang Wanheng, the one he was currently writing, was his latest work. His readers loved the interactions between the protagonists but cared little for the villains. To satisfy their preferences, he had focused solely on the main characters and the end-of-the-world setting, churning out typical male-oriented pure romance, 1v1 format, while dismissing antagonists with mere passing mentions. When he finally reached the ultimate villain, Su Jin, he left the character's background vague, glossing over how the antagonist came into being. Though he never included these details in the original text, he had imagined Su Jin's entire backstory in his mind, the upbringing, the betrayal by comrades, the subsequent descent into darkness, all vividly pictured. Even without ever putting it down, he could still depict the villain's brutality with striking intensity. Yet as he approached the ending, readers began noticing something strange. Why was this character even the villain? Why didn't the final boss even have a proper name? Doubts arose. He wanted to offer an explanation, but realized, he had forgotten what name he originally gave the villain. That's when Lu Si first entered the book, The First Life of Su Jin. He didn't know Su Jin's true identity simply because he'd never named this villain properly. After going through life and death alongside Su Jin, only at the moment of his own demise did he finally realize his true self. But by then, it seemed too late. When he woke up again, the memories from within the book had blurred. He assumed it was just a dream, though his inspiration for writing suddenly felt clearer than ever, urging him to fill in the missing pieces about the villain. Just a dream, he thought at the time. Nothing more. So he didn't dwell on it. But now, new questions surfaced. How should the story truly end? Could it really be over once the protagonist team defeated the zombie emperor? When he reached the final chapters of the novel, work got hectic, leaving him no time to write. He paused updates temporarily. Later, upon rereading his original manuscript, he discovered numerous plot holes. He had been so engrossed in reading that while eating instant noodles, he choked. And then, he crossed into the book again, entering the world he himself had created. Though familiar with the plot, he completely forgot that he was the original author. In this journey through the fictional world, everything unfolded as before, meeting Su-jin, falling in love. But this time, he awoke with clarity, the memories of Su-jin fully intact, unblurred. He had thought his real-world body was gone forever. Yet here he was, back, and not a second had passed, as if the time spent there had been nothing but a sweet, fleeting dream. Now that the dream was over, would those memories vanish too? Lu-si stared at the screen glowing green, lost in thought, tears welling in the corners of his eyes. Su-jin. On the first day of the workweek, Lu-si requested leave from his boss. The boss's voice rang out in shock, just 1 week more and you'd get your full attendance bonus. You're sure you won't come? I don't need it. Lu-si's tone was firm. This boss was notorious for squeezing every drop of labor from employees. Honestly, Lu-si earned 4 times more per month from novel writing than from this so-called main job. He would have quit long ago, if not for the 5 insurances and 1 housing fund. Hearing the unusual weight in Lu-si's voice, the boss assumed he'd just been dumped by a girlfriend and offered awkward comfort, eventually granting the leave with obvious reluctance. Lu-si took 3 consecutive days off. During those 3 days, he poured everything into updating the story, rewriting old plots, striving to make the novel structurally sounder, more complete. Thinking of his time with Su-jin sent sudden, sharp pain through his chest. Trying hard not to dwell on it, he threw himself entirely into typing, word after word. With the experience from this apocalyptic world, describing certain aspects now came much easier. In 1 day, he smoothed out the entire plot, fleshed out the antagonist's role, and managed to write 20,000 new words. He scheduled their release, publishing all at once was impossible, he needed some reserve chapters. Night fell. His stomach growled. Only then did he realize how hungry he was. Stretching his arms, he glanced beneath the desk at the 1 or 2 boxes of instant noodles stacked there. The money he'd earned had long been used as a down payment for a new apartment. This month's salary hadn't been paid yet, and his pockets were already empty, leaving him no choice but to resort to instant noodles. Seeing those noodles, he instantly lost his appetite. His tastes had become too refined, thanks to Su-jin. Finally, he found an old notebook and pulled out a red envelope his boss had given him during the new year. He tore it open, 1 crisp green 50-yuan bill. Better than nothing. He dressed up and walked out. Biting the bullet, he got a plastic bag full of rice from his landlord, then bought some vegetables, 2 Napa cabbages, potatoes, dried radish, and some thin noodles. This would last several days. Over the course of 3 days, Lu-si gradually filled in every gap in the story. At 1,200 words per chapter, his readers, seeing him post so many chapters at once, would surely keep following. Using his memories, he swiftly crafted a perfect ending for Guzi and the others. But each time he typed Su-jin's name, an inexplicable ache pierced his heart. Still, he gave Su-jin a good ending too, not death, just peace. The evolved humans and zombies reached an agreement, working together to rebuild a new home for their world. It was fine. Everything was fine. After finishing the novel, he saw the final line, their story goes on. We'll accompany them only this far. A smile of quiet contentment appeared on his face. Lu-si tilted his head back, staring at the ceiling, 1 hand pressed against his chest. What should he do? He missed him. He sat there for a while, then let his hand fall. Eventually, he drifted off to sleep in the chair. The fluorescent light inside the room, worn out from years of use, flickered weakly at the end before dimming. Beside where Lu-si lay, a dark shadow emerged, gently covering the sleeping young man. The man pressed his lips together, eyes fixed on the youth who had fallen asleep. Leaning forward, he lifted the young man into his arms and carried him toward the bed. Su-jin. Lu-si murmured in his sleep. The man froze. His gaze deepened, growing even more intense, yet his expression remained calm as he gently laid the youth onto the bed, then climbed in beside him. That night, Lu-si slept soundly, not a single dream disturbing him. Though his cheeks were slightly damp. The next morning, he woke naturally, feeling something wrapped around his waist. He snapped his eyes open, and upon seeing that familiar face, his eyes immediately welled with tears. The man reached out, fingertips brushing the corner of Lu-si's eyes, wiping away the falling drops. Softly, he sighed, Sibao. I'm here. Chapter 279 Su-jin, my body and soul to you. How did you get here? Am I just dreaming? Lu-si saw the familiar face, his whole body pressed tightly into the man's arms. His eyes welled up, tears streaming down uncontrollably, dampening the man's clothes. Su-jin held him tightly. I came to find you. This isn't a dream, it's really me. Su-jin. Lu-si looked up at the man with reddened eyes, finally wrapping his arms around the man's neck. They kissed. Though it had only been 3 days apart, it felt like they'd been separated for half a century. Su-jin kissed the youth hungrily. His movements were slightly too hasty. Lu-si went limp in the man's arms. What followed happened naturally. It was a little painful, more so than what was described in books. But the two, overflowing with love, simply wanted to feel each other's presence through this intimate act. Although Su Jin had broken through dimensional cracks to reach Lu Si, he noticed a problem: his original abilities were slowly vanishing. First, his spatial power disappeared, as if erased from existence. Then his lightning element, then all other powers, gone one by one. He snapped his fingers, trying to show off, but nothing appeared as he expected. Thus, the man's expression darkened. "Su Jin, what's wrong?" But at the sound of Lu Si's voice, he immediately returned to normal. He lifted his gaze toward the youth, lips pressed tight, tone slightly flat. "My abilities have disappeared." "Oh." Upon hearing this news, Lu Si's previously anxious heart instantly relaxed. Seeing that Lu Si wasn't surprised at all, the man grew a little unhappy, furrowing his brow. "Why aren't you consoling me?" Lu Si quickly approached him, unhesitatingly burying himself in the man's chest. "Isn't this good? It means you're becoming an ordinary person now." "Does that mean I wasn't normal before?" "Ah, no, that's not what I meant." Lu Si found himself unable to explain. Su Jin nuzzled the youth's neck, sighing softly, "Without abilities, I can't protect you anymore. Su Gu. Let me be serious with you, I'm now living in a society governed by law and civilization. Public security is excellent, people's living standards have improved greatly. This world is completely different from the one we used to live in. I still don't quite understand." "Ah, haven't I told you already? The world we lived in before was actually a dimensional realm, a world I created myself. When I originally wrote this book, my mood was bad, so I made the story's background focus on society's darkness and human depravity. It's the complete opposite of the world we're in now." Su Jin lowered his eyes, listening thoughtfully. Lu Si took the initiative to hold the man's hand. "Don't worry about food or housing. As for getting your ID card sorted out, I'll need to ask someone for help." "Huh. So, Si Bao, you're going to support me?" Su Jin slipped his hand beneath the youth's clothes, effortlessly brushing against a sensitive spot. Don't mess around now. Yes, last month's royalties have already been deposited into my account. I can afford to support you. As long as I'm here, you'll never go hungry." "Good. If Si Bao wants to take care of me, there's not much I can offer in return, but I'll serve you well." Saying this, Su Jin kissed the youth's cheek again. Lu Si blushed deeply, his eyes glistening as he looked at the man. Now, to fully focus on writing, Lu Si had already quit his regular job. Though the company offered 8-hour workdays and weekends off, the monthly salary of 3,000 yuan couldn't compare to what he earned from novel writing. It was better to stay home and write full-time. After his first-hand experiences, he realized he could write stories based on everything he'd gone through, and exaggerate them dramatically. Wouldn't that become a best-selling novel? "Su Jin, I've already bought a house. Next month, we'll move in together." "What are you doing?" Su Jin lifted him up, capturing the youth's lips in a kiss. "Si Bao has treated me so kindly, how should I repay you?" Before the youth could speak, the man added, "How about I offer you my body and soul? Will you accept my physical devotion as repayment?" Before Lu Si could respond, the man kissed him again. He gripped the man's shoulders tightly. Okay. Chapter 280, Modern Life 1. There was no way Su Jin would let Lu Si support him. As a man, he still needed to have his own sense of responsibility. After learning about the world with Lu Si and doing some online research on his own, Su Jin dusted off his long-unused knowledge in computer-related fields and started reviewing using Lu Si's laptop. After finishing his 10,000-character daily quota, Lu Si stretched lazily, his expression blank for a moment. Then he supported his lower back, rubbing it a few times. Ever since men had lost their healing abilities, sex felt amazing. But afterward, the soreness was brutal. He applied some medicinal ointment before finally feeling better. Stepping out from the bedroom, he saw Su Jin sitting on the sofa. He walked over. A computer sat on the table, fingers tapping the keyboard with a steady tap-tap-tap. Leaning in closer, Lu Si caught sight of strings of English letters and numbers, just as he was about to read further. Snap. Su Jin shut the screen and turned around. "Baby Si, what's wrong? You came out without telling me. What were you doing just now?" Lu Si stepped toward him and was immediately pulled into the man's arms. "You'll find out later," Su Jin said mysteriously. "Oh, okay." Lu Si didn't press further. Accepting things naturally was good enough. But staying indoors all day wasn't sustainable. Lu Si decided to take Su Jin out and show him the world. The setting was roughly similar to the original world from the book, but the bustling city streets gave Lu Si a strange sense of belonging. He took Su Jin shopping at a mall, picking out a few outfits for the man. Given that Su Jin was tall and strikingly handsome, with a face naturally made to captivate hearts, the two attracted countless glances. That day, the mall was crowded, and someone snapped a photo of Su Jin, which quickly spread across Weibo and Zaya Hongshu. Tian Tian is so sweet. Spotted two hot guys at the mall today, especially the tall one on the left. So freaking hot. The most beautiful man I've ever seen in my 20+ years of life. OMG. How can someone be this attractive? I'm in love, I love him. Drooling, drooling, drooling. The poster happened to be an Orange V verified influencer with tens of thousands of followers. Her fans scrolled past the post, saw the picture, laid eyes on the man's gorgeous face, and immediately exploded in excitement. Asterisk Akeland asterisk Tion, hurry up. Tell me who this guy is and where you found him. Damn, he's hot, built right into my heart, I'm obsessed. Manual retweet. Asterisk Xiao Tian bang, little mirror princess asterisk aha. I'm in love too. Manual retweet. Asterisk ball asterisk this is gold, I need to share it with my girls. Manual retweet. Asterisk Tion's little wife QWQ asterisk agree with floor 1. Tion, who is this man? I want to follow this hot dude. Blood-written petition for the exact location to meet this god. Not for an accidental meeting, purely for aesthetic appreciation only. Manual retweet. Asterisk Ling Chi asterisk, +1. Asterisk Heartbound AG asterisk plus 10,086. Asterisk Sen Wan, asterisk plus 110983888. Asterisk Shinshio Jin, what species are you even asterisk plus 923852991. Asterisk Musalu Road Endless asterisk dang it, I'll just add my ID number already. Asterisk Flower Silence you asterisk OMG. What kind of luck did I stumble upon to see this post? I'm shaking. Asterisk Qin Yen she asterisk cuddle that hot guy, hee. Asterisk Crown Princess Orange Juice asterisk in love. Both are so hot, Greening Old Chien asterisk the guy on the left is super hot, but I prefer the clean cut, delicate beauty on the right asterisk. Asterisk I'm the best, no counterarguments asterisk true. Isn't the guy on the right also ridiculously hot, wow. Asterisk Rome Ronya asterisk kids make choices, I claim both hotties. LMAO. Asterisk Chilon asterisk Aya. What kind of human masterpiece is this? This dangerous man has completely captured my attention. Asterisk Tao Tai, Professor Yan's mint spirit asterisk +1, no. Plus 10,086. I love him too. Asterisk Gray Een asterisk I love hot guys. Asterisk posted it but ultimately asterisk, manual retweet. Asterisk Jiang sure you asterisk wait, is it just me, or is everyone focusing on something different, __. Asterisk Bai Plain Snow Chu wanting asterisk you're not alone upstairs, I noticed it too. Sigma. Luo Ling not 0, I scrolled down, then went back to look again, holy crap, are these two hot guys actually a couple? Their clothes are almost matching, one has a cat print, the other a fish print. Perfect pair. Then the tone in this thread started shifting. Ning Meng Buxiang Swan, yes, I noticed it too. When that tall guy looked at the younger one, his eyes were so tender epsilon. Li Bai marry me, years of experience, my fiery golden eyes can tell, those two hotties have something going on. Wu Yan who loves asparagus tea, I figured it out too. Drunk Wendy, holy crap, why am I, a guy, getting so into this? XIN's love poem, hahaha, it's totally normal. Guys can appreciate hot guys too. Drunk Wendy, I like guys. I'm a guy. Call me human trafficker, same. Su Zian, wow. Are we unearthing some gays here? Aya, so excited. Plain old non-chosen one, found my tribe. Sister, I'm so excited too. Oh I don't know, not sure why, but I'm also super excited. XIN's love poem, wow. My sister. My sister. Sure Xian, you too. Me too. Zhongli, add me in. Mo Shurjiu, +1. Fei Mo, I'll just blast my ID card right out. Fan Yuan, +1. Hey Shui pay up, ho ho ha he. Qin Su Shi, asterisk operator. Push your head squad. Ah Yuan is always here. Yen, just popping up to prove I was here. With DS fans commenting and sharing, Weibo gave the post massive exposure. This casual snapshot went viral, and for a while, the poster became famous too. Of course, that was all later. Chapter 281, Modern Life 2. Lu Si wasn't particularly concerned about Weibo, so he remained unaware that his man had been photographed and posted online. After shopping, the two of them went to A for a bowl of noodles. Since his abilities had disappeared, Su Jin's physical condition had gradually returned to normal, and his appetite had improved significantly compared to before. Lu Si finished his bowl in just a few quick bites, then sat there idly waiting for the man beside him to finish his meal. Su Jin ate slowly and meticulously, using chopsticks to lift several strands at a time, chewing deliberately before swallowing each mouthful. Noticing Lu Si had already finished, he pushed his own bowl slightly toward him. Sibao, do you want more? Lu Si shook his head. No thanks. You take your time, I'll wait for you. Su Jin acknowledged softly, continuing to eat with clear enjoyment. With nothing else to do, Lu Si logged into his author backend on his phone, reading messages from fans and replying to a few here and there. Suddenly, he heard a clicking sound. He looked up and saw someone outside the glass window holding a camera, clearly with ill intent. At first, he didn't think the person was photographing them, until their eyes met. The middle-aged man immediately lowered his camera and pretended not to notice, quickly walking away. After paying the bill, as soon as they stepped out the door, another middle-aged man blocked their path. "Excuse me, sir. Hello. I'm a photographer from K-Show Studio. I accidentally took your photo just now, and I think your facial features are perfect for modeling. Would you be interested in this career? Salary is negotiable, we're talking 10,000 yuan a month, no problem." The man rattled off his pitch rapidly, then stared at Su Jin with eager anticipation. Su Jin's lips twitched briefly, shooting the man a cold, disdainful glance. He seemed to recall something, grabbed his DSLR with one hand, and fumbled in his pocket with the other, pulling out a dry, crumpled business card. Unfazed by the awkwardness, he continued, "This is my studio's card." Frowning, Su Jin turned his head toward Lu Si beside him. Lu Si examined the studio name on the card. The information was genuine, the studio actually existed and reportedly had a decent reputation. It really wasn't a scam. Modeling could be a good opportunity, but only if Su Jin liked it. So he said, "Su Jin, if you're interested, go for it." The middle-aged man turned toward Su Jin. "Sir, if you don't believe me, just search us online. Our studio is completely legitimate." He wouldn't let go until he got confirmation. "Oh. Not interested." Su Jin rejected flatly, expressionless. The man looked momentarily disappointed, but quickly perked up again. "Well, keep the card anyway. I'm always ready to take your call." With that, he slipped the card into Lu Si's hand instead. After the man left, Lu Si stood there turning the card over, inspecting it curiously from every angle. "Why are you staring at that thing?" "Look at me," Su Jin said, irritated by how Lu Si kept focusing on what he considered useless paper. He reached as if to snatch the card away. Lu Si quickly clenched it tighter, joking, "Of course I'm looking. Who would have thought my Su Gu would stumble upon a big money-making chance just stepping outside?" Su Jin fell silent for a moment, then asked quietly, "Is 10,000 yuan a lot?" Lu Si nodded, feeling a bit sorry for Su Jin's limited perspective. "Of course it's a lot, that's triple what I used to make at my last job." A strange expression crossed Su Jin's face. He reached out suddenly, grabbing Lu Si's hand. "Let's go home." Puzzled, Lu Si followed without question. He assumed the man had been overwhelmed by the idea of 10,000 yuan and spent the whole walk wondering how best to comfort him. That night, after showering, Lu Si walked into the bedroom to find the man sitting on the bed, playing on the laptop. Noticing his arrival, Su Jin waved him over. "Sibao, come here." Seeing this gesture, Lu Si thought he knew what was coming. He hesitated slightly, then approached reluctantly. "We agreed yesterday, once every 3 days." But as soon as the young man came close, the man reached out, wrapping a strong arm around him and pulling him onto his lap. Then he turned the laptop toward Lu Si. "Take a look. See if you like this number. If not, I can work harder." "What kind of liking or disliking?" Lu Si blinked in confusion, lifting his gaze to the screen, and froze. There were 8 zeros displayed in the account balance. And it was in US dollars. His composure broke. He stared solemnly at Su Jin. "Su Jin, where did you get this money?" "Legitimate earnings from overseas websites," Su Jin replied calmly. Lu Si clearly didn't believe him. His expression grew serious. "Su Gu, this feels dangerous." Su Jin gently stroked the young man's hair, saying helplessly, "Don't worry. I know my limits, and it's not dangerous." Hearing Su Jin speak with such confidence, Lu Si gripped the man's hand and finally sighed, "Don't do it again next time." "Okay." To ease Lu Si's worries, Su Jin agreed to his request. After that, Su Jin stopped using computer skills to siphon money from overseas websites. Instead, he used the funds he already had to generate more wealth. One day, Su Jin took Lu Si to a newly purchased villa, fully furnished, luxuriously decorated, no different from their home in that book world. The man handed over all the property deeds and other assets to the young man. Lu Si could barely hold them all, staring at Su Jin in utter shock, his voice trembling slightly. "Su Jin, where did you get so many certificates?" "Multiple villa ownership deeds, asset transfer certificates, vehicle registration papers, company share certificates." They overwhelmed Lu Si, too many to even read through. "How could I let my Sibao support me?" "It should be me supporting my Sibao," Su Jin said gently. Hearing those words, Lu Si's heart, already full of love, nearly overflowed with emotion. He set aside everything in his arms and instead wrapped them around Su Jin, whispering softly, "Su Jin." Su Jin held him close, "My Sibao." Lu Si had thought that was all Su Jin had prepared, until one day, when he casually browsed the internet and saw that Dalo Film Studio, known as Dale.P3, had been acquired by a certain wealthy investor surnamed Su. As he scrolled down, his heart nearly leapt out of his chest upon seeing a photo from the handover ceremony, featuring a face he knew all too well. He'd originally thought it was impressive enough that Su Jin had started a company, but never imagined things would escalate to this level. And the craziest part? Su Jin had only been in this world for less than 3 months. His man was just too incredible. So proud, so proud. Still, he quickly composed himself, pulled up the contact info of the person involved, and dialed Su Jin's number. It didn't take long before the call connected. "What's wrong, Sibao?" The man's voice came through, mixed with faint background noise. "Su Jin, where are you now?" Lu Si tried his best to keep his tone calm. Right after the question left his lips, another man's voice came from Su Jin's end, Director Su. At that moment, Su Jin was attending a banquet. He hadn't wanted to come, but as the largest shareholder, he decided to show up to ensure a smooth transition going forward. And once there, trouble found him inevitably. One after another, people approached, eager to collaborate. Even his assistant couldn't fend them all off. "Sibao, it's a bit noisy here. If it's not urgent, text me first. Give me a few minutes, I'll come back soon." Upon hearing that, Lu Si hurriedly replied, "I'm not in a rush. If you're busy, just focus on work. Don't let me distract you." "It's fine. I'm not busy." "Oh, then come back once you're done. I'll wait for you at home." "Alright. Don't just write novels all day, remember to rest your eyes." "Him." The assistant, watching his boss speak on the phone with such tenderness, shook his head in disbelief. Was he hallucinating? Chapter 282 Modern Life 3. After the ceremony, Su Jin still had to attend a dinner gathering. By the time everything was over, it was already night. When he returned home and saw the familiar figure, he immediately pulled the young man into his arms, kissing and nuzzling him before finally letting go. "Sibao, have you eaten?" "Yeah," Lu Si replied, sniffing the faint smell of alcohol on the man. He pushed him away. "Go take a shower first." Su Jin noticed the scent on himself too, frowned, then loosened his hold on Lu Si. "Alright." Then he went to bathe. In the bedroom. Lu Si sat on the bed playing a game on his tablet, ears twitching as he waited for the man to come out. So focused was he on listening that he didn't even notice when the zombies in the game wiped out all his plants. It wasn't until Su Jin came out fresh from the shower, walked over, and casually glanced at the screen to see the lost game that he spoke. "What's Sibao thinking about? You lost the game." "Huh. Shit." Lu Si snapped back to reality, instinctively cursing under his breath. "Stop playing." Su Jin reached over and took the tablet from Lu Si's hands. Lu Si nodded, silently accepting the man's action. He peeled off the face mask. Seeing this, Su Jin couldn't help but smile. Since when did my Sibao become so particular about skincare? Lu Si rolled his eyes. "I'm starting now. Just wait a sec, I'll go wash my face." If he didn't take good care of himself, what if the man stopped liking him? Lately, Lu Si had been reading a lot of novels and imagining all sorts of scenarios. Okay. After washing up, Lu Si hurried back onto the bed and threw himself straight into the man's arms. Su Jin held him close, feeling the warmth of the body against his chest, and let out a soft sigh. "Su Jin," Lu Si lifted his head from the man's embrace, looking up with hesitation, as if wanting to say something but holding back. "Is there something you want to ask me, Sibao?" Su Jin gently prompted. Lu Si buried his face back into the man's chest, muffled voice sounding low. "Never thought my man would be so impressive." "Because I want to give you the best," Su Jin whispered softly, stroking the soft black hair in his arms. "I love you." Lu Si murmured quietly. His ears turned slightly red. Hearing those words, Su Jin's expression shifted subtly, his eyes darkened with intensity. He gently pulled Lu Si out of the embrace, locking gazes with him. "Say that again, Sibao. You weren't paying attention just now, huh?" "Humph, I don't want to say it anymore." Lu Si had only gathered the courage for a moment, he quickly backed down now, suddenly shy. Seeing that Lu Si wouldn't repeat it, Su Jin leaned in and kissed him instead. Later, he kept making Lu Si call him that name, the one he longed to hear. Su Jin's acquisition of that film and television company had been personal. Right after taking over, he immediately greenlit investment into a drama series. The finance department swiftly approved the funding. This time, the project was a pure romance-themed youth campus drama, starring none other than himself and Lu Si. When Lu Si was handed the thick script, he was utterly baffled. Once he realized what Su Jin intended, he hastily refused. "Su Jin, how could I possibly act? I don't know how to act at all, I'll be laughed at." Hearing the youth's objection, Su Jin disagreed firmly. "Let others laugh, it's their business. Besides, we're not doing this drama for them. This is our memory, something to make up for the years we missed together." His voice softened on the last sentence. Lu Si's heart was easily touched. "Fine, I'll try. But you can't laugh at me." Seeing the youth agree, Su Jin smiled. "I won't." Taking the script, Lu Si muttered under his breath, "We're both men in our 20s, still pretending to be innocent schoolboys." But the moment he flipped open the script and saw its content, he jerked his head up abruptly, eyes sparkling, voice trembling with excitement. This is the campus novel I wrote before, isn't it?" Hum. I thought it was good, so I had someone purchase the rights, Su Jin said with a gentle smile. No wonder my editor contacted me saying some big investor wanted the adaptation rights to my old book. I was confused how a 20-some thousand word story could sell for over 300,000 yuan. Si Bao's work deserves every penny. Lu Si stiffly turned his head toward the man beside him, then suddenly lunged at him. You could have just told me directly. That platform must have taken a huge cut. He absolutely hated giving that platform a chance to profit unfairly. It doesn't matter, Su Jin said indifferently, unbothered by such small fees. Next time, you must discuss it with me first, Lu Si said seriously. All right. My little money-loving treasure, aren't your riches enough for you? Lu Si chuckled. Su Gu, you should know that human desires are endless. Is that so? Then I'll have to keep working harder to earn more money. As Su Jin spoke, he wrapped one arm around the youth's waist and lifted him up. Lu Si hooked his arms around the man's neck. Recalling the original content of that book, he suddenly grew anxious. Ah. But this book is so childish, damn it, that clueless, airhead bottom doesn't match my character at all. It's fine. We can change the setting. We'll make it a feisty one instead. Su Jin wasn't bothered at all. He patiently comforted the young man as he carried him toward the bedroom. When have I ever been feisty? Lu Si asked, confused. Now. It wasn't long before sounds began coming from inside the room. After Su Jin was sated, he held the drowsy youth in his arms. Si Bao, do you have time lately? I want to take you abroad. Huh? Has your career expanded overseas already? Lu Si asked curiously, his voice slightly unnatural. Su Jin nuzzled the youth's neck. That's not the point. The point is, I want to go marry you, officially register our marriage, then go on our honeymoon. Lu Si's eyes widened in shock, his voice instantly stammering. This fast. Su Jin had already been living in this world for 3 months. He'd assumed the man would focus solely on building his career, and never thought about things like marriage. He believed simply being together was enough. Not fast at all. For me, it's already too slow, Su Jin said gloomily. Oh. So what do you think, Si Bao? His gaze burned intensely as he stared down at the person in his arms. I'll follow your plans. Recently, the fans of Kukuza were heartbroken. Their beloved author had gone from updating 10 chapters daily to just one damn chapter. A full 10-fold drop. Although the plot hadn't become any shallower, they were clawing with impatience over what would happen next. After the group admin privately messaged the author asking for an explanation, the group heatedly erupted into discussion. Sweetie sweet, the author explained, he went abroad to get married. Updates are short because he has to stay with his partner, who doesn't allow him to use his phone. Attached chat screenshot.jpg. Me Wang, marriage, I can understand that. UUZ, huh? Marriage abroad? NN, did I hear that right? Facepalm in confusion.jpg. Jia Gulan, I'm confused too. Jiang Shiryu, isn't the author male? Greened old money, I was so shocked I went straight to check the author's profile, still says, guy. Screenshot attached.jpg. Hua Buyu, whoa, really? Ordinary non-roller, so why does the author need to go abroad to get married? They snapped back to reality, immediately excited, and the group instantly became chaotic. Little Yellow Minion, so the author's partner is a guy, 1. Summer Love Sunshine, ah. Definitely confirmed. Who sees the man blush, who's friends with the author? Go peek at their space quick. 1. Ju 51129, checked, the author's space is completely blank. Thing Shanghai as Frost, ah, the author must be using a secondary account. Xing Kue ah, who has the author's private account? I refuse to believe there's no activity on it. Undisputed Busha, I knew it, the author's totally into guys. Naiyu, yes, when chatting in the group, just listen to the way he talks, it's clearly that of a cute little uke. Roa Yen Ning Xin, yeah, I think the author is definitely a uke. Heart with MO, honestly though, we don't even know what the author's partner looks like. Han Shimmy from Pikuli Island, who cares what he looks like, as long as he's a guy. Eternal Night Undead, true. Ball, hey, have you guys been browsing Weibo lately? There's a super popular picture online, seems to be a male couple. You're just talking, where's the photo? I need to ogle those handsome guys. Tao Tai, Professor Yan's mint, pervert. Evening Road Long, hee, lust is human nature. Ball, here comes the picture. Attached image.jpg. When the image was posted, the entire group fell silent for a moment, then immediately exploded into spam. A nameless little cloud, convex, handsome dude. Big brother, I love you. Nugulu.h, me too. FayMO, wait, isn't this the fan group for author Kukuza? AS, yeah, but that doesn't stop us from shipping them, 1. Lazy fish life is like this, exactly. Post more, I can still take it. Rolling dumpling. The handsome guy in the picture seems kinda familiar. By Isu Shui Chu Wan Ning, so, do you know him? Rolling Dumpling, a few days ago, I went with my dad to attend a banquet and saw him there. Though, the guy beside him wasn't around. Lemon doesn't want to be sour, a banquet? Love Shuanggua, poor people aren't qualified. Rolling Dumpling, yeah, according to my dad, he's the largest investor of Xinlu Film Studio. Rolling Dumpling at Love Shuanggua bro, don't be so pessimistic. I'm only wealthy because my parents are, I'm basically just a broke dog myself. I'm the best, no counterarguments allowed, damn it, my parents are broke. I lost right at the starting line. Call me human trafficker, could it just be a resemblance? Shouldn't the big shot have mentioned if he had someone? Haitang sounds, I heard rumors online too, that this powerful dude likes guys. Chong ran, damn it, so what if he likes guys? He's not a celebrity, he's just a capitalist. Rolling Dumpling, not too sure. I'll let you all know if I find out more later. Yunlan LR, okay, we want to peek into the tycoon's life. Want to green how chow the nth day, +1. Gazing at the horizon thinking of white hair, I'm so excited. Chow Xiongjie who loves pig trotters, I wonder if they have Weibo accounts, we could publicly ship them. Username 375, come on, this doesn't look like someone who stays offline. Otherwise, we'd have noticed long ago. Qi Sheng, yeah, exactly. Not grumpy about that thing anymore, wow, so excited. Someone who wants to see Lin Qiushi in a dress, he. Ready to binge on public couple vibes. Wang Zai, one girly girl, girls, take me with you. Di Kai, count me in. Jiang, who loves low-fat soft cookies, Ken Lei, squeeze in a bit, I wanna watch too. S_dar_Xingxinzi, Xinzi, take me along. 0.0, is anyone else just waiting for the author to update? Chiochi.L.ve, you're not alone, bro. E Yao, +1. VNVN, ugh, don't even talk about it, off to add the author as a friend. Will eventually green Hao Chao. Chapter 283 Modern Life 4. A week later, Kiki Xiao's social media was updated with a marriage certificate, a silhouette photo of him and another tall man standing beneath the evening glow, and a picture of them holding hands, each wearing a custom-made ring. The ring looked plain at first glance, but in fact had been personally crafted by a renowned master. As soon as the post went live, fans immediately flooded the comments section. Tian is sweet, congrats Kiki on snagging yourself a husband. Moi. Jia Jelen, the great one has finally tied the knot. Wishing you all the happiness 99. Chio, congratulations, master. So happy for you. 99. Jia Tian Bang, little mirror princess, master, enjoy your honeymoon to the fullest. We'll miss you. 99. Twilight Road Endless, thank you for taking time out from your sweet romance to update us. 99. Orange Juice of the Crown Prince, babe, one update a day is too little, can't you spare just a bit more time for another tiny post? 99. Lao Qian turned green, congratulations, master. Heartfelt felicitations. But may I ask, which one are you? 99. I'm the best, no arguing, our master is so gentle, he must be the one on the left. Look at that slim back, he's clearly delicate. Jiang Xiyu, or maybe it's the one on the right. Perhaps master has a young heart and secretly admires a more robust build. By Isu Shuechu wanting it Jiang Xiyu actually, now that you mention it, that's quite possible. Xia Shi is mine, I'm different, I think they're both top. Jia Tian Bang, Admin Tutu, how can the skinny guy on the left possibly top? Maybe the navel orange could. Mansion Hammer from Zhong Street, why not? Maybe being slender but having the heart of a top is exactly the vibe. My Moyang, aren't we here to congratulate the master on his marriage? Since when did we start discussing his role in bed? 99. Guard a lonely city, wait for a soul that never returns, hee, no contradiction, no fun. I watched the moon hidden in the woods, exactly. Wishing master 99. Slept with a little demon, 99 plus. Lu Bougie Lu, 99. Fei Mo, 99. As must have power, 99. Why are names so hard, 99. Z Danny Chi, 99. Salted fish life isn't bad either, 99. MBA, 99. Haitang sounds, 99. Rekindle, 99. Don't move, 99. S struggle and, 99. Lon Chi, congratulations master. Now that you're married, does this mean the first baby is coming soon? Doge. Sha Huang Ku, spread the word, the master has already delivered the first child. Doge. Shang Ji, spread the word, the master already has a second baby on the way. Doge. Ze Demon King X, spread the word, the master is already preparing for the third child. Doge. Jiang Jin, 66666. Is tea sweet? Congrats master on the third kid. Doge. Got used to it, / you guys are something else, but I like it. AA, pretty average, just decent enough. 99. Treasure Island mist cleared, exactly. Already talking about multiple births, anyone who doesn't know might think our master married a woman. Lu Yuji who loves you gone fried rice noodles, and that's how rumors start. 99. Kissing Imo Seong in Water Da's arms, hee. Meanwhile, online, news of a certain powerful figure's marriage began spreading like wildfire. Su Jin originally only meant to post it on his WeChat Moments, just to announce he was officially married. His friend list mostly consisted of business elites, among whom were inevitably some envious ones. The photo of them holding hands, both dressed in black, their hairstyles clearly not feminine, led people to quickly realize this influential figure preferred men. Even without seeing their full faces, rumors began circulating. Soon, behind-the-scenes forces started paying marketing accounts to publish hit pieces, hoping to manipulate public opinion and drive down shares of Su Jin's company. But the scandal was short-lived, quickly suppressed and removed. However, book fans surfing the web caught wind immediately. They screenshot everything and posted in fan groups, eagerly diving into the juicy gossip. Solder Bo Nyen, ohoho check out the melon I brought you all. North Wind Nantong, huh. Eating melon. Lemon doesn't want to be sour, this photo. Li Bai marry me, this photo. Wu Yen who loves asparagus tea, why is it so similar to the masters? Attached, JPG. Xian's love poem, oh my, they really are identical. 0.0, not just similar, it's literally the same. Shi Xian, so. Zhongli, so does this mean our master belongs to that powerful figure? Drunken Wendy, the world is so big, yet never expected the mighty background to be this powerful. Wen Shuya, am I just uninformed? Ah Song, you're not alone. White tea, whoa, so does that mean we're right at the front line of this juicy drama? Chiao, this info overload, I haven't even processed it yet. Zyphi Zy, +1. Qingyu, +10,086. Fresh and elegant light purple, I need to vent. Goshijin Gao, who loves spicy crayfish, I wanna scream. Gong Gong 1123, I've already twisted myself into a knot on my bed. Ali Lai, +1. Fail Dongtai Deotolai, I was watching TV with my mom sitting beside me. When she saw me staring at my phone with a creepy grin, she asked what I was looking at. I said I'm just happy. Yuan Qisheng. They still hadn't fully absorbed this avalanche of information. 3 weeks later. The 3,000-member group chat began stirring again. Reason 1, their beloved Dida had dropped into chat. Second, he told them he'd sold the film rights to one of his youth novels. It would soon be adapted into a movie, with no gender changes and minimal plot alterations. They checked, copyright acquired by Xinlu Pictures. After Lu Si mentioned it, he vanished from the chat, leaving everyone else free to comment. Some members had joined the group years ago, and a portion of them were actually fans because of that very youth novel. Since it was an early work, the book didn't have as much popularity as his later ones. He simply wanted to let them know, to keep them informed. Naturally, as fans, they were thrilled their Dida's novel had been optioned for adaptation. So they rushed to check the casting updates. Blank page. On this, their Dida explained, the mystery needed to be preserved. Besides that, fans who had added the author as a friend noticed something else, their author had posted on his personal space. The latest post read, Dear fans, recently I'll be on set and won't be able to use my phone often. Only scheduled posts will go up, 1 chapter every 3 days. Attached, JPG. By Yechen, baby, can you please update once a day? Please. Nyening, Wa, Dida, I'll never complain about your 1 chapter a day updates ever again. Chao Xiongjie, who loves pig trotters, in the end, my devotion was misplaced. Sui Yu Aaron 0812, Wa. Qing Goshi, don't say that. Zongzi, wait, isn't it just me, or why can't he use his phone when going to the set? He's not acting, right? Guanji, Watson, you've uncovered the blind spot. Jiong Chi**, you're not alone. Mi Wang, I noticed that too. Xiang Pingping was a Feo, so then. Jiang Shiyu, something's up. Call me human trafficker, +1. Mo Jiu you +2. In Luo, something's up. Su Zian, something's up. Bai Qing, support above. Chi Luaha, tell me, could it be that our Dida isn't just serving as screenwriter on set, but also sneaking in to play a role? Ambitious about giving Chow Bro green hat, that can't be right. After all, it's directed by a big-name director. Yusheng Zhu Bo, have you all forgotten about Dida's husband? Jiu Lu CP, isn't Dida's husband that big shot from the film company? Sang Moli, could it be possible the big shot is the one funding this youth drama adaptation? CNY, Wachao, that's actually possible. Woo hoo hoo, guess you're right, almost certain. Hai Jiang, I've read that youth novel. The writing style leans pretty basic. Honestly, adapting it into a drama seems unlikely, but if money's no object, then nothing's impossible. Ching Ziguanel, aha, clearly the money's no issue. Sweet little spoiled wife, so are we saying, the funds are very well taken care of? MOXIN, blind guess, this entire drama is funded by the big shot for our Dada. Wahuan and I, does that mean we might finally get to see Dada's real face? Jiu Mao, aren't there already those pictures circulating online? Kanjian Nanren Hui Lianhong, even though I've seen them, I still have my doubts. Gongzhu Ue Long, exactly, we're just, excited. Zhuanmen Kaner Gui, ahaha, as long as it's pure love, I'm so happy. Heh, if it turns out poorly made, people will start talking again. Gu Nian 001, Moyi, who loves candy, well, not wrong there. Sweet Tian, but Dada's youth novel never really blew up, and the isn't that high either. I'm guessing it only got popular because the big shot decided to produce it, though now it seems like it's been taken down. Nianing, wait, is it possible the big shot is only making this drama just to make Dada happy? Who found my smile? I think that's the only explanation. Otherwise, not many people would even know this drama exists. My grandson's dad is a troll, honestly, there are actually people who spend money like this just for their own happiness. Ju 51129, stuff like this happens all the time. Yi Sheng, true. Jia Jelen, oh my god, what a perfect love story. Zhao Tianbang, Princess Xiao Jing, us single dogs don't deserve to watch. Call me human trafficker, hahaha, love is all about fate, after all. Tian, no matter what, we'll just keep supporting them. Jiang Shiyu, hehe, looking forward to seeing Dada and his old boss flaunt their love in style. Xiao, yes. Who doesn't love sweet romance? Yu, exactly, we'll support no matter what. Yao, hard to disagree. Mu Xiang, looking forward to it. Mo Gitu, +1, looking forward. Mi Wu, bubbling in. Zifei Zy, so excited. Zhang Qiling's boyfriend, same here, waiting for the premiere. Sha Huanku, my little bench is ready, hehehe. Wanqiu, squeeze in. Mo, count me in too. Zhua Gua, ah. Chi Zhizi, I brought my little bench 2-star operator asterisk. Chapter 284, Modern Life 5. On the first day of filming, Lu Si woke up early and gently roused Su Jin beside him. Although it was shoot day today, that didn't stop them from enjoying themselves last night. Just as he tried to get up, a sore ache shot through his waist. He had nearly stood, only to collapse back onto Su Jin's body. Su Jin casually wrapped his arms around the young man's waist, eyes half-lidded. Why are you getting up so early, my Bao Bao? Clearly, Su Jin hadn't yet recalled what they were supposed to do today. Isn't filming today? Shouldn't we go early and make a good impression on the director instead of sleeping? Get up. Before Lu Si could finish speaking, Su Jin pushed him down onto the bed and stretched his neck to nuzzle against the boy's throat. His voice was lazy. It's fine. No rush. You just did this yesterday, come on, stop it already. Lu Si definitely didn't want Su Jin to continue. Yesterday is yesterday, today is today. I'll never get tired of this, Su Jin said with a smile, speaking complete nonsense as seriously as if it were truth. Fortunately, Su Jin wasn't completely beastly. After a few kisses and teasing touches, he finally stopped. But even so, Lu Si was left almost unable to stand properly after what Su Jin had done. In the end, they ended up running late. Lu Si claimed he couldn't act, but that was merely lip service. In reality, when the cameras rolled, he turned out to possess a natural acting talent. The novel he wrote was about youth, one part set in high school, written to please readers, while the latter half unfolded in college, which naturally involved many intimate scenes. Su Jin, however, was extremely possessive. Though he agreed for Lu Si to star in it, every scene involving exposed skin was ruthlessly cut. What was originally a slightly steamy story was forcefully edited into nothing more than pure romance and study-focused drama. Since the two leads were actually a real-life couple playing themselves, their emotional chemistry came naturally and effortlessly. And considering the original author was present on set while the investor was also one of the lead actors, the executive director thought, who in their right mind would argue with money? Besides, this kind of youthful, light-hearted story was easy to film. All they needed was a school. Su Jin planned everything thoroughly. He chose Lu Si's own high school as the primary location. He picked this school because he remembered Lu Si's first love letter might have been given to another girl back then, something that displeased him greatly. He wanted Lu Si to make it up to him now. What could Lu Si do? He could only indulge his lover. After 2 months of summer vacation, their filming also came to an end. The crew, having watched these two male leads flaunting their affection throughout the past 2 months, had grown numb to it. They'd expected the novelty might wear off after spending so much time together, but instead, the two became even more openly affectionate. If this wasn't true, deep love, then what was? These past 2 months, the crew filmed while simultaneously editing content. With Su Jin hovering nearby, pressure mounted daily. When the final film premiered, its fresh genre immediately caught many people's attention. Su Jin, however, didn't want too much publicity, so there was no grand marketing campaign. On opening day, he rented out an entire cinema, watching the 2-hour-long film solely with his beloved. Two teenagers growing from high school to university, progressing from secret crushes to open devotion, shy, stolen kisses during adolescence, culminating in them traveling overseas to register their marriage. At the very end, two different hands tightly clasped together, their wedding ring strikingly prominent against their fingers. I love you. Some netizens, upon hearing about this X times X themed movie, bought tickets to watch it. Seeing the final scene, comments poured in rapidly. Sweetie, Ayu sniffle. I love it so much. This was perfect. I can rewatch this several more times. Jiagoyang, this was clearly meant to be a sweet drama, so why did I end up crying at the end? Chio, me too. Wah. Jia Tianbang, little princess Xiao Jing, I wish them happiness in their world. Evening path long and vast, keep being sweet forever. Crown Princess Orange Juice, you too must be happy. Green Old Chien, I'm so reluctant to let go. I'm the best, no arguing allowed, I have to recommend this amazing film to my bestie. Cici and brother Su deserve eternal happiness. Jiang Yu, wah. Bai Su Shui Chu Wen Nin, no matter how many times I rewatch, it never gets old, the way they look at each other shines with light. Nantong North Wind, ah. So real. The acting was incredible. Lemon doesn't want to be sour, +1+1. Chi, you must stay happy. Yi Yao, be happy, okay. Got used to it, +1. +1. Hidden Treasure Island fog clears, +1. Still, Lu Si paid little attention to others' comments, for his heart and mind were entirely devoted to Su Jin, and his novel. Su Jin, as the boss of a film and television company, had to attend the annual banquet, so he brought Lu Si along. At the event, Lu Si encountered many well-known celebrities who frequently appeared on screen. He quickly pulled out a notebook he had prepared earlier and managed to get autographs from nearly every big star. Out of respect for Su Jin, the celebrities naturally obliged Lu Si's requests. This delighted Lu Si immensely. During the banquet, he also noticed a same-sex couple. They seemed to know Su Jin, exchanging brief greetings. The two men were both exceptionally handsome, one carried a distant aura, his expression blank and indifferent, while the other wore a warm smile, appearing gentle and kind. Seeing them, Lu Si inexplicably felt a sense of closeness. Moreover, the cold, handsome man looked somewhat familiar. By the time Lu Si realized it, they had already left. Only then did Lu Si remember. Staring at their retreating figures, he murmured, "Isn't that the famous best actor Chi Yi?" His eyes immediately lit up as he turned to Su Jin beside him. Su Jin. Su Jin understood exactly what Lu Si meant, a look of indulgent affection spreading across his face. "Alright, I'll make it happen. Whatever you want." In the end, with Su Jin's help, Lu Si successfully obtained the legendary actor's signature. But later that night, Su Jin grew jealous again. Why were you staring at them for so long? Am I not handsome enough for you? Su Jin's voice was low and seductive. Lu Si shivered involuntarily, hurrying to reply, "I love Su Jin the most." Su Jin chuckled softly. "You still call me Su Jin. You should say, husband now." Husband. Flustered by Su Jin's teasing, Lu Si could only submit. "Good boy." Su Jin leaned in and gently kissed the young man's lips. Lu Si wrapped his arms around his neck. The two engaged in intimate acts only adults would share. Chapter 285 Choice. After finishing everything that needed to be done, Su Jin, having earned enough money, decided he didn't want to work anymore and hired a professional manager to handle the company's operations. All he had to do now was wait for the money to flow into his pocket. The two of them began living a shamelessly blissful life together. But after 2 full weeks, Lu Si finally grew tired of it. Staying indoors all day felt worse than just going out to explore. Without another word, he packed his bags, and off they went on an impromptu trip. Along the way, they enjoyed breathtaking natural scenery and indulged in every kind of delicious food. Most importantly, they had each other by their side. Yet, as time passed and the journey stretched on, a sense of boredom crept in. Lu Si suddenly found himself reminiscing about life during the apocalypse, the loyal subordinates of Su Jin, the kind Su parents, and even those so-called adorable zombies. Thinking back, that life hadn't been so bad after all. It had already been over a year since they returned to this modern world. He finally asked, "Su Jin, can we go back?" Su Jin didn't seem at all surprised by the question, as if he'd been expecting it all along. But he didn't give an immediate answer. Instead, he feigned confusion. "Back where?" In response, Lu Si rolled his eyes at him. With slight irritation, he replied, "Back to the book world." "We can," Su Jin said softly, pulling the other into his arms. At that moment, they were staying in a luxury hotel in City O, lying together on a large, comfortable bed. By the way, Lu Si pushed Su Jin's hand aside and lifted his head to look directly at him. "How exactly did you break through the spatial rift to come here back then?" Su Jin remained silent for a moment before answering, "Through a special method." Lu Si rolled his eyes again. "And what exactly does that mean?" "Sibao, isn't your spatial ability extremely powerful?" "Yeah, it is. When you fell into that coma, I sought out the world's Tian Dao. It told me that if I absorbed your ability, I could come find you. Lu Si. You actually did it? I wanted to see you so badly, I followed through. And surprisingly, it actually worked, Su Jin said in a calm tone. But Lu Si could imagine how heartbroken Su Jin must have felt when he saw him unconscious and unresponsive. It must have been unbearable. His nose stung with emotion as he threw himself into Su Jin's embrace. Su Jin. He didn't dare ask what would have happened if it hadn't worked. Su Jin held him tighter. Luckily, it succeeded. It's all right, Sibao. I'm right here. Lu Si stayed quiet for a long while before slowly asking, but you said your ability has vanished, long gone, completely unusable. If we can still go back, wouldn't that disrupt the laws of the world? Su Jin gently wiped away the tear at the corner of the young man's eye. That's why I'm waiting for your choice. What choice? Su Jin looked straight into Lu Si's eyes and spoke each word deliberately. If we go to my world this time, we won't be able to return here. We'll live there permanently, until the end of our lives. Lu Si fell silent. So, Sibao, what's your decision? If you wish to stay here, I'll stay with you. If you want to return to the book world, I'll take you back, but once we leave, coming back will no longer be possible. This was Lu Si's crucial decision. If he chose to return, there would be no turning back. Lu Si bit his lip, gazing into Su Jin's dark, fathomless eyes. Slowly, he reached for Su Jin's hand and intertwined their fingers. In a pleading voice, he whispered, "Can I think about it for a few days? There are still things here I haven't settled yet." "Of course. I'll always be waiting." A gentle smile appeared on Su Jin's face. But the moment Lu Si said those words, the choice was already made. Chapter 286 Returning to the Novel World. Lu Si asked Su Jin to wait for him a few days, because the novel he was working on wasn't finished yet, just a few tens of thousands of words remained. Once this last book was complete, he would have no more attachments. As a responsible author, he would never leave a story unfinished. Aside from writing novels, there didn't seem to be anything else worth caring about. After so many years of writing, Lu Si's typing speed had improved dramatically. He told Su Jin not to disturb him while he focused on writing, and thus ignored him for 2 whole days, during which he managed to write over 100,000 words in fragments. After finishing the final chapter, he scheduled a release time, informed his editor to remember marking it as completed, then announced to his readers that he would no longer write novels and disbanded his reader group. With all that done, there was nothing left for him in this world. During the days when Lu Si had been ignoring him, Su Jin also took care of his remaining affairs. Su Jin, how should we return now? Just tear open another space-time rift, Su Jin replied. But isn't your ability unusable right now? Su Jin paused in thought. Not exactly unusable, merely sealed temporarily. So what's needed to unlock it again? You. Me. Lu Si pointed at himself, bewildered. As long as you, Sibao, wish to return, the gate can open any time. After all, the world's laws recognize you as the creator of that realm, they'll make an exception just for you. Oh. Well then, thanks to them, I guess. Back then, being able to enter that world twice must have been their doing. He'd always wondered how an ordinary reader like himself could possibly slip into a fictional world. Now it seemed clear, it had all been their scheme. Knowing how to return put Lu Si at ease. Then, thinking of something, he turned toward the man beside him with a twinkle in his eye. Su Jin, I wonder, can we bring local specialties back with us? I think there are some things here that Shi Yan and the others might never have seen before. We could give them as gifts. Yes, we can, Su Jin nodded. Great. Cheerfully, Lu Si went on a shopping spree for presents for Shi Yan and the others. With money to spend, he bought whatever caught his fancy. Su Jin followed close behind, watching silently as they wandered through one mall after another. Inside one of these malls, Lu Si spotted someone vaguely familiar, the renowned film emperor Qi Yi and his partner Su Hengji. He was slightly surprised. These celebrities weren't even wearing masks, walking hand in hand so openly. They noticed Lu Si and Su Jin too. After exchanging a few polite words and nods, they approached. Never expected to meet you two here in a 4th-tier city. Are you on vacation? Su Hengji asked softly. Talking to him always felt soothing. Lu Si nodded. Yeah. You two too. Su Hengji glanced at the man beside him, smiling gently as he answered. Not really. He's filming here recently, and today happened to be his day off, so he dragged me along to walk around. He paused. Of course, I'm not the one filming. It's the man beside me. He insisted on bringing me. Upon hearing this, Qi Yi, who usually wore a cold expression, softened ever so slightly. I just wanted you with me. Lu Si froze. Since when did he get fed such blatant relationship goals? Why are you buying so much? Su Hengji noticed Su Jin carrying 2 large shopping bags. For gifts, Lu Si answered simply. I see. By the way, about last time. Su Hengji was about to continue, but Lu Si panicked and quickly interrupted. Cough cough. Lu Si cleared his throat and silently mouthed, "Call me later." Su Hengji immediately understood, a faint, knowing smile forming on his lips. "All right. We've got things to do, so we'll take our leave first," said Chi Yi from the side, seeing Su Hengji still wanting to chat. His tone held a slight edge, and his expression darkened. Su Hengji nodded. "Then we're off. See you." He waved at Lu Si. "Bye-bye," Lu Si waved back. Only after they were completely out of sight did Lu Si snap back to reality, and turn to meet the man's quietly intense gaze. "Si Bao is awfully close with other people, huh?" "Cough, not really close at all. Come on, we still need to buy gifts for Ba Tian and the others." Lu Si tugged at the man's arm, pulling him forward. Su Jin sighed helplessly, resigned to following along. After preparing everything they needed to take, Lu Si decided to donate all his money to an orphanage, while Su Jin used the funds to establish a foundation aimed at helping those in need. Once both were ready, Su Jin opened the space-time rift once again. Instantly, a black vortex appeared in midair, and Lu Si tossed all the purchased items inside. He turned to look at the man and reached out his hand. Su Jin gazed back at Lu Si, tightly grasping the young man's hand. "Let's go home," Lu Si said. "All right." A smile spread across their faces, as they interlaced their fingers and stepped into the black vortex together. And as they passed through, the vortex slowly shrank until it vanished completely. Chapter 287 Forever Together. Qin Beidian and Zhang Yanqi waited for several days in the laboratory. By the time Qin Beidian was almost falling asleep, their boss still hadn't returned with his wife. He was sprawled over Zhang Yanqi's body. Seeing his lover about to drift off, Zhang Yanqi realized the medicine developed by Dr. Su's parents had taken effect. To make Qin Beidian sleep more comfortably, he simply let him sit on his lap. Qin Beidian didn't hesitate at all, his entire body settled onto Zhang Yanqi's thighs, his head buried into the man's chest. Anyone who didn't know might think they were engaged in something intimate. Zhang Yanqi gently stroked Qin Baitian's hair. Thanks to the hair growth serum developed by Su's parents, Qin Baitian's hair had nearly grown back completely. With hair on his head, Qin Beidian looked much more presentable. Only his temper remained unchanged, just as fierce and intimidating as always. Though, of course, that ferocity was only shown to others, toward Zhang Yanqi, he softened completely. Zhang Yanqi adored this side of Qin Beidian. Qin Beidian hadn't been asleep long when a sudden loud clatter rang out. A loud thud. Suddenly, a black hole appeared in midair, and something was thrown out from it. What happened? Qin Beidian jolted awake at the noise. Zhang Yanqi also turned serious immediately. As both men stared at the several large bags that had just materialized on the ground, they braced themselves, ready to attack the mysterious rift. Then, a hand emerged from within, followed by a face, then a full body. Recognizing the familiar figure, Qin Beidian couldn't help but shriek in excitement. "Boss!" Su Jin pulled Lu Si out behind him. Once they all landed safely, the original black hole vanished into thin air. Seeing the two men's strange posture, Lu Si asked cautiously, "Did we interrupt anything?" "No," Qin Beidian said blankly, snapping back to reality. Realizing his position, he quickly scrambled off Zhang Yanqi. Zhang Yanqi wore an expression of mild resignation. "Welcome back." After catching up, Lu Si learned that they had only been gone for a few days. Indeed, time moved very differently between the two worlds. Lu Si had been brought back by Su Jin. As for the original body he once inhabited, there was no sign of it. Su Jin calmly explained that after absorbing Lu Si's abilities, the body had disappeared. How could a perfectly good body just vanish? Lu Si found it puzzling, though not for long. Soon, he seemed to understand the laws of the world. His original body lacked any special abilities. He worried that without powers, he wouldn't be able to survive long alongside Su Jin. But Su Jin wasn't particularly concerned. Drinking his blood would activate new abilities, so they weren't worried about Lu Si lacking powers. After all, Lu Si's second ability had been awakened back then through drinking Su Jin's blood. With Su Jin bringing Lu Si back, Su's parents hurried over to see them. The family gathered together and joyfully shared a meal. Now being zombies, they no longer ate vegetables, but meat was fine. They enjoyed a hearty feast and cracked open a few bottles of alcohol. Su's father had no reservations about drinking and happily joined the younger generation, knocking back several bottles. In the end, Su's mother had to support him back home. Li Jin also drank quite a lot. Once drunk, he clung tightly to his lover, Ashui. Thanks to the improved reagent, Ashui's physical condition had largely returned to normal, except for slower cognitive function. Occasionally, he'd speak a few words, but most of the time he remained quietly seated. Even zombies' minds could be stimulated by too much alcohol. Sure enough, Qin Beidian challenged Shi Yan to a drinking contest. After downing a few bottles, he started acting delirious, loudly declaring he wanted to duel Shi Yan. Shi Yan had also drunk her share, but she remained quiet, lying in Gu Ziyu's arms. This made Gu Ziyu incredibly happy. His wife had never quietly nestled against him like this before. In the past, such behavior was unthinkable. Every time he tried sneaking into bed with her, she kicked him right off. But the more she kicked, the more persistently he kept coming back. Gradually, under his relentless persistence, Shi Yan grew used to Gu Ziyu's presence. Indeed, his stubbornness had paid off. So when Qin Beidian challenged Shi Yan to a duel, Gu Ziyu wasn't about to let go. Zhang Yanxi, can't you control your Beidian? A flicker of emotion passed across Zhang Yanxi's usually calm face. Then, he stood up and steadied the unsteady Qin Beidian. Alright, let's go back. Feeling that familiar presence, Qin Beidian allowed himself to be supported, tilting his head and leaning heavily against Zhang Yanxi. I'm taking Yan Yan with me. Gu Ziyu scooped up Shi Yan in a princess carry and walked toward the house where they lived. Li Jin was also taken back by his wife. Only Su Jin and Lu Si remained at the long table. They had set up their meal outdoors. It was nighttime now. The moon in the sky was half obscured by clouds, while a few bright stars twinkled faintly. Lu Si leaned against the man beside him, his face flushed from alcohol. One hand tightly gripped the man's hand, their fingers interlaced. Su Jin, he murmured softly, calling the man's name. Su Jin squeezed the youth's hand in return and turned his head to gently kiss Lu Si's forehead. I'm here. Forever together. Never apart. Okay. Under the faint moonlight, they pressed their foreheads together, eyes seeing only each other. The frail young man reached up and wrapped his arms around the other's neck, then leaned in to brush his lips against the man's. In response, the man cradled the back of his head and deepened the kiss. The moon vanished completely behind dark clouds. Someone's hand brushed against the glowing flashlight, clank, the beam flickered and died. Their figures gradually blurred into darkness. End of story. Chapter 288 Zhang Yanxi and Qin Beidian 1. Zhang Yanxi had also emerged from a laboratory. When he awakened, the facility where he lay was already in chaos. He stood inside a liquid-filled vat, with just a slight touch of his hand against the glass dome, it shattered, allowing him to step out. His mind held no memory of who he was, nor did he feel hunger. He noticed some zombies wore clothing while he had none. So he tore clothes from other zombies to cover himself. Then, following a group of grotesque-looking zombies, he walked out of the lab. At that time, he didn't know where to go, so he simply wandered aimlessly. He encountered many zombies, yet they seemed to fear him. Whenever he approached, they automatically parted, creating a path. Later, he came across a human team. They didn't realize Zhang Yanxi was a zombie, mistaking him for a foreigner, so they allowed him to join their group. When the vehicle became surrounded by zombies and space was limited, they unhesitatingly made him get off. They drove away without looking back. Yet when he stood among the zombies, they seemed oblivious to his presence, walking right past him as if he weren't there. At that moment, he vaguely realized something was wrong with him. Later, someone saw his face and desired him, even several people fought over him. It was then he realized his appearance wasn't normal. In the end, he left them, picked up a torn mask from the ground, and covered his face with it. Only then did their stares lessen. Eventually, he met another group tending to their wounds. He stood nearby, watching the fresh red blood. A sudden thought arose. He wanted to drink blood. But as he began to move, they detected something different about him. The moment he attacked, they slashed him multiple times, each blade piercing through his body. Due to these wounds, he lost consciousness from blood loss. When he opened his eyes again, the people were gone. Instead, he encountered several of his kind, but their eyes looked very different from those he normally saw. They seemed fearful. But the instant they saw Zhang Yanxi rising, 3 zombies lunged at him. In the end, all 3 died at Zhang Yanxi's hands. He didn't even need to act. The moment a certain string in his mind snapped, they collapsed dead before him. By then, he was starving. Seeing the zombie corpses on the ground, he finally extended his sharp fingernails toward them. Accidentally, he peeled open one zombie's skull. Beneath the gooey, whitish brain matter, he spotted a small stone. An instinct compelled him to pick up that crystal core. The instant he placed it in his palm, before he could examine it closely, the core vanished in his hand. At that moment, his craving for blood diminished. He extracted the cores from the other 2 zombies as well. Afterward, he constantly searched for zombies with greenish eyes. He relied on crystal cores to fill his emptiness, and gradually, faint traces of awareness returned to him. But such zombies were rare. He searched for a long time, sensing deeply, yet found no more. He walked endlessly until reaching a remote rural area. His clothes were now filthy beyond recognition. He randomly entered a house and found live poultry. Starving, he bit down, killing the bird with feathers still attached, drinking its blood until he finally felt somewhat better. The villagers discovered his actions. Already having heard rumors, they were terrified by Zhang Yanxi's behavior. But at that time, Zhang Yanxi held no interest in harming people. Eventually, he reached an agreement with the village. They would provide him with chicken meat, and in return, he would refrain from attacking them. Yet the villagers, filled with fear of zombies, dared not refuse. Every day, they offered supplies. Afraid to deliver them personally, they left the offerings at the door, and Zhang Yanxi would come take them himself. Thus, he temporarily settled in a house outside the village. Inside, he found a piece of clothing, but it was a theatrical costume. Since his original clothes were no longer wearable, he put it on anyway. Though the villagers obeyed Zhang Yanxi's demands, they still feared him deeply, wanting to kill him yet too afraid to act. Zhang Yanxi used zombie-like shrieks to intimidate them, and it proved highly effective. But he hadn't stayed more than a few days when he sensed the presence of others of his kind. However, this time, their aura was stronger than his. He felt he wouldn't win. And just then, those two figures arrived at his doorstep. He had no choice but to confront them, and ended up severely overpowered. Shot multiple times, he collapsed onto the ground. Fortunately, vital organs were untouched, the bullets were blocked by the bulletproof vest beneath his clothes. The suppression from that superior still lingered within him as he woke up. He saw the letters written on the ground. S. Instinctively, he thought of Province S. He didn't understand why that higher level had warned him like this. After pondering for a moment and realizing he had nothing else to do, he decided to head toward the location mentioned by the advanced. Never did he imagine that in the end, he would become a subordinate to that superior. When he came slightly back to his senses, he questioned himself, was he regretful? No, not at all. Had it not begun the way it did, he wouldn't have met Qin Yang. And for that, he was content. Thinking of this, he gently touched the face of the person nestled in his arms. Qin Badian thought it was a mosquito. He grabbed the hand that kept moving and flicked it away. Zhang Yanxi, completely unreserved, calmly withdrew his hand and pulled the person tighter into his embrace. Feeling the familiar presence, Qin Badian stopped shrugging him off, mumbling incoherently for quite some time. Chapter 289 Zhang Yanxi and Qin Badian. Qin Baitian's original name was Qin Yang, a doctor at a certain hospital in W City. When the virus broke out in his hospital, he was among the first to be bitten by zombies. Perhaps there were too many people being bitten at that time. Instead of being devoured, he turned into a mindless, shambling zombie who had lost all memories, becoming one of the walking dead. All he thought about was eating. Eating meat. Surviving through predation, he slowly managed to stay alive. When he regained a slight awareness, stronger members of his kind began targeting him, specifically going after his head. Fortunately, he was quick-witted. He managed to kill a slightly stronger zombie and accidentally discovered that the stone inside a zombie's brain could increase his level. Though zombies lacked human-level consciousness, deep in their instincts, they knew this thing was good, and so he began specifically hunting others for it. By absorbing these cores, his rank gradually rose. With enough cores, he lost interest in humans and became fixated instead on whatever substance resided in the brains of zombies ranked just above him. After absorbing multiple cores, he found he could control several other zombies, which accelerated his plundering of fellow zombies' cores. Through continued absorption, he grew increasingly powerful, able to communicate with his kind and even understand human speech. Meeting his current boss Su Jin was accidental. That day, he had just dealt with a fellow zombie on the second floor and extracted its core. Before he could leave, he suddenly felt an overwhelming pressure. He knew it was a fellow zombie far more powerful than himself. Driven by curiosity, he crept to the window and looked down at the people below. Finally, his gaze settled on the tall man. Shortly after looking, the man below seemed to sense something, lifting his eyes toward Qin Baitian's position. Their eyes met directly. He froze, wanting to pull back, but found himself unable to move, staring helplessly at that person. Only when the group below started approaching his location did he finally regain the ability to flee. After so long preying on others for their cores, he assumed this high-level zombie must have wanted his own core. Before those humans arrived, he sent his subordinates to hold them off while he chose to escape. He originally got away, but unexpectedly, that high-level zombie followed him. At that moment, panic overwhelmed him. Seeing the figure block his path, he had no choice but to attack. Of course, the result was disastrous. He fully expected to become nothing more than a core used to level up his opponent. Yet, the first words the stranger spoke were, "Do you want to return to being a normal human?" Yes. Of course he wanted to. So he frantically nodded in agreement. Su Jin gave him several vials of reagent. After drinking it, he felt changes within his body. Once he tasted the benefits, he immediately started calling Su Jin boss, desperate to please him so he could get more doses, bringing him closer every day to full recovery. After that came everything else. As for what happened with Zhang Yanxi, he considered it all accidental, fighting, and somehow emotions developed. Later, after regaining his memories and returning partially to normal, he realized something. Even as a human, he'd always been low on emotional intelligence and lacked any foundation for relationships. Now having become a zombie and then returning from that state, his emotional intelligence was even lower, though occasionally, his mind would spark with understanding. Looking back at everything Zhang Yanxi had done for him, it really had been quite nice, except for the occasional use of rank suppression. In every other way, Zhang treated him well. Especially after resolving the matter at the laboratory, Zhang Yanxi voluntarily accompanied him to expand the zombie territory. He found it baffling, 2 zombie kings. What the hell? One of him should have been enough to lead thousands of zombie underlings to conquer new areas. But during a small-scale assault, he was ambushed by a group of powerful espers, and it was Zhang Yanxi who saved him, taking severe injuries in the process. Seeing Zhang Yanxi wounded, Qin Beidian felt a sharp pain grip his heart. Thankfully, they had the reagents from Boss, and Zhang Yanxi survived. And through this ordeal, Qin Beidian gradually accepted Zhang Yanxi's presence. A subtle bond formed between them, until eventually, the two of them ignited like dry wood meeting fire. Their first time together was sudden. They had both drunk too much of the reagent Boss provided, grew feverish, and craved physical contact. Qin Beidian always believed he played the dominant role, yet at the crucial moment, he was completely captivated by Zhang Yanxi's face, losing himself entirely. To flip over. Only in that particular way. Crying. Chapter 290 Gu Ziyu and Shi Yan. Shi Yan was an assistant to the researchers at the laboratory, originally just a graduate student who had been referred here by her advisor due to personality issues. The assistant's job was simple, organizing experiment reports and handling cleaning duties in the lab. When she discovered that this place conducted human experiments, she wanted to resign and leave. But before entering the lab, she had already signed a confidentiality agreement. She couldn't leave until 5 years had passed, and if she tried to escape earlier, she'd be forced to wear a listening device. In short, there were endless restrictions. If the lab's secrets were ever exposed, all that awaited her was death. The things inside the lab could drive an ordinary person insane. She realized she had been trapped, but facing reality, she chose to stay, watching corpses, watching live subjects. After a while, it became normal. Then, as the experiments progressed deeper, the sudden awakening of zombies threw everything into chaos. After being scratched by a zombie inside the lab, she remained calm, using an electric rod to kill the attacking creature. The scientists had already been bitten to death, and outside, hordes of zombies roamed. She found a reagent inside the lab capable of suppressing the spread of the zombie virus, locked herself in a small isolation room, drank the reagent she'd gathered, and waited for what would happen to her. Outside the room, the wails of zombies kept her painfully alert. She wondered, would she turn into one? And if so, what then? After a long wait, she did become a zombie. But she was different from ordinary zombies. Perhaps it was due to that particular reagent, it left her with a sliver of rationality. When she stepped out of the isolation room, the entire lab was overrun. Her former colleagues were either turned or devoured. The zombies saw her but ignored her, passing her by as they continued searching for food. She took the remaining vials and left the lab. For a few days afterward, she managed to survive on the reagent, but once it ran out, she lost her mind completely. When she came back to her senses, her hands were stained with blackened blood. From then on, she wandered aimlessly. Eventually, she discovered that zombie cores could ease her hunger, so she began hunting high-level zombies. Feeding on their cores, she gradually regained stability. She gained all the speed abilities of advanced zombies, and thanks to the original reagent, also developed strength-based powers. Zombie physiology was fundamentally different from that of espers. A zombie's physical strength was 5 times greater than that of an esper. Using her unique abilities to plunder cores, she quickly rose as the queen of zombies. Roaming near Province S. Later, she met Su Jin and became one of his subordinates. Why did she follow Su Jin? Because he had the reagent she loved to drink, and because Su Jin was the king of zombies, their leader. Even without the lure of the reagent, she would have followed him. He also had some amusing underlings around. Born somewhat withdrawn, she had never liked talking much. After becoming a zombie, it only worsened. She preferred solving problems with force. Other zombies feared her. Whenever they encountered her, they fled far away, mostly afraid of getting beaten. Not that she minded, she simply liked speaking with her fists. She thought her cold, solitary nature meant no one would ever like her. Yet someone actually did, who even smiled brightly after she beat him half to death and asked, "Yan Yan, will you be with me?" Shi Yan was baffled, thinking this man was sick in the head. Humoring him, she punched him again and told him to stop bothering her. Gu Ziyu really didn't come looking for her after that. She assumed he'd finally given up. But soon, he came back, even more persistent than before. Gu Ziyu, humans and zombies can't be together. How do you know it's impossible unless you try? Tell me what you don't like about me, I'll change. I like everything about you. Yan Yan, you're so cute. The young man looked at her with shining eyes. Most of the time, Gu Ziyu treated her gently, as if she were just an ordinary person. Even when she insisted she wasn't like other people. He said, since you have human consciousness, you're a normal person. Girls should be cherished. Shi Yan remembered things clearly. She wasn't stupid, she knew who truly cared for her. She just didn't know how to express it. Yet Gu Ziyu always seemed to understand what she wanted to say. Under his persistence, she finally agreed to his request. No matter what, having someone who cared felt good. That lonely heart, long isolated, finally found something to lean on. Gu Ziyu was an illegitimate child of the Gu family. Born from a mistress, his mother used him as bargaining chip to extract money before abandoning him back at the Gu household and vanishing with the payment. Because he was a child born out of an affair, some members of the Gu family looked down on him. He was well aware of his status, so whenever possible, he avoided appearing before them. Later, he seized an opportunity and enlisted in the military. At that time, it was his only option. Initially, he relied on the influence of the Gu family to make things easier for himself, but later through his own efforts, he successfully climbed to the position he desired. With the change in his status, the Gu family's attitude toward him shifted, from looking down on him to envying him. After all, achieving the rank of senior colonel wasn't something easily done. Unfortunately, he hadn't held the rank for long when he received a secret mission, to infiltrate their organization alongside General Ma. At the time, he didn't fully understand what General Ma was truly involved in, but since it came from higher-ups, he knew he wouldn't find out until he got there. Perhaps because he'd experienced so much, he concealed himself well and gained General Ma's trust. But less than a few months later, the zombie virus broke out. At that point, he lost contact with his original organization. Now, there was no way for him to withdraw. He could only continue following General Ma while secretly sending people to locate his organization for further instructions. Only then did he learn that due to the zombie outbreak, the organization had nearly disbanded, and contacting higher command in such chaos was extremely difficult. Gu Ziyu had no choice but to remain with General Ma, continuing to work under him, while covertly spreading word out into the world. It didn't attract his organization, but instead drew Su Jin. Gu Ziyu had a good memory. The moment he saw Su Jin, he recognized him as the son of Su Senji. When he learned that Su Jin possessed special abilities and could actually help him, his own situation was already becoming difficult. After careful deliberation, he chose to place his trust in Su Jin. Later, the two joined forces and brought down the laboratory together. Once that mission was complete, the world had already changed beyond recognition. Returning to how things were before was impossible, especially with so many flesh-eating zombies lurking around. One wrong step, and you'd end up dead. At this time, Lu Si suggested heading to their base in Province S, where one could live safely, even retire in peace. Moreover, Su Jin was the king of zombies, only by his side would safety be guaranteed. So when Lu Si made the offer, Gu Ziyu didn't hesitate to shamelessly head there, planning to settle down and retire. Of course, only after settling his own affairs. Approaching it with retirement in mind, he never expected to meet the woman he would fall for. True, she was a zombie, but no matter. He loved her deeply anyway. Thus, after great effort and perseverance, he finally won over his beloved Yan Yan. And indeed, experience proved this point: as long as you had decent looks, and the other party wasn't completely rejecting you, relentless pursuit would eventually succeed. The human and the zombie were somewhat unique. Shi Yan worried that the virus within her might affect Gu Ziyu, who was still an ordinary human. So their most intimate act remained simply hugging. It wasn't until later, when Su Jin and his wife developed an anti-immunity serum, that they could take their relationship a step further. Chapter 291 Gu Ziyi and Jiang Wanhen. Gu Ziyi and Jiang Wanhen had been childhood friends since they were very young. Their families were neighbors, and when they were 6 or 7 years old, their parents started communicating due to work-related matters. They went to kindergarten together. Be sure to take good care of little Wanhen, Gu's mother said to 7-year-old Gu Ziyi. By then, Gu Ziyi was already quite mature, quiet and not talkative by nature. He looked at the much smaller and extremely adorable Jiang Wanhen. Little Wanhen opened his grayish eyes wide and called out in a soft, sweet voice, "Hello, brother Gu." That single voice sent ripples through his otherwise calm heart. Seeing that this seemingly unapproachable older brother showed no expression, little Wanhen thought he must dislike him. He reached out tiny hands and tugged gently at the hem of brother Gu's white shirt. Brother, please notice me." Watching the scene unfold, Gu's mother felt her heart melt completely. Before Gu Ziyi could say anything, she herself stepped forward and picked up little Wanhen. "If your brother won't pay attention to you, Auntie will." Then turning to her son, her tone shifted slightly, "From now on, you must take good care of little Wanhen. Don't let other kids bully him." The way his mother spoke to him changed noticeably from before, which made young Gu Ziyi feel uncomfortable inside, as if Jiang Wanhen had taken something away from him. He hadn't dwelled on it long when little Wanhen's soft voice came again, "Want brother to carry me." Under his mother's watchful gaze, Gu Ziyi reluctantly picked Wanhen up. At that time, Wanhen was still small, plump and well-fed by his parents, and felt soft in the arms. When he lowered his head slightly, he could even catch the milky scent from Wanhen's body. So the first thing he said was, "You haven't stopped drinking milk yet?" That remark instantly made little Wanhen burst into tears. Seeing the cute little dumpling cry, a flicker of mischievous satisfaction passed through Gu Ziyi's heart. And because of moments like these, they gradually grew closer. From kindergarten until the 4th grade, Jiang Wanhen followed Gu Ziyi everywhere like a shadow. Every day after school, he'd come waiting, calling out, brother, all the time. At that time, Gu Ziyi was 1 grade above Jiang Wanhen. He didn't mind Wanhen's constant calling him brother, though largely saw it as playful affection. As they grew older, Jiang Wanhen transformed from that chubby little boy into a fair-skinned, rosy-lipped youth. The only thing that remained unchanged was how he kept addressing Gu Ziyi. Every time, it was, brother this, brother that. After entering the 4th grade, some children suddenly began maturing, growing up fast. Girls started developing physically, and gradually developed crushes on handsome boys. Jiang Wanhen became the most popular kid in elementary school. There were always little troublemaker girls blocking his way, wanting to date him. Even rejecting them didn't help. That's when Gu Ziyi would step in. Gu Ziyi was known as the coolest guy in elementary. He could fight, and his grades were excellent too. Nobody dared mess with him. Thanks to Gu Ziyi's intimidation, Jiang Wanhen finally found peace. Then he'd smile sweetly with eyes crinkling happily and say, "Thank you, brother." Back then, Jiang Wanhen truly saw Gu Ziyi only as an older brother. And originally, Gu Ziyi thought the same. But during 5th grade, his group of close friends gave him lewd smiles, just looking at him in a certain knowing way. He realized, with shock, that his thoughts about Wanhen weren't purely brotherly anymore. It scared him so badly that he dared not get close to Jiang Wanhen again. Meanwhile, Jiang Wanhen, who was now in 4th grade, seemed to grow up in an instant. He stopped calling Gu Ziyi brother, stopped coming around for no reason, and focused entirely on studying. At first, Gu Ziyi actually enjoyed the freedom. But after a while, he began feeling upset. Why had Jiang Wanhen stopped following him? Could it be, he'd recognized someone else as his brother? When he saw other girls passing love letters to Jiang Wanhen, Gu Ziyi finally couldn't hold back any longer. After school, he intercepted him right behind the classroom door, pinned him against the wall, and stared intently at that still innocent face as he demanded an explanation. At first, Jiang Wanhen tried to explain that nothing had happened, but Gu Ziyi refused to believe him. Only after pushing him to the point of tearing up did Gu Ziyi finally let go. Then he switched to a gentler tone, coaxing and comforting, making sure to soothe him before they got home. He ordered Jiang Wanhen never to accept love letters from other girls, focusing on studies was the right path. And he added a threat, if he ever found out otherwise, he'd tell Auntie Jiang. That warning made Jiang Wanhen want to cry even more. If earlier it was Jiang Wanhen who actively clung to him, from now on it was Gu Ziyi taking the initiative to stay close. Worried that Jiang Wanhen might really end up with another girl, he even voluntarily dropped down a grade to be in the same class as him. Same class, walking home together every day, that brought him much greater peace of mind. If doesn't want me to accept love letters from girls, then what about you? Jiang Wanhen challenged. How could Gu Ziyi answer? He replied, then I won't accept them either. And then he received a soft, warm embrace. Good. Brother must keep his promise, let's seal it with a pinky swear. All right. Gu Ziyi had always thought such childish rituals beneath him, but since Jiang Wanhen wanted to do it, and if this could put an end to Jiang Wanhen's romantic notions toward little girls, then fine, let them pinky swear. Little did he know, that single pinky swear would bind them for a lifetime. Chapter 292. When Lu Si realized that Gu Ziyi and Jiang Wanhen were actually the protagonists of his book, his attitude toward them changed completely. No wonder they felt so, he had literally created them with his own pen. Lu Si's spatial ability was rather special. Su Jin absorbed that ability and made it his own. The items in his space still remained. Since they were just lying around anyway, he might as well hand them over to Gu Ziyi's group. He had written their story to end right after they signed the agreement, the life afterward was meant to be built by themselves. So Lu Si took part of the things from his space, items they wouldn't use, and gave them all to the base where Gu Ziyi and Jiang Wanhen resided. If they needed technical support, he was more than happy to have someone offer guidance. Lu Si had transmigrated into this world as an ordinary person. After drinking Su Jin's blood and consuming a specially made serum, his body underwent changes. During one feverish embrace, he awakened an ice-based ability. His offensive move was ice spikes, highly explosive and powerful. Though it didn't seem particularly useful now, the most important thing was that it allowed him to stay with Su Jin for much longer. And that alone made him deeply satisfied. When the zombies delivered supplies to Gu Ziyi's base, they were momentarily stunned. Seeing that these were exactly the resources they needed, they gladly accepted them. After all, why refuse something free? They expressed their gratitude to Lu Si and took everything, laying a solid material foundation for their future development. Whether due to Lu Si's earlier influence or not, Gu Ziyi and Jiang Wanhen stayed together steadily. Even after Gu Ziyi later became the leader of their base, he never forgot his original intentions and continued treating Jiang Wanhen with unwavering care. It wasn't possible for Gu Ziyi to have other thoughts, because Lu Si had written him as a devoted husband. Once they were together, they would treat each other well forever. Actually, aside from Gu Ziyi's base, there were other bases too, and they did not agree with making peace with the zombies. They frequently hunted high-level zombies for their cores. Su Jin couldn't possibly control every single zombie, so he let them develop however they liked. There were plenty of zombies anyway, zombies killing zombies, and psychics killing them, it was all natural. Conscious zombies, when outmatched, simply fled. Total unification remained a long and arduous journey. After Su Jin brought Lu Si back, one constant in their lives was their love for intimacy. To maintain privacy and avoid disturbance, only the two of them lived in the house. Once Su Jin regained his abilities, if not for concern about Lu Si's physical condition, he would have wanted to do it every single day. Of course, he never said that out loud. Because his Si Bao would definitely disagree. No matter, he could act instead. Usually, after such acts, he'd be slightly ignored for a day or two, but a little sweet talk would fix everything. After living together for so long, Lu Si had Su Jin wrapped tightly around his finger. If he told Su Jin to go east, Su Jin wouldn't dare go west. And yet Su Jin held Lu Si just as tightly, claiming, just one more time, though no one knew how many times, one time, could really be split into. After obtaining his ability, Lu Si's physical constitution greatly improved. Su Jin's conjugal happiness soared, though of course, more unrestrained behavior still required his wife's approval. After several weeks of passionate indulgence, Lu Si felt he couldn't waste himself anymore. So he dragged Su Jin along to venture out and explore the laboratories they hadn't fully searched before. Perhaps they could discover new types of zombies. Mainly, he wanted to level up by killing zombies. Seeing how eager he was, Su Jin agreed. Shi Yan and Gu Zio stayed behind in the city to watch over things. Qin Badian also wanted to tag along, leaving Zhang Yanxia no choice but to follow reluctantly. Upon entering areas not under Su Jin's jurisdiction, the zombies were still extremely arrogant. But when they arrived, the scene changed completely. Qin Badian and Zhang Yanxia took charge of disciplining the zombies, while Lu Si and Su Jin went ahead to where they needed to go. If anything, it felt more like leisure than work. The arrival of 2 zombie kings and 1 zombie emperor left the local zombies wondering, who should they submit to in order to avoid having their cores excavated. This time, they entered the laboratory without the anxiety they'd felt at first, more like going through the motions. Truthfully, it was even kind of fun. The zombies watched the humans and their own kind beside them, daring neither to move nor entertain any rebellious thoughts. Walking along, they ran into old acquaintances. They met Yang Tian and her team. They were out on a mission to hunt high-level zombies. Coincidentally, Lu Si and Su Jin just happened to pass through here. Lu Si hadn't recognized them at first. The changes over the years had been immense, people and circumstances alike transformed. Yang Tian nearly failed to recognize them too, but especially Su Jin, who remained unchanged. Anyone who had ever impressed him would remain etched in his mind, their image dormant until the moment they met again, when it would be instantly revived. After recalling everything, Lu Si swept his gaze over Yang Tian, Jiang Wanghan beside her, and a few unfamiliar faces. Yang Tian murmured something to her team before pulling Jiang Wanghan toward them. The girl had grown over the years, her face fully matured. Harsh conditions had left her skin slightly sallow, her eyes carrying traces of melancholy. Her once long hair was now cut short, barely brushing her ears. Jiang Wanghan appeared even more composed than before. As he looked at Lu Si and Su Jin, wariness lingered in his eyes. Lu Si gazed at them with emotion. Why are only the 2 of you here? Where's your brother? They're back at the base. We've been assigned to different teams for missions, Yang Tian explained. She glanced several times at Lu Si, at Su Jin beside him, and at the 2 handsome men standing behind them. Never thought we'd meet here. Never thought you 2 were still together. That's really good, she said softly, as if expressing the quiet satisfaction of seeing a beloved couple from a story remain unchanged. Just like when you root for a pairing and feel fulfilled because they never break apart. Oh, so you're an ability user now? Yang Tian nodded. I'm a spatial type psychic. Not strong in combat, but great for storage. How about Su Jinjin? Is she still with your brother? Lu Si asked suddenly. Yang Tiantian's expression darkened, and she slowly shook her head. Lu Si could already guess something from her reaction. Back during that time at Guangming Base, Su Jinjin had an accident. Her abilities suddenly disappeared, and she went completely insane after that. What happened afterward was their own affair. Yang Tian didn't elaborate further. Lu Si didn't press her any longer. Are you done? Time to move out, a teammate called. Almost. Yang Tian replied. Then she turned to Lu Si. We'll go first. Bye. Before leaving, Yang Tian glanced back at Lu Si and said, you 2 must stay happy forever, okay? Lu Si smiled. Okay. The same goes for you too. Yang Tian patted her chest confidently, her eyes sparkling brightly as she looked at the young man beside her. Of course. Jiang Wanghan noticed her gaze and looked back at her with tender affection. After Yang Tian and her group left, Lu Si finally snapped out of it, feeling the firm grip of the man holding his hand. Let's go too. Su Jin, let me ask you something, did you do something to Su Jinjin? Yes. I knew it. I thought you might have spared her. She was too annoying. I already gave her a chance. What chance? You remember yourself. Su Jin clearly didn't want to say more. Lu Si racked his brain but couldn't figure it out, until the man pushed him down. He covered Su Jin's wandering mouth with his hand. Su Jin, I think I understand now. Su Jin was unhappy that his fun had been interrupted. But what followed, a surprisingly proactive Lu Si, made him very pleased. Lu Si kissed Su Jin's lips gently. Su Gu is so good. Su Jin's eyes darkened, his voice husky. Good. You'll find out just how good in a moment. Lu Si smirked challengingly. Is that so? Then I'm looking forward to it. Any further words were silenced. Lu Si understood. From the very beginning, one thing had been clear: Su Jin despised killing, but he would eliminate those who were despicable, truly beyond redemption. Why hadn't he killed Su Jinjin at first? Because back then, she was the one who had let him and Lu Si onto the vehicle. Despite everything that happened later, he hadn't touched her. But during the incident at Guangming Base, when she hurled insults and humiliation at them, could Su Jin tolerate that? No. So he acted. If you treat your ability as leverage, what if I take that leverage away? How long can you keep dancing then? Su Jinjin's fate vividly illustrated the truth: if you don't act recklessly, you won't die. But act up, and you'll die horribly. What were Su Jin's values? As long as you didn't step on his landmines, he wouldn't care. Step on them, and you died. Perhaps his actions seemed capricious, perhaps because he stood opposed to other psychics, he was labeled a villain. In reality, only those who got close knew, he wasn't excessive at all. No matter what Su Jin was like, Lu Si loved him, that was all. His dear Su Gu. End.